I am clearly the only immortal in the world. But I live in a coffin every day waiting for death in silence. Just because I can summon true dragons with a wave of my hand and make immortals disappear with another. I have long been invincible in the world, hoping for a worthy opponent from the heavens. So I walked out of the coffin and left the mountains. As I left the mountain gate, a cultivator in the nascent soul stage insulted me. A majestic emperor immortal, calling me a trash cultivator in the foundation building stage. In this battle, I will accompany you. At this moment, everyone turned to look and saw Lin Tianyi stepping forward, slowly walking towards Lin Yanjue. He actually stepped forward this time because I asked him to. At this moment, on the side of Dao Tian sect, the three elders all looked worried. Senior uncle, what are the chances of the sect master defeating Lin Yanjue? The three elders asked anxiously. Less than 30%. I said bluntly. To be honest, I even think 30% is a bit too high. After all, Lin Yanjue's strength seems a bit off, obviously not showing his full hand. What concerns me the most is the other aura in Lin Yanjue's body. Doesn't this mean we are handing over the remnants of the heavenly Tao on a silver platter? The elders' voices trembled. I looked back at the three of them and silently shook my head. If we only seek stable victories in every battle, it will be difficult to achieve anything in a lifetime. On the other side, Lin Yanjue looked at Lin Tianyi walking out slowly, his eyes showing a hint of fierceness. Lin Tianyi, I didn't expect that you just advanced to the unity stage not long ago, and you dare to fight with me. You do have more courage than others. With a step, the green long sword behind Lin Tianyi instantly rushed out of its sheath, flashing in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at Lin Yanjue's side to launch an attack. So fast, everyone was surprised. Lin Tianyi had just broken through to the unity stage, yet his speed was even faster than the previous two. Seeing Lin Tianyi's sword coming down, Lin Yanjue dodged backwards and took the opportunity to step on Lin Tianyi's sword, twisting his body in the air in a full circle, then punched towards Lin Tianyi's chest. It seems that I have to take you seriously to deal with you. Lin Yanjue's eyes showed a hint of killing intent. A jade green longsword appeared in Lin Yanjue's hand. When he drew the sword, everyone was shocked. Lin Yanjue was also a sword cultivator. Lin Yanjue's attack did have the upper hand, and the attack became more and more fierce. On the other hand, Lin Tianyi was always on the defensive. However, sharp-eyed people noticed that Lin Tianyi's breath was very smooth at this moment, seemingly weak, but his tactics were not chaotic at all. Oh no! Lin Yanjue shouted in his heart and quickly retreated. The sword energy drew a terrifying arc in the air, cutting off a corner of his left sleeve. Everyone was astonished to see this. At this moment, Lin Tianyi's mouth curved up slightly, raising his sword and saying, "It seems like you are weaker than before." Lin Tianyi's words instantly shocked all the sect leaders present. At this moment, Lin Yanjue's face turned dark, and a visible terrifying aura suddenly emanated from his whole body. His body seemed to be boiling, and his true energy rose like white smoke. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, realizing that he still had a trump card. Peak of the unity stage. At this moment, everyone seemed to sense a hint of fear. The elders of the Dao Tian sect were even more startled. I squinted my eyes and kept staring at Lin Yanjue. This feeling, it's back again. However, most of Lin Yanjue's aura was still his own, and that aura was still weak, barely detectable just by standing there. But it was worth noting that although Lin Yanjue's aura was only at the peak of the unity stage, his true strength still vaguely reached the great accomplishment stage. At this moment, Lin Yanjue erupted with an extremely terrifying true energy, and said in a cold voice, "Now, how much chance of winning do you think you have?" In an instant, Lin Yanjue appeared behind him and kicked out with terrifying speed directly towards Lin Tianyi's back. Lin Tianyi reacted very quickly, twisting in the air to face Lin Yanjue's kick head-on with his sword. Lin Tianyi fell to the ground in an instant, leaving a long crack on the floating island's surface, with dust and smoke filling the air. Sect leader. The elders of the Dao Tian sect's faces changed drastically. Such a terrifying blow. The previous two sect leaders couldn't handle it, let alone their own sect leader. Just as they were about to go and find Lin Tianyi, I stopped them. "Don't rush." Lin Yanjue's mouth curled up in a proud and cold smile. It's a pity that the old man has already ascended. Otherwise, it would be such a pleasure for him to see you defeated by me. Lin Yanjue looked down disdainfully. Ants, how can you experience the power of immortals? Lin Yanjue mocked the crowd. Who else? Lin Yanjue had just spoken, but suddenly, a sword energy whistled out from the dust and smoke. What? A look of horror appeared in Lin Yanjue's eyes, but Lin Tianyi could still unleash a sword energy, which truly surprised Lin Yanjue. I can't just lose face for the Dao Tian sect in front of my master uncle. At this moment, Lin Tianyi's figure disappeared extremely ghostly in place. A slightly different aura from true energy flowed faintly around him. The clear sword heart. Indeed, only when a person reaches a desperate situation can they comprehend a more powerful state of mind. I'm afraid this kid hasn't realized it yet. He has already comprehended such a strong sword intent. I smiled faintly. Seeing their own sect leader so powerful, it is enough to prove that the current status of Dao Tian's sect is also on the rise. However, they did not get too excited, but looked at me and asked, "Senior, who do you think will win between the sect leader and Lin Nianjue?" I smiled faintly. Soon, the three elders were stunned. Isn't it a stalemate now? How? Just as this thought came to mind, the aura in the sky changed again. A completely different aura burst out instantly. At this moment, Lin Nianjue unexpectedly still had a trump card hidden, and this aura is something that only those in the Great Perfection stage can possess. Lin Nianjue actually broke through the Great Perfection stage. However, someone with sharp eyes said, "Look, there's something wrong with Lin Nianjue's aura." At this moment, Lin Nianjue's aura all over his body was completely different from before. The pitch-black true energy was like a ghost, covering his whole body. Behind him, it seemed like there was an evil spirit from purgatory standing. I never thought that a mere rat would force me to use the power bestowed upon me by the immortals, but it's also good. Let this farce end here, Lin Nianjue said grimly. The next moment, his whole body emitted black true energy. Even his skin changed to a pitch-black color, like a pure black crystal. In an instant, a mysterious power surged throughout the Wuxian sect. When this power appeared, those below the nascent soul stage stood dumbfounded on the side. Even the foundation establishment stage cultivators felt a palpitation. In an instant, Lin Nianjue's figure flickered like a ghost to their side. Every punch and kick was just a simple physical confrontation. All the foundation establishment stage cultivators were crushed with a single blow. Nearly 10 foundation establishment stage powerhouses were resolved in a second. Seeing this scene, Lin Tiany's eyes were filled with shock. So it's him, I suddenly realized. I never thought that after so long, the Suwalawa Hall has not been destroyed. The moment I said these words, Lin Nianjue, who was in the air, trembled all over. Suwalawa Hall? How does he know about Suwalawa Hall? No, Lin Nianjue suddenly realized. How come you know nothing? He activated the Grand Formation. Except for him, everyone's spirits would be controlled by him, because he had to ensure that no one knew that he had used the power bestowed upon him by the immortals. He had to eliminate all these people without anyone noticing. But why did a mere chi refining stage guy know nothing? I don't care how strong you are. I have the power given to me by the immortals. Today you will all perish here. Lin Nianjue roared furiously. At that moment, the entire Wuxian sect was in chaos. The next second, his claw-like hand, like a ghost's claw, grabbed towards Lin Tiany. Lin Tiany's pupils shrank, preparing to respond quickly. With a muffled sound, Lin Nianjue's body flew out instantly, smashing through the entire floating island, and his body crashed into the mountain below. The entire floating island instantly shattered. The so-called defensive formation dissipated at that moment. I didn't expect Dao Tian's sect to have someone like you, but I'm not so easily defeated. Lin Nianjue almost hysterically roared, waving his claws, tearing open countless cracks in space. Blood-soul rupture. Each blood-red true energy carried extremely sharp traces, cutting the floating island stone statues into countless pieces effortlessly. Watching the entire floating island torn into pieces, Lin Nianjue revealed a mocking smile. No matter how strong you are just a mortal body. How can you compare to the power of immortals? But before he could finish smiling, he froze. How is this possible? The next moment, my figure appeared in front of Lin Nianjue, and that kick fiercely kicked him in the face, even deforming his entire face, causing the entire Wuxian sect to tremble. Even with the power of immortals, he felt an incomparable pain. Finally, his breath gradually converged, just like a piece of paper being absorbed into the skin, returning to its original state. Lin Nianjue suddenly spat out blood. His eyes filled with fear as he looked at me. He couldn't understand when Dao Tian's sect had such a powerful existence. Didn't those old guys all ascend and leave? Where did this guy come from? Honestly, you are much weaker than I imagined. Bring the person who gave you this power out, or you will undoubtedly die today, I said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Nianjue felt his dignity being trampled underfoot. He must kill this kid today. Die! Lin Nianjue roared madly. My gaze remained steady as I raised a finger. Leave! A low voice echoed in the space. A sacred power repelling Lin Nianjue. In an instant, he flew backwards, breaking 3 mountain peaks in succession. Lin Tiany below was stunned. What kind of power was this? Even a transcendent powerhouse might not have such means. What level had this senior reached? Was he really an immortal emperor? In an instant, I appeared directly in front of Lin Nianjue again. Seeing this scene, Lin Nianjue was completely shocked. He was no match for this person. This guy was a monster. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything, Lin Nianjue said in a panic. Upon hearing this, I narrowed my eyes. Clearly, Lin Nianjue still harbored murderous intent. In other words, he still wanted to keep a trump card. Soon, I noticed that Lin Nianjue's left hand was hidden in the soil, as if crushing a jade pendant. This jade pendant had a familiar scent. It was the summoning token of the locking Luo Palace. At this moment, Lin Yanjue smirked cunningly. He thought he had the upper hand. When the immortal arrived later, I would undoubtedly die. As this thought arose, a majestic aura enveloped the heavens and earth within the Dao Tian sect. Even the heavens and earth changed color. The clouds in the sky gradually gathered above the Dao Tian sect. This scene was reminiscent of the Dao Tian sect a few days ago. Watching this, Lin Tianyi's heart skipped a beat. He could sense that this was not the senior releasing pressure, it was Lin Yanjue's trump card. A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind Lin Yanjue. Under the black robe, there were a pair of dark green eyes staring down below like a snake. Things have gone awry. A hoarse, neutral voice came from the shadow. Lin Yanjue quickly got up, reporting to the immortal. It's this kid who ruined our plan. As long as we kill him, the remnant of the heavenly Tao will be within our grasp. Upon hearing this, the shadow's gaze locked onto me. Hand over the remnant of the heavenly Tao, and I can make your death quicker. The shadow's voice was devoid of emotion. Lin Yanjue looked at me with resentment, a mocking smile on his face. Seeing the shadow in front of me, I chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems I've been underestimated after staying out of sight for so long. I wonder if your locking Luo Palace predecessors have told you to stay away from members of the Dao Tian sect. Upon hearing this, the true chi emanated from the shadow. At that moment, even the entire earth trembled. You must die today. The next moment, a huge force erupted between heaven and earth, like a mountainous power overwhelming me. Crossing the tribulation stage, Lin Tianyi's eyes showed fear. This person in the black robe was indeed a powerhouse at the crossing the tribulation stage. The power of the laws? It shouldn't be used like this. I raised my hand slightly. Instantly, an invisible force enveloped the entire space. There was no movement between heaven and earth, as if time had stopped at that moment. When the shadow reacted, his true chi was cut off from the outside world. His power seemed to be shielded. Could it be that this kid in front of him was the reason? Absolutely impossible. What have you done? The voice of the shadow sounded urgent. What I did doesn't matter. I just want to know why there are still remnants of the Luo temple among you? I remember that I should have wiped you out completely back then. What? Wiped out? The shadow's heart trembled. He suddenly remembered that his master had warned him before, that by practicing the techniques of the Luo temple, the entire Xinchuan continent would be unimpeded. However, one must not offend the Dao Tian sect. Impossible. It has been a whole 10,000 years. Even if that guy didn't die, he would have ascended long ago. Who are you exactly? The shadow muttered to himself. Even Lin Yanjue behind him was a bit panicked. Could it be that even this immortal couldn't deal with this brat? He was an immortal, the strongest existence in the world. At this moment, I watched the two of them with my arms crossed, and said in a calm tone, the first disciple of the Dao Tian sect, Wu Shun. Upon hearing this, the being under the black robe was extremely shocked. Is it really him? But how is this possible? It has been 10,000 years already. According to the information he knew, the strongest in the Dao Tian sect now is only at the harmony stage. How could he still be in the Dao Tian sect? Escape. Must escape. Regardless of whether what the other party said is true or false. Since he knew about the destruction of the Luo temple, he must ensure his own safety. Thinking of this, the shadow immediately turned into a black mist and fled. But I just extended a finger towards the direction of the shadow. I give you a chance and you're useless. As soon as the words fell, the force in the space instantly compressed. The black mist was immediately forced into a human form. Then, the shadow let out an extremely piercing scream. Even Lin Yanjue felt a chill down his spine upon hearing it, and his most proud immortal had no strength to resist this man at all. Suddenly, just as the space in front of him was about to shatter, the shadow actually escaped from the distorted space. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Die! The shadow erupted with a very strong force, the sound of ghosts and wolves crying out between heaven and earth. At that moment, countless black arms appeared under my feet, grabbing onto my legs tightly. At the same time, the ground under my feet, like a swamp, surged with countless hands, as if they were trying to drag me into the depths of the earth. Seeing this, the shadow was ecstatic. The next second, he pulled out a black dagger and fiercely stabbed at my neck. Click! With this blow, even the entire dagger shattered. On the other hand, there wasn't even a trace left on me. How is this possible? This dagger could even cut through the spatial laws just now, but now it broke. Is this person even human? I thought you could surprise me a bit. A disappointed expression appeared on my face. No, I still have a trump card. Suddenly, the shadow crazily formed a seal and roared, "Lock the immortal gate!" Above the sky, a black Xian crystal stone gate filled with ancient aura appeared. Countless human skulls were embedded around the stone gate, and at the top of the gate, there seemed to be a crack on a 10th-ranked demonic beast skull. When the stone gate opened a slight crack, A destructive aura instantly swept through the entire space. All life seemed to come to an end at that moment. Even Lin Tianyi, who was standing at the bottom, felt a shiver. Lin Tianyi seemed to be at a loss for words, almost sighing from the bottom of his heart. This power of annihilation could probably not only destroy the Wenxian sect, but even wipe out half of the central divine continent into a land of death. On the Wenxian sect side, the situation was almost out of control, as countless creatures died in an instant. Even Lin Yanjue felt a chill. He never expected that the immortal would use such a terrifying technique to deal with the enemy. I don't know why you're still alive, but I believe there is no truly invincible person in the world. So, rest assured and go die. With that, the power of annihilation in the shadow's hand suddenly expanded. Suddenly, the plants on the mountaintop withered instantly. The breath of death rapidly engulfed layer by layer downwards. I also feel that there is no truly invincible person in the world. But unfortunately for you, I am invincible. Back then, my strength was insufficient, and I only managed to cut off a piece of this thing. Now, to prevent you from causing trouble again, I will take care of you all at once. After saying that, an illusory sword shadow appeared in my hand. If Lin Tianyi could see this illusory sword shadow in my hand, he would surely be speechless, because this sword shadow can only be achieved when reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. A buzzing sound, as if piercing through everyone's soul. The sword energy disintegrated even the power of annihilation. In just an instant, the locking immortal gate was easily torn apart by the sword energy as if it were a piece of paper. The sword energy advanced relentlessly, piercing through the body of the black shadow, soaring beyond the horizon before finally dissipating. The sword cry that shook the heart. The black shadow didn't even react. As the sword energy pierced through his body, not only his physical body but even his true energy gradually shattered into countless fragments. Everyone was too shocked to speak. Even Lin Yanjue, at this moment, sat weakly on the ground. Watching this scene, I murmured to myself, so, am I really this strong now? Silence surrounded the area. It was so shocking. Is this the true strength of the junior master as mentioned by the master? Lin Tianyi's heart was surging, unable to calm down for a long time. Master, the powerful expert just now, Lin Tianyi asked cautiously. Don't worry, he's already dead. Before Lin Tianyi could say anything else, I waved my hand, interrupting him. Regarding the matter of the Luo Palace, I will tell you everything after returning to the Dao Tian sect. As for the matters here, I leave them to you to handle. After all, you are the head of the Dao Tian sect. Oh, by the way, I have crippled Lin Yanjue's cultivation. Whether he lives or dies, it's up to you. Practicing evil methods, attempting to kill many sects, he brought this upon himself. I won't kill you today, so take care of yourself. With that, Lin Tianyi turned and left. Back on the floating island, I sat on the mat, with 5 pages of heavenly principles laid out on the table in front of me, injecting a strand of true energy into the pages. Golden words danced like tadpoles. Finally, they settled down and formed a simple text. Squinting my eyes, I began to read the text. Plane attack, high-dimensional enemy invasion. With nearly half of the heavenly principles pages gathered, although the information is still uneven, the general content can be understood. In simple terms, it seems that the higher dimensional beings have attacked the upper world after ascension, leading to the collapse of the upper world. Even the heavenly path has suffered destruction. With the destruction of the heavenly path, it may also involve the heavenly path gate that was previously understood. The collapse of the upper spiritual energy, damage to the heavenly path gate, has led to the depletion of the spiritual energy of this plane. This amount of information is too large. If it is true, even the upper world has suffered misfortune. Will the next target be their world? Once the heavenly path gate is destroyed, powerful enemies from the upper world will enter in droves. I don't know how the master and others are doing after ascending. If the master and others are affected in the upper world, I am willing to learn about the so-called power of higher dimensional beings. How strong can they be? Whether they are really powerful enough to kill him. And at this moment, a loud noise outside the sect attracted everyone in the Dao Tian sect. Many disciples who were preparing to go out on a mission also hurriedly turned back to the sect at this moment. Ha ha, Dao Tian sect. Today is your doomsday. At this time, a mocking laughter came from outside the sect. What's the situation? Xia Zimo and the others also rushed out and inquired. Lin Tianyi frowned and blandly said, "Go take a look." He hadn't thought of that. He had only just finished the clan's grand formation himself, and as a result, someone had come to his door. They hadn't offended any power recently, so how could someone come to their door for no reason? When he arrived in front of the sect gate, a flash of surprise appeared in Lin Tianyi's eyes. "Mo Fong? How dare you guys come here?" Lin Tianyi's tone was somewhat angry. Mo Xianliang was the Black Dragon sect's Grand Elder, and his strength was also at the early stage of transformation. Originally, I thought that in that last battle, the Black Dragon sect and their 3 major sects had all suffered huge losses, and they would be more honest and stop coming out to cause trouble. I didn't realize that if I didn't look for trouble with them, now they were even sending them to the door themselves. Nope. The corner of Lin Tiany's eyes narrowed slightly. If it was just Mo Fong alone who had come here, he would definitely not have clamored so much. There must be some kind of trap. There's something wrong with this person. Everyone be careful. Lin Tiany looked back to the crowd behind him. At that moment, Mo Fong clasped his hands and looked down below with a smug smile on his face. Lin Tiany, when did you become so timid and fearful? To tell you the truth, I don't know what means you used to kill my family patriarch, but after recent days, the name of the Dao Heavenly Sect will be removed from the Zhongxian continent, Mo Fong said extremely arrogantly. Upon hearing these words, one of the elders became a bit sullen at that moment. How could a mere early-stage transformation spirit guy dare to clamor at them? What's more, not only did sect leader Lin Tiany break through the harmonization stage, but all of them, the elders, also managed to break through to the transformation spirit stage. The current Dao Heavenly Sect had long since increased its strength by a large margin. Where did he get the bottom line? Slow down. Lin Tiany looked upwards with a cold gaze and stopped that elder with an open hand. That elder looked at Lin Tiany with incomprehension and asked, Sect leader, this person is so arrogant. Why don't we let him see the strength of our Dao Heavenly Sect? Let's see how he will still be rampant later on. Lin Tiany ignored it and instead swept his gaze around. Since you're here, why do you need to hide? Is it not the behavior of a great man to hide? Lin Tiany put his hands behind his back, and an aura instantly diffused towards the outside of the sect. Moment. Even Mo Fong and the others had a surprised look on their faces. This Lin Tiany has actually broken through the harmonization stage. Mo Fong and the others looked slightly surprised. It also showed that their patriarch had died without complaint, but this time they had come prepared. Ha ha ha, Patriarch Lin. I haven't seen you for many years, but I didn't expect you to have broken through to the harmonization stage as well. And this aura of yours? It doesn't look like you just broke through. At that moment, a figure appeared as if out of thin air in front of the clan's gate, and a man with bronze-colored skin emerged. As the people of the Dao Heavenly Sect looked over, their hearts sank. Zheng Demon Meditation of the Red Hong Sect. They were still a bit wary of the name. As early as hundreds of years ago, they had heard that a supreme genius from the Red Hong Sect had broken through the harmonization stage and had taken over the Red Hong Sect in one fell swoop. In the northwestern part of the continent, the Red Hong Sect could be considered a very powerful existence. Especially over the years, because of Zheng Demon Meditation's existence, the Red Hong Sect has risen in this area, and no one is going to touch him. And I heard that his strength, now, has even reached the peak of the harmonization stage realm. The elders of the Dao Heavenly Sect sucked in a breath of cool air. If Lin Tiany hadn't stopped them just now, I'm afraid that he would have been sneak attacked by Zheng Demon Underworld the moment he first struck out. With their strength, they were still completely inadequate in front of Zheng Demon. Hey, Sect Master Zhang, if I remember correctly, my Dao Heavenly Sect shouldn't have any grudges with your sect, right? Why hurt the peace between your two sects and mine over these rats? What's more, our sect has alliances with the sects at the Dao Conference as well. Isn't Sect Master Zhang afraid that when the time comes, he won't be able to eat the Dao Heavenly Sect, and it'll be you, the Red Hong Sect, who will suffer instead? Lin Tiany's voice was very cold, leaving no room for error in every sentence. Privately, however, it did put its hands behind its back and gestured to the elders behind it to withdraw. Xia Zimo and the others immediately understood Lin Tiany's meaning and quietly sent a few people back to protect the disciples and had one of the elders activate the clan protection formation at any time. At this moment, Zheng Demon Meditation, who was located in the sky above, smiled coldly and clasped his hands, his gaze disdainfully looking towards Lin Tiany. An argumentative conference? Oof. It's just a bunch of weaklings hugging the rabble. Honestly, even if Lin Yanjie stood here, he'd have to look at Laozi's face to speak. You, Lin Tiany, aren't qualified to talk to me like this. Zheng Demon He clasped his hands and said with a sneer. Hearing these words, the elders of the Dao Heavenly Sect were so angry that their beards almost went askew. But what can they do? This Zheng Demon Underworld was at the peak of the harmonization stage. Up and down the clan, only Lin Tiany and that vegetable-growing senior uncle Jiang Ming were able to deal with it. Seeing this, they all looked at Lin Tiany. At this point, in the face of Zheng Demon He's remarks, Lin Tiany smiled instead of being angry and slowly drew out the sword behind him. It seems that Sect Master Zhang has to fight today. If Lin were to back down again, he would be looked down upon by Sect Master Zhang. By the way, Mr. Lin will inform your excellency. Even if it's Lin Yanjie, I have no fear of half. Who are you? Let's have a wave of recommendations and favorites. End of chapter. Who are you? Hearing these words, Mo Fong and the others froze for a moment. How is this Lin Tiany's aura so much stronger than a while ago? At that time, when he faced the three patriarchs, He was also in great distress, now that he had only broken through the harmonization stage, and was only at the early stage. He even dared to call out to Zheng Demon Meditation, who was at the peak of the harmonization stage. Doesn't he know that the gap between the small realms of the harmonization stage is very huge? After hearing Lin Tianyi's words, Zheng Demon He smiled coldly. You old undead thing. You're really getting more stubborn the longer you live. Zheng Demon Meditation said as he craned his neck. As the words fell, Zheng Demon He's figure suddenly stormed through the air, with such terrifying speed, even the entire space trembled with it, flashing through the air with an ear-piercing pop, arriving in front of Lin Tianyi in an instant. Old thing, I'll let you quietly now. The gap between the early stage and the peak. Zheng Demon Meditation's voice roared. This might was so powerful that even the disciples within the sect exclaimed in shock. However, Lin Tianyi smiled faintly and raised his sword blade to face Zheng Demon He. Next moment, Zheng Demon He slammed his fist down hard on Lin Tianyi, but he immediately felt a hint of something wrong. Fake? Zheng Demon He turned his head violently, only to see a white light chopping towards him. Dang! This sword directly chopped on top of the short blade on Zheng Demon Meditation's arm, and the latter was directly shaken back by this sword and fell within the stone wall of the clan, printing a human form out alive. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. In the first round, Zheng Demon He actually suffered a loss? Lin Tianyi was just an early harmonization cultivator. Zheng Demon He was a solid peak harmonization powerhouse. Even Mo Fong and the others' faces turned green and white. How could they not expect Lin Tianyi to have such strength? In the midst of that stone wall, Zheng Demon Meditation crawled out of the hole, a pair of blood-red eyes staring at Lin Tianyi with a deadly stare. You asshole! He roared wildly, as if he were a wild animal. Immediately afterward, he opened his arms and a dark red light erupted from his body. This true chi was extremely violent, carrying an endless aura of wariness and killing. Zheng Demon Underworld's tiger eyes glared deathly at Lin Tianyi, his body as if filled with flames, igniting a crimson arc in the sky. Come to me dead! Zheng Demon He opened his arms and condensed an extremely terrifying dark red true chi fluctuation in front of his chest. Then, this true chi suddenly shot out a red aura. Boom! This red aura burst towards Lin Tianyi in an instant, erupting an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation in front of Lin Tianyi. At this moment, even the mountain walls trembled for a few moments. Such a terrifying to suffocating energy fluctuation lifted almost everyone's heart. As expected of sect master Zhang, this kind of power may not be able to be easily followed even by emerged stage powerhouse, right? Mo Fong nodded in satisfaction. The stronger Zheng Demon Meditation is, this means that the more powerful the power they defect to is. In this way, they felt how right they had made their choice. Even as a dog? At least Zheng Demon He gave bigger bones and even meat. Then they would rather be a pampered dog. At the same time, everyone within the Dao Heavenly Sect seized their hearts. The strength that Zheng Demon He had displayed made them incomparably fearful. Poof! Zheng Demon He, who was located in the sky above, looked triumphantly at the direction wrapped in dark red true chi, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. This Lin Tianyi is really arrogant. How dare he take this move from him? Now even if you don't die, you must be crippled. Zheng Demon Meditation thought like this. However, after the dark red true chi dispersed, only a person was still standing in the sky. Around him, a greenish-green sword cover emanated, and surprisingly, not even a single wound appeared on his body. What? Everyone was stunned, hardly eating such a terrifying strike from Zheng Demon Meditation. This Lin Tianyi hadn't even died yet? So you've comprehended the true meaning of the sword Dao. No wonder you're so rampant. Zheng Demon He's face was extremely ugly. He had failed to take down Lin Tianyi in 2 consecutive moves. This was the first time he had suffered so much in all these centuries. But Zheng Demon He quickly noticed the sword in Lin Tianyi's hand. At the very beginning, the sword in Lin Tianyi's hand was clearly a green-colored longsword. But now the sword in his hand was a plain-looking black longsword. There's something odd. Sect Master Zhang. It seems that your moves are nothing more than that. Lin Tianyi held his longsword and stood proudly between heaven and earth. This momentum was enough to invigorate the entire Dao Heavenly Sect. But just letting you taste some sweetness, and you've really got your tail up in the air. Zheng Demon Meditation loosened his muscles, with a few fierce glints in his eyes. Immediately after, a terrifying true chi once again emanated within Zheng Demon He's body. This time, there was no brewing. It just exploded out. Lin Tianyi frowned. This aura was very different from before. Although he had used the sword Jiang Ming had given him to forcibly receive a move from his opponent, he had not been able to manage to fully adapt to the power of the sword. Right now, Zheng Demon Underworld's aura continued to expand, and his speed was nearly as fast as lightning flashing through space. Bang! 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 Countless ear-piercing sonic booms echoed in the air. This scene, as if it was a daytime thunderstorm. and speed Jing demon meditation completely crushed the situation, forcing Lin Tianyi to have no chance to make a move. So strong. Lin Tianyi was greatly shocked in his heart. He had also exchanged countless rounds with Lin Nianjie at the Dao conference, but this speed was completely beyond his imagination. Gotta get into that state to do that. Lin Tianyi took a deep breath. He swung his sword blade with his eyes closed and drew a sword shield between his circumference, blocking Zheng Demon Hei's attack. What an old turtle. Let's see if I don't break your shell. As Zheng Demon Hei's words fell, a ball of dark red true qi coalesced in his palm again. Immediately afterward, this true qi spread around his arm and bloomed with a crimson light. At this time, the true qi entwined in his body, surprisingly revealed a scaly dragon-like figure, with his palm as the head, bursting out from his hand all of a sudden. Shasta! This strike that contained terrifying might crash through Lin Tianyi's sword shield like crushing glass. At this moment, Lin Tianyi, who was inside the sword shield, also felt a hint of crisis. Upon seeing this scene, a look of excitement appeared on Mo Fang's face. Ha 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 ha, Lin Tianyi, Lin Tianyi, I didn't think you'd have this day. Mo Fang laughed freely, looking at Lin Tianyi with excitement in his eyes. He couldn't even wait to see it, the face that was struck down and fearful, so that he could get excited. At that time, they would reduce all the elders and disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect to their Red Hong Sect's playthings. Die, die. Mo Fang and the others waited anxiously for this image. However, just the moment that extremely terrifying attack landed on Lin Tianyi, a curtain of light instantly diffused the strike. At this moment, even Zheng Demon Hei was slightly startled. This is the clan protection formation? End of chapter. Protector formation? Zheng Demon Hei's gaze looked in the direction of the Dao Heavenly Sect, and a golden barrier instantly surfaced. Not only that, Zheng Demon Hei looked up. Located above the top of his head, he carved out a complex pattern that emerged from extremely pure spiritual energy, forming layer after layer of arcane and mysterious boundary patterns. It is? Zheng Demon Hei had a hint of gravity in his eyes. The pressure of this formation unexpectedly brought him a great sense of oppression. This was, Lin Tianyi didn't care about the clarity sword heart, so he simply formed a formation with the elders. In a split second, the formation in the sky suddenly bloomed with a golden luster. The formation pattern followed by rapidly expanding towards the surrounding. The pattern was located in the periphery, madly rotating, nearly covering up the sky in general. Execution formation. Rise. Lin Tianyi clasped his hands together. The elders within the Dao Heavenly Clan activated their grand formations one after another, instilling their own true qi as well as the input of the grand formation's spirit stones, frantically invoking the grand formation. Boom boom. For a moment, the entire array covered Zheng Demon Meditation's crowd in a sky, and a bright golden light burst out from the array, as if there was a scorching sun right above their heads. Immediately afterward, the energy in the large formation was suddenly released, and the terrifying beams of light spilled down nearly flawlessly, crushing down with devastating might, colliding between the mountain walls and erupting into a terrifying sound that resounded through the world. The might emanating from the grand formation swept across the entire land. The airwaves generated were like a river and sea wave-like aura, spreading out in all directions. If the Dao Heavenly Clan did not have a protective array, I am afraid that it would have already suffered a heavy blow. Even so, Lin Tianyi and the others felt the ground trembling crazily, and the disciples within the Dao Heavenly Sect felt the might of the heavens and the earth coming from the grand formation with fear and trepidation. I really didn't expect that the power of this grand formation could be so terrifying, the elders of the Dao Heavenly Sect lamented. In the past, their clan protection formation could only ensure defense, and once it was breached, they couldn't do anything about the opposite side. But it's different now. After Lin Tianyi had discussed with them and strengthened the formation's defensive capabilities and aggressiveness, he really didn't expect someone to come up and look for trouble just after it was set up. Not bad for a master. The elders looked at Lin Tianyi with incomparable respect, and at that moment, Lin Tianyi sincerely lamented Jiang Ming's foresight. However, in the moment after the golden light was sprinkled, it was thought that Zheng Demon Hei and the others would be disabled if not dead, but he didn't expect that all of them would still be standing in the same place. What happened? Lin Tianyi and the others' faces changed drastically, and when they saw Zheng Demon Underworld above them, there was actually another figure. The man's face was very evil, with a head of red hair falling behind him, and his bronze-colored skin faintly carried some rune-like black lines. The moment he opened his eyes, his pitch-black eyes were like an abyss, as if they were able to devour all the energy around him. Who's that? Lin Tianyi's face was extremely grave. Intuition told him that this man was very powerful. Even if Lin Nianjie had absorbed the so-called immortal's power, he was by no means a match for the man in front of him. That is to say, it's a Mahayana cultivator. On guard, Lin Tianyi waved his hand and hurriedly told the elders to take control of the grand formation defense. At that moment, The red-haired man clasped his hands and scanned the Daotian sect in front of him with a downward gaze. I really didn't expect that old monster from the Dao Heavenly sect to leave such a hard turtle shell even after he's gone. Saying that, his gaze glanced at Zheng Demon Meditation behind him. Nowadays, who succeeds the head of the Dao Heavenly sect? Ah, Zheng Demon He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, reporting back to the old sect master. The current Daotian sect leader is Lin Tianyi, and his strength is only at the early stage of harmonization. At those words, a trace of disdain surfaced in the red-haired man's eyes. Lin Tianyi? Ha! It seems like the Dao Heavenly sect really doesn't have many people left, and in early stage can be the headmaster. Since that's the case, then old me will avenge the revenge of that year. The words fell. The red-haired man's speed suddenly skyrocketed. Thousands of years ago, everyone in the entire Xiangxian continent was incomparably afraid of one power. That would be the Daotian sect. As the so-called villains of the Xiangshuan continent, every evil sect would almost always be variously hanged by the first-generation disciples of the Dao Heavenly sect. Even the Red Hong sect was no exception, but they know how to hold back. Thousands of years ago, they couldn't even be considered a second-rate force, and they were even killed by the Dao Heavenly sect's elder who casually killed their sect master. All of them didn't dare to get angry because they knew that as long as they waited for all those freaks from the Dao Heavenly sect to ascend, it would be their turn to dominate this continent. Now, at last, he had waited. Back then, the Dao Heavenly sect that was so powerful that all the evil sects felt chills. But now the strength of the head of the sect was only at a mere early stage of harmonization. Great timing. The time to revive the Red Hong clan has finally come. Demon Underworld. Watch this move of mine. The red-haired man laughed as he sprinted towards the Dao Heavenly clan's protector formation. Red Dragon Wave. Shasta. In the red-haired man's hands gathered endless monstrous true chi. Even if it was released before it hit the barrier, it was already ringing in the air with a palpitating roar. The voice was like a dragon's roar. Is this the true strength of the old sect master? Zheng Demon He's eyes widened with excitement in his eyes. Mo Fong and the others below also clenched their fists. Just now, they almost all thought that they would really fall here. But the appearance of this old sect master of the Red Hong sect gave them great confidence. The fact that Lin Tianyi was able to overcome the top from below and use the sect protector formation to win over Zheng Demon Underworld by a fluke was truly an eye-opening experience for them. But this old sect master, he was even a Mahayana stage powerhouse. Could the mere Lin Tianyi at the early stage of the harmonization, as well as the great formation that had long ago unleashed its power once, still be able to withstand the successive attacks of the Mahayana stage powerhouses? See this scene. Lin Tianyi's face was extremely ugly as he glanced behind him and asked, how long will it take for the grand formation to be able to activate the execution formation again? Xia Zimo replied, I'm afraid that there is no way to replenish the spiritual energy in the formation so quickly. They had only thought about dealing with Zheng Demon He before, and hadn't thought about unleashing the full power of the grand formation. After all, in order to utilize a more powerful power, the consumption also increased exponentially. However, they didn't expect that a Mahayana stage elder monster still existed in the Red Hong sect. All focus on. Lin Tianyi was planning to replenish the array defense first. However, the red-haired man's blow fell blatantly. Boom! Lin Tianyi's hands protected his body, but his feet were still sunk into the stone slabs. Even if Lin Tianyi was like this, the other elders even flew directly backwards tens of meters. Fortunately, the disciples of the clan hid farther away and were protected by the elders, which prevented them from being affected. But they all looked up with a thump in their hearts. This is horrible too. At this time, even the patriarchal grand formation collapsed and cracked open at this moment. The red-haired man looked up to the sky and laughed. A tortoise shell is a tortoise shell, even if the bottom is good enough to break. Ergo prepare for death. Pust. The words were not finished. An invisible true chi immediately surged out of the void, directly slapping the red-haired man standing in the air above. Why are there so many pushy people in the world? It's noisy. In space, the words seemed to echo in everyone's ears. End of chapter. Who is it? The red-haired man's pupils were as wide as the size of copper bells. That palm just now had even chipped one of his teeth. But he hadn't sensed the other party's presence in the slightest. He boasted that he was still one of the top experts in the continent today. But why did he not even know how the other party struck? Wasn't the strongest person in the Dao Heavenly sect right now that early stage harmonization kid? At that moment, he looked at Zheng Demon Meditation and questioned, didn't you say that this is the only early stage harmonization guy in the Heavenly sect right now? What was the situation just now? Zheng Demon He was dumbfounded. Even he didn't understand why the old sect master was somehow knocked down, and he didn't even sense the other party's true chi fluctuations. It's hard not to have any extremely powerful great powers within the Dao Heavenly sect. Only Lin Tianyi and the others had a look of delight appearing on their faces. They knew that it was Jiang Ming who had struck. I don't know where your excellency is. Why don't you come out and talk in person? Is hiding in the shadows all the time still considered a prestigious sect? The red-haired man frowned as his gaze swept around. Yet for a full 3 minutes after his words, the space was incredibly calm. The redhead frowned. Is that guy scared? Or did they sneak up on him with some kind of magic weapon and play God? Thinking about it, the red-haired man's guts fattened up again. Since you guys aren't going to make a move, then I'll destroy your Tao Heavenly sect. Let's see if you'll make a move or not. The red-haired man's face was hideous, and his hands directly erupted with terrifying true chi. Last time, he only used one hand to summon a fire dragon, and this time, he united his hands, and even the aura of space became incomparably scorching. The moment a dragon's head covered in fiery flames emerged muddily in his hand. If you don't come out, I'll beat you until you do. Ha 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 ha. The redhead laughed hideously and maniacally. The fire dragon condensed in his hand suddenly vibrated and shot out. When everyone in the Tao Heavenly clan saw this scene, it was as if a huge mountain had crushed over inside. Those with weaker strength were nearly breathless. Senior Sect Master Xia Zimo covered her chest, her face slightly pale. Trust Senior Uncle. Lin Tianyi was still firm in his eyes. In his mind, Jiang Ming was invincible. It was true that their response this time was a bit hasty, and it was also true that they were careless, but as long as the Tao Heavenly clan was in danger, Senior Uncle would definitely come to the rescue. He believed it unconditionally. Everyone looked at this scene, whether it was Zheng Demon He and the others, or the Tao Heavenly sect's side. They all felt their hearts pounding. They were afraid of the Tao Tian sect's depth, but at the same time, they also felt that the Tao Tian sect was bluffing. And the real way to test whether or not the person who had just made the move existed was to rely on this move. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they only saw the fire dragon gradually approaching the clan. Alas, you were given a chance. Why don't you appreciate it? At this point, located on top of the clan standing sign, a young figure appeared at an unknown time. The moment that fire dragon crashed into him, it was as if it had transformed into an earthworm, and was absorbed into the teenager's sleeve as much as possible. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the scene. What is this avatar? Zheng Demon Meditation, Mo Fong, and the others standing outside felt their heads spinning a bit at the sight of this scene. How could they even think about it? How could someone face such a terrifying might of the heavens and earth and easily take it into their sleeves? A blindfold? But it's impossible to do such a perfect blindfold in front of so many people. Even so, they preferred to believe in barricades. At this moment, the red-haired man stared at Jiang Ming with a deadly gaze. The aura emanating from Jiang Ming's body was very weak. So weak that I'm afraid it was even weaker than the true chi emanating from one of his fingers. Yet it was such a person who managed to easily dissolve his secret technique. It's hard to believe that there's some kind of magic weapon. And who are you? Report your name if you have the guts. The red-haired man was still arrogant. I am the 7th disciple under Li Daotian's door. Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming said blandly. Li Dutin? Zheng Demon He and the others had some doubts in their eyes. Regarding this name, they only felt that it was somewhat familiar. But they couldn't think of where they had heard it before. But, for the red-haired man it was like a bolt from the blue. When he came back to his senses, the red-haired man still laughed maniacally. Trying to bluff me? Li Daotian only took in 7 disciples in total. And I'm unfortunate enough to tell you that 7th disciple is even more demonic than the other 6. Having ascended to the supreme realm as early as 8,000 years ago. Even if you want to pretend, please pretend to be real. It's too easy to recognize. The redhead shook his head slightly. Jiang Ming instead smiled faintly. Oh, I didn't expect that after so many years, there's still someone who remembers me? However, I'm afraid you didn't even have the qualifications to meet me back then. The redhead frowned. What the hell are you trying to say? Jiang Ming laughed. That's just it. Since you don't believe me, I don't have to say much. After saying that, Jiang Ming slowly raised his hand. The red-haired man was instantly shocked. Could it be that they are going to take out some kind of magic treasure again? Just as he was looking around worriedly, an invisible pressure instantly crushed down from above, as if countless huge peaks had directly smashed onto his back, and a mouthful of old blood spewed out as if it didn't need any money. Put! The red-haired man coughed twice, no longer daring to be careless. He revved up his body's true chi. His speed was maximized, and he disappeared in an instant. Oh, burning your own essence blood to briefly increase your strength? Jiang Ming slowly raised his eyes. At this point, the red-haired man kicked at Jiang Ming, but the latter easily dodged it. He then turned around, his pupils nearly pitch black, and his expression was generally frantic as he drew a horizontal sword from behind him at some point. Red Ghost Sword. This was a precious sword that the Red Hong sect had been taught by a master 4,000 years ago, and it was with the Red Ghost Sword that the Red Hong sect was able to gain a firm foothold in the Northwest domain. On this blade, the blood of countless continental powerhouses had long been licked. The Red Ghost Sword is out. it will be returned with bloodlust. Whoever you are, you must stay here today. The red-haired man roared in near madness. After saying that, he gripped the red ghost sword tightly in his hand and chopped out towards Jiang Ming. The harsh dark red blade light, which made a piercing whistling sound in space, landed hard on Jiang Ming. The corner of Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Facing this blade light without dodging or flashing, he merely merged his two fingers together. At this moment, not only the wisp of blade light, but even space collapsed along with it. The red-haired man was greatly appalled in his heart. Just what kind of existence was it that could easily crush space with a lift of a hand? Who the hell are you? The redhead finally relented. Regardless of whether this teenager really had this strength or had some magic treasure hidden in his body, he was not someone he could casually deal with. At that moment, Jiang Ming said still blandly, "Didn't I say that? I am Jiang Ming." End of chapter. He's Jiang Ming? What a joke. It was true that the red-haired man had never seen that seventh son of the Tao heavenly sect that had once been there. But within their Red Hong sect, the deeds that had been circulated were very wide. Even if that seventh son was still alive, he would surely have ascended to the supreme world. If not, he would surely die in this long history. How could he still survive in the Tsongxian continent unharmed? Kid, don't you dare play me. The red-haired man's breath skyrocketed. This time, he was completely mad. Not only him, but even Zhang Demon Meditation and the others who had been hiding at the back. A hint of coldness flashed in their eyes. Together, Zhang Demon He clenched his fists. The strength Jiang Ming had displayed had greatly surprised them, but even the most powerful enemy would have a weakness. Although their strength was not as good as the old sect master, they were at least at the peak of the harmonization. Plus they had stayed so many harmonization stage experts to come. How could they not be able to defeat a mere teenager? The words fell to this. A chill also flashed in the eyes of Mo Fong and the others. This was their only chance, and since they were already immortalized with the Tao Heavenly Sect, the Red Hong sect was their only hope. How could they be turned away because of a teenager? For a moment, Mo Fong and the others, as well as all the elders of the Red Hong sect, surrounded the sky at this moment. Seeing this scene, Lin Tianyi and the others had their guard up. Originally, they were only in a frontal confrontation and they wouldn't have the slightest worry. But Zheng Demon Meditation and these people were so unethical about martial arts that they disregarded their old faces and sneak attacked Jiang Ming. This, without waiting for Lin Tianyi to open his mouth. Jiang Ming, who was located outside of the large formation, sighed and shook his head. Bullying the small with the big isn't something I want to do, so why bother? With that, he raised a hand. The terrifying aura around him instantly dispersed, and instead, a terrifying suppressive force contained by the heavens and earth instantly suppressed all the enemies around him for more than 10 feet to the ground. At this moment, the aura on the Red Hong clan's body dissipated as much as it could, including the red-haired man at the Mahayana stage. His pupils were also lax at this time as he stared straight ahead. Since he had broken through the Mahayana stage, he had boasted that there were few enemies in the world, but had he ever thought that one day, he would be suppressed by such a terrifying existence that he could not breathe a breath of air? He was vaguely shaken inwardly. Could it be that he was really the legendary seventh son of the Tao Heavenly Clan? Otherwise, who else between this heaven and earth could have such terrifying strength? At that moment, Jiang Ming put his hands behind his back, and with the gentle breeze, he arrived in front of the red-haired man, and with a casual grab, the red ghost sword fell into his hands. You! The red-haired man's tiger eyes glared as he desperately tried to struggle. But the more he struggled, the terrifying force that pressed down on him seemed as if it was going to crush his bones, and the pain was incomparable. It's really interesting. I've only been in seclusion for 5,000 years, and those demon sects that once existed are starting to stir up again? Jiang Ming looked at the red ghost sword in his hand and said with amusement. At that moment, Lin Tianyi came to this place. He looked at the person in front of him who had fallen to the ground and could not move, and his heart was overwhelmed with amazement, because when he came here, he didn't have half an abnormal reaction on his body. It was enough to see how skillful Jiang Ming's methods were. Senior uncle, what do you mean by the demon sect you just mentioned? Lin Tianyi asked. Just ask him, Jiang Ming said indifferently. At those words, the red-haired man's heart trembled with a great sense of misfortune. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of it, the red-haired man said through clenched teeth. Can't understand? Let me explain it to you then. Jiang Ming played with the red ghost sword and said indifferently. This knife is called the Red Ghost Knife, built from countless dead bodies to absorb the air of decay and death, forged repeatedly by human blood pouring, and when the final casting is completed, the person who forged this knife will also inject his own life into this knife, forging it into one of the most ferocious ghost knives in the world. The only clan that can have this kind of forging technique is the Blood Demon Sect, which was once active at its peak in the Demon Sect, and the fact that you can burn your essence blood and raise your strength is obviously a secret technique of the Blood Demon Sect as well. Speaking of this, the red-haired man's eyes vaguely had a few more shades of fear in them. He really is the one from the legend, and knows so many secrets. Still refusing to say? It seems like the current devil sect is all tight-lipped. Jiang Ming sighed. The words fell. The sense of oppression around them instantly became violent again. The people who were crushed on the ground had cried out in a ghostly manner, and the sound of their bones breaking could even be faintly heard. Watching this scene, Lin Tianyi felt a sense of oppression in his heart instead. Is this the strength of the truly powerful? Strength that was enough to crush everything, and even Mahayana stage powerhouses could do nothing about it. I say. Suddenly, the red-haired man sprawled on the ground couldn't hold it back any longer and trembled near tears. Wouldn't that have been fine earlier? Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Looking at Jiang Ming's smile, it was like the devil in the red-haired man's eyes. The red-haired man's face was incredibly pale. He was silent for a moment and looked at Jiang Ming and said, But what exactly do you want me to say? Hearing this question, Jiang Ming inexplicably glanced at Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi also glanced at Jiang Ming in surprise. I didn't ask? Jiang Ming asked. I just came. I don't know, Lin Tianyi replied. Did he forget to ask? Ahem. Jiang Ming coughed lightly and said with a serious expression. Why do I even need to ask? Tell me honestly, what's your relationship with the Blood Demon sect, and where did this red ghost sword come from? The red-haired man shuddered and gave a truthful account. 4,000 years ago, I went out to do something. It was also on that trip that I encountered several so-called righteous cultivators obstructing me, and in the nick of time, a senior person rescued me and bestowed me with a book of secret arts as well as this red ghost blade. Having said that, the red-haired man did not continue. After all, after cultivating that secret art, as well as obtaining the red ghost sword, he immediately became a first-rate powerhouse in the Tsongshuan continent, slaughtering countless decent people. When such words are spoken, one is only afraid of dying a violent death on the spot. At this point, Jiang Ming frowned and said, Just nothing? The red-haired man nodded his head. I really only have this point of interaction with that high person, and if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have even known that he was from the Blood Demon sect. I still hope that immortal honor will let me live, and I will never step into the Tao Heavenly sect again in this life. Looking at the red-haired man's expression, Jiang Ming could also sense that the other party didn't look like they were lying. Could it be that the Blood Demon sect's current people were so generous that they would give away their own secret techniques when they saw the Demon sect's faction, and even gave each other their own absolute immortal weapons? You wouldn't believe a dog if you told him. Lift your head and let me see, Jiang Ming said as he grabbed the red-haired man. The redhead looked up honestly. At that moment, a beam of golden light flashed out of Jiang Ming's eyes, as if it had directly penetrated into the other party's body, and then he closed his eyes. So that's how it is. The Blood Demon sect's people are really shameless, Jiang Ming sneered. Subsequently, the red-haired man in his hands instantly turned into a mass of nothingness. The entire large living person, in Jiang Ming's hands, left no remains behind. End of chapter. This instant, not only the red-haired man, including Jing Demon Underworld, Mo Fong and the others behind him all turned into nothingness, as if they had never come to the Tao Heavenly sect. Seeing this image, Lin Tianyi's entire body was speechless with surprise. Senior uncle, are you killing them all? Lin Tianyi's voice trembled a little. To be able to obliterate so many powerful existences without a sound, he had never seen it in his entire life. At this moment, Jiang Ming said indifferently, you may not know how cruel the Blood Demon sect was in our time. By doing this, I'm kind of giving them a relief. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. As for what Jiang Ming said, it wasn't nonsense. He had just sensed a red bloodworm slumbering inside the red-haired man, and this bloodworm was a common tactic used by the Blood Demon sect, parasitizing the bloodworms in a person's body. When that person becomes stronger and stronger, it will pull the bloodworms, starting from that person's dantian and gnawing all the way to the bone marrow, and that feeling is 10,000 times more painful than death. Instead of letting the Blood Demon sect's people have their way, it would be better to erase these people with their own hands. You'll end up suffering that pain anyway, so you might as well just die by your own hand. After resolving the red-haired man, a golden residual page emerged on the ground. Heaven's Way Remnant Pages. I didn't expect that someone from the Red Hong sect would also have a Heavenly Tao Remnant page on them. Lin Tianyi took a deep breath. Putting the Heavenly Tao Remnant page away, Jiang Ming casually tossed it to Lin Tianyi. Put it away. It's basically useless until it's collected, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Yes, Lin Tianyi nodded heavily. Alas, when will you guys grow up some? Everything needs me to personally take action. How can you comprehend the great Tao this way? Jiang Ming yawned, waved his hand and said, Alright, I'm going back. Don't bother me if there's nothing going on. After saying that, Jiang Ming's figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at where Jiang Ming had disappeared, Lin Tianyi and the others shook their heads with bitter smiles. They also wanted to become stronger. But how could they rapidly increase their strength in a short period of time? Not to mention the fact that the other party was another Mahayana stage powerhouse. In the Tsangzhuan continent, the existence of such old monsters was few and far between. But this also gave Lin Tianyi a wake-up call. In the future, the use of large formations will need to be studied more, so that if this type of problem occurs in the future, it will be possible to prepare for it. Empty Island. Jiang Ming landed next to the hut and pulled out the red ghost sword in his hand. Blood Demon Clan. Jiang Ming murmured the name of this clan. He was familiar with this sect. Although the Blood Demon sect was destroyed by other sects at that time, the price paid was also extremely painful, and the Blood Demon sect's deeds have never been heard of since then. In fact, when you think about it, whether it is the Blood Demon sect or the Hall of Locked Lobes, it is reasonable to say that it should have been destroyed 10,000 years ago. Even if there is still a remnant, it is only lingering, not a big deal. But after he had closed himself up for 5,000 years, once those demonic clans that had originally been destroyed had surfaced one after another. Could it be that they are also for that Heavenly Tao Remnant page? Jiang Ming frowned and murmured in a low voice. The information on the Heavenly Tao Remnant page was certainly important, and the immortal chi in it was indeed of great benefit to the locked Luo Palace. However, it didn't seem to be of much use to the Blood Demon sect to be correct. What is their real purpose? Jiang Ming was never able to come up with an answer. Songxian Continent, a deserted island to the east. This deserted island looked to be about the size of a village, on which even the weeds were almost washed away by the sea. No one would have thought that under this deserted island, there is a great deal. Below the deserted island hid a dark underground world, and countless torches hung from the walls to light up the place, illuminating the many black ceramic pots and jars. In the depths of these black ceramic pots, there are about 7 people sitting around a white stone disc. All 7 of them are draped in a piece of black robe. Cannot see the appearance of the original, just sitting in the sub, like a dead body without any movement. Suddenly, a black-robed man sitting at the very top suddenly twitched his fingers, and immediately afterward, he revealed a wisp of his white beard, and a mouthful of old blood suddenly spewed out of his mouth. Upon hearing this subtle voice, the other 6 were startled and hurriedly got up to assist them. Grand Elder, are you all right? What happened? 6 people came forward to assist. After about 10 breaths, the black-robed man with the flowery white beard was only slightly better. He once again settled down and calmed the chaotic breath in his body before slowly saying, "A corpse compulsion that I cultivated 4,000 years ago. Fong severed his breath from me, and even until the last moment, the corpse compulsion had not fed back half of its true chi back." What? How is this possible? The 6 of them were taken aback for a moment. They knew that the strength of the Grand Elders' means in selecting and placing bloodworms was by no means comparable to theirs. They had even heard about the bloodworms that had been released 4,000 years ago, and even in the recent past that Corpse Parasite had managed to break through to the Mahayana stage, and everyone was very happy. This was because a Mahayana stage corpse compass was undoubtedly capable of awakening their blood demon sect's disciples. Once again, therefore, they intended to let this corpse compass stabilize its realm a bit more before invoking the bloodworm to devour it. In this way, the gains they would be able to obtain would be enormous. But who wouldn't have thought that at such a critical moment, this corpse compulsion had severed its breath from the Grand Elder? Break off the breath, and it's doomed to a downfall. That's death. One person said, as this Taoist barrier has long been different from the past, the Sanchuan continent nowadays is withering in power, and the existence of the Mahayana stage is supposedly few enemies. How could it suddenly cut off its breath? Another person also nodded. Right, and even if that person was killed, the bloodworms would be able to immediately awaken to devour his cultivation. Flesh and blood. How could half of his true chi not be fed back? The crowd was taken aback for a moment. Even if that corpse compass had been killed, it couldn't have been killed so cleanly that it was gone even before the bloodworms could devour it, right? At this time, the Grand Elder slowly said, unless someone has detected the existence of bloodworms. Upon hearing this news, everyone fell silent. Sensing the presence of bloodworms? How is this possible? The bloodworm scent was almost hidden in the cultivator's dantian and grew along with the person, almost as if even the scent would blend in with the person. Not to mention now, even if placed 10,000 years ago, there might not be a few people who could detect it. How can there still be this kind of existence alive in today's continent? However, none of them dared to speak, because as things stood, only this point that the Grand Elder had said could be explained. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder slowly stood up and said, "It's a pity to lose a precious corpse compass, but that corpse compass has absorbed the blood and souls of countless cultivators with the red ghost sword, and the grand plan we've been planning for thousands of years is about to be accomplished, so we mustn't spoil the big event at this node." As long as we can awaken the Blood Demon King, our Blood Demon sect will be able to sweep across the Tsongshin continent, stand at the very top of the continent once again. Speaking of this, underneath the Grand Elder's black robe, a pair of crimson pupils were revealed, which were incomparably deep. Let's have a wave of recommendations and favorites. End of chapter. Taoist Heavenly Sect. After a few days of separation, the smell of unease permeated up and down the Tao Heavenly Sect. After the Black Dragon sect's provocation earlier, followed by the attack that came back from the Tao Discourse Conference, and then the Red Hong sect's attack on the sect a few days ago, everyone felt a tinge of uneasiness. However, when the Red Hong sect came to their door, the protector formation displayed by the Tao Heavenly Sect had truly shocked the sect's disciples. In particular, they seemed to hear a voice that day that they had never heard before. Hey, I heard that on that empty island in the sky, there is an extremely high-ranking elder of our Tao Heavenly Sect. You just found out. Ha! Everyone has been spreading the word for a long time since we crushed the Red Hong sect that day. Why do you think that elder never showed up? Strong people naturally have the pride of strong people. How could they possibly meet with bottom disciples like us? The disciples within the Tao Heavenly Sect exchanged information about what had happened a few days ago. While uneasy, he held great reverence for Jiang Ming, who had suddenly appeared that day. And because of this, they shifted their curious gazes above the empty island floating in the clouds. Empty island. Achoo. Jiang Ming touched his nose and muttered, strange, how can I still sneeze when I'm an emperor immortal? After taking care of the fruit trees and vegetables, Jiang Ming sighed. To be honest, he was really a bit reluctant to part with these things he had grown with his own hands. Time may not be saved, but he's also basically putting his thoughts on these vegetables as a way of proving that he's alive. But he thought long and hard about it. Nowadays, the Tsanchuan continent looked calm on the surface, but in the shadows, there was a storm. Even Lin Tianyi, who had lived the longest within the Tao Heavenly Sect, knew nothing about the Locked Luo Palace and the Blood Demon Sect. When had Lin Nianjie colluded with the Lock Robe Palace? And were there still remnants of the Lock Robe Palace? The Red Hong sect had been colluding with the Blood Demon Sect for at least 4,000 years, and the continent was surprisingly unaware of any news about them. Jiang Ming had to sigh at how little the current continent knew about the outside world. Since the brothers and sisters have ascended one after another, the Tao Heavenly Sect has almost cut off the many forces outside, living in a corner to protect itself. So much for the Tao Tian sect. What about the other clans? The Locked Luo Palace didn't even manage to uproot you back then. It seems that I was still too young back then. Jiang Ming sighed. With his strength, it was almost as easy to take care of the Locked Luo Palace and the Blood Demon sect. But now the Tao Heavenly Sect was naturally famous on the continent after many battles. Once the Tao Heavenly Sect's reputation rose again, for those rats, they would definitely be on guard. In that case, it would be very tricky to find each other's tracks. The Devil Sect not only acted ruthlessly, but also had an equally wide variety of means of self-preservation. Since they had been hiding and refusing to come out, they must have been so wary because they were afraid that those old men who had once destroyed their clan were still alive. As such, he could not expose himself to others as the Tao Heavenly Clan. It seems that one can only go out and look for news themselves personally. Jiang Ming pondered. Uncle Sherfu. At this time, Lin Tianyi came up here, and the first time he saw Jiang Ming, he respectfully clasped his fists. Jiang Ming looked back and nodded. You're here just in time. There's something I want to talk to you about. Lin Tianyi paused and asked. Please speak, senior uncle. If there's anything I can do, I'll definitely serve with all my might. Jiang Ming smiled and waved his hand. It's not that eye-catching. I just wanted to tell you that I might have to leave the Tao Heavenly Sect for a while. Lin Tianyi froze. Jiang Ming is leaving the Tao Heavenly Sect? It was like a bolt from the blue for them. Ever since Jiang Ming had come out, the Tao Heavenly Sect had faced multiple challenges before it was able to resolve them. Unconfidently, if Jiang Ming hadn't come out, the Tao Heavenly Sect would have only been destroyed in his hands. So to him, Jiang Ming was not only the trust of the older generation, but also the existence of the Tao Tian sect's guardian god in general. This couldn't help but make Lin Tianyi question a little in his mind. If Jiang Ming once left the Tao Heavenly Clan, would they still be able to protect the Tao Heavenly Clan? Lin Tianyi was silent for a moment and inquired, is it because of those demonic sects? Jiang Ming replied, that's right. Those remaining members of the demon sect have been hiding in the shadows for many years and are acting more cautiously than before. If I keep on being in the Tao Tian sect, sooner or later I will be detected. Having said that, Lin Tianyi also understood. Facing this kind of devil sect from the ancient times, one could only rely on Jiang Ming alone. The Tao Heavenly Sect seemed to be a first-rate force on the continent nowadays, but when dealing with those ancient demon sects, it was stretched to the limit. But don't worry guys, it's just going out for a while. I've survived for over 10,000 years, let alone just that much time. Moreover, The Tao Heavenly Sect should also grow slowly on its own. Our era has ended. Now, it is the era that belongs to you, Jiang Ming said with a smile. Senior uncle. Lin Tianyi felt quite emotional inside. Don't worry, if the Tao Heavenly Sect is in trouble, senior uncle, I won't sit idly by, Jiang Ming said indifferently. With that, he pointed his finger out of thin air. 3 jade orders appeared in his hands, as well as pills all over the ground. Seeing this scene, even as the head of a clan, Lin Tianyi felt incredulous. These are all pills that help with breakthroughs in cultivation. As for these 3 jade orders, there's an aura I injected inside. If the clan is in trouble, I'll be the first to rush back to the clan if I crush the jade orders. Jiang Ming handed the jade orders to the other party. Lin Tianyi held the jade order in his hand, and his heart made up its mind. Tianyi will definitely live up to the expectations of senior uncle. Lin Tianyi cupped his fists and said, You're welcome. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. By the way, before you leave, is there anything else you want to ask or say? Lin Tianyi took a deep breath, and he did have a question he wanted to ask. There is indeed a question I would like to ask Uncle Shifu. Lin Tianyi said, Actually, I've always wanted to see the true strength of my senior uncle. Speaking of this, there was a look of anticipation in Lin Tianyi's eyes. Since the beginning, he felt that the strength Jiang Ming had displayed was definitely more than what he seemed to have. Every time he felt that Jiang Ming was in danger, he would turn the situation around again in a crushing manner. This powerful strength had never been displayed even by his master. Looking at Lin Tianyi's expectant eyes, Jiang Ming smiled and shook his head. All right. After saying that, Jiang Ming put his hand on Lin Tianyi's shoulder. A twist. Lin Tianyi instantly felt a murmur of boredom in his heart. And immediately afterward, what he saw in front of him was unexpectedly a barren starfield. This is... Lin Tianyi's heart was incomparably shocked. He had left the Zhongxian continent to travel to the outside universe. And with the immortal law barrier he was able to block the various harmful ingredients brought by the universe. But this state would not last long, and it would be difficult to operate the true qi in his body. Besides, how did he get here? See that star field up ahead? At that moment, Jiang Ming's voice sounded in Lin Tianyi's mind. He hasn't reacted yet. At this moment, a translucent blue-white longsword had surfaced in Jiang Ming's hand, and in the next second, he chopped through an invisible sword qi towards the front, causing the cosmic space to begin to tremble. Boom boom boom. In an instant, countless stars thumped and exploded. The power that was induced emitted a huge wave of air, sweeping wave after wave amongst this star river. Not only that, after the first batch of astral bodies were chopped open, the subsequent countless astral bodies were chopped and exploded one after another. The energy of each star roared madly through the universe, bringing with it a coloration that nearly lit up the otherwise dark universe in general. Was this Jiang Ming's true strength? End of chapter. Just one sword. It can then cut through the entire star river. Was this Jiang Ming's true strength? In the blink of an eye, they once again returned to the Tao Heavenly Sect. Yet Lin Tianyi still couldn't calm down for a long time. Rumor has it that a great power at the transitional succession stage has the power of the laws to invoke the might of the heavens and earth. And with this power, it is even capable of destroying an entire continent. Of course, this is just a story that has been passed down through the generations. However, after seeing Jiang Ming's means today, he realized that even those stories became insignificant with the power he possessed in Jiang Ming. As long as he wanted to, the Zhongxian continent could be destroyed with the lift of a hand. What a power it is! How does it feel to see it now? This was Jiang Ming, who was standing at the side, asked with a faint smile. Being asked this question, Lin Tianyi then slowed down and hurriedly took a deep breath of air. It's me who was too short-sighted. I'm afraid that the strength of senior uncle is difficult to match even for the immortals of the upper realm. Lin Tianyi arched his hand and said. At those words, Jiang Ming didn't reply. It was because he was so powerful that there was no possibility of falling since his own aversion began. It would be a loneliness if no one capable of ending him existed in the higher worlds either. However, in the information given by the remnants of the Heavenly Tao page, the hope within Jiang Ming's heart gradually amplified. I'm afraid that the higher world after the ascension has the emergence of existences that are more powerful than immortals. In any case, he would like to see for himself in the future how powerful that so-called higher dimensional existence was. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. And as for my strength, try not to say anything about it if you can, Jiang Ming said. I understand. Lin Tianyi nodded heavily. Looking at the appearance, Jiang Ming was also relieved. Taoist Heavenly Sect. He had stayed for a full 10,000 years, and he knew almost every mountain and tree in this area. Originally, he also wanted to bury himself in this native land, but in the end, he could not do what he wanted. Since this is the case, it will then go out to deal with those tales that were not cleaned up back then, which is also considered to be for the Tao Heavenly Sect's future path. More unimpeded it. After saying that, Jiang Ming slowly walked to the edge of the empty island and looked out at the familiar sect. Seeing this scene, Lin Tianyi's heart was also a bit disturbed. Ever since he was picked up by his master, he had been living in the Tao Heavenly Sect since the beginning, and it had been a full 5,000 years now. However, this senior uncle, who had lived in the Tao Heavenly Sect for only a much longer period of time, could imagine what kind of existence the Tao Heavenly Sect was to him. Right. Suddenly, Jiang Ming suddenly turned around and said, "After I leave, you guys help me take care of these vegetables and fruit trees, and when they mature, just leave me a share." Lin Tianyi froze and nodded. "Ha, oh, okay." After saying that, Jiang Ming smiled faintly, and his figure suddenly disappeared from view. Watching Jiang Ming leave, Lin Tianyi had an indescribable feeling in his heart. That feeling was like the scene when he had watched his own master, and the other masters and uncles, ascend with his own eyes. To him, the Tao Heavenly Sect was his home, and his masters and uncles were his elders, and watching them leave the Tao Heavenly Sect one by one was never very good in his heart. Even though he had lived for 5,000 years, his heart was still hard to be at peace. "Don't worry, Master, we will definitely put the Tao Heavenly Sect's position at the top of the continent once again." Lin Tianyi's eyes flashed with light, his heart incomparably determined. After leaving the Tao Heavenly Sect, Jiang Ming didn't know where he should go for a while. To be honest, ever since the incident 10,000 years ago, he had rarely left the sect. Due to self-blame, thinking that he had failed to protect his disciple, he began to desperately seclude himself to enhance his strength. And when he came out of seclusion, there was no longer any enemy in the world. After all these years, he had no idea how many of the forces he used to be familiar with were left. The continent nowadays has really changed a lot. Jiang Ming lamented. He didn't choose to ride a flying sword or directly use the power of laws to teleport to another place. To him, the current him was no longer the once invincible first-generation disciple of the Tao Heavenly Sect, but an ordinary person. Life would be much more boring if everything was solved by brute force. Anyway, it's excellent to have so much time to see the world. Jiang Ming was also considered to be open-minded. The Xuanxue sect. Yi Xian ended up leaning on the green jade python chair, dragging his head with one hand. Very bored. To him, those male favorites that were too weak to play for a few days died, and this life was just too boring. However, it was difficult to find new male favorites, and as for those disciples who were quite strong, it was very difficult to get their hands on them, which made him very distressed. At that moment, an elder hurriedly arrived at the main hall. Reporting to the patriarch, a disciple of the Tao Heavenly Sect went down the mountain alone, and according to what I've investigated, that person is the young man who appeared in the Tao Heavenly Sect some time ago. The elder reported one by one. "Oh, he really came down the mountain alone?" Yi Xian Terminal raised an eyebrow, a touch of playfulness surfacing on his demonic cheeks. 1,000 times over. Nothing worth caring about except for a mediocre saber on his person, the elder added. At those words, Yi Xian finally licked the corner of his mouth with interest. For that young man, he had wanted it for a long time. Nay, Lin Tianyi had not only reached the harmonization stage in strength, he had also wasted Lin Nianjie when everyone in the Dao discussion assembly was in a coma. This kind of strength made him not dare to have any prying eyes on the Tao Heavenly Sect. But this time, that teenager who had been following Lin Tianyi around would actually leave the Tao Heavenly Sect alone, which was indeed a good opportunity. "Have you investigated his true strength?" Yi Xian finally said in a deep voice. We have checked for a long time. This son only has the strength of the Qi practicing stage, but we haven't seen him personally. We can't rule out the possibility that he has some kind of magic treasure on him that suppresses his breath," the elder replied. Practicing Qi stage. Yi Xian finally frowned. Logically speaking, since it was someone who was valued by Lin Tianyi, his strength could never be so low. If it was really that weak, he honestly couldn't bring himself to be interested. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian finally said indifferently, "Send a few disciples forward to the places he must pass through. Induce him to strike, and feel out where his true strength lies. I don't want to have just captured it and have it played out on me again." Speaking of this, Yi Xian finally licked the corners of his mouth as a greedy flavor surfaced on his face. "As you wish." Yando City. This place was located in the south of the Tao Heavenly Clan, and was the closest small city inhabited by humans to the Tao Heavenly Clan. The reason why Jiang Ming chose to come here was to see how people live nowadays, and on the other hand, to inquire about some strange news, or to facilitate his next plan of action. As soon as he entered Yongdao City, Jiang Ming was surprised by the bustle in front of him. Countless lofts are exquisite and incomparable, and the streets and alleys are even more lively. Some stores are decorated with lights and colors, and there are also many martial artists who come and go on the avenue and discuss interesting things with others. It seems that people nowadays don't need the shelter of a clan to live well. Jiang Ming sighed with relief. After saying that, Jiang Ming's gaze then looked towards one of the more lively inns and took large strides towards it. There's another one tonight. How about some more reviews and recommendations? End of chapter. Inside the inn, many men and women were sitting at the table in a lively manner, eating and drinking, and the cheerful atmosphere was so lively. Looking at the situation in here, Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. If it was more than 10,000 years ago, mortals would never have such a lively scene. After all, just to avoid the attacks of demonic beasts would be enough to make them tremble with fear all day long. I have to say, life is really much better for mortals now than it used to be. This guest, please come inside. Would you like something to eat? Our inn has many far-famed signature dishes, such as elbow and sauce and spicy diced rabbit. Whether it's flying in the sky, walking on the ground, or swimming in the water, we have it all here. With an incomparably confident smile on his face, Junior patted his chest and said. When Jiang Ming heard this, he laughed along. That's a lot of talk, but I don't need to eat, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Ever since he had practiced grain cultivation, he had never needed to eat again. The earthly grains and cereals were conversely detrimental to the dantian for cultivators. That was why he hadn't eaten food since more than 10,000 years ago. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the junior also froze for a moment, then said, the guest looks like he's from out of town, right? Today is our Yongdao city's big day. The Liang family and the Yu family, two big family marriage, packaged all the inns and taverns in the city. All dishes and food are free of charge. The guest, this is not to ask for some good luck. Anyway, it's all free. Junior wiped his hands and said with a smile. Jiang Ming was a bit surprised when he heard this. I didn't expect that he had just arrived at Yongdao City, but he had actually encountered such a good thing. So it seemed that today's luck was indeed quite good. Alright then, serve me a good wine and just make 2 random dishes, Jiang Ming said. Okay, guest, please go inside. Xiao smiled and led the way. Coming to a narrower table in the corner, Jiang Ming was sitting alone and it was relatively quiet. Here, one could also see just how prosperous the business of this inn was. There were hardly a few places in the entire inn that still lacked a seat, and the people at each table were talking to each other happily. Watching this scene, Jiang Ming's mood seemed to be much more pleasant. Hey, why do you think the Yu family is so eager to marry their daughter to the Liang family? At least the Yu family is a first-class family in our Yongdao city. That's the right person to ask. I do know some inside information. What's the inside story? Tell me? At this time, the table of people sitting to Jiang Ming's right were drinking wine while talking about the Liang and Yu families. The man took a sip of his drink and laughed as KK talked. Some time ago, the Liang family's young son was taken a fancy to the Xianmei sect. In today's continent, the Xianmei sect is a resounding first-rate sect, and even though it is both good and evil, but for the Liang family, isn't this disguised as getting involved with the Xianmei sect? Originally, there wasn't much difference in strength between the Liang family and the Yu family, and now that the Liang family has embraced the thighs of the Xianmei sect, naturally their eyes are set on the Yu family's only youngest daughter. And I heard that the Yu family requirements are also high. The Liang family this time to propose marriage. It is estimated that they also have to give a large amount of bride price. Do you think that the Yu family's daughter is so good to marry? The man who knew the inside story sipped his wine and explained with a knowing expression. Now with the shelter of the lineage, ordinary people can live very peacefully in the city. However, to ordinary people, clan powers, especially powerful clan powers, remained a level that was hard to reach, especially now, during the period of a weakened aura. If they wanted to stand out from the crowd, they needed to show very strong natural abilities, otherwise they could only honestly stay in the city and be peaceful as a bottom-layer mortal. Being able to get involved with a sect, especially a first-rate sect, was undoubtedly a great honor for a small city like theirs. When I'm rich too, I'll go and propose too. Just you? Thinking about it is beautiful. Might as well wait for that day when you are lucky enough to be seen by any clan as well before you daydream. It's not just an off-the-cuff comment. With that, they began to eat and drink again for good measure. As he listened, the youngest waiter quickly brought up the wine and rice. Jiang Ming took a look, and the food was not bad. Sir, you eat and drink well, and if you need anything, just order me anytime. Xiao smiled and finished, and with all the wind, he started to go to other places to yell. Looking at the 3 plates of good food laid out in front of him, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel inwardly that how long had it been since he'd had a bite of real hot food? Thinking of this, Jiang Ming picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of meat to taste. At once, the tender meat and the seasoning on it instantly spread in the mouth, and the fat but not greasy texture with the very fresh sauce is like the whole person is breathing in the purest scent of the grassland. This, Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had found the meaning of living. What kind of a mortal doesn't eat grains? Bull asterisk. With such delicious food overflowing in your mouth. Isn't this more sensual than the boring days of cultivating immortality? Having tasted his first meal after more than 10,000 years, Jiang Ming immediately buried his head in his mouth and ate the wine altar and whatnot directly, hugged up and drank. This behavior was like someone who hadn't eaten for a few days in the eyes of the others. This little brother is eating too much. Who cares? We didn't pay for everything today. Come on, let's drink ours. Drink! The wine is over. Without realizing it, Jiang Ming had empty plates in front of him, and the junior who had seen Jiang Ming at the beginning was also sweating a bit. Originally thought that Jiang Ming just came to join in the fun. Did not expect to eat up more exaggerated than those martial artists. The key, he looked at Jiang Ming's body type is not strong. How the stomach can accommodate so many things, but he didn't care. After all, the more these people consumed, the more they made at the inn. Watching Jiang Ming finish his meal, the junior hurriedly came forward and smiled. Did you have a good meal, customer? Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Junior smiled nervously. Inside, I thought, you're eating like you haven't eaten in 3 days, but you're not bad, are you? After all, ever since he started working as a junior, he had never seen a master who could eat so well. Right. I want to inquire about something, Jiang Ming asked. If you say so, customer. Within this Yongdao city, I am still quite well informed. Junior confidently patted his chest and replied. Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. I would like to ask, which power is so generous that it can allow the entire city to beg for food? Xiao Er smiled. Guests from the outside may not know this happy event, but also the Yu family had personally opened the door. Today all the consumption of the whole city, all underwritten by the Yu family, can be said to be the real wealth. Oh, hearing this news, Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. But I heard just now that it was someone from the Liang family who proposed marriage, so how come it was someone from the Yu family who paid the bill? Jiang Ming asked with interest. Hearing these words from Jiang Ming, the junior shivered. Ouch! Little brother has to be careful with such words, Xiao Er said in a panic. One more chapter for the new month. End of chapter. Why? Jiang Ming clasped his hands, not quite understanding what Xiao Er meant. Xiao Er stood at the side with a bitter look on his face. Guest, why do you have to ask this? I'm just a part-time worker. I can't say anything about the world's families outside. Jiang Ming smiled faintly and casually threw out a spirit stone from his storage bag. When Xiao Er looked at it, he immediately brightened up, panicked and fiery. He put the spirit stone in his hand, carefully examined it, and then put it into his pocket. In the next second, he immediately sat beside Jiang Ming with a heartless grin, then looked around in an eastward direction before looking squarely at Jiang Ming. Your Excellency is indeed not a normal person. Then I will tell you all that I know, Xiao Er said in a half-veiled manner. The matter between the Liang family and the Yu family is actually not as simple as it seems, and the reason why the Yu family married their own daughter to the Liang family this time is actually for the immortal family's treasure. Jiang Ming frowned. Immortal treasures? Xiao Er sighed and continued. Gongzi, please listen to me. A few months ago, a cave appeared outside of Yongdao City, and both the Liang family and the Yu family had gone in, but only one person came out, and that was the young son of the Liang family. Now, the Liang family's young male child is so talented that he's even been spotted by the Xianmei sect. That young male student has also long been coveting the Yu family's young lady for a long time. So the Yu family promised the Liang family that as long as the Liang family sends the treasures in the cave to their door as a bride price, they will marry their own daughter to him. Compared to the immortal's treasure, what is this mundane money? What do you say, my lord? At those words, Jiang Ming understood a bit. To put it bluntly, it's a deal between two major families. Originally, he wanted to borrow the news from the inn to inquire about the current situation of the worldly family. After all, it had been too long since he had been in contact with the outside world. I didn't realize that after so many years, this old habit of the world's families remained unchanged. Xiao Er, bring us all the good wine and food you have here. At that moment, 4 people came strutting in from outside the inn. The 4 of them uniformly wore a gray and black practice uniform, and all of them had a clear clan seal on their chests. After walking in, everyone made way, and the originally lively atmosphere. After seeing these 4 people, everyone also became respectful and spoke in a much lower voice. Seeing this, the waiter also hurriedly greeted them. Please wait for the 4 gentlemen. We'll bring you all the good food and wine right away. The 4 of them smiled coldly and raised their heads condescendingly, saying, hurry up and go. Don't make us wait impatiently. Xiao Er nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken. Good Lu master. With that, he walked back in a fiery hurry. Jiang Ming swept a glance at the 4. The strength of these 4 people was almost exclusively at the early stage of foundation establishment, and even if they were placed in the sect, it was estimated that they were only at the bottom of the hierarchy. But in the mundane world, even a foundation stage disciple would have notable strength. After all, no matter how many years had passed, the truth that the strongest would always remain unchanged. Looking at the empty plates piled up in front of him, Jiang Ming picked up his sword and turned towards the outside of the inn. This movement immediately caught the attention of those four. Senior brother. This kid looks as if he's the one the elders want us to find? It seems to be true. The elder wants us to test his strength. I didn't expect that this guy is really only at the chi practicing stage. Humph. Doesn't that mean this mission was easy? Hurry up and finish processing and go back to collect your reward. The leading disciple smiled smugly and signaled a wink at the three. With that, the four of them stood up and stopped in front of Jiang Ming with large strides. Jiang Ming looked up with a slightly odd expression on his face. Several people. We know each other? Jiang Ming asked. Little brother. Which school are you from? This sword looks pretty good to me. Lend it to us to play with? The leading disciple said with a haughty expression as he clasped his hands. They were all foundation establishment stage cultivators, and they might not be considered any disciples with high strength in the Manhwa sect, but for those in the chi practicing stage, they were still very confident. Moreover, the elder had asked them to come here specifically to test Jiang Ming's strength, so naturally, they couldn't miss this opportunity. At this moment, they looked at Jiang Ming with icy gazes. As long as Jiang Ming resisted, they would be the first to strike. You guys want it, so here you go. After saying that, Jiang Ming handed out his sword, then right straight towards the door. The Shenmei sect disciple who had received the sword froze for quite a while. He hadn't reacted at all to what had just happened. Why would Jiang Ming take such an initiative to give him his sword? Couldn't Jiang Ming see that they had come to deliberately pick a fight? Wait! Stop right there! Soon after, that Shenmei sect disciple immediately called out to Jiang Ming, and he grabbed a hand directly on Jiang Ming's shoulder. Just as his hand touched Jiang Ming's shoulder for a moment, Jiang Ming swept his gaze back coldly. That Shenmo sect disciple immediately felt a twitch in his heart and hastily withdrew his hand. Anything else? Jiang Ming asked. The lead disciple didn't say anything. At this time, the disciple behind him shouted. What is it? You want to leave before we've even finished speaking? Are you not giving face to our Shenmei sect? When these words came out, the eyes of the people around them changed color. The Xuanchu's sect. This was the first great sect that everyone was talking about lately. It was also the fact that the young master of the Liang family had been favored by the Shenmei sect, so the Liang family had been in the limelight lately, and even the Yu family had to give a few moments of face. I didn't expect that the Xinhua sect, which they had been discussing, would even take the initiative to send someone to Yongdao City today. Looking at the shocked expressions of the people around them, the three disciples standing at the front were very pleased with themselves. The three words of the Xianxian underworld sect were the most licensed identity to them. Even though they were the disciples at the lowest level of the Xinhua sect, out here, they were the existences that stood at the very top. A mere chi practicing stage brat. As long as he heard the three big words Shenmei sect, wouldn't he still have to obediently bow down to them? You're from the Shenmei sect? Jiang Ming frowned. What? You know you're afraid, right? Don't think that just because you've stepped into chi practicing, you can walk sideways. There are too many people in the world who are stronger than you. The disciple of the Xiandi sect said arrogantly. Nice words, but I'm not interested in you guys. Jiang Ming swept a glance at the four and continued to walk towards the door. Seeing this, those three Shendo sect disciples were very dissatisfied in their hearts. In the clan they are often oppressed by others, and now in the world, they will still be looked down upon by a mere chi practicing stage kid. If it is passed back, how can they still see people? You boys are toast, aren't you? Saying that, the three of them directly surrounded them. The person in the lead made an immediate decision. And with a hint of true chi wrapped around his fist, he just smashed it hard towards Jiang Ming. However, next, everyone didn't have time to react, only to see Jiang Ming's hand grabbing the opponent's fist at an unknown time, and in the moment of grabbing it, he slapped all of his true chi away, and the latter's face instantly turned pale. It's too weak. I really don't have much interest, Jiang Ming said indifferently. End of chapter. Too weak? Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Xinhua sect felt a fiery pain on their faces. Although the chi practicing stage was able to do so by drawing chi into the body, it could only help to strengthen the physical body to strengthen its strength. The foundation stage, on the other hand, is truly able to achieve the release of true chi, using true chi to release spells, and the spells released are more powerful than the chi practicing stage by a long shot. However, their punch with the flow of true chi just now was directly dissolved by such a simple palm from Jiang Ming, and even the true chi he had released was slapped out. What does that mean? How powerful Jiang Ming's fleshly body was? I'm only afraid that he had a deeper level of attainment in forging the body than they did. But, chi practicing stage is chi practicing stage. Even if your physical body is as strong as you are, it's impossible to defeat the foundation establishment stage. The disciple of the Xiandi sect was infuriated, and he immediately released as much of his true chi as he could from his body. The surrounding people immediately hid far away when they saw this scene. For a moment, the 4 disciples of the Xianmei sect surrounded Jiang Ming in a group. The true qi emanating from their bodies was aggressive, and even the air was filled with a blazing battle intent. Arrogant brat. Now I'll let you know the difference between foundation establishment and qi practicing. With that, the 4 of them raised their feet and struck out at the same time. At this time, Jiang Ming remained motionless, his gaze calmly looking at the 4. Boo! Right at this moment, a powerful aura swept around Jiang Ming, and those 4 Xianmei sect disciples were immediately forced to take several steps back, only to stabilize themselves against the doorway. What a guy! The Xianmo sect disciple covered his chest, his face a bit ugly. They could sense that it wasn't Jiang Ming who had struck out, but someone else. At that moment, there was a middle-aged man standing beside Jiang Ming. The man's face wasn't fierce. Instead, he arched his hand at the 4 people from the Xianmei sect with a harmonious attitude. Seeing this middle-aged man, the guests hiding in the corner seemed to get a respite. My friend, today is a day of great joy for my Yongdao city, so please treat peace as an honor and don't hurt the peace. The middle-aged man kindly cupped his fists and said. The 4 disciples glanced at each other, and they didn't seem to want to give up. After all, they had come here to test Jiang Ming's depths. Now that the target is right in front of us, how can we just say we're going to stop? And who are you? The Xiandi sect disciple said in a cold voice. I am Yu Zhentian, the middle-aged man said respectfully. Yu Chentian? The Xianxian underworld sect disciple raised an eyebrow. Their first task in coming on this trip was to deal with Jiang Ming, and the second was to bring together the 2 major family forces in Yongdao City. For the Liang family they didn't need to care too much. After all, the young master of the Liang family was favored by their Xianmei sect, and it was effortless to pull them together. The key lies in the Yu family, and they learned that Yu Zhentian was the head of the Yu family, and his strength had even reached the late Jindan stage. I didn't think they would be so lucky to run into the duo of Jiang Ming and Yu Zhentian just because they wanted to come here for a meal. Thinking of this, the leading disciple smiled and came forward. So it's the Yu family master. I've heard about you for a long time, and today's sight is truly extraordinary. My name is Chao Ming, a disciple of the Xiandi sect. I've met the Yu family master. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhentian also smiled back and said, so they are the honored guests of the Xiandi sect. Since we all know each other here, I would like to ask the 4 of you to give Mr. Yu a favor, so as not to hurt the peace. The corners of Chao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he nodded. Since family master Yu has said so, naturally, my juniors can't spoil the fun. After saying that, Chao Ming led the people towards the inn. As he walked past Jiang Ming, Chao Ming directly threw back the sword that Jiang Ming had given him earlier, and then his gaze landed on Jiang Ming from time to time with a rather ferocious intent. These people. Jiang Ming frowned, and in his heart, he was also speculating about something. Still, he had little interest in remaining here, and took a large step toward the door. Looking at Jiang Ming's departing figure, the disciple sitting beside Chao Ming was a little uneasy. Senior brother, just let him go? In case he returns to the Dao Heavenly sect, we won't be able to deliver. The disciple of the Xianxian underworld sect inquired. Chao Ming narrowed the corners of his eyes slightly and said, there's no harm in it. Now that it's getting late, I'm sure he won't leave the city right away. As long as Yu Zhentian isn't around, we'll always have a chance to test his depths. At those words, the other 3 nodded in recognition. It's still senior brother who has thought this through, so we'll just let go of our food and drink today. Ha ha, the 3 disciples said with big smiles. Looking at their happy faces, Chao Ming only laughed shallowly a few times. In fact, he was still thinking about the moment when Jiang Ming had struck out earlier. Originally, he had thought that the elder had arranged for them to come out to deal with a qi-practicing stage brat, which would not have been difficult. But the strength that Jiang Ming had displayed was not as simple as he had imagined. They had all come from the qi-practicing stage, and they also knew that the more times they forged their bodies in the qi-practicing stage, the broader their future achievements would be. When he thought about when he broke through foundation establishment, he also forged his body 3 times. However, he couldn't even see through Jiang Ming's physical strength. With the flesh of a qi-practicing stage, he was able to harden the true qi of a foundation establishment stage. How many times has this kid forged his body? This Daotian sect brat really does have some reputation. Chao Ming narrowed his eyes falsely, flashing a cold light. Streets. Jiang Ming wandered around while thinking about where to go next. If he wanted to not reveal his identity and inquire about the traces of the Locked Luo Palace and the Blood Demon sect, then he had to join a sect, and it had to be a force that had recently experienced a sudden surge in strength to be able to do so. You can tell from the behavior of these demonic sects. They seem to be colluding with some clans that craved strength, helping them fuel their strength so that they could get what they needed. Although Jiang Ming wasn't quite sure what the purpose of these devil sects was, Those sects that gained great power in a short period of time were obviously problematic in this era of aura depletion. But how to get started now is the question. Please stay, little friend. Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind him. Jiang Ming was somewhat familiar with the voice. After all, it was the middle-aged man who had stood in for him at the inn. Aftershock Sky. You're calling me? Jiang Ming said as he turned back. Sure, Yu Zhentian said with a smile. Little friend is young. With the cultivation of Qi training stage can resist a strike of the foundation establishment stage. And I see that little friend copes so easily. I think that Yu Mao must have made a move at that time. It is also superfluous. Hearing Yu Zhentian's words, Jiang Ming felt amused. I have to say that this Yu Zhentian's polite words were a set of words. Obviously a late Jin Dan expert. Yet he was so respectful to him, a Qi practicing stage kid. On the side, Yu Zhentian is kind of a smart guy. You're welcome. I don't know what family master you is looking for me for. Jiang Ming smiled lightly and said without blushing, as you can see, I'm just a Qi practicing stage cultivator, and I just messed with the Xianmei sect's people. If family master you is looking for me now, isn't he afraid of inviting people to miss him? End of chapter. Little friend is joking. Meeting is fate. It is fate that we can meet in Yongdao City today, and it is Yu's honor to be able to meet with little friend. It just so happens that it's getting late. If little friend doesn't have a place to go, why don't you come to my residence for a catch-up? Yu Zhentian said smilingly. At those words, Jiang Ming frowned, then spoke. Is there any food? Yu Zhentian froze, then laughed loudly. Yes, yes, yes. The food in my mansion is much tastier than the places outside. After saying that, Yu Zhentian smiled and guided Jiang Ming, heading towards the Yu mansion. Along the way, Yu Zhentian also said many things about Yongdao City as well as the Yu family. Seeing that Jiang Ming liked food, he shifted the conversation all the way to food, thus also learning Jiang Ming's name. It didn't take long for Yu Zhentian to bring Jiang Ming to the mansion. Walking through the door of the mansion to a side hall, Yu Zhentian greeted his subordinates to prepare the meal, and then invited Jiang Ming to take a seat with a smile on his face. After taking his seat, Yu Zhentian personally poured tea for Jiang Ming, a gesture that could be described as very flattering. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Cootie. All know that Yu Zhentian has something to ask of him. It was just that he didn't understand why Yu Zhentian, as a late Jin Dan expert, who was considered one of the strongest in Yongdao City, would be interested in him? A Qi practicing stage person? Jiang Ming took a sip of tea and said indifferently, there's no one right now, so if there's something the Yu family master still has to do, please just say it. Yu Zhentian froze for a moment, then replied with a smile, even though young friend is young, his vision is old. Ah, then Mr. Yu won't beat around the bush. I wonder if young friend Jiang Ming has ever heard of the immortal mansion outside of Yongdao City? The fairy mansion? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. The so-called immortal mansions were usually just fooling around. After all, those who had truly become immortals would ascend to the supreme world. There are, of course, individual exceptions. For example, Jiang Ming. However, for the cave outside Yongdao City, he did hear the inn boy mention it, but not much was mentioned. Only that both the Liang and Yu families had sent people there. And in the end, only the young son of the Liang family came out from inside. It was also after coming out that young son of the Liang family was spotted by the people of the Xianmei sect. Could it be that the cave is still open? I'm just a casual cultivator who doesn't know much about this place for the first time, Jiang Ming said. So that's how it is. Then it's not surprising. Yu Zhentian took a deep breath and said, truth be told, I invited you to my Yu mansion this time precisely for this matter. Oh, why? Just for me? A Qi practicing stage? Jiang Ming did raise a few points of interest. Yu Zhentian said, this matter has nothing to do with cultivation. That immortal mansion is so peculiar that the person who discovered that immortal mansion in the first place was just an ordinary person who hadn't practiced cultivation, which means that everyone can go in and out of that immortal mansion. Thus, after learning the news, both our family and the Liang family's people have sent quite a few family disciples to the immortal mansion to see if they could find some chance, but then the only one who got the chance was just the young son of the Liang family. Speaking of this, Yu Zhentian also sighed. Jiang Ming's face didn't fluctuate much. At least when he heard this, there wasn't much discrepancy with the inn's junior. That means Yu Zhentian really didn't lie to him. At this time, Yu Zhentian continued, although my Yu family did not get the chance, the disciple who went and came out and said that there are still many treasures within the immortal mansion. It's just that after entering the immortal mansion the true Qi within the body is suppressed, and what can be utilized is only the physical arts. A few days ago I also personally went to check out. The described is indeed no different from the disciple. Nay, when we were young and practicing we did not care about forging the body this ring. We can only look at the treasures within the immortal mansion. But there is no way to start off. Hearing this, Yu Zhentian's intentions became clear. Apparently Yu Zhentian was because he had seen Jiang Ming, who had taken the blow from the Shenmei sect's disciple with his bare hands with his chi practicing stage cultivation. This kind of physique was just a strong physical body for normal people, but for the immortal mansion he spoke of, it was an excellent choice of object. Jiang Ming smiled lightly and said, "Why is Family Master Yu so sure that I will cooperate with you?" Yu Zhentian sighed. "Truth be told, our Yu family doesn't have the strength to obtain the inheritance of the immortal mansion. Therefore, I can only place my trust in little friend. If little friend wants to monopolize the inheritance in the immortal mansion, there's nothing I can do about it. Just think of it as a good karma." Yu Zhentian's words were good. It also had to be said that he had handled any details quite well, but Jiang Ming still detected a hint of something different. That is, Yu Zhentian talk is not in a hurry. He still had his chest full. However, Jiang Ming wasn't going to continue playing around and said blandly, "I can cooperate with you. I can bring you whatever I can out of the immortal mansion, but I also have conditions." The corner of Yu Zhentian's eyes narrowed slightly. To be honest, Jiang Ming agreed so quickly and didn't talk about any conditions he really didn't expect. "What conditions?" Yu Zhentian asked. "Help me keep an eye on which are the clans with the fastest strength gains recently." Jiang Ming replied. "Clan?" Yu Zhentian frowned. "It's that simple?" Jiang Ming didn't answer. Soon the meal began to be served. Yu Zhentian didn't continue. Instead he revealed the harmonious smile he had at the beginning, entertaining Jiang Ming in every way. After the hospitality was over, Yu Zhentian arranged Jiang Ming into an empty room to rest for the night before making plans. On the other hand, Yu Zhentian turned around and then arrived at the Yu family conference hall. "Family master, did that kid promise?" The Yu family steward was obviously a bit anxious. "Promised." Yu Zhentian frowned. "If you've agreed to do it, why are you still in such distress?" The steward didn't quite understand. "Do you know what conditions he proposed?" Yu Zhentian said indifferently. "What is it?" "He asked me to investigate the clans with the fastest power increases recently." Hearing this, the steward was a bit confused. "It's that simple? There were many strong sects today, and just as many quietly rising sects. There are quite a few of them, but with a little investigation, it won't take long to disaggregate such things one by one. Compared to the treasures in the immortal mansion, this request is simply insignificant. It's almost like ordering a bunch of mountains of food, only to have him just dislike the veggies and binge on them." Yu Zhentian waved his hand and said, "Maybe he's really a casual cultivator, wanting to find a sect that can rapidly increase his strength. If that's the case, it makes sense. After all, in their eyes, Jiang Ming was only a chi practicing stage cultivator." At this moment, Yu Zhentian said solemnly, "Tomorrow it is confirmed that the Liang family's people are also going to the immortal mansion?" The steward nodded heavily. "Okay, but if the Liang family's people really bring back the treasure tomorrow, do they still want the young lady to get married?" A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Yu Zhentian's mouth. "That depends on whether their lives are hard enough." At those words, the steward immediately felt chills run down his body. End of chapter. Inside the room, Jiang Ming sat cross-legged on the bed. Just now, he had used his divine sense to spy on the conversation between Yu Zhentian and the others, and the corners of his mouth also curled up into a hidden smile. "There really is something fishy," Jiang Ming muttered. Jiang Ming had always been half-hearted about Yu Zhentian's words, and as for what exactly the other party wanted to do, he himself had no idea. Looking at it now, he kind of got it. The key lies in the cave outside the city. Listening to them, not only him, but also people from the Liang family would be heading to the cave tomorrow, and that the Liang family would be able to marry the Yu family's daughter as a dowry if they got treasures from the cave. The reason why Yu Zhentian chose him to go to the cave. I'm afraid that for one thing, he still had a personal interest in the treasures in the cave, and he also wanted to use his hand to obstruct the Liang family. As for whether or not he handed over the treasure to Yu Zhentian in the end, I'm afraid that in Yu Zhentian's eyes it was irrelevant, because once they were out of the cave, it was not up to them. There was no way for Yu Zhentian to reach over inside the cave, but outside the cave, it was still his call. What an old fox. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. However, he didn't care. Even 10,000 years ago, people who played this kind of tactic abounded, and those who were able to hold back until the end could almost become a powerful party. As long as Yu Zhentian was willing to do things for him, he didn't care what kind of bad water was in his heart. In the end, this was nothing more than a private matter between the two great families. Liang Ka. After Chao Ming and the others arrived at the Liang family, they were even given a lot of generous treatment, and the four Chao Mings accepted a lot of generous gifts from the Liang family as a matter of course, not because of anything else. It was precisely that they came from the Shenmei sect. This identity, then, is enough. Your esteemed brother has come all the way from the Shenmei sect. It really makes my Liang family's presence shine. It just so happens that tomorrow, an immortal mansion will be opened outside of our Yangdao city. And with your qualifications, I'm sure you will be able to obtain a lot of treasures from the immortal mansion as well. Liang family head Liang Huifeng said with a big smile. Oh, what immortal mansion? Chao Ming raised his eyebrows and inquired. Xian Di doesn't know. The reason why my canine son's strength has soared is precisely because he got the treasures in the immortal mansion. And his strength soared after improving his physique. It's just a pity that immortal mansion has a prohibition. Even if the strength is no longer strong, the true qi within the dantian will not be able to be utilized after going in. And this is also the reason why we can only look at it, but we can't open it up in large quantities. Liang Huifeng sighed. In fact, he has a personal agenda. Since their own son had already joined the Xianwei sect, then their Liang family could be tied to the Xianwei sect. Once the senior management of the Xianmei sect was interested in the treasures in the immortal mansion, they would receive only a few more benefits. Anyway, the treasures in the immortal mansion they didn't have the ability to get, so it would be better to sell a favor to the Xianmei sect, and in the future, after their relationship with the Xianmei sect was well established, they would inevitably soar. When Chao Ming and the other 3 disciples heard this news, a flash of color flashed in their eyes. I didn't realize that they had such a big catch from this operation. If he obtained the treasure, I'm afraid that in the future, he would be able to take a place in the sect, this time out on a mission. It's just a lot of money. Don't worry, Liang family master, if we obtain treasures in the immortal mansion, we will definitely share them with you. In the future, your Liang family's affairs will be my Xianmei sect's affairs. Chao Ming patted his chest with an accomplished look. Upon hearing this, Liang Huifeng smiled wider and wider. It would be best if the treasure could be shared. Anyway, the promise with the Yu family was just a treasure. With the cultivators of the Xianmei sect around, are you still worried about not getting the treasures inside? Maybe they don't even know. The 2 major families of Yonggao City were all harboring evil intentions, each coveting the treasures in the immortal mansion. The next day, early in the morning, the people from the Liang and Yu families were ready to move, each sending a number of disciples to set off outside the city. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming was also among the Yu clan's group, and on the way out of the city, he happened to run into the Liang family's men as well. According to Liang Huifeng and Yu Zhentian, heading to the immortal mansion they couldn't privately send cultivators above the Jindan stage, so almost all of those who came here were younger disciples. The Qi practicing stage was in the majority, and the foundation establishment stage naturally had quite a few. Interestingly, in the Liang family's group, Jiang Ming did notice Chao Ming and the others. Obviously, the 4 Chao Ming people had also seen Jiang Ming, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes, so he went to be the Yu family's dog. No wonder Yu Zhentian personally stepped in to relieve him that day. The Xianmei sect disciple on the side clasped his hands, his tone rather disdainful. Humph, wouldn't it be better if he were to go as well? It will also be easier to test him in the immortal mansion at that time. Chao Ming sneered. Senior brother is right. The disciple at the side also revealed a smug smile. However, when Chao Ming saw Jiang Ming, he was a little more wary. After all, the strength of Jiang Ming's flesh was still hard for him to forget. If what Liang Huifeng said was true, then I'm afraid that the strongest fighting force in this immortal mansion would be Jiang Ming. Could it be that the Dao Heavenly Sect learned about this immortal mansion and that's why they sent him out to compete for the treasures inside? If that's the case, then I'm afraid that the treasures in this immortal mansion are not trivial. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Chao Ming's mouth. Even if Jiang Ming was stronger, without being able to use his true qi, it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. In the end, Jiang Ming was just an outsider, and the Liang family had long been unified on his front, so when the time came to go inside the immortal mansion and casually play a little trick, he could easily deal with Jiang Ming. This immortal mansion, it's practically open for me. Chao Ming smiled triumphantly. The other side, looking at Chao Ming's smile, Jiang Ming felt a little odd. Is this guy nuts? You're still having fun when you're dying? However, Jiang Ming didn't care and followed the group, because he sensed that the deeper he went, the more he could feel a more long-lasting aura. Could there really be any treasures? Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that there were really any immortal mansions in the world. He was just more curious. This Yonggao city was the closest to the Dao Heavenly clan, and when such a cave appeared a few months ago, the Dao Heavenly clan didn't have the slightest news about it. What the hell are Lin Tianyi and the others doing? Hello friend, I'm Yu Yang. Yu Zhentian is my second uncle. Suddenly, just as Jiang Ming was thinking about something else, a man in his 20s came forward and said. Jiang Ming glanced at him and nodded without replying. I heard that you are the guest that second uncle personally invited to come, although there are not many organs in that immortal mansion, but the road is winding, so it's good to have a companion when we go forward together, don't you think so? Yu Yang said with a smile. Looking at Yu Yang's expression, Jiang Ming felt amused. Did everyone in the Yu family have such a smiley look? It was nothing more than sending someone to keep an eye on him, and I can't believe they used such a poor trick too. Really treats him like a cutie. What? End of chapter. Jiang Ming smiled intentionally, didn't say anything, and continued to walk forward. Looking at Jiang Ming's back, the corners of Yu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his face dissipated. But soon, he also immediately followed him up and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, don't be in a hurry to leave. I heard that you came to Yongdao City to look for a suitable sect? A loose cultivator with a good foundation like you. I guess many sects would be happy to take you in. Say whatever you want to say," Jiang Ming said as he walked. If Brother Jiang wants to inquire about the sects, I do know more or less about the major sects in the Northwest Domain, Yu Yang replied. Oh, Jiang Ming looked back at the latter. Seeing this, the smile on Yu Yang's face increased by a few points. It seems that Brother Jiang is indeed interested in sect matters, so I'll recommend a few sects to Brother Jiang, Yu Yang said. Apart from those high thresholds of first-grade sects, in reality, quite a few second-grade and even third-grade sects are also quite good, just like the Tianxian sect. Thousands of years ago, it was also amongst the top-ranked first-grade sects with strong capital, and even though it now resides in the second grade, its accumulated heritage over the years is not something that can be compared to ordinary sections. It's not just the Tianxian sect, the Hundred Mist sect and the Lingyun sect are all good sections. Speaking of which, Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. Lingyun sect? Wasn't that Lin Songyun's clan before? When did even the Tianxian sect fail to match these? He remembered that back then, when he had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, Li Daotian hadn't even established the Daotian sect yet, and at that time, Lin Songyun's Lingyun sect would have already been a prestigious first-grade great sect in the Tsunchuan continent. Among them, when Lin Songyun's strength had already reached the stage of transition, it was only later that Lin Songyun disappeared for some unknown reason, which caused the Lingyun sect to slightly lower its status. But it's not as bad as it is today, is it? How many ranks is the Lingyun sect? Jiang Ming inquired. Third grade, Yu Yang replied. But don't underestimate the Lingyun sect. In the last few years, the strength of their sect up to the sect leader and elders, and down to the disciples can be considered to be skyrocketing, and they are vaguely heading towards a second-grade sect. Jiang Ming didn't say anything, but was thinking inwardly. It was really unexpected that the sect he wanted to find would be the Lingyun sect that he had once admired the most back then. Chatting away, the crowd soon arrived at their destination. This is located in a valley between two high mountains. The valley is surrounded by a dead silence. The road on both sides of the valley is relatively well preserved. Located on the left side of the monument, is carved with vague words. Obviously, this stone tablet had been washed for an unknown number of years, so much so that the words on it were unreadable. Jiang Ming swept a glance around. He could sense that there was indeed a very powerful phallic aura hidden in this valley. Gentlemen, although we are not from the same family, we are all from Yongdao City after all, and Liang and Yu's two families have also made a marriage contract. This time when we go to the Immortal Mansion, I hope that we can join hands and take out more treasures together. So it's good for both families. Do you all say yes or no? Yu Yang stood in front of the valley and said with a smile. The people from the Liang family also just laughed and didn't say anything. People were selfish. Everyone wanted to obtain more resources, and if they were seen by a first-rate clan, it would be the day they soared to greatness. Yu Yang looked at it, his face still as normal, and touched his right hand on top of the stone tablet. Rumble. The whole valley began to tremble. Originally the front is still an unobstructed road. At this time is out of nowhere a golden door. The Liang and Yu families didn't fluctuate too much. However, Jiang Ming sensed an extremely vast power surging beneath the ground, as if it wanted to absorb them into it. Everyone, follow me, Yu Yang said with a faint smile. With that, the crowd walked through the golden doors one after another. Upon walking through the front door, the scene in front of me changed immediately. Just now, they were in the middle of a valley, but when they walked through the gate, it was like they had come to a cave. Surrounded by rough stone walls, there was only one way inside, but fortunately, the walls were encrusted with gems emitting white light, and the way was basically unobstructed. However, the more one goes inside, the more oppression is given within this space, and those with a slightly poorer physique already feel a sense of vertigo as the sky spins around. But, for Jiang Ming, he was more curious about why a cave, with such a grand door, was flat in this cave, aside from the formation that suppressed the true chi under his feet. Surprisingly, there wasn't even a layer of organs set up. Could it be that the person who left this cave was so confident that this formation alone could prevent others from obtaining the treasures inside? I'm afraid that anyone who has forged their body 6 times or more will be able to pass through this formation with ease, Jiang Ming estimated in his heart. However, the further he went inside, the more Jiang Ming felt that something was wrong. The aura here is too thin. It could almost be said that there was no presence of aura at all. which meant that this place was completely like an independent space that had been deliberately closed up. Jiang Ming frowned, but didn't say anything. After all, this place was just too odd. Even if it was really the cave of a certain great power, it wouldn't be this depleted, would it? Gentlemen. Suddenly, a voice came from the back. There were only 20 or 30 people present in total, and they all looked behind them, only to see Chao Ming and the others slowly walk up. With a smug look on his face, he said, "Friends, I am Chao Ming, a disciple of the Manhwa sect. I'm sure everyone should have heard of my name. This time, I came to Yongdao City to meet my future senior brother, and secondly, I also wanted to make friends with each of the two families, so that in the future, they might also be senior brothers from the same sect." Speaking of this, the disciples of the Liang and Yu clans all lit up. What does that mean? Could it be that in the future, when the Xianmei sect expands its disciple recruitment, it will choose to be in Yongdao City? That was a first-rate sect, but anyone who cultivates, who wouldn't want to join a clan with a strong foundation? At this time, Chao Ming continued, "So, we are all tied to the same path, but there can be a brother here who may not be on the same path." Having said that, the Liang family was not quite sure. As for the Yu family, it was roughly clear who it was. Jiang Ming. For a while, even Yu Yang, who had walked closest to Jiang Ming, pulled away slightly at this time. "I'm sure the brothers of the Yu family know that it's him." Chao Ming raised his hand and pointed at Jiang Ming from the crowd. The Yu family's people looked at Jiang Ming, while Jiang Ming held his hands and quietly watched Chao Ming perform. This person's strength is only at the qi practicing stage, but his physical strength is incomparably strong. And while this place has great restrictions on true qi, this person is able to exert great strength. Just ask. He's just an outsider, and his strength in here is far superior to everyone here. Do you think he'll share the treasures in this cave with us? The corners of Chao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he shouted to everyone in a righteous manner. For a moment, everyone's gazes looked at Jiang Ming with a slightly hostile look. End of chapter. Chao Ming was right. They had no idea where exactly Jiang Ming came from. They only knew that the family head had sent him, and there was no other information beyond that. At the same time, even Yu Yang was thinking. From Yu Zhentian's mouth, he learned that Jiang Ming was just a casual cultivator, and that there was really nothing else except a strong physical body, which was why he was allowed to work for the Yu family. But who could say that once Jiang Ming got the most precious treasures within the immortal mansion, he privately hid them and didn't give them? They had so many people, and there were even people from the Xianmei sect, so why would they need to rely on someone who just didn't even know where they came from? For a moment, everyone pulled away from Jiang Ming. Seeing this scene, a smug smile emerged from the corner of Chao Ming's mouth. "Jiang Ming, don't blame us for being heartless. After all, hearts are separated," Chao Ming said with a cold smile. After he said that, his gaze swept towards Jiang Ming in a grim manner. Now neither the Liang family nor the Yu family had anyone to back Jiang Ming up, so no one would interfere with them here. Chao Ming exchanged glances at each other and instantly prepared to strike. However, Jiang Ming shook his head and said, "You don't even know what kind of situation you're in right now, and you're already thinking about profit? It seems that the current first-grade sect is nothing more than a false name." Chao Ming frowned and his gaze went cold. "What do you mean?" Chao Ming said in a cold voice. "Have you all not realized how a cave residence of a great power could be so scribbled down? Moreover, ever since we entered this cave, there's no way back for us." Jiang Ming clasped his hands and said blandly, "No retreat? How is that possible?" Obviously. A Liang clan disciple let out a soft laugh and turned his head to look at the tunnel behind him. But when he saw it, it was the dark tunnel. Even the white light jewels that adorned the walls on the way here had no luster at this time, and the rear had completely become a pitch-black vortex, which made one feel creepy even just by looking at it. "How come? It wasn't even like this last time I came." That Liang family disciple froze. He remembered clearly that the last time he came they didn't just head deeper into the cave. The road was still the same when he came back, and the brilliant golden door was still in place. But now, why is this happening? Seeing the panicked looks of the Liang and Yu families, Chao Ming and the others also felt a hint of something wrong. However, he quickly reacted and pointed at Jiang Ming. "Did you do something?" Jiang Ming ignored him. Chao Ming gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Ming. Ever since he came to Yongdao City and met Jiang Ming, this kid had always had an indifferent attitude. Obviously, he was only at qi practicing stage, and he himself was only at the foundation establishment stage. What makes him so arrogant? At that moment, Jiang Ming clasped his hands, glanced around, and sighed as he stood in place muttering to himself, "Aren't you going to come out yet? Didn't you go to the trouble of setting all this up just waiting for us to take the bait?" Jiang Ming muttered. At those words, everyone looked at Jiang Ming with odd expressions. Who's he talking to? Or did they come in with someone else behind them? For a while, everyone didn't know what to do. This time entering the cave was simply completely different from the last time. Suddenly, in the midst of this almost completely enclosed tunnel, all the glowing gems went out at once. All of the family descendants were so frightened at this moment that they clung to the wall. Even their breaths carried a tremor of panic. Jia jia jia. I didn't think that any of the boys who came in this time would be able to discover my existence. At that moment, an old voice echoed in the space. Hearing this voice, the crowd then felt a chill run down their spines. Now they, where there is still half a bit of covetousness for the cave treasures, at this moment, they are almost like a headless fly hugging for warmth. Everyone was incomparably jealous, but Jiang Ming's breath remained as normal. Finally willing to show up? Jiang Ming said, Junior, this seat has seen what you went through just now. Your qualifications are not bad. You will become a great man in the future. As long as you are willing to join my sect and accept this seat's inheritance, these mole crickets can be taken care of for you with the snap of this seat's fingers. In the space, the pale voice echoed, but in the ears of the crowd, the voice carried an incomparably terrifying oppression. It was the vestigial feeling of a true great power, above all beings. When they recalled the words, they were even more overwhelmed. Why was he the one chosen? We're not so bad. Yeah, why don't the immortals choose us? Please think twice. Immortal. Countless people pleaded in panic. Even Chao Ming and Yu Yang hated it. Why would the consciousness in this cave fancy Jiang Ming at this time? Once Jiang Ming agreed, wouldn't they have no way back? However, before any of them had time to think about it, Jiang Ming directly made his choice. Sorry, I'm not interested, Jiang Ming said indifferently. What? Everyone froze when the words came out. There was a dead silence in the space, and then the voice came out. Perhaps this seat did not make it clear. I am the Shangyang Venerable One who has been cultivating in the Qian Kuan Mountain for 6,000 years. More than 1,000 years ago, this seat attempted to break through to the realm of the ferrying of the throne with the cultivation of the Mahayana stage, but I was unable to break through and sat down on this place. To this day, you are the only one among the juniors that this seat looks at. As long as you are willing to be a disciple under me, this seat is willing to pass on all of my life's cultivation to you. Venerable Lord Shangyang's voice echoed throughout the space, word for word, as if they were all whispering in their ears as mentioned above. Ah, the Mahayana cultivator. To this day, the stage of the body is already the top of the continent. Still alive. The Mahayana stage of the old monster, which is not living for thousands of years? If we can obtain the inheritance of this honored one, they can't even dream of such a beautiful thing. Jealousy, greed. Everyone was incredibly cynical and silent. They just hated why this good thing wasn't happening to them. Finished? At that moment, Jiang Ming suddenly spoke. The space was quiet. Jiang Ming then replied, it seems that you still refuse to tell the truth. After saying that, Jiang Ming slammed his fist directly into a side wall. In an instant, the entire tunnel trembled, and the surrounding walls crackled with shattering sounds. It was hard to imagine that a punch that was clearly just purely physical was able to shake the entire cave. You should know that the cave is still fortified by a spell formation. Immediately after Jiang Ming's punch landed, the wall located at his fist instantly cracked open, and an emerald green luster came out from the gap. This luster, overflowing with an incomparable surging breath of life, and at this moment, the cave was instantly overflowing with aura. This is, Chao Ming and the others suddenly reacted. It turned out that Jiang Ming's previous comment about the scent being wrong was because there was almost zero aura in here. Now that the aura was abundant, it simply felt like the meridians in his body were different. But no one had noticed any of this until they came in. How did he find out? Chao Ming was secretly shocked. This Jiang Mingming was only at the qi practicing stage. How can you be so perceptive? End of chapter. The moment. The cracks in the walls gradually appeared as the crumbling stones fell and the being that was inside the walls came into view. To the eyes of the crowd, the inside was like a spider's lair, with a huge white cotton ball wrapped around the top, and at the bottom was a near-dying pool of water. The water pool contained a very rich vitality, and in the periphery was covered with array patterns connecting to the outside world, like a large net covering the entire space inside. But these are not the most important. Most importantly, above the pool of water, there was actually a humanoid silhouette floating. This appearance was exactly like the rumored ghosts. Aside from Jiang Ming, everyone else was shocked beyond words when they saw this soul-like being. One thought almost floated through their minds. Could it be that this soul is the venerable Lord Shangyan? Kid, I'm curious how you found me, that soul said with a pale voice. How so? Jiang Ming stood in place, pondered for a moment and said, broken, I guess. You don't think that you can provoke me into anger like this, do you? Venerable Lord Shangyang said in a cold voice, but I don't understand. You're just a qi practicing stage. Why would you not be moved by my inheritance? Because I don't need to. Jiang Ming laughed. Venerable Lord Shangyang sighed and looked at Jiang Ming with contempt. Even if you don't want to, do you think you can walk out of here today? Your flesh will still be mine after all. In the middle of the conversation, Venerable Lord Xiangyang's soul instantly disappeared from the crowd sight. In the next second, the Venerable Lord Xiangyang's silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Ming and revealed an excited smile as he stretched out his dry claws as if looking at his prey. I've waited for thousands of years for the most perfect body. It won't be long before I, Venerable Xiangyang, will be able to reappear in the world. Venerable Lord Xiangyang laughed almost crazily. The moment he touched Jiang Ming's soul, he decided that his grand plan had been completed. Hearing that ear-piercing laughter, the people around them showed fear. It turned out that the treasures and inheritance in the immortal mansion that they had been trying to obtain would be a great power. Waiting for the moment when the best flesh appeared before taking over the body? At this moment, they were suddenly glad that they were the ones who had not been chosen. But, Venerable Lord Xiangyang just touched Jiang Ming for less than 3 breaths, and on the original excited smile, it suddenly quickly converged like ice. How is that possible? Venerable Xiangyang exclaimed. Immediately afterward, an incredible golden light erupted from Jiang Ming's body, directly suppressing Venerable Lord Xiangyang's soul out. This beam of golden light forced almost everyone's eyes to remain open. When the golden light dispersed, the so-called Venerable Xiangyang looked at Jiang Ming with a surprised expression, and the soul aura on his body was getting weaker and weaker. Obviously, the failure just now caused Venerable Lord Xiangyang's soul power, which was already not much left, to decrease greatly once again. What is that treasure of yours? Venerable Lord Xiangyang shouted angrily. To deal with you, you still need treasures? Jiang Ming let out a light laugh. How dare you talk tough at the end of your life? Venerable Lord Xiangyang was enraged. He had waited here for thousands of years, and the spiritual liquid that could nourish his flesh and soul was about to run out. The closer he got to the edge of death, the less he wanted to just give up. Obviously, he had waited for 1,000 years, and the best physical body was in front of him, and his chance to return to the continent was at this very moment. He had been in this dark cave for too long. Today, no matter what, he was going to get this physical body. Even if it damages some, it's still there. Death to all of you. Boom! A loud noise erupted in the cave. Both the earth under his feet and the surrounding stone walls, even the top of his head began to roll down countless boulders. The entire space vibrated crazily at this moment. The people around them were in a state of shock. This is going to involve them all as well. Jiang Ming, you'd better tie your hands. Don't get us all involved because of you alone. Chao Ming was a bit flustered. This was a top-level powerhouse of the Mahayana stage, even if it was just a wisp of soul. With them being chi practicing stage and foundation establishment stage cultivators, they simply couldn't even compare to a single cold hair on someone else's head. They have a great future ahead of them. They must not die here. For a moment, everyone cried out. Jiang Ming didn't care about these voices. Instead, his attention fell on Venerable Lord Xiangyang. At that moment, as if he had gone crazy, Venerable Lord Xiangyang wielded his shadow and kept hitting the mountain wall. Taking advantage of the moment when Jiang Ming was unsteady on his heels, he once again slapped his palm out. This time, it's real power. He wanted to subdue Jiang Ming and then seize the physical body. Boo! With this, the cave, which was already shaking, instantly collapsed after this blow. The recent family disciples, including Chao Ming and the others, simply couldn't find the gate they came through, and were all buried under the rocks. On Jiang Ming's side, simply using the strength of his physical body to harden this strike from Venerable Lord Xiangyang, the originally narrow tunnel was instantly shattered into an unstable forest of chaotic rocks. As this blow fell, the color of greed even appeared in the eyes of Venerable Lord Xiangyang. Surprisingly, there are still such powerful flesh bodies in the world. Venerable Lord Xiangyang's eyes flickered. If one obtained this physical body, not to mention breaking through the transitional succession stage, it wouldn't be impossible to ascend to the legendary upper world in the future. At this moment, Jiang Ming rubbed his arm and stood up from the rubble. Venerable Xiangyang's face changed. Suffering such a blow, not to mention the chi practicing stage, even a spirit transformation stage cultivator would have to obediently submit. When did the chi practicing stage become so strong? Using only the strength of the chi practicing stage, it's really still not a good fight. Jiang Ming frowned. What do you mean? Venerable Xiangyang was on guard. He had a hunch. Jiang Ming was by no means as strong as the one in front of him. The strength displayed by just a chi practicing stage far exceeded his knowledge of the path of cultivation. At this moment, Jiang Ming swept the surrounding area, and the corner of his mouth curved up. Looks like you've taken care of the guys who were in the way, and spared me some trouble, Jiang Ming said. What? Could it be that this guy didn't give a damn about the stragglers from the start? At that moment, Jiang Ming slowly walked over. In his body, the true chi around him unexpectedly broke through the restrictions of this place's formations, layer by layer, and at this moment, It was like an enlightenment, like a crazy surge. How can that be? Venerable Lord Xiangyang was shocked. Even though he had cultivated for thousands of years, he had never seen such a terrifying increase in strength. How could a normal person's dantian withstand such a rapid surge in strength? That's gonna blow up in your face. However, the Jiangming in front of him was like unrestricted, his strength rising like crazy. It was only when he reached the Mahayana stage cultivation that he stopped. And don't say that I'm bullying you, so I'll use my Mahayana stage cultivation to spar with you. Make a move. Jiangming stretched out his hand and smiled bashfully. Extra. More comments and tickets please. End of chapter. This, Venerable Lord Xiangyang froze in place. Mahayana? Such a young Mahayana? He prided himself on having seen a lot, both in the thousands of years he had been alive and the 1,000 years he had spent within this cave. He had seen countless great powers and geniuses, but he had never seen an existence like Jiangming. He even suspected that Jiangming was the old demon who had lived for thousands of years, but from the aura emanating from Jiangming's body, it was clear that he was less than 20 years of bone age. How on earth did he do that? What tricks have you pulled? At your age, it's simply impossible for you to have this kind of strength. Venerable Lord Xiangyang was a bit flustered, but he still didn't believe it. That means you're still too insular. Jiangming shook his head. At those words, Venerable Lord Xiangyang's face was changing and changing. Even when he was alive, no one in the world did not respect him. Now, this brat in front of him was ridiculing him like this. If it were to spread out, what face would he, Venerable Lord Xiangyang, have in the world? Although Jiangming's aura appeared to have reached the Mahayana stage, however, reason told him that the Mahayana stage could not be reached so easily. This kid must have done something. No matter what, you won't be able to take half a step away from this place today. Venerable Xiangyang's face was incomparably gloomy, and around him, a white aura was emanating. This time, he would rather burn his own soul, causing his cultivation to be greatly reduced as a means to deal with Jiangming. Take your life. Venerable Xiangyang burst out. Buzz. The power of the soul touched down in the cave, vibrating a thick whistling sound throughout the space. Wherever it reached, it turned into dust, and the chaos that blocked the way was instantly crushed by this strong aura. And with destructive power, it ruthlessly smashed together with Jiangming. Instantaneous. Jiangming raised his hand and slapped out a palm, a seemingly uneventful palm, but the power immediately following his palm was compressed to the extreme. The moment it touched Venerable Lord Xiangyang's aura, it instantly exploded in the cave. How? Venerable Xiangyang was shocked and hastily withdrew his hands to transform his energy. He flipped his hand to receive Jiangming's qi, and then surprisingly swallowed half of the real qi that Jiangming had released. Hard. Jiangming was a bit surprised. With the true qi he had just released, it was enough to exterminate the other party. But this Venerable Lord Xiangyang could actually cancel out half of his qi. Even if placed 10,000 years ago, there were no more than a handful of people who could do this. Kind of. Jiangming narrowed his eyes slightly. His body moved. His right hand resisted out in an overwhelming fashion, and huge amounts of true qi poured out like it was moneyless. Venerable Lord Xiangyang hadn't even slowed down yet, and in the face of this true qi fluctuation that was as turbulent as a river in sea, his face changed again and again, and in the end, he could only harden his head and once again protect his hands in front of his chest, trying to use the same way to resist. But this time, Jiangming's true qi was even more massive than before. Boom! The violent fluctuations instantly destroyed his cave, and the powerful true qi was like a tidal wave, squeezing the already unfastened cave to pieces, and even the formation space, which was emanating a powerful aura of life, was violently trembling at this moment. It seems like a bit too much force. Jiangming frowned slightly. Immediately afterward, he pulled back with his right hand. The surging true qi around immediately converged most of the time, but in this cave, it has long been broken. Not to mention those family disciples who were buried in the messy rocks before this. Originally there might have been survivors, but now they were being rubbed repeatedly, and couldn't die anymore. After the true qi slasher wave ended, the entire cave could collapse at any time. The current Venerable Lord Xiangyang was even more buried in a pile of rocks, and his soul aura was getting weaker and weaker. Originally, he didn't have much time left, and now that he had suffered such a serious injury, without the nourishment of the life source, he would soon vanish, saying goodbye to this world completely. At that moment, Jiangming slowly walked up. Venerable Xiangyang's face was extremely ugly as he stared at Jiangming. He simply couldn't figure out how Jiangming possessed such a powerful force. He had once arrived at the peak of the Mahayana stage as well, but the strength he had displayed was not even half of Jiangming's strength. He even felt that he had practiced for so many years. All to the dogs. Still want to take my body? Jiangming said as he stood aside. I didn't expect that. Venerable Lord Xiangyang, would end up in such a situation after a long life? Venerable Lord Shanyang shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew he was no match for Jiang Ming. The strength Jiang Ming had displayed was too terrifying. So terrifying that he almost looked down on life and death. When fighting such an existence, one could not see any hope of winning at all. Taking away the body is a major taboo for cultivators. Letting you die like this is actually considered cheap. Jiang Ming simply sat on the ground and said, "Who would want to take this path if they were forced to?" Venerable Lord Shanyang replied mockingly. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. When not cultivated to the peak, anyone desperately wants to go after it. In order to achieve their goals, they even go so far as to abandon the bottom line of humanity and cultivation. Over the past 10,000 years, he had seen too many such people step into a different path and become part of the demon sect. But what can you do when you really reach the top? In the end, even a wish as simple as wanting to die cannot be realized. Fellow Daoist, before I die I would like to clarify, what level of strength have you truly reached? The illusory figure of Venerable Lord Shanyang looked towards Jiang Ming. As a powerful person who had once reigned over a party, he could sense that Jiang Ming's strength was only far beyond the Mahayana stage. It may even be beyond that realm. He just didn't dare to think about it. After all, it shouldn't be possible for anyone to still exist in this continent after the transition. At those words, Jiang Ming hesitated for a moment, then answered truthfully, "Sort of an emperor immortal." Jiang Ming replied, "Emperor immortal." Venerable Shanyang seemed relieved. This realm was unheard of for him, but after learning the answer, the breath that had been holding him back inside finally fell apart. Jiang Ming looked at the dispersed silhouettes at his feet and closed his eyes for a second of silence. If he really wanted to count, this Venerable Lord Shanyang might also be a cultivator from the same era as him. It was just that while Jiang Ming had already gone to the peak, he had perhaps only just stepped into the path of cultivation. As a senior, Jiang Ming still gave a polite second of silence. Afterward, Jiang Ming came to the center of the formation within the cave, and looking at the water source with an extremely dense life breath under his feet, Jiang Ming was a bit curious. These are good things. He won't be able to use them anyway, so bring them all. Jiang Ming looked at the pool of water and pondered. Afterward, he took out a gourd from his storage bag and ran a strand of immortal power in his hand, and the spiritual springs in the water pool were sucked into the gourd. After collecting all the spirit springs, Jiang Ming's gaze went to the white cotton ball above his head. Jiang Ming knew that it contained none other than the corpse of Venerable Lord Shanyang. In order to avoid the loss of cultivation within the physical body, such a parochial magic treasure was specially used to preserve the remains, and I'm afraid that it was also for the purpose of being able to regain the cultivation back again after seizing the physical body. Quite thoughtful. Jiang Ming smiled. He then waved his one hand, and the entire cotton ball instantly turned into nothingness, between which a miserable white flesh body, the moment it touched the air, rapidly turned into white bones at the speed of the naked eye. At that moment, Jiang Ming took out a secret book from his waist. What he was looking for, in fact, was this. Keep up the triple shifts today, and come back for more review points and comments. End of chapter. Jiang Ming and Venerable Lord Shanyang hadn't exchanged a few rounds, but the moment he released his own true qi, Venerable Lord Shanyang had obviously used some means to dissolve most of his true qi. These types of spells really piqued his curiosity. Even if Jiang Ming had only liberated his cultivation at the Mahayana stage, he still had a good idea of how light or heavy he was going to be. Venerable Lord Shanyang was merely in soul form, and the strength he could exert was definitely limited. With his strength being able to hold up 2 moves of his own, it was enough to prove that his means were also extraordinary. Returning Qi Technique. Jiang Ming picked up the secret book and injected his divine sense into it. The so-called return to Qi trick. It is to spread the true Qi in one's own body in front of one's circumference, and gather the large amount of true Qi released by the other party, thus collecting one's own true Qi and compressing the power of the other party's true Qi. Roughly speaking, it was forming a net out of one's own true Qi, and the other party's true Qi was like a very aggressive beast. Use the net to trap the beast so that it slowly becomes less of a threat to you instantly. These types of techniques seem simple, but in order for the true Qi to be able to reach the ideal state, not only did one have to have extremely perfect control over their true Qi, but they also had to deepen many of the heart teachings and phrases to reinforce the true Qi. It feels pretty average. Jiang Ming scratched his head. Understanding the usage of the Qi returning skill, Jiang Ming was obviously a bit uninterested. It was a slightly different jutsu than he thought it would be, or at least not as masterful as he thought it would be. Is more than just where the defense is coming from. Can some adjustments be made as well? Jiang Ming looked at the secret book in his hand and thought in his heart, if we are to liken the true Qi to a net, why can't we use ourselves as hunters, but use the net as a shield? For example, the moment the other party released his true Qi, he directly released his true Qi to capture the other party's true Qi. so that the other party wouldn't even have a chance to make a move. One could even gather the opponent's true chi by himself and draft it as the purest true chi bomb to counterattack. After all, the captured true chi is not your own. How do you want to put that is not just how you want to put it. This feels more interesting. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth rose slightly. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming put the secret book into his storage bag. Whenever you have some free time, slightly modify some of the conditions of the heart technique. If the modifications are successful, it might be able to become a very interesting technique. After putting it away, Jiang Ming looked at the cave that would collapse at any moment and sighed slightly. Just as well. Since this is your cave, now is your burial place. It's considered a beginning and an end, Jiang Ming said. The words fell. Jiang Ming raised his hand and waved it, and the entire cave instantly emitted a violent sound as the stone walls and the rock layer overhead crazily extruded downwards, eventually turning into a ruin. It was also after the cave was buried by the mountain that the valley where it had come from in the beginning began to tremble violently. Both sides of the valley unexpectedly began to close in toward the center. The two large mountains at this moment merged into a huge peak. The original valley left behind. At this time also vaguely emerged an ancient cave. The cave side of the three big words were engraved. Qiankuan Mountain. At this moment, there were several masked men lurking not far from Qiankuan Mountain. If Jiang Ming were here, perhaps he could have recognized it as well. The masked man at the head of the group was none other than Yu Zhentian, and beside him were all the Yu family's elites. 3 Jindan stage powerhouses and 5 Peak Foundation establishment stage. What's happening? How come both of these mountains have started to move? Yu Zhentian looked up at the huge peak, his heart incomparably shaken. The power to be able to flatten 2 great mountains. What kind of strength of a great power could do something like that? Just watching the mountains panning and leaning in at the speed of the naked eye, this shot from the bottom of his heart was something that could not be concealed in the slightest. At least, for as long as he could remember, he had never seen a strong person capable of moving mountains, even in memory. That was a legend-level existence. Family Master, can it be that they have obtained the inheritance of an immortal within the immortal mansion? The butler walked up and said. Yu Zhentian did not say anything. The reason why the immortal mansion was an immortal mansion was because it was inhabited by powerful people who had once reigned supreme. Now that both of the great mountains in the direction of the immortal mansion had begun to close in, no matter how they thought about it, they could only think that it was the commotion brought about by that immortal mansion. The last time they came they hadn't seen this kind of commotion. This time it had appeared. It was highly likely that they had really gotten something extraordinary. Even if it wasn't an immortal inheritance, it wouldn't be that bad. Yu Zhentian's heart was troubled. This was because he knew that Jiang Ming's flesh was very powerful, and if someone did get the inheritance, 9 times out of 10, it would be Jiang Ming's. Family Master. What now? The butler at the side spoke again. Proceed as planned, Yu Zhentian said with the corners of his eyes narrowed slightly. Once Jiang Ming doesn't hand over the treasures, then kill them all together. Upon hearing this, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the crowd, and they all nodded heavily. The crowd simply removed their disguises and ran towards the cave at speed. The moment Jiang Ming walked out of the cave, he glanced back at the 3 big words on the mountain. Each of them was so big that it would take several people to encircle them, I'm afraid. Qiankuan Mountain. Jiang Ming murmured with his mouth, and his heart seemed to recall some past events that had happened. He did still have some impression of Qiankuan Mountain. It is just that I have not seen it for many years, and I did not expect that this mountain had gone through such a change. And also after the collapse of Venerable Shan Yang's cave, he wanted to use these 2 mountains as his graveyard, and this is why he slightly used a hint of immortal law. Unexpectedly, the place where he and his senior brother had practiced with their swords had one day been chopped open into 2 mountains. What's more, I didn't expect that there would be a descendant who would cultivate to the Mahayana stage here years later. Time had passed so quickly that if he hadn't seen those 3 big words, he almost wouldn't have recognized them. Creation is Jiang Ming sighed. Once with a strong teenage vibe, my own self is now long gone from the sharp, energetic spirit of the past. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming slowly left. It wasn't Jiang Ming's style to dwell on the past, and often he didn't really want to remember the past, not to mention that he had things to do now. Where to go next? He'd figured out a long time ago. That is the Lingyun sect. Jiang Ming was about to get moving when he immediately noticed the aura coming from the surroundings. These scents were familiar. They were all the same people that he had seen when he was in the Yu family. At that moment, Yu Zhentian suddenly came before Jiang Ming, a naive smile on his face as he arched his hand in thanks. I didn't expect little brother Jiang to be the first one to come out. I'm sure you got a lot of treasures in the immortal mansion. I'm here to congratulate little brother first, Yu Zhentian said smilingly. So it's the Yu family master. Jiang Ming returned a hand and said, it's just a pity that some minor accidents happened inside the cave. Both the treasures in the cave and the disciples of Yongdao City were buried inside, and it was only by luck that I managed to escape. What? Upon hearing these words from Jiang Ming, Yu Zhentian's pair of thick eyebrows immediately squeezed together. All the disciples of Yangdao City are buried here? Jiang Ming is the only one who came out? How is this possible? Obviously, the last time they went to the Immortal Mansion, they didn't have any problems, so how could they be so badly killed or injured this time? If that's true, there's only one possibility. A hint of viciousness flashed in Yu Zhentian's eyes. Little brother Jiang, I'm afraid it wasn't that what happened in the cave wasn't a minor accident, but that you made a move to kill a disciple of our Yu family. I, Yu Zhentian, am not so easy to fool. End of chapter. Yu Zhentian's face was extremely ugly. Jiang Ming not only wanted to monopolize the treasures in the Immortal Mansion, he even wiped out their Yu family disciples along with them. Originally, he had thought that Jiang Ming was nothing more than a simple-minded brat, but now that he looked at it, he was afraid that he had already plotted. After all, they didn't know what happened in the Immortal Mansion, so Jiang Ming could say whatever he wanted. With this in mind, the coldness in Yu Zhentian's eyes grew a few points more. What I said is the truth, Jiang Ming said with a shrug. Ever since his strength had risen up, Jiang Ming had set a principle for himself. That is, as long as the other party didn't take the initiative to find him trouble, he wouldn't strike. Not to mention those who had just stepped into cultivation. Usually even if they took the initiative to look for trouble with him, he didn't really want to do anything about it. Bullying someone who was too weak for him was not his idea of bad taste. Except, of course, for the demon sect. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhentian just sneered, not believing Jiang Ming's bull at all. Humph, you're the only one who came out alive, so whatever you say that's what it is? Yu Zhentian stared at Jiang Ming dead in the face. At this time, the Yu family elites who had been hiding on the sidelines appeared together to stand behind Yu Zhentian. Each of them looked at Jiang Ming with a fierce expression on their faces. Inside the people who went to the Immortal Mansion, there were individually their sons and daughters. Now that the only one who had returned was Jiang Ming, how could they not be angry? Family master, why bother talking nonsense with him? This son is ruthless, and it's highly likely that he has even obtained an immortal's magic treasure. After killing him, everything he gains will be ours, the butler said viciously. All of them stared at Jiang Ming, and at the same time, they erupted the true qi in their bodies. Looking at everyone's poised appearance, Yu Zhentian ended up with an expressionless face and landed his gaze on Jiang Ming. Kill. One word. Extremely brief. But it was this one word that caused everyone to stir up an infinite amount of battle spirit. Seeing this, Jiang Ming sighed, but that was kind of expected of him. After all, Yu Zhentian's purpose was to obtain the treasures within the cave, and he even went so far as to ambush this place, killing and seizing the treasures at any time. While he was inside the cave, he didn't bring out all but the spiritual spring and the returning chi skill, and even the Yu family was buried with the collapse of the cave. All the reasons were enough for the Yu family to make a move against him. But the reality is this: when the gods fight, mortals suffer. The weak couldn't withstand the breath of the strong. It would have been certain death in that situation, and he didn't want to explain too much. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming said, since that's the case, I'll try the move I tried to think of inside. As the words fell, other than Yu Zhentian, who stood still and was as steady as a mountain, the other Yu clan elites struck out at their best. There is no fluctuation in the eyes of Ming in the face of 7 people. The fists of the 7 men punched the air with a tiger-like aura, accompanied by their fists whistling through the air. However, Jiang Ming's raised his hand. That seemingly slow and unparalleled movement was able to easily neutralize the 7's moves one by one, and every time he raised his hand, there was no trace of procrastination, and he was almost perfect in wielding the other party's attack. One must know that the lowest strength among the 7 of them was all at the peak of foundation establishment. Facing a kid who was only at the chi practicing stage, he was actually recruited by the opponent for a while. What a strong flesh! The 7 members of the Yu clan were secretly shocked. Every time his fist smashed into Jiang Ming's arm, it was as if it had smashed into a piece of metaphysical iron. The true chi in his fists even had a few points returned to himself, leading to a feeling of hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging himself 800 times. However, everyone decided that with 7 of their cultivators striking out together, even if Jiang Ming's physical body was as strong as it was, he wouldn't be able to keep up this intensity for long. Sooner or later, Jiang Ming will be in their hands. As he watched his family's elites battle with Jiang Ming, the scorn in the eyes of Yu Zhentian on the side grew thicker and thicker. When he was in Yangdao City, he thought that Jiang Ming was simply stronger in his physical body, but now he was afraid that it wasn't that simple. Whether it was a combat body art or a counterattacking maneuver, on the surface it appeared to be uneventful, but with each step Jiang Ming seemed to be able to anticipate the other party's actions in advance, and this was the most finicky part of it. Not only that, Jiang Ming was able to fight a Jindan stage cultivator back and forth with only his chi practicing stage cultivation. Is this a casual? The hell with it. Go all out together. Don't meander with him. At this point, Yu Zhentian could no longer sit still, and moved himself to say. When the crowd heard this, a cold aura flashed in their eyes. I didn't expect that they, the top family of Yongdao City, would use all of their elites to deal with a mere chi practicing stage today, and they even had to leave no stone unturned. If it were to be spread out, I'm afraid it would be laughed off by the people of Yongdao City, but now in this situation, it is no longer possible to care so much. Boom! Instantaneous. When Yu Zhentian struck out together, the 7 people forced Jiang Ming to retreat one after another in an encircling position. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Zhentian's hands erupted into a strong wave of air, hard smashing on Jiang Ming's body. This strike hit Jiang Ming solidly. Even if the strike didn't hit them, being so close to Jiang Ming, they could still feel the oppressive force of Yu Zhentian's strike. Surprisingly, it's the Zhenba palm. The butler's eyes lit up. This is the Yu family's unspoken mastery that can only be practiced by successive generations of family heads. I didn't expect Yu Zhentian to offer this move at the beginning. In this case, Jiang Ming will definitely die even if his life is great. What's more, just now, he had seen with his own eyes that this palm had hit Jiang Ming hard. The moment, the earth was shattered with cracked lines, and mud and sand were stirred up around it, which dissipated in a short while. But when they hadn't been happy for long, they looked at the center of the cracked earth and saw that there was even a person standing there. The crowd's faces changed drastically, taking a hard hit of the shocking Buster palm and actually standing still? What the hell is this Jiang Ming? How is that possible? Even Yu Zhentian had a look of shock appear in his eyes. He was trying to avoid Jiang Ming still having any strength left, which was why he had cast his strongest move to put an end to it. Who would have thought that not only was this little brat in front of him not dead, he could even stand still and not move. This flesh strength is simply unheard of. The dust and smoke dissipated. Jiang Ming stood still and looked at his hands, seeming a bit puzzled. Just now, I clearly wrapped my breath around it, so how did it suddenly explode on its own? Jiang Ming's voice wasn't loud, but Yu Zhentian and the others could still vaguely hear some of it, but they couldn't understand. And in their eyes, besides shock, there was more unbelief. Suddenly, Jiang Ming slammed his head as if he had thought of something. I'm really convinced. How did I forget that there's no way to externally release true chi at the chi practicing stage? Jiang Ming said with chagrin. After saying that, Jiang Ming took a deep breath. In the eyes of the crowd in disbelief, from the strength of the chi practicing stage, he directly elevated to the foundation establishment stage. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Yu family members changed again and again. What kind of monster are they meeting? I can see all the support from everyone. Leave more footprints in the comments section, and I'll update more when I'm happy. Third shift is up. End of chapter. You really have gotten the inheritance. Yu Zhentian's face was so blue that it could almost drip water. Before this, Jiang Ming hadn't shown any signs of breakthrough at all. But after a trip out of the cave, he broke through to the foundation establishment stage in front of them in the blink of an eye. No wonder Jiang Ming was emboldened against them. Turns out it got heavenly in there. All of you, strike together. Never leave this son with half a chance to catch his breath. Yu Zhentian angrily shouted in a loud voice. Yes, the 7 also nodded. The chi practicing stage already gave them a headache. And now that Jiang Ming's strength had suddenly risen to the foundation establishment stage, it couldn't help but make their vigilance pull full. Perhaps they had never imagined that there would be a day when they would show scorn for someone at the foundation establishment stage. Looking at the way all 8 of them were poised and ready to go, Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. That's right, well, attack towards me with all your might, Jiang Ming said. The vertical sun is arrogant. Yu Zhentian was infuriated. At this point, Jiang Ming even refused to be serious. For Yu Zhentian, this was simply a strange shame. Yu Zhentian condensed an extremely appalling amount of energy in his large hands, and compared to before, the fluctuations in his true chi this time even triggered the surrounding winds to come whistling. Not only that, the other 7 people had also struck out, and the true chi clusters they condensed together were not the least bit weaker than the aura of the Yuaning stage. The strength of 8 people was enough to rival a Yuaning stage cultivator. Jiang Ming, you have to pay for your arrogance. Yu Zhentian's face wore an expression of incomparable anger. This time, he was going to crush this guy to pieces with his own hands. Seeing such an aura that surpassed the grade, Jiang Ming's face revealed a delighted look. That's more like it. Jiang Ming nodded. As the words fell, this terrifying aura all converged behind Yu Zhentian. The moment Yu Zhentian dispatched this poem, a deafening muffled sound erupted in the space, and the true chi of the others was similarly injected into this strike. Even Yuaning stage cultivators could only avoid this poem in the face of it. However, Jiang Ming was standing still without moving half a step away, arrogant to the core. A sneer surfaced in everyone's hearts. Even if Jiang Ming had temporarily broken through the foundation establishment stage, this strike had long surpassed the limits of Jindan. So what was he going to catch? However, just then, Jiang Ming inhaled slightly, his hands slowly meandering around in all directions as a faint air current flowed around his body and between his arms. The true qi on his body was like a vortex, and it actually robbed that terrifying Jin Ba Pom in the air, including Yu Jintian. Everyone's eyes widened, only to see the golden light slowing down in the air, and when it reached Jiang Ming's face, it just stopped in front of him. When the crowd saw this, they all revealed unbelievable expressions. At this time, Jiang Ming sighed and said, "Still no way to make it perfect. It seems like we need to do more research afterward." After saying that, Jiang Ming took a step back against his paws, his hands steadily collecting his own aura. Next moment, with both hands together, the golden true qi that was in front of his body immediately erupted into a heavenly beam of true qi that instantly swept through the surrounding grass and trees. "Hurry up and defend!" Yu Jintian was so shocked that he hurriedly shouted out. He never expected that Jiang Ming would be able to dissolve their attack and return as much of the original true qi energy to them again. He was only at the foundation stage cultivation level. How on earth could he do this? The offense of this strike had reached the Yuaning stage. In their haste, they were more shocked by Jiang Ming's means, and in the face of such a terrifying onslaught of true qi beams, they couldn't even release their means of defense. Aside from Yu Jintian, everyone was simply too late to defend, and were instantly flooded out of their bodies by the golden beams of light. Boom! The true qi beam instantly covered the grass in front of the person as well as behind him, and the terrifying shockwave directly destroyed all the creatures in a straight line to nothing. Even though Yu Jintian had been prepared, he violently vomited a mouthful of blood at this moment, his face gray and black as he looked at Jiang Ming. "I didn't expect you to get so many benefits inside the immortal mansion." Yu Jintian was upset. It was clear that Jiang Ming was just a pawn in his plan in the beginning. It hadn't occurred to him that after just one trip to the immortal mansion, Jiang Ming's strength was so terrifying as it was. At that moment, Jiang Ming slowly came in front of Yu Jintian and bent down to look at him. "Actually, I really didn't get any treasures. There's only a Mahayana stage cultivator in there who wanted to take over and be reborn," Jiang Ming said indifferently. At those words, Yu Jintian's face changed slightly. However, he quickly adjusted back and looked at Jiang Ming with disdain. "No? You think I would believe that?" Yu Jintian said with a cold smile. "Without obtaining the treasure, how were you able to ascend to foundation establishment so quickly? And how do you know that weird technique?" In his eyes, Jiang Ming was nothing but still lying. Seeing that Yu Jintian didn't believe him, Jiang Ming didn't want to explain too much. To him, Yu Jintian and the others' attacks were also just for him to try out that move he had thought of earlier, and now that the actual battle was over, there was naturally no need to bother with more words. With this in mind, Jiang Ming slowly stood up, his palm reaching out towards Yu Jintian. Seeing this, Yu Jintian's heart sank violently. "Is it hard for this guy to kill someone? Jiang Ming, I have no grudges against you, and we also cooperated in the first place. Do you still want to kill and silence me after you broke your own promise?" Yu Jintian was a bit flustered. This was the first time since he became the head of the Yu family that he felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Jiang Ming smiled faintly and said, "I generally hate trouble, so in order to avoid constant trouble in the future, it's better to ask you to die here as well, just like them." Jiang Ming's words were spoken calmly, as if all of this was just as it should be. Yu Jintian's face turned pale. Devil! Devil! Yu Jintian's expression was incomparably flustered. He had never imagined that the teenager he had seen at the beginning would be such a ruthless character underneath his countenance. He wanted to escape, but how could he escape from Jiang Ming? But, just a few steps after escaping, Yu Jintian's pupils were slightly disoriented, blood stains gushing from his mouth, and his body collapsed in a weak and feeble manner. Since the beginning, Jiang Ming hadn't even touched a corner of Yu Jintian. Such tactics. Scary as hell. Was it good? At that moment, Jiang Ming glanced at the woods to the side, his face not carrying any waves. After 5 breaths, no one answered. Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly and said, "I've taken care of your most headache rivals. In the future Yongdao City will be left with only your Liang family. Shouldn't you come out to celebrate and congratulate?" The words fell. Behind the trees that Jiang Ming was facing, there were 6 foundation establishment stage cultivators hidden. It was no different from what Jiang Ming had said. They were all from the Liang family. They had only come to watch a bit because the movement of the Qinkuan mountain was too big. They didn't expect that they had just arrived here and happened to see the scene of Jiang Ming obliterating Yu Jintian. The most crucial thing was that Jiang Ming had actually discovered them. Obviously they've covered their breath pretty well. End of chapter. They rolled their throats. Had they known that this teenager's strength was so terrifying, they wouldn't have come to check out the situation here. Deacon, are we going out or not? a Liang family disciple asked. They were in a panic. Yu Zhentian was at least at the peak of the Jindan stage, and his strength was on par with even their family head, yet he was killed by this teenager in front of him who appeared to be only at the foundation establishment stage. With such strength, it is evident that it is not trivial. How could a disciple of their level be able to cope with that? Deacon Liang thought about it and finally walked out with a stiff upper lip. Ha ha ha, little brother's killing was painful. This old dog Yu Zhentian is two-faced and three-faced. He was never a good thing in the first place. We've long wanted to rid the people of this evil. Seeing little brother kill him today was a great relief. Deacon Liang Ka laughed out loud, but looking at Jiang Ming's expression of looking at an idiot, his smile tightened up and he stood coyly on the side. At this time, the other Liang family children also walked out and stood respectfully, not daring to speak. There was no way. Seeing Yu Zhentian die in front of them with their own eyes, no one would dare to underestimate this teenager in front of them, even fearing that the next second, their heads would fall to the ground in response. Jiang Ming walked up to them and looked the six up and down. These six people had also raised their guard, and once Jiang Ming made his move, they would immediately strike and flee the place. You guys are scared of me? Suddenly, Jiang Ming opened his mouth and asked. The Liang family disciples looked at each other, then smiled awkwardly. Not afraid? How could we be afraid? You guys should indeed be afraid, Jiang Ming said indifferently. The crowd didn't know what to say for a moment. Don't worry, as long as you guys don't mess with me. I'm generally quite good at talking, Jiang Ming said. At those words, the crowd was slightly relieved. As long as they didn't make an enemy of the teenager in front of them, they were still relatively fortunate. However, they were still a bit uneasy. After all, they had seen Jiang Ming kill Yu Zhentian, and according to Jiang Ming's methods just now, he would actually spare them? This brother, truth be told, our two families have been fighting openly and secretly in Yongdao City for many years, and we have not been able to win or lose. Now that you personally killed Yu Zhentian with your own hands, it's considered a great favor to my Liang family. If you appreciate my brother's face, I'll truthfully report to the family head when I go back and let you be my Liang family's guest secretary, and you'll be my Liang family's honored guest in the Yongdao City in the future, Deacon Liang said with a clasped fist. These words were sort of from his heart. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The Liang family and the Yu family had crossed paths many times in Yongdao City, but the end result was nothing more than you losing a piece of land and me losing a store, and over time their fighting spirit was almost wiped out. Now that Yu Zhentian is dead, in the future in Yongdao City, it will definitely be their Liang family that will be the dominant one. The biggest contributor to this was Jiang Ming. They were scared, but they were still able to make sense of what was in front of them. After listening to the words of the Liang family's deacon, Jiang Ming nodded silently. Being a guest minister or whatever is just a matter of course. I only hope that you go back and tell your family head that Yu Zhentian is dead, and the Yu family is within reach. It's best to annex the Yu family, just leave no one left, Jiang Ming said slowly. Hearing these words from Jiang Ming, each of the Liang family disciples were dumbfounded. Why would Jiang Ming let them do that? This is only beneficial and not detrimental to the Liang family, even without asking for anything in return. Why is he doing this? Brother, can I ask why you're doing this? Deacon Liang couldn't help but ask. Because he messed with me, Jiang Ming replied, concise and clear. For the Liang family disciples, this even caused a cold sweat to flow down their spines. Just for messing with him, the entire family had to be wiped out. This kind of striking means was simply beyond their imagination. At this moment, the six of them did not dare to take a breath, for fear that they might accidentally provoke Jiang Ming, the great god, and kill them too if they were not happy. Understood. We will go back to inform the family head. Tomorrow. No. After today, there will be no more Yu family in Yongdao City, the deacon of the Liang family said in a deep voice. Jiang Ming nodded. Seeing this, the Liang family deacon signaled his eyes towards the disciples behind him and prepared to return to Yongdao City. Right. You guys wait a minute. Suddenly, Jiang Ming called out to stop them from behind him. The six men trembled, and a wave of vigilance surged through their hearts. At this time, Jiang Ming slowly walked up and said, do you guys know where the Lingyun sect is right now? The six froze, a little confused for a moment. The Lingyun sect is located in the east of the northwest domain. If brother wants to go, I can send someone to send you to the Wuxiu city near the Lingyun sect, and it will be a way of repaying brother's great kindness. Deacon Liang said respectfully. Well, that's fine, Jiang Ming nodded. After the negotiations, the Liang family's deacon led Jiang Ming towards Yongdao City first. Finding a post station outside the city, the Liang family deacon sent a Liang family disciple at the Qi practicing stage to guide him and follow Jiang Ming to Wuxiu City. Upon seeing Jiang Ming actually leave, the six of them breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Deacon, what exactly do you think this brother named Jiang Ming used to kill Yu Zhentian? A Liang clan disciple was still in shock. "Shut up!" Deacon Liang Jia scolded fiercely. He looked at Jiang Ming's distant back and said gruffly, "It's not good to know too many things. We just need to know that in the future, Yongdao City will be ours alone. Also, after you go back, you must not say a word about Jiang Ming's matter, and seal it up in your heart. Don't talk too much, do you understand?" The 5 men winced and nodded their heads. This was the first time they had seen this deacon so angry. After saying that, the 6 of them walked towards Yongdao City. It was also on this day that the workshops and stores of the Yu family in Yongdao City had been pocketed by the Liang family, and the people of the Yu family had almost subsumed the Liang family. As for those who don't listen, uniformly killed. Overnight, the entire Yongdao City was lit up, and everyone knew that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The Xuanchu's sect. Yi Xian ended up with his eyes tightly closed, his palm dragging his head, and his other hand lightly tapping the stone chair. This time, he didn't have any male favorites around him, just calmly resting here, but the breath he exhaled was slightly disturbing. Patriarch, I have something important to report." Suddenly, an elder ran in without stopping, panicked and fiery, kneeling on the ground and said, "What's so panicky?" Yi Xian finally said with his eyes closed, reporting back to the patriarch, "The 4 disciples we sent, their breath is currently cut off from the clan. I'm afraid they're dead," the elders said in panic. "Oh, who did this?" Yi Xian finally slowly opened those demonic eyes and asked. "I thought that it was extremely likely to be that Jiang Ming." The elder rolled his throat and said in a deep voice. End of chapter. Jiang Ming? Upon hearing this name, Yi Xian final's demonic eyes flashed with a strange color. Although the disciples they had sent out were only at the early stage of foundation establishment, but a mere Jiang Ming at the Qi practicing stage was able to obliterate 4 of them without them realizing it. So this was indeed something of a name. "Why do you think Jiang Ming killed him?" Yi Xian finally asked. "I thought, with the Xianmei sect's name, once the secular world hears the sect's name, there will be no fear. Yongdao City is just a small city. The so-called 2 great families are all but ants, so why would they have the guts to dare to kill my Xianhua sect's disciples? On the contrary, Jiang Ming is different, as a disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect, and even more so as someone beside Lin Tianyi, so as long as he has the strength, it would be reasonable to kill those 4. The 4th elder analyzed. Yi Xian nodded at the end. He also thought that those 4 bottom disciples were killed by Jiang Ming, otherwise it would be hard to explain how a Qi practicing stage in the district would be looked upon by Lin Tianyi. But in this way, his curiosity about Jiang Ming grew stronger. To be able to kill 4 foundation establishment disciples by himself, it seems that the strength of his flesh is comparable to that of the Jindan stage. Yi Xian Terminal licked the corners of his mouth and said with considerable interest, "Patriarch, how do you think this matter should be handled?" The 4th elder raised his head and asked. "There's no rush. This seat has recently cooperated with that lord and is attempting to break through that realm. It's fine for you to personally take care of such a small matter." Yi Xian finally crossed his legs and said smugly. Upon hearing this, a touch of envy surfaced in the eyes of the 4th elder. "Is the patriarch trying to break through the Mahayana stage?" the 4th elder asked. "It's good to know. Don't make a sound," Yi Xian finally said indifferently. After hearing Yi Xian's final determination, the 4th elder's face was overjoyed. One must know that Yi Xian Terminal had just broken through the harmonization stage just a year ago, and it was only a year ago that he was about to break through to the Mahayana realm. This speed, even if it was placed 10,000 years ago, it would still be the top existence, right? Once Yi Xian finally broke through the Mahayana stage, then their Xianmei sect would be the most powerful sect in the current Sangshuan continent, truly standing at the top of the existence. Thinking about this, the 4th elder was very excited. So even his status would rise, and if they made that lord happy, perhaps even he could be honored with some blessings, so that promotion to the harmonious stage would not be impossible. In this way, they, the Xianmei sect, would trample the Sangshuan continent, all the sects, under their feet ruthlessly. Let the world know who is the #1 clan in the world. Outside of Wuxiao City, under the leadership of the Liang family's disciples, Jiang Ming's journey was unhindered all the way to a small town outside of Wuxiao City, because it was already late. According to the rules of Wuxiao City, outsiders were not allowed to enter the city at night, so they could only rest at an inn in the town temporarily for the night. Talking along the way, this Liang family disciple and Jiang Ming had a feeling of hating each other. After all, in his eyes, Jiang Ming was only at the Qi practicing stage. Just like him, people of equal status are more or less in the same position in front of each other. Inside the inn, Liang Tao sat down at the table, sipping his mulled wine and said, "Brother Jiang Ming, you are unaware that cultivators at the bottom of the hierarchy like us are in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the cultivation world, living is simply worse than a dog." Saying that, Liang Tao took another hard gulp of wine. Jiang Ming smiled faintly and didn't say anything, just sat down and chucked a piece of meat and dipped it in the sauce and ate it with wine. For Liang Tao's words, Jiang Ming actually does not have much feeling. After all, the realm of qi practicing stage, when he only used one day to break through to the foundation building, those cultivators who were stuck in the qi practicing stage, he really couldn't understand their feelings. But since it was Liang Tao who said to invite him to dinner, he was still happy to do so as well. No more words, the words are in the wine. I'll drink first. After saying that, Jiang Ming hugged the palm-sized wine altar and drank it straight down in one gulp. Looking at Jiang Ming with such bravado, Liang Tao had even more tremendous feelings in his heart. Good brother. Well said. Bottoms up. Liang Tao was moved to tears, holding the wine and pouring it into his mouth. After 3 rounds of wine, Liang Tao was directly dry drunk, sitting in place with a red face and staggering. Looking at his state, Jiang Ming just smiled and continued to eat the meat and drink the wine. Bang! Suddenly, at the time of drinking almost, originally ready to close the inn, suddenly was out of nowhere strong man. A foot directly kicked the door. What door is closed so early? You don't want to do my business, do you? Only to see a rough male voice coming from outside the door, and then walked in 3 brawny men, all skimming a dagger at their waist. Looking at the appearance of each one of them, they all came in aggressively. For a while, there weren't many people in the inn originally, and at this time, everyone's gazes were attracted to the 3 people. When they saw these 3 people's appearance, they felt a heart palpitation, and then hurriedly left from the side in a grayish manner. Moment. The originally empty inn was now the only 2 people left here, Jiang Ming and the drunken Liang Tao. The visitor glanced over at Jiang Ming's side, 2 thick eyebrows wrinkled on his brow, and then found a spacious table to sit straight against. Boss, where are you pretending to be dead? If you don't come out, I'm going to take your store down. The rugged man growled impatiently and landed a slap directly on the table. An ear-splitting clapping sound was heard throughout the inn. Hearing this voice, Liang Tao seemed to have sobered up a bit. Perhaps he was also upset, so he tried to turn his head and yell at the other person through the strength of his drink. I wouldn't trouble them if I were you, Jiang Ming said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, Liang Tao suddenly felt that his originally drowsy head suddenly became incomparably clear. He blinked, looked down at the gang of burly men behind him, and immediately lowered his head. These 3 people were not to be messed with at a glance, and being the same cultivator, he could sense that the other party's cultivation was at least in the late qi practicing stage. 3 late qi practitioners. Once he fights his small arms and legs, I'm afraid that he cannot fight a few times will fall apart. Thanks for the reminder, ha, Liang Tao said with a smile. At that moment, a man in his 30s or so slowly walked out of the inn. He walked out smilingly, nodding his head towards the 3 burly men. Apparently, the innkeeper knew these 3 burly men as well. I'm sorry, 3 masters, it's too late in the day. My family's cooks have already rested, and there's no way to cook any more meals for the time being, the innkeeper said bitterly. What did you say? It's only a couple hours now. Rest up and wake him up. A large man with a tiger's eye was clearly hard at work on a meal here. The innkeeper's face was a bit difficult. 3 masters? This cannot be helped, ah. My cook has gone back. Now go to find back and forth also have to delay a long time, ah. The innkeeper said with a smile. Humph. I think you just don't want to do business with our 3 brothers. Since you won't do it, get out of my way. I'll go in and find something to eat myself. The big man stood up and headed straight for the back kitchen. Seeing this, the innkeeper's face changed, and he hurriedly advised. Master, how can I let you go look for it yourself? I'll go. I'll just go. The burly man skimmed and sneered. Oh, looking at you. There seems to be something in here. Ha, if you won't let me go, I'll go in. With that, he lifted the curtain directly from the back kitchen, only to see a girl of about 10 years old standing inside, holding a few buns in her hands, hiding in the corner shivering with a terrified expression in her eyes. Seeing this girl, the corner of the burly man's mouth immediately hooked into an evil smile. Old thing, hiding a golden house. Ha, we all get it, right? Eyes hinting. End of chapter. The innkeeper's face changed drastically. Master, please don't. This is my daughter, who just turned 14 this year, so please be merciful. I'll find you something to eat. Just tell me what you want to eat. I'll find it for you. The innkeeper tugged on the strong man's hand. His voice panicked. The burly man glanced at the innkeeper, and a sneer surfaced in his eyes. Sorry, I don't have much of an appetite right now. I want her. After saying that, the burly man swung his arm and directly threw the innkeeper outside, slamming him hard against a table, causing the entire wooden table to be broken. This was the gap between mortals and cultivators. Even at the qi practicing stage, the strength of his flesh was still very human. After resolving the innkeeper, The burly man's eyes carried an extremely aggressive gaze as he looked the girl up and down. Dad! The girl's eyes were red at the corners. She was just a little hungry at night and wanted to come out to find something to eat. Who would have thought that she would come across this scene? After she saw her dad being thrown away by the strong man in front of her, the tears in the corners of her eyes couldn't stop flowing out. Don't be afraid, little girl. Don't look at us as fierce looking. We'll be gentle later. The burly man licked the corners of his mouth, the smile on his lips getting uglier and uglier. Watching this scene, Liang Tao's hand clenched into a ball. Beast! Liang Tao cursed fiercely and painfully, but his strength was only in the middle stage of qi cultivation, not to mention 3 strong men. Even if it was one, he was no match. If you go out now, not to mention saving that little girl, you'll be beaten to a pulp yourself. But he quickly thought of someone. Brother, should we go teach them a lesson? Liang Tao asked in a low voice. Jiang Ming didn't reply. He took a sip of his wine, his gaze calmly looking in the direction of the back kitchen, his finger nudging a drop from the bowl. This action was somewhat unintelligible to Liang Tao, but before Jiang Ming was ready to strike, a female voice suddenly came from outside the door. Traitors! How dare you do this in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of the law? At that moment, a young girl dressed in plain clothes walked outside the inn. The young girl had a clean face and tied her hair up in a ball, which was quite manly. Hearing the young girl's words, the trio impatiently scowled back at the young girl. Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business. The burly man chided impatiently. When the road is rough, pull out the sword and help. It's the code of my generation of cultivators, Tang Qiuyue said. As the words fell, Tang Qiuyue's eyes flashed with a cold light, drawing out the sword at her waist, her figure shooting out like a sharp sword. Seeing this, the 3 burly men frowned. Peak Chi practitioner. The little ninny's strength isn't weak, but it just so happens that 1 female isn't enough for us to share. You can't blame us for sending yourself to the door. The strong man sneered. Succubus. Tang Qiuyue frowned and immediately swung out a sword. The trio's faces were slightly grave, dodging his sword in their haste, while the 3 of them took out the daggers at their waists. Eyeing Tang Qiuyu intently, Tang Qiuyu's gaze coldly swept towards the 3, stabbing his sword towards the person whose breath was trying to be weak. That person's reaction was indeed slightly slower by a beat, and in the face of Tang Qiuyu's sudden turn of attack, his entire body retreated backwards. At this time, Tang Qiuyue seized the moment and kicked the man's lower body with all her might, and the latter directly crashed into one of the inn's beams and fell to the ground, taking the lead and gaining an advantage. Tang Qiuyue smiled lightly, but was not complacent. The 2 behind her also attacked at the same time. Tang Qiuyu hurriedly swung her sword to resist, but this block caused her arm to tremble slightly. Although she was at the peak of qi cultivation, she was always just at the qi cultivation stage, facing 2 burly men in the late qi practitioner stage. He himself had not gained any advantage. You don't seem to be very strong either. The burly man let out an evil laugh. A hint of stubbornness flashed in Tang Qiuyu's eyes as she pressed towards the 2 once again towards the sword blade. The 2 of them unhurriedly went back and forth successively invoking Tang Qiuyu's attacks. Although Tang Qiuyu's strength was 1 point stronger than theirs, but after each move was received they switched to another person to block the next move. In this way, after 10 moves, Tang Qiuyu's power was clearly 1 point weaker than at the very beginning. Little ninny, looks like you haven't practiced enough. The burly man grinned. Tang Qiuyue didn't say anything, but she could feel that there was really no way she could get the upper hand in a 1-on-2 situation. If this continued, she would only end up putting herself in a quandary. At that moment, she looked to the Jiang Ming duo sitting quietly in the corner to the side. Friends, if you are also members of the righteous path, please also help me. Tang Qiuyue looked to the side and said, Kid, if you guys dare to come, I'll even get you all together. The burly man's tiger eyes glared, clearly threatening the Jiang Ming duo. Liang Tao scrunched his neck. He was merely a disciple at the lowest level of the Liang family, and it was only this time when the deacon sent him out to see off the guests that he was given a chance to catch his breath. Facing threats like the 3 people in front of him, he couldn't help but recall the time when he was bullied by the others in the Liang family. He clenched his fists. Bang! Suddenly, Liang Tao slammed the desktop, frantically exhaling, as if he was cheering himself up. Being aggravated in the family. It's not easy to come out and be aggravated again. This was originally your fault. So what right do you have to threaten me with this? Liang Tao angrily slapped the wooden table again. The 2 men were stunned. They knew that Liang Tao was only in the middle stage of qi cultivation, so they thought that they wouldn't scream if they threatened. Who'd have thought he'd have the guts to come forward? Kid, you don't want to drink to your heart's content. The burly man's face was extremely gloomy. Old me just wants to mind my own business. Have the guts to come to Yongdao City to find trouble with me. Liang Tao directly walked over. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming shook his head breathlessly. Whether it is Tang Qiuyue or Liang Tao, This kind of impulsive on the head of the nature, really not afraid of one day in the future miss to hitch themselves? As the burly man's attention fell on Liang Tao, Tang Qiuyue got a chance to catch her breath, and in the next second, she directly swung her sword blade to force the duo back. The burly man gritted his teeth and looked angrily at Tang Qiuyue and Liang Tao with a deep obscure cold light in his eyes. Very well, you two better not run away. If I don't get you killed tomorrow, I'll write the word king backwards. Let's go. After saying that, the burly man turned around and left the inn. At the same time, even the strong man who was lying on the ground at the beginning hurriedly grayed out and climbed up to follow after hearing this. Seeing the three heads escape, Tang Qiuyue and Liang Tao were relieved, especially Liang Tao. After holding back his grievances for so long, today was considered to be the day that he completely spat out the grievances that he had previously held in his heart, and he felt that today was the most painful day of his life. Thanks for your help, friend. I'm a disciple of the Lingyun sect. Tang Qiuyue put away her sword and said, Ha, I'm from Yongdao City, sending my friend here. Oh, by the way, my friend is going to the Lingyun sect. Isn't that a coincidence? Liang Tao said. A friend? Only then did Tang Qiuyue notice Jiang Ming sitting on the side. She didn't have a good feeling about Jiang Ming as a person. After all, when she was in a crisis, this guy had been watching the show from the side, and hadn't made a move until the last minute. This kind of person also wants to enter the Lingyun sect? End of chapter. This one is your friend? Ha, the Lingyun sect isn't for anyone to enter. And people like you who sit back and watch in the face of thieves are never recognized by my Lingyun sect. Tang Qiuyue clasped her hands and looked at Jiang Ming, who was still sitting on the side of the clouds, and said disdainfully, Liang Tao, who was on the side, scratched his head and didn't know how to speak. Foolish. Jiang Ming shook his head and said faintly, What did you say? Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Tang Qiuyue's fire immediately surged up. Although she didn't hear it very clearly, Jiang Ming's attitude was clearly mocking her. What makes him tick, isn't it? Jiang Ming put down his wine bowl and said blandly, Before you strike, aren't you afraid that the other party will take the girl as a hostage to blackmail? Or, do you still have the confidence to deal with 3 people alone? Moreover, do you know what the other party's background is? Will the aftermath really bring trouble? Tang Qiuyue frowned a little. She couldn't answer. If you have the strength, these are indeed things you need not consider, or even take advantage of tonight to walk away. But have you thought about who will be victimized once you're gone? Jiang Ming looked at Tang Qiuyue. At those words, Tang Qiuyue's delicate body trembled. The victimization will only shift to this inn. You can have the clan as a shelter, but these mortals, in the end, have to die for you. Could it be that this is called hoeing the strong and supporting the weak? Jiang Ming said. Tang Qiuyue clenched her silver teeth and immediately retorted. You've thought this through so thoroughly. Is this how you sit back and do nothing? In the end, you're nothing more than a coward. Jiang Ming smiled. He slowly got up and said, Dealing with the wicked doesn't necessarily have to be honorable, as long as you win. So what if it's a sneak attack? The cultivation world only values results and doesn't care about the process. As for dealing with the forces behind them, just cut off the roots. You haven't even grasped this most basic essentials of the cultivation world. How did you dare to come out and practice? Jiang Ming's every sentence, every word, seemed to slap her in the face. But she hadn't heard such twisted reasoning since she started practicing. But when you think about it, you don't know how to refute it. Thank you both for your help. At this time, the injured shopkeeper was helped up by the girl and slowly came in front of the 3 to say thank you. But what this gentleman said was indeed good. Tang Qiuyue looked at the shopkeeper with an odd expression. Obviously, Jiang Ming didn't make a move from beginning to end. And in the end, he just stood here and talked a bunch of bull crooked reasoning. And as a result, the shopkeeper was still towards Jiang Ming instead? The two of you don't know. Those 3 people just now are actually villains from outside our town, belonging to the same mountain fortress called Voltron. From time to time, people from their cottage would go to the neighboring towns and freeload, and in some serious cases, they would even rob the people's women. It's not the first or second time this has happened. Speaking of which, the shopkeeper sighed helplessly. At those words, Tang Qiuyue's expression immediately turned serious. Why don't we seek help from the lineage in Wushao City? Or maybe look for the cultivators of the Lingyun sect. They should be able to solve it as well, Tang Qiuyue said. The shopkeeper shook his head. The Lin family of Wushao City once also sent people to crush the Wulong Mountain Fortress, but there was a Jindan stage great cultivator in the Wulong Mountain Fortress, and the Lin family's men and horses went there and couldn't attack for a long time, so it was also a non-starter. As for the Lingyun sect, there have also been some cultivators who went to crusade against it, and ultimately returned to no avail. The final result we got was that instead of restraining themselves, the The Voltron cottage's behavior towards the neighboring towns intensified after the two crusades, so no one dared to offend them anymore. The more the shopkeeper spoke, the worse his face became. The Voltron cottage was in their eyes an existence that controlled their destiny in general. The rich and powerful people had all gone to Wuxiao City, and those of them who could only do some small business could only stay in the town, praying that the people of the Voltron cottage would be in a better mood every day. But today, after all, it didn't escape. These thieves, how dare they be so rampant? Tang Xiaoyue clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth. There's no need for the girl to be annoyed. I'm already satisfied that the two of you were able to save my daughter today. The three of you should leave as soon as possible so as not to cause trouble. The shopkeeper slowly said. What about you, sir? Tang Xiaoyu asked with a frown. What else can we do? One can only temporarily lodge within Wuxiao City for self-preservation, the shopkeeper said with a bitter smile. At those words, Tang Xiaoyu's clenched fists even shook a little. Was it true that her behavior was wrong? As Jiang Ming had said? Because of her recklessness, not only did she not effectively lift the crisis, but even brought about a bigger one? Hey! Why have you suddenly stopped talking? Aren't you quite talkative? Why don't you say what the solution is? Tang Xiaoyu bit her silver teeth and then asked. Of course there's a solution. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. What way? At this moment, Tang Xiaoyue and Liang Tao spoke at almost the same time. Jiang Ming clasped his hands and said, wouldn't it be better to have your Lingyun sect's Jindan stage cultivators come to help? Or just call the Yuanin stage people to come and destroy the Volsun mountain village? Hearing this idea of Jiang Ming's, Tang Xiaoyue really didn't know if the other party was serious or making fun of her. This trip to the Lingyun sect is at least a day's journey. I'll go back for a trip, others have come earlier. And lately, the elders are all in seclusion, and the great cultivators above the Jindan stage are managing the sect, so there's no way they can come out, Tang Xiaoyu explained. Upon hearing this, the corners of Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect that just by coming to have a meal in the inn, I would actually inquire about some news of the Lingyun sect. According to what Yongdao City had learned, the Lingyun sect was now only a third-grade sect, and it was feared that the strength of the elders was only at the Yuanying stage. And as the Lingyun sect was now in seclusion from the elders to the sect leader, it was obvious that they should have gotten some kind of breakthrough in their strength, which made all of them eager to raise their strength. This trip is really the right one, Jiang Ming thought in his heart. After thinking about it, Jiang Ming replied, then there's nothing you can do about it. Things were caused by you, so naturally you have to take the blame yourself. Tang Xiaoyue was so angry that her chest rose and fell back and forth. She's never seen such a shameless person. She shrugs off everything. If she knows, why ask him? However, I do have a way, but with a little condition, Jiang Ming said faintly. What conditions? Tang Xiaoyue gave Jiang Ming a blank look. She was a bit hopeless about Jiang Ming. If you're willing to take me to join the Lingyun sect, I guarantee that not only will the people from the Volsung Mountain Fortress not come to trouble you tomorrow, but they'll even come with a large amount of treasure to make amends. Jiang Ming replied with a smile. What? Not only do you not look for trouble, but you come over and apologize? Not only did Tang Xiaoyu not believe it, even the shopkeeper refused to believe it. They had all seen with their own eyes how strong the Voltron fortress was. Even the cultivators of the Lin family and the Lingyun sect of Wuxiao City could not do anything to them. How could this teenager in front of them, who appeared to be no more than 18 years old, be able to do this? End of chapter. They simply don't believe it. Jiang Ming was only a cheap practicing stage cultivator, while the strongest strength of the Voltron walled city was a Jindan stage cultivator. With this kind of gap, even if the elders on the Lingyun sect stepped forward, the other party might not respectfully come over to make amends and apologize. On what basis did he? I don't believe you're that capable, Tang Xiaoyue said as she clasped her hands. It's not like there's anything to lose for you. It's better than staying here and doing nothing, Jiang Ming said with a shrug. Tang Xiaoyu frowned and looked at Jiang Ming. To be honest, she really didn't believe this guy in front of her who only spoke empty words. But Jiang Ming really wasn't wrong either. Instead of staying here and trying to figure out what to do, it would be better to trust him and at least have a response. Alright, as long as you can really solve this trouble, I'll personally take you to the Lingyun sect and recommend you to become a disciple of the sect, Tang Xiaoyu said. That's right, Jiang Ming smiled. Listening to the conversation between the two, the shopkeeper on the side didn't know how to speak. That's the Voltron cottage. How can they be converted to a scourge that no one has been able to eradicate for so many years? This gentleman, in fact, there is no need to be like this at all. You may not know how powerful they are, said the shopkeeper worriedly. Maybe, Jiang Ming smiled and said, if you're afraid of being implicated, you can take your family out to hide in the morning, and then come back after the gang of thieves leave. This, the shopkeeper was dumbfounded. Well, we'll know the result tomorrow, and anyway, I'm the one who caused the trouble, and I'm bound not to run away from it. and I just want you not to be a believer." After saying that, Tang Qiuyue glared at Jiang Ming, then headed up to the inn. Seeing this, the shopkeeper just sighed, and he didn't want to persuade any further. However, Jiang Ming was right. If he could really solve the problem of the Voltron cottage, then the days ahead would become better, and there would be no need to travel to Wuxiu City to pitch in more than necessary. Tomorrow just take your daughter and wife out to get out of the wind and see what happens before you make a decision. Then I'll thank this gentleman here in advance. The shopkeeper arched his hand and said. Jiang Ming just smiled and nodded without saying anything. After saying that, the shopkeeper also took his daughter and packed up his things to prepare to leave first tomorrow. For mortals, the only way to survive peacefully is to be more cautious. Watching one after another leave, Liang Tao on the side timidly asked, "Brother Jiang, do you really have a way to solve that trouble?" Jiang Ming smiled faintly. "Who knows?" Liang Tao's face became extremely odd. After half a day, the result Jiang Ming did not think of a good idea. This is not to make fun of others? Go back and rest. Maybe a miracle will really happen tomorrow morning? The corner of Jiang Ming's mouth curled up into a shallow smile. After saying that, Jiang Ming stretched his back and walked towards his residence. Liang Tao shook his head, although he was also worried about what would happen tomorrow. But with his strength he simply couldn't cope with a behemoth like the Voltron walled city. And if he really couldn't, it would be as Jiang Ming had said before. Anyway, he was a person from Yongdao City, and when he returned to Yongdao City, this Voltron cottage couldn't do anything about him. Just so, he didn't dare to think about it any further, and slunk back to his room in his dust. Inside the room, Jiang Ming lay flat on the bed, closed his eyes, and the divine sense in his body was like flowing water from this inn as the center, quickly spreading out rapidly in all directions. At this rate, it would not be an exaggeration to say that a flood of water was tumbling out. At that moment, he noticed a man at the door, who had been peering into his part of the house. This little brat. Jiang Ming laughed and shook his head. The person spying on him was none other than Tang Qiuyue. It was assumed that the other party had always retained a skeptical attitude towards him, so they wanted to see what exactly he was going to do tonight. But how can he act so casually? Since she wants to watch, let her keep watching. Ignoring Tang Qiuyue, Jiang Ming's divine sense quickly diffused a range of hundreds of miles, querying several locations of Jindan stage sense, and finally locking onto a place with a denser scent. Found it. The corner of Jiang Ming's mouth curved up. In the next second, Jiang Ming opened his eyes and sat up. He raised his hand and pointed to a pot of tea on the table, and the teapot just floated up out of thin air, raising the mouth of the pot, and the tea inside surged out as if it were substantial, until it took the shape of a human being in the meantime. This humanoid was 7 times similar to Jiang Ming, but his appearance was a bit more mature, like a grown-up Jiang Ming. Greetings, immortal emperor. This Jiang Ming, who bore a 7-point resemblance to Jiang Ming, kneeled respectfully and said, "Do one thing for me." Jiang Ming said simply. He then ejected a ray of golden light from his fingertips and injected it into the center of the latter's eyebrows. A wisp of mission consciousness attached by Jiang Ming made him aware of it. "Feel free to rest assured, immortal elder, I'll go and do it right away." As the words fell, Jiang Ming's figure disappeared without a trace within the room in the twinkling of an eye. After handling it, Jiang Ming stretched himself. Finally, I can rest properly. Jiang Ming let out a long sigh and lay flat on the bed. At this point, Tang Qiuyue, who was standing at the doorway of her own room, kept the doorway open, and just quietly stared at Jiang Ming's room from the doorway here. With the passage of time little by little, the inside of the room had long been dim, but there was no sign of going out. This guy, he's not going to do nothing tonight. Tang Qiuyue was a bit anxious emotionally. Or was Jiang Ming originally trying to tease her? A so-called bet, but just to see how good she is tomorrow. Thinking of this, Tang Qiuyue shook her head. Now she had no choice. She could only trust Jiang Ming. Maybe it was just that Jiang Ming was still preparing other things and hadn't gone out? Thinking about it, she finally chose to continue to hide and watch. Just that she would never have thought from the beginning that Jiang Ming, at this time, had long been lying down and huffing and puffing, and that was a peace of mind. Voltron Cottage. It was located about 80 miles outside of Wuxiu City, on top of a narrow and dangerous terrain, tucked away in a mountainside. The terrain here is treacherous. The road leading to the cottage is only one way from the bottom to the top, and the road is narrow and can only accommodate less than 10 people side by side at a time. Moreover, the cottage was on the mountainside, and the valley terrain was narrow, which also had great limitations for flying magic treasures. This was also the reason why this made the Voltron mountain fortress easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if a Jindan stage great cultivator arrived here, he could only attack in a step-by-step manner. However, there was also a great Jindan stage cultivator in the Voltron mountain fortress, and for this reason, the mountain fortress could not be attacked for a long time. which made all the righteous people dismiss the idea of crusading. The moment. Inside the Voltron cottage, the three strong men returned to the cottage and fell on all fours, complaining to a man who was half naked on top. Walled City Lord, I had wanted to bring that little daughter back to you for a bit of fun, but who would have thought that three ungrateful fellows would step in to mess with us? The strong man lying on the ground said. Oh, what is the opponent's strength? The Walled City Lord asked. All three of them are just practicing chi, but there is a female whose strength is the peak of practicing chi. That's why she is so arrogant, the strong man said. The Walled City Lord nodded indifferently and said blandly, I didn't expect that after such a long time has passed, there would still be someone who was not long-sighted enough to dare offend my Voltron Mountain walled city. It seems that it is necessary to go tomorrow to make those dog slaves learn a lesson about us, the people of the Voltron Mountain walled city. It's their king. Almost forgot to update. End of chapter. The words of the Walled City Lord immediately caused the three people below to feel their spirits lift. In this way, they could again plunder the mortals for their possessions and women, so that they could have fun again for a while. After all, the majesty of the Voltron cottage would never allow those pariahs to have the slightest thought of overstepping their bounds. Go down. Tomorrow the three of you will lead the way and I will personally make them kneel and kowtow. The Walled City Lord waved his hand and said, Yes. The three nodded respectfully. As the words fell, the three of them prepared to leave the camp. However, next, outside the camp suddenly a silhouette flew in backwards. His face was very ugly, and the blood stain spat out of his mouth almost in a straight line overflowing from the outside to the inside. He covered his chest and gazed at the Walled City Lord, suddenly having a look of being able to catch his breath. Walled Master, there was a man outside who suddenly barged in and used only one move to crush us all. The person who fell to the ground spoke with difficulty, and fainted directly after speaking. Looking at the appearance of this one on the ground, the three people standing at the entrance of the camp were dumbfounded. What happened? This is at least an early stage foundation establishment expert, and there are even many experts sitting outside the camp, but he would be killed in a second? How is that possible? The Walled City Lord's brows knitted together as he had a not-so-good feeling. He stood up, his gaze fierce as he headed out of the camp, going out to take a look. The scene in front of them instantly dazzled all four of them. Originally, there were also 200 to 300 people in their cottage, and the defense measures and scouting measures were all very perfect. But now, those measures were all reduced to scrap metal, and those so-called cottage masters, all of them fell to the east and west and lay groaning on the ground. And the person who did this is now suspended in the sky above. The man's icy cold eyes emitted an inexplicable chill in this night sky, and even if he was as powerful as a Jindan stage Walled City Lord, he shivered at this moment. He was able to step into the air with just his own strength. It was at least a Yuaning stage powerhouse. Your Excellency should be an elder of the Lingyun sect. I have not offended my Voltron walled city lately. Why did you lay such a cruel hand on me and injure so many of my brethren? The Walled City Lord frowned, his tone not the least bit fearful. Lingyun sect? What garbage! I only follow the will of the immortal emperor. The heavenly immortal said with his hands behind his back and a cold face. Immortal? Hearing this word, even the Walled City Lord, who was as steady as an old dog, felt a palpitation. There weren't many people in this world who could call themselves immortal dignitaries. Each one of them could be an old monster in the world today, with a strength that far exceeded the knowledge of cultivators like them. But then he turned his mind. They were just a small cottage in the northwest domain area, and they hadn't offended any outsiders in the past, so how could they provoke that level of existence for no reason? If your excellency is not bluffing me, we have never messed with outsiders, let alone messing with your master. Your excellency don't think that my Voltron walled city is so easy to bully. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the Walled City Lord. Behind him, a flying knife had been touched out by now. On top of the flying dagger, it was stained with the venom that he had specially bought from some poisonous sections. Not to mention Jindan stage cultivators. Even Yuaning stage cultivators would surely die if they were hit. If the man in the sky dared to make a move, he would immediately throw flying daggers. His movements were handled carefully, but the immortals created by Jiang Ming were not idiots. In his eyes, every move of this walled city's master was all in his eyes. But he was not afraid in the least. The immortal father had given him an immortal body. How could the mortal things of an immortal's body be able to help him? He only needed to complete the task that the immortal emperor had given him. Not invited? Thou might as well ask the three behind thee, the immortal said. At those words, the Walled City Lord suddenly thought of something and looked violently at the three strong men behind him. The three burly men were also a bit confused. What's it to them? Did you guys go out today and provoke some great powers? The Walled City Lord questioned. No, just those three chi practicing little people, the strong man whispered. Don't give me lies. The Walled City Lord frowned. Walled City Lord, we really didn't. The three men directly knelt down. The walled city lord frowned, and in his mind he was also speculating on the weighing of interests. Finally, he made a decision. Your Excellency has destroyed so many facilities in my cottage and injured so many of my brothers, so I think you've had enough of your anger. We will not take offense in the future either. So the grudge between us is also written off. Is that all right? The cottage master said. The immortal shook his head. Then what else does your Excellency want? The walled city lord said through clenched teeth. Make amends, the immortal said. Apologize? The fierce look on the walled city lord's face grew more and more intense. Ever since he had established the Voltron mountain fortress, neither the Lin family of Wushao City nor those so-called righteous people of the Lingyan sect had ever been able to gain any advantage from him. The man in front of them not only asked them to make amends, but even apologized? No way. Thinking of this, the walled city lord wore a fake benevolent smile on his face and nodded in a seemingly complimentary manner. In fact, the next second the hand hidden behind him suddenly threw out 3 flying daggers. Whoosh! The 3 flying daggers cut through the air with sharp wind-breaking sounds, and with the added strength of Jindan stage cultivation, this speed was almost only a flash of a cold aura in the darkness of the night, instantly stabbing at the immortal in the sky above. It's done! Not only did the walled city lord think like this, the 3 people behind him also stretched their brows, but before they had time to rejoice, they realized that the 3 flying daggers were actually just hovering in front of the immortal's body, never able to advance by half an inch. Here's why. The 4 people's minds were in a state of confusion. Clearly the man hadn't performed any means at all. How could he possibly defend against this move? Thou art too low in thy ways. The immortal sighed and slowly raised his hand. At this moment, a ray of white light blossomed around the immortal, and with the luster he himself released, he had become the brightest moon in the sky. This is the power of an immortal. Immortal strike. Mortal submission. The crowd below watched the scene, all looking as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of being is this guy? It was also at this moment that the walled city lord realized that he had made a serious mistake in his assessment of the people in the sky. The opponent wasn't at the Yuaning stage at all, only that he had already reached the god transformation stage. Even higher. How is it possible? The walled city's head went blank. He couldn't understand why just messing with 3 chi practicing stage people would attract such a great power. The words fell. An extremely terrifying pressure instantly crushed down from the top of his head, and in an instant, even the walled city lord felt a wave of dizziness in his head, and his entire person instantly slumped to the ground like a dead dog. Being under the death grip of such a terrifying pressure, it was problematic for him to even think about breathing a breath of air. Is this what this man is capable of? It was clear that before a single move was made, they had already lost all their fighting ability. How strong is he really? End of chapter. Powerful. Unparalleled power. He had been the walled city lord for several decades of years, and had seen many strong people, but had never seen such a terrifying existence. The man in front of him who blossomed with white light was exactly like a legendary god. Spare your life. At this point, it was a problem for the walled city to say one more word. The powerful pressure caused his eyes to blur, and even his head, at this point, was unable to make adequate thoughts. At that moment, the immortal hovered above the walled city lord's head, holding his hands as he looked down. Blasphemy against a true immortal, and you still want to have a chance to live? The immortal's gaze was as deep as a sea of stars. The next second was just a breath away from him. That walled city lord instantly turned into a puddle of blood and water, not even leaving half of his corpse and bones behind. The 3 people kneeling on the ground at the back watched this scene with their eyes wide open. Their lower half of their bodies had long been wet, trembling as they looked at the puddle of blood and water, their minds going blank. That's their walled city lord, great cultivator of the Jindan stage. From the beginning to the end, they couldn't even see how their own walled city lord had been obliterated. And the man who had done all of this hadn't even used any means of attack. What kind of existence have they messed with? Supreme Immortal. We were wrong. We were really wrong. It's because we have eyes but no eyes. We have unintentionally provoked the Supreme Immortal. How the Supreme Immortal needs us to apologize. We are able to accept it. Please don't blame us. The 3 burly men wailed in unison. At the last moment they slumped timidly to the ground, their limbs trembling at all times. They had never felt such a terrifying pressure, nor had they ever seen this kind of fear from the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't even bring up the slightest bit of resistance. At that moment, the immortal located in the sky above said flatly, "Killing you and the others will dirty my eyes. I shall see your sincerity before dawn, if not, the end will be the same as this man's." The immortal carried his hands behind his back, and the immortal's might emanating from his body was suddenly much less. Even so, the 3 people who were lying on the ground did not dare to raise their heads by half at all at this time. I understand. And I will do it immediately. I will definitely give Immortal an answer tomorrow. The burly man trembled and said. The Immortal swept a glance at the crowd. and with a flash of his body, he disappeared in place before the crowd's eyes. There was dead silence in the space for a long time. None of the three dared to look up until a full quarter of an hour had passed before they dared to raise their heads slightly. When they looked at the absence of the man in the sky, the fear in their hearts dissipated for the most part. But the words that admonished them have been in their hearts for a long time and have not dissipated. No! Hurry up and pack your things and go make amends tomorrow, the strong man said in a panic, but he realized that he was actually so scared that he didn't have the strength to stand up. That person obliterated the walled city lord without making a move. This fear, in their hearts, would never dissipate. Late night, Jiang Ming's room. A wisp of white dusty smoke floated out of the room, and in the blink of an eye, this immortal Jiang Ming came into the room, respectfully arching his hand towards Jiang Ming. Immortal Emperor, mission accomplished. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, nodded silently and said, got it, didn't kill them all, did you? In accordance with the immortal's orders, not all of them were beheaded, the immortal said. Well done. You can go back. Jiang Ming rolled over and said indifferently. After saying that, Jiang Ming waved his hand. A smile surfaced on that immortal's face, and then his body transformed into a puddle of water, drilling into the teapot as much as he could. It was as if this immortal had never appeared in the world, and everything seemed to be non-existent. Only Jiang Ming was vaguely thinking about it. It's better to change my appearance in the future. Looking at my own appearance always feels weird. Jiang Ming thought like this, then continued to sleep soundly. The other side, Tang Xiaoyu remained at the door, almost falling asleep a few times, but in the end, she forced herself to endure her tiredness and continued to observe Jiang Ming's room. After all, it was so boring to keep watch that the good guy almost fell asleep. Because of this, Tang Xiaoyu didn't understand why there was no movement at all in Jiang Ming's room. Is he really not going to make any moves? This asshole. Tang Xiaoyu gritted her silver teeth and muttered angrily, but she finally chose to remain on guard. Until dawn, her eyes were almost bloodshot, and the longer she waited, the more disgruntled she felt. Suddenly, she finally heard movement in Jiang Ming's room. At this time, Jiang Ming slowly opened the door to his room, yawning with the appearance of having just woken up, and stood in the doorway to stretch his legs in the process. Seeing this scene, Tang Xiaoyu was directly dumbfounded. He just slept this night? Nothing? Then what is the point of her keeping it here? Thinking about this, Tang Xiaoyu had a bellyful of fire. She already had a fire in her veins from the time she was guarding the place, and when she saw Jiang Ming walk out of the room, the fire directly exploded. Tang Xiaoyu directly pushed open the door and rushed directly to Jiang Ming in 2 steps. You're not going to go to bed this night, are you? Tang Xiaoyu said, pointing at Jiang Ming. What's that for if you don't sleep at night? Jiang Ming asked. Didn't you say you had a way to get those mountain bandits to come over today to make amends? As a result, you didn't do anything tonight? Tang Xiaoyu's eyes widened. How do you know I didn't do anything? Jiang Ming laughed. You wouldn't have been staring at me all night, would you? Tang Xiaoyu wanted to curse, but quickly held it back. Wouldn't it be a bigger joke to say that you've been staring at this guy all night? You asshole. I'd like to see how you'll end up today, Tang Xiaoyu said through gritted teeth. After saying that, Tang Xiaoyu directly went downstairs. Jiang Ming smiled and didn't answer. At this time, Liang Tao on the other side also woke up, looking at Tang Xiaoyu who walked downstairs in a huff. She was a bit unsure. Brother Jiang Ming, since I've already arrived at Wushao City, I should also be resuming my duties at the Liang family. I also hope that you have a bright future ahead of you, and in the future, if you have time to come to Yongdao City, I'll be sure to do you the honor of entertaining you, Liang Tao said with a smile. Well, I'll definitely go when I have the chance. Jiang Ming nodded. Then I will go ahead, Liang Tao said with an arch. After saying that, Liang Tao also went downstairs towards the outside, but before he could go far, Liang Tao immediately ran back with a horrified expression. At this time, Jiang Ming happened to come down from upstairs, and the two of them looked at the flustered Liang Tao and roughly understood what had happened. Isn't it true that they're here? Tang Xiaoyu said as she stood up directly. That's right, and there are so many people coming. At least 20, Liang Tao said in a panic. 20. Hearing this number, Tang Xiaoyu's heart thumped. She then glanced fiercely at Jiang Ming and said, I'll see how you end it. Jiang Ming spread his hands helplessly. What if they're here to make amends? Tang Xiaoyu gave Jiang Ming a blank look. So many people came to make amends and apologize? He really thought that the other party was some kind of benevolent big-hearted person. No, we must prepare a response plan as soon as possible, Tang Xiaoyu desperately thought. But before she could think about it for long, the door of the inn immediately walked into a large group of people in black. Seeing so many mangaka, even Tang Xiaoyu felt a surge of pressure. At least with her strength, there was no way she could defeat so many people. Not to mention the presence of a foundation establishment stage expert. Both of them were very flustered. And only Jiang Ming walked up unhurriedly. Looking at the 20 or so incomparably fierce-looking people in front of him, Jiang Ming's face didn't change at all. "Where's the stuff?" Jiang Ming said blandly. At those words, more than 20 people instantly fell to their knees and kowtowed repeatedly and said loudly, "And please forgive us, Your Excellency. We know we're wrong." End of chapter. The voices of more than 20 people echoed directly in the middle of the inn. The sound, at once, spread throughout the town. Hearing this voice, the Tang Qiuyu duo was initially on their 12th degree of alert, followed by a look of surprise. What did they just say? No, what's wrong? Did they really come to make amends? At this time, both of them all looked at Jiang Ming's figure with a shocked look. This young man in front of them, where exactly is the energy that can make so many mountain bandits in front of them all come over to make amends and apologize? There were even a handful of foundation stage experts inside. How on earth did Jiang Ming do it? All the confusion surrounded their minds, especially Tang Qiuyu. She had been staring at Jiang Ming's door for the whole night, and she profoundly knew that Jiang Ming hadn't done anything at all this night. But why did she manage to get these mountain bandits to come over and apologize? And all of these people had a look of afterthought. She even wondered a little to herself if she hadn't accidentally fallen asleep for such a moment midway through last night. Looking at the appearance of these reckless men in front of him begging for mercy, Jiang Ming held his hand without replying. At that moment, the person in charge removed 3 storage bags from his waist, then opened them to take out the treasures inside. At one time, what gold and silver treasures, medicinal herbs and pills, jade and jewelry, all piled up in the corner of the inn, directly piling up into a small mountain. Seeing these things, Tang Qiuyu and Liang Tao, the two of them, were even more surprised and speechless. Your Excellency, these are all the belongings that we robbed for our previous evil deeds. Now that we know it's wrong, all the belongings will be returned out to you. The person in the lead didn't dare to raise his head and look directly at Jiang Ming until now. When he came in, he noticed Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's appearance bore a 7-point resemblance to the man he had seen last night, and after seeing Jiang Ming, he was immediately clear about the cause. He could never have imagined that this teenager in front of him would have a connection with that horrible man from last night. Looking at the treasures in front of him, Jiang Ming nodded. He didn't have much of a concept of worldly treasures nowadays, and in his eyes, these so-called treasures were nothing more than scrap metal. But looking at the fearful appearance of these people, it is also clear that the other party does not dare to play any tricks, and it is estimated that the entire cottage has been emptied. Jiang Ming looked back at the two and asked, "What do you think?" The two froze. They hadn't expected Jiang Ming to ask them at all. However, it was also Jiang Ming who asked them, which brought them back to their senses. Whether it was these mountain bandits apologizing or giving so much treasure, it was beyond their imagination. These were images that even in their dreams they wouldn't dare to do so. It's almost okay. Tang Qiuyu didn't know how to go about it. In her eyes, it was completely beyond her. She even felt that Jiang Ming was more like a bandit, and these mountain bandits in front of her were instead the plundered civilians. Alright then, you guys go back, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the 20 or so people were relieved. As long as the other party accepted the apology, the man who was like a god last night would not appear again, so that they had at least picked up a life. The treasure is gone. They can still endure in the future to wait for the opportunity to rob again, but the life is all gone. In a moment, more than 20 people climbed up and ran back as if they were street rats with gray faces. Those people who were planning to come over to watch the fun still had fear in their hearts when they saw these mountain strongholds that had once plundered them, but they were still curious. After all, before, it seemed like they heard these mountain bandits apologizing here. Only after seeing these mountain bandits leave did Tang Qiuyu and Liang Tao slow down. To be honest, they couldn't believe from the beginning that what Jiang Ming had said last night had come true. But Tang Qiuyu knew that this was no accident. Perhaps behind Jiang Ming, there was actually a very powerful existence, which was why he had this kind of backbone. I didn't expect that you really have 2 strokes, Tang Qiuyu said. I said it long ago, you just don't believe me. Jiang Ming shrugged. At those words, Tang Qiuyu was a bit embarrassed in her heart. Why is this guy even bringing this up? Didn't you also say that you would cut off the roots? And I don't see you settling them all and cutting off the root of the scourge? Tang Qiuyu said with a blank look. They're too weak to be worth my hand. Jiang Ming shook his head. Just blow it off. You're only practicing qi. Tang Qiuyu beamed. Jiang Ming didn't reply. These people were too weak, and he really didn't want to get his hands dirty. As a person of the older generation of cultivation, there was a rule from the old days that one could not bully the small with the big. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, the ones he killed should at least be at the Jindan stage. And those little dolls who practiced qi foundation building were no different from toddlers drinking milk in his eyes. By killing them, Jiang Ming himself would instead feel a sense of shame. Moreover, Suppressing immortal power into true chi was actually very difficult. If he could not use his true chi, Jiang Ming would try his best not to make a move. It's better to let Lin Tianyi send someone to settle this, and in the meantime, let's train the disciples within the clan. Jiang Ming thought so in his heart. It wasn't far from the Dao Heavenly sect anyway. If the Lingyun sect didn't care, then let the Dao Tian sect take care of it. At that moment, the innkeeper returned with a family of 3. He originally hid at the street entrance not far away to watch the scene that just happened. At first he was a little afraid, but when he heard those cottage apologizing, it was as if he had a little more hope in his heart. He even felt that Jiang Ming and the others had really done it. When he came into this and he had opened, he realized that there were countless piles of gold and silver treasures piled up in the corners, so much so that even he himself had to look up to see the top. The shopkeeper froze directly. He had never seen so much treasure, and he had never expected those mountain bandits to take out so much treasure to apologize. Was this the same Voltron cottage he knew? Boss, these things are useless to me, and those thieves and bandits also said that they got them from robbing the people. In that case, let these return to their original owners, and you will return them for everyone, Jiang Ming said with a smile. Duke. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the shopkeeper's entire body burst into tears. Since the beginning of the Voltron cottage harming the town, they had asked for help from an unknown number of people, but in the end, they had in turn allowed these mountain thieves to intensify their efforts, and no one cared about the deaths and lives of these people of theirs, so he had long despaired, not realizing that this such an unassuming teenager in front of him had done something he didn't even dare to think about. In the end, he was even told to distribute these possessions back. How can he repay this favor? Looking at the weeping appearance of the shopkeeper in front of him, Jiang Ming still didn't know what to say for a while. So, he turned his head to Tang Xiuyue and said, I've fulfilled my promise. Now it's your turn to fulfill it. Tang Xiuyue froze, then remembered that Jiang Ming had said it last night. Once these mountain bandits had truly made amends, then she would have to take Jiang Ming to the Lingyun sect. Got it. You'll die if you wait a while. Tang Xiuyue rolled her eyes. Then I'll go wait for you outside, Jiang Ming said. After saying that, Jiang Ming walked outside, but before he could take 2 steps, a petite figure suddenly tugged at the corner of his coat. Jiang Ming turned back and realized that it was the shopkeeper's daughter. Brother, are you an immortal? The girl asked with a look of longing in her eyes. Jiang Ming was silent for a moment, then smiled and nodded, rubbing the girl's head. You're pretty smart. End of chapter. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the girl's eyes flashed with a different color. However, the shopkeeper only thought that Jiang Ming was joking. After all, the word immortal was still too far away from these mortals of theirs. After a brief chat, the shopkeeper began to bring his wife and children to start distributing the belongings to the people of the town. For the people in the town, it was like waking up from a dream, and even more so, they all felt like they hadn't woken up yet. Jiang Ming looked at this scene and slowly left the place, arriving outside the town. In fact, he didn't want to do these so-called good deeds. After countless years of whacking, Jiang Ming knew that anything favorable must have a downside. Don't look at the people in these towns who are so happy and pleased now, but they may not have a good time in the future. This world is like that. The strong live and the weak die. Getting these belongings, to them, there might be other bandits and robbers who would see them as thorns in their side, or the town itself would cause jealousy and conflicts within the town itself. The eradication of the Voltron cottage may be just the beginning, but it will never be the end. This was why Jiang Ming didn't want to get involved with people. Trouble is never cut off in this world. The creation afterward can only depend on themselves. Jiang Ming muttered. Brother Jiang. At this time, Liang Tao also trotted out from within the town, walking with a smile on his face. Jiang Ming slowly turned back and asked, Still not gone? Liang Tao smiled and scratched the back of his head and said, I'll be leaving soon, so don't come to say goodbye. Jiang Ming nodded. In that case, I won't see you off. I'll see you again in the future if it's meant to be. Upon hearing this, Liang Tao also respectfully arched his hand. Okay, let's drink together next time. My treat. Liang Tao patted his chest and laughed. Aha. Jiang Ming nodded silently. After saying that, Liang Tao greeted his hand and walked farther and farther in the direction from which he came, carrying his traveling bag. Looking at this person who lived at the bottom of the cultivation world, Jiang Ming inexplicably felt a little envious. Perhaps that's what life is all about. It wasn't long before Tang Xiuyue, who had walked out of the town unhurriedly. Inside, she watched those people who had suffered for a long time get the fruits of their labor that should have belonged to them, and each of them was grateful. Sparing her also deeply touched. It also strengthened her inner beliefs. Doing can you are not seeing. Just now those people were thanking you. Why did you just leave like that? Tang Xiuyue said regretfully. All I ask is that they don't blame me in the future. Jiang Ming said with a faint smile. How is that possible? Haven't you already solved the trouble? Tang Qiuyue didn't understand. Jiang Ming smiled without answering. When are you going to Lingyun sect? Jiang Ming asked rhetorically. Hearing this question, Tang Qiuyue pulled the corner of her mouth and smiled awkwardly. Looking at her expression, Jiang Ming frowned. You won't back out, right? Jiang Ming asked. Of course not. Since I promised, it's impossible for me to go back on my word. It's just that I have a mission to do when I leave the sect this time, but it's very simple. You'll come with me on a trip to Wuxiao City, and I'll definitely take you to the Lingyun sect at that time, Tang Qiuyue said in an assuring tone. Jiang Ming nodded silently. He wasn't in a hurry. The idea of time had long since become meaningless to him. It was just a trip to Wuxiao City, and by the way, he could also see how different the mortal dwellings were after so many years. Taoist Heavenly Sect. Ever since Jiang Ming had left the Tao Heavenly Sect, Lin Tianyi and the others had been furious and strengthened the rewards for the cultivation of the sect's disciples, increasing the rewards for the improvement of the strength of all the disciples. At the same time, all the elders, including Lin Tianyi, taught their disciples during the day and cultivated in seclusion at night when they had sufficient pills. The speed at which they cultivated was more than several times that of before. Even Lin Tianyi vaguely felt that he was afraid that before too long, he would be able to attempt to reach the mid-harmonization stage, which had very clear expectations for breaking through to the Mahayana stage in the future. Senior Uncle's proposal has really benefited me a lot. After the sword intent is comprehended, it's surprising that it can also help with the absorption of spiritual qi. Lin Tianyi felt the aura within his own body, and his heart was quite emotional. If it wasn't for Jiang Ming, I'm afraid he would have fallen long ago by now. Now not only had he improved his strength, but he had also comprehended the sword intent, and even had a clear future for breaking through the Mahayana stage in the future. All of this was brought to them by Senior Uncle Jiang Ming, Master Sifu. Suddenly, just as Lin Tianyi's cultivation came to an end, Xia Zimo's voice came from outside the door. Lin Tianyi got up and opened the door to his room, and once he took a look at Xia Zimo's panicked expression, his face immediately became grave as well. What is it? Tell me slowly, Lin Tianyi said. Master Sect Leader, just now when I went to my senior uncle's residence to irrigate the fruits and vegetables, a flying sword suddenly landed at my feet and had a very powerful aura. Senior Uncle is not here, so I had to come and ask you first. Summersmith lays it all out. Lin Tianyi always felt something familiar when he heard this. There's no rush. Show me around, Lin Tianyi said. Soon, the two came to the empty island. Located in front of the door of Jiang Ming's house, there was a translucent white longsword inserted, as if it was basilisk ice. Upon seeing this sword, Lin Tianyi's stony face eased slightly. There's no need to worry. This is Junior Uncle's sword intent incarnation. It's probably because Senior Uncle he has something he wants to tell us, Lin Tianyi said indifferently. Afterwards, Lin Tianyi took a step forward. The white longsword that was originally stuck on the ground suddenly turned into a cloud of white smoke, and then a voice echoed in space, ringing out between their ears. There are thieves and bandits in the vicinity of the Lingyun sect, and their strengths are mostly foundation establishment, so I intend to have the sect's disciples sharpen their skills more. A sword cultivator needs to be honed more for the long run. Jiang Ming's voice carried in the ears of the two of them for a long time. Two words that were as clear as if they were imprinted in their heads. Senior Uncle really does have a long-term vision. Even the sect's disciple training targets have been found. Lin Tianyi's face wore a thick color of joy. Until then, it was enough for him to ask the Dao Tian sect to protect itself. Looking at it now, the Tao Heavenly Sect, whether it was them or the disciples under their doors, should have practiced more and become a strong player on the continent's tripod before they could do so. Sticking to the wall would only drag the clan down in the end. Only by constantly honing and refining could a clan go further and further. Is this what Jiang Ming thinks? It's worthy of being the most demonic one at the time. That's Senior Uncle. Pass the order down. All disciples in the clan below the Jindan stage, from today onwards, go to the Lingyun sect in the vicinity of Wuxiao City to practice, kill the bandits and be rewarded for their achievements. In addition, send a Jindan stage disciple as a supervisor for every 100 people in case of emergencies, Lin Tianyi said in a deep voice. But, what if the disciples within the door are somewhat outmatched? Or what if the other side has a large number of thieves and bandits? Xia Zimo was a little worried. We are a clan that has been passed down for 10,000 years, and the disciples we select are all dragons and phoenixes among men. If they can't even defeat the scum of the world, how can they talk about cultivation? If that's the case, it's better not to have these types of disciples, Lin Tianyi said firmly. Give the order at once, without delay. End of chapter. Wuxiao City. Once inside the city, the streets were bustling with activity. Unlike Yongdao City, this place not only has guards at the city gates, but also has sons and daughters in family costumes guarding the stores and patrolling back and forth. so the security is more rigorous than Yongdao City. Seeing these family disciples, Jiang Ming understood why Liang Tao had said that Wuxiao City's system was strict, and that even entering and exiting required harsher restrictions. With such guards, along with the family disciples patrolling, who would dare to act out in this city? The other side. Once Tang Qiuyue, who was walking in front, entered the city, she suddenly lost the chivalrous demeanor she had at the beginning, and had a strong curiosity about the surrounding stalls, knick-knacks, and whatnot. Seeing this, Jiang Ming couldn't help but sigh. He then glanced in the direction of the current time, as if he was thinking about something. But it was only after wandering around for a while that Jiang Ming then landed his eyes on a store with a mask hanging on it and slowly walked over. What do you want, sir? The quality of my masks here is the best in the entire Wuxiao City, and I see that you look familiar, so if you like any of them, I'll give you the change, the boss said politely. I'm afraid you say familiar to anyone. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. The owner just smiled back and didn't say anything. Jiang Ming did want to buy a mask. After all, there were times when he couldn't put up a fight, and a mask could hide his identity. Until those demon sect revealed their footsteps, his identity couldn't be discovered by anyone else. At that moment, Jiang Ming's attention fell on a green-colored ghost face mask. This mask is very peculiar, obviously is the appearance of evil ghosts, but in the manufacture of not half will be fierce expression production. On the contrary, has a kind of easygoing feeling. Looking at Jiang Ming holding the green ghost mask in his hand, the boss's eyes lit up. This customer has a good eye. This mask actually has a story. The owner rubbed his hands together and said, "Oh, tell me." Jiang Ming was a bit curious. The prototype of this mask is actually a ghost called Green Ghost. Rumor has it that this green ghost, even though he is a ghost, never does anything to harm the weak and small, and only holds murderous intent towards those who oppress the weak and small, the powerful, the landlords, and other evil people. However, because of the green ghost's ugly appearance, the people, even though they got his help, avoided it, and instead notified the powerful people in other places to get rid of them. So much so that afterward, the green ghost went to war with many powerful people, and the green ghost, who had nowhere to run, was ultimately unable to escape ambush. Speaking of which, the owner also sighed and seemed to hold a hint of regret. Listening to this story, Jiang Ming nodded with interest, becoming more interested in this mask in his hand. You seem to be sorry? Jiang Ming asked. That's for sure. The legendary green ghost is a good demon that removes harm from the people. If you ask me, those people are simply ungrateful, the boss said disdainfully. If you see the green ghost himself with your own eyes, you might think the same as them. Jiang Ming smiled. Hey, you doll, you want it or not? The boss frowned. Jiang Ming nodded and said, buy it, but I don't have any money. The owner rolled his eyes and was about to crack. At that moment, Jiang Ming gently placed a spirit stone on the table with his palm. I don't have any money. How about using this as an exchange? Jiang Ming asked. Seeing this, the boss didn't know how to speak for a while. He pinched himself hard on the thigh before he even reacted to the fact that it wasn't a dream. But it's a spirit stone. The spiritual chi emitted by the spirit stone can't be faked. Now the price of the spirit stone in the secular world is priceless. A piece of spirit stone don't say to buy a mask. It's no problem to buy all the masks in his store. Which family's son is this young man? He's so generous. Not enough? Jiang Ming asked. Enough is enough. I told you I wasn't wrong. Your Excellency is indeed generous enough. The boss held the spirit stone and laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Well, then I'll take this one, Jiang Ming said. With that, Jiang Ming pointed with one hand, and the green ghost mask turned into a ray of golden light and was included in his storage bag. Just as he raised his head, Jiang Ming happened to see Tang Qiuyu with a surprised expression. What's wrong? Jiang Ming asked. You just buy a mask and give someone a spirit stone? Are you out of your mind? Tang Qiuyu felt like she was dreaming. Are spirit stones valuable now? Jiang Ming frowned. I really doubt that you've been in the deep mountains for hundreds of years, and actually don't even know the value of spirit stones. How in heaven's name could there be a loser like you? Tang Qiuyu explained helplessly. It was only with this explanation that Jiang Ming understood. Nowadays, in the Tsangchuan continent, not only was the spiritual qi failing, even things like spirit stones had become extremely scarce. If a cultivator wanted to increase his strength, pills were indispensable, but the most crucial were spirit stones. Spirit stones were rich in dense spiritual qi, and a top-grade spirit stone was an extremely scarce resource for any cultivator. Good as Tang Qiuyu, he could only receive just 3 lower-grade spirit stones per month in the Lingyun sect, which showed its scarcity. Hearing this news, Jiang Ming lamented the difficulty of the current cultivation world. When he first practiced cultivation, things like spirit stones were after all mixed with stones, and the aura inside was simply not more tangible than the aura of heaven and earth. So they basically only used them as currency for trading purposes. I didn't realize that spirit stones were so useful now. I should have known to give Lin Tianyi and the others some, Jiang Ming thought in his heart. After all, in his current storage bag, there were hundreds of millions of extreme spirit stones alone, but they were of little use to him. I'm really curious where you came from instead. I can't believe you don't know this kind of common sense, Tang Qiuyue sighed. Just now, when she looked at the color of that spirit stone, she estimated that it was all top-grade spirit stones. She had never gotten a spirit stone of that color so far. As a result, Jiang Ming gave a top-quality spirit stone to a vendor just to buy this mask? She really didn't know what to say about Jiang Ming. Senior sister Tang. Suddenly, 3 figures came before Jiang Ming. The 3 people's attire was somewhat similar to Tang Qiuyue's, so it was thought that they were also from the Lingyun sect. Senior Hao. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Tang Qiuyue returned the greeting. And this is? Hao Shangtian noticed Jiang Ming on the side and couldn't help but ask. This is a friend I met by chance, called Jiang Ming, who also wants to join the Lingyun sect. I plan to recommend him to enter the sect once the mission here is finished, Tang Qiuyue said. Hao Shangtian nodded. He then shot a glance at Jiang Ming. From his eyes, Jiang Ming's strength was only in the middle stage of qi cultivation, a strength that was caught in a handful on the clan, and it was still the lowest kind. Joining a clan is basically just a mishmash of food and death, which is nothing. However, out of courtesy, Hao Shangtian still extended his hand and said, Senior brother Jiang Ming should work hard. If he doesn't improve his strength early, even if he joins our clan, it will be difficult to gain a foothold in the future. Jiang Ming nodded and did not reach out. Thanks for the reminder. Seeing this, Hao Shangtian in turn withdrew his hand in some embarrassment. His favor towards Jiang Ming greatly reduced. This kid, his strength isn't much, but his frame is quite big. End of chapter. Tang Qiuyue also noticed this scene, and the smile on her face became a bit stiff. She looked at Jiang Ming strangely. Even if Jiang Ming didn't give face to others, he shouldn't have made the atmosphere so awkward like this. At least Hao Shangtian was also a senior brother of the foundation establishment stage. However, Hao Shangtian didn't focus much on Jiang Ming, but instead looked at Tang Qiuyue and said, Since senior sister Tang has arrived as well, let's give the items to the Lin family's people. Tang Qiuyue nodded. Good. After saying that, Hao Shangtian led the way towards the Lin mansion. Tang Qiuyue followed behind, glaring at Jiang Ming from time to time, and casually beckoning Jiang Ming to follow her. Seeing this, Jiang Ming slowly followed. The so-called forest house. It is the only big family in the entire Wuxiao city. Untouchable. The Lin family not only had great power in Wuxiao city, but also had good relations with the neighboring Lingyun sect, and the disciples of the Lingyun sect more or less had people from the Lin family. It could be said that this was an exemplary column of the continent's worldly families and sects having a good relationship. As soon as they entered the Lin mansion, the Lin family's people also treated Hao Shangtian and the others with courtesy and hospitality. It was just that Jiang Ming was eyeing the Lin mansion intentionally or unintentionally. He looked up at a house inside the Lin mansion with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Dead air. Jiang Ming muttered in his heart. According to reason, whether it is a mortal or a person who cultivates, before death, the body will emit a dead gas, a kind of early warning before death. I can also feel that their own great limit is approaching. Normally, this deathly aura is so weak that mortals can't feel it from anyone else but themselves. Even cultivators would have a hard time perceiving this deathly aura, but this wisp of dead qi in the Lin mansion was like a beacon that filled the eaves of the house. Such a horrible dead qi that even cultivators who were close to it were afraid that they would feel uncomfortable. That's somewhat rare. The corners of Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. When there was no one around, he planned to go over and take a look. With such a dense deathly aura, I'm afraid that the people living inside are not simple. Hey, what's on your mind? Suddenly, Tang Qiuyue popped up and patted Jiang Ming's shoulder and asked. It's nothing, Jiang Ming said. It's nothing. Tang Qiuyue frowned. She didn't believe Jiang Ming's bull asterisk. It was just that she looked in the direction Jiang Ming had looked before, but she didn't see anything strange, so she had to give up. That said, Senior Hao shook hands with you. Why don't you give someone else face? That's rude, Tang Qiuyue said. Why do you talk so much? Jiang Ming said. After saying that, Jiang Ming walked in the other direction on his own. When Tang Qiuyue heard this, another ball of fire sprang up in her stomach. Why is this person like this? Tang Qiuyue huffed and clenched her fists, but she really couldn't do much about Jiang Ming. After all, the bet was first. Moreover, she still had a mission sent by the sect, so she had no choice but to follow Hao Shangtian to meet with the Lin family's family head first. The moment Jiang Ming walked alone in the Lin mansion, and the further he walked, the fewer people there were around him. The empty place seemed to be the Lin family's usual backyard grounds for practicing martial arts, and now that it was late at night, those Lin family disciples were naturally all out of the area. The main reason why Jiang Ming had come to this place was because, ever since he had entered Wuxiao City, he had sensed an aura that had been following his ass, and it wasn't weak. Transformation stage. As a matter of fact, the Lingyun sect's cultivators were only Jindan and Yuaning, and the only one who had reached the level of transformation was the Lingyun sect's patriarch. Moreover, listening to Tang Qiuyue, the sect leader of the Lingyun sect was still in seclusion right now and couldn't possibly appear here, which meant that this divine transformation stage guy, I'm afraid, was here for him. Jiang Ming arrived at the back of the mountain and passed through a large door, and a white aura immediately emanated from his body. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ming's figure turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared without a trace. After a few moments, a dark shadow arrived in front of the gate, surveying the surroundings with a puzzled expression. Strange, how come that guy came by and disappeared? The dark figure wondered a bit. He was no one else but the fourth elder of the Xianmei sect. According to Yi Xuanfeng's orders, he came here to find a chance to catch Jiang Ming back, but he didn't expect that after Jiang Ming walked through here, the person disappeared out of thin air? What's this for? That's odd. Old Four was full of doubts. Jiang Ming was only at the Qi practicing stage, and the strongest in the entire Wuxiao city was only at the Jindan stage. So how could he possibly rob someone under his nose? That's just not possible. Who are you? Suddenly, just as Old Four was at a loss, a voice echoed deafeningly in his ears, causing him to feel his head spin. What a guy! After coming back to his senses, Old Four looked around with a horrified face. He hadn't even noticed the presence of anyone in the vicinity. So how had this person appeared? At that moment, he looked up to see a man clad in black robes with a green ghost mask on his face, a few chills flickering in his eyes, staring straight toward him. What? Are you? Lao Si was a bit flustered. He couldn't see what kind of strength Jiang Ming had at this moment, and in his eyes, the other party was a complete blank sheet of paper, with not even the slightest bit of true qi leaked. But since the other party was able to stand in the air, he must have a means of hiding his breath. Could it be the mask? You did not answer my question. Jiang Ming's voice was cold and clear. Every word uttered caused the oldest to feel an immense headache in his head. There was immense shock in his eyes. He had never seen such a terrifying existence that had made him lose his fighting strength just between opening his mouth and speaking. One must know that he was a great cultivator of the God transformation stage, and the number of people in the entire Xingshuan continent who could make him so defeated could be counted on one hand. Could this be some kind of magic weapon too? The person in front of him with the green ghost mask had too many treasures in his body. No, we have to go back and tell the patriarch that Jiang Ming is surrounded by high-level protection. Old Four thought in his heart. Without knowing Jiang Ming's true strength, Lao Si chose to escape. With this in mind, Old Four erupted with all of his strength, his figure suddenly bursting with terrifying speed, crumbling through the floor in place, and in the blink of an eye, he fled beyond the range of Wuxiao City. After escaping from Wuxiao City, Lao Si was relieved. That was close. I didn't realize that Jiang Ming still had this kind of strong presence beside him. Can't it be that those old undead monsters from the Daotian sect are still alive? Old Four thought in his heart, but as soon as his thoughts popped up, he sensed a hint of something wrong. When he came back to his senses, the scenery around him suddenly turned into a cloud of nothingness. As for himself, he had unexpectedly returned to the back mountain of the Lin family in Wuxiao City. Old Four froze. What kind of spell was this? It had forcefully captured him without his knowledge? He raised his head to look at Jiang Ming with the green ghost mask once again, with more fear and shock in his eyes. It's amazing that there are still such strong people in this world. Jiang Ming's voice came out deafeningly. Cat and mouse game. Had enough fun? I'd like to ask for a recommendation. End of chapter. Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. At those words, Old Four's face changed drastically. At this moment, Jiang Ming's speed skyrocketed, arriving in front of Old Four in just half a breath, and kicking Old Four directly in the chest. Boom! The latter instantly exploded out and was smashed hard into the mountain, his entire face hard to see. How can? Blood spilled from the corners of Lao Si's mouth. He sensed that the other party seemed to have only used the strength of the transformation of God stage as well, but the force displayed was simply worlds apart from him. Just one kick made him almost incapable of fighting. Damn it! I'll give it up. Old Four clenched his teeth. In the next second, he took out an iron whip from his storage pouch while hiding a few talismans in his hand for backup. At this moment, Old Four violently rushed out of the mountain and swung his iron whip towards Jiang Ming to split his head. Jiang Ming's figure flickered in the air and leapt directly upwards. A hint of viciousness flashed in Lao Si's eyes as he violently rushed in Jiang Ming's direction. But just the next second, boo! Jiang Ming suddenly turned around for some unknown reason and counterattacked back at almost the same speed. and his fist suddenly erupted with a shocking power that instantly exploded in the air. Put! The oldest sprayed a mouthful of blood violently. He didn't even have time to defend himself. He didn't even have time to release the talisman in his hand, and his entire body directly crashed to the ground. Even the teeth in his mouth were shattered several times. Even the ground shook with this crash. Lao Si's face turned purple and blue. This was the first time since he had broken through the transformation of God stage. No! It was the first time ever that he had been defeated so completely and so unsightly. And since the beginning, he hadn't even touched the corner of his opponent's coat. The difference in strength is too great. Even judging from the other party's performance just now, it was only that they hadn't even moved for real yet. He didn't expect that this person with the green ghost mask would have this kind of strength. Still not explaining where you came from? Jiang Ming stood in the air and his voice came out. At this moment, the aura that Jiang Ming brought with him was as chilling as that of an emperor. But Old Four didn't dare to say, because he could sense that the other party was too strong. Even their patriarch Yi Xianfeng might not be an opponent. What's more, when he came out, Yi Xian finally had explained that it was the most critical moment for breakthrough, and he must not let this guy in front of him spoil the grand plan of the patriarch. When he thought of this, a glint flashed in Old Four's eyes. He hastily fell to his knees and said in a hurry, "Your Excellency, do not do anything. I'll talk right away." After saying that, he quietly took out a jade slip from his storage pouch. This action Jiang Ming did see in his eyes, but he just didn't know what exactly Lao Si wanted to do. But when he sensed the aura on the jade slip, he immediately frowned. Ha ha ha, want to know? Dream on. Old Four let out a wild laugh. In the next second, he crushed the jade slip. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's speed increased to its limit at this moment, arriving at Old Four's side almost instantly. Just as Jiang Ming was about to make his move, a pitch-black energy suddenly surfaced in the middle of space, turning the entire space extremely distorted and directly swallowing Old Four whole. It's the power of the law again. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and hurriedly released his immortal technique. The speed at which twisted space operated immediately became slow. Old Four's mind was shaken. Although it was his first time using the jade slip, the patriarch had told him that as long as he had this magic treasure, even if the other party was a transitional succession stage powerhouse, it would be difficult to leave him behind. And this person in front of him had used an inexplicable force to force the space of teleportation to slow down. How strong is this guy? Want to go? Jiang Ming snorted coldly. Since there was the power of laws, it meant that at least the other party had the support of an existence at the transitional succession stage. With the current aura concentration of the Tsunshuan continent, those who could reach the transitional succession stage were, in all probability, those remaining members of the demon sect. After saying that, Jiang Ming raised his right hand and recited a spell under his breath. Wind spell. Shasta. Countless gales swept through the space, and even the back of the mountain to the side was instantly turned into a puddle of mud. This kind of strength was far beyond Old Four's imagination. No, he had to escape as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lao Si clenched his teeth and built up his strength to cut off the arm that still remained outside of the space directly, and only then did the power of space teleport him away. And the moment he teleported away, he saw his severed arm, in the midst of the invisible gale, instantly turn into a cloud of blood mist. Lao Si broke out in a cold sweat. He had never seen such a terrifyingly strong person, so powerful that he lost an arm and forgot about the pain. At this very moment, Jiang Ming looked at the direction where the space disappeared in a grave manner. The power of law. Jiang Ming muttered as he removed his mask. The last time he had seen the power of the laws was when he was in the immortal questioning sect and fought with that remaining member of the Lok Luo Palace. I didn't expect that coming to the Lingyun sect would result in the power of the laws appearing again. It's just that this time, the power of the law was injected into the jade slips, conveniently used by these guys to escape. That is to say, the person who made the jade slip should have reached the peak strength of a transitional junction. This bunch of remnants of the devil sect really can't be killed enough. A hint of coldness flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes, but he was in no hurry. Anyway, there should be news here in the Lingyun sect. And as for the god transformation stage cultivator that appeared just now, Jiang Ming had already memorized the other party's scent. It would still be easy to catch them out later. It always feels like the other party's aura is familiar, Jiang Ming recalled. Just as he thought of this, Jiang Ming sensed that someone was coming over. But that's normal. After all, there was so much commotion just now that it might only be a problem if no one came over. Looking at the surrounding mountains that are ruined beyond recognition, and this wall of the Lin family, I guess it's going to take them a while to get heartbroken. With this in mind, Jiang Ming's figure moved slightly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It wasn't long before Lin Mufei, the Lin family's family head, as well as Hao Shangtian and the others arrived at this place. Having just arrived here, all of them looked at the tragic situation with an expression of incomparable shock in their eyes. Whether it was the stone wall that the Lin family had built up, or the towering back mountain. At this moment, most of the mountain was directly chopped off and turned into a puddle of mud laying on the ground, originally blocking the back of the mountain here. At this time, if you look around, you can directly see the scenery outside Wuxiu City. What really happened just now? Lin Mufei was somewhat unable to speak. He was only an early Jindan cultivator. Ask yourself, with his cultivation level, there was no way he could make this place look like this in a short period of time. Not only was it the Jindan stage, he even thought that the strength of the Yuaning stage could not have such a terrifying power. Could it be the harmonized god stage? Why would a god transformation stage powerhouse come to a small place like theirs, exchange blows then run away again? Moreover, when did the divine transformation stage become so worthless? This night, their hearts were overwhelmed, including the entire Wuxiu city also began to spread. To the secular world, a powerhouse at the god transformation stage was like a god, and this time, two of them had even appeared. End of chapter. The Xuanxue sect. Old Four collapsed to the ground in shock. He gazed ahead with a pale face and a slight dullness in his eyes. However, he soon came back to his senses and immediately took an elixir for treatment. Soon, his left arm, which he had chopped off with his own hands, stopped bleeding at this time. However, the severing of his left arm had also greatly reduced his cultivation, and in the future, even if he encountered an unusual transformation spirit stage powerhouse, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. Not to mention the cultivation breakthrough to the harmonization stage. The flow of true qi transmitted through the meridians would also be impeded after the arm was broken. It hit him especially hard. That asshole. A vicious, fierce look flashed in Old Four's eyes, but once he remembered the time when they exchanged hands, even if it was only a few moves, he felt an incomparably terrifying sense of oppression. The opponent was far superior to him in terms of magic treasures, strength, and even combat skills. Even until the very end when he utilized the life-preserving magic treasure given to him by the patriarch. That guy was actually able to forcefully reverse the teleportation space. And almost that terrifying aura used the teleportation space to chop down to the Xianmei sect. This matter must be told to the patriarch as soon as possible. Old Four calmed down and thought, Lao Si? Suddenly, three figures walked over. When they noticed that Old Four's left hand had been chopped off, a look of horror even surfaced in their eyes. You broke your hand? Who did this? The Grand Elder leaned down to check, followed by a few hints of hatred in his tone. That Jiang Ming is guarded by a high-ranking person with unfathomable strength. Even if I used the Patriarch's life-preserving jade slip, I could only escape with a broken hand. Old Four said. What? The three men looked at each other. Yi Xian finally gave each of them a jade slip just to avoid accidents. This jade slip, moreover, was personally handed over to them by an adult who had helped their Xianmei sect grow. I didn't expect that even after using this kind of life-preserving jade slip, one would still have to break their arm in order to stay alive. How strong is the other side? Where's the patriarch? Old Four asked. It's still in seclusion, but it should be out soon, the Grand Elder said, before the patriarch leaves the gate. I do have a plan. A hint of gloom flashed from the corner of Old Four's eyes. What ploy? The Grand Elder asked. You'll all know by then. There's no need for us to personally make a move. The corners of Old Four's mouth curled into a cold smile. We'll decide on the other matters after the patriarch leaves the gate. That strong man by Jiang Ming's side will definitely be the greatest hidden danger for our Xianmei sect in the future. When the time comes, for the sake of the grand plan, we must eradicate this person. When he finished speaking, a fierce color flashed up in Old Four's eyes. Not only him, the other three likewise erupted with a flash of ferocious light. The one who stands in the way of the great plans of the Zhenpu sect. It will all be a stepping stone for them. The matter of the Xianmei sect's ascension to the top of the continent would never allow for any accidents. After leaving, while the people were going in the direction of the back of the mountain, Jiang Ming headed towards the inner mansion where the death aura was thick. Compared to the outside, there were very few disciples in the inner mansion, and more of them were maids. What made Jiang Ming a little surprised was that all the maids in the inner mansion had a little bit of death aura on them. Although it was rare, this deathly aura shouldn't logically appear on them. There's something wrong with this Lin house, Jiang Ming thought in his heart. Bypassing these ordinary people, Jiang Ming effortlessly arrived in front of the house where the deadly aura was very thick. Looking at the room in front of him, just the deathly aura that permeated inside had already shrouded the entire room. The overflowing death aura was like maggots trying to attach themselves to others again. But when these dead qi had just climbed to Jiang Ming's feet, it was as if they had encountered something very terrifying, and quickly burrowed their way into the house. What a strong aura of death. Looking at the fact that this dead qi even wanted to actively harm people, Jiang Ming was a little surprised in his heart. A dead qi that reached this level, even if placed in the past, Jiang Ming had never seen it before. No wonder when he came he saw that those maids were tainted with death aura. The death aura in this house was a few points more exaggerated than what he had imagined. Thus, Jiang Ming pushed the door in unhurriedly. An intense aura of death surrounded him in an all-encompassing manner. When Jiang Ming took every step forward, the death aura around him didn't dare to come half as close to him, spreading out around Jiang Ming in a reflective trend. At that moment, Jiang Ming noticed a person lying in the room, to the point where you can't say it's a person. Specifically, it should be best described as a dry corpse. The person lying on the bed had old wrinkled skin, almost only a skeleton except for a layer of withered yellow flesh skin wrapped around the outside, and there was no half of the breath of a living person on his body. But what was surprising was that he was still breathing. This is... Jiang Ming frowned. He noticed that the half-dead person lying on the bed seemed to be using a unique secret technique to forcefully sustain life. By the way, people have 3 souls and 7 spirits. The spirit of the living person burns like a flame, and when the end is near, the spirit's breath burns out, and the spirit of death will cover the spirit and then die. But this person in front of him, the 3 souls had long been burned out, and the aura of death covered his entire body. But his soul, surprisingly, was occupied by the dead chi, with the dead chi taking the place of the soul, in an extremely bizarre situation, causing him to exist for the last breath. Could it be that there are demon sects that are now capable of such life-renewing evil arts? Jiang Ming frowned. People have their own destinies. Whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary person, there was a limit to their lifespan. Even Jiang Ming himself, he thought that he had a limit, forcibly relying on some kind of evil magic to stay in the world. This kind of thing is inherently against the heavenly law. Not to mention the fact that this kind of taking over the soul with dead chi, hoisting up the breath of those who are already dead and raising them half-dead to maim those around them, is even more incompatible with heavenly justice. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming transmitted his voice with divine sense and said, "Still alive?" Suddenly, the dry body seemed to tremble. "You are?" Dryad asked. "I'm just a passing cultivator," Jiang Ming replied. "You can hear me?" The Dryad was obviously a bit surprised. "You don't need to be surprised. I just want to tell you that this kind of evil art goes against the way of heaven. Do you know what the consequences are?" Jiang Ming said. At that, the Dryad was silent for a moment. "Forgive me, senior." In fact, the old immortal did not know that this technique was so vicious. At first, the old immortal was only unwilling to leave the Jindan stage, and was only one step away from being a Yuaning, which is why I traveled to the Lingyun sect to beg for the life renewal technique. But I didn't expect that the life renewal method that I obtained has been extracting the true chi in my body, turning me into this inhuman and ghostly appearance. That is precisely why I feel that this method is not right. But now, no matter how much I try to open my mouth, it's already useless, and I can't even think the thought of dying. Since the high person can hear me, please grant me death. I don't want to harm the descendants of my Lin family. The words coming from the Dryad were very sincere. It was a feeling that Jiang Ming could understand. The feeling of wanting to die and not being able to, that's the worst thing in the world. Surprisingly, it's the Lingyun sect that's behind this. Jiang Ming's heart sank. When did that Lingyun sect, which once stood at the top of the continent, also have such underhanded tactics? End of chapter. Looking at the dry corpse in front of him, Jiang Ming slowly raised his hand. "You can rest in peace." Jiang Ming took a deep breath. In the next second, a gentle aura emanated from his hand. The wisp of breath that the dry body originally had left disappeared at this moment. At the same time, a white silhouette emerged from among the dried corpses, merging with the immortal power released by Jiang Ming. The old man seemed to sense Jiang Ming's immortal power, and his face also wore a look of surprise. You're an upper immortal," the old man said in surprise. "Sculptural tricks are not enough to worry about. You are also a victim in this matter, and if your life is taken directly, you will also never be allowed to live. You and I are destined to be together, so I'll give you a ride." Jiang Ming waved his hand and said indifferently, "Mr. Lin has no way of repaying the great kindness of the Supreme Immortal. However, I can inform Supreme Immortal that the Lingyun sect seems to have colluded with a certain evil cult before this, which is why they have this evil technique to renew their lives. If Supreme Immortal wants to find out who's behind this, I'm afraid the only way to find out the truth is to look for Lingyun sect's sect leader, Su Wuing," the old man respectfully stated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded his head silently and muttered the name under his breath. Su Wuing. The Lingyun sect had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and had once been a powerful and righteous sect, but now it was in existence that colluded with the evil sects. What an insult to the face of Lin Songyun back then. At this time, the old man once again bowed respectfully towards Jiang Ming and said, before leaving, the old man also asked Shang Xian to be merciful to the Lin family. This is all the fault of the old man's momentary confusion, so I hope that Shang Xian will have more forgiveness. I know, Jiang Ming nodded. After saying that, the old man's figure turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared without a trace inside the house. It was also the old man's soul that was relieved. The dead air in the house dissipated in a flash, as if it were a street rat plunging into the ground. The entire Lin house was no longer half as dead as it had been. However, just as Jiang Ming was about to go out, the door of this house was pushed open. "Who are you? What are your intentions in my grandfather's room?" Suddenly, when Lin Mufei saw Jiang Ming, his heart instantly became alert, pointing at Jiang Ming and questioning him. Not only Lin Mufei, including Hao Shangtian, Tang Qiuyue and others were also among them. When they saw Jiang Ming in the old family master's room, a trace of surprise similarly flashed across their eyes. "Why is Jiang Ming here?" Without waiting for Jiang Ming to speak, Lin Mufei hurriedly rushed to the old man's corpse and immediately noticed that the only remaining breath in the old man's body was still gone. "You actually mutilated my grandfather!" Lin Mufei burst out in grief and anger. "What? The old master of the house is dead." As the head of the Lin family, Lin Mufei had the highest say. Since Lin Mufei said that the old family head was dead, that meant that he was really dead. Before that, they all took good care of them. That is, the old family head died after Jiang Ming entered this room. As long as people with brains know that the person who killed the old family head is 100% this teenager in front of them. "What do you mean by mutilation? This man was already at the end of his life, and it was you who forcibly renewed his life, making him inhuman. Furthermore, I have consulted this person's wishes before allowing him to step into the cycle of reincarnation." Jiang Ming said unhurriedly. "Solicited the will? Ridiculous." Lin Mufei said with eyes full of killing intent. "My grandfather was only hanging on by a breath. Not to mention conversing with people. Even moving his fingers is a problem. You don't find a better reason to speak." Jiang Ming shook his head and said, "That can only mean that you've seen too little." At those words, Lin Mufei's fire even skyrocketed a notch. He had long since decided that Jiang Ming was the culprit for his grandfather's murder. Not to mention that he had never expected this person to be so rampant. "All of you, take this arrogant brat down." Lin Mufei gave a big wave of his hand. In an instant, the room was suddenly filled with more than a dozen Lin family disciples, each with strength above the foundation establishment stage. "Wait!" Suddenly, Tang Qiuyue stopped in front of Jiang Ming as she blocked the family disciples, some panic in her eyes. Hao Shangtian's heart was also tightened when he saw this. Why would Tang Qiuyue go and protect that kid at a time like this? Now that the fight has been confirmed, and even Jiang Ming himself has said that he murdered the old family head, what's the point of going to help him? Wasn't this tearing the relationship between the Lin family and the Lingyun sect further apart? "Senior sister Tang, do you know what you're doing?" Hao Shangtian said hurriedly. Tang Qiuyue shook her head nervously. Although it was true that Jiang Ming often spoke aggressively and did have a beaten-up attitude, but she didn't believe that Jiang Ming was the type of evil person who killed others for no reason. Jiang Ming had helped her and so many other people. How could such a person kill an unrelated person for no reason? "Jiang Ming, why don't you explain? Tang Qiuyue said hurriedly. "Explain what? I've said everything that needs to be said," Jiang Ming said indifferently. At those words, Tang Qiuyue anxiously began to stomp her feet. "Well said. Looks like you don't fight yourself either. Today I, Lin Mufei, will take your life to cover my grandfather's life." Lin Mufei stood up and bellowed. With that said, Lin Mufei drew a short sword and his speed immediately stormed around the room. Not only that, including the 10 or so foundation establishment stage disciples also moved in unison, gripping the dancing sticks in their hands with gusts of hostility emanating from their bodies. Faced with so many opponents, Jiang Ming stood his ground without retreating in the slightest. Tang Qiuyue, who was standing in front of Jiang Ming, bit her lip and closed her eyes. In the next second, Jiang Ming's palm lightly pushed Tang Qiuyue, who directly retreated to the side while Jiang Ming slammed his foot on top of the floor. Boo! A loud bang ripped through the house. Jiang Ming's feet cracked several wooden planks, and the scattered pieces of wood slapped on the rushing disciples, and they suddenly fell down towards the surroundings as if they were in the form of blossoming flowers. Seeing this scene, the three Hao Shangtian standing at the doorway revealed their surprise. How could they not expect that Jiang Ming, who was only a mid-stage chi practitioner, would deftly use such a trick to shock back so many foundation establishment stage disciples? However, the power that Jiang Ming displayed just now was also completely different from the unusual chi practicing stage. Ask himself, even if he reached the foundation establishment stage, he would not be able to do this. Could it be that he is focused on the body refining course? Hao Shangtian thought in his heart. Lin Mufei took 2 steps back, seeing that his own disciples had actually fallen a piece. There was also a slight look of shock in their eyes. He didn't expect Jiang Ming's true strength to be so strong. But, it also just surprised him a little. A mere chi practicing stage. Do you still want to turn the world upside down? Lin Mufei shouted angrily. After saying that, the breath in Lin Mufei's body suddenly stormed out. He closed his hands together, and located above his hands, he condensed a golden and substantial ball of berserk true chi. This is the Jindan stage. The Dantian had already condensed a golden Dan, and the true chi released was even purer and more terrifying than that of the Foundation establishment. At this moment, even the windows in the room were swaying. Lin Mufei, this is a fight to the death. More testimonials. 4 more tomorrow. End of chapter. Under normal circumstances, the Jindan stage wouldn't be able to erupt with such a strong power. Not to mention that Lin Mufei was only at the early Jindan stage, but now Lin Mufei was completely visualizing his condensed Jindan and using it as a magic treasure. This would certainly make the released true chi more powerful, but in doing so, the Jindan would also suffer irreversible damage. That's totally the way to hurt the enemy 1,000 times. Tang Xiuyu, who was pulled to the side, was shocked. She didn't think that the Lin family lord would even resort to using his intrinsic gold pill in order to deal with Jiang Ming. This was completely a fight for his life. I promised your grandfather, and I don't really want to take a shot at you guys, so you'd better stop. Jiang Ming said, you know you're scared? If you don't die today, it's hard to get rid of my heart's hatred. Lin Mufei instantly stormed out. Seeing this, Jiang Ming sighed. At that moment, Lin Mufei's speed immediately skyrocketed. His body was covered in extremely pure true chi. His speed was more than 1 level faster than even before. Lin Mufei attacked frantically, almost going all out with every strike, every move and every style, exchanging blows in the room to fight ferociously. Even the chi energy that smashed out also smashed the porcelain and furniture placed in the room to smithereens. But, no matter how Lin Mufei attacked, Jiang Ming merely moved his pace slightly, and the chi from each move uniformly struck behind Jiang Ming. A few moves failed to win, and the hostility in Lin Mufei's eyes increased. Suddenly, Lin Mufei was infuriated. He frantically operated the Jindan in front of him, and extremely terrifying fluctuations of true chi surfaced in his hands. Seeing this scene, even Hao Shangtian took 2 steps back in fear. He knew that this time Lin Mufei had completely exploded. Do you want to destroy this place? Jiang Ming said. You must die today. Lin Mufei had gone mad. At this point, he had lost his mind. It was not only the death of the old family head, but also the shame that came from being a Jindan stage and being unable to take down a chi practicing stage late. Looking at such a crazy Lin Mufei, Jiang Ming shook his head slightly. Shasta. 2 auras like that of a rabid lion erupted above Lin Mufei's hands as he lunged towards Jiang Ming. The seal of the Big Dipper lion. Lin Mufei slapped out 2 golden berserk lions true chi, and the 2 berserk lions revealed a hideous attack, pouncing at Jiang Ming with almost no dead angle. Looks like it's over, Hao Shangtian said with a palpitating heart. The Big Dipper lion seal was the Lin family's unspoken mastery, coupled with the fact that Lin Mufei was directly releasing his intrinsic Jindan against the enemy. With this kind of power, even an expert at the peak of Jindan would have to suffer a bit, not to mention a mere chi practicing stage Jiang Ming. As for Tang Qiuyue, her heart trembled even more when she saw this scene, forcing Lin Mufei to use the astral lion seal. Jiang Ming and the Lin family were clearly at the point of no return. Kid, I'll see how you can take this move. Lin Mufei roared like mad. The aura of the Big Dipper lion seal instantly filled the entire room. The moment it slammed into Jiang Ming, it wasn't as appallingly powerful as everyone thought it would be. On the contrary, the 2 berserk lions that were transformed by true chi seemed to have come to a standstill in Jiang Ming's hands at this moment. How is this possible? The first one to cry out in shock was Hao Shangtian. That was Lin Mufei's strongest strike. How could Jiang Ming be next? Including Lin Mufei himself. He was incredulous. Although the Big Dipper lion seal didn't explode in power right now, the 2 wild lions stayed in Jiang Ming's hands, and it was a very bizarre feeling. Only Jiang Ming's brows were in a tight ball. What he used was not some divine ability, but the returning chi skill that he had learned from venerable Lord Xiangyang. It was just that he himself had not released his true chi, relying solely on the true chi attached within his flesh, temporarily causing the 2 raging lions to not immediately explode. In the next second, Jiang Ming threw his hands to the side. Those 2 wild lions were like being thrown garbage, directly thrown to the wall, immediately bursting into a whole wave of air. Seeing this scene, Lin Mufei's eyes were not only surprised but also shocked, but he was even angrier. Anger had long since overtaken him, and in the next moment, he directly physically wrestled with Jiang Ming. Can't you see the situation by now? Jiang Ming shook his head. When Lin Mufei struck out an unknown number of times, Jiang Ming grabbed the other party's arm with his open hand and arrived behind him as if he were a ghost, and then slashed his palm flat on top of Lin Mufei's neck. In an instant, Lin Mufei's true chi was unloaded, and his entire body suddenly fainted. Seeing this scene, everyone present stared in disbelief. Lin Mufei, defeated? Moreover, the one who defeated him was even a chi practitioner? The moment. The old family master's room had long been ruined beyond recognition, and it was not too much to say that it was permeated by 1,000 holes on all sides, especially after the Big Dipper lion seal was thrown out by Jiang Ming, smashing 2 holes in the walls on both sides. Countless Lin family disciples picked up the dancing sticks in their hands and stood at the entrance with a look of readiness, but they didn't dare to make a move. Even their family head had lost in Jiang Ming's hands, and if they made a move and Jiang Ming was angered and killed their current family head as well, then I'm afraid that it would be difficult to gain a foothold in Wuxiao City in terms of their Lin family's status. At that moment, Jiang Ming slowly walked out of the room. He scanned everyone around him, each with hostility and fear in their eyes, but he didn't want to explain too much. Don't worry, your family head still has a breath left in him, but he can't blame me for him playing crazy on his own, and in the future, his achievements will only stop here, Jiang Ming said indifferently. After saying that, Jiang Ming walked towards the outside of the Lin mansion without slowing down. The Lin family disciples who had originally blocked the road panicked and made way. In everyone's eyes, Jiang Ming swaggered away from the Lin family just like that. It was also after Jiang Ming left that the Lin family stewards, uncles, and whatnot rushed into the room, picking up the unconscious Lin Mufei and rushing to seek medical attention. Looking at the panicked appearance of the Lin house, Hao Shangtian's face was also stunned. I didn't expect that the person called Jiang Ming would have such strength. No wonder the first meeting was so powerful. But what if it's stronger? The Lin family had been friends with the Lingyun sect for generations, and Jiang Ming had not only killed the Lin family's old master, but had also severely injured Lin Mufei. How could the Lingyun sect accept such a person? Since the old family master is dead, it seems that we don't need to hand over the things to the Lin family. In that case, we will. Say it, said Hao Shangtian. Before the words were finished, Tang Qiuyue was running towards the direction Jiang Ming had left. Seeing this scene, Hao Shangtian hurriedly shouted, "Senior sister Tang, why are you still going after him? He's caused such a big trouble. There's no way Lingyun sect will take him in." Tang Qiuyue turned her head and said, "Senior Hao, you guys go back to the sect first. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Tang Qiuyue's figure also grew farther and farther away. Looking at Tang Qiuyue's departing figure, Hao Shangtian's brows tightly furrowed into a ball. "Elder brother, what now?" the disciple on the side inquired. "What else can we do? Go back to the clan first," Hao Shangtian said with a resentful face. "I still don't believe that Jiang Ming can still enter my Lingyun sect after causing so much trouble. The more recommendations and the more rewards you get today, the more you explode, the more you get, 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 the more you get." End of chapter. After leaving the Lin mansion, Jiang Ming gazed in the direction of the Lingyun sect. Although 10,000 years had passed, and even each mountain peak had changed tremendously, the surging emotions of his first visit to the Lingyun sect had never been forgotten by Jiang Ming. Having just stepped into the journey of cultivation, he had a great yearning to pursue a complete clan. The Lingyun sect, which had once been such a brilliant sect, leading countless righteous people to follow suit, had ultimately ended up in this situation. "Everything has changed," Jiang Ming said with a slight frown. "Hey, Jiang Ming, why are you walking so fast?" Suddenly, Tang Qiuyue ran up, panting, and came to Jiang Ming. She didn't understand. Obviously Jiang Ming was walking, but why this speed? She couldn't even catch up at a trot. It was really evil. "What are you following me for?" Jiang Ming turned around and looked at the visitor strangely. "I wanted to ask you, and my instincts tell me that you're not the kind of evil person who takes lives casually. And I could also tell from the exchange of blows just now that you could actually counterattack the Lin family head many times, but you didn't choose to counterattack and instead unloaded your opponent's strength, showing that you don't have any malicious intent towards the Lin family." Tang Qiuyue analyzed them one by one and said. Hearing this conclusion from Tang Qiuyue, Jiang Ming gave her a somewhat surprised look. Being able to analyze these things in that chaotic situation was quite a growth compared to when I saw it in the town. That old man of the Lin family was indeed sent away by me. His method of renewing his life is against human nature. Even without me, someone will come to send him away in the future. Jiang Ming asked, holding his hands. "Why are you saying that? Old family master Lin's life renewal pill was provided by our Lingyun sect, and ordinary people still can't get it," Tang Qiuyue said unconvincingly. "Then do you know what the ingredients of the potion are?" Jiang Ming asked rhetorically. "This is how I know," Tang Qiuyue replied. For some reason, facing Jiang Ming's questioning, Tang Qiuyue felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Obviously, when he was in the sect, his own master, even when facing the questioning of the elders, didn't have this kind of pressure. In this way, she was instead somewhat skeptical of the sect's pills and whether there was really a problem. But soon she shook her head. The clan had single-handedly raised her, so how could she doubt her own clan? "Then how did you prove that there's a problem with our clan's pills?" Tang Qiuyue asked. Listening to Tang Qiuyue's questioning, Jiang Ming didn't reply. According to Lin Lao's conversation when he was vaporized, This matter concerned the Lingyun sect and the mastermind behind the Lingyun sect. Since the Lingyun sect had made a big deal out of sending medicine to the Lin family, it was enough to show that the black hand behind the Lingyun sect was afraid that it had not only infiltrated the top echelons, and I was afraid that quite a few people were connected. One of them, Tang Qiuyue, is no exception. Although Tang Qiuyue didn't look like she had anything to do with this matter from time to time, Jiang Ming still chose to keep his mouth shut. The less people know about this the better. Once the news is released, it will only scare the snakes. Looking at Jiang Ming's silent look, Tang Qiuyue smiled wryly. How about it? Can't tell you why. Our Lingyun sect is a righteous sect, Tang Qiuyue said proudly. Jiang Ming smiled faintly and didn't reply. I'm curious. You're not angry that I've offended the Lin house and suspected your Lingyun sect? Jiang Ming said indifferently. You think everyone in the whole world is as suspicious as you are. I just don't want to break my promise. This is my basic principle of being a human being, Tang Qiuyue said. It seems that I still have to impress you, Jiang Ming said back, but I can say the ugly words up front. I'm only bringing you to the Lingyun sect. As for whether or not Elder Tang is willing to accept you is another matter, Tang Qiuyue said. Aha! Jiang Ming nodded silently. Lingyun sect. Several peaks stretch out, with cable suspension bridges connecting the two peaks. The top of the mountain peak was surrounded by clouds that resembled the misty air of an immortal, enveloping the palace on the peak. Below the palace, countless disciples were located on top of the various peaks diligently learning and practicing, following the elders of the various halls practicing the sect's arts. At this point, the three of them, Hao Shangtian, rode a flying magic treasure back to the clan, and the first thing they did was to find Elder Tang, who was located on the martial arts practice field, to report the results of this mission. Back, the hall elder glanced at the three, angled his head, and said nonchalantly, reporting back to the elder. There were some accidents on this mission, Hao Shangtian replied respectfully. Oh, it's just delivering a medicine. What could go wrong? Elder Hall frowned. Here's the thing, Hao Shangtian replied one by one. The news that in the Lin mansion, Jiang Ming had killed the old family master, as well as seriously injuring Lin Mufei, was told to the hall elders one by one, and Hao Shangtian deliberately spoke of Jiang Ming's strength and means in an extremely accurate manner. Practicing Qi stage, defeated the Jindan stage. I'm afraid that the entire Zhongxian continent wouldn't believe such words when they were spoken. No matter how powerful the Qi practicing stage was, it was only a powerful physical body. The Jindan stage, on the other hand, was a great cultivator who was able to cast advanced spells. Hearing Hao Shangtian's description, a hint of greed flashed in the eyes of the hall elder. Are you saying that the kid called Jiang Ming has an extremely special technique that can stop the opponent's moves in their hands without exploding? Elder Tang asked. That's right. I'm afraid that these moves are the techniques of some evil sect, and are in no way orthodox. I'm afraid that this son's purpose for coming to our Lingyun sect is not pure either. Hao Shangtian narrowed his eyes and said. The corners of the hall elder's mouth rose slightly. What you said is not unreasonable, but if he really dares to come to my Lingyun sect, I would like to see his strength with my own eyes, Elder Tang said with his hands behind his back in an immortal-like manner. But the elder, Hao Shangtian frowned. All right, the mission wasn't accomplished. Why are you still talking more here? Do you think that this elder's strength is still inferior to that of a mere secular family? The hall elder said coldly. At those words, Hao Shangtian held back all the words he originally wanted to say. In the end, the three had no choice but to bow out. Disciple knows I'm wrong. Disciple will go back and cultivate more. After saying that, Hao Shangtian's trio slowly left. Only after the three had left did a smug look appear in the eyes of the hall elder. To be able to defeat the Jindan stage at the Qi practicing stage, I'm bound and determined to obtain this technique. After it's cultivated, what do I care about this measly position of a hall elder? Even if you're an inner sect elder, so what if you're the head of a peak? A flash of greed flashed in the eyes of the hall elder. He was even somewhat beginning to look forward to it. If it was really as Hao Shangtian said, Jiang Ming would soon be brought to the Lingyun sect by Tang Qiuyue, and at that time, he would have plenty of ways to hand over Jiang Ming's set of techniques. In this way, he would no longer be looked down upon by the other elders. Perhaps, even that lord who helped the sect master cultivate might also set his eyes on him to come. But don't keep me waiting, little friend Jiang Ming. There was a different shine in the eyes of the hall elder. Second of the 5 night watch periods 19 to 2100 hours old. End of chapter. At the foot of the Lingyun sect's mountain, Jiang Ming looked up at the floating ladder trestle he was climbing. Although after more than 10,000 years, the peaks of the Lingyun sect had all changed dramatically. The only thing that had changed was this floating ladder trestle, which was exactly the same as it was back then. Think about the beginning. When Jiang Ming was only at the foundation establishment stage, Li Daotian had brought him to the Lingyun sect to see the world, as well as to find Lin Songyun to brag about his disciple. After all, at that time, Jiang Ming's breakthrough from practicing qi to building the foundation had only taken a day. Even at that time, the entire Sichuan continent had never heard of anyone being able to break through from the early stage of qi cultivation to the early stage of foundation building in a single day. And Jiang Ming was considered to be the only one. That's why Li Dao Genius brought him running here to brag about it. So much time had passed that when Jiang Ming arrived here, the people who had once brought him here, as well as the people he had wanted to meet at that time, were no longer in this world. In the blink of an eye, I didn't realize that so much time had passed. Jiang Ming stood dumbfounded and muttered, "What are you talking about?" Tang Qiuyue on the side came over and looked at Jiang Ming oddly. "Nothing." Jiang Ming shook his head and said, "Say, don't you have a flying magic treasure? Did you just walk up like that?" The flying magic treasure is on senior brother Hao. The clan only sends out one flying magic treasure per mission, so we can only walk up," Tang Qiuyu said with a bitter smile. Jiang Ming was sweating a bit. Just how poor has the sect become now? A flying magic weapon that requires several people to use it together? Isn't that thing a hand-me-down? Looking at Tang Qiuyue, who was really going to walk up with a stance, Jiang Ming couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He looked at the peak that towered into the clouds. I'm afraid it would take half a day to walk if he relied on walking. Right? Alright. How long do you have to walk by walking? I happen to have 2 flying magic treasures here. Let's go up together. After saying that, Jiang Ming tapped his finger on the storage bag. In the blink of an eye, 2 small, thumb-sized iron swords appeared in his hands. When Jiang Ming injected a trace of true qi, the 2 thumb-sized iron swords instantly transformed into 2 huge flying magic treasures. Seeing this kind of magic treasure, even Tang Qiuyu's eyes lit up. You actually have 2 flying magic treasures? Do you know how much contribution value it takes to exchange one of these within the clan? Tang Qiuyu said excitedly. Jiang Ming shook his head. 10,000 contribution value. And this should be a high-grade flying sword used by sword cultivators. I'm afraid it's worth even more. Where did you get it? Tang Qiuyu said with an envious face. I was a disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect before, but my strength was too weak and I was finally kicked out. Jiang Ming lied. So it's the Dao Heavenly Sect. Tang Qiuyu became even more envious. The reputation of the Dao Heavenly Sect could be considered very big in the Northwest domain. Plus, the Dao Heavenly Sect was also the #1 sword sect in the Zhongxian continent, which was no bragging matter. Even some time ago, at the Dao Discourse Conference, the Dao Heavenly sect leader, Lin Tianyi, had displayed a powerful strength, as well as a true intent of the Dao of the sword that hadn't been seen in 1,000 years, and had made a big splash at the Dao Discourse Conference. Nowadays, the Dao Heavenly Sect was not only a first-rate sect, but also a powerful sword sect. For cultivators like Tang Qiuyue who practiced swords, the Dao Heavenly Sect was simply a dream place. No wonder you have this kind of strength. Are all the disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect so extraordinary? Tang Qiuyue said. Alright, hurry up, Jiang Ming said. I'll be polite then. Tang Qiuyue leaped and jumped on top of the flying sword. When she was seated, she had an infatuated look on her face as she touched the ancient body of the flying sword with a look of love. Seeing this, Jiang Ming felt a bit amused. It's just a flying sword. Is there a need to be so excited? After all, flying sword thing, as long as one is a sword cultivator, it's no problem to just get a few hundred of them out in a day. Without doing much thinking, Jiang Ming sat down on the flying sword, and the huge flying sword underneath him immediately induced a sword whistling sound, and the 2 flying swords immediately cut through a white aura above the sky. In just a few moments, the 2 arrived on top of the mountain peak. At this speed, even Tang Qiuyue felt a hint of smacking. This is so fast. Tang Qiuyue couldn't get enough. Just after landing, the 2 flying swords immediately transformed into a wisp of streaming light and landed in Jiang Ming's hand, retransforming into the shape of small iron swords that were as big as his thumb. Looking at the flying sword in Jiang Ming's hand, Tang Qiuyu's eyes were practically like stars. Jiang Ming shook his head and said, I'll give you one. Upon hearing this, Tang Qiuyu hastily waved her hand. How can this be? This thing should be very expensive. Jiang Ming directly stuffed it in the other party's hand. Take it if you want it. After presenting a flying sword, Jiang Ming headed in the direction of the clan, and Tang Qiuyue was still a bit out of her mind where she stood. This is a flying sword, a symbol only for sword cultivators. With a flying sword, would she be able to pretend she was a sword cultivator in the future? Thinking of this, Tang Qiuyu was thrilled, but she also knew that this was a gift from Jiang Ming, and she should return the favor to him in the future. Can't owe people favors? That's her code too. Hurry up and lead the way. This was Jiang Ming, who was walking in front of him, said with his hands clasped. Coming. Tang Qiuyue laughed, tucking her little flying sword away and hurriedly running over to lead the way. Under Tang Qiuyue's guidance, the 2 arrived at a mountain peak. This mountain peak was called Cloud Chasing Peak, and it was also the place where the inner and outer disciples of the sect always lived. Whether it was cultivating, practicing, or taking up sect tasks, it was all done here. When Tang Xiuyu brought Jiang Ming here, there were also quite a few people sizing him up. After all, unfamiliar faces were still rare in the sect, not to mention that they were still wearing clothes from amongst the secular world, and appeared out of place with the sect's disciples. Looking at these disciples, Jiang Ming swept a glance. On this cloud-chasing peak, most of the disciples were chi practicing stage disciples, and only a few disciples had reached the foundation establishment stage, and the number was only a dozen or so. The strongest breath of strength was only at the Jindan stage, and there were only 3 people in total. No wonder the Lingyun sect can only be considered a third-grade sect. In the past, I'm afraid it wouldn't even count as the word sect. Jiang Ming thought in his heart. This kind of strength is too weak. Before long, Tang Qiuyue brought Jiang Ming to the hall elder. Disciple Tang Qiuyue, meet Elder Tang. Tang Qiuyue respectfully cupped her fists. Well, back. Elder Hall opened his eyes slightly and took a look around. At that moment, the hall elder's gaze was extremely aggressive as he looked toward Jiang Ming. It's still really practicing chi stage. After noticing Jiang Ming's strength, the only concern in the hall elder's mind disappeared. Tang Qiuyue, is this the Jiang Ming who was making a lot of noise in Wushao City? Elder Tang said with an air of superiority. At those words, Tang Qiuyue's face changed slightly. The hall elder had actually heard about it, and it was bound to be Hao Shangtian who had sued. Hall elder, I'm afraid there are some misunderstandings. In this matter, Tang Qiuyue tried her best to excuse her. There's no need to say that. My Lingyun sect is at least a prestigious sect in the continent. This son's origins are unknown and he is armed with evil techniques. He shouldn't have been enrolled under our sect. Hall elder Gao Qingliang said. However, if this son is willing to reform, my Lingyun sect can take him in regardless of previous suspicions. Third shift, and then a dash for a fourth in the evening. End of chapter. Hearing the words of the hall elder, Tang Qiuyu's eyes flashed with a strange color. The hall elder was able to disregard past suspicions and still chose to give Jiang Ming a clear path after learning of his deeds in the Lin mansion. In Tang Qiuyu's eyes, this had been put very loosely. But, Jiang Ming didn't think so. I wonder how this elder wants me to reform myself. Jiang Ming asked. I see that you kid is still resourceful. As long as you hand over the evil technique that defeated the Lin family head to me for safekeeping and promise to never use this technique again in the future, my Lingyun sect will naturally still be lenient. Elder Tang replied. At those words, the corner of Jiang Ming's mouth hooked up into an inconspicuous arc. This old dog really doesn't have any good intentions. It seemed like this hall elder was magnanimous, but Jiang Ming could tell that his purpose was the returning chi skill. The chi returning skill was at least a technique comprehended by a Mahayana stage cultivator, and mastering the chi returning skill, in today's cultivation world, was to be invincible amongst one's peers. It's a good idea to play the game. Jiang Ming then clasped his hands and said, I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying. Can't understand? Humph. You don't want to pretend to be crazy only, the hall elder said with a cold smile. I, Jiang Ming, have been open and honest all my life and have never lied. Jiang Ming said. Yes, the hall elder bellowed. Since you refuse to tell the truth, then don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you walk through 3 moves from my hands, you can stay in my Lingyun sect. 3 moves. Hearing these words, Tang Qiuyu felt a palpitation. Jiang Ming's strength was indeed not bad, but Elder Tang's strength had reached the late Jindan stage, and coupled with the practical combat experience he had accumulated over the years in the Lingyun sect, it wasn't something that could be compared to those unusual people outside. In the eyes of the Lingyun sect's disciples, Elder Hall was extremely powerful. If they were to really move, even if Jiang Ming used the same move he used against Lin Mufei, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist. Hall Elder, Tang Qiuyue looked slightly uneasy. There's nothing for you here anymore. Back off, the Hall Elder said coldly. Tang Qiuyue wanted to say something, but looking at the Hall Elder's icy gaze, she finally shut her mouth and obediently retreated to the side. At that moment, the Hall Elder's gaze landed on Jiang Ming. How about it? How's the consideration? Elder Tang had his hands behind his back, not the slightest bit unruffled. Yes, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Jiang Ming agreed. Hearing that Jiang Ming had agreed to engage in a fight, even the disciples who were training below showed a look of surprise at this moment. Jiang Ming's aura was very weak. Anyone could sense that he only had chi practicing strength. How dare he take it? Who is this person? How dare he fight the elder? It's only 3 moves. Besides, the elder won't necessarily move for real. After all, the other party is only a chi practicing stage brat. That's true, but he actually dared to take it. What a big heart. I hope the elder teaches this boy who doesn't know the heights of heaven a good lesson. The crowd below shook their heads. The disciples who were here were invariably stronger than Jiang Ming's aura, but none of them dared to say that they could walk under Elder Hall for more than 3 moves either. Even if the Hall Elder let go of the water, it was impossible. Jiang Ming was only a cheap practicing stage person, and it was a bit arrogant for him to dare to fight with the Hall Elder. After watching Jiang Ming agree, a smirk of triumph surfaced on the Hall Elder's face, as long as he used his full strength at that time, forcing Jiang Ming to use that bizarre move. When all the disciples below were watching, even if Jiang Ming didn't move, he would have to do so. I am so wise, Elder Tang thought triumphantly in his heart. Afterward, he stared at Jiang Ming with a deadly gaze, like an eagle staring at its prey. Ready? The church elder said. Any time, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Hubris, let's see if you can still be so calm later. The Hall Elder let out a cold laugh. His feet shattered the stone slabs, and his body was like a sharp sword as he rushed towards Jiang Ming. At the same time, in his hands condensed an earth-gray true qi. The luster was not bright and shiny, but there was an incomparably pure force hidden in it. Kid, watch out, the Hall Elder sneered. He deliberately said this to make Jiang Ming run that gong method. If he had defeated Jiang Ming with just one move, he would have felt bored instead. At that moment, Jiang Ming's gaze remained calm as usual. In the face of such a terrifying speed and soaring aura, Jiang Ming not only didn't make any means, he didn't even mean to dodge. Those below who saw the scene began to shake their heads. This kid is scared silly, isn't he? I can't believe you're still standing still. You didn't think you'd have to say a few opening words before exchanging blows, did you? I don't think I can even take a single move. The disciples exchanged views. Without exception, everyone didn't think that Jiang Ming would be able to last 3 moves. Not to mention 3 moves. Many people felt that they couldn't even catch a single move, because Elder Hall speed just now was too fast. Even some Foundation Establishment stage disciples could only see a residual shadow. At this point, the Hall Elder slapped his palm directly at Jiang Ming, who moved his body in a flash, seemingly dodging the ring in an extremely thrilling manner. However, Elder Tang was not in a hurry, and at this moment, his palm hooked back, transforming into an eagle's claw as it directly tore towards Jiang Ming's neck. However, Jiang Ming remained calm and leaned back with his legs and feet releasing their strength. The eagle claw-like talon, which managed to cross above the tip of his nose, looked at the people around him with fear and trepidation. Everyone realized in this moment, the Hall Elder only didn't let go of the water much. This speed as well as that terrifying attack, every step hit a killing move. If you're not careful, it can really kill you. At this moment, everyone didn't dare to speak freely, silently watching the exchange above. At this very moment, a trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the Hall Elder as his move fell short. He clearly grabbed the lead every time he struck, and every time he attacked Jiang Ming's reaction was obviously a beat slower. But once he wanted to grab the other side, Jiang Ming slipped out of his hands like a loach. It's an unpleasant feeling. Obviously wanting to force Jiang Ming to use that bizarre gong method, he didn't expect to deal with actually dodging his attack just like that. Thinking of this, a fierce color emerged in the eyes of the Hall Elder. Second move, the Hall Elder shouted. With that said, the Hall Elder's speed erupted once again, his figure almost face to face in a close combat. But this time, he merely grabbed at Jiang Ming with his right hand only. On the contrary, his left hand was hidden behind him, and an earth-colored flower in general quickly bloomed in his palm. Standing in Jiang Ming's viewpoint might not be able to see this hand that the Hall Elder was hiding, but the disciples below, they could see it clearly. A hallowed outer sect's Hall of Execution Elder, sparring with a disciple, and he even had to hide a sneak attack? Everyone can't see the point of this cut anymore. In their minds, this was just a trial for Jiang Ming. After all, Jiang Ming had caused some trouble outside, so there was no excuse for a stricter assessment. But where was this still considered a sparring match between a disciple and an elder? This is completely the elder wanting the disciple's life. A strange thought surfaced in all of their minds. Was it still a hand-to-hand encounter in the purest sense of the word? More testimonials come in for some bounties, and tomorrow continues with 4 more. End of chapter. Facing the Hall Elder who attacked directly in front of him, Jiang Ming continued to dodge as usual. As he watched Jiang Ming's evasive movements, a flash of joy appeared on the Hall Elder's face. I'd like to see how you can hide this time. The Elder of the Hall smiled triumphantly. Suddenly, his left hand was suddenly raised from behind him, and the flower in his hand that blossomed from his true qi instantly split into countless petals at this moment, each petal stabbing at Jiang Ming who was off to the side as if it were a blade. It's the Thousand Suns flower. Seeing this scene, the heart of Tang Qiuyue, who was standing at the back, trembled. This was Elder Tang's signature technique, although it was not considered to be a particularly advanced technique, but releasing this move in a sneak attack situation would have been difficult to dodge. Moreover, the current Jiang Ming was still leaning to the side, Even his stance was hard to stabilize, so how could he resist this onslaught of attacks? Could it be that it was necessary to use Jiang Ming to fend off that move from Lin Mufei? Tang Xiuyue thought in her heart. That move was certainly very stunning, but how could the current situation be compared to the time of the Lin Mansion? It was a head-on confrontation. This is a sneak attack, not to mention the Qi practicing stage. Even the foundation establishment stage needed time to release their techniques, and this sudden attack was extremely difficult to deal with. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Ming didn't have time to dodge as countless petals exploded around Jiang Ming in an instant. Even the ground was stirred up with dust by these countless true Qi explosions. Boom boom boom. Countless bursts exploded around Jiang Ming one after another. Seeing this scene, the hall elder had a puzzled look on his face. According to his thoughts, as long as Jiang Ming wanted to live, he would definitely need to use that move to defuse it. Otherwise, he will surely die. However, Jiang Ming didn't show the arcane moves as how Shangtian had said, and his true Qi detonated when he was close to Jiang Ming. None of these were in accordance with the steps he had imagined. Could it be that this guy would rather die than hand over that technique? Look, that guy doesn't seem to be dead? Suddenly, I don't know when someone below shouted. When the dust cleared, the center of the dust, however, as in fact stood a figure. Seeing this figure, Elder Hall frowned. Although he had held back, the power of this thousand sunflower was by no means something that could be resisted by someone of Jiang Ming's strength. Did he use some kind of treasure? At that moment, Jiang Ming slowly walked out of the dust. In his hand, he was currently holding a plain and unadorned sword blade with several cracks on top of it. Apparently, the move just now had really been followed by Jiang Ming's empty hand. The elder's strength is really strong. If I don't use my weapon, I'm afraid I'm not really sure I can follow. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. At those words, the hall elder's face was a bit ugly. Even if Jiang Ming used a weapon, he didn't believe that Jiang Ming would be able to receive his thousand yang flower, the power of the thousand suns flower. How could it be possible for the district to neutralize its power with just a sword? He was bound to have used some kind of gong method again, which had neutralized its power. The hall elder stared at Jiang Ming dead in the face. He even suspected that Jiang Ming was hiding his strength. However, how he looked at Jiang Ming was still practicing Qi stage, and even the strength he showed was also practicing Qi, and all the signs were almost pointing to the realm of practicing Qi stage. However, the strength Jiang Ming had displayed was completely different from the Qi practicing stage. Even, Jiang Ming hadn't performed that set of feats since the beginning. I didn't expect that you have quite a lot of things hidden in your body, the hall elder said with a frown. There's only one move left, Jiang Ming said. One move. That's right. The three moves mentioned by Elder Wutong were now down to the last move. Originally, everyone thought that Jiang Ming wouldn't even be able to catch a single move, but they didn't expect that Jiang Ming had not only caught two moves, but was only one last step away from the third move. And in everyone's eyes, Elder Hall didn't even have the slightest intention of letting go. This Jiang Ming was simply beyond everyone's knowledge. It was also this day that they realized that the original Qi practicing stage could be so strong. Looking at Jiang Ming's still relaxed expression, the hall elder's face was a bit ugly. But, this was a bet that he had personally promised, and with so many disciples watching, he could never go back on his word. Rather underestimated you. The elder of the hall's gaze gradually intensified. As the words fell, the hall elder clasped his hands together and chanted a mantra. Wow! The mouthpiece bit down, and 5 talismans glowing with an earthy yellow color emerged around him, floating around him like ghosts. This time, how are you going to hide? The hall elder bellowed in a deep voice. He formed a magic seal with one hand, and 5 talismans immediately flew in the direction of Jiang Ming. This scene shocked countless people below. This is the 5 elements Tao. Tang Xiuyue's face changed slightly. If the thousand sunflower was just a more common signature technique of Elder Tang, then the 5 elements Dao technique was one of Elder Tang's strongest moves. Not only Tang Xiuyue, the disciples below all understood the power of the 5 elements Dao. They had been cultivating in the Lingyun sect for many years, and there were many disciples who had thought about practicing the 5 elements Dao, but so far in their cultivation, they had only cultivated 2 talismans at most. On the contrary, the church elder, this was 5 talismans, the essence of the 5 elements Dao. Elder Tang had long since grasped it beyond comprehension. Is this still a cut? Someone's voice trembled in question. In their minds, at the beginning of the second move, this was no longer a mere cut and thrust. It was just that they couldn't figure out how Jiang Ming, who looked so young and showed strength that was only practicing Qi since the beginning, could resist several attacks from Elder Tang, who was at the late Jindan stage of cultivation. Watching this battle was greatly beneficial to all the disciples in the arena. Most of them here were disciples at the Qi practicing stage, and the stances and techniques that Jiang Ming had displayed could indeed bring them a lot of benefits. Bang! Without waiting for them to continue thinking down, A loud noise erupted on the field, and even the verdant stone floor on the carry was crumbled by the airwaves brought about by the five elements Tao. The hall elder merged his hands, revealing only 2 fingers to manipulate the martial Tao talismans, and output them frantically at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, kept moving and dodging, with the 5 talismans following close behind, as if they were vicious dogs biting hard. Jiang Ming, don't struggle. Why lose your life for a single technique? With your potential, you're bound to level the playing field in the future by growing slowly in my Lingyan sect, so don't be stubborn, Elder Tang said aloud. Sorry, I can't understand what you're saying, Jiang Ming said softly, still talking tough at the end of your life. The hall elder's face changed. He hadn't wanted to deal a death blow, but this Jiang Ming had exceeded his expectations one after another, and had refused to use that move until now. It seems that if you don't give him a hard time, you really think you're playing child's play with him? Elder Tang's eyes glowed with a white aura, and the luster of the true qi embellished in his hands became even more dazzling. The original earth-colored true qi shining for gold at this moment. 5 elements Taoism. Bind. The hall elder bellowed. The 5 talismans instantly burned with true qi, and even the space was suddenly enveloped in a golden curtain of light, directly trapping Jiang Ming within it. Everyone's faces changed drastically, but only Jiang Ming's mouth curled into a smile. This old dog really dares to get real. Ha! Jiang Ming smiled. In that case, let's use this one. When he finished speaking, a ray of sharpness flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. Taoist sword 5 styles. A new day. First shift up. Please recommend. Please reward. End of chapter. The idea is to move. Sword up. Jiang Ming raised the blade of his sword with his right hand and carried the blade with his left hand. With his palm on the blade of the sword, unexpectedly bloomed a ray of faint white light on the blade of the sword. As the golden light shield gradually closed in, the white light above Jiang Ming's sword blade grew larger and larger, gradually forming a pentagonal white on sword intent. This sword intent expanded rapidly, as if it was an umbrella zooming above Jiang Ming's head, and as the true qi in the space became more and more violent, this sword intent surprisingly also exhibited an incomparably intense resonating sound. Buzz! Everyone present felt their insides tremble as this sword sound rang out. What's that? Wasn't the qi practicing stage unable to force true qi out of the body? But this move that Jiang Ming had performed was actually able to make the move take shape? What was that move? My god! What the hell is he? Wait, that can't be sword intent. Sword intent. When they heard this term, everyone's eyes carried unbelievable shock. It had been too long since they had heard of the term sword intent, and the most recent time they had heard that the sect head of the Tao Heavenly Sect, Lin Tianyi, had comprehended sword intent, and that was why they had thought of this possibility. However, such a thing as sword intent. Even the sword sect that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years did not have a few people who had comprehended sword intent. How old is Jiang Ming? How strong is it? It was surprising that he had already comprehended sword intent. No wonder he's so confident. No wonder he's emboldened. A genius who had comprehended sword intent. Even if he didn't cultivate true qi, it was by no means comparable to an ordinary person. Not to mention such a young sword Tao genius. This was simply a rarity in the world. He actually comprehended sword intent? Tang Qiuyue was incomparably shocked. She had thought that Jiang Ming was very powerful, but she had never thought that it was this sharp. Rumor had it that even a sword Tao master who had not cultivated true qi would be able to compete with a Yuaning stage cultivator. This is the sword cultivator. The entire Songxin continent dreamed of the intention, but was turned away by that terrifying threshold. When the hall elder saw Jiang Ming's sword intent, his heart was equally surging. What a poisonous eye he has. Jiang Ming had not only executed his sword intent, but was also able to form it into a stance, which was a rare talent to be encountered in 1,000 years. I can't believe he picked it up. Thinking of this, the hall elder hurriedly withdrew the 5 elements Tao. He changed his mind. Jiang Ming's cards were endless, and he had even comprehended sword intent. He had never encountered a supreme genius with this kind of talent before. If he was able to take under his wing, he would likewise be able to soar in the future. Moreover, once Jiang Ming stayed in the sect, it was impossible for him to escape. It was just that if he wanted to get the gongfu on Jiang Ming, he would need to put in more effort. Seeing the hall elder withdraw the talisman, Jiang Ming similarly withdrew his sword intent. If Elder Hall had been any slower, I might not have been able to block it, Jiang Ming said without a blush after withdrawing his sword. Ha ha ha, you're joking. Since you have comprehended the sword intent, with my strength at best, I will only be equal to you. Besides, how could I possibly let the Lingyun sect lose a talented disciple like you? Elder Tang said smilingly. Elder Hall is too kind. I've only comprehended some of the skins, Jiang Ming said. At those words, the hall elder laughed out loud. As long as he had a good relationship with Jiang Ming, his status in the Lingyun sect in the future would only rise. And as for winning Jiang Ming's favor someday, he might even be able to get that technique, which would simply be a perfect thing. Taking it by force? He is not a cutie pie. Even if sword intent was only comprehended to the skin, he was at best 50-50 with Jiang Ming, not to mention that Jiang Ming still had an undercard that he didn't use. To be Jiang Ming's enemy, isn't that like having in your head? On second thought, he felt like he had simply hit the jackpot today. Originally, when the sect didn't have his share of chance, he was still a bit annoyed in his heart. Now it seemed that he had reaped a greater chance. Since you are so sincere in wanting to join my Lingyun sect, then this elder will grant you your wish. Effective immediately, you are the chief disciple of Jieyun Peak, Elder Tang said with a big smile. Chief disciple. Everyone's hearts were startled, and everyone looked at Hao Shangtian, who was standing at the front end. In this Lingyun sect outer door, the chief disciple was originally Hao Shangtian. Now suddenly came a Jiang Ming. Directly to him once had everything, turned the eyes of all the scattered as smoke. Hao Shangtian clenched his teeth tightly and looked at Jiang Ming angrily. He had stayed in this cloud-chasing peak for 20 whole years. How could he easily give away his chief disciple status? Elder, Hao Shangtian gathered his courage and wanted to fight for it. What? You're not convinced? The hall elder said with his hands behind his back. If anyone is unconvinced, feel free to come up. As long as someone defeats Jiang Ming, they can be this chief disciple. When these words came out, there was a dead silence below. Defeat Jiang Ming? How is that possible? They had seen with their own eyes what Jiang Ming had just displayed. Even the elders were even with it. So how could they possibly be able to defeat it? With Jiang Ming's strength, I'm afraid that even if he went within the other peaks, he would be a leading existence. Other than Hao Shangtian, everyone else was closed. People were strong enough to be the chief disciple, they were convinced, and it didn't involve them anyway. After the hall elder swept a glance at the disciples below, he turned his head to look at Tang Qiuyue. Since you brought Jiang Ming here, take him to receive a set of the clan's apparel, Elder Tang said. After saying that, the hall elder threw out a token, treating it as if he could receive items from the clan. Yes, Tang Qiuyue was finally relieved. Receiving the token, Tang Qiuyue led Jiang Ming to the Qingyun Hall to collect the items. Looking at Jiang Ming's departing back, the color of anger in Hao Shangtian's eyes had long since filled out. Along the way, Tang Qiuyue curiously sized up Jiang Ming. She couldn't understand how on earth this teenager, who didn't even look 20 years old, had comprehended the sword intent. Just say what's up, Jiang Ming said casually. I didn't expect that you've only just become the chief disciple, and you're already in good shape. Tang Qiuyue skimmed her lips and said. Jiang Ming didn't answer. Honestly, were you really expelled from the Dao Heavenly clan? You clearly comprehended sword intent. Not many people in the entire world have comprehended it. Tang Qiuyue asked curiously. I only comprehended a hint of it after I was expelled. Jiang Ming casually lied. No wonder, that Dao Tian sect is really losing out. Tang Qiuyue smiled wryly. After saying that, the two of them came to the Qingyun Hall. After getting his hands on the required clothing, monthly offerings, and so on within the clan, he immediately changed Jiang Ming into an off-white robe, wrapped around his waist by a black belt. Ordinary disciple belts are gray, and only chief disciple belts are black. Looking at Jiang Ming's appearance in these clothes, Tang Qiuyue also plugged her waist and nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, this looks much smoother, Tang Qiuyue said. Jiang Ming didn't want to make a comment. The material of this garment is so poor that I am afraid it will burst if I move a little bit really. It is just flashy. Instead, Jiang Ming wanted to ask another question than this outfit. Say, does your Lingyun sect have a place to eat? Jiang Ming asked. Tang Qiuyue froze, then said, of course there is. Let's go. I'll take you there. Jiang Ming nodded and followed. Anyway, there were many trivial matters in the future, and the investigation of the Lingyun sect would not yield results in a day or two, so it would be better to taste how the meals here tasted. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming made a decision in his heart. After returning to the Dao Heavenly sect, he would personally get those planted fruits and vegetables and eat them to taste the first fresh taste. End of chapter. Yando City, Liang Ka. Ever since the Liang family annexed the Yu family, the Liang family's position had been expanding in Yongdao City, including not a few once neutral forces that were now clinging over to celebrate the Liang family's people. And this was the day that the youngest son of the Liang family married Yu Ruobing. The entire Liang family up and down the crowd was bustling. Plus it was the youngest son of the Liang family Liang Jian's wedding day, Yongdao City. But all the dignitaries were here. Seeing so many distinguished guests arrive, Liang Jian's heart was also incomparably happy. Now, not only had he been accepted as a disciple by the Xianmei sect, but his family had even merged all of the Yu family's industries, and even Yu Ruobing, whom he had been longing for, would now become his wife. His life was literally at the peak of his life on this day. At this moment, An old man with a white beard slowly walked over to Liang Jian and skipped past him. Liang Jian was a bit surprised and merely turned his head to look at him, feeling a bit strange, before continuing to welcome the guests. The moment. In a room covered in festive decorations, a woman looked ahead with a blank stare in her eyes. She was no other than the leading lady of the wedding, Yu Ruobing. Ever since the news of Yu Zhentian's death reached Yongdao City, it was as if a gaping hole had been opened in her heart. But before she had time to grieve, the Liang family's people suddenly made a move against their Yu family. With the loss of Yu Zhentian, the Yu family was no match for the Liang family, and she eventually fell into the hands of the Liang family. In these days here, she suffered from Liang Jian's insults, only that some of the Yu family's people still fell into the hands of the Liang family to use as blackmail, and she had to obey. Without the shelter of the Yu family, she instantly felt like living was worse than dying, but there was nothing she could do. The reality is this. Suddenly, just when she had long been numb, a figure came in front of her at an unknown time. She had more gleam in her eyes as she looked at the old man standing to the side with a puzzled look in his eyes. Who are you? How did you get in? Yu Ruobing asked. I'm here to help you, the old man said faintly. Help me? Yu Ruobing shook her head with a bitter smile. My father and brother both died, and since that day, my heart died with them, so it's useless for anyone to help me. And what if I told you that your father and brother did not die by accident, but by the hands of others? The old man said. What? Upon hearing this news, a murderous intent immediately surfaced in Yu Ruobing's eyes. All she knew was that her father had died in an accident, and due to an abnormal situation in the Immortal Mansion, everyone from the Yu and Liang families had died inside. This old man actually said that the cause of death was because of someone else? At that moment, the old man turned around and said, your father and brother's deaths were related to a man named Jiang Ming, and it was a high-ranking person behind him who made a move to kill him. Jiang Ming? Yu Ruobing mouthed the name. Something sounded familiar to her, but she had only heard the butler mention it, and didn't know what the other person was. What's the use of you telling me this? I didn't have any rights a long time ago. I'm no different from a slave now, Yu Ruobing said. No, you have revenge, the old man said. Without waiting for Yu Ruobing to speak, the old man took out a token from his waist, as well as a bottle of pills. Yu Ruobing didn't understand. When he received the token, he was surprised to find a silver Xian character engraved on top of the token. This was an iconic token only available in the Xianmei sect, and it was still only available to those at the level of elder. You're an elder of the Xiandi sect? Yu Ruobing said in surprise. The old man didn't speak, nodding silently. This order will then represent my Xianmei sect. As long as you have it, you will be able to be on par with Liang Jian, and borrow the Liang family's power to deal with Jiang Ming. In addition, this jade bottle contains 3 explosive chi scatters, which can raise the strength of a foundation stage cultivator to the Jindan stage in a short period of time, killing a Jiang Ming rubbing his hands. The old man said calmly. At those words, Yu Ruobing was greatly shocked in her heart. In order to deal with a Jiang Ming, one would need to spend such a precious elixir? 3 Jindan stages were enough to overturn the pattern of precious Yongdao City, even if only for a moment. Okay, I promise you, Yu Ruobing bit out. I'm looking forward to our cooperation. The corners of the old man's mouth curled into a smile. After saying that, the old man waved his robe and his entire person just disappeared into the room out of thin air. Yu Ruobing didn't care where the old man went. She only knew that there was someone else who killed her father and brother. Even if she knew that the Xianmei sect might want to use her as a killing tool or a scapegoat, she would not hesitate to do so. She was half dead now anyway, so she might as well let it go. Besides, being able to personally slay her enemy was the only thing she wanted to do right now. Jiang Ming, I will make you pay for your life. Lingyun sect. Evening. Jiang Ming was lying on the roof of the house, looking out at the night sky from this high mountain, with the stars in the sky. He hadn't known exactly how long it had been since he'd put his head down like that and just looked at the night sky. Ever since the destruction of the locked Luo Hall 10,000 years ago, he returned to the sect and began his seclusion. And all day long, apart from facing the pitch-black walls, he was accompanied by a never-ending supply of pills and true qi. This seclusion, a short period of 200 or 300 years, more up to 1,000 years long. During that time he blamed himself immensely, only wanting to reach the peak of his strength as soon as possible to avoid the people around him from falling into danger again. But after actually reaching the top, he was lost. So what if I cultivate to the peak? In the end, all the people around me have left as well. Jiang Ming sighed lightly. In his eyes, there was no semblance of waves flowing. He was used to being alone for so many years, and just sighed that he hadn't spent more time with his master, elder brother, and elder sister in the first place. In this Sanchuan continent, only they were considered their only relatives, right? Jiang Ming gazed at the starry sky with some doubts in his heart. Logically speaking, since Li Daotian and the others had all ascended. Why had he not yet ascended even after cultivating to Emperor Immortal? The entire Xiangxian continent was like a prison, locking him in this area. Even though he wanted to leave the Sea of Stars, there was an inexplicable force that pulled him back. It was something he could never figure out. Thinking about what? Suddenly, Tang Xiuyu came to the roof at some point and sat on the other side and asked, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Ming asked. "Every night I come here to look at the stars." "Ah, I didn't expect you to actually look at the stars as well," Tang Xiuyu said with a smile. "Every day?" Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. Tang Xiuyu nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, when I was little, my parents told me that the dead would become stars in the sky, forever watching over their offspring, so I come here every day to look around." Jiang Ming asked, "Has anyone close to you passed away?" Tang Xiuyu pursed her lips, then said, "When I was little, our town was attacked by bandits. My parents hid me, but they were killed by the bandits. It was then that I made up my mind that in the future I must practice kung fu and fight against those evil thieves who bully the weak and the strong. At the same time, I also want to let my parents know that I am living a good life in the world, because I know that they must hope that I can live well. I certainly cannot let them down." Speaking of this, the corner of Tang Xiuyu's mouth drew a strong smile. Unbeknownst to her, tears were streaking down her cheeks. Third of the 5 night watch periods. End of chapter. Glancing at Tang Xiuyu, Jiang Ming didn't choose to speak. Everyone's life is different. Some are born at the top of the heap, while others are born to face heavy tribulations. The past cannot be changed. The setbacks you endure only make you stronger. It had to be said that Tang Xiuyu's heart was indeed excellent. People who practiced cultivation were supposed to go against the grain, and their heart was especially important. Being able to maintain this kind of mentality, one's future achievements would be unlimited. "Hey, look over there." Tang Xiuyu suddenly pointed excitedly at the sky. At that moment, a purple meteor streaked across the sky, flashing through the vastness of the starry sky. The purple shooting star is so delicate that it becomes the most shining presence in the dark night. Jiang Ming also noticed the purple meteor, but a look of gravity surfaced in his eyes. "Calamity star." Jiang Ming muttered verbally. The other side. Taoist Heavenly Sect. Lin Tianyi gathered all the elders in the sect to carry out a council. Sect leader. The phenomenon of demonic beast riots has been occurring frequently over in the Middle Dao Prefecture recently, and the Wanxiang sect has sent someone over to request assistance. Recently, the people from the Thousand Crane sect sent word that there were unknown people coming in and out of the territory of Zhendao Prefecture, and that all those who saw them were all killed, without exception. Senior sect leader. News has come from the side of the Immortal Questioning sect that the stone pillar of the Immortal Questioning sect seems to be showing signs of loosening recently, and no one knows the cause. And Lin Yanjie has also disappeared. The elders of the Dao Heavenly Clan had reported the recent events that had occurred, without exception. Lately, the Sichuan continent had been more restless above it than in previous years, and almost all of these factors came from the Middle Dao state. After hearing these news, Lin Tianyi's eyes were incomparably grave. Sometimes even he was thinking that if Jiang Ming was still in the Dao Heavenly sect, everything might have been solved. With so many things going on, I'm afraid I'll have to make a trip to the Middle Dao Prefecture myself. Lin Tianyi finally made up his mind. How many disciples are still out in the sect? All those below the Jindan stage are in the vicinity of the Lingyun sect, Xia Zimo said. Lin Tianyi nodded. The demonic beasts in the Middle Dao state can be supported by the sect's disciples, and the Thousand Crane sect's side will probably have to send 2 elders over to probe the situation. As for asking the Immortal sect, Lin Yanjie was supposed to be a person who was about to die, and if he suddenly disappeared at a time like this, there had to be a reason for it, and he had to find out the situation for himself. The Lingyun sect is closer to the Middle Dao state. Command that the disciples of the 3 peaks follow me to the Lingyun sect, and seek the Lingyun sect's disciples to support the Middle Dao state on the way. Elder Rong, Elder Fu, the 2 of you head directly to the Thousand Crane sect to inquire about who is haunting the Middle Dao state, and after ascertaining the situation, do not act without authorization, and meet up with me first. The rest of the elders, lead the other 3 peaks disciples and deacons to sit in the sect in case of any mishaps. Lin Tianyi made a thunderous decision. The 5 elders arched their hands and clasped their fists. By the order of the sect leader, Lin Tianyi nodded as he looked in the direction of the Lingyun sect. He was guessing that on this trip to the Lingyun sect, he might even be able to meet Jiang Ming once. The next day, this was already the 3rd day that Jiang Ming had come to the Lingyun sect, and almost all of the disciples in the entire cloud-chasing peak knew about Jiang Ming's character. From the first day he stepped into the sect, Jiang Ming had sparred with the Hall Elder of Cloud-Chasing Peak and was undefeated. In short, it was rumored among the disciples. Do you know that the new guy named Jiang Ming is a sword cultivator? Not only that, he's now our chief disciple. We still have to call him senior brother when we meet. Then you guys have seen less. But I have heard that he has a ring with the soul of a great power guiding him to make him so strong. Really? Then how could it be fake? How else could he have comprehended sword intent so young? Sword cultivators haven't appeared on the continent for nearly 1,000 years. The disciples of Cloud-Chasing Peak spoke one after another. With that being said, everyone nodded their heads in disbelief and blackmail. Although there were most people who had already seen Jiang Ming in the past 2 days, there was still a small portion who had never seen him. So the disciples who had seen it took Jiang Ming's matter and bragged about it. The more they talked about it, the more exaggerated it became. Hearing these remarks, Hao Shangtian clenched his fists in death. In the past, everyone used to respect him, but now that Jiang Ming had arrived, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Ming, and he had in turn become a mediocre disciple. Obviously he used to be the chief great disciple as well. Thinking of this, the hatred in Hao Shangtian's eyes grew thicker. At that moment, Jiang Ming slowly walked over from the side. Seeing Jiang Ming's figure, all the disciples' conversational voices were much quieter, and the scene was suddenly quiet. This is Jiang Ming. Ha! It doesn't look any different. It's hard to believe that the Qi practicing stage is really a sword cultivator? I told you and you still don't believe me. I was there in person that day. The disciples mingled with each other. These subtle sounds naturally couldn't escape Jiang Ming's ears, only that he didn't care about these things. When the disciples had arrived at about the same time, the hall elder stood on the stage, looking down with a few majestic expressions. I've summoned everyone here today. Firstly, to teach the Lingyun sect's heart technique, and then to distribute some supplies in case of emergencies. Secondly, it's to inform all the disciples that the chief disciple of our cloud-chasing peak is now Jiang Ming, and if there is any dissatisfaction, they can privately and openly challenge him, and if they win, the chief disciple can be changed. With his hands behind his back, the elder of the hall spoke in detail. Upon hearing this, all the people below did not have much of a reaction, only those who followed Hao Shangtian's side of a few doglegs. Their faces were a bit upset, but no matter how upset they were, they didn't dare to get angry. Jiang Ming's strength, half of Cloud-Chasing Peak had seen it with their own eyes. Even Hao Shangtian didn't dare to go forward to challenge him. They wouldn't be looking for trouble. Now, does everyone have anything else to say? The hall elder said faintly after scanning the circle. Elder, I have something to say. Suddenly, Hao Shangtian stepped forward. Looking at Hao Shangtian, a spirit of gossip emerged in everyone's hearts. After all, Jiang Ming's appearance had occupied Hao Shangtian's position as the chief disciple. So was it possible that Hao Shangtian wanted to challenge Jiang Ming? What is it? Elder Hall asked. Elder, recently many disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect have appeared outside of our sect, no less than 1,000 in number, and all of them seem to be searching for something. In the past 2 days, they have eliminated a number of thieves' spots, and even the Voltron cottage has been eradicated by the Tao Heavenly Sect's disciples. Hao Shangtian said, a disciple of the Tao Heavenly Sect? The hall elder frowned. Hearing this news, he looked down at Jiang Ming with an odd expression on his face. He had learned from Tang Choyue that Jiang Ming had been kicked out by the Tao Heavenly Sect. Could it be that the Tao Heavenly Sect had learned that Jiang Ming had comprehended the sword intent and wanted to get the person back? That's not good. Jiang Ming is his money tree. Future promotion and wealth all rely on Jiang Ming. Can be avoided or best to avoid the good. There's no need to ignore them. The Tao Heavenly Sect, as a proper sect in the Northwest Domain, might just be down for a training trip. Elder Tang waved his hand. Going down to the mountains to practice? Why do we need to send so many people out? The elder of the hall had already known it in his heart, but he just didn't want to make it clear. Just then, a disciple sitting at the mountain gate hurriedly arrived. Elder, there are 3 people coming from outside, and by the looks of them, they are from the Dao Tian sect. 4th shift. Please recommend and reward. End of chapter. The Dao Tian sect is here? The hall elder's heart sank. It couldn't be that the Dao Tian sect's people had really come to find Jiang Ming? He glanced at Jiang Ming, but in turn, the latter had a relaxed and easygoing face, seemingly not caring. Could he be overthinking it? Without waiting for Elder Tang to reply, 3 tiny figures emerged in the sky, and as the flying swords crossed the sky, the 3 of them leapt from the flying swords and steadily came below Elder Tang, and with that, the flying swords were retrieved into their hands. Late generation Yang Yun, disciple of the Tao Heavenly Sect, meet Elder Lingyun sect. Please bear with me if I'm disturbing you, Yang Yun said with a respectful arch. The crowd of disciples below had a sword, and their eyes flashed with envy. Flying sword. That is a sword cultivation clan can only have flying magic treasure. Flying speed is extremely fast. Critical moments can also be used as a defense magic treasure. Can be said to be both offensive and defensive. On the contrary, their Lingyun sect, out of the implementation can only a few people share a flying magic treasure. The speed also do not know how much slower. In comparison, the cultivators of the Tao Heavenly Sect were really enviable to them. In the meantime, when the hall elder saw Yang Yun, a wave of unease ran through his heart. 3 Jindan stage cultivators, and the one who called himself Yang Yun was even at a mid-Jindan stage cultivation, worthy of being the Tao Heavenly Sect. Even the disciples were at the Jindan stage of cultivation. This kind of heritage was by no means something that their Lingyun sect could take. For senior nephew Yang to have this kind of strength at such a young age puts us elders beyond shame, the hall elder said with a smile. Senior is too kind. Our cultivation experience is still too weak. We should still learn more, Yang Yun said. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be modest. Senior nephew Yang, it's just that I don't know why you guys are here the hall elder said with a smile. I came here on the order of the sect master to arrive here first and deliver this letter. Yang Yun handed out a roll of letter paper. The hall elder frowned, still uneasy. When he opened the letter paper, his uneasiness disappeared, and instead, his forehead wrinkled with many lines. Zhengdao Prefecture. So many things have happened? Elder Hall frowned. That's right, that's why for this operation, the sect leader of my sect will also personally go to the Middle Dao State to find out what's going on, and at the same time, I also hope that your sect will be able to spare manpower to support Wancheng's sect together with us to solve the scourge of the demonic beasts, Yang Yun said. At those words, the corners of the eyes of the hall elder narrowed slightly. Ever since the sect leader's seclusion, he had instructed them to go out less, but now that so many things had happened over in the Middle Dao State, and Lin Tianyi of the Tao Heavenly Sect would even personally come out, it would be detrimental to the face of the Lingyun sect if they didn't send someone out. Looking at the hall elder's hesitant appearance, Yang Yun added, Senior, please rest assured, this time my clan will send thousands of people to go. If your clan can support, that would be the best. If there are any difficulties, we will never jeopardize it. As the words fell here, the hall elder couldn't say anything else. Senior nephew Yang is joking. How can a cultivator shy away from some setbacks? It's just that the disciples of my cloud-chasing peak are the weakest peak of the Lingyun sect, so I'm afraid the number of people who can come to your aid is small. So please forgive me, the hall elder said helplessly. It doesn't matter. It's the best if you can gallop to help. Yang Yun nodded. Then I'll arrange a place to stay for senior nephew Yang, Elder Hall said smilingly. There's no need. We still have to look for disciples from nearby clans. Tomorrow the sect master will pass by your clan and gather us all in passing. Yang Yun laughed. So that's how it is. Then tomorrow I will definitely receive sect leader Lin properly, Elder Tang said. Then the late generation will take their leave first. After saying that, Yang Yun and the 3 of them all arched their hands and leapt into the air, a flying sword whistling out, swimming freely in the sea of clouds under many gazes. After Yang Yun's trio left, the hall elder's face then breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't grabbing Jiang Ming away, so it wouldn't bring much lost benefit to him. But he hadn't expected this matter to become so big that even Lin Tianyi would have to personally travel to the Middle Dao State. Does this matter need to be reported? The hall elder speculated on his own. Now Lingyun sect elder level and above are almost all closed for cultivation. Excluding him, the other peaks are almost all their own chief disciple management practice, or miscellaneous elders coordinated management. If they really want to report it, I'm afraid that it will affect the sect leader and their seclusion, in which case they might even be implicated. Whatever, now that the sect leader and the others are gone, I'm the biggest, the hall elder thought in his heart. Thinking of this, the hall elder's gaze looked toward Jiang Ming. From what had just happened, that Yang Yun didn't seem to recognize Jiang Ming, nor did he have any intention of letting Jiang Ming go back to the Tao Heavenly Sect, so then he was still more at ease with letting Jiang Ming take people out. It was just as well to let people from other peaks know that Cloud Chasing Peak had now produced such a heavenly prodigy. Jiang Ming, the hall elder spoke. Jiang Ming replied curtly. You heard all the words just now, didn't you? As the chief disciple of Cloud Chasing Peak, it is incumbent upon you to go on a mission to the Middle Dao State this time. Do you have any objections? Elder Tang said. No, Jiang Ming replied. Very well, but I can't possibly send out all the elite disciples from Cloud Chasing Peak. This elder will select 3 foundation establishment stage disciples for you along with 20 peak Chi practicing disciples to go with you. What do you think? Elder Tang said. Whatever, Jiang Ming replied. Very good. Have guts. Elder Hall smiled with satisfaction. Then go back and prepare your things as soon as possible and get ready to travel tomorrow. Jiang Ming nodded and left in large strides. A smug smile hung at the corner of the hall elder's mouth. He could almost already think of the surprised expressions of the other peaks when the time came, as well as the repentant look of the Tao Heavenly Clan. How many disciples can there be in the whole world who have cultivated the sword intent? I can count them on just one hand. Moreover, Jiang Ming's undercard means were endless, and he didn't think that Jiang Ming would lose in this support, which meant that this time, It would be the day when their cloud-chasing peak would come out on top altogether. It feels like the last few days have been very lucky. The elder of the hall was in a happy mood. He already regarded Jiang Ming as his own gem. At this moment, Elder Hall swept his gaze to the disciples below. What are you waiting for? All practice. The hall elder carried his hands behind his back and sternly scolded. Into the night, Jiang Ming stayed in his room and studied the gongfu in his hands. It was no other than the returning qi technique. Ever since he fought Yu Zhentian, he had been thinking about how to improve some of the drawbacks. At that time, it looked like he had managed to block Yu Zhentian's attack on them and had also gathered a terrifying mass of energy. But that was not the result he wanted. How can we start at the source? Jiang Ming looked at the gongfu and muttered. As long as the release of the technique would definitely trigger the true qi. If one could steal the other party's true qi as his own when he triggered it, this was what Jiang Ming wanted to do. But again, I have to say that the idea does seem a bit overblown. If you wanted to suck out your opponent's true qi when they invoked it, then you had to set up a channel in space to draw it. It's easy to do with the laws of space, but this seems a bit too bullying. Jiang Ming pondered. At that moment, the corners of Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He said with a slight sideways glance, now that you're here, come right in. At that moment, a figure slowly walked up. It's been a long time since I've seen you, but senior uncle's perception is still so poisonous. Lin Tianyi laughed. End of chapter. The person who came was none other than Lin Tianyi. Looking at this guy, Jiang Ming closed the gongfu. I thought I said you weren't coming until tomorrow? How come you're here tonight? Jiang Ming asked. Because I felt that you might be in the Lingyun sect, senior uncle, so I sped up my journey a bit, and I didn't expect you to really be here, Lin Tianyi said with a smile as he sat on the side. Jiang Ming sighed. With a wave of his one hand, a transparent ripple was added to the space, shielding the entire room from his breath. Only then did Jiang Ming look at Lin Tianyi. Tell me, what's so urgent that it requires you to personally go to the Middle Dao state? Jiang Ming asked. Senior uncle is right. Many odd things have indeed happened in the Middle Dao Prefecture recently. Lin Tianyi's expression suddenly became a bit more serious. First of all, it's the demonic beasts over in Zhengdao Prefecture. Normally demonic beasts wander around in their own mountain ranges and don't interfere with people's territories. But lately, the demonic beasts in the Middle Dao Prefecture have been attacking the city in groups like they've gone berserk. And there were also people who noticed that some people of unknown origin had recently appeared in the Middle Dao state, only to see that everyone on the other side had died. The people from the Thousand Crane sect noticed that the wounds on the dead were all very bizarre, and didn't look like they were made by cultivators from the Middle Dao Prefecture. So they called on everyone to investigate and take precautions. As for the last point, it's about the questioning immortal sect. Lin Tianyi unhurriedly explained them one by one. What happened to the Ask Immortal sect? Jiang Ming asked. There are two things that are strange about the Ask the Immortal sect, which is why I had to make the trip myself. One of them is the stone pillar of the Immortal Questioning sect. I don't know if senior uncle has any impression of it. Lin Tianyi said. Jiang Ming nodded. I heard from some cultivators near the Immortal Questioning sect that recently the Immortal Questioning sect has often seen strange movements, the source of which is that heavenly stone pillar. Some people suspect that it's a treasure that has appeared in the world, and some people say that it's some sort of demonic creature that's being suppressed down there. Lin Tianyi recounted all the rumors he had heard. Jiang Ming remained silent. With regards to that stone pillar, he did have a familiar feeling, only that it was too long a gap of years and he couldn't recall it at all. As for the second thing, that's Lin Nianjie's disappearance. Lin Tianyi said gruffly. Disappeared? Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. Lin Nianjie was abolished by his own hands, and the current Lin Nianjie was not even an ordinary person. Without true qi to protect his life veins, Lin Nianjie wouldn't even survive for half a year. How could such an invalid disappear into thin air? That's right. I also feel surprised by Lin Nianjie's disappearance. But to be able to suddenly disappear in the questioning immortal sect, it's likely that he was taken away by someone, Lin Tianyi said. At those words, Jiang Ming frowned. It didn't make sense for Lin Tianyi to analyze it that way. It was just that the people of the locked Luo Palace only focused on souls and available people. An invalid like Lin Nianjie, who had neither kung fu nor a still good soul, was simply worthless to the palace of locking Luo. Is it hard to kill someone for the sake of killing them? That's not very likely. If Lin Nianjie really knew the whereabouts of the other remaining members of the locked Luo Palace, he would have been able to ask them himself when he asked the immortal sect. Since he didn't know the inside story, there was no need for the Lockheed Palace to risk being discovered to take Lin Nianjie back again. It seems like things aren't even simple, Jiang Ming whispered. Yeah, Lin Tianyi nodded. He then looked at Jiang Ming and asked with some curiosity, by the way, why did senior uncle come to the Lingyun sect? Jiang Ming thought about it and finally decided to tell Lin Tianyi. I suspect that the Lingyun sect is colluding with the demon sect. Jiang Ming said. It can't be? Even though the Lingyun sect's strength has declined over the years, it's still considered a prestigious sect. Lin Tianyi was incredulous. I investigated some clues when I came here, and the sect of Lingyun sect's sectmaster and elder levels are all in seclusion right now. Moreover, the Lin family of Wushao City, with whom it cooperates, the Lingyun sect also sends over some life-renewing medicinal dispersions from time to time that go against human nature. In the 2 days I've been here, I did inquire about some news about the sect leader and elders of the Lingyun sect, all of whom are trying to break through their own bottlenecks. Jiang Ming said calmly. What? Lin Tianyi's face was complicated. The Lingyun sect was quite a bit weaker than the Dao Heavenly sect, and even back when he was still at the peak of transformation spirit, the Lingyun sect was a far cry from the Dao Heavenly sect. But now, all the people above the elder level up and down the Lingyun sect were actually attempting to break through their bottlenecks. In other words, their strength would skyrocket by a hair. What kind of concept is that? Once he waited for Su Wuing to emerge from the gate, his strength would reach the harmonization stage, while the rest of the elders, all of them, would be upgraded to the transformation spirit stage. In this way, their overall strength would be in line with the Dao Heavenly sect. Even if Lin Tianyi and the others ate the 9th grade pills like sugar beans, it was impossible for them to break through their strength so quickly in such a short period of time. Is this true? Lin Tianyi still couldn't believe it. It's not far from 8 or 9, because I've already sensed that deep within the Lingyun sect, there are several auras that are attempting to break through. Jiang Ming sipped his tea indifferently. Lin Tianyi sucked in a breath of cool air. He didn't dare to deny Jiang Ming's words, especially since Jiang Ming had also determined that the other party had broken through, so the possibility was very high. So what now? Lin Tianyi asked. Let's do what we need to do. Let's take care of the matter at hand first. Over in the middle Dao state, I'll go over to eradicate the demonic beasts as a disciple of the Lingyun sect, and if I have some free time, I'll also go to the Ask Immortal sect to check out the situation. Jiang Ming replied. In that case, I'll take care of senior uncle, Lin Tianyi said as he got up and arched his hand. There's no harm in it. It just so happens that I also want to see who's doing this, Jiang Ming said calmly. In truth, in Jiang Ming's heart, it was that there had been a few more moments of curiosity. Everything can't happen together for no reason, and eventful times often mean bigger disasters. Combined with the calamity star he had seen that night, Jiang Ming was vaguely able to perceive that this time, he was afraid that the disaster would not be small. Midway State. Above a bare mountain peak, a person in a black robe stood here. The black robe on his body almost completely covering his face and body. No one knew whether he was a man or a woman. However, if Jiang Ming were here, he would be able to recognize the origin of the black robe. Blood Demon Sect. At that moment, a man stepped into the air from afar and walked up to the black-robed man and respectfully knelt on one knee. Grand Elder, everything has been done, but there were a few stragglers who tried to get in the way halfway through, and I killed them without leaving any traces, the visitor said. Very well, ask the monsters suppressed below the immortal sect. How much more human blood is needed to unseal them? The Blood Demon Sect's Grand Elder said in a deep voice. Tens of thousands more are needed, but recently many clans have approached the Immortal Questioning Sect, believing that there are strange treasures coming out of the Immortal Questioning Sect. All we need to do is to apply some bait, and then lay down a large formation to trap them in. The number of people will surely be able to awaken the monsters below, the old man replied. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction. All the plans were within his grasp, and as long as they could awaken that monster underneath the questioning immortal sect, they would be able to obtain more flesh and blood. In this way, they would be able to successfully awaken the Blood Demon King. Do as you say, it must be done without fail, or you don't have to come back, the Grand Elder said in a cold voice. Yes, sir. End of chapter. Early in the morning, the entire Lingyun sect was bustling with activity. Those disciples that the Hall Elder had named yesterday were both excited and worried. This was the first time they had traveled to the Middle Dao Prefecture to practice, and the existence they were facing this time was still a demonic beast. They had only heard of such things as demonic beasts, and the ones they usually saw were at most the lowest level of demonic beasts, and they had heard that the strength of the demonic beasts on the side of the Middle Way State this time was extraordinary, which made them feel a bit panicked. Alright, all be quieter. If the Daotian sect master sees this, what's going to happen? At this time, the Hall Elder stood out, carrying his hands behind his back as he swept over the crowd with great majesty. For a moment, everyone kept their mouths shut. Afterward, he looked at Jiang Ming and said, Jiang Ming, as the chief disciple, you should be more careful when you go to the Middle Dao State. Ensuring the lives of your disciples is the primary goal, while the rest is up to you to improvise. Jiang Ming nodded and said, Understood. The Hall Elder wasn't worried about Jiang Ming, and said this for the other disciples as well. This time, they went out so that they could train the disciples, and secondly, they could also see the world. As for the third point, they wanted to show the others the strength of their cloud-chasing peak. Not a moment later, a stream of light suddenly came from the sky. Compared to yesterday's Yun 3 people, this time the flying soared directly in the sea of clouds to open up a straight line in general, and even everyone did not see a silhouette on it. At this time, only to see a man with crane hair, wearing a blue and white robe standing in the air, quite a few immortal style and Taoist flavor. The disciples leaned over to look, their mouths tinged with a few surprised colors. Could this be the Daotian sect leader? Take the word did away. It looks so young. I've heard that a merging stage powerhouse can keep its face forever. I didn't expect it to be true. The disciples of the Lingyun sect sighed. The ensemble stage powerhouse was too far away from them, and just looking at it like this, there was a strong sense of feeling in their hearts. Elder Junior has met sect leader Lin, Elder Tang said with a respectful cupped fist. Lin Tiany's seniority was very high, and in the entire Zhongxian continent, there were very few people who had a higher seniority than him. Coupled with his status as the Dao Heavenly sect master, it was completely appropriate to call himself a junior. Lin Tiany glanced at the hall elder and nodded slightly. If a fellow Daoist from the Lingyun sect can also travel to help, Mr. Lin will appreciate it. If you don't mind, then follow the disciples of my clan. Lin Tiany's voice echoed throughout the Lingyun sect. So very good. The hall elder nodded. After saying that, Lin Tiany closed his eyes and waved his hand. Phew! With this wave of his hand, countless flying swords enthusiastically flew out of his cuffs, reverberating in the sky with crisp sword chirps. Countless flying swords soared in the sky like a giant dragon, and before long all the flying swords flew towards everywhere, and in the end, every flying sword stayed in front of the disciples who were heading to the middle Dao state. Is this a sword cultivator? The hall elders didn't dare to take a breath. Looking at Lin Tiany's methods just now, it was only a matter of the other party's thoughts. These flying swords could directly exterminate the entire Lingyun sect. The strength of the harmonization stage, coupled with the identity of a sword cultivator. The Dao Heavenly sect was truly a well-deserved first-rate sect. Not only the hall elder, the disciples of the Lingyun sect were also shocked by this tactic. Being able to maneuver the flying swords so casually, this kind of mood they were afraid that they would never be able to reach in their lifetime. Everyone, prepare to move, the hall elder said to the 20 or so disciples below. There's no rush. Wait for me to inform the nearby disciples, Lin Tiany said indifferently. The church elder paused. Yesterday, Yang Yun also seemed to have said that when Lin Tiany arrived, he would call the disciples of the Dao Heavenly sect to come forward to the middle Dao state together, without waiting for the hall elder to be puzzled. At this moment, Lin Tiany's hands closed together and his spatial aura instantly solidified. Above his circumference, white true qi immediately surged up, blowing his robes and hair around. At the same time, some disciples using swords realized that the swords in their hands actually began to resonate with them at this moment, emitting buzzing sword sounds. The hearts of the disciples were shaken. Can the power of just one person induce the resonance of all the surrounding swords? This is a sword cultivator? That's a little beyond their knowledge. The moment. Under the mountain of the Lingyun sect, many Dao Heavenly sect disciples were searching for the bandits' whereabouts and had also asked many townspeople for clues. In a few days' time, almost all of the thieves and bandits around them had been snuffed out, and even the thieves didn't dare to appear in front of them. At that moment, they suddenly felt the scabbards behind them all resonate, emitting a buzzing sword sound. It's the sect leader who's here. A Daotian sect disciple turned his head and said, that should be it. Summon the flying swords. Sect leader's sword intent will lead us to the rendezvous. The Dao Heavenly sect disciple said. Aha! At this moment, all of the Dao Heavenly sect disciples who were on a mission here, the weakest of them at the peak of Qi practicing and the strongest of them at the late Jindan stage, they all summoned their flying swords. For a time, the vicinity of the Lingyun sect was full of flying swords rushing up to the Lingyun sect. What a sight to behold! Look, it's a disciple of the Daotian sect. Those townspeople who had been helped were very impressed with the disciples of the Dao Heavenly sect. How many people did the Dao Heavenly sect actually come? This number, there are thousands of them, right? The scene shook these residents to their core. Countless cultivators stepped on their swords and surrounded the mountains, and it actually felt like they were able to cover a mountain peak. This situation was visible even to Wuxiu City. Countless people in the city came to the street and looked out at the cultivators that flew towards Lingyun sect in all directions, and there were even several flying swords that flew over their heads, which was simply enviable. There are still so many cultivators from the Daotian sect. Looks like something big is about to happen. It's spectacular. Everyone in the city scared. Such a grand situation had never been seen once in their lives, even in their lives. This one is a real treat. Inside the Lingyun sect, the disciples of the peaks first looked at the arrival of a few Dao Heavenly sect disciples and were not surprised. Then, one after another. Flying swords arrived behind Lin Tianyi, and then countless flying swords came from all directions. This kind of scene was something that even the Lingyun sect had never seen before. Is this the handiwork of the Daotian sect? Even the hall elder couldn't care less about his face at this moment, and his mouth opened in surprise. Looking at the densely packed Daotian sect disciples, the entire Lingyun sect was dumbfounded. A flying sword in each hand. This is too extravagant. Only Jiang Ming knew. As a sword cultivator, the flying sword was something that was truly worthless. Disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect. See the sect leader. The Dao Heavenly Sect disciples shouted out in unison, as if the entire sea of clouds hid the figures of the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples. That sound alone was enough to make everyone present stand in awe. Lin Tianyi nodded calmly and looked at all the disciples behind him. Dao Heavenly Sect disciples listened to the order. Follow me to the middle Dao state. Get rid of the demons. End of chapter. Get rid of the demons. The loud voices of the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples resounded through the clouds. Even the disciples of the Lingyun sect followed suit and were tugged by some of their emotions, itching to immediately join in and hurry to the middle Dao state. Everyone was a famous sect, and even if their sect was weaker, the heart of that bare heart was still there, being a member of the righteous path. Seeing this kind of scene has long been foolish. How does it feel like a pyramid scheme? Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. They didn't have this tradition in the Dao Heavenly Sect before. At that moment, Lin Tianyi nodded towards the hall elder and said, since that's the case, Mr. Lin will take his leave first. All of you come up. The words fell. Lin Tianyi slowly raised his palm, and the disciples of the Lingyun sect stepped on their flying swords and slowly came to Lin Tianyi's left and right sides. It was a feeling that they had never had before. Fellow Daoist, farewell, Lin Tianyi said. Take care, the church elder responded. After saying that, Lin Tianyi's body moved, and the flying sword behind him whistled with a whoosh sound of breaking air, speeding towards the direction of the middle Dao state. Seeing this scene, the hall elder's heart was filled with emotion. However, he firmly believed that as long as he waited for the sect leader and the others to emerge, the strength of the Lingyun sect would definitely be able to be on par with the Dao Heavenly sect. Lingyun sect was still relatively close to Jiangdao Prefecture, but Jiang Ming still felt too slow when he looked at the speed. After all, Lin Tianyi had just comprehended sword intent. The flying swords he could condense could only be smaller in size, and he could only stand on it, not to mention that his speed was much slower than his own flying swords. At this speed, even if the Lingyun sect was the closest to the middle Dao state, it would take at least a day. What's on your mind? At this time, Tang Shouyue stood on the flying sword and asked. I was thinking that I'm tired of running out again before my butt is even warmed up in the Lingyun sect. Jiang Ming said casually, who made you our chief disciple? You definitely have to take the lead. Tang Shouyue smiled wryly. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. Anyway, this time it was also to help the Dao Heavenly sect settle things in passing. As long as the sect leader and elders of the Lingyun sect didn't come out of the gate, it would be difficult for him to investigate any clues in the Lingyun sect. It was precisely this action that added to Jiang Ming's feeling that something big might be happening in the middle Dao state. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming glanced back. The discipline of the current Dao Heavenly sect disciples was still quite strict, and it could be seen that Lin Tianyi had still put in some hard work in this regard. But strength-wise, it's still too low. I'm afraid I'll have to put in more effort this time to travel to the middle Dao state, Jiang Ming thought in his heart. The journey took a whole day of traveling. It wasn't until late at night that the crowd arrived at the middle Dao state. Wanxiang sect. The Wanxiang sect was in the northern part of the middle Dao prefecture, which was why everyone was able to come here so quickly. When the disciples of the Wanxiang sect saw the figures spreading across the sky coming into the sky above, not only did a look of surprise emerge on their faces, but more of a surprise. The people to back them up have finally arrived. At this time, all three Wanxiang sect elders were in the sky above the Wanxiang sect. When they saw Lin Tianyi, all three of them respectfully cupped their fists and bowed. Sect leader Lin's personal visit to the Wanxiang sect has truly made our sect shine. The second elder of the Wanxiang sect said, there's no need to be polite. Defending against demonic beast infestations is something that all cultivators in the world should work together to deal with. Lin Tianyi said. The second elder nodded, then looked at the disciples behind Lin Tianyi. He didn't expect that the Dao Heavenly sect would actually give their face so much. The people behind them were at least in the thousands, and their overall strength was almost all far superior to that of the Wanxiang sect's disciples. It was worthy of being a sect that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. I'm sure you disciples are tired from the journey, so let my two senior brothers lead you to rest for the night first, and we'll make plans tomorrow, the second elder said. Lin Tianyi nodded. Thus, all the disciples behind them then stepped on their flying swords and followed the two elders to a peak that had already been set up for rest and relaxation. At this time, Lin Tianyi looked at the second elder and asked, I wonder where your sect's headmaster is right now. The second elder sighed and said, to be honest, The sect leader and the grand elder of our sect have to stay in the Uyue plains to set up formations now in order to fend off the invasion of the demonic beasts. Or else I'm afraid that this time around the demonic beasts that have infested the Middle Dao Prefecture would be more than just these. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi didn't expect this demonic beast attack to be so harmful. However, once he thought of having Jiang Ming around, Lin Tianyi was completely at ease. I see, your sect is a role model for us cultivators by leading the way, Lin Tianyi said. Where? The second elder smiled politely. Then, Mr. Lin will take the first step, and my sect's disciples will be asking for more care from your sect, Lin Tianyi said indifferently. Well, if sect leader Lin helps out this time, I, Wanxiang sect, will definitely return the favor in the future. The second elder gave a long bow. Lin Tianyi just smiled and waved his hand, then stamped his feet on the void and sped towards the other side, above the summit. After Jiang Ming and the others landed, the flying swords under their feet turned into a stream of light and disappeared into space. All the Lingyun sect disciples had some regrets in their hearts. If each of them were able to have one of these flying swords, they wouldn't need to squeeze a flying magic treasure in the future. And the speed of the flying swords was so much better than the flying magic treasures they used to use. It's just a shame that they can only think about it. After Jiang Ming landed, he simply assigned the cloud-chasing peak disciples residences. This was also something that Jiang Ming found troublesome. As the chief disciple, the disciples on his own immortal peak all have to be under his control, and for a while there is really some adjustment. Suddenly, just as Jiang Ming was setting up his personnel to take a break, several figures walked over. Yo, if it isn't someone from Cloud Chasing Peak, what's going on? This adventure. What is the surname of that chief disciple? Of yours? The visitor pulled out his ears and said with a sneering tone. Hao Shangtian, and aside prompted a comment. Yeah, almost forgot that goon's name, blame me. The visitor clasped his hands and chuckled. Ha ha ha. After saying that, the other disciples behind him burst out laughing, hearing what they said. The faces of the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak were all incomparably ugly, especially the 3 Foundation Establishment stage disciples. Looking at the few people in front of them, their faces were a shade of green and a shade of white. At that moment, the man walked up again with his waist stuck out, looking up and down towards the 3 Cloud Chasing Peak people before his eyes finally landed on Jiang Ming. I say, when did you Cloud Chasing Peak become so trashy? Assigning things to actually let a cheap practicing stage kid handle them. Letting you Cloud Chasing Peak look after the gate. Looking at it now, it's not as good as chaining a dog. You guys, right? The man spread his hands and laughed, and once again a roar of laughter came from the disciples behind him. At those words, the 3 Foundation Establishment stage disciples standing in front of Jiang Ming had anger in their eyes and their fists were clenched in death, but they never dared to strike. It was because the person in front of them was a disciple of the Meteor Refinement Peak, Yun Yang. His strength was second only to the chief disciple of the Meteorite Refinement Peak, and his cultivation had even reached the middle Jindan stage. Grandma, all don't say anything right, then I won't act. I'm the famous Kunlun Rice Bucket, and the senior puffer of the big metaphysical channel. Since you guys won't vote for recommendations, I'll do 3 shifts tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. End of chapter. Meteorite Refinement Peak was the premier immortal peak in the Lingyun sect in terms of strength, with a status second only to the main peak. The Cloud Chasing Peak has always been in the weakest peak in the Lingyun sect. Even the elders of the Hall of Execution are only in the late Jindan stage. Compared to the Meteor Refining Peak, their strength is more than a big difference. As a result, Cloud Chasing Peak had always been the object of flirtation in Lingyun sect, and there were those who said that Cloud Chasing Peak was nothing more than a gatekeeper. So much so that every time they went out on a mission, not only did they encounter people from Meteor Refinement Peak, but even if they encountered people from other peaks, Cloud Chasing Peak was the object of contempt. Once Hao Shangtian also had a resistance, but the final result is even more self-defeating. As a result, the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak were out and about, and when they saw the disciples of other peaks, they all walked as far away as they could, so as not to make a nuisance of themselves. It was just that he didn't expect that these people would actually refuse to let go after they came together to rest for a night in the Wanxiang sect. But what can be done about it? The opposite side were all Jindan stage experts, and they only had 3 Foundation Establishment stage here. Although Jiang Ming's strength wasn't what it appeared to be, there were several Jindan stages on the opposite side. Why don't you say anything? It seems like you guys are still the same old bunch of goons after chasing after Yin Feng for so long. Yun Yang put his hand on one person's shoulder. His tone was filled with nothing but mockery. The man was afraid to speak. For them, tolerating it would pass. After all, it was on the same doorshare. As long as they didn't provoke conflicts, the other party wouldn't be able to take the initiative to take action against them. Yun Yang frowned slightly. If these people don't fight back, that's a lot of fun. It was so hard to run into these watchdogs for once. So how could they perform well in front of their senior sisters if they didn't play nice? I said you. Yun-yang slowly walked over and was about to extend his hand to grab the other party when he was held down by a sudden force on his wrist. Yun-yang was a bit surprised. Cloud Chasing Peak is full of goons. And there's still someone who dares to stand out? He gazed aside. Who are you? You looking for trouble? Yun-yang glanced at Jiang Ming without much interest. A mere chi practicing stage. So what if he let Jiang Ming have one hand? He wasn't much interested in dealing with such people. A cultivator's mind should be as quiet as still water. Not to mention that we are all disciples of the same sect, so why be aggressive? Jiang Ming said in a serious tone. Where did the brat come from? Talking so much, want to get beaten? Yun-yang was a bit annoyed. He walked directly in front of Jiang Ming, his eyes glaring fiercely at him. I'm just being practical. Didn't your master teach you such basic insights? Jiang Ming said with a confused look on his face. Brat. Looking for death, right? Yun-yang was annoyed. What he hated the most was those who were abrasive. It was not easy for Master and the others to run off to seclusion, so they could not have to listen to those long-winded words, and now this chi practicing stage brat was still saying this on purpose. It's still really itchy. As the words fell, Yun-yang directly swung his fist towards Jiang Ming without saying a word. Those disciples of the Lingyun sect behind them also just laughed and shook their heads, but it was only the chi practicing stage that also dared to provoke Yun-yang. In their eyes, Jiang Ming was simply fed up. Only the disciples from Cloud Chasing Peak quickly retreated, while a few more points of curiosity were added to their eyes. They were curious to know what level Jiang Ming could reach if he really wanted to fight. At this moment, Yun-yang slammed his fist out. Jiang Ming moved his feet and easily dodged Yun-yang's attack. As the blow fell short, Yun-yang was a bit annoyed. Soon, he swung another punch at Jiang Ming. Looking at the unorganized punches, Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. Even if the aura is failing now, it's not as if the current disciples are so weak, right? This Yun-yang in front of him, apart from having empty strength, had no regularity in his moves, and was completely throwing punches randomly according to his temperament. This kind of fight was completely like a child playing house. Jiang Ming shook his head as he dodged. You see, after being anxious, your moves have become chaotic. It's fine to deal with demonic beasts that don't have much intelligence, but it's too small for other people's intelligence if you deal with people. Jiang Ming said blandly. You brat! After hearing Jiang Ming's words, Yun-yang was even more furious. This time, a heavy layer of true chi exploded all over his body. His muscles went crazy with the true chi, and coupled with his anger, the veins on his forehead violently erupted. I have to kill you! Yun-yang shouted explosively. Suddenly, Yun-yang's paws stepped hard on the floor, and his speed instantly skyrocketed 4 or 5 times. Seeing this situation, the disciples of the Lingyun sect were also a bit unable to sit still. Originally, they just wanted to come and watch a good show. After all, Cloud Chasing Peak had always been nothing more than a watchdog in their eyes. However, he did not expect that Yun-yang would be provoked by a chi practicing stage disciple to use his true chi. In that case, that could have killed someone. However, the disciples of Meteor Refinement Peak weren't in a hurry. Instead, they looked at Jiang Ming with a gloating expression, and even coaxed from the sidelines. Yun-yang, you wouldn't take this long to solve the chi practicing stage, would you? Stop playing around and hurry up and solve your mission tomorrow. Hurry up and call it a night and go back to bed. The disciples of the Meteorite Refinement Peak were only concerned about the chaos. When Yun-yang heard this, the anger in his heart increased. Against a mere chi practicing stage, he actually forced him to move to the real thing, and now he had lost his face to his grandmother's house. It's all because of this brat in front of me. Thinking of this, Yun-yang's breath increased instead of decreasing, and his body's breath skyrocketed to a terrifying position, slamming towards Jiang Ming's brain with the speed of lightning and fire. All the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak gripped their hearts. Even though they knew that Jiang Ming's strength wasn't bad, it was really hard to calm their hearts when they looked at Yun-yang's terrifying aura. Moreover, Jiang Ming stood still and didn't move at all. Could it be that he didn't react? Yun-yang came in front of Jiang Ming in the blink of an eye. He didn't act with half a bit of mercy. Anyway, even if he killed a chi practicing stage disciple, when he went back, he could say that the other party didn't lower the demonic beast to perish. He still didn't believe that for the sake of a chi practicing stage disciple, Cloud Chasing Peak could still do anything to him? Die for me. Yun-yang drank violently. To be honest, you're really weak. Jiang Ming was a little disappointed. Yun-yang roared madly. The words fell and the fist came out. In the face of this appalling aura, Jiang Ming didn't dodge, but instead grabbed his opponent's fist with his left hand face to face. Bang! The crash was not as loud as the crowd thought it would be. On the contrary, this punch smashed on Jiang Ming's body, and apart from a muffled sound around the two men, it did not have the power they had imagined. However, The floor underneath the two men's feet was all shattered, and even their shoes were plunged into the earth by more than 3 inches. What's going on? The people around him looked surprised. It was clear that Yun Yang's aura was so strong just now, but when it smashed into Jiang Ming's palm, the aura that erupted was not at the same level at all. Could it be that Yun Yang stayed his hand? All of the people watching the show around them were unaware of this, except for Tang Qiuyu, who suddenly thought of the scene when she was in Wushao City. Jiang Ming, did he use that move? End of chapter. When he was in the Lin mansion, Jiang Ming had used this move to break Lin Mufei's ganglion seal. Now, is Jiang Ming going to use this trick again? At this very moment, Yun Yang had an extremely odd expression on his face. He felt that before his fist even touched Jiang Ming, the true qi on his fist had already been sucked away by the other party, and by the time his fist smashed into Jiang Ming's hand, less than 30% of his strength had been exerted. There's something weird going on with this guy. Soon after, he immediately noticed that all of the true qi he had emitted was actually converging towards Jiang Ming's hands. You're actually absorbing my true qi. Yun Yang was shocked in his heart. It's not absorbing, it's borrowing. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Seeing Jiang Ming smile like this, Yun Yang's heart sank and he screamed that it was not good. Yun Yang hastily withdrew his hand and tried to back away. However, Jiang Ming shook his head. Did you just notice it now? Jiang Ming sighed. After saying that, a ball of pure true qi fluctuation gathered above Jiang Ming's left hand, and the true qi rotated and gathered crazily in the air, forming a true qi ball that bloomed with white light. This aura was exactly the same as the one emanating from Yun Yang. How? Yun Yang looked at Jiang Ming in horror. The faces of everyone outside the arena changed for a few moments as well. How did the true qi that Yun Yang had just emitted run into Jiang Ming's hands? And by the looks of it, Jiang Ming was even able to use this true qi mass. Feel your strength, Jiang Ming said. The words fell. The true qi mass in Jiang Ming's hand suddenly erupted into a white wave of light, and the moment the wave erupted out it directly lit up the dark night, engulfing Yun Yang in white light in an instant. The faces of the surrounding people watching the show changed again and again. What kind of kung fu is this? Obviously this power didn't belong to Jiang Ming, but rather returned Yun Yang's true qi back. But this kind of technique was unheard of for them. Moreover, Jiang Ming's strength was only practicing qi, yet he was able to return the true qi of a Jindan stage cultivator. Unbelievable. Even the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak looked at Jiang Ming in shock. They knew that Jiang Ming was a sword cultivator, and with the strength of a sword cultivator dealing with a Yun Yang might not be a problem. But they couldn't have imagined that Jiang Ming wasn't just so strong at making swords, but that the cards in his hands were even more numerous, worthy of being our chief senior brother. Yes, the people from the Meteorite Refinement Peak have been oppressing us for so long. It's time to give them a taste of their own medicine. Asterisk 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 in hell. That was a good hit. What a relief. Go senior brother Jiang Ming. For a while, the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak suddenly shouted and cheered. It's been too long. They had been oppressed by the people of the other peaks for too long, and every time they saw the people of the other peaks, they were like a dog to be trampled on, and even when others called them watchdogs to their faces, they could only endure their anger. Today, Jiang Ming unilaterally hung Yun Yang in front of the people from both peaks, and even disciples from other peaks. The ball of anger in their chests was finally released at this moment. This time instead, the people from Meteor Refinement Peak were silent. How could they not expect that this new chief disciple of Cloud Chasing Peak would have such horrifying methods that even the Jindan stage Yun Yang was defeated? At that moment, the light wave in Jiang Ming's hand dispersed. Yun Yang was lying on the ground, his clothes long tattered. If he hadn't quickly formed a seal to ward off Jiang Ming's attack, he was afraid that half of his life would have to be accounted for here. What kind of trick is this? Yun Yang looked at Jiang Ming viciously. You don't even have much true qi left. Save your strength, Jiang Ming said as he withdrew his hand. You. Yun Yang gasped and eventually collapsed, muttering, how did you know? Watching Yun Yang fall, Jiang Ming silently shook his head. Yun Yang was empty of strength and did not have any stance path to speak of. At the same time, his foundation was not solid and his heart was too open. In their time, I'm afraid that even an early stage foundation establishment person would be able to beat him. The current disciple's base is too poor, Jiang Ming thought in his heart. After resolving Yun Yang, Jiang Ming walked over to the Cloud Chasing Peak disciple. This time, all the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak looked at Jiang Ming with adoring eyes. At first, they didn't care when Jiang Ming became the chief disciple. After all, it didn't matter to them who the chief disciple was. But now that they were looking at it, Jiang Ming had become the chief disciple, and the people of their Cloud Chasing Peak would be able to follow suit and straighten their backs. Senior brother Jiang Ming, you were so handsome just now. When dealing with people like that, you should teach them a lesson. Senior brother, we'll follow you from now on. The Cloud Chasing Peak disciples were pandering. The powerful strength Jiang Ming had displayed had completely conquered them. However, the person who said those words was instantly knocked on the head by Jiang Ming. What are you thinking about? Since you have stepped into the cultivation world, your goal is always only to get stronger, always thinking only of hiding behind others. When will you be able to stand firm on your own? Other people's strength will always be other people's. Only when you become stronger yourself will you not let others bully you. Jiang Ming lectured these disciples with a stern expression. Seeing this scene, the people from the meteorite refinement peak were all given to freeze. This cloud-chasing peak's new chief disciple was also too much of a ripoff, beating Yun Yang and turning back to teach his own family's disciples a lesson instead. Look. It feels like a master teaching his disciple. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the cloud-chasing peak disciple could only nod obediently. However, in their hearts, Jiang Ming could be considered to have given them a bad breath of air, and even if they usually didn't listen much to the reasoning of others, at this moment, they took Jiang Ming's words to heart. Alright, go back and rest. You still have things to do tomorrow. Jiang Ming waved his hand and said, Aha! The cloud-chasing peak disciples nodded their heads obediently and began to rest one after another according to the rooms Jiang Ming had assigned them earlier. Looking at these disciples, Jiang Ming had a bit of a headache. He himself hadn't been this annoyed before when he was in charge of his disciples. Fortunately he didn't bring any disciples after that, or else he could really be annoyed to death. At that moment, Jiang Ming gazed at the people who had gathered around to watch the show. Still want to watch the show? Jiang Ming said as he walked over. I am trying to bring senior brother Yun Yang back. The meteorite refinement peak disciple was a bit flustered. So no hurry? Do I look scary? Jiang Ming said. We're leaving. For a while, all the people watching dispersed. For some reason, they were sort of wary of this person, Jiang Ming, in their hearts. At the same time, they also kept in mind in their hearts that Cloud Chasing Peak had now produced a demon, and they must not look down on Cloud Chasing Peak like they did before. Looking at the dispersed disciples, Jiang Ming sighed. What an ethos. Jiang Ming shook his head. He glanced at the Daotian sect's camp on the other side of the mountain peak, which had long been fully rested. It was true that it was still his own disciple who was the most worrying. Lingyun's sect. It really was true that with the kind of sect leader, there would be the kind of disciples. Forget it, it's better to hurry up and finish dealing with things here, then go to the Ask the Immortals sect to take a look. Jiang Ming thought. End of chapter. Damn it. Yun Yang returned to his room and after coming to his senses, his heart burned madly with anger. He had lost to the boy from Cloud Chasing Peak in front of so many people. What a strange shame. In everyone's eyes, Cloud Chasing Peak, no matter who it was in existence at the bottom of the hierarchy, and it was not a problem to say that it was a watchdog, but that was it, and he lost to Jiang Ming. What would others think of him? He was the second-ranked disciple of Meteorite Refinement Peak, and he couldn't deal with someone from Cloud Chasing Peak, and the other party was only a chi practicing stage strength. Even if the other party's means did exceed the norm, in everyone's eyes, it was the chi practicing stage. This time he can be said to have lost face. Jiang Ming, I will definitely waste you. Yun Yang burst out fiercely, but the roar, instead, involved the wound and caused him to wince in pain. Senior brother Yun Yang, there's actually no need for you to compete with that kid. That hand of his that borrows power to transform power is too unconventional. I'm only afraid that even if eldest senior brother comes, he may not be able to get an advantage. Hu Suo said. You're right, that technique of Jiang Ming's is truly bizarre. It's actually able to absorb the true chi that I release and then return it to me. Yun Yang also nodded silently, especially when it was mentioned that the eldest senior brother might not be able to deal with it either. Yun Yang felt much better in his heart. On weekdays, he had been comparing himself to his eldest brother, so if his eldest brother couldn't even defeat Jiang Ming, it made sense for him to lose. Except he was still upset. He would admit to losing to anyone, but it was the person who chased after Cloud Peak. They had clearly bullied Cloud Chasing Peak for so many years. It was hard to believe that they would really let Cloud Chasing Peak's people stand up. I have to spit out this bad breath. Give me an idea on how I can teach that brat a lesson. Yun Yang said. It's actually still quite simple. Hu Suo laughed. Aren't we going to decapitate a demonic beast tomorrow? That kid's weird technique has a strong restraining effect on human true chi, but demonic beasts don't have true chi to speak of. When these words came out, Yun Yang immediately brightened up. Right, that kid is just that trick technique that's disgusting, and against demonic beasts, he's just a chi practicing stage. Your boy's head can do it. Yun Yang smiled and patted Hu Suo's head. Senior brother Yun Yang just got carried away by a moment of annoyance. Otherwise how could he not have thought of this? Hu Suo said with a smile. Ha ha ha, you kid is really good at talking. Follow me in the future. As long as I have a mouthful of food, I will never starve you. Yun Yang said with a big smile. Thank you for taking care of senior brother. Hu Suai nodded his head in delight. The corner of Yun Yang's mouth hooked into a grim smile. He had a plan in mind. Tomorrow he will guide some strong demonic beasts to the cloud-chasing peak side. Jiang Ming as the chief disciple will definitely have to make a move. At that time he would like to see, without that gong method, what Jiang Ming will take to deal with those demonic beasts. Early in the morning, the disciples came to their assigned positions. Each peak had its own mission planning, and depending on the strength, the Wanxiang sect would also correspondingly assign mission locations. At this point, Jiang Ming brought the cloud-chasing peak disciples to the foot of the mountain, and one of the Wanxiang sect's elders was waiting here early. However, when the Wanxiang sect elder realized that the strength of the leader of this pedestrian was only at the chi practicing stage, a strange look appeared in his eyes. This time, the strength of those who came to help were at least at the peak of chi practicing. How come there was also a middle stage of chi practicing mixed in? Even by the looks of it, this little guy is the leader of more than 20 people? What a hell of a thing to say. At this time, Jiang Ming and the others walked up, and the Wanxiang sect elder thought about it, but still gave Jiang Ming one of the simplest tasks. Little friends must be careful when traveling to the Uyue Plain. Once there is any situation, you can crush this piece of spirit jade. My Wanxiang sect will definitely come immediately to guard the safety of each little friend. After saying that, the Wanxiang sect elder handed Jiang Ming a jade tablet and said in a deep voice, "Thanks a lot." Jiang Ming nodded as he received the jade tablet. After saying that, Jiang Ming led the cloud-chasing peak disciples towards the Wanxiang sect's traveling point. In order to fend off the demonic beasts attacking the Uyue Plain this time, the Wanxiang sect also took out all the large flying magic treasures within the sect, and brought disciples from all sects to the Uyue Plain to fill in the gaps. For the Wanxiang sect, even though both their sect leader and grand elder had gone forward to fill the gap in the Uyue Plains, stopping many powerful demonic beasts from coming out, they still couldn't allow the smaller-sized demonic beasts to stray out. These demonic beasts were not strong. The vast majority of them were just first and second-order demonic beasts, with only a small number of third-order demonic beasts, which was why this was a request for disciples from other sects to come and support them. The Wanxiang sect wasn't very large, with only 6,000 people in the entire sect, but with the help of the Dao Heavenly sect and the Lingyun sect's disciples this time around, their situation might be able to be greatly improved as well. A huge flying cruise ship, through heavy mountains and dense forests, through thick mists of, finally, in the image of a waterfall pouring down from a high mountain, what was presented before the eyes of the cloud-chasing peak disciples was a large plain area formed by many uneven mountains and dense forests. Looking out over the entire dense forest, and expanding the view forward, there were two huge peaks running through the cloud tops, the tops of which could not be seen even from a flying cruise ship. The two huge peaks were far apart, but the middle of such a shocking peak was smooth and incomparable, as if a naturally formed door to open the sky stood here. Seeing the dense forest that stretched for thousands of miles, as well as the two giant peaks at the far end, the eyes of the disciples on the ship went straight, even though they were cultivators and had seen many immortal peaks. But compared to the two huge peaks at the far end, it was not a tenth of that. Just by looking here, there was already a heavy sense of awe in his heart for those two peaks. Oh my god, what is that place? I don't know. It feels like it's going to be scary there. It's kind of an eye-opener to be here today. The disciples of cloud-chasing peak lamented. To be able to see such a magnificent landscape, they already had a feeling of no regret in their hearts. Jiang Ming at this time, he slumped over the side of the boat, his gaze calmly looking at the high mountain as if he had some memories. I really didn't expect that after so many years, this place has completely changed drastically. Jiang Ming thought in his heart. I think at the beginning, the demon race produced a great genius, cultivating just less than 2,000 years to become a great demon in disguise. 3,000 years later, this demon race genius appointed himself as the demon emperor of extinction, vastly stepping out of the northern heavenly divine peak and sweeping across the Zhongshan continent. The cultivators of the world were simply unable to stop the demon emperor of extinction's pace. Jiang Ming still remembered that he was in a bad mood at the time and was trying to break through the realm of Emperor Immortal. But this demon emperor of extinction had to come to trouble the Dao Heavenly sect and had destroyed the mountain peak where he was in seclusion. He was already in a bad mood at that time, and this world-destroying demon emperor smashed the place where he was in seclusion. In a fit of rage, he not only slaughtered the demon emperor of extinction, but incidentally also split this north heavenly divine peak into two with a sword, and ordered that the demon race would not be allowed to cross this boundary of the north heavenly divine peak in the future. After more than 9,000 years, it was no longer in ruins, but instead had this vibrant look. If it wasn't for the northern heavenly divine peak that was split in two, Jiang Ming was afraid that he wouldn't even recognize it. I didn't expect the demon race to be honest for so many years. It's a bit surprising to me. Jiang Ming laughed in his heart. End of chapter. Jiang Ming didn't care about that year's move. the cycle of cause and effect. The demon emperor of extinction wanted to dominate the Tsong-Shin continent, and with the cultivation world of that period, people who could teach the demon emperor of extinction a lesson abounded, and even if he didn't make a move, there would be other great powers who would do so. It was just that he was so unlucky that he had to find Jiang Ming, who was in seclusion at the time. Guys, it's going down, so watch yourselves. At this time, the Wanxiang sect boat handling disciple stood at the bow of the boat and said, as the words fell, the flying cruise ship slowly leaned downwards, and when it landed at a safer distance, the cloud-chasing peak disciples jumped down one after another. The flying cruise ship then returned to the Wanxiang sect for the next disciple loading trip. Coming to the ground, the Wanxiang sect's camp was not far away. Jiang Ming led the people over slowly, and the Wanxiang sect disciples guarding the doorway came up respectfully. Fellow Taoists are here to support us, aren't you? Please come inside, the Wanxiang sect disciple said with an arch. Jiang Ming nodded and led the crowd inside. As soon as they entered, they could see many Wanxiang sect disciples with pale faces, and more or less all of them had medicinal dispersions attached to their bodies. The vast majority of those who stayed here were injured disciples, and excluding the disciples who sat in their positions, it was rare to see anyone here who wasn't injured. Seeing these injured disciples, the people from Cloud Chasing Peak had some fear in their hearts. There are 40 or 50 injured people here alone, and they only came with about 20 people this time. So can they really help much? Came to a big top camp. Standing inside was a Jindan stage expert, as well as 6 late foundation establishment cultivators. When that Jindan stage Wanxiang sect disciple saw Jiang Ming and the others, he also walked over and politely arched his hand towards Jiang Ming. Only he looked a little odd. After all, the chief who led the disciples would actually be a chi practicing strength. Anyone would find it a bit strange. You are all Taoists who have come to provide support, right? May I ask who can speak on behalf? The Jindan stage disciple inquired. None of the Cloud Chasing Peak disciples opened their mouths. Just talk to me. Jiang Ming didn't care and said. The man froze, a rather embarrassed smile on his face. Sorry, I'm Yang Qing, a disciple of the Wanxiang sect. Yang Qing slightly apologized and arched his hand. Jiang Ming replied. As you all can see, our Wanxiang sect disciples have suffered heavy losses in this defense against the invasion of demonic beasts. But fortunately, most of the demonic beasts have already been fought back by us in the previous few battles. So compared to other places, we are considered to be more relaxed here. It's just that our disciples suffered more severe losses at the beginning, and coupled with the daily and nightly fending off, their fighting strength has greatly decreased. So I hope that you will be able to resist for a day or two and replace those on the front lines. Yang Qing said briefly. Jiang Ming nodded. This kind of request was not excessive, and looking at their appearance it was true that they hadn't rested for many days, so it was obvious how ferocious the battles they had gone through before were. No problem, Jiang Ming replied with a bite. That would be great, please follow me. Yang Qing sighed in relief and left the camp with Jiang Ming and the others. After leaving the camp and heading north, about 50 miles away, there was a very simple camp. Compared to the endless forest in front of us, the view here is quite open. Senior Brother Yang. At that moment, a Wanxiang sect disciple came and nodded his head. You guys have worked hard. From today onwards, the Lingyun sect's Taoists will temporarily take over this place, so everyone can go back and take a rest. Yang Qing commanded down. Hearing these words, the disciples of the Wanxiang sect stationed at this place had joyful expressions on their faces. They had been resting daily and nightly for days. The foundation establishment stage disciples might be fine. The chi practicing stage disciples were almost too sleepy to walk. And now that someone was finally able to take their place, it was considered to be the most good news they had heard in the past few days, bar none. Looking at how happy the disciples were, Yang Qing also said to Jiang Ming, I'll be troubling you fellow Taoists for the past 2 days, and I'll be sure to treat all of you to a nice meal when we return. Jiang Ming nodded. That really spoke to him. He really hadn't had a good meal in the last few days. After saying that, Yang Qing led the Wanxiang sect's disciples and returned to the camp one after another. At this moment, only Jiang Ming and the others were left here. Senior Brother Jiang Ming, what should we do now? The foundation stage disciple asked from the side. Jiang Ming stood still, looking at the humble camp, and thinking in his heart. Their mission was to intercept the demonic beasts in the forest and prevent them from running to the outside world. So they left this camp behind. And there was also a small defense formation left on the campsite, which could sort of avoid the attacks of some first-order demonic beasts. However, it wasn't Jiang Ming's style to just stand guard. Kill demonic beasts, Jiang Ming said calmly. At those words, the disciples froze for a moment. Killing demonic beasts? Isn't it their job to just stand guard? To directly kill demonic beasts without assigning people to patrol and guard them? This is too direct. Wait a minute. Senior Brother doesn't mean that we should go in and look for demonic beasts, right? someone suddenly asked. Or else, Jiang Ming replied. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in place. They don't know what to say. We didn't just come here to help the Wansheng sect resolve their crisis, but more importantly to train ourselves as well. When I came here I realized that at the same time the disciples of the Lingyun sect, why are we from Cloud Chasing Peak looked down upon? In the final analysis, it's also a matter of not being as strong as others. Jiang Ming said this and swept his gaze to the crowd. Most of the cultivation has to rely on oneself. No one can be an exception. Or do you still want to continue to stoop low in front of others and be laughed at for the rest of your lives? At those words, the Cloud Chasing Peak disciples clenched their fists. Why would they not want to be laughed at? But they never saw the slightest hope. Jiang Ming's appearance had undoubtedly brought them a ray of light. It was a ray of hope. I want to be strong. Right. And I don't want to live that dog life anymore. Enough is enough. I want to prove myself. The disciples shouted out in righteous indignation. Jiang Ming nodded in relief. Cultivation is meant to go against the heavens. And since you've embarked on this path, don't regret the decision you've made. What need is there for others to dictate one's own destiny? Jiang Ming said to all the disciples. The disciples' hearts were pounding. Now they couldn't wait to start training right away. When had they ever had such enthusiasm? Now, do you guys still want to get stronger? Jiang Ming said. Think, the disciples said. Is your own fate in your own hands? Yes, to kill or not to kill a demonic beast. Kill. For a while, all the disciples' blood boiled, and they all waved their fists in excitement. I'm afraid each of them could kill a cow with one punch right now. Looking at these disciples in front of him, Jiang Ming always felt a bit unsettled. For some reason, he now felt like a salesman. End of chapter. For these disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak, Jiang Ming did want them to train a bit more. Moreover, Jiang Ming had sensed with his divine sense that the demonic beasts in the vicinity were only of the first or second rank, so these little guys were no problem at all to deal with. Since everyone is interested, I'll make some arrangements, Jiang Ming said. First-rank demonic beasts, usually, are not very strong, they just have thick skin and flesh, which is more suitable for chi practicing stage cultivators to hone their skills. When faced with first-rank demonic beasts, you guys can just deal with them on your own. But I must tell you, even if it's a first-order demonic beast, they might all have a herd population, so you mustn't be sloppy in the face of a first-order demonic beast. You must make sure that your surroundings are safe before you act. Upon hearing this, the disciples listened intently to Jiang Ming's explanation. Even in the Lingyun sect, they had rarely heard accounts of demonic beasts, and Elder Hall had only said that if they were strong enough, they would be able to deal with demonic beasts with ease. Now that I hear it, can a chi practicing stage deal with a first-rank demonic beast? In normal times, it would take several chi practicing stage people for them to deal with one head. In addition, in terms of second-order demonic beasts, both their strength and leather armor are not comparable to unusual first-order demonic beasts, so they are more suitable for chi practitioner stage cultivators with strong means, as well as foundation establishment stage cultivators to hone their skills. Don't be in a hurry when facing second-order demonic beasts. You can play the team's ability to take care of each other's kills. Not only will you be able to hone your strength, but you can also exercise the ability to cooperate with each other. Do you hear me? Jiang Ming said this and looked at the crowd with his hands clasped. The crowd nodded. Second-order demonic beasts. They still didn't have much in their hearts, but since Jiang Ming had said so, perhaps there was a way. If they were able to kill a second-order demonic beast, they thought that it would be a strong encouragement for them. Senior brother Jiang Ming, what if we encounter a second-stage demonic beast that we can't defeat? At that moment, a disciple timidly asked. The other disciples looked at the female disciple who had spoken. They actually wanted to ask. They just didn't want to spoil the fun due to the excitement. Jiang Ming looked at the female disciple and nodded silently. Don't be afraid to lose face with this kind of question. Since you guys are willing to call me senior brother, then I won't leave you alone. If there's a second-rank demonic beast that can't be dealt with, attract him to my side instantly, and I'll be here to keep watch, Jiang Ming said calmly. Upon hearing this, the disciples' hearts immediately gained strength. This time, it wasn't just about training. There was also Jiang Ming as their backing, so the worries were lifted, and all they needed to do was sell their efforts to kill demonic beasts and exercise themselves. All get ready to pack your things. Leave some of the things that are inconvenient to stay on your person at the campsite, and you'll leave in 10 minutes, Jiang Ming said. Yes, sir. The disciples were excited to pack up their things and leave the things they didn't need at the campsite so that they wouldn't be inconvenient to move around when the time came. At this time, Tang Xiuyue came to Jiang Ming's side. I didn't realize that you had such a poisonous mouth before, but you have a knack for inspiring people, Tang Xiuyue said. What I say has always made sense, Jiang Ming said. Hey, that said, if we all go looking for demonic beasts, Will you be able to handle guarding the camp by yourself? Tang Qiuyu asked. It was something she was more concerned about, judging from the level of exhaustion of the Wanxiang sect's disciples just now. I'm only afraid that it wouldn't be easy to guard this camp, and if there was no co-defense, it would be hard for Jiang Ming to hold it for much longer even if he was strong. In her opinion, you don't need to worry about this. My strength is something you can't even imagine, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Just blow it off. Tang Qiuyu bristled. Although Jiang Ming was a very strong man, he wasn't so strong that he couldn't do anything about it. Was he? Besides, Jiang Ming was so young. Could it be that he was still more powerful than those old monsters who had lived for thousands of years? Within a moment, all 23 disciples were ready to line up. Looking at these disciples in front of him, Jiang Ming had a feeling in his heart that had been missing for a long time. Now I'll assign them, respectively, 5 people practicing Qi and 1 person building foundation as a group, divided into 3 groups. The remaining group will be responsible for observing the movements of the nearby demonic beasts for reporting, as well as being responsible for supporting the other 3 teams when they encounter second-order demonic beasts. The 3 teams shall not move more than 10 miles apart in case of an emergency that prevents them from rejoining their teammates. Jiang Ming held his hands and assigned each group's plan one by one. The assigned teams were also incredibly excited in their hearts. Their eyes focused on Jiang Ming. This time, it's your first time to act. Perhaps there are many unfamiliar places, which is normal. But if you want to become stronger, you have to overcome these difficulties. And only by encountering a powerful enemy can you make your potential and strength all explode out. Jiang Ming said seriously. Let's go when we're ready. As the words fell, the crowd clasped their fists and ran towards the forest. The silhouettes burrowed into the forest, and in the blink of an eye, they were covered by the dense skyscraping trees and vegetation. And Jiang Ming was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally I can take a break. Maybe there are guests coming later. I have to hurry up. Jiang Ming stretched and said with a smile. Yu Hara. As the main force of the Lingyun sect, Yun Yang and the others were almost in the chaotic area with the highest number of demonic beasts. Even though there were many demonic beasts, Yun Yang still held a grudge in his heart for last night's incident. But he just didn't know where Jiang Ming's location was, and it wasn't too good like that. Coupled with the fact that there were simply too many demonic beasts here, he didn't realize that the people of the Wanxiang sect were actually dealing with these monsters all day long. First and second order demonic beasts not to mention. Even third-order demonic beasts were not uncommon, putting it in the Lingyun sect, not to mention third-order demonic beasts. Even second-order demonic beasts were rarely seen. What the hell is this place? Senior brother Yun Yang. Suddenly, Husua carefully came to Yun Yang's side from behind and shouted in a low voice. When Yun Yang heard this, he was instantly energized. What? Do you know Jiang Ming's location? Yun Yang asked. I've inquired about it, and I heard that it's in a very safe camp to the east, where even the second-order demonic beasts, not to mention the third-order ones, are pitifully few, Husua said. This brat is really lucky. Old me is busy dying here, but their side is this easy instead. Yun Yang was very upset in his heart. Jiang Ming had defeated him, not to mention that it was actually so easy in terms of dealing with demonic beasts. This guy came to the Wanxiang sect and simply took advantage of it. No, I have to give him a big gift tonight. The corner of Yun Yang's mouth lifted into a sinister smile. Didn't he not even have a third-ranked demonic beast there? Then he'll send a head over to Jiang Ming. With those watchdogs from Cloud-Chasing Peak, a third-ranked demonic beast was enough to make them drink a pot of water. You lead the way at night. I'm going to lure a third-ranked demonic beast for them to play with. Yun Yang sneered. Leave it to me. Husua similarly revealed a treacherous smile. End of chapter 87. Jiang Ming lay on one of the highest watchtowers in the camp, using a simple wooden frame to build a soft mat, crossing his legs and lying flat on it, tilting his head back and forth as he rocked the wooden frame in a leisurely manner. At that moment, a sword chi was included in his palm and he stretched out once again. During this period, a total of 87 demonic beasts came to the camp here, excluding the 6 second-order demonic beasts. The others were all first-order demonic beasts. Against these demonic beasts, Jiang Ming could let them die however he wanted then. While Jiang Ming was resting, the Wanxiang sect's disciples had also sneaked in to check on the camp. And when they saw the dozens of demonic beasts collapsed in front of the camp's entrance, they hurriedly returned to the camp. Not only that, but from time to time, Jiang Ming's attention was also placed on the group of disciples from Cloud-Chasing Peak. All in all, it was a pretty impressive day of training for them. After all, it was the first day. Everyone's enthusiasm was very high, coupled with the sense of honor after killing the demonic beasts. It made them more and more courageous. Even if they were only facing some low-level demonic beasts, their growth was considered much higher than before. It's just not good to be too enthusiastic. It was as if they were now eager to attack. and did not take scouting to heart, resulting in getting into trouble with the demonic beasts. Even if it was just a group of first-rank demonic beasts, it would still be difficult to cope with just the 20 or so of them. But he was in no hurry. If you want to grow, you need to go through more jeopardy and survive from it in order to grow. This time, let's teach them a lesson. 88. As he thought about these things, Jiang Ming flung his hand out bashfully. A first-rank demonic beast immediately fell to the ground. That's pretty rare. After withdrawing his sword chi, Jiang Ming propped his hands on the back of his head and muttered to himself. In theory, this large area of Yuyue Plains all belonged to the great formation that sealed the travel of the demon race, including the point under Jiang Ming's feet now, which likewise had a gaping hole in it. However, the demon race's attack on this place was so loose that in comparison to the attacks in the center and the west, this place was completely like playing house. Such an old-fashioned trick. Does anyone still use it nowadays? Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The point was that the people of the Wanxiang sect didn't seem to realize this either. If there were no surprises, perhaps in just these 2 days, the gap to the east of them would be even more terrifying than the demonic beasts that usually came. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth rose slightly. He would like to see. It's been a whole 9,000 years. Who actually gave them the courage to dare to cross this northern heavenly divine peak again? Suddenly, Jiang Ming sensed something. He spotted a familiar figure that was crossing the corresponding area and running towards them. Moreover, behind that person, there was also a third-ranked demonic beast. This guy. Jiang Ming shook his head. This third-order demonic beast was brought by Yun Yang. Only that he did not expect that this person, Yun Yang, would be so ungrateful. Doesn't the other party realize the gap between them? Still playing this kind of Thai tactics. The standard of the current cultivation world is really getting worse and worse. Jiang Ming sighed. The words fell. A chaotic sound came from the depths of the forest, and it wasn't long before a few disciples hurriedly ran back to the camp. They turned pale and hurriedly called out toward the watchtower. Senior brother Jiang Ming, there's trouble. The disciple who had escaped hurried back to the camp and shouted anxiously. Got it. The commotion you guys made inside was so loud that anyone who wasn't blind could see it. Jiang Ming said calmly. What then? The disciple asked eagerly. Don't worry. You all know how to escape. Don't they know how to escape? Jiang Ming replied. But, the disciple was still in a hurry. Before the words were finished, the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak escaped from the forest one after another. Even though they had messed with the beasts, at the critical moment, they remembered Jiang Ming's explanation and immediately had all the disciples gather. It was just a pity that the demonic beast this time was a first-order phantom moonwolf, angering one and immediately catching up with dozens of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts, right now, were rapidly attacking towards the camp here. Senior brother Jiang Ming. At that moment, all the disciples ran out one after another with panicked looks on their faces. You guys go back to the camp first, Jiang Ming said. After saying that, Jiang Ming leapt down from the watchtower. At the same time, he took out a sword from his storage bag and gazed straight into the forest. Soon, he saw the 7 or 8 dark blue giant wolves that were the first to charge out, and the moment they approached the camp, the small formation on the camp immediately formed an emerald green light shield, temporarily fending off their first round of attack. But the charge shook the entire camp almost directly. These phantom moon wolves were covered in ghostly blue fur, and each of them was as tall as an adult. Not long after, more than 30 phantom moon wolves instantly appeared outside the camp. They hideously bared their blood-red fangs, their sharp claws and teeth leaping forward, ready to break through this barrier and tear apart all the people inside. True chi injected into the formation above my head. I don't want to compensate someone for something, Jiang Ming said indifferently. The words fell. A cold light flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes, and his speed and feet immediately skyrocketed. Ow dash! The wolves threw back their heads and growled the moment they saw Jiang Ming rushing out. For a moment, all the wolves' gazes were locked onto Jiang Ming. Leader? Jiang Ming's gaze flickered, and his figure immediately flashed among the wolves. Originally, the wolves were still able to capture Jiang Ming's figure, but the moment he rushed into the wolves, his figure flashed away like a phantom, leaving a residual shadow in its place. Seeing this illusory remnant, the phantom moon wolf tore it apart with a single claw, but immediately afterward, several remnants suddenly appeared among the wolves. Just as the phantom moon wolves were in disarray, Jiang Ming's true form had already arrived at the top of the wolf's head by now. Pust! The blade of the sword cut off the entire head, and the wolf head's head immediately spewed out a column of blood, dying an extremely gruesome death. Don't rush, there's the next one. Jiang Ming's sword blade flung out, the blood splattered on the blade dispersed, and Jiang Ming slapped the corpse down with a palm, his entire body rising up in the air. In the next second, Jiang Ming performed the mantra in the air, the 5 styles of the heavenly sword. This was the most basic technique of the Tao heavenly sect, divided into the 5 styles of the Dao sword and the 5 styles of the heavenly sword. The 5 styles of the Dao sword focus on defense. The 5 styles of heavenly sword focus on offense. Without the wolves' heads, their level of threat was now long overdue. This one move would end all wolves. Moment. Located on top of Jiang Ming's sword blade, a green-colored Dharma seal emerged, and in an instant, the sword blade in Jiang Ming's hand gradually manifested several sword chi condensed from sword intent, while Jiang Ming was located in the midst of the group of swords, causing all the sword intent to submit. Go! Shoo shoo shoo! The spell returned to the sword, and the sword chi around him was like tearing through the void, piercing and killing towards the wolves below. With one sword, all demons and evils are destroyed. At this very moment, the cloud-chasing peak disciples looked at Jiang Ming, who was slowly falling, with nothing but shock in their eyes. More than 30 phantom moon wolves, even a Jindan stage cultivator would find it hard to solve them in the first place. And Jiang Ming only took how long to kill them all? Is this the strength of a sword cultivator? End of chapter. Was the strength of a sword cultivator even this terrifying? The hearts of the disciples were incomparably shocked, even though they knew Jiang Ming's strength early on. Facing the beasts, unless they were able to truly crush them with their strength, it would be difficult for anyone to dispose of these demonic beasts. But Jiang Ming's dealings with these phantom moon wolves were completely one-sided abuse. I didn't expect senior brother Jiang Ming to be so strong. I even think there's still room for his strength. Elder brother, this is too strong, the disciples exclaimed. After entering the forest, they had felt good after killing a few demonic beasts, but when they compared it to Jiang Ming, he had solved a group of demonic beasts all by himself. If we really want to talk about it, I'm afraid that even the Hall Elder might not be Jiang Ming's opponent, right? Even Tang Chouyue felt a bit surprised at this point. She knew that Jiang Ming was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong at all. How could the Dao Heavenly clan let such a genius leave the clan? She vaguely felt in her heart that Jiang Ming definitely had some secret he hadn't said, but she just didn't want to pursue it. With Jiang Ming's strength, it would be hard to have anything to do with them in the future. They weren't even from the same world, so if they could receive some mention, it might be enough. At that moment, Jiang Ming put away his sword and walked back unhurriedly. Seeing Jiang Ming walking, the disciples excitedly came together. In their eyes, Jiang Ming was as dazzling as starlight. Senior brother Jiang Ming, you're too strong. The disciples gave Jiang Ming a thumbs up. However, before they could be happy for long, Jiang Ming felt out a wooden stick at some point, and one of them knocked his head. I've reminded you guys before going in. You must be cautious and careful. Demonic beasts originally have many groups living together. If your strength is not good enough to provoke the beasts, then you will only end up dead. It's a good thing that these are only first-order demonic beasts. If it was a herd of second-order demonic beasts, I'm afraid that you all wouldn't be able to come back in time to see me. Jiang Ming shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, the disciples reflected on themselves. After they had killed many demonic beasts, their mindset was different from usual, especially when the fighting spirit was high. It was indeed easy to overlook some details. We understand our faults. The disciples nodded silently. Is it useful to know that you're wrong? I'll draw up a rule after I return to the sect. At that time, you all don't stay idle. All of you will copy the rule I've drawn up 100 times before you say it. Jiang Ming said indifferently. Well, the disciples had to admit it. This time, they did get a little cocky, and they had copied the clan rules before, so they didn't care about Jiang Ming's 100 times of rules. Of course, if they knew how thick Jiang Ming's bars were, I'm afraid they wouldn't think so. Right, you guys clean up the corpses in this neighborhood. It's almost nightfall. There are things waiting for you to get busy later. Jiang Ming said indifferently. What else is going on? The disciple didn't understand. You guys will know by then, Jiang Ming said. The crowd looked puzzled. However, Jiang Ming's strength was deeply convincing to them, and coupled with today's experience, it did make them feel that there was a considerable improvement, which was much stronger than meditating in the sect. Of course, the dangers are also very great. Only when they were ready to pack up the corpses did they notice that the camp had long been covered with the corpses of demonic beasts. Counting those phantom moon wolves, there were surprisingly more than 100 demonic beast corpses here. My goodness, just where is senior brother Jiang Ming? Looking at the corpses all over the ground in front of them, the crowd could no longer speak. Everything in front of them had long since broken their perceptions. Of course, ever since Jiang Ming had appeared, their perceptions seemed to have been shattered. Yu Hara. Yun Yang desperately and frantically weaved through the forest, with a huge beast following behind him. This huge beast was covered in armor like metaphysical iron, and its size was comparable to 10 adults in general. On top of its head, there were also several sharp iron horns. The fierce beast of the genteel armor, the best of the third-order demonic beasts. Yun Yang had some headache looking at this Shin armor fierce beast. He originally wanted to find a random third-order demonic beast, but after half a day of searching for a single third-order demonic beast, this was the only one that looked strong. However, now he realized that this Shin Armor Fierce beast was not only strong, but even he had some feelings of not being able to get rid of it. This dog has too much stamina. Yun Yang gritted his teeth. His heart was upset. He was the second senior brother of Meteorite Refinement Peak. His strength had reached the middle stage of Jindan, but today he was actually in such a sorry state. It was a good thing that not many people knew what he looked like, otherwise I was afraid that he would be laughed at again. When will you arrive? Yun Yang asked. Almost there. Not far ahead is the camp where Jiang Ming and the others are stationed, Hu Suo said. Very well. A hint of coldness flashed in Yun Yang's eyes. He was certain that this Shin Armor Fierce beast was very strong, and even he had great difficulty dealing with it. The gang of losers from the district's cloud-chasing peak will surely have their chickens coming home to roost, won't they? The Shin Armor Fierce beast's body was large, and when it ran, it crushed countless sky trees and came running across the sky. As it approached the camp of Jiang Ming and the others, the movement made by the Shin Armored Fierce beast caused even the disciples of cloud-chasing peak to feel a violent shaking. What's the situation? The disciples are still cleaning up the bodies. More than 100 demonic beast corpses, even so huge. How easy was it to clean up? However, the forest was actually triggering such violent vibrations now, which had attracted the attention of the disciples. Senior brother Jiang Ming, is something coming our way? Someone asked as they looked in the direction of the lookout. At this moment, Jiang Ming stood at the top, smiling faintly with his hands behind his back. Of course something's coming, and it's a big guy. Jiang Ming laughed. Alright, now everyone doesn't have to organize those chores. Come over and gather. For a moment, the cloud-chasing peak disciples immediately leaned in. Jiang Ming now had full status in their hearts. Now that there's a third-stage demonic beast coming from outside, I'm going to let you guys have some experience, Jiang Ming said indifferently. But as soon as these words were spoken, the disciples all froze. A third-order demonic beast? Let them practice? They were having a hard time fending off even a first-ranked demonic beast's herd. How could they possibly beat a third-ranked demonic beast? Shouldn't this be a timely way to seek help from the Wansheng sect? At this time, Jiang Ming added, although this beast is of the third rank, its main ability is only above defense. Its attacking movements are extremely slow, belonging to a very good target, and is considered to be the third-ranked demonic beast that you guys have the most hope of defeating at the moment. As the words fell, there seemed to be more hope in the hearts of the crowd. As long as Jiang Ming said there was a chance, then they might actually have a hope of defeating it. That's a third-order demonic beast. Senior brother Jiang Ming, but the problem is that we've never dealt with a third-order demonic beast before. A foundation stage disciple was still a bit unsure. Normally, a third-stage demonic beast would require at least a Jindan stage cultivator to compete. There are only 3 foundation stage disciples here, and the others are all at the peak of chi practicing. Whether they can hurt the beast or not is not to say. Once they anger the third-order beast, they will be in a crisis instead. Don't worry, since I said you guys can defeat it, there's a good chance of winning. Besides, this is the best opportunity to sharpen oneself, and after going back, one may not still be able to encounter a suitable third-ranked demonic beast. It's not heroic to keep hiding behind the clan. Only by rising to the challenge can we break through, Jiang Ming said. End of chapter. Is it in or out? Third-ranked demonic beasts were certainly powerful, so powerful that they didn't believe they could even fight them. In normal times, as long as they heard of a third-order demonic beast, they would only think about which elder had gone forward to subdue it. How could they possibly associate it with themselves? Today, Jiang Ming had personally told them that there was hope in dealing with third-order demonic beasts, and it's still promising. They're a little ticked off. During the weekdays, they didn't even recognize themselves, and they were just living a muddled life within the sect. In the eyes of others, they were people of high cultivation, but within the sect, anyone could step on them. They don't want to be such losers anymore. I'm going out on a limb, since elder brother has said so what's there to be afraid of? One word, I trust senior brother Jiang Ming. The disciples clenched their fists. Instead of being so nasty and continuing to muddle along within the sect, it would be better to take a shot here. At least, they still had Jiang Ming behind them, and they all had Jiang Ming's strength in their eyes. From now on, they're going to live for themselves, regardless of what others say. Only when you become strong yourself will you not be looked down upon by others. Looking at the group of agitated disciples, Jiang Ming nodded. If they were motivated before only to agitate them, the current group of people have changed their previous perceptions. A person who thinks he is weaker than others will never be strong, but as long as he is convinced that he can defeat an enemy stronger than himself, his true enemy, then, will always be only himself. Very well, for you guys to have this kind of realization, It at least shows that you still have some bloodlust. Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. The eyes of the disciples were also fiery as they looked towards Jiang Ming. You guys are going to have to listen up next. Although this beast's defense is strong, there are many weaknesses. The first is the weak eyes, the most favorable place to make it lose its senses. But you should also be careful. Once you stab the beast blind, he will go berserk. So do not get close. Secondly, this demonic beast has many iron horns on top of its head, which seems to be its offensive weapon. But as long as you keep attacking the location of the iron horns, it will fall into a dazed state. And at this time, this is the best time for you to kill it. Jiang Ming said in a grave tone. The disciples looked at Jiang Ming. Every sentence, every word they memorized. These were the essentials of dealing with third-order demonic beasts, and they had to memorize them to death. Otherwise, if they were careless, they might lose their lives. In addition to that, you must be careful of this beast's attacks. Although its attacking movements are slow, it is at least a third-order demonic beast, and if it didn't have a protective treasure, the chances of surviving a slap would be slim to none. So you must be vigilant. In addition, the method of dealing with this beast is still according to the 4 teams I divided at the beginning, with the 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators pulling the attack of the 3rd stage demonic beast, and the formation disciples from the auxiliary. The 5 people from the 4th team will first find the right moment to stab the eyeballs blind. Once they stab the blind, then the foundation establishment stage cultivators will use their true chi to attack the iron horns remotely. Do you hear me? Jiang Ming said as he clasped his hands. Understood. The disciples nodded their heads. Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He looked out in the direction Yun Yang had led him, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. It had to be said that the third-order demonic beasts that Yun Yang had gone to great lengths to send over were quite suitable for practicing this group of disciples. At that time, his position in Cloud-Chasing Peak might also be a bit more solid, so that he might be able to investigate some of the Lingyun sect's situation more deeply. He looked at these disciples in front of him. Perhaps they didn't know anything about colluding with the Lingyun sect master with the demon sect, but the faults committed by the Lingyun sect had to be repaid in the end. Good and evil are not mutually exclusive. This has been the case since ancient times. After everything was prepared, the Cloud-Chasing Peak disciples were incredibly nervous in their hearts, listening to the deafening sound from afar. The tremor that rumbled the earth grew stronger and stronger. The Chi practitioner stage disciples gripped the weapons in their hands, using this to offset the fear in their hearts. At that moment, a huge black shadow suddenly pushed its way into the trees, snarling and revealing itself from the woods. Roar! The Xian armor fierce beast's eyes were glowing red, and its sharp fangs were on display in the firelight. But instead of looking at its shape, they focused on the other's eyes, and the iron horns above its head. Scatter! The disciples bellowed. The 4 teams immediately dispersed, and the team led by the 3 foundation establishment stage disciples separated in the left, center, and right, 3 directions located in front of the camp to block the route of the Xian armor fierce beast. As for the 4th team, they were all a few Chi practicing stage disciples who were selected by Jiang Ming for their more exquisite strength and very fast speed, and they immediately lurked in the woods, waiting for the right moment. Roar! The basilisk-armored ferocious beast didn't care about tactics. From the moment it was enraged, it had no thoughts other than destruction and killing. In the next second, the Xian armor fierce beast directly lunged up. Everyone not defensive moves, the foundation stage disciple said hurriedly. They were not in the Lingyun sect for nothing, and all of the most basic defense techniques were learned. However, they knew that the attacks of the third-rank demonic beasts could not be taken hard. They could only rely on dodging to circumvent the area of maximum damage, and the defensive moves were only to avoid being affected by the waves, resulting in the loss of mobility. The Yun-Yang duo located on the tree also wore a smug smile on their faces when they saw the scene. The Cloud-Chasing Peak's watchdog is really out of his depth. How dare he think of fighting a third-order demon ***. Nor do you weigh how many kilograms you have? Yun-Yang sneered. That's right. This Xian armor fierce beast is placed in the third-order demonic beasts. It's also the existence of strength on the upper end of the scale. Even a Jindan stage cultivator would have difficulty in breaking through the defense, and the slightest mishap would also lead to it going berserk, which would make it even more difficult to deal with. Hu Suo also smiled. Upon hearing this, Yun Yang became even more complacent. Hu Suo's words also toned down his mood after being chased by the Xian armor fierce beast in such a sorry state. It wasn't that he was weak, but this Xian armor fierce beast was too strong, and it was reasonable for him, a mid-Jindan stage, to be chased. Humph. This Jiang Ming is really a shrunken head turtle, facing a third-order demonic beast himself and fleeing instead. It really matches chasing Cloud Peak's goon character, Yun Yang said with disdain. That's right. That Jiang Ming can only use that kind of despicable means to win. When he encounters a powerful demonic beast, he will only piss in his pants. How is it like seeing your brother Yun Yang? Single-handedly picking off a third-order demonic beast is no big deal at all. Husua patted his horse's ass and laughed. Ha ha ha, Husua ah, you are really good at talking. After we go back, I'll direct the elders to promote you more, following me in the future. There's no harm in it, Yun Yang said proudly. Then, thank you senior brother Yun Yang. Husua bent down respectfully. Yun Yang enjoyed this feeling of being touted very much. In the meteor refinement peak, he would always be only second. Now that he's well out of it, he's naturally number one. What Taoist heavenly sect? What Jiang Ming? He would collectively trample them all under his feet, especially Jiang Ming. A hand was on his shoulder just as the thought came to him. Yun Yang frowned as he glanced at Husua who stood to his left and bowed. Who was that on his shoulder? Yun Yang broke out in a cold sweat and jerked his head back. He only saw Jiang Ming looking at him with a harmless smile, one hand on his shoulder. Fun? Play with me if it's fun? End of chapter. Jiang Ming? When did he run behind him, and why didn't he realize it at all? Jiang Ming, don't think that I'm afraid of you. You left your own companions behind. Do you still have some dignity as a chief disciple? Yun Yang was a little flustered. He had personally experienced Jiang Ming's bizarre methods, and if he were to fight with Jiang Ming again, it would still be difficult for him to say whether he would win or lose. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming only smiled faintly. Talking to me about the dignity of a disciple? As a disciple of the same clan, you not only oppressed the weaker disciples of the clan, but also insulted your fellow disciples. Before saying this, have you asked yourself? A wastrel like you, living in the world will only tarnish the reputation of those who cultivate. Jiang Ming's voice gradually turned cold. Yun Yang's chest heaved. Jiang Ming's words were like a sharp sword thrust into his chest, but he's not convinced that he can't be wrong. And he can't be wrong. In this world, isn't it just the weak and the strong? You cloud-chasing peak disciples are just weak, including you. If you didn't use some despicable means, how could you win against me? Yun Yang glared and said, well said. Jiang Ming clapped his hands and said, then I'll show you what it means to be weak and strong. As the words fell, Jiang Ming's figure instantly disappeared in place, and even Yun Yang and Husua didn't notice how Jiang Ming disappeared. In a flash, Yun Yang only felt his abdomen being smashed by someone's fist, and his body immediately retreated violently for several miles. His body hardened and blasted through several thick ancient trees before coming to a stop. This punch directly caused Yun Yang to wail. He felt like he was going to vomit out his intestines in his abdomen. The power of this punch, even if he opened his true chi shield he could not resist it. Jiang Ming. Yun Yang was furious. At this kind of moment, he didn't think that Jiang Ming would stop. He went all out, his body's true chi exploding out at this moment. Yun Yang's body, all over, radiated a flame-like intense light in this dark night. Like I said, a mindless offense is always at the bottom of the barrel. Jiang Ming's voice was transmitted in Yun Yang's mind, but no one knew exactly where Jiang Ming was, as if he had disappeared, and as if every corner, there was Jiang Ming hiding. Yun Yang gritted his teeth and scanned the surroundings as he vigilantly watched every place. The aura that came from his true chi wrapped around him, and even his eyes burned with the flames of true chi. You talk so great, come out instead. Still not a shrinking turtle, goon. Yun Yang burst out. Boo, boo. The words had only just fallen. Yun Yang didn't even know where the offense came from. Two fists, one after the other, ruthlessly smashed on top of his true chi shield. After only 2 punches, the shield instantly crumbled. The chi energy from Jiang Ming's fist directly shook him to the point of dizziness, and a mouthful of blood instantly gushed out. What kind of monster is this guy? Yun Yang's heart sank. The speed, the power, it was too much. The key was that he continued to notice when Jiang Ming's last punch slammed into him that Jiang Ming was purely using only his physical body to fight him only. In other words, he had mercilessly hanged him with just his chi practicing stage cultivation. Is this still human? Wait. I know I'm wrong. In the future I will definitely not laugh at the people who chase the cloud peak. You are also a person of the Lingyun sect, killing the disciples of this sect. If you are found out, you will be wanted by the Lingyun sect. Yun Yang was flustered. Jiang Ming's strength was far beyond his imagination. Even if Jiang Ming didn't use that weird move, he couldn't do any kind of damage to Jiang Ming in the slightest, and he could only choose to bow his head. At that moment, a cold laugh came from space. Last night, I spared your life because there were so many people, and you crashed into my territory on your own. So even if you were dead, who do you think would know? Jiang Ming's voice came out coldly. Yun Yang's heart thumped. Jiang Ming was trying to kill and silence him. He regretted why he had come over to see the scene in person. If he hadn't come over, maybe it wouldn't have happened like this. Next, Yun Yang's pupils shrank. He only felt a dark shadow rapidly approaching in front of him, and in the moment of approach, he only saw a pair of emotionless eyes that brushed past his side. Jiang Ming, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yun Yang's pupils gradually lost their luster. Boom! Yun Yang collapsed. In the face of Jiang Ming's horrifying attack, he didn't even have a trace of resistance left in him, and he just straightened up and severed his breath. Jiang Ming looked at Yun Yang's corpse as he unhurriedly picked up a stone from the ground. Having come, why leave your companions behind and live on your own? Jiang Ming said indifferently. After saying that, the disciple in Jiang Ming's hand shot out towards the west at point-blank range. Whoosh! The stone cut through the layers of emptiness and flew towards Husua, who had long since begun to flee. Rao Husua had already run back at the beginning. Even so, he only survived 2 seconds longer than Yun Yang. The stone instantly pierced through his brow, and he eventually collapsed helplessly. Looking at the corpse in front of him, there was no fluctuation in Jiang Ming's eyes. He waved his hand and the two corpses instantly turned into dust. No one knows they were ever here or that they died here. When they went back, everyone would only think that they had died fighting demonic beasts, and no one would suspect Jiang Ming. Who told you guys to send yourselves to the door? If I don't take your heads, I'm a bit sorry. Jiang Ming shook his head. After settling everything, Jiang Ming headed towards the campsite. Now that I've solved those two little problems, I'd better go see how those kids are playing. In front of the camp, the cloud-chasing peak disciples were now in a state of anxiety. They took Jiang Ming's words to heart, and they were indeed able to battle the Xian armored fierce beast back and forth. However, this Xian armor fierce beast was simply too fierce, coupled with a strangely high defense. Even if they wanted to attack the other party's eyes, it would be very difficult to poke them blind with a single strike. And if they hadn't poked its eyes out at the same time, causing it to go into an early rampage, then they would have died for sure. What now? The disciples were disturbed. To be honest, they already felt that they were somewhat close to their limits. The physical strength and defense of this Xian armor fierce beast was not normally terrifying. The key attackers were mainly the 4th detachment as well, and they were all just disciples in the Qi practicing stage. Even if a disciple in the Qi practicing stage wanted to attack the opponent's weaknesses, it would be difficult to find the best time to do so, not to mention still having 2 eyes. The foundation stage disciples were silent for a moment. At this time, Tang Xiuyue said to the crowd, "Try this. Lead the demonic beast into the camp formation. There are defensive formations in the camp. Even if the third-order demonic beast touches it should be hindered. The moment it is hindered it will inevitably reveal a hint of a break. And that's our best chance." The crowd nodded immediately. Now that they had nothing better to do, Tang Xiuyue's method was, in turn, a key to breaking the deadlock. Okay, that's it. The disciples agreed. End of chapter. The decision was made and the crowd started moving again. This time, the 3 teams slowly retreated backwards. The camp wasn't too far away and soon they were within range of it. At this moment, the Xian armor fierce beast still didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Seeing the cloud-chasing peak's disciples retreating, it hurriedly rushed up and slapped its palm fiercely at the crowd. Dang! Suddenly, the power of this palm of the Xuanjia beast was certainly great, but the moment it touched the small defense formation, the emerald green shield immediately toppled it by a few points, and in the next second, the defense shield immediately crumbled open with countless cracks. Obviously, this defense formation could no longer withstand a more powerful attack after just taking a slap. It's now! Tang Xiuyue seized the moment. At this moment, the Xian armored fierce beast was forced back by the defensive formation, and its movements had a noticeable sluggishness. The 5 disciples at the peak of Qi practice rushed up together, holding the sharp blades in their hands and thrusting them fiercely towards the eyes of the Xian armor fierce beast. Roar! After receiving a heavy blow, the Xian armor fierce beast immediately stormed out. This stab completely succeeded in piercing through the eyes of the Xian armored ferocious beast, and blood kept flowing down. Hearing this terrifying roar, even if they were no longer firm in their hearts, at this time, they also felt a pang of scorn. It's storming out! Retreat quickly! The foundation stage disciple hurriedly shouted. The 5 men didn't care about the weapons stuck in their eyes, and they used their paws to prance, pulling straight away. Everyone back up to a safe position. The foundation stage disciple raised his arm and waved. The 20 disciples at the peak of Qi practice withdrew. Now that the Xian armor fierce beast had lost its eyes, although it was storming out, it was flailing around in place without any rules, as if it was a crazy beast. At this time, the 3 foundation establishment stage disciples also condensed talismans in their hands. The 5 elements of Taoism. Although they hadn't cultivated 5 talismans like Elder Tang, they were at least able to condense 1 or 2 talismans. In this situation now, they could only rely on their foundation establishment stage disciples to use long-distance feats of attrition, and their targets were all pointing at the iron horns on top of the head of the Xuanjia fierce beast. Be sure to be careful and protect yourself as the primary goal, a man said. Got it. The other 2 nodded. The 5 elements of Taoism. Out. At this very moment, Direction of the main camp. Yang Qing was surprised as he lifted the curtain and looked out in the direction of Jiang Ming's camp. Although it was now late into the night, they still didn't dare to sleep completely, especially after they heard a muffled sound just now, as well as the hissing sound of a terrifying demonic beast, which almost woke them all up. Senior brother, there seems to be a demonic beast attacking in the direction of the outer campsite, and I'm afraid it's not weak by the sound of it. At this time, the disciple who was guarding the outside of the camp hurriedly rushed to Yang Qing to report. Yang Qing frowned. That demonic beast roared just now. Even he felt a bit alarmed. This wasn't something a second-order demonic beast could roar out. Could it be a third-order demonic beast? However, their eastern camp had long since repaired the large formation, and the ones that could escape were only some of the lowest-level demonic beasts. So how could they possibly escape a third-order demonic beast? Let the others rest at ease. It will be fine for me to personally lead 2 senior brothers to go. Yang Qing finally decided. Yes, the camp guard disciple nodded. After saying that, Yang Qing picked 2 Wanshan sect disciples who were in good spirits and flew to the outer camp. Rumble. In the camp, the Xian armor fierce beast twisted its body frantically, its limbs constantly flailing towards the surroundings. The foundation establishment stage disciples executed the 5 elements Tao technique, and the talismans were sent to the demonic beast's head again and again. A few times down the line, the Xian armor fierce beast's body had crushed the defense formation. Its strong physique was like a hill, destroying everything in the camp. Just how punchable is this monster? The foundation stage disciples were already a bit drained. It would be difficult for them to eat even if they kept casting the 5 elements Tao, especially looking at the Xian armor fierce beast still wreaking havoc. Even though they were able to easily dodge its attack range, it was not a solution to keep going like this. Yo, well done for making such a mess of it already. At that moment, Jiang Ming appeared in the clearing and commented with a smile. Brother Jiang Ming. Seeing Jiang Ming, a look of hope surfaced in everyone's eyes. However, Jiang Ming had no intention of making a move. Don't look at me, you guys. To be able to reach this point, I'm sure you guys have put in a lot of effort. Now that the time has come to wrap things up, the only way to gain the most is for you guys to personally kill it. If I make a move now, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Jiang Ming said calmly. The disciples heard it and experienced it in their hearts. Originally, it was a problem for them to pierce the eyes of the Xian armor fierce beast, but now not only did they pierce the demonic beast blindly, but they also wasted a lot of effort to consume it. Perhaps it was still very active, but it was now unable to pose much of a threat to them. In time, the victory will be theirs. But can they do any better now? Doesn't this fellow like to make a mess? Let's all cut some thick enough wood to trap it inside so that the 3 senior brothers have more room to play. At this time, Tang Qiu said. As soon as the crowd heard this, they also acted immediately. Qi practicing stage cultivators no longer had the power to fight in the face of a rampaging demonic beast. The only thing they could do was to utilize what they had now to delay the demonic beast's actions. Even for Qi practicing stage cultivators, chopping a large tree was still a breeze. With 20 people, they quickly used the thick wood to trap the Xuanjia fierce beast. Xian armored ferocious beast violently shook away the wood. The crowd filled the wood to fill up again. The entire camp at this time has not been able to live in any appearance, completely become a pile of garbage existence. Roar! At this time, the Xuanjia fierce beast roared once again. However, it could be heard that the cry of the Xuanjia fierce beast at this time was much weaker than before. Without that chilling intimidation, the cloud-chasing peak disciples all mustered their strength. Success or failure is at stake. Make the 5 elements Tao together. The foundation stage disciple bellowed. The 3 of them hurriedly condensed the 5 elements of the Tao. And this time, the 3 of them condensed 3 talismans at the same time. 3 people, that's 9 talismans. Break! The 3 of them shot out 9 talismans, and every 3 talismans flew towards the Xuanjia beast from different directions, until the 9 talismans were absorbed on top of the demonic beast's iron horn. Boom! One moment, the 9 talismans exploded together, generating an airwave that even cracked the wood that filled in around them to smithereens. The airwaves spread out, and the disciples rushed to protect their bodies with their hands. Even they themselves hadn't thought that this strike would be something that they had gotten themselves into. At this very moment, the camp was still in ruins, and amidst the rolling dust, it was almost impossible to see what was going on inside. Until the dust cleared, only the incomparably ferocious Xuanjia fierce beast was now lying lifelessly in the center, unable to move. Seeing this scene, everyone felt incredulous in their hearts. Is this really what they did? They were just a group of Qi practicing stage, and the strongest of them were just 3 disciples in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Just this them, they had actually decapitated a 3rd-ranked demonic beast. We did it! End of chapter. We did it! We did it! The disciples went wild en masse. 3rd-order demonic beasts. an existence that even Jindan stage cultivators would have trouble dealing with. They had actually killed a third-order demonic beast today. How exciting is this? The most crucial thing was that it was still decapitated by their own hands. Everyone had contributed. Everyone had done what they could to the best of their ability. The moment they killed the Xian armored fierce beast, they then figured it out. No one is born a loser. And if they are willing to work hard, what can be difficult for them? Senior brother Jiang Ming. We did it. The disciples ran in the direction of Jiang Ming, killing a third-rank demonic beast for the first time. This sense of accomplishment was self-evident. Looking at these excited brats, Jiang Ming only smiled faintly, echoing their joyful mood. At this point, Yang Qing and the others rushed to this place. Before they arrived, they once again heard the sounds of a violent fight, as well as that terrifying roar. Upon hearing it up close, Yang Qing realized the severity of the problem. Only when he walked to Jiang Ming and the others' camp, he found that the camp had long since been destroyed without a trace, and all that was left, besides the ruins, was a gigantic demonic beast that had fallen amidst the ruins. Just standing and looking at it from a distance, it was as big as a small mountain, and it was scary. Third-ranked demonic beast, Xuanjia fierce beast. Seeing the Xian armor fierce beast, Yang Qing's heart was incomparably shocked. The Xuanjia fierce beast was also a very strong existence among the third-order demonic beasts, and the unusual Jindan stage couldn't do much with him. If one were to say so, even if he personally made a move, he would at best be able to get out of the way without guaranteeing to kill this demonic beast. But what was in front of him was that the Xian armor fierce beast had been killed. And what kind of people were surrounding the Xuanjia fierce beast? 3 mid-foundation establishment cultivators and a group of cultivators with peak chi practicing strength. Such a team could also defeat a Xian armor fierce beast? Looking at the happy appearance of the cloud-chasing peak disciples, Yang Chang walked over to Jiang Ming's side and arched his hand. This Xian armor fierce beast was killed by you guys? Yang Qing was a bit incredulous, but there could hardly be anyone else here but them. Jiang Ming looked at the visitor and nodded silently. To be precise, they were the ones who killed the demonic beast. I was just standing by and watching the battle, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cloud-chasing peak disciples also hurriedly retorted. Senior brother Jiang Ming is being modest. If it wasn't for senior brother's guidance, I'm afraid we wouldn't even know how to start, let alone decapitate this demonic beast. Yes, if you ask me, senior brother Jiang Ming deserves the most credit. Right. The disciples were all excited. Looking at this scene, Yang Qing's face was a bit odd as he looked at Jiang Ming. Listening to them, although Jiang Ming hadn't put in much effort in killing this Xian armored fierce beast, he had managed to unite them, find out the weaknesses of the beast, and take up the position of commanding the core of the team. Could it be that this Jiang Ming was a cultivator specializing in battle formations? However, he quickly came back to his senses and took large strides towards the body of the Xian armored fierce beast. He looked at the corpse of the Xian armored fierce beast with a heavy heart, and his heart was also a bit shocked. I didn't expect that a third-order demonic beast would appear here. This time it's hard work for all of you. Perhaps I need to go back and report that I still need to strengthen some of the number of defenders in this place. Of course, I will also bear in mind the merits of all of you fellow Taoists, and will definitely repay them when I return to the Wanxian sect, Yang Qing said archly. Upon hearing this, the faces of the cloud-chasing peak disciples also showed joy. I don't think it's probably necessary to add more people over. At that moment, Jiang Ming said calmly. Yang Qing looked at Jiang Ming with a puzzled expression on his face. What does brother Jiang Ming mean by this? Yang Qing asked. Look over there. Jiang Ming pointed to the far end. At this moment, in the dark night sky, several blurred figures located in the northern heavenly divine peak emerged and flew towards their side. Without looking closely, one might just as well have thought it was some large flying bird, but upon closer inspection, a blurry figure could be seen at this distance, thus showing just how large the flying body was. That? Yang Qing's face changed drastically. He had never heard of flying demonic beasts this time. There are naturally weak flying demonic beasts, but they are not too big. Those flying demonic beasts with a huge body are all very strong, at least 4 or 5 orders. But how could such a powerful demonic beast appear in their position? No, I must notify the elders to arrive as soon as possible. Yang Qing made a decision. He trusted his judgment that those flying demonic beasts at the far end were by no means something they could resist. With that, he crushed the jade slip in his arms. A white light suddenly flew towards the center. At this time, Jiang Ming asked, that said, the camp at the back can withstand a strike from someone of what strength? Yang Qing froze for a moment, then returned. The God transformation stage. Hearing this answer, Jiang Ming shook his head. My personal suggestion is to call everyone to evacuate the camp. Jiang Ming said. How can? Before Yang Qing could finish speaking, a terrifying fireball instantly came towards the crowd here. Jiang Ming's gaze was fixed, and he hid one hand behind his back. The moment the fireball slammed into them, a faint strand of immortal power shot out from his fingertips, counteracting 90% of the flying fireball's power. Bang! The huge fireball ignited in the air, and even if it blocked 90% of the power, the remaining 10% instantly turned the place into a ruin. If Jiang Ming hadn't informed everyone of the presence in the distance in advance, they had all taken a defensive stance and opened their defense shield the moment the fireball arrived, which prevented them from being killed. But the disciples in the Qi practicing stage were not so lucky. More or less their bodies were scorched with some wounds, and the serious ones had their entire arms burned. At this moment, everyone understood that the flying demonic beast in the distance was by no means something they could resist. Just a single strike had left them in such a sorry state. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. All of you should also seek refuge in the rear camp first. When the Grand Elder and the others arrive, we will be saved. Yang Qing hurriedly shouted. This was not the moment to linger here. They were clearly being targeted by those demonic beasts. Without knowing the strength, so far away, they had hope of escaping. Upon hearing this, there was no combat in everyone's mind. Having just defeated a third-ranked demonic beast, an even more terrifying existence had now arrived, directly spewing out a ball of fire even in the light of day. A demonic beast of this strength was by no means something they could fight against. At this very moment, the eastern part of the Yuyue plain, overhead, a man with dark purple skin lingered in the air, for illusory black wings unfurling behind him. Beside him, various huge flying demonic beasts soared. He clasped his hands as he watched a bunch of mole crickets running ahead of him with a few disgruntled glances in his eyes. Yan Ning, since when have you been unable to even tackle such mole crickets? It seems like your strength still needs to be honed, the humanoid man said. Lord Demon King, I just wanted to tease these bugs a bit, but I didn't expect that they seemed to be hiding a backhand. But since Lord Demon King personally stepped in, even if those human powerhouses noticed, they would just come to die. Yan Ning said. Poof, there is no room for error on this trip. Next time you act like this, don't say I'll show no mercy. Lord Demon Emperor will never spare you, the Demon King said. Respectfully follow the Demon King's teachings. Yan Ying's voice trembled a little. Let's go. Hurry up and finish off those mole crickets so as not to spoil the big event, the Demon King said in a cold voice. End of chapter. Eastern Rear Camp. Yang Qing hurriedly led the crowd inside the camp. When the camp guard disciples saw Yang Qing and the others return in such a panic, they immediately raised their spirits as well. Senior brother Yang, what's so urgent? The camp guard disciple inquired. Hurry up and turn on the camp formation. Without orders, never allowed to leave the camp without authorization. Yang Qing hurriedly ordered. As you wish, the camp guard disciple nodded, although it was not clear what exactly had happened. Seeing as Yang Qing's expression was very tense, it was obvious that something big had happened. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to order the opening of the defense array as soon as he returned. That was a barrier that even transformation god stage cultivators could resist. After returning to the camp, most of the disciples in the camp came to the camp clearing. The multiple explosions that had occurred just now had long alerted them. And now that they saw the disciples of the Lingyun sect following Yang Qing back again, it was roughly clear in their hearts the seriousness of the matter. All Wanxiang sect disciples listened to the order. Guard the defense formation islets. Instill true qi to add defensive shields. And wait for the elders to support them. Yang Qing came to the very center of the camp and shouted. Hearing these words, the Wanxiang sect disciples immediately began to move. Looking at the busy appearance of the Wanxiang sect's disciples, Jiang Ming shook his head slightly. Apparently they didn't know what kind of existence they would be facing yet, and thought that the elders would be able to turn the situation around if they returned. But the current situation was not something that could be neutralized by some elder-level existence coming over. Senior brother Jiang Ming, what should we do now? At that moment, the disciple from Cloud Chasing Peak inquired. They weren't familiar with the camp's formations, and guarding this place didn't really help much. Plus, instilling true qi into the formation could only be done by foundation establishment stage cultivators. And most of them were at the qi practicing stage, making them somewhat redundant. Once the barrier breaks down later, you guys run backward and run to the central direction to seek shelter, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Is the situation really that critical this time? Everyone was a little scared. Rather than encountering a third-order demonic beast, Jiang Ming encouraged everyone to deal with it. What's more, their barrier was now enough to withstand a blow from a spirit transformation stage cultivator, an existence stronger than the transformation of God stage. Can't it be that it's a demonic beast at the stage of merging? Don't worry. I said that since you guys called me senior brother, you'll be fine. Listen to me and naturally your lives will be safe, Jiang Ming said. Got it. The disciples nodded their heads. They were still convinced of Jiang Ming's words. Boom. At this point, several qi waves with extremely brutal breath suddenly flew in the sky. smashing over from the far end like a meteorite, and in an instant, the barrier they relied on instantly turned into a shattered curtain of light. The defense shield instantly disintegrated under one blow. The faces of the Wanxiang sect's disciples were pale. The barrier that instilled their true chi had been broken, and they had suffered a considerable backlash. Nearly half of the cultivators were unable to operate the true chi in their bodies. Yang Qing's face changed again and again. How could he have never imagined that as the last barrier of the rear camp, it would be so unbeatable in front of those flying demonic beasts? What kind of existence is that? Can we still run? If you can, hurry up and evacuate towards the center. We can't hold this place with just us, Jiang Ming advised. No. Yang Qing shook his head and said, as a disciple of the Wanxiang sect, I must stick to my mission. The rear camp is the last channel to guard the demonic beasts from wreaking havoc on the world. If I leave, these demonic beasts will be unhindered. At those words, Jiang Ming sighed slightly. Even after so many years, there were still such cultivators in existence. However, he didn't resent it. Yang Qing arched his hand towards Jiang Ming and said, Brother Jiang Ming, I thank you a million times for coming here to assist. The matter of resisting is the mission of my Wanxiang sect. I can't let you accompany me to be buried here. I also ask you to evacuate quickly as well. Jiang Ming nodded and was about to speak. The disciple standing behind Jiang Ming stood out directly. Since senior brother Yang has said so, how could we be that kind of backstabbers? Since we promised to come to our aid, we will naturally help the Wanxiang sect stand until the last moment as well. Elder brother Jiang Ming told us that difficulties aren't scary. It's being able to face them that's the hardest thing. How can just a little setback make us back off? Don't you think so? Elder brother Jiang Ming, the cloud-chasing peak disciple said with high emotions. At those words, Jiang Ming had a black face. If I had known that this group of disciples were so middle-aged, I wouldn't have filled them with all that chicken soup. Jiang Ming laughed dryly and didn't answer. Looking at the determined gazes of the cloud-chasing peak disciples, Yang Qing's heart was incomparably moved. A friend in need is a friend in need. They weren't from the same clan, yet they laid down their lives to help each other in times of crisis. This kind of favor may not be done even by someone from the same sect, right, everyone? Yang Qing was moved beyond words. Looking at this moving picture, the corner of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. How come it feels like Yang Qing is the one who looks like their senior brother? Suddenly, a disciple rushed in, his face incomparably pale. Senior brother Yang, the flying demonic beasts have already come over, and we found that one of them is a transformation great demon. This disciple said hurriedly. What? Yang Qing's face changed drastically. He had thought that these demonic beasts that ran out were very powerful, but he could never have imagined that the ones that came over would actually be large transformed demons. Transformed great demon. Hearing this name, the cloud-chasing peak disciples seemed to have some impression, but they had only seen it in ancient books. Rumor has it that when a demonic beast's strength reaches a certain threshold, it will be able to take on human form and look no different from a normal person. Moreover, demonic beasts that can take on human form have a minimum strength of 7th-order demonic beasts, equivalent to the human race. Mahayana period. How could this happen? Yang Qing's body was a little soft. Incarnate great demon. Even if the elders and sect leader were to come, it was unlikely that they would be able to deal with such an existence. But the question was, why would the eastern region, which had always been peaceful as usual, suddenly see the appearance of a transformed great demon at this time? For a while, Yang Qing didn't know what to do. The 4 words transformed great demon had already wiped out all of his fighting spirit. Even if he fought to the death, it was impossible to resist these demonic beasts by half a step. Coming. At that moment, Jiang Ming looked at the sky and said blandly, What? Before the crowd could regain their senses, 2 figures cut through space, their feet stepping on the void, overriding the camp. Seeing these 2 figures, Yang Qing's face instantly became agitated. It's the sect leader and the Grand Elder. Yang Qing shouted out. Everyone looked to the sky. Upon seeing these 2 figures, the party's despair was reversed back in this instant. At this moment, the Wanxiang sect master and Grand Elder glanced inside the camp before withdrawing their gazes. Yang Qing, take all the disciples and leave this place immediately. Here, leave it to us, the Wanxiang sect master said. End of chapter. As the words fell, it was then that Yang Qing respectfully saluted and then led the crowd away, including the cloud-chasing peak disciples. All of them rushed to the central direction. It was only at this moment that the Wanxiang sect master paid his gaze, in its entirety, to the Demon King, as well as the other demonic beasts around him. 1 transformed great demon. 6 6th-order demonic beasts. The headmaster's heart is incomparably headache. Just 1 6th-ranked demonic beast was already a headache for him, not to mention 6. And there was even a transformed great demon. With such a terrifying lineup, it was questionable whether he would be able to withstand it for a while. At that moment, the Demon King's gaze gave the sect leader a contemptuous look and shook his head. The strength of the human race right now is just like this. If you want to stop us, you have to see if you have the capital. The Demon King said disdainfully. Humph. The demon race has been cowering for so many years, but they are still not afraid of our human race? There are many cultivators stronger than me in the world. Aren't you afraid that your demon race will repeat the same mistake again? The sect leader said with a cold smile. You're bluffing me? The Demon King clasped his hands and looked down at his opponent. On this expedition to the northern heavenly divine peak, their demon race had long had a lot of knowledge about the outside world. The human race had weakened quite a bit in these thousands of years, and had long since lost its initial dominance. Not to mention transitional cultivators, even Mahayana cultivators were few and far between. Compared to the human race, their demon race had a longer lifespan, and even after the aura had failed, they still had a strong lifespan to survive these cultivators. To this day, they have nothing to fear. Now, it was their chance to re-emerge from the northern heavenly divine peak and rule the Tsongshuan continent once again. Therefore, he could be certain that the human race in front of him was just bluffing, nothing more than trying to stall for some time. But, any amount of stalling is ultimately just useless. Kill him. The Demon King clasped his hands and said calmly. As the words fell, the 6 figures behind him rushed out as much as they could. Although they were all flying demonic beasts, their bloodlust was no less than any ferocious beast. Watching these 6th-ranked demonic beasts attacking, the sect master's heart sank as he propped his hands forward, and an all-encompassing white FA seal surged out in front of him. The Great Luo Wanxian Formation. The sect leader's large hand opened, and with his hand erupted several arcane and mysterious 2 Dao Dao seals. The spell seals released earlier in the day formed 3 prohibitions, coalescing in space to create layer after layer of light curtains shrouding the sky above. The incomparably large sense of oppression could be felt throughout the entirety of the UUA plains. GGG. Is this the only level of the human race now? At that moment, the 6 massive demonic beasts violently charged on top of the 3 spell seals, and the prohibitions that existed in the spell seals instantly surrounded all 6 of the demonic beasts. Terrifying true chi was directly located in the upper air at this moment, bursting out horrifying waves of air. Boom! The 3 Dharma seals erupted at the same time at this moment, so even the Wanxian sect leader was not very overwhelmed at this moment. The brute force of the demonic beasts collided with the large formation seals he had laid down, and the resulting airwaves directly swept him above the earth. So strong, the Grand Elder on the side who had yet to make a move also felt a burst of pressure. He was only at the peak of the transformation spirit, and the fluctuations that arose out between the ensemble stages could only be barely resisted by him. However, looking at the 3 curtains of light that erupted from the sky, even this dark night sky was now lit up by half the sky. Wait for the light curtain to dissipate, only to see all 6 demonic beasts waving their wings. Their demonic pupils swept towards the duo below with a few moments of contempt. How? The sect master's heart sank. The Great Luo Wanxian Formation was one of his bottom-of-the-barrel means, and he didn't have the slightest intention of being sloppy when facing these 6 demonic beasts. However, even under the taboo of the 3 Dharma seals, these 6 demonic beasts were surprisingly unharmed. It's no fun. It's better to hurry to the outside world to have a good time. It's been too long since I've been out. I've almost forgotten what human flesh and blood tastes like, Yanning said in human language. The sect leader and the Grand Elder were shocked in their hearts. Being able to spit out human words was also a very strong existence among the 6th order demonic beasts. So why would the demon race appear so suddenly, with so many powerful demonic beasts appearing at this point in time? Just then, the 6 demonic beasts slid their wings. Their 6 figures traced a flash in the air, and located in their mouths, they had condensed extremely violent energy fluctuations. No good. The sect leader exclaimed, backing away while hurriedly running his gong methods. Sect leader, I've come to help you too. The Grand Elder rushed over. The true chi in the hands of the 2 men lit up 2 beams of shimmering light. They gazed intently at the demonic beasts rushing rapidly overhead, their hands once again contacting the spell seals. In their haste, they were unable to release a powerful prohibition at all, and these 6 demonic beasts were abnormally swift in the air, and the 2 had only just formed a spell seal, which was instantly disintegrated by the 6 demonic beasts. Boo! A muffled sound of shattering directly shook the 2 back dozens of feet away, hitting hard into the mountain wall from which they came, causing the earth to tremble with them. Put! Both of them spurted out a mouthful of old blood and looked at the demonic beasts at the far end with pale faces. If it was just one of them, they would still be easy to deal with. But this was a whole 6 of them. Not to mention, behind them, there was also a transformation demon whose strength was as high as a 7th order demon beast. Sect leader, it looks like we can't hold on. The Grand Elder covered his chest. Having received such a heavy blow, the Grand Elder's sternum had long been broken into his lungs, and even speaking a single word felt incomparably difficult. In the face of such a disparate strength suppression, it was impossible for them to stop these demonic beasts. The Wanxiang sect leader didn't say anything. He knew that this was an almost unbeatable situation, but he still didn't want to give up. Once he gave up, behind him was the Wanxiang sect inherited from his forefathers, in addition to the lives of all the races on the Tsangshuan continent. How can he leave? Seeing that the sect leader did not speak, the Grand Elder stood in the air with difficulty, his face incomparably pale as he looked at the other party. Sect leader, as long as you are still alive, you can rule the other clans to fight against the demon race together. If none of them can return, that would be the end of the human race, the Grand Elder said sadly. What about you? Palm asked. Me? The Grand Elder let out a bitter smile and turned towards the direction of the demonic beasts. With my current injuries, I'll be a liability on the way back, and since I know I'm bound to die, let me stop them for the sect leader for a moment. As the words fell, the Grand Elder drew in a deep breath of air, and a beam of white light erupted from his eyes. Next, behind him, a white silhouette appeared, as if it was a god of war doing the same movements as it. True essence transforms into a god. When the demonic beasts saw this, they all revealed a hint of gravity. The true element transformation of god was a near suicidal killing move for a human god transformation stage powerhouse. When this move was executed, even they had to be afraid of it. When the sect master saw this scene, his heart was overwhelmed with guilt. He didn't think that in order to stay alive, he would have to go this far and make his clan elders suffer death for him. Move! The Grand Elder burst out. The corners of his mouth were madly overflowing with blood, and even at the peak of the transformation god, at this moment, he felt that his body would be burst at any moment, but he doesn't regret it. He was bound to die, so why not contribute his last strength to the human race again and be a hero of the human race? Demon race scum! Don't underestimate the strong people of the human race, the Grand Elder roared out in near hysteria. The white silhouette behind him followed to imitate the same movement. However, just at the moment when the Grand Elder was ready to go out of his way, the demon lord at the far end suddenly arrived in front of the Grand Elder, his gaze incomparably cold as he looked down at the other party. The Grand Elder's pupils shrank, and in this instant, it was as if he had fallen into an abyss. Griffins are always griffins, the demon lord said in a cold voice. After saying that, he only grabbed at the Grand Elder with his hand. But, the moment he struck, a sword blocked in front of him. The demon lord frowned. Without waiting for him to react, the sword transformed into countless flying swords and surrounded the demon lord's circumference. What man? The demon lord bellowed. At that moment, a voice came from space. I say, a hallowed transformation great demon bullying a transformation god stage. When did the demon race become so shameless? End of chapter. What? Hearing this voice, both the Grand Elder and the sect leader, both of them felt as if their bodies had been soothed, especially the Grand Elder. Originally, he had broken down and prepared to fight to the death, but now not only was his body not as uncomfortable as it had been before, even the side effects brought about by the true elemental transformation of God had dissipated. At this very moment, the demon lord raised his arm and the flying swords surrounding him directly turned into a cloud of nothingness. Who is it that dares to obstruct my demon clan's business? The demon lord said in a deep voice. At that moment, located in front of the Grand Elder, a figure suddenly materialized. This person wore a black robe with a green ghost mask on his face. Behind his back he carried a long sword, and his hands were clasped in front of his chest, so he couldn't see anything different. The most crucial thing was that whether it was the demon lord or the Wanxiang sect leader, all of them couldn't sense the aura on Jiang Ming's body. But, as far as the Wanxiang clan was concerned, at least this person with the green ghost mask was here to help them, and should be one of the great powers among the human race. Who are you? The demon lord asked. You don't need to know who I am. As a member of the human race, I naturally have to be on the side of the human race. Jiang Ming replied. People of the human race? The demon lord's brow furrowed, although he couldn't feel the strength of the other party. From the performance just now, even when the other party made a move, he hadn't detected any half of the fluctuation in his breath. Being able to hide his breath so well, his strength would definitely not be too weak. However, how strong could the present-day human race be? They had investigated this long ago, and even if those strong human race members who hadn't fallen yet appeared, they were still certain that they would be able to kill them. Thinking of this, the demon lord's aura did not decrease in the slightest. If you are sensible, you should hurry up and get out of the way. Otherwise, even if you are strong, I will be able to wipe you out today, the demon lord said confidently. Really? At those words, Jiang Ming smiled. To be honest, I did try many ways to seek death, but none of them worked, and to be honest, just with your strength, it's more than a star short. After saying that, Jiang Ming shook his head. Jiang Ming's words were undoubtedly provoking the Demon King in front of him in the ears of the crowd. Even the two of them, the Wanxiang sect master and Grand Elder, felt a bit of fear after hearing Jiang Ming's words. It was the most unwise choice to provoke the demon race. The reason why the demon race was powerful was that it could convert its anger and killing intent into combat power. And mocking the opponent before the battle was not making it more difficult? At this moment, the demon lord's face was also extremely cold. His gaze was as if he was gazing at his prey, staring at Jiang Ming in death. They, the demon race, have endured humiliation for thousands of years, and they have only just stepped out of the northern heavenly divine peak today when they encountered the obstruction of the human race. Do these ignorant people still think that the current human race is still as good as it was in its heyday 10,000 years ago? I don't know how to die. The demon lord raised his head. As the words fell, the demon lord waved his palm, and the demonic beasts behind him immediately pounced towards Jiang Ming. Unlike humans, who were very well balanced in whatever aspect of their abilities, the demon race was different. Flying demonic beasts were strong in aerial combat, but they were greatly reduced against creatures on the ground. Similarly, demonic beasts on the ground were only limited to the ground and were weak against the air. But, it's in the air now. The fighting strength of flying demonic beasts greatly exceeded that of humans. Look out! The Wanxiang sect master hastily reminded. They had learned the attacks of these few demonic beasts. Not only were they fast, including in terms of strength, they were equally not to be underestimated. But Jiang Ming didn't mean to dodge. Instead, he looked sideways at them. You guys hide far away, Jiang Ming said indifferently. The two froze for a few seconds. At that moment, several figures crossed the air and appeared in front of Jiang Ming. Ignorant worms. If you have the leisure time to care about them, you might as well care about caring about your own death. Yanning let out a strange cry. Just by you guys? Jiang Ming turned back. Bang! Facing the 6 rapidly flying figures, the sharp claws and teeth directly lunged towards Jiang Ming's body, but they were smashed out by Jiang Ming with one hand, and the 2 demonic beasts immediately stormed out, crashing into countless thick trees before falling to the ground. The other 4 demonic beasts dodged Jiang Ming's punch and were somewhat surprised by his strength. Among the human race they knew, there were only a handful of strong people with this kind of strength, and they didn't expect to encounter one just after coming out, but they didn't intend to run away, instead choosing to use their demonic power to fight against it. Howl! The 4 demonic beasts roared, some of them releasing an incomparably ferocious and berserk aura from their mouths and some from above their head horns. The 2 of them were incomparably shocked. They could feel that the aura that these few demonic beasts were releasing now was even more terrifying than when they dealt with them before. In other words, when they fought with themselves before, they were actually toying with them. They looked at Jiang Ming above the sky and couldn't help but sweat. Boom! In an instant, 4 rays of light that were like thunder directly impacted on top of Jiang Ming's body. An explosive sound echoed in the sky, and the terrifying airwave directly blew off the waterfalls of the mountain crags in the future, and the mountain peaks, the woods, and even the earth reverberated above with a dull ringing sound. This loud sound was directly on the Yuyue plain, echoing thousands of miles away. The explosion could be faintly heard in the center, even in the west. What a terrifying power! The 2 of them hurriedly retreated to the top of a mountain peak, their feet stepping on the ground before stabilizing themselves. With this kind of terrifying power, if it was them, I'm afraid that they would die without even a crumb left. However, they saw that figure above the sky, surprisingly still there, and even the robes on his body as well as the mask on his face had not shown any signs of damage. How? The 4 demonic beasts below looked at Jiang Ming in shock. This strike was already their greatest move, and this human hadn't even suffered half a bit of damage. How was this possible? I thought how strong it was, Jiang Ming said indifferently. After saying that, Jiang Ming flashed through the air. Next, boo! With a muffled sound, a demonic beast instantly smashed into the ground from the air, and the ground beneath its feet was directly smashed out of a swirling earthen pit. Damnable human! Yanning roared in resentment. Don't be in a hurry. You're next. The corner of Jiang Ming's mouth raised in an arc. Immediately after that, his palms ghostly grabbed the horns of Yan Ying's head and yanked it with deadly force. Ka-chow! Howl! Yanning screamed in pain, a deafening sound that pierced through the hearts of almost everyone present. But Jiang Ming didn't let go. Instead, he kicked the Yanning, who had broken his horn, straight out. Boom! The Yen eagle with a huge body directly smashed into the ground, and fell to the ground along with the 2 demonic beasts at the very beginning as companions. So strong, the Wanxiang sect duo was incomparably shocked in their hearts. When did the human race even exist such a powerful person with extraordinary strength? There was even no need to utilize feats. Simply by running his stance and dexterity, he was able to directly defeat the 4 6th-ranked demonic beasts. This kind of tactic, Even those Mahayana stage powerhouses would find it hard to do, right? After dealing with 2 more, Jiang Ming locked his gaze on the last 2 demonic beasts. Stop! Suddenly, the demon lord's figure appeared in front of Jiang Ming, stopping him in a condescending manner. End of chapter. At this moment, the demon lord looked down at Jiang Ming and stood between him and the 2 demonic beasts, blocking the latter. Jiang Ming wasn't in a hurry and raised his head to look at the demon lord. Human, I admit that I have underestimated you, but I also advise you not to mind your own business. The mission of the demon lord will never be allowed to go halfway, the demon lord said in a deep voice. Oh, then I'm inclined to mind this idle business today. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. As he spoke, Jiang Ming took a step forward. With this one step, Jiang Ming's figure disappeared in a flash. In the next second, his silhouette appeared right behind the demon lord, and both of his hands turned palms into fists as he violently blasted out a punch into space. Boom! In an instant, a pure force burst through the space, sparing the space from breaking apart in general. Even the Wanxiang sect duo, who were tens of miles away from the sky above, could feel a suffocating sense of oppression as they stood on top of the mountain. What is this? Being able to directly backhand the other 2 6th-ranked demonic beasts and violently beat them up in front of the transformation great demon. At this very moment, the 2 6th-ranked demonic beasts instantly fell to the ground. 6 demonic beasts, in the eyes of outsiders, was already a very frightening force, but in Jiang Ming's hands, it was as simple as casually solving a few meat chickens. At this moment, Jiang Ming was like a heavenly god. The black robe on his body didn't have the slightest trace of loosening, and the green ghost mask on his face looked particularly different in this dark night. Human, you're playing with fire. The demon lord's face was livid. As the words fell, the demon lord's body bowed slightly and ejected in an instant. Jiang Ming didn't say anything as he turned his head slightly sideways, his gaze right on the demon lord who had suddenly appeared. The demon lord's heart sank, but he still clenched his right fist and threw a punch towards Jiang Ming's chest. Jiang Ming advanced instead of retreating, and smashed hard against the demon lord's fist. Bang! The 2 savage forces instantly erupted in the air with a strange light. The clouds above the sky were washed clean by the airwaves. Looking up, it was as if they were facing the vastness of the stars directly. Are you really a human? There was some surprise in the demon lord's eyes. What the demon race is most proud of is its physical body, and its attainments in the arts are not as good as those of the human race. However, his punch slammed into Jiang Ming's fist, but he didn't gain any advantage. The demon lord popped his fist out and immediately dodged backward. Immediately afterward, he closed his hands together and several doppelgangers appeared in the air in a flickering manner, surrounding Jiang Ming in an encircling position. Immediately after that, the demon lord's arms unfolded. Countless splitters opened their arms at this moment, and an invisible force squeezed towards the center as if it were a river and sea wave. And at that moment, Jiang Ming raised his hand and waved it, and the sword blade behind him came out of the body on its own. Buzz! As soon as the sword blade came out, the surrounding space followed and trembled for a few moments, and just the sword might of the sword blade coming out of the body alone dissolved all of the strength released by the demon lord. And at that moment, the demon lord moved once again. Countless doppelgangers flickered and flew in the air, so fast that the sky was left with only countless residual shadows. In the blink of an eye, countless doppelgangers attacked in Jiang Ming's direction. Jiang Ming didn't panic and dodged back. Countless doppelgangers brushed past the corners of his clothes, while Jiang Ming grabbed the flying sword behind him and faced the countless doppelgangers with one sword after another to mercilessly cut them down. After the detachment was killed with a sword, it immediately turned into black feathers and dispersed. The demon lord's own eyes twitched. At the moment Jiang Ming dealt with his own detachment, in the blink of an eye, he rushed towards Jiang Ming's body and grabbed Jiang Ming's head with a deadly grip. However, in the next second, Jiang Ming acted as if he knew the actual location of his principal, turning back and pointing a sword directly at the demon lord's principal. Boom! A loud noise erupted in the air once again, and the nearest mountain instantly collapsed into dust. The demon lord violently stormed back 30 feet away before stabilizing himself. He looked at Jiang Ming in the sky, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Jiang Ming's power was far beyond his imagination. Even the palms of his hands, which he felt now, had begun to ache vaguely, and his right hand trembled involuntarily. This was the first time he had felt such a terrifying sense of oppression other than after sparring with the demon emperor. At this very moment, the Wanxiang sect master and grand elder were similarly shocked in their hearts after seeing the terrifying fight just now. Not only did he continuously defeat 6 demonic beasts of notable strength, he also fought this transformation great demon without losing. This strength was too strong. Just now, this masked man seemed to have displayed sword intent. Could it be some great power from the Tao Heavenly Sect? The sect master guessed. Of course, he was only guessing in his mind. From the time he first began his cultivation, He had heard that as long as one of the first-generation disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect still survived in the world, then the Tao Heavenly Sect would forever be the pinnacle of the continent. Nowadays, the Tao Heavenly Sect had been in the doldrums for many years, and if it wasn't for Lin Tianyi's breakthrough in strength and his comprehension of the sword intent, I'm afraid that the Tao Heavenly Sect would still be nothing more than a comparable second-grade sect. Because of this, the duo became more and more curious about Jiang Ming's identity. At this point, the Demon Lord looked at Jiang Ming with a cold gaze. This time, he didn't look as condescending as he did at the beginning, but instead, he carried a few scornful looks. A human sword cultivator, coupled with such strength, it's no wonder you can fight me in close quarters, the Demon Lord said. After all, I'm not someone who bullies the small with the big. This amount of strength is enough to deal with you, Jiang Ming said blandly. At those words, the Demon Lord's face sank. He was at least the premier Demon Lord of the Demon Clan. Apart from the Demon Emperor, the strongest ones were the 10 Demon Lords. Although the strength Jiang Ming had shown was indeed a bit beyond the Demon Lord's expectations, why hadn't he left a backhanded move just now? Jiang Ming, however, was mocking him in the open. Do you really think he's an ant? Thinking of this, the Demon Lord's face was incomparably gloomy. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the Demon Lord's body, and his skin, which was originally on the dark purple side, suddenly emitted a burst of black smoke around his body at this moment, making the picture bizarre to the extreme. A few moments later, countless sharp thorns like blades were actually protruding out from the Demon Lord's flesh and skin. The entire person could no longer be said to be a human being. It was completely like a monstrous beast. Seeing this scene, the duo was shocked. Demonized form. The power and speed of the demonized formed great demon in demonized form would once again skyrocket by 1. Specifically, it would be extremely similar to the storming state of an unusual demonic beast. However, after demonization, the transformed great demon is able to have reason to enter the storm state, which is different than the kind of storm that completely loses its mind. And before that, the demonic beasts that had been shot down by Jiang Ming came to their senses, and when they saw the terrifying aura that the Demon Lord had unleashed, they were instantly thrilled. When the Demon Lord used his demonized form, it meant that the opponent was going to go all out. At this moment, the Demon Lord had an incomparably manic aura emanating from his body. The black mist emanating from his body floated in the air as if he were a ghost. The Demon Lord looked at Jiang Ming, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. He smacked his lips, his voice colder than it had been between. Now, let's compete again to see who's better. End of chapter. Before the words fell, the Demon Lord's speed surged over. Whoosh! His figure cut through space, punctuating the air with a whistling sound, as if the void had been torn apart by him. In an instant, the Demon Lord kicked hard directly at Jiang Ming's head. His speed had skyrocketed several times from before, and the power he brought with him was such that even in this air, he could feel a few moments of terrifying oppression. Jiang Ming's gaze slightly condensed as he raised his hand to block. Boo! A solid collision of flesh instantly exploded in the air with a muffled sound, and even the people on the periphery felt their hearts follow. At this moment, Jiang Ming directly exploded out from above the sky, and his entire body hardened and pulled open a huge crack in the land before coming to a stop. Good lord! I kind of know why those people said that the demon race was hard to deal with 9,000 years ago, Jiang Ming said with a smile, although he had only used his strength at the harmonization stage. With his so many years of combat experience, it was considered bullying. I didn't expect that this 7th-ranked demonic beast would be able to repel him just by turning on its demonized form. If he hadn't crushed all beings with his strength in the first place, I'm afraid that the demon race wouldn't have retreated so easily behind the northern heavenly divine peak. Not waiting for Jiang Ming to catch his breath, the demon lord's speed was swift and fierce, once again coming behind Jiang Ming, lifting his right foot directly toward Jiang Ming's back and stepping violently from top to bottom. Rumble! In an instant, the entire Yuyue plain trembled with it, especially where Jiang Ming was. A vast airwave was like a wave that receded in all directions. Countless thick ancient trees were uprooted in an instant, and the earth emitted a low roar as if it was in mourning. Jiang Ming quickly dodged to the side and used his hand to pat away the smoke around him. He looked around. Originally, this place was a sea of trees, but now it had all turned into a desert. Suddenly, the demon lord's figure once again emerged amidst the dust and smoke. His speed was very fast, and his punches and kicks were all directed towards Jiang Ming's vitals. Boo! Another muffled thud. The power of the demon lord could be considered to be extremely powerful after demonization, and the power from every punch and kick was incomparably shocking. However, this kick was firmly grasped by Jiang Ming with his hand. What? The demon lord was greatly surprised. Not only the demon lord, the Wanxiang sect duo hiding in the distance, as well as the 6 severely injured demonic beasts were also incomparably shocked. After the demonization of the demon lord, Jiang Ming was even able to receive it hard with his flesh? Jiang Ming didn't say anything, but this time, Jiang Ming's eyes weren't as cloudy as before, but they were a little bit more serious. Seeing this, the demon lord's heart thumped in fear as he hastily backed away. The moment he saw Jiang Ming's serious eyes just now, it was as if he had seen an existence that surpassed everything under the sun staring straight at him, as if it would deprive him of his life in the next second. No way! The demon lord shrugged it off. At this point, he had a cold sweat on his forehead. The strength of a demon's flesh was far beyond that of a human, let alone him after demonization. In order to pursue the ultimate physical strength, he constantly practiced various body forging techniques, which also included the human fist, leg, body techniques, and so on. As long as it was about the physical body, he had all melted to the extreme. It could be said that he was very confident in his strength in melee combat, and even among the 10 demon lords, he was confident that he was ranked among the top 3. But, facing Jiang Ming, he actually had the feeling that he was at his wit's end. He had thought that he had gained an advantage with a kick just now, but the next 2 moves once again made him feel an insurmountable peak in general. If you can't do it once, then do it a few more times. I don't believe you still have much strength left to fight me. The demon lord roared as if he were a wild beast. In a split second, the dust and smoke around them hadn't completely dissipated yet, and the demon lord's figure left a trail of residual shadows all around him in a godlike manner. Immediately after that, he suddenly rushed towards Jiang Ming. At this moment, the speed of his punches was even swifter than before, and he continued to attack Jiang Ming's other vitals by running his stance with each punch. At this moment, he was completely launching a deathless attack on Jiang Ming, but Jiang Ming was already different from before. Before this, Jiang Ming might have just been playing around, but this time, he was slightly more serious. Jiang Ming was holding his sword, seemingly slowly fending off the demon lord's attacks, but with every punch and every move, Jiang Ming impeccably defended against them. The sword in his hand acted as if it knew the demon lord's location, defending all the attacks without a drop of water. The two of them were continuously entangled in the open space, their figures coming and going in the air with constant residual shadows. Even the people watching the battle around them were unable to distinguish between Jiang Ming and the demon lord at this point, and all that was clear was the muffled sound after muffled sound in the space. Just by exchanging a few rounds, above that open space, it froze and was once again smashed out of several craters. No one knew exactly who made it, only that the two masses of figures kept flashing, and all that were around them were destroyed. No exceptions. If it wasn't for the fact that the Wanxiang sect master and Grand Elder were both harmonization and transformation stage cultivators, they might have been caught by those waves of air just by standing here. It's really a shame. We even had problems fending off the demon race's attack. This fellow Taoist has been fighting fiercely for so long without losing. It seems that our cultivation still needs to be improved, the sect master said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder also nodded. Judging from the exchange of blows, the strength Jiang Ming had exerted was only at the harmonization stage, but that handful of moves made it out of this world, and he didn't lose out in the face of a transformation demon whose strength was comparable to that of a Mahayana stage. Not to mention it was still a demon lord who had turned on his demonized state. At this very moment, above the sky, Jiang Ming and the demon lord were fighting each other, and the demon lord's attack that was like a raging wind and rain didn't last long, and the more he fought like this, the more the demon lord felt alarmed. Jiang Ming hadn't said a word since the beginning, but he wasn't very focused either, and with each sword blocking one of his moves, it was clear that there was still a surplus of strength left to use. It's been 9,000 years. Why do such strong people still exist on the continent? Could it be that the intelligence they gathered was false? You hesitated. Suddenly, Jiang Ming's voice echoed in his ears. The demon lord's heart was on alert, yet Jiang Ming's figure had already arrived beside him. He looked at Jiang Ming's calm gaze, as if he was severing all emotions in the world, and above Jiang Ming's fingertips, a ray of white light was dotted at the same time. In the next second, a curtain of light instantly enveloped down above the demon lord's head. Within the curtain of light, there was a spell prohibition hidden, hurriedly preparing to draw back. However, a white light sword as huge as a mountain fell from the light curtain in an instant, just falling from the sky, hard crushing the demon lord down. Aha! The demon lord hissed out in pain. The brilliant white lightsaber pressed down on him, not giving him half a chance to catch his breath. In the next second, the demon lord even brought his sword with him and directly smashed into the ground. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. End of chapter. A loud bang resounded through the entire heaven and earth. The moment the giant sword came into contact with the earth, hundreds of miles in a radius shook violently, and even the mountain peak where the Wanxiang sect duo was located couldn't withstand such a terrifying power at this moment, and the mountain collapsed as if it were a cliff. The entire Yue plain, including the cliff from which it came, also fell countless boulders at this time, as if the earth had been sunk by the sword. What a terrifying power. The two of them flew towards the sky, looking at the scene below that had collapsed. Their hearts had long since made no emotion. The strength Jiang Ming had displayed was too terrifying, including those 6 heavily injured demonic beasts. Their hearts fluttered at the sight. Even the demon lord after demonization couldn't deal with it. Just how powerful was this human? The moment. With a wave of Jiang Ming's palm, the huge sword instantly transformed into a wisp of white light, becoming smaller and smaller in the air, and was eventually incorporated into the scabbard behind him. Jiang Ming then slowly landed from the air, and up to this point, Jiang Ming's body still didn't show any signs of being damaged. He looked at the huge pit in front of him, which was too deep to see the bottom at a glance, not to mention whether he could see that demon lord's figure. If this kind of strength were placed in the outside world, it would be considered an outstanding existence. It's just a pity. You did meet me. Jiang Ming sighed in relief, and that serious gaze once again returned as before. The pride of the demon race will never allow the human race to be denigrated. Suddenly, a strained voice came from below the deep pit. In a split second, only a figure could be seen leaping up from the deep pit, his body covered in bizarre black blood. Even his right arm was twisted beyond recognition. However, Jiang Ming could vaguely tell that this was the demon lord he had fought with. It was just that right now, he was no longer in his demonized form, and the injuries on his body made him incomparably weak. The only thing that could make him stand here again was his pride in being a demon. Jiang Ming looked at the other party and couldn't help but shake his head. What pride? You're proud because you took a shot at the human race? Doesn't our human race have any pride of its own? Don't make it seem like I'm an evil person. You're standing for the demon race and I'm standing for the human race. If it was really for that ridiculous pride, I would have split you with that sword just now. Jiang Ming clasped his hands and said with dissatisfaction. The demon lord gasped for air as it looked at Jiang Ming with an icy gaze and said in a cold voice, "Then why don't you split me?" Jiang Ming was a bit annoyed. Why do people of the demon race always like to make such strange demands? Jiang Ming drew the sword behind him. At this moment, heaven and earth changed color. Unlike before, Jiang Ming had originally restrained his aura a lot, but this time, Jiang Ming didn't restrain his own aura, but instead, he directly exploded out. One moment, the breath within Jiang Ming's body surged crazily, and the breath around him filled the air with gusts of hurricane, exploding out with Jiang Ming himself as the center. It was also now that the crowd sensed the aura within Jiang Ming's body, from the harmonization stage to the Mahayana stage, and finally to the transition stage. Transition stage power? The Wanxiang sect master's voice trembled. It had been more than 3,000 years since he had seen a transitional succession stage powerhouse. He had never imagined that he would be able to meet a transitional succession stage powerhouse at some point in the future. The moment he felt Jiang Ming's aura, the demon lord's knees directly fell to the ground powerlessly. The terrifying sense of oppression nearly caused every inch of flesh and skin on his body to feel the pressure of suffocation. The human race's transition stage powerhouse. The human race actually had transition stage powers. He looked at Jiang Ming in horror, clenching his teeth in death, forcing himself not to fall down. However, every step Jiang Ming took towards the front carried an extremely terrifying pressure, and even the clouds that had originally dispersed in the sky had now obscured the bright starry river of the party. This is the transition period. Between the lifting of his hands, heaven and earth changed color. See, what pride exists in the face of absolute strength. If the demon race really cared so much about that pride, 9,000 years ago, they wouldn't have retreated behind the northern heavenly divine peak. Not daring to take half a step, Jiang Ming stood in front of the demon lord, every word echoing through space. At those words, the demon lord's heart trembled. How did Jiang Ming know what happened 9,000 years ago? Who exactly are you? The demon lord asked with all his might as blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Jiang Ming replied calmly. After saying that, Jiang Ming raised his hand and prepared to press down. He originally didn't want to kill the people of the demon race. After all, when he had killed the demon emperor of extinction with a single sword, coupled with the inherent stubbornness of the demon race, it had caused him to kill half of the demon race in a fit of anger. Thus, the day he broke through to Emperor Immortal, he realized that he had gone a bit too far, but he doesn't regret it. So after that, he made up his mind that as long as the demon race wasn't too reckless, he still wouldn't kill them to silence them. But he realized it now. This dog is really stubborn. Suddenly, just as Jiang Ming was about to make a move, a figure flew out swiftly from the northern heavenly divine peak, arriving at Jiang Ming's location in barely half a breath's time. Reaching that moment, the pressure emanating from the space instantly dissipated. Seeing this, everyone once again sucked in a breath of cool air. Another transition stage powerhouse. And looking at the appearance, it seemed to be a great power of the demon race. It's hard to The Wanxiang sect's headmaster felt that his heart couldn't bear it a bit. In just one night's time, he had directly met two transitional succession stage powers, one from the human race and one from the demon race. From the looks of it, this is the demon emperor lord of the demon race. It seems that I'm afraid there will be another vicious fight. The sect master was worried in his heart. Jiang Ming had already defeated several 6th-ranked demonic beasts consecutively, and had also fought the demon lord for a long time. Now there was another transitional demon emperor. I'm afraid that even if Jiang Ming's strength was extraordinary, it would be difficult for him to fight so many demonic powerhouses in a row. Lord Demon Emperor. At this moment, the demon lord kneeling on the ground saw the arrival, and his face carried an incomparably excited color. He hastily stood up and stood respectfully behind the visitor. At the same time, he also locked his gaze on Jiang Ming. So what if Jiang Ming was a transitional stage powerhouse? The strength of the Lord Demon Emperor was not something that could be matched by an ordinary transitional stage. The Demon Emperor didn't speak, but instead locked his gaze on Jiang Ming, and Jiang Ming frowned. It wasn't that this so-called Demon Emperor was so strong, but on this Demon Emperor, Jiang Ming always felt a familiar aura. It was just too old for him to remember. You are Jiang Ming? The Demon Emperor said with a slightly trembling voice. Jiang Ming always felt something strange, but finally nodded. In the next second, this Demon Emperor directly fell to his knees, his head directly buried in the ground. This scene directly stunned everyone present. What's going on here? Even Jiang Ming didn't come back to his senses. Could it be that this guy knew his identity? Suddenly, the Demon Emperor stood up with a delighted expression, an excited smile on his face. Master, I've finally found you. I'm Wang Kai. End of chapter. Master? Jiang Ming was confused. He couldn't remember when he had such a servant at all. Back when the demon race and him had a deadlocked relationship, how could anyone from the demon race get involved with him? Besides, he doesn't have that kind of hobby. Wait, Wang Kai? Jiang Ming seemed to remember something. Has the master remembered? Wang Kai looked at Jiang Ming with an excited face, completely ignoring the demon lord standing behind him, who was almost petrified in place at this moment. Jiang Ming looked at the tall youth in front of him, completely afraid to be compared to the dog he had picked back up out of sympathy when he had just entered the cultivation world. Are you really Wang Kai? Jiang Ming was a bit puzzled, but he didn't dare to deny it, because the aura on this guy was really a bit like the one on Wang Kai back then. It's really me, Wanted said with certainty. Back then, after you closed your eyes, Master, I was guarding the entrance of the cave, but I didn't expect that just by guarding the entrance of the cave, I would break through. Then the people of the demon clan found me and said that I was the descendant of some divine beast, so they forcibly brought me to the demon clan territory. I managed to escape with great difficulty 4,000 years ago, but all those friends the Dao Heavenly clan used to have are all gone, and I can only return to the demon clan. Speaking of which, Wang Kai's heart seemed to have been revering the Dao Heavenly sect's past. However, he quickly came back to his senses and said, however, I know that my master has always been very disgusted with the people of the demon sect, so then I became furious and decided to continue my master's will, and recently it really did allow me to find the demon sect's tracks. The demon sect? Hearing this piece of news, Jiang Ming was not sleepy. What news? Jiang Ming asked. Recently a demon clan called the Blood Demon Sect came to me, saying that they wanted to cooperate with my demon clan, but would I be so stupid to listen to them? So I agreed on the surface and created the appearance of being ready to go to war outside the northern heavenly divine peak, and secretly sent demon race experts there to investigate the Blood Demon Sect's exact strength before ending them in one fell swoop, Wang Kai said triumphantly. But just after the words were said, Wang Kai suddenly realized, wasn't it this demon lord behind him that he sent out? And looking at the look of the neighborhood, it seemed like there had been a fight. Did something just happen here? Wanted asked, turning around. Lord Demon Emperor, explained the demon lord with a bitter smile. The demon lord then told him what had happened. Just after he finished speaking, Wang Kai's face instantly turned gloomy, directly slapping the demon lord out with a palm, and the latter directly stormed out, staggering and rolling several times on the ground. Wasn't I clear enough before coming out? I told you to mind your own business and do your own task, but how long has it been since you came out? And you've caused this kind of trouble for me. Wang Kai's breath instantly skyrocketed. Forget it, it's better to tell me about the Blood Demon Sect, Jiang Ming said. Wang Kai nodded, then also swept his gaze icily towards the demon lord. What the Blood Demon Sect negotiated with us was for us to go to war with the human race, and behind our backs they would assist us in striking down the human race's great powers. Although I'm not sure, the Blood Demon Sect would never be so kind. After all, if you really want to say that they're also considered a member of the human race, they would never let our demon race grow. That's why I suspect that they might be trying to borrow our demon race's hand to carry out other plans. Wanted said thoughtfully. The Blood Demon Clan. Implementing a plan? Hearing this news, Jiang Ming had some headaches. When he was in the Tao Heavenly Sect, the old sect master of the Red Hong sect was the most typical example. The distinctive honored one was so weak, yet he had the Blood Demon sect's sacred weapon, the Red Ghost Sword, and it was obvious that the Blood Demon sect's plans were spread out widely. This was also the reason why Jiang Ming left the Tao Heavenly Sect and chose to check out other sects. Now, it seemed that the Blood Demon sect's plans were far more than just the small territory of the Red Hong sect. The recent events that happened in the Middle Tao state, Jiang Ming muttered under his breath. Then something snapped into his mind. Didn't Lin Tianyi say that there were signs of looseness in that stone pillar of the Ask Immortal sect? And underneath that, there were nothing but two things. A treasure is revealed, or some kind of monster that has been sealed. Can't it be that that thing needs a large number of human lives to awaken? Jiang Ming thought. Master, have you thought of anything? Wang Kai asked. Jiang Ming nodded. He was roughly certain that there must be something underneath the questioning immortal sect that must be awakening soon. Do you need me to make a move? Wang Kai was a bit excited. He hadn't fought with Jiang Ming for too long, and it was so hard to see Jiang Ming. This was the fulfillment of a wish that he had had for thousands of years. Hearing Wang Kai's words, that demon lord as well as the other demonic beasts revealed surprised expressions. If Wang Kai is gone, what about the demon plan now? At this time, Jiang Ming looked at Wang Kai and said, you're at least the head of the demon race now, so how can you just say you're leaving? I'm already very pleased that you've been able to grow up to this point in the demon race. And it's a way to make up for the mistakes I made back then when I was angry. At those words, Wang Kai's mood was not so good. Don't worry, if I'm free, I'll also come to see you. It's you. Being able to stabilize the demon race for so many years is already enough to make me proud, Jiang Ming said with relief. Wanted nodded heavily. In all these years, he had never forgotten Jiang Ming's words, nor had he ever forgotten how good the people of the Tao Heavenly Sect had been to him. Because of this, when he sat on the throne of the Demon Emperor, he sternly ordered that he would quasi-keep the order not to go out of the northern heavenly divine peak, and hold fast to the promise that Jiang Ming had once made. By the way, in the future, you shouldn't call me master. It's quite strange, just call me Jiang Ming, Jiang Ming said. Aha, Wanted didn't think much of it. And for the record, don't you even have a name now? Or are you still called Wang Kai? Jiang Ming was a bit puzzled. Yeah, this is the name that Lord you took. How can I change it? Wang Kai said. Jiang Ming sweated. When he first picked up Wang Kai, he himself had only just stepped into the cultivation world not long ago, and his strength had barely reached the Jindan stage. The realm of Jindan stage requires a large number of pills and magic treasures to replenish and enhance the strength. So when he picked up Wang Kai, he remembered what some old people used to say in his old home. So it took a Wang. Who would have thought that a dog that was casually picked up in the beginning would now become a party of great power, and even a demon emperor of the demon race? It's still outrageous. Open the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the core. Then I'll rename you. Let's call you Wang Dao, Jiang Ming said. Wang Dao, that's my name now. Wang Kai was happy. After all these years, he finally got a human name. If before it was his name as a demonic beast, then Wang Dao was his name as a human. Looking at Wang Dao's happy demeanor, Jiang Ming also relaxed slightly. At least, with Wang Dao in charge of the demon race, he felt much more at ease in his heart. But the Blood Demon sect, this time, they had revealed themselves, so Jiang Ming wouldn't let them off so easily. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you guys are playing. End of a beautiful day. Thanks for watching. End of chapter. After dealing with Wang Dao's side of things, Jiang Ming excused himself and went ahead. Only after Jiang Ming walked away did the Demon Lord and the other demonic beasts dare to come to Wang Dao's side. Lord Demon Emperor, that lord is? The Demon Lord timidly asked. Do you know who split the northern heavenly divine peak? Wang Dao said calmly. The demons looked at each other. The northern heavenly divine peak was once just a giant peak, known as the first divine peak of the Tsangshuan continent, and the territory of the demon race was behind this divine peak. Rumor has it that 9,000 years ago, a demon emperor went on an expedition to raid the territory of the human race, and inadvertently offended a human race powerhouse. It was that day that not only was the demon emperor killed by a sword, but the human mighty even directly killed half of the demon race, and chopped open the North Heavenly Divine Peak with a sword, and ordered the demon race to never leave the North Heavenly Divine Peak for half a step. Otherwise, they will be killed. Because of this, the hatred of the demon race towards the human race grew deeper and deeper. It was just that the horrifying impression that the human race brought back then was deeply rooted in their hearts. It had become the nightmare of almost every generation of the demon race. Thinking of this, the demons nodded. This was a disgrace for the demon race, and they would never forget it in their lives. He's the one who chopped open the northern heavenly divine peak back then, Wang Dao said. What? the faces of the demons changed drastically. Jiang Ming was actually the human powerhouse who had chopped open the northern heavenly divine peak in the first place? How is this possible? The lifespan of the demon race was much longer than that of the human race, and even the demonic beasts that had survived at that time had very few left today, let alone humans. Even if he had been at the peak of the transition stage, it had been a full 9,000 years, and his lifespan should have come to an end. Not to mention, how could someone with this kind of strength not have ascended yet? Countless doubts plagued the demons. Even if they knew that Jiang Ming was the culprit in the first place, there was only fear in their hearts, and they didn't have the slightest bit of vengeance. I know you're confused, but that's the way it is. Wang Dao looked in the direction Jiang Ming had left and said, "At first, I also thought that he had ascended, but I didn't think that there would be a chance for a reunion now." Thinking of this, Wang Dao recalled the past in his mind. However, he quickly gathered his thoughts. As Jiang Ming had said, he was no longer the Wan Kai he once was, and now he was an existence that stood at the very top of the demon race. He can't just think about himself, he also has to look at the big picture. All of you go back. Since Jiang Ming is still around, there is no need for us to worry about these matters. Wang Dao smiled faintly. As long as he lives, man, he will always be in his prime. After leaving the Yuyue Plains, he had just flown out not too far when two people flew behind him. Jiang Ming looked back and saw that it was none other than the Wanxiang sect master and Grand Elder. You guys haven't left yet? Without waiting for the two to speak, Jiang Ming turned back to question. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the two of them felt a little embarrassed. Indeed, that level of battle had long since been beyond their ability to withstand, and the best case scenario was indeed to hurry back to the Wanxiang sect to inform the other sects. It was just that they didn't want to leave Jiang Ming alone to deal with the demonic beasts, so they stayed behind. But I didn't expect to see such a great power after this stay. Ferrying stage powerhouse, this had been 3,000 years later. They had once again seen a powerhouse with this kind of strength. We have met Senior. If it wasn't for Senior's help, I'm afraid that the two of us would have already died at the hands of the demon race. So we have come here to thank you, the Wanxiang sect master said. You and I both work for the human race, and I didn't make my move for a word of thanks, so there's no need for you guys to be thankful. So I'll leave you here. Jiang Ming finished speaking and intended to leave. Senior, I know that a strong person like you doesn't need any thanks, but I also ask that you please accept this. The Wanxiang sect master handed out an object. Jiang Ming looked back. What was in the hands of the sect master was nothing more than a token of the district, which was white in color and was obviously made from very precious materials. This order is a token inherited from my Wanxiang sect's successive sect masters, and by possessing this order, one can order the entire Wanxiang sect to serve them. Although for Senior, perhaps the strength of the Wanxiang sect is not enough, but still, please do accept it. In the future, if Senior encounters any troubles, I, Wanxiang sect, will certainly raise the entire sect's strength to listen to you. Saying so, the sect master respectfully handed out this token. Seeing this, Jiang Ming didn't want to disappoint the other party's good intentions. I may not use it myself if I take it anyway, so I'll keep it as a souvenir. At that moment, Jiang Ming stretched out his hand, and the token was taken into Jiang Ming's hand as if it had an absorption force. I'll take it and leave you at that. Receiving the token, Jiang Ming arched his hand and his figure instantly disappeared in place. By the time the Wanxiang sect master and Grand Elder raised their heads, Jiang Ming had long since disappeared. Transition stage powerhouses, they really are extraordinary nah. The sect leader lamented in his heart. Yes, and just now, when I opened my true element transformation god, I was interrupted and didn't suffer any backlash. So perhaps it's also because this great power resolved some of it for me. The Grand Elder nodded. Such a strong person had long since transcended all existence on the continent. After a lapse of 3,000 years, when they saw the Mahayana stage powerhouses again, their hearts were also incomparably nostalgic for the heyday they once had. But they quickly withdrew their minds. Since the demon race had chosen to retreat, they could also go back and let their disciples return to the sect first. Moreover, they seemed to have heard the three words "ask the immortal sect" before. So maybe they would be able to meet this transition stage powerhouse at that time. Let's go. Back to the Yuyue Plains. The two looked at each other and quickly flew towards the middle of the Yuyue Plain. Yuyue Plains, Central. Before that, they heard bursts of sound coming from the sky, a heart-shaking roar that was nothing more than even the most terrifying thunder. Moreover, after a muffled sound came from the east of them, even the demonic beasts that had been attacking without ever stopping stopped attacking at this moment, as if they had seen something very terrifying, causing them to hastily flee in the direction of the northern heavenly divine peak. Not only that, from the east came several waves of air one after another, and even the central camp, which was hundreds of miles away, was also affected by a considerable amount of waves at this time. Gale force winds, earthquakes, even the darkness of the night surfaced with a touch of unbelievable visions, which opened the eyes of all the disciples present. What a terrifying fluctuation. Could it be the commotion from the sect leader's fight with some powerful demonic beast? Someone asked. The disciples did not speak. This terrifying fluctuation, other than the sect leader of the conformity stage, they couldn't think of any other strong person who could do it. Was the power of the ensemble stage so exaggerated? Even the heaven and earth had changed color, and the darkness of the square was as palpitating as if it had instantly turned into day. This kind of scene was almost as good as even the legendary transitions. At that moment, a line of people came hurrying to the center. The Wanxiang sect's disciples took a look and immediately recognized Yang Qing, senior brother Yang. The disciples of the Wanxiang sect hurriedly came to meet them. They had watched what had happened in the east, such a terrifying power. If it wasn't for the very strong formations under the central section, they would have suffered considerable losses. It was already unfortunate that Yang Qing and the others managed to make it back to the center alive from the east. End of chapter. Yang Qing walked back to the campsite, leading the disciples behind him to seek settlements. All the way over, Yang Qing and the others were considered to have experienced a life and death situation. Several times they were almost drowned by those waves of terrifying airwaves, and if it wasn't for the disciples of the Lingyun sect supporting each other, I'm afraid that with their injuries, it would have been difficult to hold on to the central camp. Upon entering the camp, all the injured disciples were given resting places. The central camp was much larger than the east, so Yang Qing was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking this, Yang Qing also thanked the cloud-chasing peak disciple gratefully. Thanks to all of you Taoists for your help. If it wasn't for all of us working together in unison, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape. Yang Qing said, Senior brother Yang is too kind. It's just that I want to ask, has senior brother Yang seen our senior brother Jiang Ming from Cloud Chasing Peak? That foundation establishment stage disciple asked. Jiang Ming? Yang Qing was a bit surprised. Isn't he with you guys? Yang Qing wasn't sure. At that time, everyone was fleeing in a panic. We couldn't distinguish their identities at all. And it was only after we arrived here that we realized that senior brother Jiang Ming wasn't in the group. The disciple frowned. At those words, Yang Qing took a deep breath. Jiang Ming's insight and appeal is extremely strong. Such a talent will become a great man in time. But after all, Jiang Ming's strength was only in the middle stage of qi cultivation. Could it be that he had been affected by the wave of qi just now and had gotten separated from them? Don't worry, with senior brother Jiang Ming's strength, he will definitely be safe. At this moment, Tang Qiu said. Upon hearing this, the cloud-chasing peak disciples were also slightly more at ease. They had witnessed Jiang Ming's strength with their own eyes. The fact that they could withstand the demonic beast swarm by themselves, and that they weren't in a hurry to face the third-ranked demonic beasts, gave them a great deal of encouragement. So much so, they felt that as long as Jiang Ming was there, they would never be okay. What does it mean to be a chief disciple? Jiang Ming, they were convinced. Seeing this scene, Yang Qing was a bit surprised. He had originally thought that Jiang Ming's ability was only in the areas of insight and command. Could it be that his strength was also extraordinary? Doesn't he know enough to be careful? At that moment, a sound came from outside the camp. Yang Chang went over to take a look, and the visitor was none other than Jiang Ming. I said I'm from the eastern camp. Those waves were too powerful just now, and that's what washed me away. Jiang Ming helplessly explained to the camp guard disciple. As he spoke, Jiang Ming noticed Yang Qing's presence. With that, Jiang Ming hastily beckoned. Seeing this, Yang Qing walked over and the two camp guard disciples hurriedly arched their hands. Senior brother Yang. Yang Chang waved his hand and said, Brother Jiang Ming is indeed a disciple of my Eastern support and has helped me a great deal. You don't have to be skeptical. Hearing Yang Qing's words, the two camp guard disciples showed odd colors. Jiang Ming's strength appeared to be in the middle stage of qi cultivation, but he really came to support Yu Yuan, and he even helped a lot? This surprised them slightly. However, since they had Yang Qing as their guarantor, they naturally stopped stopping Jiang Ming. Thanks a lot, Jiang Ming said with a smile. It's just a small matter. On the contrary, I should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you discovering those flying demonic beasts in the first place, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to wait for the assistance of the sect leader and the Grand Elder. Yang Qing said. Hearing these words, Jiang Ming accepted them with a sense of peace. With that said, the crowd also went back into the camp. Without the infestation of demonic beasts, their place was still relatively quiet, but the disciples didn't dare to half relax their vigilance, still guarding their posts. After Jiang Ming arranged for the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak, he himself sat on the steps of a large camp, dragging his chin and looking at the sky. In fact, he had originally wanted to head directly to the Ask the Immortals sect, but only because of the matters of the Lingyun sect's investigation. He eventually chose to return first, since he already knew that it was the Blood Demon sect's people who were messing with the Ask Immortal sect there. He was in no hurry to go over there first. The fact that the Demon Clan hadn't collected more blood for them meant that their plan wouldn't go as smoothly, and if they went early, they might even spook the snakes. Anyway, the Asking Immortal sect side had Lin Tianyi to investigate the situation, and there would be plenty of time to ask when they returned to the Wanxiang sect. Instead, the Lingyun sect. If it was the Blood Demon sect at work here in the Ask Immortal sect, then on the Lingyun sect side, could it be someone from the Locking Luo Palace? Jiang Ming narrowed the corners of his eyes as he thought of this. If they were really from the Hall of Locked Lobes, what was their purpose? Judging from the situation of the Lin family's old master, to be able to hook the souls of the dead, this was indeed very much like something that the Hall of Locking Luo could do. But why would the Hall of Locks do such a thing? Is it of any benefit to them? Just to improve the strength of Su Wuing and the others? He didn't believe that the people from the Hall of Locks would be so kind. It's better to do a good job with the identity of Chief Disciple first and investigate slowly, Jiang Ming thought in his heart. At the very least, he must not expose his identity when tracking down the person behind the Lingyun sect. The next day, after receiving the news from the Wanxiang sect's headmaster, the entire campsite in the Yueyue Plains began to evacuate one after another, and the disciples all returned to the Wanxiang sect. As for the disciples who had come to provide support, they likewise returned to the Wanxiang sect together and claimed that they would open a grand banquet in return for this repayment. After only half a day, the disciples of the Yueyue Plains returned to the Wanxiang sect as much as they could. After returning to the Wanxiang sect, the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak were excited. It wasn't for any other reason, but after experiencing several life and death battles last night and personally killing a third-order demonic beast, they, who had been on the verge of a breakthrough, managed to break through several people last night. When they came, they only had 3 foundation stage disciples. Now, counting the 3 that came up, there were now 11 disciples with foundation establishment stage strength, breaking a full 8 places. Not only that, the remaining 12 disciples who were at the peak of Qi cultivation likewise felt that the true Qi in their bodies was very active, and they were afraid that the breakthrough was just a matter of these 2 days. This time, when they came to the Wanxiang sect, they had originally been prepared to be cannon fodder, but they did not expect that each of them would actually have a considerable harvest. They had never felt so comfortable in life before, and even when they saw disciples from other peaks, they were able to straighten their backs. All of this was brought about thanks to their senior brother, Jiang Ming. Senior brother Jiang Ming, I broke through the foundation establishment stage yesterday. It won't be long before I can break through to foundation establishment as well. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to senior brother. The disciples followed Jiang Ming's side, speaking excitedly, listening to their boasting. Jiang Ming just smiled and shook his head. This is not my credit. After all, cultivation relies on yourselves. It's just that you underestimated yourselves too much in the past and didn't realize how much potential you had. What's more, many of you would have already reached the tipping point for a breakthrough, and with just a little bit of effort, you would have succeeded, Jiang Ming said with a smile. At those words, the hearts of the disciples were incomparably moved. With such a senior brother, what could they not be satisfied with? End of chapter. Wanxiang sect, main peak. The head of the Wanxiang sect, Chen Beixian, was seated above the hall, holding a scroll of letters in his hands, and a look of gravity appeared on his brow. At that moment, the Grand Elder walked in slowly. What is the reason why the sect leader summoned me here? The Grand Elder asked. Chen Beixian took a deep breath and threw out the letter in his hand. The epistle pair fell straight into the hands of the Grand Elder. After returning to the sect, I had sent people to inspect the situation of the Ask Immortal sect, and the information returned is right here, Chen Beixian said. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder silently looked at the epistle in his hand. After reading it, the Grand Elder's face similarly wore a few shades of surprise. The elders who were sent out returned with the news that there seemed to be a miraculous treasure underneath the mountain peak of the Immortal Questioning sect, thus attracting quite a number of cultivators to go and find out what was going on. But the vast majority of the cultivators who had gone to explore the treasure had disappeared. Moreover, in the news brought back, some of the cultivators within the sect had their life tags destroyed for no apparent reason. In that case, it also meant that there might be some non-trivial calamity there in the Immortal Questioning sect. Sect leader, what should be done about this matter? The Grand Elder inquired. There's no rush. I heard that sect leader Lin of the Tao Heavenly sect also traveled to the Immortal Questioning sect, and there's also that transition stage powerhouse who also said that he would go to the Immortal Questioning sect. It's enough to see that the Immortal Questioning sect's matter is not a small matter, Chen Beixian said. The Grand Elder nodded. If there was that unseen transition stage powerhouse present, even if there were any difficulties on the side of the Immortal Questioning sect, they might be able to be solved. Today, the celebration banquet will still be held as usual, and we should not make any random moves in the matter of the immortal asking sect for the time being. Chen Beixian considered. After all, even that transition stage powerhouse was so full of going forward to deal with it, thus showing that things were not to be underestimated. Their Wanxiang sect had just gone through a great battle, and the whole clan was a bit tired, so it was not appropriate to risk their lives again. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder also nodded in recognition. Go down and try to take care of the disciples who have helped out as much as possible, Chen Beixian said. As you wish, the Grand Elder returned. Only after the Grand Elder left did Chen Beixian look at the other epistle with slight hesitation. This epistle had a sentence written on it. Don't ask the fairy clan. It's over. One step too late. Jiang Ming and the others arrived at the main peak with great difficulty, and looked at the various banquet halls that had already begun to feast, so their hearts were inevitably a bit displeased. He came back with the army, and his only thought was to have a good meal, and he couldn't even eat in time to get it hot. At this moment, Yang Cheng saw Jiang Ming and the others and took the initiative to walk over. Gentlemen, I have specially reserved 2 tables for you. Please follow me, Yang Cheng said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's face only slightly improved. Soon, the crowd came to a corner where more than 20 people filled exactly 2 tables. Looking at the sumptuous meal on the table, Jiang Ming's eyes shone brightly and he just sat down. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Ming immediately started eating. On the contrary, Yang Cheng also chose to sit here. After all, Jiang Ming and the others had not only done them a favor, but also sort of saved their lives. Don't look at the fact that they were almost all some chi practicing stage disciples at that time, but when they were fleeing for their lives, they displayed a stance that even foundation establishment stage disciples were unable to achieve. Moreover, it was only just now that Yang Qing noticed that these disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak had actually broken through the foundation establishment stage after just one night, nearly half of them. Such a situation was unheard of, even for him. It was also this point that impressed Yang Qing even more with these disciples. I really didn't expect that your fellow Taoist strength has progressed so rapidly. I, Yang, would like to congratulate you all first, Yang Qing said with a smile. Senior brother Yang is too kind. The disciples were also happy. It was not easy to raise his strength and get compliments from outsiders. For a cultivator of this age, it could be said that he was happy in his heart. However, they also quickly put away this thought. After all, Jiang Ming had also told them that cultivators must maintain a humble heart. Senior brother Yang, I see that there are hardly any disciples from the Wanxiang sect at this banquet. Why is that? A Cloud Chasing Peak disciple asked. There were numerous disciples who came to aid this time, and the Dao Heavenly sect alone had over 1,000 disciples who came. It was also the disciples of the Dao Heavenly sect who guarded the front line, which allowed the central part of the country, which was originally slightly routed, to save the day. There are disciples from other sects who have come forward to support them, and there are only a few dozen of them, but this east to west counts up to several thousand people. As you are invited here, you are naturally our Wanxiang sect's honored guests. Above the main peak, you are naturally invited, and the disciples of our sect, they are gathered at the secondary peak to celebrate. There is no conflict, Yang Qing said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Cloud Chasing Peak disciples then marveled a bit. There were at least 200 tables at today's banquet, and almost all of them were filled, and that was just the disciples from other sects who had come to support them. The amount, it's appalling. However, when he remembered that Lin Tianyi had called on all of the Dao Heavenly sect's disciples to come, he wasn't surprised. After all, that scene is still in the mind for a long time. The wine is over. After Yang Feng and the disciples had pushed the cups a few times, the Wanxiang sect's Grand Elder was also seen smilingly coming to toast, and at the same time, Chen Beixian was also seen standing on top of the main hall with a kind smile on his face. Upon seeing Chen Beixian, the disciples below who were eating and drinking immediately put down their chopsticks and looked at Chen Beixian with an attitude of respect. That's the head of the Wanxiang sect. I've heard that the harmonization stage can keep your face forever, and now that I look at it, it's still true. It'll be nice when we can reach that level too. Come on, it's better to be realistic and break through Jindan when you can. Some of the disciples below lamented, some envied, and some had long since recognized reality. As the head of the Wanxiang sect, Chen Beixian walked through the air and stood at the very center of the main peak, saying a bunch of words of thanks. Then he said, in that case, all of you please eat and drink well. All expenses in my Wanxiang sect in these few days will be covered by this sect. Before Chen Beixian could finish his sentence, a sharp air-breaking sound suddenly cut through the sky above. Chen Beixian frowned. Only a tiny black shadow at the far end was seen flying towards the Wanxiang sect in a flash. Seeing that something was wrong, Chen Beixian's brows immediately furrowed as he worked out 2 magic seals in his hands, spreading 2 giant barriers in the air. Dang! a loud bang exploded in the air, only to see a flying sword smashing on top of the Fa seal, emitting an extremely terrifying might. Sword intent. Chen Beixian raised an eyebrow and took a closer look before noticing. The sword's appearance was very much like the sword Lin Tianyi carried with him. Feeling this terrifying might, the disciples below hastily retreated away, and the entire center of the main peak was empty. At that moment, Jiang Ming also stopped eating and drinking, wiping his mouth and turning his head to look upwards. That kid, he seems to be in trouble, Jiang Ming said with a frown. End of a beautiful day. Thanks for watching. End of chapter. Lin Tianyi's sword never left his side, and even with the one he had been given, he rarely used it. Jiang Ming knew that kid was bound to regard his master ancestors' things as treasures and would never use them as a last resort. Now, it was highly likely that he had thrown his saber back to the Wanxiang sect for a purpose, letting Jiang Ming know that he was in danger. People from the Blood Demon sect, is it hard to believe that they've acted in advance? Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. At this moment, Chen Beixian put away his Dharma seal. After cancelling out the might on the blade, the sword was no different from a normal sword. When he got his hands on it, Chen Beixian's face suddenly changed a few points. There were many below who were disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect, and were familiar with Lin Tianyi's sword, and seeing that their own sect master's sword had been sent back without seeing the honored one, there was bound to be something big going on here. Patriarch Chen, but something has happened to our clan's sect leader? The Dao Heavenly Sect disciple asked. Chen Beixian was silent for a moment. Patriarch Lin, it seems that he was met with peril in the immortal questioning sect. Chen Beixian frowned. What? Hearing these words, everyone present revealed shock. Lin Tianyi in danger? One must know that when Lin Nianjie of the questioning immortal sect made a mistake, it was also Lin Tianyi of the Dao Heavenly Sect who saved the day, which saved the other sect's patriarchs from a difficult situation. Now, Lin Nianjie had been defeated, and Lin Tianyi was even a sword cultivator at the harmonization stage. So who in the whole world, except for the Mahayana stage masters, could do anything about Lin Tianyi? How is it possible? How could the sect leader, Dao Heavenly Sect disciples have felt unbelievable? To them, Lin Tianyi was the most powerful existence. Many times he reversed the situation when the Dao Heavenly clan was in danger, and stood up at several life and death moments to turn the tide. Thinking of this, the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples all jumped at the chance. How can they enjoy themselves here when the sect leader is in trouble? It just so happens that the Wanxiang sect demon beast crisis has been removed, so why not go straight up to the immortal questioning sect on this? One time, all the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples looked at each other and immediately knew the other party's intentions, and collectively took out the flying swords on their bodies. Seeing this, Chen Beixian also made up his mind. Since Patriarch Lin asked for help, I naturally cannot ignore it. Chen Beixian said, Sect leader, could it be that we really have to go? The Grand Elder was shocked in his heart. If even Lin Tianyi was in a crisis, I'm afraid that if they went this way, they'd be in deep trouble as well. I'm naturally aware that this trip is full of crises, but sect leader Lin has helped my Wanxiang sect a lot, and it's hard for me to repay this favor. Since Patriarch Lin is in trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing? However, this trip will be enough for me to go alone, Chen Beixian said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was a bit anxious and was about to speak when Chen Beixian interrupted him. This time, the demon race's crisis is resolved, and it is not known if there will be another crisis to follow. The Wanxiang sect must not be left unattended, so before I go out, you will temporarily manage the sect. Chen Beixian's intention to go was decided. Up to this point, the Grand Elder wanted to say something else, but in the end, he could only nod his head in acquiescence. Chen Beixian swept his gaze towards all the disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect. If you all believe in me, Chen Beixian, then follow me to the immortal questioning sect to rescue Patriarch Lin. Chen Beixian raised his arm and called out, we follow Patriarch Chen's orders. The Dao Heavenly Sect disciples clasped their fists one after another. In an instant, all the disciples summoned flying swords and thousands of them flew into the air. This scene is shocking even if you watch it again as many times as you want. After a brief farewell, led by Chen Beixian, the crowd flew towards the direction of the immortal questioning sect. Once the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples left, the entire main peak instantly became empty, and as they looked at the blackened figures in the distance, they had a few more concerns in their hearts. The scourge of the demonic beasts in the Yuyue plains had only just been pacified, and now the immortal questioning sect had caused another incident. There seemed to be a lot more going on in the cultivation world nowadays than even 100 years ago. Looking at the many departing figures, Yang Qing and the others didn't have much heart to continue eating, but when they came back to their senses, Jiang Ming, who was originally sitting there stuffing his face, had long since disappeared. Where's brother Jiang Ming? Yang Qing was surprised. There's a note here? It was only then that the cloud-chasing peak disciples noticed. Picking up the note and taking a look at it, the faces of the people revealed a slight look of surprise. I'll make a trip to the immortal questioning sect, so you guys just stay in the Wanchang sect and wait for me to return. Don't follow me. Looking at the note, there was some confusion in the eyes of the crowd. Why did Jiang Ming go to ask the immortal sect? Judging from the situation just now, even the Daotian sect's patriarch, Lin Tianyi, had been killed, so one could imagine just how vicious it was. At this time, Tang Qiuyue whispered, I heard that senior brother Jiang Ming used to be a disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect, so I guess it has something to do with this. At those words, the crowd wore a surprised expression on their faces. It turned out that Jiang Ming had once been a disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect, so no wonder he was so powerful and had even comprehended sword intent. In that case, anything can be explained. It's just that they're still very worried. Jiang Ming was at least their chief disciple, and the fact that they had such a harvest on this trip was all attributed to Jiang Ming. The incident that had befallen the questioning immortal sect this time was clearly not simple, and once something went wrong, it would be hard for them to imagine if the cloud-chasing summit would be stepped on by other peaks again in the future. It was so hard to be able to hold their heads up and be a human being. They didn't want to live in the midst of other people's abuse anymore. Trust senior brother Jiang Ming. Senior brother. He's the one who can create miracles. Suddenly, a Qi practicing stage disciple said. Hearing these words, the concerns in the hearts of the crowd were dispelled by many. Yeah, when Jiang Ming appeared, they had many saturated attitudes, but the facts proved that Jiang Ming's strength was much more than that. As long as it was something that Jiang Ming went for, they felt that it was bound to succeed. This kind of confidence was something that even the hall elder and the others had never had before. But Jiang Ming, it was worth making them believe. Ask the immortal sect. Above the main hall, two men clad in black robes stood. They looked out over the main hall, located on the side of Stonehenge that had long since broken off into countless abysses. Between the peaks and the peaks, a bottomless gully was formed, and in that gully, from time to time, the miserable screams of the cultivators were heard, as if they were wailing in hell. With each additional scream, the earth trembled along with it, including the stone pillar that stuck straight up into the sky, shedding some age-old stone chips. Grand Elder, with the current situation, even if the demon race doesn't make a move, our plan will go smoothly, a black-robed man said with a weird laugh. Not bad, as long as we wait for the monsters below to awaken. No one in this world, other than the Blood Demon King, will be able to stop them. At that time, when our Blood Demon sect returns to the continent again, we will be able to become the most powerful force in the world in one fell swoop. The Grand Elder let out a hoarse voice and laughed. At those words, the black-robed man on the side was ecstatic. In this way, they would no longer need to hide their heads and tails in this black robe, and at that time, everyone in the entire world would have to kneel and worship the Blood Demon sect. The corners of their mouths raised in a bizarre arc at the thought of this. But Grand Elder, I'm curious, who actually sealed this monster here back then? The black-robed man asked. Oh, it's no secret. The Grand Elder laughed with his hands behind his back. The one who sealed him in the first place was none other than the Daotian sect's third sect master, Xia Buxiu. End of chapter. Summer does not repair. For this name, those young disciples might not have much of an impression, but for the older generation of cultivators, this name could be said to ring a bell. Xia Buxiu, as the third disciple taken in by Li Daotian, was likewise a supreme wizard with outstanding natural talent in that era. Moreover, since the time when Xia Buxiu sat on the position of Daotian sect's head, the crusade against the devil sect far exceeded that of the previous two heads, and at that time, as long as the people of the devil sect heard the three big words Xia Buxiu, they immediately fled far away. It could be said that Xia Buxiu's mighty name was like a nightmare in the heart of the demon sect. I really didn't expect that this monster down there would actually be suppressed by Xia Buxiu. The black-robed man was stunned. Even though thousands of years had passed, there was still scorn in his heart for the name Xia Buxiu. The Grand Elder was not surprised by the black-robed man's surprise. In the beginning, Xia Buxiu's reputation could be considered very great. Even nowadays, he has some fear in his heart when he says the three words Xia Buxiu. But so what? Xia Buxiu has long since ascended. Who else in the world today can stop the Blood Demon sect from sweeping the continent? The Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's go back first and prepare to welcome our Lord Holy Lord, the Grand Elder said calmly. As the words fell, the two silhouettes that were originally located above the main hall instantly disappeared without a trace. Ask the immortal sect in the middle of the gully. Below this, green flames like ghosts covered the surrounding area. The flames were eerie, as if they were carrying a smile with a human face. With these flames, one could vaguely see the people who had fallen to the ground rapidly decaying, and those disciples dressed in the various sects and factions were all turned into ghastly white bones at this moment. The earth underneath his feet was like a bloody mouth from hell. As long as a disciple fell into the ground, he would immediately be devoured. At this moment, those who were able to survive, other than those who possessed flying magic weapons, only cultivators above the Yuaning stage, standing in the air, were left, which spared them. What was that? A Yuaning stage cultivator looked at the depths of the ground with a face full of shock. In their eyes, the depths were covered around them as if they were living tentacles, wailing in agony against the walls, trying to drag and pull those close to them into them. Not only that, but as these walls, which were as if they were alive, looked further in, a dark green irregular sphere could be seen. The ball was like a heart, poofing and beating, but the size of this heart was such that even a dozen people were afraid that it would be difficult to hold it. Everyone, now that this situation has arisen, I'm afraid that we have fallen into someone else's trap, and there are obviously weakening power formations enchanted around us. Before reinforcements arrive, everyone should assist each other in order to have a glimmer of life, Lin Tianyi said in a deep voice. Once the crowd heard this, they also acquiesced to Lin Tianyi's words. At first, they fought at all costs for the treasures inside, only to find that after they all entered the ground, they realized that a closed formation had been set up here long ago, and this formation was still weakening their strength. Plus this ground in the wall, there are weird unknown creatures, during which they have already killed and injured most of the cultivators. Who on earth is trying to frame us? How dare they use such despicable means? A cultivator angrily drank. Now that all the cultivators were trapped here, even Lin Tianyi, who was as strong as the ensemble stage, couldn't do anything about the large formation above his head. That formation could only go in but not out, wanting to destroy the big formation either from the outside to find the eye of the formation to break it, or in the middle of the big formation, forcing it to break through with absolute strength. Therefore, he could only hope that Jiang Ming would be able to notice the situation of the Ask the Immortals sect. Crackle! Suddenly, just as the crowd was still whining, the pile of rotten meat on the ground made a disgusting, strange sound, and just by listening to it, the crowd felt sick to their stomachs. Just as the crowd was wondering, an obscure light appeared below. Immediately afterward, one strange creature after another crawled out of the ground. Look! Something seems to have emerged from the ground. A cultivator noticed the situation under his feet. For a moment, everyone noticed what was going on below, only to see countless creatures crawling out from the ground, the size of which was just like the size of a normal person, but their appearance was indescribable, unlike a human, unlike a beast, with both eyes emitting a ghostly green light, and even on their backs, they seemed to reveal countless spike-like shells. Not waiting for the crowd to figure out what these creatures really were, only to see them instantly leap from their feet in a single bound. That speed was jaw-dropping even for Yuaning stage cultivators. Pust. One moment. The several disciples who were originally sitting on the flying spells were simply too late to dodge, and the strange creature below them skimmed past them in an instant, followed by the head directly being gripped by the latter, followed by a mouthful of belly. Everyone's heads were a bit confused when they saw the scene. What is this monster? Speed. Strength, far beyond their knowledge. The most crucial thing is that they have never seen this kind of strange creature. Not good. Everyone beware. Lin Tianyi shouted hurriedly. That's when the crowd came back to their senses. The few monsters just now had only awakened earlier, and at their feet, there were now even dozens, if not hundreds of monsters slowly raising their heads. Seeing this, the cultivators' scalps went numb. Hurry up and close in, the monks roared. As soon as the words fell, the monsters below flew up like anti-aircraft guns, and this explosive force instantly took away the scattered cultivators. At this time, a spirit transformation stage cultivator fell alone, and after countless monsters came up with successive pounces, even he couldn't withstand it, and was pounced on by dozens of monsters, and was hard pressed down. Not even a divine transformation stage cultivator could withstand the siege of so many monsters. Seeing this scene, a cold sweat broke out behind everyone's back. But they were at least experienced cultivators on the continent, and aside from the cultivators who didn't react at the first moment, most of the cultivators began to lean in, facing the group of monsters that surrounded them. They barely held back, running their gong methods to engage them, but soon they noticed, even if these monsters had their heads blown off, they would be able to regenerate a head in less than 10 seconds. After a few defenses, these monsters increased rather than decreased. What kind of monster is this? The hearts of the cultivators sank. When did the continent have such a heaven-defying creature? Everyone close in on me. At that moment, Lin Tianyi drank loudly. After saying that, Lin Tianyi drew out the ancient sword behind him and a majestic true qi dispersed around him. Immediately after that, Lin Tianyi's meditation god formed sword seals, and in an instant, 4 golden light swords manifested around him, stirring up surging hurricane force in this space. The moment those monsters got close to them, the The sword blades arranged in the 4 directions released a powerful hurricane, directly forcing them back, unable to get half a step closer. Seeing this, a flash of hope surfaced in the eyes of the cultivators. However, just as the crowd felt a slight hint of safety, an intimidating voice suddenly echoed in the space. Song Feng's sword art? I didn't expect that the Tao Heavenly Sect hadn't been exterminated yet. End of chapter. A voice came from space, as if it had passed through their bodies and echoed directly in their minds and hearts. Hearing those words, they only felt as if their heads were about to explode. In the entire space, only Lin Tianyi was in a slightly better situation, but even he felt a strong sense of oppression, causing him to struggle a bit to run his true chi. And what does the other guy mean by that? It couldn't be that there really was a monster sealed here, and it was also connected to the Tao Heavenly Sect? Who are you? Lin Tianyi asked. Ha! An icy smile came from the space. Immediately afterward, in this space, countless black lightning bolts suddenly fell, and as the lightning bolts fell, the 4 golden swords released by Lin Tianyi swayed crazily in the air and erupted with violent sword sounds. All the cultivators were a little unsteady on their feet. This time not only was the earth shaking, even this space was shaking along with it, and even though they were standing in mid-air, they were somewhat unsteady. Click! The black lightning tore through the void in space, and even those monsters that could not be killed at all instantly turned into a cloud of black smoke after coming into contact with these black lightning bolts. At this time, those black smoke unexpectedly just coalesced in the air and turned into a thick black fog. The black mist gradually gathered and expanded, eventually taking on a human form. At that moment, the figure in the black mist waved a big hand, and a tall man stood in the air, a green light bursting out from his eyes, looking straight at the crowd. This, then, is the Lord of Chaos. When the crowd saw this man, they all felt a terrifying sense of oppression within their hearts. This oppression, with its suffocating intimidation, made them unable to move. Those who once were, called me the Lord of Chaos. I like that name, the Lord of Chaos said. The Lord of Chaos walked unhurriedly through the air, his hands behind his back and his eyes looking down on all beings. He looked at the cultivators in front of him with an unbeatable handsome cold look on his face. Even those at the God transformation stage were among the top powerhouses out there. In front of the Lord of Chaos, they were all like ants, not daring to take a breath. Only Lin Tianyi was still able to look straight at the other party. Only, even when he faced this man, there was a huge pressure in his heart. Who exactly is this one called the Lord of Chaos? Lin Tianyi's mind spun frantically, and soon, he suddenly thought of a great battle from over 4,000 years ago. The third master had suppressed a creature that was not of this world back then, and it seemed to be called the Lord of Chaos. Are you the Lord of Chaos who was suppressed by my senior uncle 4,000 years ago? Lin Tianyi said vigilantly. Oh, Xia Buxiu, is your senior uncle? The Lord of Chaos had a few sharp colors in his eyes. As the words fell, the Lord of Chaos instantly arrived at Lin Tianyi's side. At that moment, the pressure emanating from the Lord of Chaos caused all the surrounding cultivators to fall to the ground in an instant. The powerful aura directly caused all of them to kneel and worship. However, the soft mud of this ground had already begun to devour their flesh and skin, sparing even the spirit transformation stage cultivators from uttering miserable shrieks at this moment. Looking at the situation below, Lin Tianyi's face turned pale. He didn't expect that after more than 4,000 years had passed, this Lord of Chaos hadn't even died yet. Even now, the other party's aura was long past the point where they could touch at this level. It's just a pity that senior uncle didn't manage to kill you back then, Lin Tianyi said through gritted teeth. Slaughter me? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Lin Tianyi's words, the Lord of Chaos burst out laughing. For a time, the entire space trembled with it. Kid, do you know why Xia Buxiu didn't kill me in the first place? The Lord of Chaos spread out his hands and said with a disdainful gesture. Because I cannot be killed. I am the chaos of the universe, immortal and indestructible. Even Xia Buxiu can't do anything with me, so that's why this can only seal me here. At those words, Lin Tianyi's face became even more grave. Immortality. Isn't this the realm that only the legendary true immortals can reach? For the 4,000 years that I have been sealed here, I have been waiting for revenge all the time. With my current strength, even when Xia Buxiu was in his prime, he would never be my match. It's a pity that that guy only ascended to the supreme realm a long time ago. Since that's the case, it's not bad to make an example of you people from the Tao Heavenly Sect. After saying that, the Lord of Chaos swept his gaze towards Lin Tianyi. For a moment, Lin Tianyi immediately felt a terrifying oppression overwhelm him. A suffocating aura that almost crushed him directly into the ground. What a terrifying aura. Just an aura alone could actually force him to this level. Even the might that Lin Nianjie had brought back then was far more than a tenth of what it was at this moment. You seem to be scared? The Lord of Chaos sneered. That's right. With your strength, it's already pretty good to be able to hold out until this point. At least it's much better than those mole crickets down there. After saying that, Lin Tiany's gaze glanced downwards. At this moment, those cultivators below who were swallowed by the earth, if not for their strength, would have long been the same as those morose white bones on the side by now. Lin Tiany gritted his teeth in death and raised his sword blade, his gaze staring at the Lord of Chaos. Even if he knew he couldn't beat them, he had to. He was the strongest person here, the only one who could stand here. If he recklessly allowed this monster to be released, not only would he himself die, but the entire world would suffer disaster. Even senior uncle and grandmaster would never approve of him. Therefore, he must fight until the last moment. At this moment, Lin Tiany took a deep breath, and in an instant, the sense of oppression brought about by the top and bottom of his circumference vanished. He gripped the ancient sword and looked at the other party with a sharp gaze. The Lord of Chaos frowned slightly, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. Can you actually still hold on? Just as well. I'll stand here and not move, only using one hand to engage you while you can use everything you have. How about this? The Lord of Chaos said. Hearing these words, Lin Tiany's face gradually became grave, cocky, arrogant. It's more of an abject humiliation. But the other side has the strength and the money. He, on the other hand, is going to use that to win more time. Patriarch Lin, don't mind us. Teach this bastard a good lesson. Patriarch Lin, we believe in you. This monster is bullying people too much. We must give him a taste of suffering. Several god transformation stage cultivators below said in unison. At those words, Lin Tiany's frown deepened. Now in this situation, even if he took out 10% of his power, he would never be a match for this monster in front of him. What should he do? At that moment, the Lord of Chaos glanced at the cultivators below, then raised his right hand and casually waved his palm. The might that was originally exerted on those cultivators instantly turned into nothing, and the cultivators who were originally kneeling below also hurriedly came to bring Lin Tiany behind them at this time. They were still unclear as to why that might was gone, but the Lord of Chaos in front of them said without any panic, I'll give you a chance. All together. A sneer appeared on the Chaos Lord's face. Thank you all for your votes and support. End of chapter. All together? Upon hearing these words, the crowd was both offended and scandalized. The strength of the Lord of Chaos was something they had learned, but the other party was fighting them with only one hand, and victory or defeat might not be known. What's more, there was Lin Tiany and several other god transformation stage powerhouses, and the lowest strength was at the Yuaning stage. With a lineup like this, it would be difficult for any clan in the Zhongxian continent to resist. The Lord of Chaos was certainly powerful and had this base of arrogance, but under such restrictions, how many % of his strength could he still bring out? Guys, make it quick. Don't give this monster any chance to breathe, the monks said. As the words fell, all the cultivators swarmed towards the Lord of Chaos. Come on, Griffins. The Lord of Chaos had his hands behind his back, just stretching out a right hand as he sneered disdainfully towards the crowd. In an instant, the various cultivators immediately unleashed their spells and launched their attacks towards the Lord of Chaos. None of them had any cards left, and all of them used their own tricks of the trade. The true chi of more than a dozen powerhouses erupting together coalesced, and even the entire space was filled with a terrifying aura. One true chi after another. All of them slammed into the Lord of Chaos. Boom, boom, boom. The mighty energy that erupted from the space instantly filled the entire space. And even the great formation overhead was affected by this wave, and it also vaguely trembled for a few moments, emitting bursts of booms. The terrifying might even shook those cultivators back a few points, and they raised their hands to dissolve a few points of the might as they stared intently in the direction of the Lord of Chaos. Did it work? The crowd was apprehensive. As soon as the words fell, a pitch-black energy suddenly erupted from the just dissipated might, instantly flooding all the cultivators in front of them. Boom! A dozen or so cultivators flew out heavily backwards, smashing dead against the wall. In a split second, the bizarre tentacles on the wall immediately pulled all the cultivators collectively into the wall. The space was filled with horrifying sounds, and screams rose and fell until they were drowned out. More than a dozen strong people couldn't even last a single move from the Lord of Chaos. Lin Tiany looked at this scene with incomparable gravity in his eyes. It seems that you are indeed a bit smarter than them, but aren't all of you self-proclaimed righteous people living and dying together in one breath? Why have you cowered instead by now? The Lord of Chaos looked at Lin Tiany with interest. Lin Tiany held the ancient sword in his death grip, his heartbeat sounding as if it was beating in his ears. Feeling the slap from the Lord of Chaos just now, he understood the strength of the Lord of Chaos a few points better. The difference is too great, but even so, he must not take a step back. Pale Wind Sword Art. At that moment, Lin Tiany moved. Seeing Lin Tiany perform the Tsongfeng Sword Art, integrating himself into the hurricane, the Lord of Chaos had a bit of playfulness on his face. You should have come a long time ago, otherwise it would have been too boring. The Lord of Chaos sneered. As he spoke, Lin Tiany's sword blade instantly arrived in front of the Lord of Chaos. At this moment, the sword blade violently erupted in a burst of sword chi around the Lord of Chaos. Powerful sword chi swept through the entire underground space in an instant. Even the white bones, corpses, and so on the ground were all swept far away by this sword chi. And even the tentacles sticking out from that weird wall were chopped to pieces by the hurricane that the sword chi transformed into at this moment. At this moment, Lin Tiany's true chi and sword intent were blended to the extreme. However, the Lord of Chaos only used one index finger to easily counteract this terrifying sword might. Lin Tiany's brows tightened. His left hand's two fingers merged together, and in his hand the blade of the sword burst out in a burst of white light. Crow Dragon Sword Whistling Technique. Lin Tiany burst out. The roar carried a blanket release of fear from his heart. Shasta. A huge emerald green dragon scroll coalesced in space. The front end of the scroll, as if the head of a dragon to reveal its form, roaring out a dragon whistle sound in space. Roar. Dragon chirps echoed in all directions in space, and a powerful dragon-shaped hurricane instantly flooded the Lord of Chaos. Boom! Terrifying might once again spread out in the ground. Lin Tiany held the blade of his sword in a death grip, and no matter how powerful the hurricane brought about by the sword intent was, he did his best to release it. Not only the Lord of Chaos in front of him, including the great formation above his head was also absorbing his true chi. He couldn't afford to take any chances. Seriously, with this sword, you've got a few moments of Xia Buxiao's appearance. At that moment, the voice of the Lord of Chaos came from space. What? Lin Tiany was shocked in his heart. The Canlong sword whistling technique was already his best move, and after Jiang Ming had left the Dao Heavenly Sect, he had practiced it painstakingly for many days before he had only managed to acquire 10% of it. Even if it was only 10%, the entire Zhangxian continent would only have a handful of people capable of receiving this sword. But listening to the voice, this Lord of Chaos seemed to be unharmed. Suddenly, the Chaos Lord's figure arrived at Lin Tiany's side as if it were lightning, and immediately afterward, he slapped his palm at Lin Tiany's head. Bang! Lin Tiany's head went blank as he instantly smashed into the ground. The sword intent and true chi emanating from his body swept away. Seeing Lin Tiany below, the Lord of Chaos shook his head disdainfully. Still uninteresting. Are the cultivators in this world already weak to this level? The Lord of Chaos said with dissatisfaction. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Tiany. At this point, Lin Tiany had completely lost his fighting strength. He only needed to silently wait for his chaotic being to devour his flesh, and at that time, his original body would be able to reappear in the world. In this way, he could ruthlessly trample on the humans who had once trapped him here, and properly ravage that group of cultivators who didn't know how to die. At this very moment, Lin Tiany felt numb. It was like he was in a black and white space. Here, there's nothing. It was as if his body was in an infinite downward spiral, crashing into a bottomless abyss. Did he lose? Yeah, he lost so badly he couldn't even take a single move. Maybe he's dead by now. Disciple, getting rid of demons and defending the Dao is the mission of my Dao Heavenly Sect from the beginning to the end. Don't forget it. Suddenly, a soft voice came from space. Lin Tiany snapped his eyes open, but he saw several familiar figures. Seeing these figures, he couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of his eyes. Master, Uncle, why are you here? Lin Tiany asked with a trembling voice. It's the Heavenly Dao sword in your hand. That's the will left behind by us. At the most desperate juncture of the sect disciples, they will be able to sense the will we left behind in it. At that moment, an old man with a pale head slowly fell down and said with a smile. Looking at the figure, Lin Tiany's eyes even carried a shocked look. Master Ancestor. Lin Tiany called out respectfully. Good boy. There is no need to be polite. Since the Heavenly Dao sword brought you to this space, it means that you have reached the most critical moment, and as a descendant of the Dao Heavenly Sect, you should inherit our will to eradicate the existence that threatens all beings in the world. Li Daotian slowly said. Disciple. Understands. Lin Tiany nodded heavily. The crowd nodded in satisfaction. The seven then placed his hand on Lin Tiany's head. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light landed on top of Lin Tiany's head. 7 strands of power, causing Lin Tiany's breath to expand once more. The moment, Lin Tiany's eyes snapped open. His hand yanked viciously away from the soft mud that engulfed him, and a far greater aura covered his body. The Lord of Chaos turned his head violently. He felt a terrifying aura that echoed through this space, only to see Lin Tiany holding the sword blade in his hand. A beam of extraordinary white light bursting out from his eyes, with the posture of an immortal overriding the sky. How is that possible? The Chaos Lord's face changed drastically. Lord of Chaos, let's do it again, Lin Tiany said in a deep voice. End of chapter. Ask the immortal sect's outskirts. Jiang Ming could barely reach the outer boundary, but he felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. He frowned, sensing the scent, and then reacted. The will of the heavenly Dao sword is unsealed? Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. The heavenly Dao sword was given to him by Li Daotian at the very beginning in the hope that it would allow Jiang Ming to grow up properly, and also in the hope that Jiang Ming would inherit the Dao heavenly sect and be the second sect master. However, Jiang Ming didn't choose to be the patriarch, but instead chose to go into seclusion afterward. As a result, the heavenly Dao sword had been in his hands, until it was given to Lin Tianyi. To be able to make Lin Tianyi force him to use the 7 wills in the heavenly Dao sword was enough to see how powerful his opponent was. Thinking of this, a few more icy colors gradually grew in Jiang Ming's eyes. Dare to hurt my Dao heavenly sect's people. Later I'll let you know what it means to have your godly form destroyed. For the first time, a hint of ferocity appeared on Jiang Ming's face. Boom! At the bottom of the questioning immortal sect's ground, a violet breath slammed into the stone walls on both sides, erupting with a loud sound. Even this ground has been hollowed out, a small world in general. The Lord of Chaos floated in midair and extended his right hand towards Lin Tianyi. Buzz! In an instant, space directly ruptured, and the stance Lin Tianyi had executed was directly involved in the void through space. Lin Tianyi's body moved slightly, shuttling back and forth through space. This speed was an unknown number of times faster than before. Immediately afterward, this sword of his chopped dead center on the Chaos Lord's arm. Dang! The sound of the metal-like impact echoed out, and a look of gravity appeared in the eyes of the Lord of Chaos. It seems that you have obtained a power that doesn't belong to you, the Lord of Chaos said with interest. Lin Tianyi didn't say anything. Immediately afterward, only a huge sword condensed from true chi and sword intent was seen hovering above the Lord of Chaos' head, stabbing and thrusting down at this moment. Boom! The shocking giant sword chopped off an arm of the Lord of Chaos in an instant, and the giant sword plunged dead straight into the ground. Even the soft mud that swallowed up everything had a scornful look towards this giant sword at this moment. At that moment, Lin Tianyi quickly backed away. The Lord of Chaos gripped the broken arm interface in his hand, his eyes filled with rage. You? Very well, the Lord of Chaos said in a cold voice. After saying those words, on the mouth of that broken arm, it unexpectedly just started to recover its flesh and blood, growing another arm out of thin air. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi frowned. Ha ha ha, I told you, I am the chaos of the universe. I don't die and I don't perish. So who in the world can do anything about me? The Lord of Chaos laughed wildly. With that, he moved his body. Lin Tianyi hurriedly released a spell seal, coalescing a wind shield of all-round protection above his circumference. Bang! The wind shield had just coalesced when a pitch-black aura ripped a crack in it. A huge force violently attacked Lin Tianyi's chest. Lin Tianyi spat out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth as his figure flew backwards. Ahem! Lin Tianyi coughed out a mouthful of blood once again. He was well aware that the power of the 7 seniors was too powerful, and that he could not fully harness the power of the 7 with just his current self. But now that it was crunch time, he couldn't waste the power of his senior ancestor, senior uncle, and the others for nothing. Since you can't harness it, push your limits, even if his own body couldn't withstand it. So what? If he let his master ancestor and the others down, how would he have the face to meet them? Lin Tianyi took a deep breath. He slowly raised the blade of his sword. At this moment, the white aura in his eyes disappeared for the most part, and what replaced it was his own will. Song Long, sword whistling technique. Lin Tianyi burst out. At this moment, the Lord of Chaos carried an incomparably grave color in his eyes. The way he looked at Lin Tianyi had the exact same resolute look as Xia Buxiu over 4,000 years ago. Daotian sect. What a Daotian sect! I have to cut you all down today. The Lord of Chaos roared back. Located around him, an incomparably lurid black mist was instantly released. It devoured towards those 7 hurricane tornadoes. Put! Lin Tianyi gushed out a mouthful of blood. He felt that in his dantian, it was already starting to break down like crazy, but he couldn't stop. The power of the Lord of Chaos was much more than that. He had to hold on, even if he had to surrender his life. He must not fail his master ancestor and their expectations. Letting the blood in his mouth spill out in all directions, Lin Tianyi held the Heaven's Path sword in his death grip, his breath around his body not diminishing in the slightest. However, at this moment, another voice came from space. You've done a great job. I believe that if eldest brother can see this scene, he will be proud of you as well. The sound traveled through space. Lin Tianyi immediately withdrew his aura, and a long-lost look of joy appeared in his eyes. Senior uncle, Lin Tianyi said with a trembling voice. He was so weak he felt like he was going to collapse at any moment. At that moment, Jiang Ming's figure appeared amongst the two, looking sideways at Lin Tianyi. Jiang Ming then pointed his fingertips and a strand of immortal power was injected into Lin Tianyi's body. You go up and rest first. Leave this place to me, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Lin Tianyi hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. As he was leaving, Lin Tianyi looked at Jiang Ming and said, Senior uncle, this monster is very strong. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Your senior uncle, me, is invincible. Lin Tianyi took a deep breath. He didn't doubt what Jiang Ming had said. That junior uncle, who had been praised by the mouths of the senior ancestor, the master, as well as the other senior uncles, would always be able to create miracles in this world. Or, perhaps, he is a miracle in his own right. At that moment, the Lord of Chaos looked at Jiang Ming with a slightly condensed gaze. I didn't expect that there would still be a strong person like you in this world right now, the Lord of Chaos said disdainfully. He's not afraid of anyone. Even if the Xiaobuxiu from back then was still alive, he wasn't afraid. The current him was far stronger than he was 4,000 years ago. Not to mention that he was the Lord of Chaos, immortal and indestructible. It was impossible for all existences in this world to kill him. He had that confidence. Even if Jiang Ming was as powerful as he was, he would always be in an undefeated position. Chaos beings? At this moment, Jiang Ming looked at the Lord of Chaos with some surprise. At those words, the Lord of Chaos also raised an eyebrow. Since you know about chaos beings, you still dare to be my enemy? The Lord of Chaos raised his head proudly. Looking at the Lord of Chaos' appearance, Jiang Ming felt a little amused. Chaos beings in my eyes are nothing more than a bit more resistant to being punched than normal people. So being a sandbag is just right, Jiang Ming said with his hands clasped. Hearing these words from Jiang Ming, the Chaos Lord's face became extremely ugly. Even Xiaobuxiu didn't dare to speak to him like this back then. Where did this human kid get his backbone? Surprisingly, he's even more arrogant than he is. Then let me learn what you're really capable of. The Lord of Chaos sneered. In a split second, the Lord of Chaos unfolded his hands, releasing a large amount of black mist, integrating himself into the black mist and attacking fiercely towards Jiang Ming's side. However, next, Jiang Ming casually slapped his palm. Snap! The Lord of Chaos quickly smashed down to the ground as if he were a meteorite, even as his entire body plunged into the ground, smashing out a deep pit once again. The Lord of Chaos lay dumbfounded in the middle of the ground pit. What just happened? He didn't even see how Jiang Ming struck. At that moment, Jiang Ming's gaze calmly looked down at the ground pit, his voice coldly spreading through space. Goods like you. I could have fought 10 of them 10,000 years ago. Want to fight me too? End of chapter. Jiang Ming's voice echoed in space. The Chaos Lord's face was extremely ugly, and immediately afterward, he immediately leapt up from the pit in the ground, during which his skin and flesh, which had been smashed by Jiang Ming's slap, quickly recovered at this moment. In the next second, the Lord of Chaos came directly in front of Jiang Ming. Human, perhaps you are strong, but to think of killing me at this level is too arrogant. As he spoke, he launched himself at Jiang Ming. No matter how many times my body is crushed, I can be resurrected indefinitely. That's what makes me different from you weak humans, the Lord of Chaos said in a vicious tone. As he said the last word, an incomparably dark mass of energy coalesced in his hand. This energy mass was no longer something that could be described as true qi, but rather a different kind of cosmic force from the one in the Zhongxian continent. Go to hell! The Lord of Chaos roared, and with the black energy mass in his hand, a heaven-destroying wave of dark energy light immediately erupted. Buzz! The entire space let out a muffled sound, a sound that shook the mind. After the light wave had swallowed up Jiang Ming, who was close at hand, the terrifying light wave even directly penetrated through the surface of the earth, only to see a beam of black light break out from the ground and plunge into the clouds, even penetrating the entire Zhongxian continent. Ask the immortal sect's outskirts. Lin Tianyi had only just escaped from the ground when he immediately felt a pressure in his chest, a horrible muffled sound shaking the entire earth, until the beam of black light pierced through the entire continent. Only shock remained in his eyes. Not only that, Chen Beixian and the others had just arrived here as well, and when they felt this pressure, they all fell from the air, and even had the feeling of wanting to kneel down and submit. What's that? Chen Beixian's voice trembled a little. He had thought that there would be a very strong presence here, but he didn't realize that the severity of the matter was far beyond his imagination. Ha 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 ha. Underground, the Lord of Chaos let loose a wild laugh. He kept releasing dark waves, and even though even his flesh couldn't withstand the terrifying energy, he didn't care. He could recast his flesh again even if his entire body was turned into mush. He was not afraid of this at all. On the contrary, in his eyes, Jiang Ming was nothing more than a human, and he didn't believe that Jiang Ming could still survive in the face of such a powerful wave of dark energy light. That's the difference between me and you. I'm immortal and undying, while you, after all, only have a way to die. The Lord of Chaos laughed maniacally. Yeah? Suddenly, Jiang Ming's voice once again echoed in the space. Upon hearing this cry, the smile on the Chaos Lord's face froze. Without waiting for him to speak, from that dark energy wave of light, a silhouette surprisingly walked straight over. Jiang Ming raised his hand and suddenly grabbed one of the Lord of Chaos' arms. Rip! In an instant, one of the Chaos Lord's arms was directly yanked off by Jiang Ming with one hand. Ah! The Lord of Chaos screamed miserably, and the light wave immediately dissipated away, while he also retreated backward to 10 feet away in pain. How could you? The Lord of Chaos looked at Jiang Ming in shock. However, in the next second, a huge force slapped on top of the Chaos Lord's head at some point. The Chaos Lord's head thus spun dozens of times back and forth in the air at high speed, and ruthlessly smashed into the wall. The Lord of Chaos didn't even react until his head hit the ground. Can't you regenerate? Come on, continue, Jiang Ming said in a calm tone. Bang! The Chaos Lord's arm and head had just emerged when Jiang Ming raised his hand and slapped out a palm. As this palm went down, the Chaos Lord's fleshly body was directly mounted on the stone wall, emitting a deafening collision sound. Before the Lord of Chaos could even get his head out of his ass, Jiang Ming's figure flashed through space once again. Boo! With this punch, Jiang Ming smashed dead center above the Chaos Lord's chest, and the latter's entire flesh instantly collapsed. However, it didn't take long for the Lord of Chaos' physical body to coalesce and form once again, fusing together as if it were a puddle of mud, and ultimately transforming into its previous form once again. I said that I won't die. Even if you kill as many times as you can, it's still useless. Back then, Xia Buxiu couldn't even kill me. Now, you guys can't even think of killing me. The Lord of Chaos laughed madly. Jiang Ming did not reply. He grabbed a ball of qi in his hand, and a terrifying burst of spatial power gathered in Jiang Ming's hand. How? The Chaos Lord's face changed drastically. Just how much energy was stored in this guy's body? Was it inexhaustible? Boom! In the next second, the spatial power in Jiang Ming's hands instantly covered the entire underground. Any creatures that were in this underground were all crushed over by this terrifying aura. This lurid aura not only permeated the ground, but also followed the narrow gully and permeated the land, spewing out invisible waves of air that rolled around in the outside world. The Lord of Chaos was once again dead. When he coalesced into his human form again, his face carried a few shades of gravity. He had been repeatedly killed by Jiang Ming several times, and even if it was only a few short moves, the strength displayed was terrifying. However, looking at Jiang Ming's appearance, which seemed to still be comfortable with this kind of strength, the Lord of Chaos had a thought of being unable to defeat him in his heart. But why? He was immortal. Jiang Ming was useless no matter how he struck. He had always been able to be in an undefeated position, so why had he developed such thoughts? No, we can't keep fighting with Jiang Ming like this, the Lord of Chaos thought in his heart. Having had his physical body obliterated by Jiang Ming once again, the Lord of Chaos wasn't going to choose to continue condensing his physical body. The pain of being destroyed all the time as he fought on like this was a little hard to bear as well. He had to forcefully break through the seal's prohibition, allowing his original body to come out and fight with Jiang Ming. At that moment, the black mist that the Lord of Chaos was permeated with suddenly flew towards the giant green heart at the bottom of the earth, and at that moment, the entire underground began to tremble crazily. I see. I said why it was so familiar. Seeing this, Jiang Ming then remembered. The reason why that stone pillar of the immortal questioning sect gave him a familiar feeling was because it was one of Xia Buxiu's magical artifacts, dedicated to suppressing powerful existences. And this Lord of Chaos was different than the usual chaos beings, with a life force more powerful than any he had seen before. It's just a shame that no matter how strong the life force is, it's just as much of a sandbag if you're not strong enough. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the various peaks and dangerous passes of the immortal questioning sect began to collapse one after another, and the sky was covered with a black light that shrouded the entire sky in pitch black in a matter of seconds. The entire Xiangxian continent entered the realm of absolute darkness at this moment. Boom! Immediately afterward, the stone chips accumulated on the stone pillars above the immortal questioning sect fell down, presenting a silver-white glow. But the glow didn't last long before the silvery white pillar fell to the ground with a crash. Boom! The silver pillar smashed into the ground and rolled up a layer of horrifying waves. The disciples who were originally circling this place hurriedly fled towards the outskirts of the immortal questioning sect, including Lin Tianyi, Chen Beixian and the others. They didn't even dare to look at what was happening under the ground, and hurriedly led their disciples to flee the place immediately. From celestial phenomena to earthly movements, in just a few seconds, the original existence of the immortal questioning sect was collectively transformed into a gigantic hole pit. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was shocked beyond words. Then below, what the hell kind of monster is that? No book club votes or support today. Sad day. End of chapter. The dimness of the moment was like doom. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and the earth began to collapse downwards, and the stones or plants on the ground were either swallowed up by the earth or turned into ashes by the terrifying power in space. At this moment, everyone didn't dare to take a breath. The space of the darkest darkness was unsettling to all of them present. Not only the people on the outskirts of the immortal questioning sect, including everyone on the Tsongshan continent, felt uneasy. Supreme darkness shrouded over the entire continent, and everyone looked at the sky in disbelief. The color of supreme darkness made them feel unparalleled depression. Jiang Ming was aloft in the air from the ground as he slowly put on his green ghost mask, the aura around him instantly covering the entire continent. Mortals, tremble. Feel this despair that destroys all. The voice of the Lord of Chaos echoed throughout almost the entire Middle Dao prefecture. At that moment, only an incomparably large black monster was seen burrowing out of the ground. This monster crawled out from the ground, its body almost directly covering all of the original territory of the immortal questioning sect, and just one arm alone was as huge as a mountain peak. The huge body, just lying on the ground, seemed as if it could top the sky. Destroy! I will destroy everything! The Lord of Chaos roared madly. At this moment, a dark energy wave coalesced in his mouth. Jiang Ming frowned. The dark energy fluctuations this time were even more terrifying than before. If it was released on the Tsongshan continent, it would only directly destroy half of the Middle Dao state. Jiang Ming was about to strike. Suddenly, another powerful aura suddenly appeared in space, and with a single strike, it directly sealed the energy in the Lord of Chaos' mouth. Lord of Chaos, my father closed you off for more than 4,000 years, but I didn't expect that instead of being unrepentant, you'd become more aggressive. At that moment, a white-robed man slowly fell from the air. As the words fell, the man opened his eyes, and the darkest colors in the heavens and earth were all blown away at this moment. When everyone saw this figure, a trace of shock surfaced on their faces. Such a terrifying pressure just now. This white-robed man actually just dissolved it as soon as he appeared. That's, Lin Tianyi had a look of excitement on his face. Xia Buxiu, you actually left behind a piece of your will, but it's good. Since you're still alive, then I can have a clean slate. The Lord of Chaos raised his voice to the sky. I was able to seal you here back then, and it's still the same today, Xia Buxiu said calmly. After saying that, Xia Buxiu spread his hands and the silver pillar located below instantly transformed into a silver ring and returned to him. Immediately afterward, the silver ring gradually expanded in Xia Buxiu's hands, and a powerful round of spatial array emerged in the sky, completely isolating the outside world. However, at that moment, a ball of black dark energy light erupted from the Lord of Chaos body, attacking frantically in space. Boo! Boo! Space shook with each ball of dark energy light that smashed in front of Xia Buxiu. Fortunately, there was a space array laid down by Xia Buxiu, so I'm afraid that just the residual power emitted would be enough to make the people in the outside world drink a pot of water. Today is where you will be buried. The Lord of Chaos roared as he frantically attacked. Xia Buxiu blocked all the dark energy light balls one after another, but right after he blocked them all, he realized that the dark energy fluctuations in the mouth of the Lord of Chaos were expanding more and more. Xia Buxiu frowned and was about to make a move. A figure cut through space in a stream of light, and as the figure passed through the Lord of Chaos' circumference, the terrifying dark energy fluctuations instantly exploded in place. With the terrifying might, even the space array clanked with the impact. Xia Buxiu froze. Just now, this figure was not even noticed by him, yet the strength displayed was even more powerful than he had imagined. Third senior brother, you'd better rest. Just leave this monster to me. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Third brother? Xia Buxiu's face wore a few shades of surprise. Then he looked at Jiang Ming, who was wearing a green ghost mask. Junior brother? Xia Buxiu said in shock. Let's talk about catching up and whatnot later. First let me teach this unknowing chaos being a good lesson. Jiang Ming's eyes gradually sharpened. Xia Buxiu nodded. He was very surprised. Even though it was just a piece of his will, Xia Buxiu was aware of how many years had passed. At first, he thought that Jiang Ming had either gone out to find a way out or had ascended to the top, but he didn't expect that after so many years, Jiang Ming was still in the Tsongshan continent. Calculating, Jiang Ming had already lived for more than 12,000 years, right? The moment Jiang Ming closed his hands together, and a blazing aura enthusiastically emerged from the earth. Immortal law. Fire spell. Jiang Ming's heart silently recited the mantra, and countless flames suddenly ignited out of nowhere in space. Every single flame seemed to be able to burn away all the filth in the world. The Lord of Chaos didn't care about the flames released by Jiang Ming's, but the flames could feel the pain that burned into his soul as they hit his massive body. How? The Lord of Chaos was filled with shock. He is immortal. All means in the world cannot kill him. Even if he burns his soul he is able to revive. But what exactly is this flame? This was the first time that the Lord of Chaos felt fear towards this flame. He had never heard that such a thing existed in the world. At that moment, Jiang Ming suddenly rushed up. The Lord of Chaos' huge body was like a sandbag as he was beaten up by Jiang Ming. And during this process, the Lord of Chaos was not only reviving his own flesh and blood, but at the same time, the power that came out of his body was rising. It seems like you haven't put me in your eyes since the beginning. Jiang Ming was a bit angry. With the next punch, a ball of flame gathered in Jiang Ming's hand to wrap his fist. This time, Jiang Ming used 30% of his strength. Boom! The huge Lord of Chaos was instantly smashed by this punch and went up in smoke. And the huge flesh and blood turned into countless rotting flesh and blood falling in every corner of the earth at this moment. The eyes of those on the periphery who saw the scene almost fell out. Such a terrifying behemoth, such a heaven-shaking monster, actually exploded just like that in the face of Jiang Ming's punch. Everyone was shocked beyond measure as they looked at the man with the green ghost mask with scorn in his eyes. Junior brother, this Lord of Chaos is extremely survivable. Even these smashed flesh and blood will cause him to revive again in the future, Xia Buxiu said hurriedly. At those words, Jiang Ming frowned. He didn't expect this Lord of Chaos to be so difficult to deal with, and it was indeed more resistant to being beaten up than the previous Chaos beings. But after the Lord of Chaos flesh exploded, how much blood and flesh fell off? Thinking of this, Jiang Ming casually grabbed and sucked up a ball of the Lord of Chaos flesh and blood from the ground. Next moment, get back here, Jiang Ming bellowed. In an instant, that Lord of Chaos unexpectedly completely recovered to the same size as the party. At this moment, even the Lord of Chaos was dumbfounded. He clearly wants to run away and rise again. So why is he suddenly regrouping? End of chapter. What kind of tactic is this? Seeing the recongealed Lord of Chaos, even someone as strong as Xia Buxiu looked dumbfounded. At this moment, the Lord of Chaos didn't react at all, at which point Jiang Ming immediately rushed out again, striking out at the Lord of Chaos one after another. Bang! 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 Every punch Jiang Ming slammed solidly into the Lord of Chaos, and the fist-to-flesh attack even caused the Lord of Chaos to be directly smashed into the sky by Jiang Ming. The Lord of Chaos was shocked in his heart, now that he was in the air. Once he was struck again, he couldn't immediately escape by drilling into the ground. At that moment, the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth rose slightly. That's why he did it. That's what he thought. Jiang Ming clenched his hands in the void. Suddenly, in his hand, the purest force between heaven and earth began to gather, transforming into a pure white sword blade. At this moment, Jiang Ming raised his head, and an immortal aura erupted from his eyes and rose up. Sword pull messy kill. Jiang Ming's heart moved, and the space was filled with infinite sword intent permeating the space. In a split second, one could only hear countless subtle sword sounds coming from space, as well as countless complex flashes of white light. Impossible. I am invincible. I am the chaos of the universe. I am immortal. The Lord of Chaos desperately roared in the air. Next, put. One could only hear the Lord of Chaos' huge body dry heave, and immediately afterward, its physical body unexpectedly just transformed into countless particles in the air out of nowhere, as if it had directly merged into the air. Such a huge Lord of Chaos was reduced to nothing at this moment. There may have been wreckage before. This time, there wasn't even a piece of flesh and blood to be seen. Seeing this, Xia Buxiu's eyes carried a few shocks. Others might not be able to see the terror of Jiang Ming's sword, but he could see it clearly. Just now, Jiang Ming's sword had directly split and chopped off every piece of flesh and every cell of the Lord of Chaos. With such a huge body, it was necessary to manage to chop off every single cell and still do it in just one move. Jiang Ming's strength, to which level was it powerful nowadays? Just in case, it's better to make up one more cut, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Say it. Jiang Ming raised his hand and waved it. A violent flame was instantly ignited in the space, and on top of the flame, it seemed as if a firebird wrapped in flames had coalesced and soared up from the ground. Seeing this firebird, a touch of awe surfaced in the hearts of the people in the periphery. Is that Jubilee? The faces of the crowd were beyond shock. That firebird soared out from the ground, and that might alone was enough to make them kneel and submit. Doing a good job of wrapping things up. Jiang Ming shook his hand, and the pure white sword blade of the party suddenly turned into a wisp of white smoke, scattering on top of the earth. Seeing this scene, Xia Buxiu came back to his senses. He hurriedly came to Jiang Ming's body and looked him up and down with a surprised face. Junior brother, is it really you? After that incident back then, I thought you wouldn't show up again, Xia Buxiu said excitedly. It's a long story about this matter. Outsiders are watching here. Let's go back to Daotian sect first, Jiang Ming said with a smile. Alright, it just so happens that I also want to see how the Dao Heavenly sect has developed now after so many years. Xia Buxiu was filled with excitement. After saying that, the two of them took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The two left, and the silver ring around their heads followed. Without the prohibition of the spatial array, the crowd then felt the might emanating from underneath that huge pit, and even though the battle had already been resolved, they could all feel a terrifying aura permeating below. Seeing this, those surrounding the outskirts of the immortal questioning sect looked at each other with a confused expression. Just after fighting such a monster, those two great powers just left? This Chen Beixian didn't know what to say. Since the beginning, it was as if he felt the horrifying images from before, reflected in his mind all the time. Now that he was suddenly calm, he was rather still a bit uncomfortable. However, Lin Tianyi did understand that perhaps Jiang Ming and Xiaobuxiu were now returning to the Dao Heavenly Sect. At the thought of this, his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. The youngest uncle lived peacefully in the world. And now, even the will of the third uncle remained in the world. Perhaps Xiaobuxiu's will couldn't last for too long, but he was still incomparably thrilled inside to be able to see senior Uncle Xia. He'd have to go back as soon as possible. 2. Thinking of this, Lin Tianyi took a deep breath and looked around at the disciples who had come to look for him. Feeling slightly comforted in his heart, Patriarch Chen, since today's matter has been resolved, Mr. Lin can only leave first and return to the clan to heal his wounds. Lin Tianyi cupped his fists and said, Lin Patriarch is joking. You Daotian sect has helped my Wanxian sect so much. I have to come and help you in any case. I just didn't expect that the party was to see such a shocking battle, and it's also considered to be the fulfillment of my lifelong wish. Chen Beixian said. Lin Tianyi nodded. The great battle just now was truly astounding, and Lin Tianyi had once again refreshed his knowledge about Jiang Ming's strength. Jiang Ming's strength is indeed powerful and somewhat heaven-defying. All Dao Heavenly Sect disciples listened to the order. Follow me back to the Dao Heavenly Sect. Lin Tianyi commanded to all the disciples in front of him. Yes, sir. The Dao Heavenly Sect disciples nodded their heads. The Blood Demon Sect's lair. The Grand Elder and the other Blood Demon Sect elders gathered here. Originally they wanted to applaud the Lord of Chaos for appearing in the world and just wait for the Lord of Chaos to abuse the other sects on the continent. However, they had not expected that the message that came back would be, the Lord of Chaos is dead. How is this possible? With the power possessed by the Lord of Chaos, how could there be anyone else in the present-day Songxian continent who could tackle him? Upon hearing this news, the Blood Demon Sect's elders fell silent. Once the Lord of Chaos died, it meant that the ceremony they had summoned the Blood Demon King would be delayed again. To them, this was a huge regret. I heard that when the Lord of Chaos awakened, Xiaobuxiu's will also awakened with him, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice. When these words came out, the faces of everyone present changed. Xiaobuxiu even left his will at the ceiling place. Fortunately they did not go over to join in the fun. Otherwise maybe even they will be involved in that struggle. After so many years have passed, even Xiaobuxiu's will actually still has this kind of strength? The other elders lamented in their hearts. No matter what, we've kind of lost this plan. And, don't go out and make trouble in the last few days. If that Xiaobuxiu's will hasn't completely dissipated, it will still be a big trouble for us, the Grand Elder said. Yes, the elders nodded. The words were said, but everyone was still shocked in their hearts. Xiaobuxiu's one will alone has such strength. If the peak Xiaobuxiu at the time, they dare not imagine. No wonder the major devil sects chose to retreat to the background in the first place. Facing a top cultivator like Xiaobuxiu, I'm afraid that even if the major devil sects united at that time, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult to fight with them. Thinking about this, they were secretly happy. It was fortunate that Xiaobuxiu was no longer in that Songchuan continent, or else they would have only been able to stay in this kind of shady place forever. End of chapter. Daotian Sect, Empty Island. Jiang Ming and Xiaobuxiu returned to the Dao Heavenly Sect, and the first thing they did was to Jiang Ming's old home. Looking at the fruits and vegetables planted on it, Xiaobuxiu looked around with a curious face. You didn't plant these, did you? Xiaobuxiu looked at Jiang Ming. Sort of. Something came up recently, so I entrusted a disciple within the sect to help look after it. Jiang Ming sat on the side and said with a smile, not bad, right? Xiaobuxiu nodded. These fruits even I haven't seen before. As for these dishes, well, Xiaobuxiu touched his chin and pondered. To be honest, he couldn't answer that either. He had cultivated for more than 8,000 years, and in order to pursue supreme cultivation, he had pounced on cultivation all his life, and naturally did not have much research on this aspect of cultivation. What's more, he rarely ate after foundation establishment, and when he wanted to eat something he would at most take a pill. These were things he really hadn't seen in a long time. Say, how long can you maintain this Tao of will? At this time, Jiang Ming asked. About half a month or so. Xiaobuxiu sat on the sidelines and answered bluntly. At those words, Jiang Ming didn't say anything. More than half a month was almost just a snap of the fingers for people of their strength. Seeing Jiang Ming's appearance, Xiaobuxiu also smiled. This is already considered good. If you didn't make a move at that time, I'm afraid I would have had to disappear in the past 2 days. Now I can still enjoy the scenery for more than half a month. Isn't that enough? Xiaobuxiu patted Jiang Ming's shoulder and laughed. Jiang Ming smiled along with him. Yes, when he was misanthropic, he only thought of escaping and never accompanied these brothers and sisters who were good to him. He was content to have more than 10 days now. By the way, Where exactly did you kid run off to 5,000 years ago? Xiaobuxiu suddenly asked. I randomly found a place to seek death. But no matter how I killed myself, in the end I realized that any method is useless. Jiang Ming frowned. At those words, the corner of Xiaobuxiu's mouth twitched. He had thought that Jiang Ming would seek death, but he hadn't realized that Jiang Ming had become so powerful that he couldn't even kill himself by suicide. What realm are you in now? Xiaobuxiu asked. Peak Emperor Immortal. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and added, 2,742 weights. What the hell is that? Xiaobuxiu was astonished. He only knew that after the transition stage, he had reached the level of a true immortal. He had seen his master and eldest brother ascend with his own eyes, and that aura could no longer be described as a cultivator, but another, purer aura. That is the true immortal. And the peak of Emperor Immortal that Jiang Ming spoke of, could it be that it was a realm that true immortal had to go further up? Thinking of this, Xiaobuxiu said, the Emperor Immortal should also be above the true immortal realm. Why would you still stay in that Sichuan continent? Jiang Ming frowned. I don't know either. After I came out I wanted to find someone to ask, but it turns out that right now on that Sichuan continent, not to mention the transitional stage, you can't even find a few people at the Mahayana stage. Xiaobuxiu took a deep breath. Are the levels of cultivators so low now? Jiang Ming explained. That Sichuan continent now isn't like it used to be. The concentration of aura in the heavens and earth isn't even 1/100th of what we had back then. I've also heard of something called the Heavenly Tao Remnant page after I left the gate. Perhaps it's related to the problem of the Sichuan continent's aura depletion. After saying that, Jiang Ming informed Xiaobuxiu about the Heavenly Tao Remnant pages and what was in them. After hearing this, Xiaobuxiu also frowned. No wonder he felt that the aura around him had become thinner along the way. At first he thought that he had been sleeping for too long and hadn't been able to recover from it for a while. But after pondering for a moment, Xiaobuxiu looked at Jiang Ming again with an odd expression. What's wrong? Jiang Ming somewhat didn't understand Xiaobuxiu's eyes. Do you think there will be a possibility? Just a possibility, Xiaobuxiu said. What? Jiang Ming asked. The information that the Heavenly Tao Remnant pages say should all come from the upper realm. How could they possibly predict the lower realm in advance? Xiaobuxiu said. Jiang Ming pondered for a while. Yeah, most of the contents of the Heavenly Tao Remnants are information from the higher realms. It's unlikely that one of them refers to things in the lower realms. In other words, the Zhongxian continent's aura failure has nothing to do with the Heaven's Tao Remnant pages? At that moment, Xiaobuxiu spoke again. That's why I suspect that the reason why that Sichuan continent's aura is failing right now isn't related to the Ascendant. But you, Xiaobuxiu looked toward Jiang Ming. Me? Jiang Ming was astonished. Do you think it could be that you sucked the aura of the Zhongxian continent dry? Xiaobuxiu said with a serious face. Jiang Ming hadn't really thought about it in this regard. But how could he have drained the entire continent of its aura? And he didn't feel it at all. Actually, I wanted to say this before. Ever since you started your seclusion 10,000 years ago, I've felt that the concentration of aura on the continent is plummeting. But for cultivators, the concentration is irrelevant as long as it reaches the standard required by cultivators. However, when I reached the peak of my transition, I could clearly sense that the concentration of aura was far less than it was back in our time. Xiaobuxiu said. That is to say, it was not that the aura began to fail more than 3,000 years ago, but that it was already beginning to dry up 3,000 years ago. The aura depletion on the Sichuan continent had actually started a long time ago. It was just that Xiaobuxiu hadn't suspected Jiang Ming at first, and now that he was talking about it, he quickly felt that something wasn't right. There's such a thing? Jiang Ming didn't expect it at all. Is your strength growing even during your death quest? Xiaobuxiu asked. 2. Is it true that you don't need to practice and your cultivation is still rising? That's right. Hearing this, Jiang Ming suddenly felt like a sinner. It turned out that the cause of the Zhongxian continent's aura depletion was actually him, the culprit. Then wouldn't I be harming these juniors? Jiang Ming frowned. It doesn't exactly count. Xiaobuxiu shook his head, then said, you should remember Lin Songyun. Jiang Ming nodded. He naturally remembered the first head of the Lingyun sect, the most powerful cultivator back then. Lin Songyun's cultivation reached the ferrying stage a long time ago, but he couldn't ascend until he died. Do you think it was because he didn't have enough talent? Xiaobuxiu asked. Jiang Ming shook his head. When Master first ascended, he also said that during the period when he reached the peak of the transition, he never felt anything calling out to him, but ever since he felt that his end was near, there was a voice calling him to travel to the higher upper plane. Thus, this is how he feathered his wings and ascended to become a true immortal. That means that Lin Songyun didn't hear that voice until he died. And from our master's place, everyone could start to hear that voice, Xiaobuxiu said seriously. At those words, a touch of envy surfaced in Jiang Ming's eyes. But why couldn't he hear that so-called voice? At this moment, a sheen flashed in Xiaobuxiu's eyes and said, I even suspect that the reason why we were able to ascend has a lot to do with you as well. Thanks to a few of today's book bloggers for their votes and support. It's appreciated. End of chapter. Me? What's it got to do with me? Jiang Ming was filled with questions. What does it matter to him if they ascended out? Ever since Master Li Daotian began to ascend, he had closed himself in the lonely mountain without stepping out a step to be right. That is to say, he didn't know anything that happened on the continent. So how did this involve him? Xiaobuxiu slowly said, Actually, it was only after I heard what you said that I had this idea. At that time, everyone was stuck at the peak of the transitional junction, and although they could feel another layer of realm above them, they were never able to break that final bottleneck. But you're different. You seem to have broken the bottleneck at the peak of the transitional juncture a long time ago, and your strength is getting higher and higher, and has long since ceased to be summarized by the realm of true immortal. That is to say, after you break this prohibition, this bottleneck between the transitional succession stage and ascension will not be considered opened in our realm. Xiaobuxiu summarized each one, but Jiang Ming looked puzzled. He still didn't understand too much. You mean, originally, there was a force in this world that suppressed everyone's cultivation at the transitional stage, and after I broke through the transitional stage, this force disappeared? Jiang Ming said with seeming understanding. That's right. Xiaobuxiu nodded. Then why didn't I ascend? You guys can instead? Jiang Ming still didn't understand. Xiaobuxiu pondered for a moment before giving an explanation. I think that it might be that the heavenly Tao of our realm was originally dormant, before anyone broke this prohibition of the transitional succession stage. And when you broke this prohibition, the heavenly Tao awakened, Xiaobuxiu said. Jiang Ming frowned. That meant that the heavenly Tao was awakened by him. After the awakening, the heavenly Tao began to allow ascended masters who had succeeded in their transitions to ascend to the supreme interface, instead forgetting him, the one who had broken through long ago. In this world, he's totally become a loophole in this realm. Is this credible? The corner of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. I'm just guessing. Since ascension leads to the gate of heaven's path, why is it that in Lin Songyun's era, the gate of heaven's path happened to never open to them? Instead, it was our generation that the gate of heaven's path happened to open, and you also happened to break through in strength. That's too much of a coincidence, Xiaobuxiu said as he clasped his hands. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming also nodded silently. Maybe it's just a guess, but with all the coincidences all coming together at one point, that coincidence is likely to be the truth. If it was really like what Xiaobuxiu had said, then he almost never wanted to ascend to the upper plane in his life. Forgotten by the heavenly Tao, then he would never be able to touch the door of the heavenly Tao, and he would be forever imprisoned in this Tao realm. The entire surface was like a huge prison cell to Jiang Ming, trapping him in it to death. Don't be discouraged. With your strength, you still have a long future ahead of you. You can't die anyway. Why not look for something more interesting? Xiaobuxiu smiled and said, I see that you are also quite idle in growing vegetables now. Speaking of this, Jiang Ming only shook his head with a bitter smile. It was true that growing things like vegetables was boring as hell before he chose to do so, but he did find other goals now. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming's gaze gradually became grave. By the way, speaking of which, I recently found the tracks of the locked Luo Palace and the Blood Demon sect, Jiang Ming said. They actually have remnants? Xiaobuxiu was a bit surprised. Back then, before he ascended, he advocated a deadly battle and declared war on all the demonic sects, not for any other reason, but to get some good revenge for Jiang Ming. To this day, he remembered that Jiang Ming had never seen anyone since he had returned from that great battle 10,000 years ago and had been in seclusion. Thus, after he took the position of the sect leader, as long as there were any forces associated with the demon sect, he wiped them out, allowing the reputation of the Tao Heavenly Sect to embark on its greatest period in the Zhongxian continent. But even so, there are still remnants of the demon sect actually surviving now. Even the remnants of the locked Luo Palace were there in the beginning. Know their location? A murderous intent suddenly appeared on Xiaobuxiu's face. Jiang Ming shook his head. Seeing this, Xiaobuxiu was a bit offended. Those demon sect disciples really can't be killed cleanly anyhow. I don't know where they got so many escape skills. Xiaobuxiu sighed. No harm done. At least now I have two heads up. Jiang Ming said. Tell me about it? Xiaobuxiu said. The first one. The Lord of Chaos is what the Blood Demon sect wanted to unleash, and the purpose was most likely to inflict heavy casualties on the forces on the continent. Moreover, doesn't that sect of theirs like to collect blood and flesh? Perhaps that's why they wanted the Lord of Chaos to awaken. Jiang Ming replied. Upon hearing this news, Xiaobuxiu's brows twisted into a rope. Back then, he had often dealt with the demon sect, so it could be said that he knew all the demon sects inside out. Even if the Blood Demon sect was more vicious, It was impossible for them to release the Lord of Chaos regardless of the consequences. After all, they were also human beings, and they would never be so stupid as to let go of the outside world creatures dominating the continent who would not be able to do anything about it. In other words, the Blood Demon sect might have the backbone to resolve the Lord of Chaos, and it was highly likely that this had something to do with the Lord of Chaos as well. After so many years, this group of rats are actually still scheming in the shadows, Xiaobuxiu said in a deep voice. The second one is that the top echelons of the Lingyun sect have all been preparing to break through their bottlenecks recently. I also went to the Lingyun sect the other day to investigate, and I can already confirm that they are connected to the demon sect, and it's highly likely that they're from the Hall of Locking Luo, Jiang Ming said calmly. The Hall of Locks. Hearing this name, Xiaobuxiu was a bit unable to sit still. He was a straight shooter, and back then, the locked Luo Palace had made all of them suffer a great loss, and even Jiang Ming's only disciple at the time had perished in that crusade. If Jiang Ming hadn't saved the day at that time, fighting 1 against 10 and bloodily battling the locked Luo Palace, I'm only afraid that the pattern of the continent will be completely changed after these 10 million years. And those of the locked Luo Palace even really have remnants in the Tsunchuan continent, and even have their hands in the righteous sects? Lingyun sect? Is that the Lin Songyun one? Xiaobuxiu was incredulous. Jiang Ming nodded. Xiaobuxiu's anger surged to his head and he stood up directly with a slap of his thigh. I really didn't think that the Lingyun sect's people are all this depraved, to the point of cooperating with the devil sect. Even if you take your ass to think about it, you know that they don't have good intentions. Xiaobuxiu cursed. Cultivators nowadays can put aside all pride for the sake of strength, Jiang Ming said calmly. At those words, Xiaobuxiu deadpanned. Anytime he heard about the demon sect, it made him feel uncomfortable, and he couldn't wait to just punch them into oblivion. Go! Xiaobuxiu prepared to move. Jiang Ming froze. Where to? Xiaobuxiu, go to Lingyun sect. Ah, and teach all of those mother ******** a good lesson. Oh yeah, don't grab heads from me. At that time if there is only one person from the locked Luo Palace let me have it. If there are more then we'll split it equally. After saying that, Xiaobuxiu prepared to run away without saying a word. Seeing this, Jiang Ming had a black face. With a wave of one hand, he directly used a strand of immortal power to forcefully drag Xiaobuxiu back. It's been so many years. Why are you still so impulsive? Jiang Ming said helplessly. End of chapter. Xiaobuxiu looked at Jiang Ming in surprise. Even though he knew that Jiang Ming's strength was very strong now, he was still overwhelmed by Jiang Ming's strength after feeling it again. Listen to me first, don't be in a hurry, Jiang Ming said. Okay, you say. Xiaobuxiu calmed down. Afterwards, Jiang Ming explained the things about going to the Lingyun sect to Xiaobuxiu one by one, and only then did Xiaobuxiu understand Jiang Ming's intentions. According to you, you are now a chief disciple at the weakest peak of the Lingyun sect just to wait for the people from the locked Luo Palace to come out? Xiaobuxiu asked. Well, if he comes out of the gate, he will definitely contact the people from the demon sect. Whether the other party goes to the Lingyun sect or Su Wuying goes to the people from the demon sect, we will be able to catch the other party's whereabouts, Jiang Ming said. Speaking of which, Xiaobuxiu sighed in relief. It was indeed a foolproof method to avoid spooking the other side, while at the same time digging out all the other side's people. Forever and ever. But then again, with your current strength, you shouldn't need to be so cautious, right? As long as the other party shows their heads, wouldn't you just directly slaughter them all? Xiaobuxiu asked. Yes, but that would be so boring wouldn't it? Besides, I've at least stayed in the Tsunchuan continent for so long, I don't want to make too much of a fuss, and I've long since let go of what happened in the past. Jiang Ming said calmly. Only when he heard this did a smirk appear on Xiaobuxiu's face. It's good that you've put it down, so you and I, master and brother, can speak freely again. Xiaobuxiu smiled and said, oh yeah, if you're going to Lingyun sect, bring me along too? It just so happens that I haven't seen the current cultivation world for a long time, so I'll go have some fun too. Jiang Ming frowned. Don't you take a look at these disciples of the Tao Heavenly sect? And I also heard that you even have a granddaughter named Xia Zimo? Xiaobuxiu hooked his shoulders and said, harm, that's all afterward. Anyway, I only have more than half a month of this Tao will. Going to see them will instead make them feel hurt, so it's better not to see them. I'm already content to see that the Tao Heavenly clan is still the same as before. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded as well. For cultivators, the state of mind was especially important. If it was because the matter of Xiaobuxiu's return was made known to those juniors, and then they immediately experienced another parting, the state of mind might not be able to be stabilized. Instead of that, it would be better to follow Jiang Ming to Lingyun sect to have some fun, and maybe even get to fight the demon sect. Xiaobuxiu is such a person. Let him retreat? Don't dream. Only fighting, competing, and killing demon clans can satisfy him. Alright, then we'll leave later, Jiang Ming said. Ha. I wish I could have a good fight. Otherwise it would be too meaningless. Xiaobuxiu rubbed his hands together and smiled wryly. Jiang Ming shook his head breathlessly. It had to be said that this will left behind by Xiaobuxiu was really a perfect inheritance of his combative traits. Alright, let's go. Jiang Ming waved his hand. As the words fell, the two figures quickly disappeared within the Daotian sect's boundaries. By the time Lin Tianyi and the others returned, the two had long since disappeared. Wanqiang sect. All the disciples returned to the sect one after another. The previous heaven and earth visions made them feel like their hearts were being tugged, and the moment the dark space opened, they even felt like their destinies no longer belonged to them. Luckily, it didn't take long for the dark space to dissipate, after which they also hurriedly requested to return to their sects. But the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak remained here, with Yang Qing taking care of them. The disciples were still having a relatively good time in the Wanxiang sect, and although they also wanted to go back to the sect, none of them wanted to leave before Jiang Ming came back. Ever since they had followed Jiang Ming, they were clear about the true meaning of being a cultivator. If it wasn't for Jiang Ming, they were only afraid that they would only ever be able to live at the feet of others. So, whether the outcome was good or bad, they wanted to wait for news from Jiang Ming. I hope senior brother Jiang Ming is alright, the Cloud Chasing Peak disciple said worriedly. Brother Jiang Ming's methods are far superior to normal people. He'll be fine. Yang Qing also said this. Upon hearing this, the disciples also nodded silently. Also, only after Jiang Ming and Xiaobuxiu arrived at the Wanxiang sect did Jiang Ming then glance at Xiaobuxiu behind him. I mean, you're really not afraid of being found out, are you? You're not changing your appearance here? Jiang Ming said. You should have said so. Xiaobuxiu reacted then. After saying that, Xiaobuxiu waved one hand, and his entire person instantly rejuvenated to the appearance of a 20-year-old. His handsome features, combined with his bright white hair, added a distinctive and handsome demeanor. However, the corner of Jiang Ming's mouth tugged when he saw this look on his face. You're really old and shameless. Jiang Ming sweated. Aren't you the same? Xiaobuxiu said. I was forced to do this. Jiang Ming shrugged helplessly. Wasn't I coerced by you as well? Xiaobuxiu laughed. Jiang Ming finally chose to shut up, rolled his eyes, and took Xiaobuxiu and flew downwards. Come to the Wanxiang sect. The Wanxiang sect disciples all still had some impression of Jiang Ming's appearance. After all, a disciple who came to support in the middle stage of qi cultivation had not really been sent by any other clan except Jiang Ming, and belonged to a very conspicuous existence. When Jiang Ming arrived, the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak immediately noticed the approaching Jiang Ming. Senior brother Jiang Ming, the Cloud Chasing Peak disciple hurriedly came forward. Seeing this, behind the Xia not fixed said with a smile, did not expect after so many years? Your popularity is not bad. Jiang Ming ignored Xiaobuxiu and nodded at the disciples. Brother Jiang Ming. At this time, Yang Qing also walked up. Jiang Ming returned a friendly salute. Did brother Jiang Ming see anything different when he went to ask Immortal Sect? Yang Qing asked. There was indeed a very powerful existence, but fortunately I was far away, which spared me. It's a good thing that two great powers stepped in and subdued that existence. Otherwise it's hard to say if I would have made it back, Jiang Ming said without blushing. No wonder. It's good to see that there are still capable people in the Zhangchuan continent. That heavenly and earthly vision just now has far exceeded what I've seen in my life. Yang Qing lamented. Jiang Ming nodded. With their strength, not to mention seeing the transition stage, I'm afraid that even the Mahayana stage might not be able to see it in their lifetime. What's more, the vision released by the Lord of Chaos had already far exceeded the transitional succession stage, and had vaguely touched the level of a true immortal. This power, when looking at the entire Zhangxian continent, no one would be able to resist it. Senior brother Jiang Ming, who is this? At that moment, the Cloud Chasing Peak disciple suddenly noticed the youth behind Jiang Ming. Without waiting for Jiang Ming to introduce him, Xiaobuxiu took the initiative to do so himself. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Ming's friend Xiaobuxiu, a casual cultivator. I heard that this guy has entered the Lingyun sect, so I asked him to bring me along to join the Lingyun sect, and this followed me here. And in the future, maybe I'll have to call all of you senior brothers and sisters. Xiaobuxiu smiled and walked up with a self-conscious look, immediately mingling with the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak. Seeing this, Jiang Ming cried and laughed. How had he forgotten that this one was still a socialite? End of chapter. After seeing Jiang Ming, the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak inexplicably felt a sense of peace in their hearts. After explaining all the matters within the Wanxiang sect, Jiang Ming also left the Wanxiang sect with Xiaobuxiu and the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak. Saying goodbye to Yang Qing, Jiang Ming and the others took the Wanxiang sect's exclusive flying cruise ship and slowly sailed towards the northwest domain. Along the way, The crowd of disciples from Cloud Chasing Peak had joyful expressions on their faces. They had benefited a lot from this journey. Plus they were about to return to their own sect. Their hearts were incomparably surging. Especially if you go back after your strength has grown. There is quite a tinge of confidence in your demeanor. Under Jiang Ming's guidance, they also slightly collected their inner joy and took advantage of the road back to the sect to start cultivating as well. The speed of a flying cruise ship was much slower than a flying sword, and the journey back would take 2 days at least. Looking at the way these little guys cultivated, Jiang Ming would always think back to when he used to cultivate himself. When you get older, you will always remember the past, Jiang Ming lamented. At this time, Xiaobuxiu revealed himself from within the cabin with a thieving smile on his face. Senior, look at this. Saying that, Xiaobuxiu smiled and revealed 2 hands out, one holding a large chicken leg. It was because of the 2 days spent with Jiang Ming that both Xiaobuxiu and Jiang Ming had awakened a strange attribute. Eating attributes. Didn't you say you don't eat these mundane things anymore? Jiang Ming shook his head and said, this is just a piece of my will anyway. Eating it or not won't affect my cultivation, and you don't even have to tell me. After so many years, there are many less powerful cultivators in this continent, but there's so much more delicious food than there was back when we were there. Xiaobuxiu walked out and said while eating. Jiang Ming still had a deep understanding of this point. Receiving the large chicken leg handed to him by Xiaobuxiu, Jiang Ming followed him and leaned against the side of the boat, burying his head and eating hard. Hey, that said, these disciples are treating you quite respectfully. If they know that your purpose is to find trouble with their sect leader, will it break someone's heart? Xiaobuxiu looked at Jiang Ming and asked, what do you think? Jiang Ming replied. Xiaobuxiu stopped the large chicken leg in his hand, skimmed his mouth, and finally looked at Jiang Ming. You're really a heartless person, Xiaobuxiu said. Reality is like this. Since I will come to the Lingyun sect, this is already an interface in the cycle of karma. In other words, this is destiny. What's more, I hardly have much emotion left in me now, so it's reasonable for you to call me heartless, Jiang Ming explained as he unhurriedly ate his chicken leg. Xiaobuxiu didn't say anything. He actually just wanted to test Jiang Ming's heart nowadays, and now that he had a look, he was much more relieved. After all, this demon sect thing, as long as he knew where the other party was, even if the other party had once been his best friend, he had to slaughter the other party with his own hands. The paths are different, not the same. Looking at Jiang Ming as he was before, Xiaobuxiu had nothing to worry about. Hey, I thought that when we had just committed to Master's discipleship, we would always envy formal sects like the Lingyun sect. Every time we talked about it, Master would beat us up. I'm afraid his old man wouldn't have imagined that today we would go as disciples of the Lingyun sect, right? If Master, his old man, finds out, I'm afraid he'll be able to hunt us down from the upper realms to our realm, Xiaobuxiu said with a smile. Jiang Ming didn't reply. In fact, when he thought about it this way, the old days were actually much more interesting than now. Lingyun sect, chasing Cloud Peak, boo! After a muffled sound, the disciple guarding the entrance of Cloud Chasing Peak flew out backwards and lay on the ground wailing. At this time, a man walked up with a high heart, picking up the disciple lying on the ground as if he were picking up a chicken, and holding it against himself. I'll say it again. Where the hell did Jiang Ming go? A playful look surfaced on Liang Jian's face. Jiang Ming, he went out on a mission, and we don't know exactly where he is now. The disciple said with a trembling voice. No? Liang Jian let out a light laugh before kicking this disciple in his hand once again and sending him flying 10 meters away. If you don't know, then smash me. Make the Lingyun sect hand over Jiang Ming until you do. Liang Jian shouted in a stern voice. Yes, sir. With a command, all of the Liang family's elites fishtailed and crushed their way towards the Cloud Chasing Peak. Cloud Chasing Peak was originally the weakest peak in the Lingyun sect, with most of its strength being in the Qi practicing stage, and there were only 20 or so cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. And not only did the Liang family come with their elites, they even had disciples from the Xianmei sect come to back them up. Facing such a team, the disciples on Cloud Chasing Peak didn't even have the heart to resist. Looking at the scene in front of him, Liang Jian was incomparably pleased. If he made it this time, then he would be able to level the playing field in the Xinhua sect and gain the favor of the elders. In that case, in the future, it would not be empty talk if he wanted to become an inner disciple of the Xianmei sect. Thinking of this, Liang Jian became even more arrogant. Smash me, hard. As the words fell, a silhouette emerged from Cloud Chasing Peak. Facing all the invaders, Elder Tang waved one hand, and it was as if a barrier appeared in front of those injured disciples, directly isolating Liang Jian and the others. Church elders, the Cloud Chasing Peak disciples' eyes lit up. Seeing Elder Hall appear, a glimmer of hope surfaced in them. This gentleman, I don't think my Lingyun sect has offended everyone here, right? Why do you have to lay such a harsh hand on my Lingyun sect as soon as you arrive? Elder Tang said with his hands behind his back in an immortal-like manner. Oh, finally someone who can talk about things, huh? Liang Jian said with a smile. The hall elder was silent for a moment, his brows slightly condensed. The strength of this person in front of him was only foundation establishment, and the people behind him were all only foundation establishment, and they were surprisingly not the least bit intimidated in the face of him. It's hard to believe that this guy doesn't have some kind of card as well. At this time, Liang Jian said unhurriedly, this elder, originally we didn't want to make things too stiff. After all, this is only a grudge between our Liang family and Jiang Ming alone. This shouldn't be much of a conflict with the Lingyun sect. That's why I hope that the elder can truthfully hand over Jiang Ming. In this way, we might still be able to make friends with each other, and our relationship doesn't have to be so stagnant. Liang Jian had a smug smile on his face. The words were so, but the attitude in which they were spoken was already condescending. Not in the least a begging attitude. Mr. Liang is really loud. Jiang Ming is my cloud-chasing peach chief disciple no matter what. If it's handed over to you so easily, how will people in the outside world look at my Lingyun sect in the future? Elder Tang said in a deep voice. Oh, I didn't expect Jiang Ming to actually mix up a chief disciple here. It seems that the Lingyun sect is really getting more and more wasteful. No wonder it can only be reduced to the ranks of a third-grade sect. Liang Jian sneered. After saying that, including the people behind Liang Jian, they also began to laugh out loud. Seeing this, the hall elder's face was extremely ugly. Kid, I respect you before I call you Gongzi. If we really have to fight, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? After saying that, the hall elder's face sank, and his aura around him instantly skyrocketed. The aura of the Jindan stage was unmistakable. However, when Liang Jian saw this scene, he didn't look half panicked, but instead took out a token from his bosom. Upon seeing this token, the hall elder's face changed, and his breath immediately withered. End of chapter. This is? The hall elder's face became very ugly. Even how ignorant he was, he knew exactly what the token in Liang Jian's hand was. The Order of the Elders of the Xianxian sect. That was something that could only be possessed by an elder-level character of the Xianmei sect, and wielding this order was like an elder of the Xianmei sect coming in person. In front of him, this Liang Jian was only at the foundation establishment stage cultivation, but he was able to get the mercy of the Xianmei sect's elders, and came to Lingyun's sect with the Elder's Order, which completely proved that today's matter must not be easily compromised. Well, does this elder still want to obstruct my work? If you still don't want to hand over Jiang Ming, I can have to recognize that your Lingyun sect is displeased with our Xianmei sect. Liang Jian said smugly, said Elder Hall without saying a word. The Lingyun sect could only rank as a third-rank sect in the Zhongshuan continent, and even the sect leader, Su Wuying, only had a cultivation level of the God transformation stage, before the sect leader had emerged from the gate. The current Lingyun sect must not provoke right and wrong. But why Jiang Ming? In his eyes, Jiang Ming was a money tree for him to soar in the future. But it was impossible for him to sit back and ignore the prestige of the Xianmei sect. Thinking about it? At that moment, Liang Jian further urged. The church elder was still hesitating. Elder, why should we make us cross swords with the Xianmei sect for the sake of a Jiang Ming? Have you forgotten, Elder, that Jiang Ming wasn't a good person in the first place, and he's also harboring many unknown evil arts, so why not hand him over and consider it a great deed? Suddenly, Hao Shangtian, who had been standing at the back, said hurriedly. As soon as these words came out, those disciples who used to be on good terms with Hao Shangtian also echoed, yes elder, that Jiang Ming himself is of unknown origin, and has little to do with us cloud-chasing peak, so why get involved with us? I think that Jiang Ming is just afraid of his enemies, so that's why he wants to come and find a backer. Don't be fooled. Elder, hurry up and decide. The disciples can't afford to toss a second round of attacks anymore. The disciples complained. For a while, those disciples who had been brutally beaten by Liang Jian and the others also began to plead. For the sake of a freshly arrived disciple to offend such a terrifying force, they didn't want to suffer. Anyone who wants to be left alone, no one wants to be implicated. Looking at the bitter pleas of these disciples, Liang Jian's face grew more and more smug, while the hall elder had no choice but to compromise. Seeing this, a flash of triumph appeared on Hao Shangtian's face. For others, it was just as well that the chief disciple had changed, but in his eyes, ever since Jiang Ming had arrived, he had taken away what he had once possessed. Now that Jiang Ming's enemies had come to his door, as long as he handed Jiang Ming over, the position of chief disciple would eventually return to him again. Without having to do it yourself, you are able to reclaim everything that is yours. Jiang Ming, you can't blame me for this. A flash of sternness flashed in Hao Shangtian's eyes. Seeing the hall elder nodding, Liang Jian directly laughed. That's right, why should we make a deadlock in our relationship for an outsider? Liang Jian smiled and said, "Now, can you truthfully tell me Jiang Ming's whereabouts?" The hall elder sighed and said, "Jiang Ming has gone out on a mission and hasn't returned yet, but going by the time, it should be soon." Hearing this answer, Liang Jian frowned. At first, he thought it was those disciples talking nonsense and trying to excuse Jiang Ming. Now it seemed like that Jiang Ming had really run out on a mission. Is it really such a coincidence? Suddenly, without waiting for them to pursue further, a cloud-chasing peak disciple timidly walked up to the side of the hall elder. "Hall elder, Jiang Ming and them have returned," the disciple said. "It's back." Hearing this news, Liang Jian and the others brightened up. What a coincidence! They had only just gotten here for a short while, and Jiang Ming had come back on his own. Wasn't this God's way of making him get a big credit? Where is Jiang Ming? Liang Jian walked directly to that disciple and stared at the big god and asked, "At the foot of the mountain." The disciple replied with a trembling voice, "Oh, humph, then I'll wait here for him to come up, and let you all have a good look at how insignificant your so-called chief disciple seems in the eyes of our Manhwa sect." Liang Jian said smugly. The crowd of disciples didn't dare to retort, and could only withdraw to the side at the hall elder's command. All of the disciples had a few worrying colors in their eyes, and only Hao Shangtian and the others looked incomparably smug. If he offended the Xianmei sect, no matter how strong Jiang Ming's means were, how could he possibly be able to defeat a first-rate sect? This, in turn, made him feel a bit curious as to which of Jiang Ming's brains was wrong, that he would actually provoke the Xianmei sect? Under the clan, Jiang Ming and the others all wore a look of incomparable joy on their faces after they left the flying cruise ship. In the 2 days that they had been back, those disciples who had failed to break through had also managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage at this time. When he went, there were 3 foundation establishment and 20 peak chi practitioners, but when he came back, there were already 23 foundation establishment cultivators, and even those 3 foundation establishment disciples had the vague feeling that they were about to break through to the late foundation establishment cultivation. To them, this time they went out to practice. The harvest was simply more than a year's worth of cultivation within the sect. "Senior brother Jiang Ming, I'm afraid that the hall elder will be smiling from ear to ear when we go back this time." The disciples chuckled. Jiang Ming just smiled faintly and didn't reply. Strength breakthroughs were indeed a happy thing. It was just a pity that he hadn't had this kind of joy since 8,000 years ago, but now it feels like there's a little bit of fulfillment in watching someone else break through. No wonder Li Daotian often took him out to show off, not only for the sake of inner vanity. I am afraid that more still want to pretend. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. When they arrived at the peak, the disciple who was supposed to be standing on duty in front of the door was not here. Incoming? Jiang Ming thought in his heart, but he didn't care much. He hadn't caused much trouble lately, so it couldn't be that all the trouble was coming to him, right? When the group arrived at the dojo, Liang Jian, who bore the brunt of the attack, was looking at the visitors with a smirk on his face. However, his smile didn't last long before it froze. Why are there so many foundation establishment stage cultivators all of a sudden? Aren't most of Cloud Chasing Peak's disciples at the chi practicing stage? Where did these 20-odd foundation stage cultivators come from? Liang Jian's question was likewise the question of the other disciples. Even the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak, including the hall elder, had their faces become incomparably surprised. After a trip, they've all broken through to foundation establishment? There's no such thing as a coincidence. Can it be that they have gotten some kind of miraculous encounter? For a while, the two sides were just frozen. Jiang Ming's side didn't know what Liang Jian and the others were doing here, and Liang Jian's side didn't dare to act rashly. After all, there were more than 20 foundation establishment stage cultivators on the other side. For those who don't know, they think the picture stops at that moment. You are? At this time, Jiang Ming was the first to step forward and ask. Only then did Liang Jian say gruffly, "We didn't come here to cause trouble. We're just looking for someone named Jiang Ming. As long as you hand over Jiang Ming, we of the Xianmei sect will never cross paths with the people of the Lingyun sect. Instead we will give you more favors." Liang Jian specially raised the pitch of the 3 words Xinhua sect by a few points, and his tone remained condescending. When Jiang Ming heard Liang Jian's words, he showed an odd expression on his face. He's been doing things in a very disciplined manner lately. When did he mess with the Xianmei sect again? End of chapter. Jiang Ming couldn't figure out how to think about it. Why did the people from the Xianmei sect want to find him? Logically speaking, he shouldn't have had any interactions with the people of the Xianmei sect. So where did these people come from? After hearing Liang Jian's words, the ruthlessness in Hao Shangtian's eyes became more and more intense. What are you still chatting about? Hurry up and fight. Hao Shangtian stared viciously at Jiang Ming. At this moment, Hao Shangtian couldn't wait for Jiang Ming and Liang Jian to fight quickly. He was afraid that when the time came, Liang Jian would suddenly backtrack. In which case, Wouldn't Jiang Ming still become the chief disciple while he could still only watch in silence? He doesn't want it. He just wants what's his. The moment. Jiang Ming frowned and said, "You want something from me?" At those words, Liang Jian froze. This man is Jiang Ming? Upon closer inspection, the aura on Jiang Ming's body was minuscule, only practicing qi, and even in the qi practicing stage, it was a lower middle existence. "You're Jiang Ming?" Liang Jian frowned. "Yeah, I am," Jiang Ming replied. After saying that, the people behind Jiang Ming all looked at Liang Jian intently. Obviously, Liang Jian's threat just now hadn't bluffed them. Instead, his words were aggressive, causing all of the disciples behind Jiang Ming to all look at Liang Jian in unison. Seeing this scene, Liang Jian didn't lash out the first time, but instead turned to look at the hall elder. "This elder, these should all be disciples of your Lingyan sect, right? I didn't intend to take action against the people of the Lingyan sect, but if these disciples of yours have to go against me, I can't guarantee that something will happen," Liang Jian said in a cold voice. "Who do you think you are? The Lingyun sect can actually threaten anyone, and the Xianmei sect can do whatever they want? Senior brother Jiang Ming is our chief disciple, so I trust senior brother Jiang Ming." For a while, the disciples behind Jiang Ming began to accuse Liang Jian. Seeing this, Liang Jian's face grew grim. These disciples, they were really backing Jiang Ming up. At this time, Liang Jian once again looked at the hall elder. "This elder, is this the explanation you want to give me?" Liang Jian said in a cold voice, without waiting for the hall elder to open his mouth. Hao Shangtian, who was on the side, directly stepped forward. "Have you guys been mesmerized by Jiang Ming? The Xianmei sect is a first-rate sect. We're just the outermost disciples of the Lingyun sect. How can we go against them? They only want Jiang Ming alone. Why involve all of us?" Hao Shangtian said with great righteousness. After saying that, Hao Shangtian pointed to the senior brothers and sisters behind him, with a look of concern for the overall situation. The disciples behind them all empathized after hearing this. Most of them were only practicing qi as well, and the lowest strength around Liang Jian were all foundation builders, so they couldn't take advantage of the sweet spot in a fight. Not to mention the fact that behind Liang Jian was still the Xianmei sect. No matter which way they looked at it, the only way for them to be left alone was to hand Jiang Ming over. "How do you?" Tang Qiuyue and the others had a few doubts in their eyes. Obviously Jiang Ming was the chief disciple of Cloud Chasing Peak. If they just handed it over, how could they raise their heads in the future? Enough! Suddenly, the hall elder bellowed and stood in front of Hao Shangtian, looking at Jiang Ming and the others side by side with Liang Jian. "Come over here, all of you. Don't disgrace yourselves there," the hall elder scolded sternly. "Elder Tang, then the honor of our Cloud Chasing Peak," said Tang Qiuyue as she stepped forward. "Get back here, all of you." This sound immediately caused all the Cloud Chasing Peak disciples to freeze. They suddenly realized what the point of their cultivation really was. Didn't they become stronger just to guard the Tao in their hearts? But now, the sect was handing Jiang Ming over with their hands. Should people who cultivate be compromised like this? Go back. Just as they were struggling frantically inside, Jiang Ming's voice calmly came in their ears. The voice was like the rippling of a calm stream, soothing their frantic hearts in general. "Senior brother Jiang Ming." The disciples looked embarrassed. "In just a few days, you guys are able to trust me like this. I'm already very self-sufficient. Since the other party is looking for me, the one who will take on this responsibility is also me. You guys don't need to get involved," Jiang Ming said. Upon hearing this, the disciples nodded. After watching those disciples retreat, the smile on Liang Jian's face gradually became hideous. "That's a nice thing to say. It's just a pity that without them to back you up, I'd like to see how the hell you're going to fight us." Liang Jian laughed. "Actually, I've always had a question," Jiang Ming said. "You say," Liang Jian said. "I shouldn't have any grievances or enmity with the Xianmei sect. Why did you come to trouble me?" Jiang Ming asked. At those words, Liang Jian smiled. "No offense, Jiang Ming, don't you have any idea what you've done in your heart? You can't say that you didn't kill the Yu family's elite, right?" Liang Jian said as he clasped his hands. "Yu's elite?" Hearing this term, Jiang Ming frowned. Could it be Yu Chen Tian? But at that time, he had clearly cut off the roots and even asked the Liang family's people to solve the last of the Yu family's troubles. So how could someone still come to his door? "You're from the Liang family?" Jiang Ming asked with narrowed eyes. "Exactly," Liang Jian said proudly. Hearing this, a cold smile surfaced on Jiang Ming's face. "Originally, I wanted to shut your Liang family up after getting some benefits, but I didn't expect that instead of being ungrateful, your Liang family would come looking for trouble from me." Jiang Ming shook his head and said, "Gratitude? Joke. You killed my wife's father, and this grudge, from your lips, becomes something we should thank you for, right?" Liang Jian's eyes glared. Upon hearing this, the cloud-chasing peak disciples all revealed a look of shock. It turned out that Jiang Ming had once killed Liang Jian's old husband, so that's why he brought people to pick a fight. Seeing this, the corner of Hao Shangtian's mouth rose slightly. Good. I didn't expect you, Jiang Ming, to look honest, but in reality, you have a demon inside. No wonder you knew that evil technique in the Lin family. You must be a spy sent by the evil sect to my Lingyun sect. Hao Shangtian added more fuel to the fire. The moment these words came out, a few moments of fear entered the hearts of all the disciples. Did they all live on a peak before following people like this? For a while, aside from Tang Chouyue's group, almost everyone revealed a look of contempt. Looking at so many people accusing Jiang Ming, Tang Chouyue and the others were somewhat unable to stand. However, just as they wanted to go out and speak for Jiang Ming, Xiao Buxiu pulled them back. Don't worry, we just need to watch a good show, Xiao Buxiu said with a smile. Tang Chouyue and the others didn't understand. Being accused by so many people, Jiang Ming must not feel good inside, right? Isn't Xiao Buxiu Jiang Ming's friend? Why does he look so relaxed instead? Without waiting for them to open their mouths, Xiao Buxiu, who was standing on the side, scratched his head and then looked at them. Oh yeah, do you guys have any food here? The fight later might be wonderful, just so we can eat and drink at the same time. It looks more energizing, Xiao Buxiu said seriously. Merry Christmas. End of chapter. At this very moment, Liang Jian looked at Jiang Ming with a playful expression. How is it? Even these senior brothers and sisters of yours aren't helping you anymore, and you're still putting aside pretending to be a decent person? Liang Jian smiled smugly. Since you know that I killed Yu Zhentian, what makes you think that these people can subdue me? Jiang Ming said unhurriedly. I naturally have my means, Liang Jian said. Oh, then I'd like to see what means you have, Jiang Ming said with his hands clasped. At those words, Liang Jian's smile gradually tightened. Up to this point, Jiang Ming was actually still so calm and unruffled, so it was obvious that the other party did have the backbone. But, how does he not have a bottom line? Ignorant. Liang Jian turned his head with a cold smile and pointed at the two of them. He's all yours. Yes. The two twisted their arms, a look of disdain appearing on their faces. The strength emanating from Jiang Ming's body really didn't interest them, so they just prepared for a quick battle. Kid, although I don't know where you get your backbone from, we won't bully you. Just one-on-one, the man said disdainfully. No need. Go together, Jiang Ming said blandly. Arrogant. The two shook their heads. After saying that, the two of them immediately exploded out towards Jiang Ming, two strands of the purest true qi, exploding with the purest power in their hands. They didn't want to get entangled with Jiang Ming, and they utilized their power to the extreme as soon as they came up. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak were slightly surprised. Just talking about the practicing degree of the physical body, these two were definitely considered the best among them, but they all knew that Jiang Ming had defeated even the Hall Elders, so the two foundation establishment in the district were indeed still a bit inadequate. Sure enough, the duo's fists had just smashed into Jiang Ming, when the latter suddenly moved with a speed that could not cover his ears, and his two palms were hardened against the duo's fists that were storing up their strength to smash into them. What? The duo's faces changed drastically. With their physical strength, coupled with their true qi enhancement, they were still unable to shake a qi practicing stage Jiang Ming? Did this guy specialize in body forging? There was some surprise in their minds, but they quickly drew back with the intention of coming in for a second attack. However, Jiang Ming's speed was even 1 point faster than theirs, and his fist instantly smashed into the abdomen of one person, who directly flew out backwards and ruthlessly smashed on top of the stone wall. On the contrary, another person, with a few shocks in his eyes, he was about to take a defensive stance when Jiang Ming twisted around the front and grabbed his head from behind, dragging him away at an extremely fast speed. The man couldn't even stabilize his body after being grabbed by this force, and was pressed to the ground by Jiang Ming like a piece of trash until his head smashed a stone pit on the stone floor, and the latter fainted instantly. Seeing this scene, a look of shock appeared in everyone's eyes. The people of Cloud Chasing Peak knew that Jiang Ming had fought with the Hall Elder, and even more so, they knew that Jiang Ming was a sword cultivator, which was why he was able to become the chief disciple. But what they didn't expect was that Jiang Ming wasn't just a sword cultivator, but also had this kind of strength in physical arts. With physical skills alone, he could fight a foundation establishment stage cultivator? That's too strong. Is this what you call a means to an end? At that moment, Jiang Ming shook off his hand with a relaxed expression and raised his head to look at Liang Jian and said. At those words, the corners of Liang Jian's mouth twitched madly. Of course, he knew that Jiang Ming was bound to have a backhand, which was why he sent the two of them to try and test Jiang Ming first. He just didn't expect that just his physical body alone was so strong. It was really something different. When he thought of this, a hint of coldness flashed in Liang Jian's eyes. He looked at the 5 people behind him, and gave a meaningful look. The five saw this and immediately understood. Little Jiang Ming, do you dare to fight with me? As soon as the words fell, a peak building up powerhouse rose up in the air. He gathered a spell seal in the air. An lurid mass of true chi coalesced in the palm of his right hand. Go! He bellowed and slapped his palm out at Jiang Ming. Seeing this, Jiang Ming was about to pull out, but he realized that the four Peak Foundation establishment experts had already surrounded him on all sides, and all four of them had formed a magic seal at the same time. Xian Ice Art. Moment. Huge ice blocks located under the feet of the four of them formed, instantly enveloping Jiang Ming in a four-sided encirclement. Boom! The palm slapped out by the cultivator who had risen up in the air earlier solidly exploded out of the arcane ice. With the huge wave of air, even those four cultivators all retreated 5 steps back, using the Xian ice in front of them to resist the air waves emanating from the surroundings. The five looked at each other and smiled. Jiang Ming didn't manage to dodge this move, so they basically had a solid win. As for the explosive chi scatter that Liang Jian handed them, against a mere Jiang Ming, why would there be a need to use a spirit medicine to assist? Everyone present was surprised by the five's techniques and coordination, except for one person who sat on the steps, holding a groundnut in his hand, munching on it while laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, these 5 naive batches laughed me to death. They don't really think they've won, do they? Xiaobuxiu slapped his thighs and laughed. The 5 frowned slightly. Shasta. Buzz. That sealed Xian ice instantly burst open, only to hear a sword roar up. The might generated in place, directly led the 5 people have retreated a few steps back. How? All 5 of them were looking at Jiang Ming with shocked eyes. With those 2 moves just now, unless one was a Jindan stage powerhouse, it was simply impossible for anyone to be able to detach from them unharmed. And Jiang Ming was actually able to stand here unharmed and even produce such a powerful might. Jiang Ming still had his bottom card. Why are you talking too much when you're just eating? Jiang Ming said helplessly. Xiaobuxiu didn't reply and continued to hug and gnaw on the groundnut. At that moment, a brilliant color emerged in everyone's eyes. Sword intent. Jiang Ming finally showed his strength as a sword cultivator. Surprisingly, it's a sword cultivator. Liang Jian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He could never have imagined that Jiang Ming would be a sword cultivator. You have to know how rare the sword cultivators on the continent really were. And Jiang Ming was only how old? He had actually already become a sword cultivator. Seeing this scene, Liang Jian had a few more points of killing intent in his eyes. A sword cultivator so young. If he was allowed to grow up in the future, I'm afraid that he would not only be the Liang family's nemesis, but also a great enemy of the Xianmei sect. He must be nipped in the bud in the present, before he's fully grown. At this moment, Liang Jian's gaze quietly looked behind him and made a wiping gesture at them. Once the 30 or so people saw it, all of them understood it by heart. They had to obliterate Jiang Ming while he wasn't paying attention. They had to decimate Jiang Ming at all costs. The moment Jiang Ming raised his sword blade and also noticed the hostility of the crowd behind him. With this in mind, Jiang Ming simply pointed to the crowd. You guys, get it together. End of chapter. When those 5 people heard this, their faces became extremely ugly. With these words, Jiang Ming didn't put them in his eyes at all. Hearing these words, a grim look also appeared on the face of Liang Jian, who was standing not far away. He had wanted his men to sneak up on Jiang Ming, but he hadn't expected Jiang Ming to be so arrogant, openly clamoring for everyone to step in and fight him. Where does this guy get his confidence? Arrogant. Everybody out. In an instant, the people behind Liang Jian soared up, and dozens of figures surrounded Jiang Ming alone in an instant. Seeing this scene, even Tang Qiuyue and the others had a flash of worry on their faces. Even though he knew that Jiang Ming was powerful, there were close to 40 Foundation establishment stage cultivators in front of him now. As he watched so many cultivators surround Jiang Ming, a sinister smile appeared on Hao Shangtian's face as well. Jiang Ming, I want to see how you can still play now. Hao Shangtian cursed Jiang Ming in his heart. In front of so many people, Jiang Ming was still making such a big splash, which completely made his already jealous heart expand wildly at this moment. At this very moment, Jiang Ming faced these dozens of people and stood in the center of the dojo holding his sword blade, his gaze not deflecting any ripples. At that moment, the Liang family moved. They had condensed countless dharma seals in their hands, covering the sky and earth toward Jiang Ming's circumference. Colorful hues of dharma seals surfaced with a thud around them. However, the second before their countless spells hit Jiang Ming's body, Jiang Ming stepped on his paws, and the whole person leapt up, and 4 flying swords were even suspended out from around his body, as if he had lifted Jiang Ming up. Everyone looked up, but shockingly realized that the sword intent in Jiang Ming's hand was spreading wildly. No good. One felt a hint of crisis and hastily prepared to draw back. Just as they were about to pull out, countless flying swords suddenly fell from the sky above and were stuck upside down on top of the ground. And just as they were about to escape, they were immediately stopped in the middle of the dojo by these dozens of flying swords. Whoosh! Immediately after that, countless flying swords once again flew in the sky above. And those flying swords seemed to have their own consciousness as if they were shuttling around in the sky, swinging and chopping at the Liang family's crowd below. Seeing this, everyone below was shocked. At this time they couldn't care less about escaping. With so many flying swords in the way, it was problematic for them to evade getting hurt, let alone striking out to counterattack. Thinking of this, they had to take the explosive Chi-san. In an instant, all the Liang family members took explosive Chi-san. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming's eyes only gazed up slightly. The reason why he didn't kill was because he wanted to see where in the world the Liang family came from to trouble them. But he didn't realize that the other party even had this kind of medicinal dispersions that strengthened their own chi and blood for a short period of time. Suddenly, the Liang clan's elite who had taken the explosive chi scatter hissed up with a fierce cry. That voice was as crazy as a wild beast, especially Tang Chouyue and the others, who had just returned from the Yuyue plains, looking at these Liang family elites whose breath had skyrocketed. But they were exactly the same as that third-order demonic beast they had seen. The hall elder's face changed drastically. He could feel that the auras of the 40 or so people on the field were insanely skyrocketing at this moment, even reaching the strength of the Jindan stage, and were still rising upwards. What kind of medicine is this? How could it allow a foundation stage cultivator to forcibly elevate to the late Jindan realm? Explosive chi scatter. Just as everyone was all confused, Xia Buxiu, who had been munching on a groundnut on the steps, suddenly had a look of gravity appear on his brows. He had exterminated too many demonic sects 4,000 years ago, and he was more than clear about those pills from demonic sects that forcibly boosted their strength, and at the same time, he was also clear about the side effects of these types of pills, and how they were extremely harmful to cultivators. Among them, this explosive chi scatter is the medicinal scatter that is used within the blood demon sect to target low-ranked cultivators. After taking it, it could stimulate the chi and blood in the body, causing the meridians and chi and blood to expand wildly, and being able to run more true chi for its use. However, after taking it, the person becomes like a wild beast, without any emotion except killing, and after the slaughter, that person's meridians would all fester, and his chi and blood would quickly wither, eventually becoming a wasted person. Even for those in the blood demon sect, very few people were willing to take it, because the harm is just too great. He didn't expect that he had only just come out for a short while before he saw the blood demon sect's explosive chi scatter. After hearing Xia Buxiu's words, Jiang Ming's heart was roughly clear as well. He's not sure about the pills made by the demon sect. Blood demon sect. Jiang Ming murmured. Roar! At that moment, the Liang clan's elite below began to roar madly. At this time, they had long been unable to distinguish between enemy and self, and even ignored Jiang Ming above. Instead, they killed towards the direction of the nearest Liang Jian, as well as Hao Shangtian and the others. What are you guys going to do? You guys are trying to revolt. Liang Jian's heart panicked, completely not expecting things to actually develop like this. A Liang clan elite did not listen to Liang Jian's words at all and slashed directly at him. The latter had absolutely no way to dodge it, and with a look of anger and panic in his eyes, he was just decapitated. The blood is like a column. Quickly, run away. Seeing that the Liang family's head moved directly, Hao Shangtian, who still had the same angry mood as before, hurriedly tried to escape. However, before he could run a few steps, he was grabbed by the neck by the Liang family elites behind him. Help! Help me! Hao Shangtian's voice trembled, and tears came out of the corners of his eyes in a hurry. Looking at the headless body that fell beside him, Hao Shangtian directly pissed himself. Boo! At this time, Elder Tang suddenly struck out, slapping the crazy Liang family elite behind Hao Shangtian with a palm, while shouting for the disciples to hurry and evacuate. All disciples hurry up and evacuate. Don't turn back, the hall elder shouted anxiously. The words just fell. Several crazy Liang clan elites directly pounced on him, like mad dogs, strangling Elder Tang's limbs and crushing him to the ground in death. Crazy. It's all crazy. The entire cloud-chasing peak was in chaos. Jiang Ming looked at the chaotic appearance below, and in his heart, he was also speculating on how this explosive gas dispersion actually came about. Now that Liang Jian is dead, the people who took the explosive gas dispersion have all gone crazy, and there is absolutely no reference value. Forget it, let's clean them up first. Jiang Ming sighed. However, just as Jiang Ming was about to strike, Xia Buxiu suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Ming with a teasing smile on his face. Senior brother, if you don't make a move, I'll have these heads under me. After saying that, Xia Buxiu leaped out and slammed his palm into the ground. In an instant, an aura of sheer solemnity filled the surroundings of the dojo. As soon as Xia Buxiu appeared, all the crazy Liang family elites collectively twisted their gazes back and locked onto Xia Buxiu. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming was a bit curious. I didn't expect Xiao Buxiu to deal with the demon sect for so many years that he had already started to bring his own mocking physique. At this time, Xiao Buxiu slowly rose, the corner of his mouth sketching a warlike smile as he twisted his fists to look at these walking corpses. It's been a long time since I've had a painful fight. Demon sect scum. Don't let me down. End of chapter. Roar. The crazy people couldn't understand Xiao Buxiu's words, and when they sensed the threat coming from Xiao Buxiu's body, they all pounced on him. Seeing this, Xiao Buxiu's face wore an increasingly dense wariness. They all seemed to be in good spirits. After Xiao Buxiu finished speaking, his body moved at the same time. During this time, he condensed unremarkable true qi above his hands, but this stance alone was enough to leave everyone in awe. Boom! Xiao Buxiu slapped his palm at the two crazy Liang family elites in front of him, and the latter's bodies instantly flew backward 100 meters away, directly flying out of cloud-chasing peak and falling under the cliff abyss. 2. Xiao Buxiu said nonchalantly. At the same time, several more people came behind them trying to grab Xiao Buxiu, while the latter slightly bent over, easily dodging the attacks from behind. This was followed by another palm strike. Boom! The fist of flesh impact, that seemingly insignificant true qi, also showed in the eyes of the crowd what was called the most exaggerated aesthetics of violence. Every person who went crazy, as long as they received a slap from Xiao Buxiu, fell directly down towards the mountain peaks outside of cloud-chasing peak. Even if those people were as strong as the Jindan stage, falling at this height would be certain death. I'm kind of convinced that Xiao Buxiu is Jiang Ming's friend, Tang Xiu said with an empty voice. These two people, one more terrifying than the other, displayed strength that was completely inconsistent with the image they possessed. The other disciples also grew their mouths and watched Xiao Buxiu slap a Liang family elite. The existence that had originally given the entire cloud-chasing peak an incomparable headache was merely Xiao Buxiu alone, and also used only physical techniques to solve all of them. That's 40 Jindan stage experts. Even if it was an epileptic madman, that still possessed a Jindan stage cultivation. 41. After the solution was completed, Xiao Buxiu clapped his hands, and his body sighed with relief as if it was much lighter. However, the rest of cloud-chasing peak looked at Xiao Buxiu as if they were looking at monsters, especially Elder Tang and Hao Shangtian. When everyone was cleared away, Jiang Ming then landed with his sword and looked at Xiao Buxiu, who had a happy look on his face. It's cool? Jiang Ming asked. Of course it's cool. It doesn't cost much true qi, and you get to violently beat up the demon sex people. It's simply worth it. Xiao Buxiu laughed out loud. It would have been idle, and the feeling of being able to fight again at your leisure could almost be described as luxurious. Of course, it was also good that these frenzied Liang family elites were very weak. Otherwise, if they really wanted to get real, the true qi left over from this wisp of Xiao Buxiu's might not be enough. Jiang Ming, who is this? At this time, the hall elder walked up, somewhat scornful of the Xiao Buxiu in front of him. To be able to tackle so many berserk cultivators so easily, this strength was simply appalling. Without waiting for Jiang Ming to speak, Xiao Buxiu himself spoke up. I'm Jiang Ming's friend, Xiao Buxiu, and I used to cultivate with him. I heard that he joined the Lingyun sect, so I want to join in as well. Xiao Buxiu said quickly. You want to join my Lingyun sect as well? Elder Tang's voice trembled a little. Even he himself wasn't sure anymore if he was trembling with fear or excitement. Jiang Ming was already a demon, and now there was another Xiao Buxiu. In the future, not only cloud-chasing peak, but even his value would rise, right? Thinking of this, the more the hall elder looked at Jiang Ming, the better he looked at him. If he had forced himself to befriend Jiang Ming in the first place, wouldn't he still have lost this great opportunity to soar? At this time, Xiao Buxiu asked, what's wrong? Am I not qualified enough? At those words, the hall elder hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. No, 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 with your strength you are certainly qualified. It's just that I want to confirm exactly what strength you are now. Xiao Buxiu asked with a smile, because from the very beginning, he couldn't sense Xiao Buxiu's cultivation, but from the exchange just now, Xiao Buxiu had used his true qi, only the aura wasn't really strong, so he couldn't feel it. However, hearing this question from the hall elder backfired on Xiao Buxiu. Xiao Buxiu turned his head to Jiang Ming and asked, what strength am I coming from? Jiang Ming's face line darkened as he casually said, foundation stage, I guess. Upon hearing this, Xiao Buxiu nodded, then said squarely, I'm at the foundation establishment stage. Watch this scene. Not only the hall elder, including the surrounding disciples, all looked at the two of them with a dumbfounded expression. Are you guys doing a double act? However, the hall elder was not in a position to say anything, and only smiled politely. Foundation stage? But I saw you beat so many Jindan stages with ease just now. Elder Tong laughed stiffly. I was born with divine power. Xiao Buxiu replied. The hall elder was silent. Born with divine power? What kind of answer is that? However, the hall elder thought for a moment that the breath that Xiao Buxiu had displayed was indeed not strong, but to be able to violently beat up a Jindan stage powerhouse with that little bit of breath, there was a real possibility that the strength of his physical body was far beyond the ordinary. It's hard to believe that is still a natural god? Regardless of that, Elder Hall was considered to have accepted Xiao Buxiu as another disciple of Cloud Chasing Peak as well. After all, such an outstanding young generation. If he didn't accept it himself, it could fall to the other peaks. He wasn't going to let go of any of the flavorful buns. Anyway, Liang Jian was already dead, and at that time, even if Jiang Ming was captured, there was still a Xiao Buxiu, so that he would still have enough backbone to seek the sect leader's credit. Thinking of this, Elder Hall could be said to be happy inside. Hall Elder. At this time, Tang Qiuyue and the others also came here. Seeing Tang Qiuyue and the others, the Hall Elder's smile hadn't diminished in the slightest, because when they had just returned, he had already noticed the aura on Tang Qiuyu and the others. All of them had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Originally, there were only a dozen or so of them at Cloud Chasing Peak's foundation establishment, but now it was equivalent to a full 2 times more. All the signs seem to indicate that it's all about him taking flight. Ha ha ha, good job everyone. I'll give you all a good celebration tomorrow. The Hall Elder laughed and patted their shoulders. Looking at the Hall Elder and their laughing and joyful appearance, the grim expression on Hao Shangtian's face grew more and more intense. The bottom line is that he actually peed his pants in public. He was disgraced, so to speak. On the other hand, Jiang Ming and this person called Xiao Buxiu had gained admiration and awe in everyone's hearts, and even the Hall Elder had a hidden intention to curry favor with the other party. Seeing this, Hao Shangtian kept gasping for air. Why is it that all the benefits are theirs, and I'm the only one who gets humiliated? A flash of resentment flashed through Hao Shangtian's eyes. At that moment, a ploy came to his mind. Isn't that Liang Jian a member of the Xianwei sect? As long as he reported to the people of the Xianmei sect that Jiang Ming had killed all of these people, would the Xianmei sect still sit back and do nothing? Thinking of this, Hao Shangtian had a few moments of dissension in his eyes. Jiang Ming, you're my broomstick. If I don't get rid of you, I'm afraid I'll just stay unlucky. But don't blame me. You asked for it. End of chapter. Under Jiang Ming's leadership, Xiao Buxiu received a set of Lingyun sect disciple clothing that belonged to him. After putting on this robe, Xiao Buxiu even took a closer look at it. What is all this? In addition to look a little good, pressure is not useful, right? Aren't you afraid that if you fight with others, you'll burst your clothes instead? Xiao Buxiu spat out. That's what I thought when I first came here. Jiang Ming shrugged. You think it's right too, don't you? Are all cultivators so flashy nowadays? Xiao Buxiu followed behind Jiang Ming and continued. Jiang Ming didn't reply. Perhaps it was also because there were too few people with high strength in the cultivation world nowadays, and those costumes with exquisite materials were saved, and replacing them with this kind of ordinary fabric could indeed save a lot of money. It's just that he hasn't been a patriarch and doesn't understand all those twists and turns in there. Perhaps, after all this time, they are a bit old-fashioned in their thinking. By the way, are you going to do something with me tonight? Jiang Ming suddenly asked. Xiao Buxiu was originally still tinkering with his outfit, and when he heard Jiang Ming's words, a teasing smile appeared on his face. I knew you kid was dishonest. Are you going to mess with that what's his name Liang family? Xiao Buxiu asked with a smile. Jiang Ming didn't say anything, just nodded. Screw it and be done with it. It's just as well to find out how the Liang family's gang got the explosive chi scatter. The guys from the Blood Demon sect don't just want to unleash the Lord of Chaos, but they also engage in all these tricks. They have to lift up their old house. Xiao Buxiu smiled and slammed his fist in the palm of his hand. This palm slapped out, and the true chi in his body instantly exploded the fabric on his arm to smithereens. Jiang Ming, Xiao Buxiu. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. Go back and get a new set. Yando City. Late night. All the people of the Liang family were laughing and drinking wine and playing cards on the streets, or in the Liang mansion. Ever since the Liang family annexed the Yu family, it had a dominant position in Yangdao City, and even the ordinary disciples in the Liang family would be pleasing to many people in the city. In less than half a month's time, they had gotten used to this kind of pampering, and even took this kind of thing for granted as well. Unbeknownst to him, danger had already loomed over Yangdao City. Who does not know that at this time the sky has stood two people? One of them is wearing a black robe, face with a green ghost mask. The group will be wrapped around the body. Even half of the breath has not been exposed out. Extremely mysterious. On the other hand, Xiao Buxiu, who was beside Jiang Ming, was only wearing a black face scarf to cover his mouth and nose, and was living like a flower picker. Senior brother, where did you get that mask? Get me one too, Xiao Buxiu said with a smile. Just bought one, Jiang Ming replied. Xiao Buxiu skimmed. Don't talk, it's time to get down to business, Jiang Ming said indifferently. With that, Jiang Ming bent down and rushed down. The moment. The Liang family laughed up and down until one of the Liang family disciples raised his head just in time to see the likeness of a human figure plummeting down from high in the sky. Ha! A man fell from the sky? That Liang family disciple looked up and said, Harm, you're drunk. Hurry up and drink. You're not going to renege, are you? Even if the sky falls today, you have to drink this bowl of wine for me. The other disciples were up in arms. However, the words just fell. Boom! A loud bang exploded in the Liang family's open space. Terrifying airwaves instantly swept up and down the entire Liang family. All the Liang family disciples woke up from their wine at this moment. Ever since the Yu family had been annexed by them, they had never felt such a terrifying aura. For a while, all the disciples rushed to the empty space, and looking at the dusty empty space, there were more than a few moments of disbelief and shock in their eyes. Surprisingly, there are two of them. Moreover, one was wearing a black robe with a green ghost mask, while the other was dressed in a black power suit and then a black veil, all in the likeness of a flower picker. What man? Do you know what this place is? The Liang family disciple roared loudly. In Yongdao City, their Liang family is the sky. Who dares to cause trouble in the Liang family? What's more, Jiang Ming and his duo clearly just looked like they were here to pick a fight, which made them even more wary. Of course I know what this place is. I came here for two things only. 1. Tell me where the explosive chi scatter on Jian Liang's body came from. 2. Exterminate the Liang family. Jiang Ming calmly said these words. At those words, a scowl surfaced on the faces of all the Liang family disciples. A mere rat who hides his head and tail wants to talk about destroying my Liang family? Brothers, there hasn't been much going on lately, so it's a good time to take these two to task. After saying that, a group of Liang family disciples swarmed over. Seeing this, Jiang Ming raised his hand without saying a word. Shasta! Countless flying swords suddenly flew out from Jiang Ming's cuffs, and in just the blink of an eye, all of the disciples who had rushed up were pierced through their bodies, falling down one after another. Those disciples who hadn't rushed up yet all had a few shocks in their eyes when they saw the scene. How is this man's strength so terrifying? Whoosh! At that moment, four air-breaking sounds came from the Liang family's main hall. In this open space, four figures soon appeared, the head of which was the head of the Liang family. The other three, all of whom were in the position of elders of the Liang family. I am the head of the Liang family, Liang Xianying. Your Excellency visited my Liang family. Why did you kill my clan members for no reason? Liang Xianying asked in a deep voice. Then you'll have to ask your good son. Jiang Ming replied. Good son? Liang Xianying's heart sank. Some time ago, Liang Jian said that he was going to deal with a brat from the Lingyun sect, and brought a portion of his family's elite with him. At first, he hadn't had any worries. After all, even the Xianmei sect's elders had told them that the man was nothing more than a nobody. But now, standing in front of him were two powerful people with unfathomable strength. Please don't be angry first. There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. We can sit down and talk. Slowly, Liang Xianying said. I'm sorry, I'm rather impatient. I want to know the answer now, Jiang Ming said in a cold voice. At those words, Liang Xianying frowned. This is a clear indication that they don't want to talk to each other. Now that their Liang family has just stabilized as the number one force in Yongdao City, everyone seems to be attached to the Liang family, but in reality, they are all anxious for them to suffer. The strength of these two people in front of him was unfathomable. Once they exchanged hands and destroyed the foundation that had just been stabilized, then it would be more than worth it. Then I wonder what your excellency wishes to know. Liang Xianying eventually lowered his head. I want to know who gave the explosive chi scatter in Liang Jian's hand. Then, exterminate the Liang family. Jiang Ming calmly said these words. However, in the years of Liang Xianying and the others, this sentence was how harsh it seemed. The words have been said to this point. This battle, fight also have to fight. Do not want to fight also have to fight. End of chapter. Your Excellency is not afraid of flashing your back if you say such harsh words in front of me? Yongdao City has the Daotian sect at its back, and my son is even an inner disciple of the Xianhua sect. Your Excellency wants to go on a killing spree in my Liang family. Are you really not afraid of stirring up fire? Liang Xianying said with his hands behind his back, bottoming out. Hearing these words, Jiang Ming was indifferent. Instead, it was Xiao Buxiu on the side who looked at Jiang Ming with a confused face. Did the Dao Heavenly Sect charge them money? Xiao Buxiu asked. There shouldn't be. Jiang Ming replied. Then why bother talking to him? Xiao Buxiu rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming only shook his head with a bitter smile. In the next second, a white aura flashed out around Jiang Ming's body, and an extremely strong aura enveloped the entire field. Bang! The white on smashed directly in front of Liang Xianying and the others with an explosive sound. The ground horribly exploded apart with countless stone chips, and a powerful burst of might spread out towards the Liang family's surroundings. Countless screams rang out in the surroundings, and those Liang family disciples who had originally surrounded Jiang Ming were all sent flying out by the horrifying wave of air. Only Liang Xianying and the three elders behind him ran their true qi against each other, and only then were they barely able to stand in place. At this point, the entire Liang family, including those low buildings around them, were shattered by Jiang Ming's move, and only the 4 members of the Liang family as well as the 2 on Jiang Ming's side remained in the venue. Still won't talk? Jiang Ming's voice was like a god, coiling around their ears. A cold sweat broke out on Liang Xianying's forehead. The strength Jiang Ming had displayed was far beyond their imagination. With that strike just now, if it wasn't for the 4 of them joining forces, they would have been afraid that they would have similarly flown backwards. Now, it seemed that Jiang Ming's strength, I'm afraid, was far superior to theirs. Our Liang family has no grudges against you. Why did you inflict such cruelty? Liang Xianying stifled his red face and said loudly. Looks like that guy didn't make it clear to you guys. Jiang Ming said. What do you mean? Liang Xianying was puzzled. You could have easily taken down the Yu family and then just pretend that nothing happened. So why did you still have to come to trouble me? Jiang Ming shook his head. When he finished speaking, Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly. At those words, Liang Xianying's heart sank. Could this black-robed ghost-faced man be the Jiang Ming who killed Yu Zhentian? Without waiting to continue speculating, an incomparably appalling pressure came from Jiang Ming's surroundings. With every step taken towards Liang Xianying and the others, the mighty pressure on the 4 of them could feel an even stronger wave of power pressing down on top of their backs. It was as if the 4 of them were locked in a cage, and when Jiang Ming walked less than 10 paces in front of them, the pressure on his body instantly caused all 4 of them to fall to their knees. Liang Xianying's face was pale. He looked at Jiang Ming in front of him, unable to speak in the slightest. Right now, they only felt as if there was something stuck in their throats, and their bodies were trembling in the face of the terrifying pressure. Elders with weaker physiques even fainted directly. You are Jiang Ming, right? Liang Xianying raised his head and said through clenched teeth. Only just after saying these words, bean-sized beads of sweat were already breaking out on Liang Xianying's forehead. Jiang Ming didn't reply, but stopped in his tracks. What did you do to my son? Liang Xianying asked, still holding on to this pressure. He was killed by his own people. Jiang Ming said calmly. Liang Xianying froze. Dead? His son Liang Jian is dead? That was the hope of their Liang family. An inner disciple who would be able to step up in the Xianmei sect in the future. 100 years later, it would definitely allow their Liang family to take a farther journey. Thinking of this, Liang Xianying looked at Jiang Ming with blood in his eyes. The ones following my son are my family's personal guards. How could they kill my son? Liang Xianying's blood rushed up in anger as he roared. That's just the way it is. Jiang Ming looked at Liang Xianying indifferently. You thug. At this moment, Liang Xianying actually forcibly broke free from the pressure released by Jiang Ming, and almost rushed towards Jiang Ming with a determined killing intent. During this time, Liang Xianying manifested a long spear in his hand, lifted his leg and leaped, only a stone's throw away from Jiang Ming. Ka! Suddenly, a crumbling cracking sound spread through the space, and the moment the lance stabbed at Jiang Ming, it broke apart in the air, one by one, including Liang Xianying's own body, which was likewise crushed into a bloody mist by this terrifying aura. From start to finish, Liang Xianying didn't even let out a single wail, and only in the second before he died, a horrified look surfaced in his eyes. Watching Liang Xianying instantly turn into a bloody mist, the 2 elders who were still conscious at the back all looked at Jiang Ming as if they were looking at monsters in their eyes. Demons! Are demons! The Liang family elders almost collapsed. The absolute crushing strength made it so that he could no longer think of any hope of escape, until Liang Xianying was obliterated and the last bit of hope crumbled. It seems like they really don't seem to know the source of explosive chi scatter. Jiang Ming frowned slightly. If he had known about the bursting of chi dispersal, Liang Xianying wouldn't have fought for his life and forcibly broken free from the restriction of his mighty pressure. In other words, Liang Xianying only knew that Liang Jian would come after him, but did not know about the explosive chi scatter. This seems to point the goalposts the other way, the Xuanchu's sect. But Jiang Ming was curious. There didn't seem to be any relationship between him and the Xianmei sect, so why would the people of the Xianmei sect strongly support allowing Liang Jian to come over to take revenge and give him the explosive chi scatter? I seem to have missed something, Jiang Ming pondered in his mind. At that moment, Jiang Ming snapped back. Didn't Liang Jian say he was seeking revenge for his wife? That means that Yu Ruobing knows that Yu Zhentian was killed by him. But on second thought, the clues become confusing again. Find someone to ask, Jiang Ming thought. After saying that, Jiang Ming walked forward. At that moment, the 3 elders kneeling on the ground were instantly killed. Even they don't know how they died. Those disciples who had been shaken out hadn't regained their senses yet, and as they watched Jiang Ming walk towards them, they felt even more palpitations. At that moment, Jiang Ming found the Liang family deacon that he had met at Qiankuan Mountain. Seeing him, Jiang Ming arrived in front of the other party in an instant. The surrounding disciples were directly frightened and took several steps back, almost not even standing still. "You're living a very moist life now," Jiang Ming said. "You are Jiang Ming?" Deacon Liang said with a trembling voice. "That's right," Jiang Ming replied. Upon hearing this, the deacon of the Liang family flung himself to his knees and cowed out fiercely. "Lord Jiang Ming, this matter really isn't something I want to tell the family head and the duke and the others," Deacon Liang cried. "Some time ago, there came an elder from the Xianmei sect who seemed to know what happened that day, and then the family head and the others began to force me to ask me about what happened that day, and only then was I forced to tell the truth." Jiang Ming frowned. In that case, it seemed that the explosive chi scatter was really related to the Xianmei sect. Retracting his mind, Jiang Ming gazed at the Liang family deacon. "Then you should know where the remaining members of the Yu family are," Jiang Ming said calmly. No, Deacon Liang nodded his head. "Kill her and I'll let you all live today," Jiang Ming said. At those words, everyone present felt a palpitation. But, in order to stay alive, everyone's eyes had long been locked on Yu Ruobing's residence. End of chapter. After dealing with the Liang family, Jiang Ming wasn't worried that these people would go back on their word. Human nature is like that. That's the end of it? At that moment, Xia Buxiu, who had been standing in place, asked. Jiang Ming nodded. "Master said, but don't leave behind a root of trouble," Xia Buxiu said as he clasped his hands. "Don't worry. From today onwards, the Liang family can't protect itself," Jiang Ming said. Xia Buxiu had a puzzled look on his face. However, he didn't think much about it. Anyway, Jiang Ming was strong enough to crush all the forces in the continent, and he naturally had his reasons for doing so. "Let's go. Make a trip to the Xianmei sect." After saying that, the two of them immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Yangdao City. Overnight, there was a series of woes up and down the Liang family just like the Yu family that time. An atmosphere of trepidation enveloped the Liang family, and it was only after killing Yu Ruobing that they realized a problem. In the current Liang family, the power of the first family had long since stopped crushing the side lineage, and everyone's strength was almost at one level. Beamers are a big piece of cake. Liang Xianying was dead. Liang Jian was also dead in a different place. The Liang family was now leaderless. Wouldn't it be a good time for them to divide this big cake? Not only within the Liang family. After this night, all the forces in the entire Yangdao city began to stir. With the destruction of the Yu family, the strength of the Liang family has been greatly reduced. Originally, the Yangdao city, which was surging with dark currents, began to brightly start plundering the territory after this night. For all this, Jiang Ming had long foreseen the future. Since the Liang family didn't know the inner workings of the Blood Demon sect, he didn't want to interfere too much with the world. Whether the Beamers would die or live depended on what they did behind them. The Xuanxue sect. Hao Shangtian quietly rented a flying magic weapon from the Lingyun sect on this night and headed to the Xianmei sect. Taking the elder's order from Liang Jian's body, Hao Shangtian arrived in the main hall unimpeded and unassisted. Once he entered the main hall, a depressing atmosphere instantly enveloped Hao Shangtian's chest. Looking at the elders standing on both sides, wearing black robes, Hao Shangtian came up for air and walked to the elders. Late Senior Hao Shangtian, meet the elders of the Xianmei sect. Hao Shangtian respectfully held the elder order and bowed. Why is my token here with you? The Grand Elder's gaze fell on the elder's token. Upon hearing this, Hao Shangtian hurriedly walked over to the Grand Elder and presented the token with both hands. This elder, you don't know. Your disciple went to seek revenge on Jiang Ming, but was killed by him. Everyone knows about Jiang Ming's evil deeds, murdering his parents and eyeing everything. I've long wanted to do justice for heaven. Yesterday, when I saw that Jiang Ming was once again committing murder, I quietly brought this order to the Xianmei sect and informed the elders, so I could let that kind brother rest in peace, Hao Shangtian said with an indignant expression. At those words, the Grand Elder was a bit surprised. He didn't care if Liang Jian died or not. After all, sending Liang Jian was just to test Jiang Ming's depths and see if he could force out the person behind Jiang Ming. Now it seemed that Jiang Ming was afraid that it wasn't as simple as they thought. Thinking of this, the Grand Elder's gaze fell on Hao Shangtian. Isn't this a pawn delivered to your door? Since Liang Jian had gone to the Lingyun sect to seek revenge on Jiang Ming, this fellow should also be a disciple of the Lingyun sect. Why don't we let this guy do their work for them? You are able to distinguish between right and wrong, black and white, and are considered a sensible person. Speak up. What reward do you want? My Xian underworld sect is not a stingy person. The Grand Elder took away the elder order and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Hao Shangtian's heart was immediately ecstatic. Immediately afterward, he fell to his knees. If the elder is agreeable, I want to join the Xianmei sect, Hao Shangtian said excitedly. I've long since stopped wanting to be with those fools of the Lingyun sect, and now there's another Jiang Ming. Therefore, I hope that elder can fulfill my wish. After saying that, Hao Shangtian kowtowed again. Looking at Hao Shangtian's sincere appearance, the elder's faces also floated with a touch of complacency. Alright, since you have this sincerity, I'll break the rules and make you join my Xianmei sect and enjoy the treatment of an inner disciple. The Grand Elder waved his big hand. Many thanks, Elder. Hao Shangtian was incomparably excited. He didn't expect that getting rid of Jiang Ming would even allow him to join the Xianmei sect. It's just heavenly. Sure enough, Jiang Ming was his broomstick, and after getting rid of Jiang Ming, all the qi belonging to him returned. What cloud-chasing peak chief disciple? He doesn't care anymore. As an inner disciple of the Xianmo sect, did he still need to be jealous of those disciples of the third-grade sect? Suddenly, just then, an elder slowly walked over and whispered something in the ear of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's gaze then slightly condensed and finally locked onto Hao Shangtian. What is your name? The Grand Elder asked. Reporting back to the elder, disciple Hao Shangtian. Hao Shangtian said respectfully. Well, our patriarch is about to come out of the gate. Are you willing to accompany me to see the patriarch? The benefits will naturally not be less for you, the Grand Elder said. Willing? Of course disciple is willing. Hao Shangtian was incomparably excited. This had only just joined the Xianmei sect, and not only was he able to be enrolled as an inner disciple, but he was also able to meet the sect leader in person. He wouldn't dream of doing that. After saying that, the Grand Elder led Hao Shangtian towards the interior of the Xianmei sect. While watching the duo leave, the other elders were asking the 8th elder who had just come out. Patriarch is going to come out? Old 4 asked. Well, it has successfully broken through the Mahayana stage, Old 8 said. When the crowd heard this, a touch of joy immediately appeared on their faces. Mahayana period. Within other clans, the Mahayana stages were those old and undead guys, while they, on the other hand, had the first Mahayana stage patriarch. In that case, wouldn't this world be their Xianmei sect's stable position at the throne of the Peak sect? However, the patriarch needs the blood of young men for this time out. And this is what the patriarch specifically instructed me to do, Old 8 said. Upon hearing this, a teasing look surfaced in the eyes of all the elders. No wonder the Grand Elder would bring that Hao Shangtian along to the hinterland. So there was this reason. It didn't take long, only to see Yixian finally licking blood from the corners of his mouth. A touch of evil appeared on his face. Welcome, patriarch, to your successful promotion to the Mahayana stage. All the elders had knelt down on one knee and arched their hands. Yixian finally sat slowly on the green jade python chair, dragging his lower cheeks down to look down at the crowd. What happened to Old 4's hand? Yixian finally said indifferently. Reporting back to Patriarch, this matter is related to Jiang Ming, Old 4 said hurriedly. Oh, tell me, Yixian finally asked with interest. Before the Patriarch's seclusion, he had sent my subordinate forward to capture Jiang Ming. Unexpectedly, that Jiang Ming had a mysterious powerhouse by his side. That strong man's strength is extremely terrifying. Even after I crushed that jade slip, he was able to tear the teleportation space apart hard. If I hadn't broken my own arm, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see Patriarch again, the oldest 4 said with a vicissitude of voice. Upon hearing this, Yixian's lifelong posture shifted slightly and his gaze gained a few more points of gravity. He smiled and licked the corners of his mouth, seeming to look a little more than satisfied. Is there such an existence behind that little guy? It's really intriguing me more and more. All of you go out and investigate Jiang Ming's whereabouts properly. I'd like to see what kind of strong person that little guy has by his side that dares to injure my Xianmei sect's people. The corners of Yixian Terminal's mouth overflowed with an incomparably evil smile as he said in a cold voice. End of chapter. As the words fell, the elders hurriedly clasped their fists. Yes, boom. Just as they were about to go down to look for Jiang Ming's whereabouts, a terrifying burst of sound instantly spread outside the Xianmei sect. Immediately afterward, even their entire main hall began to shake at this moment. What's the situation? The elders of the Xiandi sect were filled with puzzlement, but they weren't panicked in the slightest. After all, now that their patriarch Yi Xianfeng had broken through to the Mahayana stage, it was enough to look down on all the strongest people in the world. Therefore, they all looked at Yi Xianjian, waiting for his next order. At this moment, Yi Xian ended up not panicking and didn't even move his chair by half a step. Somewhat interesting. Now there is actually someone who dares to take the initiative to provoke my Xianmei sect. Good thing too. Just let the other sects in the world see that today's Xianmei sect has long since ceased to be the coy Xianmei sect that it once was. Yi Xian finally clapped his palms together and his figure arrived at the entrance of the main hall as if he were a phantom. This move shocked even the other elders in the main hall. This is a Mahayana powerhouse. This terrifying stance alone was enough to crush every harmonization stage cultivator under the sun. Come with me to witness the rise of the Xianmei sect. Yi Xian finally turned to the elders behind him and said with a smile. As the words fell, Yi Xian's lifelong form flew straight up into the sky. The rest of the elders followed closely behind, coming into the upper air, the sky above the Xianxian sect. The two of them, Jiang Ming and Xiao Buxiu, came to this place. Just now, a few outer sect elders of the Xianmei sect came to block him and were casually slapped away by him, and immediately many Yuanyin stage-level cultivators appeared in front of him. Bold fanatic, this is the boundary of the Xianmei sect. How dare you make a fool of yourself? A middle-aged man pointed at Jiang Ming and angrily scolded. All the Xianmei sect disciples looked at Jiang Ming and the two of them intently. Appearing in the Xianmei sect with such an image, their hearts were punishable. At this time, with a sound of breaking air came, even the space of this place dispersed a layer of airwaves, and a powerful aura came to the face, only to see Yi Xian finally situated in front of the disciples with his hands in the air, and his eyes demonically looked towards Jiang Ming and the two of them. Immediately behind them were several elders of the Xianmei sect. When he saw Jiang Ming and the two of them, a look of horror appeared on Old Four's face. Patriarch, that's the guy with the mask. He's that strong man beside Jiang Ming, Old Four said in panic. At those words, the surrounding elders all looked different. Is this the man in front of you who chopped off one of Lao Si's arms? In the face of Jiang Ming's intimidation, everyone else felt a sense of trepidation, but only Yi Xian ended up with a face as calm as an ancient well. Since ascending to the Mahayana stage, nowadays, he had long been able to stand proudly against the crowd. Even if this man in front of me chopped off one of Lao Si's arms, so what? With his current strength, he could exterminate a spirit transformation stage cultivator with the flip of his hand. This is the confidence of the Mahayana stage. You're the strong man who injured my clan's elder? Yi Xian finally asked blandly. Jiang Ming didn't reply. It was then that he remembered that the God transformation stage cultivator who had been tailing him in Wushao City that day turned out to be an elder of the Xianhua sect. In that case, it all makes sense. Explosive gas dispersion. Power of law. Obviously, the Xianmei sect had long been colluding with the Blood Demon sect. It was just that no one had ever realized it, which was the same as the Red Hong sect situation. At this time, Yi Xian finally spoke again. Not saying anything, is that a tacit admission? Looking at the motionless Jiang Ming, Yi Xian finally narrowed his eyes slightly. He was somewhat curious that these two actually remained calm and collected under such circumstances. Looks like he's being looked down upon. I don't know who you are, but you injured my elders and killed my clan's disciples. Originally, I wanted to go and settle the score with you, but I didn't expect you to actually dare to throw yourself into the net. Yi Xian Terminal's eyes flashed with a purple light as he said in a deep voice. Every time Yi Xian finally spat out a word, the aura around him became 1 point stronger. When his words fell, the pressure of the Mahayana stage enveloped the entire Xianmei sect in an instant, and even the disciples of the Xianmei sect were somewhat breathless. However, Jiang Ming, who was at the center of the pressure, did not change his face at all. I'm here for one thing only. Are you colluding with someone from the Blood Demon sect? Jiang Ming asked. The Blood Demon sect? Upon hearing these words from Jiang Ming, the Xianmei sect's elder's face changed drastically. The matter of the Blood Demon sect had always been a secret at the highest level of their Xianmei sect, and apart from Patriarch Yi Xianxian, it was only them, the elders, who knew about the matter of the Blood Demon sect. How did Jiang Ming know? If the outside world knew that they were colluding with the Blood Demon sect, they would only attract a large number of sects to surround them. At this point, Yi Xian Terminal's face changed slightly, and his demonic purple pupils radiated even more light as he slapped a palm in the air and pressed it towards Jiang Ming's body. Boom! A monstrous pressure instantly flooded the Jiang Ming duo. The might generated by this palm strike also shattered all the buildings in Jiang Ming's direction. However, at that moment, Jiang Ming had long since disappeared. It's over? There was some uneasiness in the hearts of the elders of the Xiandi sect. They vaguely felt that it would never be that simple. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's final expression changed slightly, raised his head to look upwards, and double-palmed its bead at the sky above. One time, the water of the rivers in the outskirts of the Xianmei sect surged up like water dragons, roaring towards the sky under the might Yi Xianfin had exerted. Wow! That Zhangtao water dragon in the air exudes a horrifying breath. The disciples located below have long been unable to distinguish whether it is the water that emits the sound, or the roar of this transformed into a water dragon. But, just looking at that Zhangtao water dragon rising from the ground, almost covering the entire Xianmei sect's aura, they only feel the insignificance of being a bottom cultivator. What kind of horrible strength is this? This is the Mahayana stage. Being able to borrow the power between heaven and earth. The laws of nature could no longer bind such a powerful existence. Jiang Ming let out a cry of surprise. Last time when they asked the immortal sect to see this Yixian end is only the middle stage of conjugation. Just a few months' time. Actually has reached the Mahayana stage? Jiang Ming moved instantly in the air, dodging the first wave of this Zhengtao water dragon's attack. It seems like the blood demon sect has given you a lot of benefits, Jiang Ming said as he landed on top of the side hall. I don't know who you are, but since you already know my clan secrets, today, you must die. Yixian Final's pupils opened, his hands closed, and he formed a seal once again. As the words fell, Yixian finally exploded a large purple spell seal formation around his body. Afterward, he moved his body and rushed towards Jiang Ming's side. Take your life. Yixian's final speed was incomparably swift, only flashing a stream of light in the air before arriving in front of Jiang Ming, during which the purple energy in his hand had skyrocketed to the extreme. Looking at Jiang Ming, who was defenseless at this moment, the corner of Yixian's final mouth sketched a grim smile. However, can't you realize that I'm alone now? Jiang Ming said indifferently. What? Yixian Terminal's face changed slightly. Yeah. Jiang Ming came with two people by his side. It's just that the threat of Jiang Ming's presence was too great for them to overlook the other character who didn't look much different from a flower picker. At this moment, Yixian Terminal suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying aura coming from his left side. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** stop. Right. Xiaobuxiu cursed and blasted his fist directly on top of Yi Xian's final left face. Boo! A terrifying aura exploded in the air in an instant. Yi Xian's lifelong form instantly smashed in the direction of the main hall, and the entire main hall was reduced to rubble. End of chapter. Boom! An explosive sound came from the Xianmei sect's main hall, and the entire main hall collapsed in a piece with Yi Xian's final fall. Even the earth trembled with it. Not to mention how solid the main hall was, Yi Xuanjie had already broken through the Mahayana stage, and in the face of Xiaobuxiu's punch, he actually directly smashed all the people and objects to pieces. And who is this guy? I can smell that blood stench on you from a long distance. I didn't expect that there are still people practicing the blood-transforming demon technique these days. Xiaobuxiu clenched his fists and raised his voice. Yi Xian finally crawled out from the rubble, his gaze deadpan on Xiaobuxiu. How does he know about the blood demon sect? Moreover, the matter of the blood transformation demon technique was only known to him. Even the other elders in the sect did not know about it. Who the hell is this person? Who the hell are you? Yi Xian finally shouted. I'm your grandfather. Xiaobuxiu burst out. After saying that, Xiaobuxiu condensed a ball of true qi on his fist, and a mighty pressure descended from the sky. It was as if even the heavens followed this punchdown. What terrifying might! The Xianmei sect elders' hearts trembled as they hurriedly flew downward, all of them running their true qi and condensing a shield to resist this pressure. At this time, Yi Xian was finally not willing to show weakness. Facing Xiaobuxiu's punch, Yi Xian's lifelong form similarly shot out, purple energy running in his hands, which actually erupted with a hint of blood-red luster at this moment. Since you know everything, I'm not going to act. Yi Xian finally met Xiaobuxiu straight on, a fist and a palm that instantly exploded in the air. Boo! The horrifying might washed all the surrounding existences clean in an instant, and even the Jiangtao water dragon that was hovering in the air before was transformed into water mist in the sky at this moment. The might of the two stirred up. A ring of real qi horrifying waves visible to the naked eye emerged in the air, centered on the two, spreading out towards the surrounding land of 100 miles. How powerful this strike was could only be described with the word terrifying. Even though all the elder disciples unleashed their true qi to run their true qi shields, the stone platforms underneath their feet wore out into powder. Is this the confrontation of a Mahayana stage powerhouse? The Grand Elder's voice was trembling. Originally, he thought that the God transformation stage would still be able to touch the truth of the cultivation world, but now it seemed that they still had a long way to go in their knowledge of the path of cultivation. When the air wave dissipated, both stepped back a few meters. You save it. Otherwise, not to mention the majority of the month, I think it's difficult for 10 days, Jiang Ming said. It's not in the way, it's just so much fun to fight. Xiaobuxiu laughed. At those words, Jiang Ming shook his head. He knew that Xiaobuxiu hadn't done his best, but once Yi Xianfeng had left other backhanded moves behind, it would be a bit difficult to deal with. Xiaobuxiu's peak period was indeed the peak of the ferrying, but in the end, he was now just a piece of will, and if he really wanted to say it, I'm afraid that his current strength was also the early stage of the ferrying in the first place. Although he was able to crush Yi Xianfeng, there was still the possibility of accidents. Still, at least he's here. One time, the two of them, Xiaobuxiu and Yi Xian Terminal, exchanged blows several times in a row in the air, bursting out countless muffled sounds in this upper air. The battle between the two was as if they were trying to poke a hole through the heavens. Boo! Suddenly, a muffled sound erupted in the air, only to see Xiaobuxiu's body flying out backwards rapidly. This time, Yi Xian finally hit Xiaobuxiu. It's done. The Xuanxue sect elder's face wore a look of delight. Seeing this, Yi Xian finally did not intend to give up this excellent opportunity. The moment Xiaobuxiu flew out backwards, his figure flashed in the air. Immediately after that, Yi Xian finally reappeared on Xiaobuxiu's side, condensing Fa seals in his hands and smashing them against Xiaobuxiu's body. Go to hell! Yi Xian finally shouted. In an instant, the terrifying might instantly flooded Xiaobuxiu. Bang! 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 The spell seals detonated in the air in knots, yet Xiaobuxiu's mouth lifted as he twisted his body in the air and flew towards the other side. In this way, Xiaobuxiu looked like a disadvantaged party instead. Watching this scene in the sky, the people of the Xianmei sect also finally breathed a long sigh of relief. A long battle would surely give them a huge advantage. Only the elders were a little worried, because since the beginning, Jiang Ming had been standing on top of the side hall, and even with that terrifying might from before, he hadn't moved his body halfway, and had even managed to shield his feet from the support. This kind of strength is by no means within the reach of any human being. Over. Yi Xian Terminal had already made more than 10 Dharma seals one after another, and even the two of them fought out of the Xianmei sect's boundaries, entangling on top of the barren rolling hills, crumbling one mountain peak after another. This guy, why does it feel like he's teasing me? Yi Xian finally felt that something was wrong. Every time he hit Xiaobuxiu, it was as if he had hit cotton with an iron fist, clearly hitting but not revealing much effect. It seems that one must exert one's full strength in order to separate the winners from the losers. Yi Xian Terminal thought in his heart. A palm slapped out again, and Xiaobuxiu easily dodged it. But this time, Yi Xian was ultimately just fainting. In the air, Yi Xian finally closed his hands together, and the breath around him began to rapidly gather towards his hands, and the breath of 100 miles in a radius all gathered above his circumference. Domain Ghost Berserker. Yi Xian's final eyes turned into a blood-red color at this moment. He laughed hideously, and the purple aura around him completely turned into a rotten blood aura at this moment. Immediately afterward, countless blood-red skeletons appeared around him, and even countless ghost heads surfaced in the ground, sending out cuckoo sounds as they pounced towards Xiaobuxiu. Ha ha ha! Yi Xian finally raised the sky and laughed wildly. Looking at this power in his hands, his heart was incomparably painful. Is this the power of blood chi? It's so wonderful. As the words fell, a round of blood-red might once again erupted around him, enveloping 100 miles of heaven and earth. Looking at the blood-red vision in the sky, even the faces of the disciples of the Xianmei sect changed with it. Is this still their patriarch? This terrifying aura was like a cruel might that wanted to obliterate everything in the world. Even their elders were a bit worried in their hearts when they saw this scene. With things having come to this point, they were only afraid that there was no turning back for the Xianmei sect. At this very moment, Yi Xian finally let out a wild laugh. After completely releasing the blood chi in his body, he realized that the beauty of this power was even more exciting to him than those boyars. To be able to see me in this current state, even if you die, it's worth it, Yi Xian finally said proudly. Xiaobuxiu didn't have much surprise on his face, but instead scanned the surroundings. This should be your bottom card. It's come to this. Those rats hiding in the shadows still refuse to come out and show themselves? Xiaobuxiu said blandly. To kill you, why do you need those lords to personally take action? Yi Xian finally said with disdain. Oh, looks like you're pretty confident. Xiaobuxiu twisted his arm. Looks like that punch I gave you earlier wasn't enough to make you remember more. As soon as the words fell, Xiaobuxiu's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Yi Xian Terminal's face suddenly changed, and when he came back to his senses, he had already felt an aura that had appeared behind him. Not good. End of chapter. Feeling Xiaobuxiu's aura, Yi Xian ended up in a cold sweat, even as he felt a sense of oppression like that of a natural enemy. Yi Xian Terminal hurriedly dodged away, but when he looked at his previous bearing, Xiaobuxiu wasn't there. What the hell? Yi Xian ended up looking left and right and never found Xiaobuxiu's voice. Hey, are you looking for Grandpa me? Suddenly, Xiaobuxiu's voice traveled in his ears once more. Yi Xian Terminal, who was planning to react, couldn't even dodge in time before he felt the dizziness of a headbutt spread all over his body. Boo! With just a single strike, Yi Xian ended up falling straight down from the distance like a shooting star at the Xianmei sect. Boom! Immediately afterward, the entire Xianmei sect was like an earthquake. All the elders' faces wore a look of horror. Even after using a secret technique that was unknown to him, he couldn't match that man in black? Obviously before this, it was their patriarch Yi Xian finally had the absolute advantage of. Moreover, their patriarch had already broken through the Mahayana stage. How many other Mahayana stage cultivators could there be in this world? The moment Yi Xian ended up gasping for air, after several consecutive high-intensity exchanges, he was already a bit overwhelmed, coupled with the punch that Xiaobuxiu gave him at the very beginning. as well as this blow just now. It was enough to make him drink a pot for the rest of the day. But he had never thought that Xia Buxiu's strength would actually be this strong. There was even that Jiang Ming on the side who had never made a move. The strength of these two people in front of him completely overturned his imagination. No, we must ask the Blood Demon Sect's adults for help, Yi Xian finally thought in his heart. Thinking of this, he lo and behold crushed a piece of blood jade in his storage bag. Originally, this was a treasure that could only be used out of necessity. But now, in this situation, he no longer had any means to use, and could only request the adults of the Blood Demon Sect to come and help. Now, he just had to do his best to stall a little longer. I didn't realize that strong people like you still exist in the world now, but does this power in you really belong to you? Yi Xian finally raised his head. At this time, how could he still have the same spirit that he had at the beginning? His disheveled hair fell haphazardly on his shoulders, and his whole person was like a madman. He mumbled to himself, nowadays, the continent's spiritual qi has long been depleted, and unusual cultivation means can only reach the harmonization stage at best. For you guys to be able to reach this level of strength, did you not rely on some special techniques? Speaking of this, the corner of Yi Xian's final mouth lifted into a wry smile. Special gong methods, naturally, referred to those that were detrimental to people and their own interests. Just like the blood transformation demon technique, he needed to collect the blood of child boys and girls on the continent for his use. And, moreover, it had to be those whose strength had reached the Jindan stage or above. Therefore, he had been searching for such boy and girl since decades ago. Either they will be included in their own clan, or they will take their love, force them to grow, then include them in their side, and then wipe them out when they've had enough fun. He didn't think he was wrong. Why were those previous cultivators able to obtain such good cultivation resources, and when it came to their generation, they could only look up to those ascended great powers? He's not happy about it. Since the heavenly Tao allowed ascension, it also meant that there was still the possibility of ascension. Otherwise, what was the point of their existence as cultivators? So he chose to tend to the Blood Demon Sect. At least the Blood Demon Sect was able to give him great power. In his eyes, Jiang Ming and Xia Buxiu were just the same. Otherwise, who else in this world could break through to the Mahayana stage? Yi Xian ended up grinning hideously, looking at the two people in the sky above. His heart was incomparably pleased. Now, the time of your death is coming, Yi Xian finally said icily. The words fell. Located behind Yi Xian's lifetime, a black mist suddenly surfaced. Subsequently, a man clad in a black robe appeared at this location. Calling me here. What is the matter? The black-robed man said with a cold voice. Reporting back to your excellency. There are two guys who don't know how to die. Somehow they know our secret. Please help your excellency and kill the two together. Yi Xian finally cupped his fists respectfully. The black-robed man nodded and looked up at Jiang Ming and Xia Buxiu. But he was a little puzzled. Why couldn't even he see through Jiang Ming and Xia Buxiu's cultivation? Yo, really drilled out a mouse. It seems that this trip is still some harvest. Xia Buxiu held his hand, said with a smile. Arrogant. Do you know what kind of status this lord of mine has? Yi Xian finally sneered. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Xia Buxiu laughed brightly. This laughter, even the entire heaven and earth seemed to echo. Listening to this voice, the black-robed man's expression also became a bit grave. The voice was somewhat familiar to him. What are you complacent about? Yi Xian was finally a bit irritated. You're still so arrogant at the end of your life. It's so undead. At this point, Xia Buxiu put away his laughter and clasped his hands and said, I, Xia Buxiu, have been fighting for my entire life, and only others have been afraid of me, and there has never been anyone who has made me afraid. At those words, Yi Xian was ultimately unimpressed, but the black-robed man behind him was trembling all over. Summer doesn't fix it? It's really Xia Buxiu. How could he be so unlucky that the opponent he encountered just after leaving the hole in the ground would be Xia Buxiu? Without waiting for the black-robed man to return to his senses, Xia Buxiu slammed his fist directly out, his powerful aura directly crushing over the heads of the two. Boom! The terrifying force directly smashed a huge crater out of the earth. If not for the two of them dodging and avoiding in time, I'm afraid that they would have been smashed into a pile of mush by now. Yi Xian Terminal's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Xia Buxiu's strength to be hidden just now. If Xia Buxiu had confronted him with this kind of power, I'm afraid that he would have already lost, and he wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. However, after seeing Xia Buxiu's power, the black-robed man was relieved instead. He could sense that Xia Buxiu's strength didn't seem as frightening as he had imagined. After all, Xia Buxiu was just a piece of will, and still, after a great battle of wills, how could the strength still be maintained at its peak? There are opportunities. Thinking of this, the black-robed man made a seal with both hands. Having only just arrived here, he invoked the most powerful strength of himself, At this moment, even countless clouds coalesced above their heads. Even in the darkness of the night, the dense clouds stacked up in the sky above, and that terrifying pressure descended above the earth with it. Transition stage powerhouse. Seeing this, the corners of Xiaobuxiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face became somewhat grave. It didn't matter if he fought casually at the Mahayana stage. Once he dealt with the transitional succession stage, he would have to use his own sword intent and true chi, both of which would greatly deplete his own will. But, the more powerful the opponent, the more exciting it is. The corner of Xiaobuxiu's mouth sketched out a touch of battle intent, and above his right hand, a light blue sword blade emerged. He, for one, is going to start getting serious. However, just as he was about to move, a palm pressed against his shoulder. You'd better save your strength. Now, just leave it to me, Jiang Ming said blandly. There's another one tonight, to make up for the one I owe from before. End of chapter. At those words, Xiaobuxiu wanted to say something, but in the end, he collected his own aura. Fine, you do it if you want, but it's best not to kill that guy. You might be able to ask something later, Xiaobuxiu said. Aha, Jiang Ming nodded. After saying that, Jiang Ming took out an iron sword from his storage pouch and pointed it at the Yixin terminal duo. Upon seeing this, a flash of gravity gradually appeared on the black-robed man's brow as well. He had originally thought that his opponent was Xiaobuxiu, but he had never seriously looked at this man with the green ghost mask. Moreover, from the tone of his voice, Xiaobuxiu seemed to be very confident in the strength of this ghost-faced man. Where did this powerful man come from? But he didn't care. Things had come to a head and he had to fight with his back to the wall. You and back off. The black-robed man raised his arm. After saying that, a layer of blood-red aura slowly coalesced on his body, attaching to his outstretched hand as if it were a blood-robe surplice, and an ancient aura remained on this robe. At this moment, a thick and powerful aura emanated from the black-robed man, and even the chi and blood of the disciples within the Shinmei sect converged towards the black-robed man at this moment. What's going on? I feel like I'm losing my power. I feel physically powerless now. It seems like something is absorbing our strength. The disciples of the Shinmo sect felt a tightness in their chests, and their own strength and chi and blood were draining away. Even the elders of the Xian underworld sect felt this way. It was just that their strength was on the high side, and this loss of chi and blood didn't have much of a side effect on them. Just shocked at the strength of this black-robed man. Is this the lord of the blood demon sect? Xiaobuxiu, and you, the guy who hides his head, no matter what you are, it's impossible for you to leave here today, the black-robed man said grimly. Big talk. Jiang Ming's figure had already disappeared before the words left his mouth. In the next second, he stomped his foot directly at the black-robed man. However, the black-robed man seemed to have anticipated this, instantly dodging to avoid this strike. Jiang Ming's kick instantly crumbled the earth, causing the entire Shinmei sect to fall apart at this moment. That's not all. The moment the black-robed man flashed out, Jiang Ming raised his head and swung out a sword. Buzz! A sword blade almost lit up the entire sky. The brilliant sword light shone brightly in this dark night, as if tearing through the dark night to hard catch the breaking dawn, chopping at the black-robed man in a deadly manner. The black-robed man's face sank. This was the first time he had seen this kind of terrifying sword might, but he wasn't in a hurry. He and the blood-robed surcoat condensed by the power of so many people's chi and blood. He didn't need to be afraid of Jiang Ming's sword at all. A sword cultivator? Then come and see my blood demon technique. The black-robed man pushed with both hands. 2 crimson-colored spell seals emerged above his hands, facing Jiang Ming's sword and crashing out a pillar of crimson ons that pierced through heaven and earth. Boom! The heavens and the earth trembled, and all things were overthrown. As this strike fell, those weak disciples were directly crushed into flesh and blood by the terrifying might. Excluding cultivators above the Yuaning stage, they wouldn't even be able to survive the bones and corpses under the airwaves generated by these 2 moves alone. A blow fell. The black-robed man was slightly surprised. He had already used 70% of his strength, but he was unexpectedly unable to crush the sword chi. He had wanted to hide a hand and deal with Xiaobuxiu when the time came, but he hadn't expected that this ghost-faced man's strength was even more anticlimactic than he had imagined. However, before the smoke and dust cleared, the sound of several sword chi tearing through the void had already been heard in space. The black-robed man's face changed drastically. He never expected Jiang Ming to actually counterattack up so quickly. Kaka! The 2 sword chi chopped at him, directly cutting 2 cracks in his blood-robe surcoat. Feeling the robe shatter, the black-robed man's heart was even more shocked. After absorbing the chi and blood of so many cultivators, and even absorbing the power of no less than 10 spirit transformation stage cultivators, in the face of 2 of the most ordinary sword chi, it was actually unable to withstand 2 swords? Who the hell is this guy? Buzz! Suddenly, just as the black-robed man dodged and prepared to escape, Jiang Ming held his iron sword in his hand and stabbed straight at the black-robed man. Pust! A sound that pierced through flesh and blood spread before the two. The black-robed man held the iron sword in Jiang Ming's hand, and at this distance, he was able to see the black-robed man's horrified gaze from underneath his black robe. Who are you? The black-robed man asked incredulously. Dead people don't need to know my name, Jiang Ming said indifferently. After saying that, a sword might erupted from Jiang Ming's hand, directly shaking the black-robed man out. The latter violently bounced out and smashed dead on a mountain wall, exploding with a loud bang on the mountainside. Even the whole mountain followed the break and fell towards the foot of the mountain. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian finally looked directly dumbfounded. How many rounds has it been? What kind of terrifying strength did that man with the green ghost mask have? Exerting his full strength, coupled with the blood demon technique, the black-robed man's strength had long since reached the transition stage, the transitional succession stage, an existence that was originally supposed to look proudly at the world and look down upon all living beings. But in the hands of the man under that green ghost mask, he couldn't even last 3 rounds. At this very moment, collapsed in the mountainside and the black-robed male heart has long been messy. He originally Xiao Buxiu will be his biggest enemy this trip, did not expect Xiao Buxiu side, but also hid this kind of strength of the top strong. Such a strong person. I'm afraid that even if the Grand Elder came, he might not be able to fight with one of them, right? We must go back and report to the Grand Elder. The black-robed man was incomparably panicked in his heart. Now that the Xianmei sect was in a situation of certain death, it was impossible for him to bring it back. With the loss of a corpse compass, they could do nothing more than delay their plans a bit more. Once they lose someone in their core, that's when it hurts the most. You don't think you're going to get away with this, do you? Suddenly, the cold voice surrounded his ears. The black-robed man's face turned pale as he forced himself to endure the intense pain caused by his body, and fled outward in a dart. However, just as he escaped not more than a few steps, he slammed his head directly into a wall of invisible things, instantly bouncing his figure back again. How? The black-robed man didn't believe in evil and decisively crushed one of the jade slips he was carrying. But the jade slip that had been used to save his life was as if it had lost its effectiveness at this moment. I know this. So these fancy things are really from your blood demon sect. Jiang Ming stood at the side of the black-robed man at an unknown time and spoke in a calm tone. The black-robed man had an incomparably horrified expression on his face. To still be able to play so many tricks. It seems like I'm still too light-handed. Jiang Ming shook his head. After saying that, Jiang Ming flipped his hand. The black-robed man once again flew backwards, his entire body smashing into the mountain once again. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian finally despaired. At this point his head was blank. What does it mean to be crushed by strength? It's called strength crushing. Even the adults of the blood demon sect were unable to relieve him, so there was only one end facing him. Dead. I'll add a new one. And by the way, I'd like to thank all of you for your votes and reward support, and I'll add an extra one tomorrow as well. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. After Jiang Ming's palm fell, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have regained the tranquility it originally deserved. The black-robed man lying upside down in the middle of the mountainside had long been dying at this point. Bloodstains kept spilling from the corners of his mouth. His body trembled in the cracks of the stone, and his eyes looked listlessly in the direction of Jiang Ming. He had completely lost his ability to fight and was at the mercy of others. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ming easily fished it out of the mountainside before throwing it high in the air next to Lin Ninja. The black-robed man, who was already in a very serious state of injury, was then dropped like this, and almost broke his spirit. Looking at the black-robed man's current injuries, Xiao Buxiu didn't know what to say. He told Jiang Ming not to kill this guy, but in the current situation, what's the difference between that and being dead? At that moment, Jiang Ming landed. The entire Xianmei sect had been paralyzed to the ground. They had tried just now, and no matter how much they tried to escape, they would not be able to escape half a step away from the Manhwa sect. It was as if there was an invisible wall around them, locking them in mercilessly. All their hopes were crushed. The Xianxian sect is finished. They're done too. At that moment, Jiang Ming came to the ground and looked at the black-robed man who had fallen to the ground, as well as Yi Xian Terminal whose eyes had rolled over. What happened to him? Jiang Ming asked back. He tried to run away and I beat him up, Xiao Buxiu said lightly. Jiang Ming nodded. But they didn't have this chance to run even if they wanted to. After all, he had laid a boundary in this space. None of them could escape. What now? You beat him half to death. It's impossible to ask something. Xiao Buxiu scratched his head. He won't be able to give an honest account even if he's awake. Jiang Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. What then? Xiao Buxiu asked. I naturally have a way. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. After saying that, he placed his right hand on top of the black-robed man's forehead, his index finger punctuated with a flash of white light. and the immortal power on his fingertips slowly surged from the black-robed man's brow into his consciousness. At that moment, Jiang Ming saw a pitch-black cave. In this cave, there were many black clay pots, and in the depths, there were 10 staffs flashing with red light, lighting up the entire cave. However, upon seeing this, the black-robed man's consciousness suddenly snapped. See what? Xiao Buxiu asked in a hurry. Saw a rat's nest, Jiang Ming said. What do you mean? Xiao Buxiu frowned. The blood demon sect's people seem to have left a consciousness in each of them, and as long as someone exposes the location of their lair, they will immediately die, Jiang Ming said as he stood up. At those words, Xiao Buxiu took a deep breath. This is a tactic that the devil sect often does, because many devil sects were very careful and cautious in their dealings, coupled with the fact that he had eradicated devil sects all the way back then. Those devil sect pups had instead become more resourceful. In a sense, the fact that these demon sects were so cautious was inextricably linked to him. But it's not like there are no clues, Jiang Ming suddenly said. Tell me about it? Xiao Buxiu came energized. I saw that the blood demon sect seems to be preparing for something and has laid down a large formation, so I guess there must be some kind of plan. Jiang Ming pondered. What kind of great formation? Tell me about it, Xiao Buxiu hurriedly asked. Jiang Ming thought about it and still gave Xiao Buxiu a careful recount. After listening, Xiao Buxiu's face gradually became grave. Sacrificial formation. Xiao Buxiu finally made a conclusion. What's that? Jiang Ming asked. To put it simply, it is the existence that the blood demon sect used to sacrifice all the time, and the existence that was sacrificed was called the Holy Lord. The disciples of the blood demon sect have always believed that they were different from ordinary people, that they were the descendants of the Holy Lord, and that they lived this life to awaken the Holy Lord. Back when I annihilated the blood demon sect, I had also seen this formation, but I just didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect them to still be awakening the Holy Lord after all this time, Xiao Buxiu said calmly. Originally, they thought that the so-called Holy Lords were like the immortals they believed in, but for these beliefs, they would always exist only above belief. Since no one had ever seen an immortal return to the Zhongxian continent, the same should be true for the Holy Lord. However, the blood demon sect was so persistent only because the conditions for summoning the Holy Lord were extremely harsh, and it was highly likely that their purpose in colluding with other sects in the continent, even going so far as to awaken the Lord of Chaos, was also for this Holy Lord. There's such a thing? Jiang Ming also felt a bit surprised. It's said that the strength of the Holy Lord is no less than a true immortal. If they really let them awaken the Holy Lord, I'm only afraid that the threat to all of this world would be incomparably great, Xiao Buxiu said in a deep voice. Speaking of this, Xiao Buxiu fell silent. For him, too, it was now only a will, and the time it could exist was less than a day. When this will of his disappeared as well, these cunning demonic sects would be left to Jiang Ming alone, but he was soon relieved. Although they, the senior brothers, used to take care of this junior brother, Jiang Ming's talent and strength were the fastest to improve among the 7 of them, and nowadays, he was afraid that his strength had long since reached the realm of true immortal or above. He, as a senior brother, doesn't need to worry about such things anymore, right? Forget it, it's useless to think so much. Hurry up and clean up and go back for a big meal, Xiao Buxiu said with a big smile. Aha, Jiang Ming nodded. He then held it out of thin air. The power in the boundary instantly poured down, and all the creatures located in the boundary were turned into a puddle of blood at this moment. The night draws down and the dawn ushers in the light. No one knew that on this night, no one from the once first-rate sect Xianmei sect had survived. The blood demon sect's lair. The Grand Elder was trembling as he looked at a cracked blood jade. On the sacrificial platform, they placed a total of 10 blood jades, each of which was a mark to record their life and death. However, right after that elder went out last night, the blood jade belonging to him crumbled away at this moment. Old 7 is actually dead? In today's continent, who else can obliterate Old 7? It's hard to believe it would be. All of them were sitting here in a platter, speculating on why Old 7 was dead. After the last person spoke, they all thought of someone. Summer does not repair. Nowadays, there were only a handful of cultivators at the Mahayana stage, not to mention the transition stage. Even if those old demons that had been hidden for many years appeared, it was impossible for them to steadily eat their blood demon sex elders. How long has it been? Old 7 is already dead. There's only one possibility. That would be Xiao Buxiu, Grand Elder. What should we do now? An elder asked. The Grand Elder looked at the broken blood jade, and his dry palm collected it as if it was a 1,000-year-old vine. For the last month, no one is allowed to go out. After a month, I think Xiao Buxiu's will have dissipated. So at that time, we will forcefully induce all the corpse parasites, causing them to collect more blood and flesh for us. The Grand Elder's pale voice echoed throughout the cave. Yes, the elders nodded their heads. They knew that it was now at the most critical juncture, and they couldn't let thousands of years of hard work go to ruin. They must be cautious. Again and again. End of chapter. The day after returning to the Lingyun sect, Jiang Ming and Xiaobuxiu both lived their lives as usual. No one knew what they had gone out to do that night. In their eyes, Jiang Ming was still their chief disciple, and Xiaobuxiu was still the same person who went to the dining hall every day. However, with regards to Hao Shangtian's matter, the hall elder was still somewhat attached to it. After all, Hao Shangtian had rented a flying magic weapon that had yet to be returned, and had disappeared without a trace in the past 2 days. So in the end, it could only be ruled that he had betrayed the clan and fled elsewhere. Therefore, the hall elder also personally went out to search for Hao Shangtian's whereabouts, and all matters of cloud-chasing peak were temporarily handed over to Jiang Ming to take over. In other words, the daily special training for the disciples was also given to Jiang Ming. After learning this news, Jiang Ming's face carried some bitter colors. He hadn't even brought so many disciples in the Dao Heavenly sect, and had come to the Lingyun sect originally just to probe for some useful information, but actually had to educate his disciples on the side. Unable to do anything about it, Jiang Ming could only call it quits. Dojo. Jiang Ming stood on the stone platform, looking down from above. A small number of disciples looked at him with an expectant gaze, while the majority of the disciples stood back and disdained him, not taking him seriously in the slightest. The church elders are present, and they are still in their awe. Now that it was Jiang Ming who was guiding them in their cultivation, they naturally carried a few hints of disdain. It was true that Jiang Ming was strong, but it was impossible for them to become sword cultivators, and in the cultivation path, their attainments were almost all higher than Jiang Ming's. So what could Jiang Ming teach them? Looking at the disciples below, Jiang Ming didn't intend to say anything and casually pointed at the 23 people standing at the very front. You're all the people who will accompany me to the Wanxiang sect, right? Jiang Ming asked. The disciples nodded. At that time I seem to have said that when I returned I wanted you to be penalized for copying the rules I had drawn up. But today, I will be the one to manage you all. So you will not only be penalized for copying the rules and regulations that I have drawn up, but you will also be required to copy the book Fundamentals of Body Refinement 100 times. After saying that, Jiang Ming took out 2 books from his storage bag. The foundation of body refining is considered to be relatively common, and is only the thickness of an unusual book. But the other so-called regulation in Jiang Ming's hand was even a hand's width, which was simply thicker than any book they had ever seen. This, Jiang Ming's senior brother. You can't be serious, right? The disciples below froze. Let them copy the body refining foundation is okay. Another book of rules is too thick. Copy 100 times that have to be copied to what year and month Since you promised, you have to do it. People who cultivate must follow a promise. But don't worry too much. I naturally have a reason for letting you copy books. You'll understand afterward. Jiang Ming said indifferently. Yes, the disciples said with a breathless look. Seeing this, those disciples who had been standing at the back were somewhat gloating. What are you guys happy about? This body refining foundation. You guys have to copy it 100 times too. Jiang Ming said. What? We have to copy too? By what right? The disciples were instantly disgruntled. Even when Hao Shangtian was the chief disciple, his attitude had never been this tough. Why should they copy such a basic technique? It couldn't even be called a gong method anymore. After all, it was just the most basic course when stepping into cultivation, and they had learned it a long time ago. Why are you still copying? It's fine if you don't want to copy. Come up and spar with me. If you win, you don't have to copy. Jiang Ming said. You're cheating. The disciples' face turned red. Jiang Ming's strength, even the hall elders might not be able to securely defeat him, let alone those of them who were disciples. All the disciples looked at each other. Who dared to go up and fight Jiang Ming? Isn't that a death wish? Since no one wants to come up here, let's go copy the book. How easy it is to copy books. Isn't it much easier than practicing your martial arts here? Jiang Ming said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the disciples felt that there was some truth to it. Just the thought of copying it 100 times. Wouldn't that break your hand? But instead, it balanced out a bit inside when I thought back to the 20 or so people who had a much thicker book to copy. Watching these disciples obediently go and copy the books, Xiaobuxiu, who had been leaning on the roof, also jumped down. Thanks to you, you really let them copy the book? Xiaobuxiu said as he ate his apple. Nowadays, cultivators are only pursuing strength and are in a hurry to achieve success. Their bases are all too poor. You should have noticed it as well. They haven't even quenched the most basic body forging, and it's already the limit for their future achievements to reach the Jindan stage. Jiang Ming explained. Xiaobuxiu nodded. Nowadays, these sect disciples either had a bit of talent and rushed to breakthrough, or they thought they didn't have any talent and recognized their own destiny. In fact, starting from stepping into the cultivation world, The cultivator's destiny is no longer bound by the heavens, but is in his own hands. If you are resigned to your fate, you will end up doing nothing in your life. I'll let them copy the book, which will allow them to deepen their knowledge in the fundamentals of body refining. Plus that body refining fundamentals will be more favorable to their cultivation after I slightly modified it. As for how effective it is, naturally it also depends on their enlightenment. Jiang Ming walked down the stone platform and said. Hearing this, Xia Buxiu came to a realization. That's fine. I didn't expect you to be able to modify the basic manual by yourself now. When things are done here, why don't you go back to the Dao Heavenly Clan and personally train some more outstanding disciples? Xia Buxiu said with a smile. You'd better spare me, Jiang Ming said with a bitter smile and shook his head. Cloud-chasing peak. Inside the school hall, all the disciples of the entire cloud-chasing peak came to the academy. The place had been practically deserted since they had finished the basic course, never expecting to see the day when they would all return here again, except for someone coming to clean it every day. The thought of having to copy books put them in a somewhat bored mood. But what could they do? Can't you really go and fight with Jiang Ming? There was nothing they could do but resign themselves to their fate. On the contrary, Tang Xiuyue and the others didn't think that this was simply copying a book, and after thinking about it they started copying from the easiest body refining foundation, Alchemy Basics. The initiation is to start with the human body's bones and muscles as the foundation, then to the meridians and acupoints next, and finally to the dantian and the circumference of the sky. For these, they almost all knew something when they entered the sect. Copying it once or twice did not feel anything famous, but by the time they have copied it for the 10th and 20th time, they can almost mimeograph the contents of the book as well. The more this happened, the more marvelous Tang Xiuyue and the others felt. While copying, she seemed to be able to feel the movement of her own muscles, bones, and then everything around her. It felt as if he had immersed himself in his own body and had a deeper understanding of his own physique. Why didn't I notice this before? Tang Xiuyue let out a cry of surprise. After comparing the contents of the book with her own, she realized that there were certain details she hadn't noticed and that they were closely related to her own constitution. Copying here, Tang Xiuyue stopped her pen and ink. She had a sudden urge to go out and try to see if her guess was correct. If she was right, there could be a major drawback to her previous method of cultivation. End of chapter. Not only Tang Xiuyue, including many disciples, had this feeling. Some felt they had an inaccurate grasp of leg strength, while others felt it was back strength that was a bit lacking. The more they copied, the deeper the doubts in their minds grew. Strange, why didn't I realize before that there's so much to learn about the body refining foundation? You found out too? I don't know why, but I feel that the way I practiced before was wrong. The disciples all voiced some doubts in their minds. Even each of them shared this feeling. One or two was nothing. By now almost a dozen disciples had the same feeling. Then things became a bit unusual. For a while, many disciples put down their pen and ink and headed to the dojo to confirm their suspicions. For cultivators nowadays, not many people cared about the physical art aspect, and were more concerned with the aspect of powerful feats. However, after copying the body refinement foundation so many times, they felt more and more that there was something wrong with what they had cultivated before. What is a body? Bone and flesh. The two are the foundation of a person. The stronger the blood, flesh and bones, the stronger they can support the flow of true qi through the meridians, as well as expanding the capacity of the dantian. It could be said that the benefits of body refining were not just about enhancing one's physical body, but also about being able to maintain a good condition steadily all the way through a real battle. This was why the true qi in some cultivators was like a small stream, while in other cultivators of equal strength, it was like a river surging. Only with a firm foundation will the journey ahead be smooth and unassisted. This is why it is said that everything is difficult at the beginning. It's so powerful. Just cultivating for a quarter of an hour. It feels even more tiring than cultivating for an hour in the past. When a disciple tried the path he had realized, he immediately felt his body was as heavy as lead. Yes, but the efficacy is also really much better than before. The other disciples also nodded. Even though it was only physically effective, it showed that there was indeed a problem with the direction of their previous cultivation. Then they face a problem next. Whether it was to harden his heart and continue to cultivate the current set of paths, following the steps from the very beginning, or to give up and maintain the original way of cultivation? Everyone has this confusion within them. Body refining in their eyes. That was only for the most initial disciples to cultivate. They had all come to Lingyan sect for some years. It seemed a bit scratchy to start cultivating again. Especially after half an hour of cultivation, they could clearly feel the burden in their bodies, and soon most of the disciples couldn't hold on any longer. Far away, Jiang Ming and Xia Buxiu sat on the high platform and ate their food, their gazes looking towards the direction of the dojo from time to time. Everyone was excited at first, realizing that the way they had once refined their bodies was different from what they now comprehended. But after holding on for less than half an hour, most of the disciples gave up. It seems that disciples nowadays don't have a high aptitude for suffering, Xiaobuxiu said indifferently. That's normal. When they've gotten used to staying in this realm, they'll choose to resign themselves to their fate. Plus the fact that the body refining basics is originally a course given to disciples who have just started. Even if they discover the drawbacks of the past, they may not necessarily retrain their body techniques, Jiang Ming said. But these few little guys are quite hardworking. Xiaobuxiu looked at Tang Qiuyue and the others and nodded in satisfaction. At those words, Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Your granddaughter's qualifications aren't bad either, Jiang Ming teased. Ha ha, that's for sure. My son's cultivation talent is not good, but my granddaughter has inherited my good tradition. It's just a pity that I ascended before ZMO was even old enough to hand over too much to her. Saying this, Xiaobuxiu sighed with slight regret. Jiang Ming didn't say anything either. Having ascended, he will be cut off from the world of mortals. But how can one's love be cut off so easily? Thinking of this, Jiang Ming still invested his gaze into the dojo. Those who remained in the dojo now were almost exclusively the group that had followed Jiang Ming to the Wanxiang sect that day. In addition, there were a few others who were some mid or late stage qi cultivation disciples. To them, physical arts were still their most crucial means of cultivation, so they would work a little harder. As for the other foundation establishment stage and peak qi practicing disciples, they honestly continued to go back and start copying books. The sun sets over the western mountains. To the field there are still many disciples continue to practice hard. Some disciples behind the sweat stains have long soaked their clothes. Some male disciples simply removed their tops, gritting their teeth in death, crackling sounds in their bones. Kind of. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth, who was located on the high platform, curled up into a shallow smile. He could sense that the first disciple who succeeded in forging his body had already appeared. It's almost time. Let's go down, Jiang Ming said. Xiaobuxiu nodded and followed him down. At this time on the dojo, there were still no more than 10 disciples who were able to hold out until now. Even those disciples who had immense faith in Jiang Ming, dragging their heavy bodies, were not able to hold on for an entire afternoon. The ones who were able to persevere were almost all people who were playing hard to get to try to see what level their limits had actually reached. Alright, let's all rest for a while. At that moment, Jiang Ming's voice entered their ears. For some reason, when Jiang Ming said one sentence, it was as if most of the exhaustion in their bodies had been removed, and now they even felt more than twice as powerful as before. Senior brother Jiang Ming. Those few disciples hurriedly came forward when they saw Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded and finally landed his gaze on Tang Qiuyue. You can do it, woman. To be able to successfully forge your body in one day, you're considered to have good qualifications, Jiang Ming said with a smile. How do you know? Tang Qiuyue's mouth opened wide. She had originally wanted to hide this as a card for the future, but she didn't expect Jiang Ming to see through her in a single glance. Why do you think I let you guys copy the book? Jiang Ming said with amusement. Although body refining is fundamental, and at your current age, you may have already missed the best period, but no matter what, body refining is the most basic and useful course for a cultivator. Only when one's physical body is strong can the path of cultivation go longer in the future. Listening to Jiang Ming's words, the crowd also understood Jiang Ming's good intentions. The body refining foundation that they had once despised the most now seemed, instead, to be a mandatory course for every cultivator. It was just a pity that refining the body seemed simple, but the process was even more torturous than them absorbing true qi and cultivating gong methods. All go back and rest well. Everything has to be taken one step at a time. No one can reach the sky in one step. Cultivation is even more of a need for a fine stream. You guys are still young. There is plenty of time. As long as you don't take a crooked path, there is still hope for comprehending the great Tao in the future, Jiang Ming said blandly. Upon hearing this, the disciples similarly laughed. To comprehend the way? This is also thinking too far ahead. They are only practicing qi and building the foundation now, and it would be good enough for them to reach the Jindan stage one day. But Jiang Ming had a saying that was true. Now they were indeed tired, and after relaxing, a sense of exhaustion soon enveloped them after the constricted meridians and flesh around them began to slacken. After taking their leave, the disciples went back to rest one after another. This night they rested earlier and slept more soundly than ever before. End of chapter. The next day, at the dawn of the day, there were already a few disciples on the cloud-chasing peak dojo who had started practicing physical arts. After yesterday's experience, they had also absorbed what Jiang Ming had said about following the path. When they felt overburdened, they went back into the schoolhouse and began to copy books. After feeling refreshed, he ran to the dojo to continue refining his body. So repeatedly, the other disciples on the peak couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw them like this. Yesterday they didn't choose to refine their bodies and only went to copy the book. and now they've already finished copying it 100 times. While these guys are refining their bodies, it's still second brother's thoughtfulness to not give it to Jiang Ming first after copying it, so we can rest in a proper manner, the disciple on the side said with a smile. And they were the disciples who had been following Hao Shangtian before. Ever since Hao Shangtian left the sect and didn't come back, they had let themselves go more and more. Anyway, Elder Tang was away. Jiang Ming only let them copy books and didn't say anything about cultivation. So wouldn't it be just the right time to be lazy? Humph. All these guys were tricked by that Jiang Ming. It's just body refining. What's the use of cultivating even stronger? When they cultivate to the Jindan stage, won't they still just hang them? Second brother said with disdain in his eyes. Second brother has a point. The others chimed in. Jiang Ming also looked at this group of lazy people. He didn't bother to talk about it. Most of the cultivation had to rely on himself anyway. If not for the fact that the elders of this hall had imposed the matter of supervising cultivation on him, he would really be too lazy to teach these disciples. Just take everything as it comes. It's not like you're your own disciple. So what's the point of worrying? You don't bother me. I don't bother you. That's good. Just as Jiang Ming was resting, Tang Xiuyue slowly walked over. Jiang Ming, I want to ask you something. Tang Xiuyue walked over and said. Jiang Ming glanced back at the other party. Say it. Jiang Ming nodded. What exactly are you? Tang Xiuyue asked as she sat on the sidelines. Jiang Ming took a sip of tea and didn't answer. From the very beginning when I saw you, you looked like you knew everything. When we were in the Yuyue Plains, you were also able to tell us precisely the weaknesses of the demonic beasts. And even the body refining basics we were given this time around were different in some places from what we had learned before. Tang Xiuyue seriously spoke one by one. Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. I didn't expect this little guy to be so keenly observant that he could notice even the difference in the foundation of body refining. At that moment, Jiang Ming slowly put down his teacup. Tang Xiuyue also stared at Jiang Ming, as if she wanted to get a reply. Jiang Ming frowned halfway through his words. In the next second, Jiang Ming stood up with a grave expression. At this time, Xia Buxiu, who had just walked in holding things, looked at Jiang Ming and suddenly stood up with a few puzzled looks on his face. What? Xia Buxiu asked. Something has happened to the Dao Heavenly Sect, Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. What? Xia Buxiu directly threw all the things in his hands. In the next second, the two of them instantly disappeared into thin air. Sitting on the stone chair, Tang Xiuyue was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Something happened to the Dao Tian sect? This incident was perhaps only secondary to what shocked her the most. These two people as speed flew into the sky without relying on any flying magic weapon. And this speed, even Yuaning stage cultivators can't possibly reach. Tang Xiuyue closed her mouth. She felt vaguely inwardly that Jiang Ming had lied to her. And perhaps he wasn't some disciple expelled from the Dao Heavenly Sect. There might be something else to do when you come to the Lingyun sect. But why hide it? She looked at the sky, her mind filled with doubt. Sky above. Jiang Ming and Xia Buxiu arced through the air, which was actually several times faster than a flying sword. Senior brother, what exactly happened? So urgent? Xia Buxiu asked. The jade orders I left for Lin Tianyi were crushed. Each of them has a strand of sword intent I left behind, but they only have the power of the transitional stage. Jiang Ming said. How many jade orders have been used now? Xia Buxiu asked again. Together, Jiang Ming replied. At those words, the look on Xia Buxiu's face grew more intense. He believed that with that sword intent of Jiang Ming's it was enough to force back the world. But why would someone attack the Dao Heavenly Sect? Even forcing Lin Tianyi to use a jade order? I'm only afraid that the strength of the visitor is not simple. Is it hard to believe that it could be the Blood Demon sect? Not thinking that much, the two arrived at the Dao Heavenly Sect in less than half a quarter of an hour. However, the Dao Heavenly Sect that came into view was already full of holes at this point. Even the protector formation that was arranged on top of the Dao Heavenly clan had shattered countless cracks at this moment. There was a lot of wailing within the sect, but it could be seen that a large number of deaths and injuries had been avoided because of the existence of the clan protection array. Even so, they had never seen the Dao Heavenly clan in such a sorry state. Karma. Xia Buxiu clenched his fists deathly tightly, his finger bones making a crisp sound. At this moment, the breath around him was burning non-stop. At this moment, Jiang Ming also had a ball of fire in his heart, but he had seen too much cruelty in the world, so he didn't get angry. Soon, Jiang Ming found Lin Tianyi's location. Go! Jiang Ming called on Xia Buxiu and the two of them arrived directly at Lin Tianyi's location. At this moment, Lin Tianyi's mouth was overflowing with blood, and hardly an inch of his body was intact. Even his sternum was broken and concave into his lungs, making it difficult for him to catch his breath. Tianyi? When Xia Buxiu saw Lin Tianyi in this state, he hurriedly came forward to assist him. Senior uncle. Lin Tianyi barely opened his eyes. Tell me, Who destroyed the Dao Heavenly Sect like this? Xiao Buxiu's breath continued to skyrocket. He had never been so angry. Since the establishment of the Dao Heavenly Sect, he had never felt this way before. The feeling of anger. Third senior uncle, ZMO. ZMO, she's been captured, Lin Tianyi said in pain. After saying that, Lin Tianyi violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Summers? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Buxiu's hand trembled with an amplitude visible to the naked eye. He was angry. He was shocked. There was even someone in this world who dared to touch his granddaughter, dared to move the earth on a Teiyukai. Xiao Buxiu lowered his head and slowly stood up. At this time, Xiao Buxiu, his aura around his body was converged as much as possible at this moment. Senior brother, please take care of their lives, Xiao Buxiu said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming knew that things could not be undone. Xiao Zimo was Xiao Buxiu's granddaughter. The other party had taken Xiao Zimo away, and only if Xiao Buxiu personally went to solve the other party could he calm the anger in his heart. He won't stand in the way. I see, Jiang Ming nodded and said. But, still, I want you to take this with you. With that, Jiang Ming threw out his Xian sword. Xiao Buxiu received the Xian sword with one hand, and a look of gravity surfaced in his eyes before he stepped into the air. Looking at Xiao Buxiu's distant figure, Jiang Ming's brows gradually tightened. What kind of person dares to invade the Dao Heavenly Sect? Are all the existences on the continent this arrogant now? Thinking of this, a murderous intent surfaced in Jiang Ming's eyes. However, Jiang Ming didn't have time to think about this matter, and after giving Lin Tianyi an elixir, Lin Tianyi's frown gradually eased. When Lin Tianyi opened his eyes again, he looked at Jiang Ming, which eased his breath. Senior uncle, it's the locked Luo Palace. They want the Heavenly Dao Remnant pages, and they've also plundered away senior sister Xia, who was keeping the Heavenly Dao Remnant pages, Lin Tianyi said hurriedly. What? The Hall of Locked Lo. Thank you for the rewarding support of book lovers. Hereby adding more. End of chapter. I can't believe it's those assholes who can't be killed. Hearing the three words Locked Luo Palace, even the always calm Jiang Ming's heart was undulating at this moment. 10,000 years ago, he lost his only disciple because of the Locked Luo Palace, and since then he had been living in self-blame. Today, the Hall of Locked Lobes had destroyed his Dao Heavenly Sect again in such a manner. It is really bullying. Calm down. Calm down. Jiang Ming forced himself to calm down, and even so, his breath was still a little short. Thus, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and formed a hand seal with one hand, stretching out his two fingers to gush out a touch of immortal power and inject it into Lin Tianyi's body. In an instant, all the injuries on Lin Tianyi's body were all repaired and perfected. Senior uncle, what are you? A shocked look appeared on Lin Tianyi's face. Even a 9th grade elixir couldn't have such a terrifying recovery speed to be right. After all, he had half stepped into the gates of hell, and was now fully recovered to his peak period. Jiang Ming's means had once again refreshed his knowledge. Don't worry, senior brother has already gone to save Xiao Zimo, and now we'll rescue as many clan disciples as we can first, Jiang Ming said. After saying that, Jiang Ming whisked his sleeve. Tens of thousands of bottles of healing elixirs were taken out from his storage pouch, and the lowest grade elixirs were all 7th grade spirit elixirs. Seeing this, a flash of shock once again surfaced in Lin Tianyi's pupils. But he soon recovered his mind and hurriedly nodded his head. All elders and disciples listened to the order. The main peak has tens of thousands of bottles of pills. These pills are prioritized for the most seriously injured disciples. The entire clan now must be united up and down to fight against the hard times. Lin Tianyi ran his true qi and proclaimed in everyone's ears. Upon hearing Lin Tianyi's voice, all the disciples up and down the Dao Heavenly Sect perked up. As long as the sect leader was still alive, there must still be hope. All of them won't die. For a while, even those who were close to despairing were holding back their injuries at this moment, waiting for the other disciples to retrieve the pills to rescue them. At this very moment, Jiang Ming was located at the top of the Dao Heavenly Clan, and with a wave of his hand, the pills below him flew towards the other peaks and landed beside the most seriously injured people. He then raised his head to eye the sky. He could sense that there were 3 transition stage auras in the southeast, and Xiao Buxiu was chasing after them as well. However, he couldn't go over, because only if Xiao Buxiu himself killed them with his own hands would he be able to quell his anger. Just as he had destroyed the Locked Luo Palace back then. Locked Luo Palace. Jiang Ming frowned. When he thought about it, Jiang Ming had been haunting his heart demons, as if they were disturbing his Dao. Southeast of the Dao Heavenly Sect, a land of wilderness, 3 figures quickly traveled through the sky, one of them grasping a woman as if carrying a chicken across the wilderness. All 3 of them were part of the 10 great demon ambassadors of the Locked Luo Palace. Ever since one of their demon ambassadors had fallen in the immortal questioning sect, they had begun to start slowing their plans down, especially when they learned that the one who had taken away the Heavenly Dao's remnant pages was someone from the Dao Tian sect. they had become incredibly cautious. In their memories, how powerful the locked Luo Palace was once, but it was ultimately exterminated by the Tao Heavenly Sect, causing them, the descendants, to hide to this day and make a statement that all the world's immortals come from such as this, but only the Sword Sect steps are difficult to travel, and this Sword Sect is referring to the Tao Heavenly Sect. However, for the sake of the strand of immortal thoughts in the Heavenly Tao remnant page, they had probed up and down the Tao Heavenly Sect with incomparable caution, and ultimately confirmed that there was only one strong person, Lin Tianyi, so they decisively made the first move. It was only during the process of grabbing the Heavenly Tao remnant pages that Lin Tianyi suddenly crushed a jade order and an extremely appalling aura instantly chopped at them, which forced them to evacuate the Tao Heavenly Sect. The good thing was that they had captured Xia Zimo, who was keeping the Heavenly Tao remnant pages. As long as they waited until they were in a safe location, they would be able to take back all of the Heavenly Tao remnant pages from Xia Zimo's body. That was close. I didn't expect the Tao Heavenly Sect to still harbor that kind of depth, a woman said in shock. Senior sister, don't worry for the time being. As long as we leave the Tao Heavenly Sect, there's no way for them to do anything to us. After collecting all the Heavenly Tao remnant pages and allowing the Palace Master to obtain the Demon God's body, all the sects in this Zhongxian continent will be subjugated at our feet. The man beside the woman sneered. The woman nodded. But why do we have to obtain the Demon God's body before coming out? There shouldn't be many transition stage powers in the continent right now, the woman asked. Superficial. Every clan with a 10,000-year legacy has an extraordinary legacy. Just like the Tao Heavenly Sect, that sword just now, if we hadn't realized it in time, and then resisted it with all our strength with the three of us, I'm afraid we would have long since flown into oblivion, the man said in a deep voice. Having experienced an extermination, they had to be incredibly careful. Even with 90% certainty, they didn't dare to gamble now. One had to be fully certain before going all out to crush the beings. The disgrace of 10,000 years ago made them not dare to show up in the world openly. Once it was revealed, that would be the day their locked Luo Palace would ask for the world. Something's wrong. Someone's coming up behind us. At this moment, the man flying in the back and grabbing Xia Zimo's face changed. What? Both of them were shocked. Their speed was almost at its limit. Even if Lin Tianyi's sword skills were superb, there was no way he could have caught up so quickly. Not to mention that Lin Tianyi had been seriously injured by them. However, just as they were in disbelief, a raging aura rushed towards them in an instant. A sword flashed with a white light that almost tore everything apart, and flew through the three of them in a single stroke. Buzz! A sword skimmed over, and the three hastily dodged out of the way. When they looked back, they only saw a man whose body was burning with incomparably majestic true chi, with an incomparably angry demeanor on his face glaring at them dead on. Transition period. When has there ever been such a transitional sword cultivation in this world? No. At that moment, the female demonic ambassador of the locked Luo Palace said, "He's not the original. He's just a will." Will? It was only when they heard this that the others responded. The aura on Xia Buxiu's body was certainly strong, and coupled with the sound of the sword in his hand as the blade whistled through the 9 heavens, it caused them to overlook Xia Buxiu himself for a moment. If only the will. Their locked Luo Palace was originally an existence that captured souls and remnants of souls, and even a wisp of will was their best tonic. The will of a transition stage powerhouse was second only to the immortal soul in the Heavenly Tao's remnant pages. I didn't expect the Tao Heavenly Sect to have such a good thing. It seems we've really come to the right place. The male demon envoy licked the corner of his mouth. If they could capture this wisp of will, perhaps they would be able to raise their strength quite a bit as well. For a moment, a playful expression surfaced on the faces of the other 2 demon ambassadors. At those words, Xia Buxiu didn't half retreat. It seems that your grandpa Xia was still merciful when he killed you all. He should have dug up the ground and killed all of you in the first place. Between the words, Xia Buxiu clenched his teeth in death and took one step with each word. And in the end, his sword aura rose greatly. ********, your mom's son of a, all die. End of chapter. Xia Buxiu's speed was so fast that even the 3 of them didn't have time to react before he slashed out his sword at the frontmost male demon envoy. Clang! The sound of the sword roar stirred in space, and even the wind in the surrounding area was cut it off countless times, so much so that the sword chi exploded in the air in knots. The plains, which were already barren, were even more so at this moment as a layer of skin that had accumulated over the years was chipped off. The male demon envoy hastily resisted, but under the sword facing Xia Buxiu, his figure stormed back 50 feet away. Even after receiving this sword, he carried a few shocks within him. The strength displayed by a mere soul will was by no means at its peak, but this sword alone had already caused him to be in a bit of a mess. What kind of a terrifying existence was this guy at his peak? The Daotian sect, sure, are a bunch of monsters, but he wasn't in a hurry and quickly regulated his breath. And with that, his face took on a bit of coldness. Senior Xia of the Tao Heavenly Sect. I guess it's just Xia Buxiu. To be able to obtain the soul will of such a strong person, I guess the strength will also rise by a big margin. The male demon envoy sneered. Humph. Then you have to have a life to get it. Xia Buxiu roared, his body's true qi exploding in full force, coupled with the fact that the Xin sword was already upholding a sword intent in it. The breath rose to extreme heights under the double enhancement. Why are you angering this man? Seeing this, the female demon envoy's face became more than a little panicked. She had never seen a soul will that could still display such a powerful strength. Only that apart from the personal arrival of the Hall Master, how could they be its opponent? However, the male demon ambassador didn't care. There is an upper limit to the power of soul will. The strength that can be erupted will only become less and less. And now that he has erupted, we only need to delay for some time. We will still be able to securely take this person. And don't forget we have a hostage in our hands. The corner of the male demon envoy's mouth curled into a grim smile. Xia Buxiu's soul will. Missing it was a loss. At this moment, Xia Buxiu's sword aura rose greatly in space. A light blue sword she took on the form of a crescent moon tearing through the void and chopping towards the direction of the three. Boom! The extremely strong sword chi exploded in space as the three hastily dodged, splitting an abyss in the earth. Not only that, the true chi in Xia Buxiu's body was still boiling, and he arrived in a moment by meeting the direction of the three people's escape. Next, sword formation. Rise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless flying swords chimed in the air. Seeing this, the three of them embraced into a group, and all the flying swords surrounded them at this moment, and completely formed a pillar of light that plunged into the sky. When the three of them saw this scene, their faces changed and changed. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying sword formation. Buzz! A sword helicopter chopped out a sword chi from Xia Buxiu's hand, a sword that directly chopped on the three. Dang! An explosive sound boomed out in the middle of the sword formation, and the entire trio flew out violently backwards. However, the moment it impacted on top of the sword formation, the countless flying swords were as if they were looking for a target, and the golden light flying swords sped towards the three of them in a flash. During the backward flight, the male demon envoy's eyes widened. He had thought that Xia Buxiu's strength was terrifying, but he had never thought it would be this terrifying. No wonder the Hall Master had once told them that of all the sects in the world, the Tao Heavenly Sect was the only one that should never be messed with. Such an existence, even with a single will, was still capable of overpowering the crowd. Xia Buxiu, you unleashed such a powerful sword intent. Aren't you afraid of killing her as well? At that moment, the male demon envoy grabbed Xia Zimo's neck and blocked it in front of himself, desperately shouting. As the words fell, the speed of the flying sword really slowed down quite a bit. There's drama. Seizing the opportunity, the three of them turned their bodies in the air and flashed towards the other side together. Now they can never disperse the battle. Xia Buxiu's breath is now the most powerful. They can only hold the group to temporarily resist, and take this woman in their hands as a hostage. Only then can they hope to drag until Xia Buxiu's strength is exhausted. After dozens of rounds, even they felt a hint of difficulty in fighting. Obviously, the same as the strength of the transition stage, but the three of them on it, surprisingly, also unable to resist Xia Buxiu a person. The point is, it's still just a will. The male demon envoy gritted his teeth and looked at Xia Buxiu in the distance as he raised his eyebrows. Hand her over to me? Then you two find a chance to use the soul chains from the other two sides, the male demon envoy said. Can you do it alone? The female demon ambassador asked. Don't worry, he doesn't dare to lay his hands on him, the male demon envoy sneered. For a moment, the two listened to the male demonic messenger's decision and flew towards the other two sides. Seeing this, Xia Buxiu didn't go after him, but instead charged towards the male demon envoy. Bang! This time, Xia Buxiu didn't make a sword strike, but rather a pair of fists blasted into the space. A brutal true chi exploded in the air, and a terrifying wave of air instantly catapulted the male demon envoy's figure out. Aren't you going to use your sword? The male demon envoy laughed coldly as he flew backwards, and in turn, his body suddenly turned. His right fist condensed a mass of horrifying true chi, and with all his strength, he slapped a palm at Xia Buxiu in the sky. Old demon, it seems like you really don't dare to lay your hands on her. I'm a bit curious as to what kind of person this woman is to you, the male demon envoy sneered. Seek death. A ray of white light blossomed in Xia Buxiu's eyes, and his aura around him skyrocketed at this moment. A fist and a palm, clashing away in the air. Rumble. The breath around the two men erupted into countless split spaces at this moment, and monstrous might swept towards the surroundings at this moment, where the airwaves crushed through. Everything was reduced to nothingness. The entire wilderness did not even have a single weed left at this moment. The flesh and blood on the male demon envoy's palm tore open countless bloody gouges at this moment, and even the palm was exposed to be filled with white bones. The terrifying aura even began to tear his flesh apart, and the hole suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out horizontally. This old thing really dares to hit hard. The male demon envoy's figure kept retreating violently. It didn't stand up until it smashed into the ground and exploded into a large spiral crater. However, his plan also worked. Xiaobuxiu similarly retreated 10 feet after releasing this punch. Better than the male demon envoy, but the breath consumption could be considered huge. At the same time, the two demon envoys took advantage of Xiaobuxiu's gap to catch his breath, and the 4 chains instantly hung on Xiaobuxiu's limbs. At once, a lurid devouring force permeated the chains and began to crazily absorb the true qi within Xiaobuxiu's body. Assholes! A bunch of treacherous people. Xiaobuxiu desperately struggled against the chains. However, he found that the chains were not physical objects, but existed in a situation of nothingness, and seemed to be a type of magic treasure that specialized in restraining the will of the soul. For normal people, this item has no effect, but to the soul will, this thing is the presence of Tinker Them. Ha ha ha, old thing, you couldn't have counted on us hiding a hand, could you? I have to say that your strength is indeed strong, but you may have forgotten that we, the people of the Hall of Locking Luo, were born to capture you soul wills to enhance our cultivation. The male demon envoy looked at Xiaobuxiu triumphantly. Now, you'll just have to watch us slowly, absorbing the last ounce of power you have left. After saying that, the 3 of them approached Xiaobuxiu. They opened their hands, and the true qi transmitted from the 4 chains began to nourish their bodies up as well. It had to be said that compared to the souls collected before, it was far less than 1,000th of Xiaobuxiu's. No, 1 in a million. However, at this moment, Xiaobuxiu's face was incomparably gloomy. Even when he was bound with chains, even when he couldn't break free from those chains, his breath around him kept surging. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fuck. At this moment, Xiaobuxiu's breath was as if there was no end to it, and his breath broke through the limits of what he had shown before. The terrifying true qi was actually at this moment shook the chains. End of chapter. How can that be? The male demon envoy's face turned incomparably purple and green. The soul chain is broken? The palace master had personally told them that the soul locking chain was able to lock up all soul beings in the entire world, and that as long as they were soul bodies, it would never be possible for them to break free from the soul locking chain. But, Xiaobuxiu actually forced the soul chain to break free? Miscellaneous fishes. Now you've completely pissed me off. Xiaobuxiu raised his head. At this moment, his eyes were flickering with white light, and a wisp of white true qi flowed from his eyes, hesitation flames burning in his eyes. Not only that, Xiaobuxiu's true qi around his body was not as regular as before. It was completely mixed, and it completely exploded out at this moment. Don't be afraid. He's at the end of his rope. As long as we, before the words fell, Xiaobuxiu chopped through with a sword blade in hand. The male demon envoy's face changed drastically, and in his haste, he was directly chopped off an arm. Seeing this, the other 2 demon envoys' faces were incomparably pale. This Xiaobuxiu, how is it that he still has such terrifying strength? Together, the female demon envoy also gritted her teeth and gave up. The power of the souls will would always have a limit. Xiaobuxiu had already exploded his true qi once before, and now that he had exploded an even more terrifying aura, how long would he be able to maintain it? Couldn't be more passive. Even though the male demon envoy had an arm severed, a fierce look emerged on his face. He had to capture Xiaobuxiu's will today. Looking at the 3 people flying in, Xiaobuxiu's face did not fluctuate in any way. At that moment, he raised the blade of his sword, and his breath around him was injected into the Xian sword as if it was flowing water. It's a pity that this sword can't instruct the Dao Heavenly Sects Juniors, Xiaobuxiu said. The words fell. The winds on the continent began to converge. The 3 people's faces changed, and in just a breath, the surrounding winds and clouds, all gathered at this moment. A breath later, a fierce wind was blowing in the wasteland, as if this wind was capable of sucking up the earth. Not good. Retreat. The male demon envoy's face changed drastically. This aura was no longer something they could fight against. Why was there such a terrifying existence under the sky? It was the same transition stage. So why was Xiaobuxiu's strength so terrifying? However, it's too late for them to escape now. Xiaobuxiu's aura covered the entire wasteland, and the surrounding gale formed a figurative giant wind tornado at this moment. The wind tornado that was visualized covered 100 miles of land. Rao was above the Dao Heavenly clan, but at this time, he could see a wind tornado that bridged heaven and earth in the southeast direction, hundreds of miles away. Lin Tiany's heart was incomparably shocked. Hundreds of miles apart, he was able to see such a terrifying tornado bridging heaven and earth, and even the scope of the tornado was getting bigger and bigger, as if it was able to absorb everything in heaven and earth. Just standing here and looking at it was enough to make one feel a twinge of shock. Looking at this scene, Jiang Ming didn't say anything but frowned tightly. Xiaobuxiu used this move in his current state. Jiang Ming clenched his fists at the thought. At this very moment, the three demon envoys desperately wanted to escape from this area. But the area covered by the wind tornado was too terrifying. No matter how much they tried to escape, there was simply no way out. Coupled with the suction force within the wind tornado, at this point there was no way for them to continue to extend outward. They could only begin to be gradually pulled back. Moreover, such a huge wind tornado also had countless sword chi in it. During their escape alone, they had already suffered multiple heavy injuries. That old thing, with an incomparably hideous color on his face. The male demon envoy used his true chi to transmit words to the other two. We can't wear out like this. We must find that old thing's location as soon as possible and forcefully interrupt him. Upon hearing this, the three of them didn't intend to escape and flew towards the center. Xiaobuxiu, who was located in the center, slowly placed the dispersed Xiaozimo at his feet, his gaze looking towards the location of the three people. How dare you come back? Looking for death. Xiaobuxiu's sword flipped and his body suddenly flew out. Facing the attack of the three, Xiaobuxiu blocked it with a single sword. Boom! The four breaths collided in the dragon scroll, sparing the power they emitted, but they only merged into the dragon scroll. The three of them once again exchanged 10 or so rounds with Xiaobuxiu, terrifying auras bursting through the air again and again. But this time, the three were still unable to defeat Xiaobuxiu. Xiaobuxiu's strength. It's amazing. At this point, the three dodged out again. Feeling such a terrifying oppressive force, the male demon envoy also gave up. Take the soul-devouring pill that the Hall Master gave us, the male demon envoy said through gritted teeth. What? But that side effect. The female demonic ambassador was shocked in her heart. There can be no more hesitation. When we take down Xiaobuxiu, the Hall Master will definitely lift it for us, the male demon envoy said. With this in mind, the three of them took a black elixir. At this moment, the three people's pupils turned pitch black at this moment, as if they were demons. Not only that, even the meridians on their bodies were rippling with a purple and green at this time. Another one of these tacky tricks, Xiaobuxiu snorted. It's a good tactic to finish you off. After saying that, the three of them rushed towards Xiaobuxiu once again. Take your life. At this time, the breath of the three had nearly been able to completely ignore the sword chi in the wind dragon scrolls and rushed towards Xiaobuxiu. Xiaobuxiu stepped on his feet, not dodging or avoiding, and chopped toward the three with a sword. At this time, the breath above Xiaobuxiu's circumference, including the breath within the entire wind dragon scroll, unexpectedly began to slowly surge into Xiaobuxiu's Xian sword. This sword, it is a unique sword art created by the Dao Heavenly Sect. Crow Dragon Sword Whistling Technique. Roar. Shasta. Several dragon whistling sounds emerged in the space, and located in the depths of the dragon scrolls, 6 emerald green wind dragons actually emerged, emitting awe-inspiring roars as they attacked towards the three respectively. The 6 wind dragons instantly impacted above the three. Rumble. The monstrous sword intent and might scattered countless sword intent that obliterated everything in the air. Wherever the sword intent skimmed through, even the wind tornado that encased them was cut through countless cracks. At the same time, the entire earth shook violently. The three were struck by this blow, and they spewed out a mouthful of blood, eventually flying out helplessly across the room. Even to the last moment, they couldn't figure it out. Why is Xiaobuxiu so strong? Is this the peak power of that era? The three of them fell before Xiaobuxiu's aura gradually converged. As his breath tightened, the aura around him instantly dispersed, including his own eventual powerless fall from the heights. Boom! Xiaobuxiu landed on the ground, and he shook his head mockingly. It's really ridiculous. Xiaobuxiu, have been fighting for my entire life, but I didn't expect to deal with 3 miscellaneous fish with such effort. Xiaobuxiu braced his body and said with a bitter smile. After saying that, Xiaobuxiu coughed violently a few times. It was just that as a piece of will. He did not bleed, and the heavy injuries he suffered would only cause a rapid loss of true chi in his body. This will, he knew, would not last much longer. Thinking of this, Xiaobuxiu took a deep breath and walked over to the trio. Pust. The sword intent in his hand instantly obliterated 3 people. At the same time, Xiaobuxiu also noticed the 2 golden residual pages. I guess this is the heavenly Dao remnant pages that senior brother was talking about. Xiaobuxiu put away the 2 remnant pages. Afterward, he picked up Xiaozimo and flew towards the direction of the Dao Heavenly Sect. End of chapter. Taoist Heavenly Sect. Xiaobuxiu arrived in a moment with Xiaozimo. When Xiaobuxiu arrived at the main peak hall, many disciples within the clan saw Xiaobuxiu's figure skimming through the air, and all of them became a little more alert. After a vicious fight, their nerves had long been taut, not daring to be sloppy for a moment. Upon arriving at the main hall, the elders within the hall walked out. Some of the older elders had expressions of incomparable surprise on their faces when they saw Xiaobuxiu. Old master? An aged elder exclaimed out in shock. He had grown up in the Tao Heavenly Sect since he was a child, and his memories left a deep impression of Xiaobuxiu as well. It could be said that the cultivators of his generation all had deep memories of Xiaobuxiu. After all, it was Xiaobuxiu who led the Tao Heavenly Sect to the very top of the continent, proudly looking down on the world's sects and becoming the #1 deserving sect. Originally, Xiaobuxiu had long since ascended, and he did not expect to see it again one day. He even suspected he was dreaming. Hearing the elder's voice, Xiaobuxiu just nodded, then placed Xia Zimo flat on a carpet. At this time, the duo of Jiang Ming and Lin Tianyi also arrived at the main hall from a short distance away. Third master. As soon as Lin Tianyi entered, he respectfully arched his hand. Xiaobuxiu glanced back at the duo, forced a smile, and nodded. I didn't expect that the kid who followed his elder brother's ass every day at the beginning is now sitting in the position of the sect leader. Time passes really fast, Xiaobuxiu said with a smile. Third master uncle, Zmo Shi, frowned Lin Tianyi. Xiaobuxiu didn't answer, but the gravity in his eyes was enough to prove that Xia Zimo's situation at this time was definitely not optimistic. For a while, the air in the great hall became incomparably heavy. Let me do it. At this time, Jiang Ming stepped forward and said. However, Xiaobuxiu stopped Jiang Ming directly with one hand. Senior brother, I know that you're very strong right now, but I want to do it myself this time, Xiaobuxiu said. At those words, Jiang Ming frowned. But then, you might disappear right away, Jiang Ming reminded. Of course I know, Xiaobuxiu let out a light laugh. Then, his gaze fell on Xia Zimo. He gently rubbed Xia Zimo's forehead, seemingly recalling the old times. This child has loved learning the sword from me since she was a child, and her talent is no worse than her father's. In the beginning, I also asked her to be my disciple in my own name, but it's not because I had already ascended when she was 12 years old. I'm an incompetent master, so I want to use this last bit of time to teach her what I wasn't able to teach her before, Xiaobuxiu said calmly. After saying these words, Xiaobuxiu was as if he had breathed a sigh of relief as a pleased smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at Jiang Ming. This will of mine isn't likely to last past today anyway, so let it be as I wish, Xiaobuxiu said. Jiang Ming didn't answer. It was a long time before he nodded. Thanks, Xiaobuxiu smiled faintly. After saying that, Xiaobuxiu casually touched out 2 golden remnant pages and said, those 3 people carry this thing. Even my sword intent can't cut through it. I guess it's the Heavenly Tao remnant pages you mentioned before. You take it. Seeing this, Jiang Ming accepted the Heavenly Tao remnant page and clutched it in his hand for dear life. Xiaobuxiu patted Jiang Ming's shoulder and said in a true Qi transmission, I'm already very relieved that you're safe and sound. Senior brother, since a person will survive, there is bound to be a meaning to his existence. I believe that one day we will be reunited again, and I, master, and elder brother and the others will look forward to the day we meet you. Live well. After saying that, Xiaobuxiu walked past Jiang Ming. He picked up Xia Zimo and sat on the ground. After taking a deep breath, he released a strand of true qi from between his fingers and began to inject it into Xia Zimo's brow. Everyone watching this scene didn't dare to speak, but from the moment Xiaobuxiu injected his true qi, the situation inside Xia Zimo's body started to move towards a better situation. It was only after the last strand of true qi was injected into Xia Zimo's brow that Xiaobuxiu withdrew his hand and sat demurely in place. Don't fail to live up to my name, Xiaobuxiu. Xiaobuxiu let out a light laugh. Then, his body began to become gradually transparent, and from his feet, he began to turn into white smoke in the air, like dandelions floating in the wind, until it all disperses. Third uncle, Lin Tianyi said in pain. Among the people he admired most was Xiaobuxiu. Thinking back to when Xiaobuxiu ordered the entire clan to fight against the demon sect, it seemed as if it was all right in front of his eyes to this day. However, he and Xiaobuxiu had only just met twice, yet they were facing another separation. Not only Lin Tianyi, including all the elders present, had this feeling in their hearts. It was just that many of the elders had not experienced that era, and their feelings were not as profound as Lin Tianyi's. At this time, the eyes of Xia Zimo, who was sitting on the ground, moved slightly. Soon she opened her eyes. When she saw Jiang Ming and Lin Tianyi and the others, she hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. There's no need. The person who saved you was your grandfather Xiaobuxiu. You need to remember that you are an elder of the Tao Heavenly Sect, carrying the mission of your ancestors as well as yourself. Don't fail everyone. Jiang Ming interrupted Xia Zimo and said in a deep voice. After saying that, Jiang Ming turned around and left. At those words, Xia Zimo stood in place a little out of breath. Summer doesn't fix it? It was a name that stuck in her mind. And even when she was unconscious just now, she seemed to hear that long, familiar voice. She originally thought that she was having a flashback to the past, but she didn't realize that the person who would save her would be her grandfather Xiaobuxiu. Thinking of this, Xia Zimo looked towards Lin Tianyi. Sect Master, what happened just now? Xia Zimo inquired. Lin Tianyi looked at Jiang Ming's figure as he walked away and sighed slightly, then said it word for word to Xia Zimo. Above the empty island, Jiang Ming sat on a small stool looking at the fruit and vegetables in front of him and shook his head helplessly. I was going to say that we'll eat some together when these fruits and vegetables are ripe, but who knew you'd leave so soon? Jiang Ming said with a sigh, but on second thought, even if Xiaobuxiu didn't disappear today, he shouldn't be able to eat ripe fruits and vegetables for half a month. Anyway, after experiencing too many partings, Jiang Ming had long been numb. To him, Xiaobuxiu was happy. At least he made it. He managed to save Xia Zimo and personally passed the final inheritance to Xia Zimo, which was already the most perfect ending. Not like him. At this moment, Lin Tianyi slowly arrived at this place and respectfully saluted Jiang Ming. Say something quickly. I'll be leaving today, Jiang Ming said blandly, reporting back to senior uncle. Previously things were too mixed up. There was one thing I didn't report, Lin Tianyi said. After saying that, he grabbed a token in his hand and handed it to Jiang Ming. As soon as Jiang Ming saw it, an invisible killing intent surfaced in his eyes. This token. It's a token unique to the Lingyun sect. End of chapter. Where did it come from? Jiang Ming asked. There were many people from the locked Luo palace when they came. 4 of them were very frighteningly strong. And this token is what I took from a masked man who was hiding his identity. Lin Tianyi said. 4? Jiang Ming frowned. Are you sure there are 4 strong ones? Jiang Ming asked again. I can be sure. Because there was a strong person from the locked Luo palace who was injured by the sword chi in your jade order from senior uncle. Lin Tianyi said with certainty. Hearing this, Jiang Ming directly crushed the token in his hand. I can't believe there was an escape. And it's still on their side of the Lingyun sect. I know. A chill flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. After saying that, he directly disappeared from the empty island in the next second. Looking at Jiang Ming's disappearing figure, Lin Tianyi seemed to have made up his mind. Lingyun sect. The disciples on Cloud Chasing Peak were still in full swing training their body refining fundamentals, and compared to before, they were practicing smoother and smoother now. What elder brother Jiang Ming said is indeed true. While I'm refining my body now, the true chi within my dantian has expanded by a circle along with it. According to what was said in the body refining foundation, body refining not only strengthens the physical body, but also expands the dantian. Even though we are now foundation establishment, we still have a lot of true chi remaining in various parts of our body. Forging the body still has very many benefits for us. It's no wonder that just refining our bodies our own cultivation level has increased significantly. Looks like some hard work paid off. A delighted smile also appeared on the faces of the disciples. As for the people who were hiding on the side, they didn't know what to say at this point. Because of their strength these days, it was almost at the speed of the naked eye, including those disciples who used to be at the bottom of the pile, actually broke through the bottleneck in large numbers in the past 2 days. So much so that those disciples who had originally despised them joined the training team at this time. On this day, Elder Hall also returned from outside. In the few days he was out, he still hadn't found Hao Shangtian, but he found another amazing thing. That would be the extermination of the Zhenpu sect. When the Hall Elder followed the sect's magic treasure imprint to find the Xianmei sect's location, the scene in front of him was just like a human purgatory, without the slightest bit of the previous day's prestige. That's why this made them rush back to the Lingyun sect, fearing that they might have incurred some kind of right and wrong over there. As soon as he returned to the Lingyun sect, Elder Tang saw many disciples begin their body refining training. This type of training was so basic that the Hall Elder recognized it at once. It was just that he didn't understand why these disciples had started refining their bodies again when it was clear that they had already received body refining training a long time ago. And still, most of the disciples were all in the dojo refining their bodies. What's going on? The church elder wondered. He walked over to Tang Qiuyu and pointed at her, asking, what happened in the past 2 days? Why is everyone refining their bodies? Tang Qiuyu replied, it was senior brother Jiang Ming who asked us to copy the book, and during the process of copying the book, we felt that there was still something lacking in the area of body refining, so we attempted to re-refine our bodies. Later, we realized that the efficacy of body refining was much higher than we thought. At those words, the hall elder frowned. I didn't expect him to let Jiang Ming manage his disciples, but to let them copy books? Copied or what book? Alchemy Basics. Nonsense. Elder Tang shook his head and said, a cultivator needs more than anything else to be skillful in the use of true qi. How powerful the flesh is practiced again. A cultivator with high strength can wipe it out with his hands. Isn't that misleading? Hearing these words from the hall elder, Tang Qiuyu didn't dare to refute them. It was just that judging from the results of their training over the past few days, It didn't seem to be as flashy as Elder Hall had said, and after growing their physique, the absorption of true chi was instead smoother. At this time, a few disciples rushed to the side and said, "That's right, I see. You guys just trust that Jiangming too much. Jiangming's strength is only chi practicing. What other knowledge can he teach you besides body refining?" At those words, some disciples were also a bit shaken. Jiangming was strong and good, but what he taught was really only in the area of body refining. On the contrary, Elder Tang was a Jindan stage cultivator. Thinking of this, they also started to go back one after another to continue absorbing their true chi. By the way, where's Jiangming? The hall elder noticed at this moment that Jiangming had disappeared. Jiangming, the disciples didn't know how to answer. Only Tang Shouyue was clear in her mind. Only she didn't dare to say it. Ha! Elder, I think that Jiangming might have run off somewhere to steal something to eat again. Ever since this guy came to our Lingyun sect, every day, besides staying in his room, he runs towards the dining hall, completely a freeloader. The dog-legger on the side pandered. As the chief disciple, yet he doesn't set an example. It seems like he should indeed be taught a good lesson before he does so, the hall elder said in a deep voice. When the other disciples heard this, their faces were a bit ugly. To them, even though the direction Jiang Ming pointed out was indeed very basic, it had real results on them. Elder Hall, senior brother Jiang Ming has been instructing us these past few days, and our strength has improved quite quickly. At this time, Tang Chouyue said, "Quick, just training some body refining techniques?" The hall elder sneered, "But we've also had our strength boosted. Isn't this a bit unfair to senior brother Jiang Ming?" Tang Chouyue said softly, "Some of you were already stuck in a bottleneck, and a breakthrough is just a matter of these 2 days. Is that any surprise?" The hall elder snorted coldly. "But, someone else tried to make a defense." "Enough!" The hall elder snapped. "What? I've only been out for a few days, and you all only have Jiang Ming in your eyes, without me as an elder." Everyone closed their mouths at these words. Looking at these disciples, the hall elder's face was a bit ugly. This Jiang Ming had clearly only been here for less than a month, but he actually had so much influence that he was even on the verge of threatening him as an elder. It seemed that he had to ruthlessly suppress Jiang Ming before he could do so. Thinking of this, Elder Hall snapped, "Where's Jiang Ming? He hasn't come over to see me after all this time. It seems like he really takes himself seriously." The whole place is dead silent. Everyone was looking around, a little worried on the inside. The faces of those disciples who were hiding from the world were tingling with a few moments of joy. Jiang Ming's good days were only about to come to an end. "Where's Jiang Ming?" Elder Hall's voice gradually amplified and his tone became more and more severe. This time, he was really a bit angry. 3 breaths later, there was still no response. The hall elder's face was incomparably gloomy. Ever since he became the cloud-chasing peak elder, no disciple had ever dared to be so unbridled. He opened his mouth, ready to scream a third time when he did. A breaking sound instantly came from the distance. "Old thief Su Wuing, since you're still alive, hurry up and get out." At this moment, Jiang Ming's voice was instantly transmitted in everyone's ears. The entire 6 peaks of cloud-chasing peak were enveloped under Jiang Ming's words. It took a long time to dissipate. End of chapter. Who's that? Who dares to be so wild as to call out the name of our sect leader? Shu, keep your voice down. Can't you see that others are able to step into the air? This is at least a Yuaning stage strength powerhouse to have this kind of means. So what if it's the Yuaning stage? When the sect leader comes out of the gate, he might just be directly promoted to the harmonization stage. That's right. Even if he's a god transformation stage cultivator, so what? The Lingyun sect disciples were discussing it all around. Most of them held a few hostile, as well as curious, thoughts towards the man who had suddenly called out to them. After all, in all the years they had joined the sect, they had never seen anyone who came directly and single-handedly to clamor. This, or the first, senior brother Jiang Ming? The disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak exclaimed in shock, even though they couldn't see Jiang Ming's appearance too well from where they stood below. That familiar voice and the sword behind Jiang Ming were more than familiar to them. But why? Jiang Ming would directly call out the name of the sect leader? And with that tone, there was a mood of immortality in it. Long, elders, Jiang Ming, this will not drag us down, right? At this point, the lazy disciple's voice trembled a bit. Jiang Ming had taken the initiative to provoke the sect leader, and if he was held accountable, it was possible that everyone up and down Cloud Chasing Peak would suffer along with them. At those words, the hall elder's face changed drastically. "Jiang Ming, what kind of madness are you playing? Hurry up and come down. Aren't you afraid of death?" The hall elder panicked. He had originally treated Jiang Ming as his cash cow, and whether he could elevate his name as an elder in the future depended on Jiang Ming's outstanding performance in the future. Who had thought that Jiang Ming was the one with outstanding performance? The result is manifested in the calling of palms. He looked at Jiang Ming anxiously, itching to go up and drag him down. However, at this moment, Jiang Ming didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to the hall elder and continued to yell at Su Wuing. Su Wuing, do you have to be a shrinking violet after doing something wrong? The collusion with your demon sect, do you really think that no one knows about it? Jiang Ming shouted. When these words came out, the entire clan was abuzz. Colluding with the devil sect? Nowadays, who in the Zhongxian continent still dares to call themselves a demon sect? Since a great war 4,000 years ago, the devil sects were almost all uprooted from the continent, and only some side evil sects have risen in the last 2,000 years. Moreover, their Lingyun sect was a righteous sect. How could there be collusion between them and the devil sect? All the disciples were angry at this moment. Su Wuying was the sect leader of their Lingyun sect, and even more so, the core bone of the Lingyun sect. How could they allow an outsider to defame them in such an unbridled manner? For a while, the other peaks collectively began to vociferously denounce Jiang Ming in a chaotic manner. As for chasing Cloud Peaks, the hall elder was trembling with anger. Why would Jiang Ming say that? Isn't this jumping into a death pit? In the end, it might even implicate them. Senior brother Jiang Ming. The disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak were a bit confused. In their impression, Jiang Ming had always been someone who was unfazed by things and could calmly deal with all situations. But why? At this time, was he flatly accusing the sect leader of colluding with the people of the devil sect? People don't understand. Only Tang Xiuyue was secretly shocked in her heart. Could it be that Jiang Ming had come to the Lingyun sect just to investigate whether or not the Lingyun sect had colluded with the devil sect? Thinking back to what happened in Wuxiao City, she suddenly thought of this. Could it be that Jiang Ming really found some clues? After all, in her impression, Jiang Ming was by no means the impulsive type. Or, when Jiang Ming went back to the Daotian sect, she didn't dare to think further. The Lingyun sect was the place she grew up in, and she couldn't believe that the sect that had always told her what the right way was would collude with the devil sect. However, judging from Jiang Ming's expression, as well as the fact that Jiang Ming had arrived here alone, the Xia Buxiu by his side had also disappeared. I'm just afraid that things have come to a point where they can't be undone. At that moment, Elder Hall took out a flying magic weapon from his storage bag and flew rapidly in the direction of Jiang Ming. At the same time, several chief disciples from the other peaks also rushed to Jiang Ming. The harlot is arrogant. The sect leader of my sect. Is it not for you to slander? Don't talk nonsense with him. Make a move together to take him down. And wait for the sect leader to come out of the gate. Before the words fell, an aura instantly erupted around Jiang Ming. The chief disciple of the five peaks did not even have the chance to strike. The whole person flew out sharply horizontally, during which a large mouth of blood was gushing out. When the six peaks disciples saw this, their faces changed drastically. What kind of strength is this? Even the chief disciple of the five peaks went up to take a look and was directly shaken out, and was even able to tell that the injuries were not light at all. This was definitely not some Yuaning stage cultivator. It was at least a spirit transformation stage cultivator. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the hall elders who hadn't yet flown and trembled violently, and they immediately felt the urge to beat a retreat. Originally, he thought that Jiang Ming's strength wasn't too far off from his, but now that he looked at it, he was afraid that Jiang Ming had retained an unknown amount of his methods. What was ridiculous was that he even wanted to get some benefits from Jiang Ming in the first place. Jiang Ming, can you go back and discuss slowly before anything else? If you do this, not only am I embarrassed, all of our cloud-chasing peak disciples might be implicated because of you. Elder Tang went up stiffly and persuaded Jiang Ming. At that moment, Jiang Ming swept his gaze coldly towards the hall elder. The moment he locked eyes with Jiang Ming, all of Elder Tang's true chi was unloaded at that moment, as if he was kneeling at Jiang Ming's feet, and he didn't even dare to breathe a single breath. Tell Su Wuing to get his ass out here. Jiang Ming's voice was incomparably cold. The voice was soft, but it was one that everyone could hear. It was as if Jiang Ming had deliberately let Su Wuing hear it. The hall elder was trembling, his face incomparably pale. The pressure that Jiang Ming released on him was almost as if it could crush his entire body. At that moment, a silhouette arrived in front of Jiang Ming with a flying sword, stopping only in front of Jiang Ming and the hall elder. Jiang Ming, I don't know exactly what your intentions are, but as a disciple of the Lingyun sect, living in the Lingyun sect since I was a child, I don't believe that the sect leader would do something like that. Can't we just discuss it properly again? Tang Xiuyue frowned tightly and pleaded. Discussion? Jiang Ming swept his gaze coldly at the top and bottom of the Lingyun sect. When my Dao Heavenly sect was trampled on by the locked Luo Palace and Su Wuing and other dogs and thieves, who knew where your esteemed sect leader was? What? Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard these words from Jiang Ming. The Daotian sect, was it even attacked? But the Dao Heavenly sect was a first-class sect, plus Lin Tianyi had comprehended the sword intent, and an ordinary harmonization stage was no match for him. so who would dare to mess with him? Many of the disciples below wanted to hurl abuse at Jiang Ming's dog's mouth for not being able to spit out ivory. Only Tang Qiuyu bit the corner of her mouth, her eyes reddening. Get out of the way. Jiang Ming's voice was incomparably cold. I can't. Tang Qiuyu blocked Jiang Ming, tears dripping from the corners of her eyes as she said, Elder Tang single-handedly brought me up, and Lingyun sect is even the place where I lived since I was a child. So if you really want to destroy this place, we will no longer be friends. At those words, Jiang Ming's face remained cold. He walked slowly past Tang Qiuyu and said in a cold voice, we were never friends. It's winter in the south, and it's freezing to code. End of chapter. As soon as the words left her mouth, Tang Qiuyu clenched the corners of her mouth tightly, and the tears that trickled down eventually fell. Jiang Ming walked up to the hall elder, who was trembling all over. Only now did he realize how terrifying the strength Jiang Ming had displayed was. Tell Su Wuwing to get his ass out here, Jiang Ming said as he drew the Xian sword behind him. Me. The hall elder trembled, so much so that he couldn't even speak. With every step Jiang Ming took, he felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on him at his chest. This was the sense of oppression that Jiang Ming brought. Whoosh! Just then, a voice broke through the air. Only an old man appeared in mid-air, facing Jiang Ming without the slightest bit of fear on his face. On the contrary, he had his hands behind his back, looking down at Jiang Ming in a condescending manner. Ignorant little child, how dare you take liberties in front of my Lingyun sect? Your ignorance will only cost you your life, the visitor said in a deep voice. Upon seeing this figure, the disciples of the Lingyun sect all revealed a smile. It's the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is out of the gate, and has advanced to the God transformation stage. This is going to be good for this kid. Grand Elder. This brat must be killed as a warning to others. The disciples below all roared in anger. Jiang Ming smeared their Lingyun sect and said something about Su Wuyin colluding with the Devil sect. Now that the Grand Elder had come out of the gate and had advanced to the God transformation stage, would he still be afraid of this brat in that case? Hearing the voices of expectation from the disciples below, the Grand Elder of the Lingyun sect's face did not change. Hear that? It's hard to convince the public if I don't kill you, the Grand Elder said in a cold voice. You're not Su Wuing, Jiang Ming said. At those words, the Grand Elder's face changed slightly. In the next second, the Grand Elder slapped a palm in the air, and a muffled sound was violently emitted in space. Jiang Ming raised his hand, and his aura around him immediately skyrocketed. This aura not only cancelled out the Grand Elder's palm in the air, but also sent Tang Qiuyu and the Hall Elder duo flying out. I didn't expect that you would still care about the deaths of others, the Grand Elder sneered. My sword only kills those who deserve to be killed, Jiang Ming said calmly. Ha! Arrogant! The Grand Elder laughed coldly and extended his right hand. The original pale palm had actually expanded several times at that moment, as if it was able to cover the sky and the sun, covering towards Jiang Ming's body. Shadow palm. Looking at such a huge palm, even the disciples below felt a palpitation. If this palm really crushed down, I'm afraid that they would all be slapped to death. Was the strength of the God transformation stage even terrifying to such a level? It's over. The Grand Elder smiled smugly. He pressed this palm against Jiang Ming. In his eyes, Jiang Ming was nothing more than a hot-headed brat. Although he didn't know why Jiang Ming was able to have the same kind of aura as Fang, he was certain that with a brat of Jiang Ming's age, there was no way he could be his opponent. However, this time, Jiang Ming didn't even intend to catch it with his sword, but instead cupped his left hand and smashed it head-on against the Great Elder's gigantic palm. Boo! A purely physical contest exploded in space. Both of them used their physical bodies as weapons, and in the collision, a deafening clash sound was emitted. How? The Grand Elder felt a pained cry and hastily retracted his right hand. There's something weird about this kid. But before the Grand Elder could speak, Jiang Ming's figure had already appeared in front of him. What? The Grand Elder's face changed and changed. The Lingyun sect's face has been disgraced by you all, Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. Next sword. Extreme Divine Sword Chop. Clank. Only a resonant sound of a sword blade was heard, a crisp sound that grew in the sky, and Jiang Ming's figure instantly appeared behind the Grand Elder. In the next second, several white lights suddenly erupted in the air and exploded on the Grand Elder's body. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Ming didn't even turn his head back. The Grand Elder's body turned into a pile of meat in the air. How can that be? The Lingyun sect disciples' faces became incomparably gray. The Great Elder is dead? To be killed by this fellow with a single sword strike after just one round of walking in front of this person and using only one move? What kind of a being is he? A flash of panic surfaced in the hearts of all the disciples of the Lingyun sect. They had never felt such despair before. A God realization stage powerhouse couldn't even take a single move? Is this still human? After seeing the fall of the Grand Elder, the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak also stared wide-eyed, especially those disciples who had once spoken in vain to Jiang Ming. At this moment, Their faces were a shade of green and purple, and they even felt that there was a gust of wind just now that made their necks go cold. Jiang Ming's strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. This is senior brother Jiang Ming? The other disciples were also somewhat speechless. They even felt that the one in the sky wasn't Jiang Ming anymore. It was like a different person. Powerful, sharp, and cold. It was like a divine sword after going out of the body. No one could compete with it. At the same time, they had mixed feelings in their hearts. They didn't understand. If Jiang Ming was really at loggerheads with the Lingyun sect, why had he instructed them before, teaching them how to become stronger? They would rather believe that what happened before was a dream than believe that Jiang Ming would go this far. Su Wuing, still refusing to come out. Jiang Ming's voice echoed in space. Every word seemed to grip everyone's heart. They were all a bit scared. In their eyes, Jiang Ming was the devil who kills without a second thought. Whoosh! Suddenly, 4 people once again flew in the air, and all 4 auras were clear of transformation god stage experts. They looked at Jiang Ming with a grave expression on their faces. Kid, you killed the grand elder of my sect and you're still not running away? Do you really think that my Lingyun sect is made of clay? The second elder at the head shouted angrily. At that moment, the other elders chimed in. My Lingyun sect has been passed down for 10,000 years and is a famous sect on the continent. Even if you make a move today, there will be other Taoists who will conquer you together in the future. We advise you to put down your weapons quickly, and we can give you a hard time. The elders took out their blades and stared dead at Jiang Ming in a tit-for-tat stance. At those words, Jiang Ming smiled coldly. The power gained from cannibalizing a human essence spirit. In vain you dare to mention the named sect authenticity. Jiang Ming stood with his sword in hand, his sharpness unmistakable. At those words, the 4 people's faces were shocked. How does this guy know their secret business? After hearing these words, all 4 of them glanced at each other, and a murderous intent surfaced in their eyes at the same time. Although they didn't know where Jiang Ming had heard the news, they had to erase Jiang Ming to prevent the news from leaking out. Humph! My Lingyun sect acts openly and honestly. I believe that the eyes of all cultivators under the world are bright. You must give us an account of what happened today, or don't leave. Saying that, the 4 men's killing machine surfaced. Seeing this, Jiang Ming flung out his left hand and said in a deep voice, since we're going to fight, let's not talk so much nonsense. Arrogant. The 4 of them bellowed and made a move in unison, facing the attacks coming from all directions. Jiang Ming's sword blade crossed. Extreme divine sword chop. End of chapter. There's that trick again. When the lower part of the world watched Jiang Ming's figure suddenly disappear, and countless white lights once again surfaced in space flickering in the air, there was a hint of fear in their hearts. The results were similar. As their hearts palpitated, they only saw the 4 elders' arms suddenly flying out horizontally, each of their right arms directly severed by Jiang Ming. Ah! The 4 of them clasped their hands in horror and watched their arms fall into the bottom of the mountain. This guy, what kind of monster is he? The most frightening thing was that they didn't feel any pain the moment their arms were chopped off, and only realized the pain a few seconds after the chopping. If Su Wuing doesn't come out yet, the next sword won't be an arm, Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. The 4 were about to say something else, but the threat that Jiang Ming brought to them was just too great, and they had a vague feeling that even if Su Wuing came in person, it was unlikely that he would be Jiang Ming's opponent, unless the Lord of the Hall of Locked Lobes himself. At this point, the disciples below were near despair, watching the 4 elders lay in Jiang Ming's hands once again. They were close to feeling devastated at their own perceptions, even though they were a 3rd-grade clan, but the elders had all broken through to the god transformation stage. Facing this guy in front of them, they unexpectedly did not even have half a solution. For the first time, they questioned their clan. Lingyun sect, is it really that weak? For cloud chasing peak, they were all silent. Jiang Ming was very strong, which would have been something to be happy about, but they were never happy, because the 4 elders had lost again, and with this stance, even if it was sect leader Su Wuing himself, I'm afraid that he really couldn't beat Jiang Ming. At that point, what are they going to do? They were just a group of disciples. Without the Lingyun sect, where should they go? Many disciples below were hurling abuse at Jiang Ming, but Jiang Ming didn't care. He just needed to do it with a clear conscience, even against the world. At that moment, he felt an aura approaching, finally willing to show up. Jiang Ming frowned. In just a few moments, a crane-haired man was seen stepping down from above the clouds. He was dressed in a white robe, his feet stepping on an auspicious cloud and descending, as if he were an immortal walking down from the sky to universalize all beings. It's the master. The sect leader has really come. Harmonization stage. Sect master has really broken through to the harmonization stage. It's saved. It's saved. All the disciples all began to cheer. The harmonization stage, in their eyes, was the topmost strength of the strongest people on the continent. As long as there was a harmonization stage powerhouse within the clan, then one could be ranked amongst the ranks of the first-grade clans. A strong harmonization stage person was the symbol of a clan. Now, Su Wuing had done it. At this very moment, Su Wuing raised his hand and immediately an invisible barrier surfaced in space, enveloping Jiang Ming and him and even isolating the four elders. Who are you? Su Wuing asked indifferently. The one who wants you dead. Jiang Ming replied. As the words fell, Jiang Ming raised his sword and went out. Su Wuying's brows furrowed as he met Jiang Ming's sword and clapped his hands together to send out a ball of white true qi that suddenly exploded in the air. Boom! With an explosive sound, Su Wuying's figure suddenly disappeared into the air. In the next second, he appeared behind Jiang Ming as if he were a ghost. At the same time, he also manifested a long sword in his hand and chopped out a white sword blade at Jiang Ming, hitting him directly in the back. Boom! This sword chopped dead center on Jiang Ming's back. Seeing this scene, all the disciples below instantly boiled over. The previous four elders, including the Grand Elder, had all been hung by Jiang Ming. Now, when Su Wuing came, he instantly reversed the situation, worthy of being their patriarch. However, Su Wuing wasn't complacent because just now he felt that the sword didn't hit Jiang Ming, it merely looked like it did to the naked eye. With this in mind, Su Wuing immediately released 10% of his strength, instantly releasing a terrifying and extreme suction force around him. Phew! At that moment, he saw Jiang Ming, who was located to his left, while he once again slapped out both palms. The power of this one was even much more terrifying than the last one. Boom! The white true qi covered Jiang Ming as if it was attached to a flame. The latter was engulfed by the white true qi in an instant, and the terrifying aura shot straight up into the sky as if it were an earthly cannon crumbling the spatial boundaries laid down. What a terrible power! The four elders sighed. Is this the strength of the ensemble stage? Even though he couldn't use the power between heaven and earth, this terrifying aura alone was enough to shake all existences in the world. At the same time, this was also the first time that Lingyun sect had seen the true strength of the harmonization stage. This strike shattered the boundary, and even they were affected by this horrifying wave of air, and those with weaker strengths were actually a bit unsteady on their feet. It's over. A delighted smile gradually surfaced on the faces of the disciples of the Lingyun sect. With such an appalling power, even the airwaves generated could make them unsteady on their feet, let alone Jiang Ming who was caught in the middle of it. However, next moment, when the white true qi gradually attenuated its breath, they saw Jiang Ming, who was located in the center of the airwave, actually stopping this horrible airwave with one hand and splitting it apart with a slap. He, himself, froze without a hitch. How? Su Wuying's eyes trembled. He had thought that after breaking through the harmonization stage, there would be few enemies in this Zhongxian continent as well. This strike, moreover, used his full strength. Even a strong ensemble stage person couldn't possibly take this move from him. And Jiang Ming actually took this move from him with just one hand? It simply broke his perception. I can't understand. With only this amount of strength given to you by the locked Luo Palace, are you willing to abandon your former pride and willingly become traitors to the demon sect? Jiang Ming shook off the true qi on his left hand and said calmly. Su Wuying's pupils shrunk. Who the hell are you? Su Wuying was a bit flustered. Dao Heavenly Sect. Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. Remember this name. With that said, Jiang Ming slashed down with his sword. Su Wuying's face changed drastically as he hastily dodged and retreated. However, it was as if the sword was able to know the orientation of his dodge, and the sword qi came towards his main body here. Su Wuying's mind panicked. He couldn't defeat Jiang Ming at all. He had to request the adults of the locked Luo Palace. Thinking of this, Su Wuying immediately shouted, Lord Soul Ancestor help. At those words, the faces of the disciples of the Lingyun sect below all surfaced with a look of incomprehension. And who is Lord Soulfather? Only Tang Choyue blushed. Could it be that their patriarch really colluded with someone? For a moment, a touch of terrifying pressure suddenly surfaced in space, instantly enveloping the entire Lingyun sect up and down. Even the sky above his head was changing colors at this moment. Seeing this, Su Wuying's face was ecstatic. Lord Soul Ancestor really hasn't abandoned me yet. At the same time, a never-before-seen seriousness surfaced in Jiang Ming's eyes. Finally come out? Jiang Ming gripped his sword blade tightly at this moment. End of chapter. Rip. Right at this moment, a huge rift appeared in the sky, and a figure stepped out of the void with a pale coloration on his face. But the aura released from his body caused the entire Lingyun sect to submit to it. At this moment, everyone except Jiang Ming and Su Wuying were overwhelmed by this terrifying aura. Everyone's legs were trembling as they looked at the sky in horror, as if they would be crushed by this terrifying aura in the next second. The soul jade given to you by my father. You're in such a hurry to use it? You really don't know how to cherish it, the soul ancestor said with his hands behind his back. shaking his head slightly. Lord Soul Ancestor. This person is too powerful and is even harder to deal with than the Daotian Sect's gang. That's why I'm here to ask you to take action. Or else I wouldn't dare to let your lordship step in so easily. Su Wuying said in panic, looking at Su Wuying's flustered demeanor. The Soul Ancestor sneered. The strongest people on the continent had now fallen to such a state. However, he wasn't worried. After all, with the strength of their locked Luo Palace, they were originally able to override the Zhongxian continent. It's just that this has been hidden in the shadows in order to be prepared for anything. Having already waited for tens of thousands of years, they didn't want to fall in the gutter again. At that moment, the Soul Ancestor's gaze locked onto Jiang Ming, but this glance made his brow furrow. Jiang Ming? When the Soul Ancestor recognized it, his face changed wildly. The moment he saw Jiang Ming, it was as if he had returned to that scene 10,000 years ago. A man was holding a sword in one hand, overriding the sky above their locked Luo Palace. All 11 of their locked Luo Palace elders, including the Palace Master, used their strongest feats towards the man. That man, coldly scanned all of them and chopped out that world-destroying sword. Nowadays, Jiang Ming's appearance had barely changed from back then, but if I really want to say, the current Jiang Ming seemed to be a bit younger than before, and no longer had white hair. Instead, he looked a bit like Jiang Ming's offspring? Right, it should be the offspring. Even if Jiang Ming hadn't descended, how could he have survived for such a long time without the secret technique of the locked Luo Palace? Kid, who is Jiang Ming to you? The Soul Ancestor said sternly. At those words, Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. You recognize me? Jiang Ming frowned. Humph, don't say it, right? I guess you're also Jiang Ming's sinful seed. The revenge for the extermination of the family 10,000 years ago. We can't find Jiang Ming's original father, so we'll take you. The Soul Ancestor snorted coldly. With that said, the Soul Ancestor's speed instantly skyrocketed in the air. At this time, Jiang Ming didn't choose to counterattack, but instead felt a hint of heartbreak. This guy is hardly a remnant that survived 10,000 years ago, but how is that possible? At first, he had literally destroyed the locked Luo Palace, and even if someone had survived, it would have been some other disciple who had gone out on a mission, and would never have recognized him. But judging from the Soul Ancestor's expression just now, he definitely knew himself from 10,000 years ago. Even if he was only at the transitional stage strength 10,000 years ago, there was no way he could have missed such a serious mistake. At that moment, the Soul Ancestor had already attacked, and he pressed down with his right hand. Boom! With an explosive sound, the space where Jiang Ming was located emitted terrifying booms one after another, and without the reinforcement of the boundary. As the airwave fluctuations fell, the neighboring peaks continuously blew off their heads. Appalling auras exploded continuously on Jiang Ming's body, and the air was filled with purple flames enveloping the space Jiang Ming was in. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. It was a good thing that they were so far away from each other. If they were to strike above their heads, I'm afraid they would have been killed on the spot. However, looking at such terrifying strength of the Soul Ancestor, the disciples of the Lingyun sect could not be happy. This was because they were able to sense that the aura on the Soul Ancestor's body was very cold and the moves he performed were extremely bizarre, and were definitely not all of the righteous sect's techniques. In other words, Jiang Ming had arrived here at the beginning to make a scene, saying that the sect leader had colluded with the devil sect. Big probably true. A purple pang ran down their faces at the thought, especially looking at their own head of the low voice to request the Soul Ancestor, or now a sinister smile, are changing the image of their original head of the heart. Why is this happening? The Lingyun sect disciple's state of mind was a bit messed up. Could it be that even the sect leader, who had always believed in the righteous path, had turned his back on his original will at this point? What then is the point of the word they hold to? Just then, the Soul Ancestor wore an incomparably relieved expression on his face after this strike landed. Back then, he didn't have that ability to defeat Jiang Ming, but now, he was able to kill someone who looked exactly like Jiang Ming, and it was a way to get out of the bad anger he felt back then. Thinking of this, the Soul Ancestor could only feel himself soothed. However, in just an instant, the Soul Ancestor's face changed slightly, and he turned around to immediately see a flying sword coming at him. What? The Soul Ancestor was startled in his heart and hurriedly shot a finger into the air. Boom! The flying sword cancelled out with one of the true chi he shot out, and space once again exploded with a terrifying might. I am curious. Back then, I obviously killed all of you. Why did you still survive? Could it be that you have some kind of soul-snatching technique? Jiang Ming said as his figure landed in the sky above, holding his sword. At those words, the Soul Ancestor's face changed wildly. He looked at Jiang Ming, and that confidence in his heart instantly fell to the bottom. Is he, really, Jiang Ming? How is this possible? How can Jiang Ming still be in the world? Hasn't he ascended long ago? Lord Soul Ancestor, what happened to you? At this moment, Su Wuing, who was on the side, timidly asked. Get out! The Soul Ancestor bellowed. A palm instantly slapped the talking Su Wuing to smithereens, and immediately, the entire Lingyun sect's faces became incomparably pale. Su Wuing is dead? Just one palm, and it directly slapped Su Wuing, who had the strength of the harmonization stage, to death? How powerful was this person called Soul Ancestor? Jiang Ming didn't care as he watched the Soul Ancestor's tactics. He looked at the other party with an icy gaze and slowly raised his sword blade. No, 10,000 years ago I was able to destroy your locked Luo palace. Today, I still can. After saying that, Jiang Ming raised his hand and slashed his sword. Above the blade of the sword, a brilliant light bloomed. This light was as if it could wash away all the filth in the world and sweep away all the obstacles that stood in its way. The Soul Ancestor trembled as he looked at Jiang Ming. At this moment, it was like he had gone back 10,000 years. That man who single-handedly held a sword blade, only relying on his own strength, obliterated all the top powerhouses of their locked Luo palace, and chopped out that unsurpassed sword. At this very moment, the entire Lingyun sect also showed their faces. In the face of Jiang Ming's sword, a look of despair appeared on everyone's face. They could feel that as long as Jiang Ming's sword fell, all of them in the Lingyun sect would be buried under it. But Jiang Ming did not stop. The sword-ons, at this moment, fell. Jiang Ming, you absolutely shall not die. The Soul Ancestor desperately unleashed his full strength at this moment. The white light instantly enveloped both heaven and earth into it, and all the disciples of the Lingyun sect closed their eyes at this moment. The blinding light could no longer keep their eyes open, but at that moment, they seemed to hear an ancient low drink in their ears. Fellow Daoist, everything is to the point. I still hope that you won't ruin my Lingyun sect. The ancient voice echoed up and down the entire Lingyun sect. I have to go to a relative's house tomorrow, so I can only do 2 shifts first. End of chapter. As soon as this voice appeared, a gentle force instantly enveloped the sky over the Lingyun sect. This breath immediately cancelled out most of Jiang Ming's sword chi, which saved the disciples within the Lingyun sect from this disaster. The disciples of the Lingyun sect had a look of awe in their eyes. When they were in the Lingyun sect, they had often heard that the founding ancestor of the Lingyun sect was the topmost powerhouse on the continent, and that after his death, he had also become one with the Lingyun sect. Could it be that the old ancestor had stepped in and stopped the move for them? At the same time, the Soul Ancestor at this moment was also stunned, faced with Jiang Ming's sword. Fortunately, there was another aura that helped him slow down the sword aura, as well as releasing his full strength himself, which allowed him to only have one arm chopped off. But because of this, he was even more fearful of Jiang Ming's strength. They had been doing research against the Dao Heavenly Sect's sword art for the past 10,000 years without fail, and it could be said that over the past 10,000 years, they had also been progressing. However, if it wasn't for the fact that there were still great powers appearing within the Lingyun sect, I'm afraid that he would have been killed by Jiang Ming with a sword strike by now. Thinking of this, the Soul Ancestor hurriedly tore open the void and fled away in panic. Want to go? Jiang Ming frowned. In the next second, Jiang Ming's figure instantly disappeared in place, and countless white light sword marks emerged in space. Extreme Divine Sword Chop. Countless sword marks chopped towards the Soul Ancestor in an instant, and at this time, the Soul Ancestor had completely lost his soul, only feeling the sword intent behind him was already about to tear his flesh to shreds. At that moment, a white shadow suddenly appeared in front of the Soul Ancestor, dissolving the sword chi with a soft stream of true chi. Tearing through the void was only in a moment. Noticing someone behind him blocking that sword, the Soul Ancestor stepped into the void in shock and disappeared without a trace in this space. Seeing this, Jiang Ming held his sword in a death grip. He looked at the white shadow. He was tempted to just kill the other party altogether with his sword, but he knew that this white shadow was no one else but his masterly Daotian's best friend, Forest Grove Cloud. However, this was not Lin Songyun's original body, but a wisp of divine thought. Unlike the will of Xiaobu Xiao, a divine idea was a strand of the body's consciousness left behind after the fall of a powerful cultivator, carrying the body's strength and consciousness, and was able to reach up to the strength of his or her person's peak period. As the most powerful cultivator of that era, Lin Songyun was only half a step away from ascension. Looking at it now, I'm afraid that Lin Songyun's strength back then had already surpassed the ferrying stage. It reached the level of a half-immortal. At that moment, Lin Songyun came to Jiang Ming's side and waved one hand, isolating the outside world. Why are you so angry, fellow Daoist? That sword of yours is certainly strong, but the killing aura is too heavy. Not only is it detrimental to your Dao foundation, but it will also jeopardize thousands of disciples up and down my clan. Lin Songyun shook his head and said, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, finally nodding silently. What Patriarch Lin said is true. I've been taught by the late generation, Jiang Ming said with an arch. Lin Songyun nodded in satisfaction, but he quickly noticed a familiar aura on Jiang Ming. Is it possible that little friend is acquainted with the old immortal? But the old immortal seems to have fallen for tens of thousands of years. There should be no acquaintances in the present world. Lin Songyun stroked his beard and said. Jiang Ming explained. I, Jiang Ming, the seventh disciple of Li Dao Tian, had a meeting with Patriarch Lin when I was young. Lin Songyun was a bit surprised. Jiang Ming? I have an impression. I didn't expect that old brat Li Dao Tian to have a disciple as outstanding as you. However, how did you break your mortal body to live through 10,000 years of time? Speaking of this, Lin Songyun also had a somewhat questioning look. Mortal body. No one can live more than 10,000 years. This is the cultivation world's solid death ordinance. Therefore, he also remains somewhat skeptical of Jiang Ming's identity. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and prepared to offer an explanation. But, without waiting for Jiang Ming to make an explanation, he sensed that something in space was sending a bizarre attack towards him through the void. It seems that the latecomer can only explain later. Jiang Ming frowned, his gaze immediately locking onto the upper midair. At that moment, a pitch-black rift tore open in the void above his head. Immediately afterward, two dark palms actually emerged from the rift, which were like the hands of demons in purgatory, tearing the void rift wider and wider, and stretching out their hands to grab towards Jiang Ming's place. Looking at another terrifying sight in the sky, the disciples below were once again on edge. I didn't look for you, and you actually had the nerve to come to the door of your own accord. A ray of light flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes as he slashed out with his sword. The sword blade instantly passed through his arms and chopped out a dazzling sword blade into the void. LOL. A low and eerie sound came from the void, causing everyone present to feel a chill. Jiang Ming didn't let up after cutting out this sword, but swept his gaze around. In an instant, countless void cracks suddenly surfaced in the sky. In that black void rift, all of them opened a huge eye that emerged in the space, causing people to feel a tingle in their scalp. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Ming, in order to deal with you, have you ever known how much of a painful price we at Locked Luo Palace have paid? But don't be in a hurry. Even if I can't kill you today, I'll still let you know what the consequences of annoying my Locked Luo Palace will be. With that said, several pitch-black beings emerged from the void. These beings didn't have any life features. Even their looks were just the general appearance of a mud man. However, Jiang Ming was able to perceive that although these beings were lifeless, they were all spirit beings converted from terrifying energies. In other words, even if Jiang Ming killed these spirits, they would all explode around him, generating a terrifying power. Not waiting for Jiang Ming to think, these spirit bodies pounced on Jiang Ming as if they were mad dogs, and in turn, Jiang Ming raised his sword to block them. Boom! Chopping on the spirit body, a terrifying air pressure instantly exploded on the space, shaking Jiang Ming back 2 steps. Seeing this, a look of gravity also appeared on Lin Songyun's face. Why is your excellency being so bitter? Lin Songyun said in a deep voice. However, the laughter of the soul ancestor echoed in space. Ha 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 ha, old man. I think you're just senile. Have you ever seen any demon sex people who would reason with you? Besides, this soul of yours looks delicious to me. After I finish off Jiang Ming, do you think you can escape? The soul ancestor said with extreme arrogance. Lin Songyun's face changed drastically. It's actually someone from the demon sect. At this moment, Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. Senior now knows what wolfish thing you saved just now, right? The soul ancestor sneered. Jiang Ming, you'd better worry about yourself. After saying that, dozens of spirit bodies once again emerged from the void. As he watched the countless spirit bodies appear, even Lin Songyun's face showed a touch of movement. Seeing this, Jiang Ming took a deep breath. At this very moment, Jiang Ming exuded a white aura that attached itself around his body. This wisp of breath was different from true qi, purer and more mysterious than true qi. Could this be? Lin Songyun was shocked in his heart. He was the closest to the top in the beginning, but he was slow to take that final step. But after he returned to silence, he seemed to have grasped a bit of energy that transcended beyond the transitional stage. Just a little bit of it made this divine thought of his survive to this day. And that little bit of aura was the same as the aura on Jiang Ming's body. End of chapter. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the terrifyingly powerful spirit bodies, and only Lin Songyun revealed a look of horror at the immortal aura surrounding Jiang Ming. At this moment, Jiang Ming's eyes emitted a silver-white luster, and a metaphysical aura erupted around him, in a split second, instantly detonating the entire void. Boom! 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 Countless terrifying might suddenly erupted in the void, and the flames nearly lit up the entire sky. The sky burned out in a sea of fire. True immortal. Lin Songyun's heart trembled as he hurriedly flew backwards downwards. Then his hand scratched out a white barrier, isolating the sea of fire in the sky above him. All the disciples up and down the entire Lingyun sect looked at this scene with shocked faces, only to see the sky detonate one void rift after another. All the extremely powerful spirit bodies exploded in the void before they could rush out, setting the entire sky ablaze, forming an extremely rare spectacle. My God, this feels like the sky is burning out. Is this the highest level of cultivation? So scary. All of the disciples no longer had half a mind to resist. This terrifying aura, even if it didn't fall on them, had an unspeakable suffocating feeling. At this moment, Jiang Ming didn't even use the sword blade in his hand. The immortal chi emanating from his body alone had already cleansed all the defiled spirit bodies. He knew that all of these spirit bodies were made from human souls captured by the Hall of Locked Low, and it was hard to imagine what kind of endless torment would be inflicted on a spirit body made in this way. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming gripped the sword blade in his hand tightly. The Hall of Locks must die. However, just at that moment, several cracks were once again torn open in the spatial rift. Jiang Ming didn't even turn his head back and chopped away with his sword. However, the sword didn't cut into anything. Instead, a purple light surfaced in the void less than 3 feet away behind Jiang Ming. Tang Xiuyue saw a hint of something wrong and wanted to speak out to warn. In the next second, Jiang Ming didn't need to worry at all and lifted out a foot, directly extinguishing the true chi in the void. Immediately afterward, the soul ancestor successively tore open countless void fissures once again, like a mouse, shuttling back and forth amongst the void fissures. You'd better use all the tricks you can, Jiang Ming said indifferently. As soon as the words fell, several purple luster once again appeared in the void. Bang! Several true chi fluctuations fell on Jiang Ming, but it was as if there was an invisible barrier around Jiang Ming, isolating the countless mighty energies. At this moment, Jiang Ming was like an undefeated god of war. Even standing still, no one could do him any harm. Even as the soul ancestor traveled through the void, a look of shock appeared on his face. He had originally come back just to see what level of strength Jiang Ming had reached compared to before. Unexpectedly, the Jiang Ming of today was several times more terrifying than he was 10,000 years ago. However, since he had gotten a piece of information about Jiang Ming's strength, the soul ancestor did not intend to remain here. Now that he had even gotten information about Jiang Ming, he had to go back to the palace master as soon as possible to discuss his future plans. Just as the soul ancestor wanted to escape with the help of the void he was in was actually chopped open with a crack out of nowhere. At this moment, he saw Jiang Ming's ice-cold gaze, staring at him dead on, his surrounding aura instantly enveloping him in his domain. Transient, the soul ancestor only felt that he had suddenly arrived at a realm of nothingness where there were only stars, where there was no scenery where he was, and apart from the endless starry sky, there was only the vast and endless universe. The soul ancestor trembled. He had heard that people with great strength could create their own domain boundaries, and the strength they could exert in their own domains could even exceed the strength they usually displayed. But, he had never seen it. Today, he didn't expect Jiang Ming to be able to directly lay down a domain and still instantly envelop him in it. Entering Jiang Ming's domain, he realized that even the power of the laws that he had relied on was not half as useful at this point. This place is the astral realm, where all laws have no effect to this place, also including the soul. It will not be lost out from this place. At that moment, Jiang Ming's voice calmly echoed in the soul ancestor's ears. And the soul can't leave this field? Hearing this information, the soul ancestor's heart sank and his pupils tightened even more. As long as a person has a soul, there is still a possibility of survival. But once all the souls were imprisoned, then not only would they not be able to get a new life, even reincarnation would be restricted, and they would even be imprisoned for eternity. As a demon envoy of the Hall of Locks, he was very clear about the importance of the soul. Jiang Ming did this, only to guess the means by which they were reborn. No, we must find a chance to leave this hellish place, the soul ancestor thought in his heart. Thinking of this, the soul ancestor instantly released all of the true chi in his body, including all of the magical weapons he possessed together suspended above his head, flashing out a horrifying might. However, boo! Not waiting for the soul ancestor to finish releasing his catchphrase, Jiang Ming slammed his fist dead center on his face. This punch directly flattened the soul ancestor's entire face, while the entire person exploded out, pulling farther and farther away in the astral realm. But, that's not all. During the time the soul ancestor was flying backwards, Jiang Ming arrived in front of the soul ancestor with great speed and slammed his fist again. Boom! This time, Jiang Ming slammed his fist dead center on the soul ancestor's chest, and the latter's bones immediately made a clicking sound. Jiang Ming, you! The soul ancestor gritted his teeth in death. In this field, the large-scale spells he could cast were unable to work in the slightest, and in the face of Jiang Ming's attacks, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. I'm only afraid that in the outside world, Jiang Ming's methods were still restrained. Back then, I said that even if you fled to the ends of the earth, even if it's the god realm or the demon realm, I'll decimate all of you from the locked Luo palace. Jiang Ming's voice was ice cold as it echoed through the star realm. The soul ancestor's pupils shrunk. Hearing these words, it was as if the man who was so spirited back then was standing in front of him once again. However, this time, Jiang Ming was even more terrifying than before. The strength is even more unfathomable. Thinking of this, a cold smile suddenly appeared on the soul ancestor's pale face. The smile on the soul ancestor's face then grew more and more hideous. I know why you weren't able to travel to the upper realm. And that's because the heavens want us at locked Luo Palace to take revenge. There will always be a limit to one's strength, but our Hall Master is different. Sooner or later, you will die at the hands of our Hall Master. So just take your time and wait for that day to come. Ha 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 ha. The soul ancestor laughed hideously and maniacally. He knew that he would definitely die today. And at the same time, he had figured out Jiang Ming's situation. As long as one is human, then one is bound to have weaknesses. If there is a weakness, then it can definitely be defeated. Just because he couldn't take revenge didn't mean that the Hall of Locks couldn't. Looking at the soul ancestor's hideous appearance in front of him, Jiang Ming disdained it. Really? Then I'd like to see how many % of my strength that so-called Hall Master of yours can receive. Jiang Ming swept his gaze coldly towards the soul ancestor and said, incidentally, when I fought you, I didn't even use 10% of my strength. At those words, the scowl on the soul ancestor's face dissipated. Instead, there was disbelief, and a look of shock. Less than 10% strength? How is this possible? Jiang Ming, you! The soul ancestor wanted to continue his retort. It was a pity that all he saw was Jiang Ming's sword blade. Pust! The soul ancestor's body was cracked and there was no more life. End of chapter. The far north. Here, there is a horrible blizzard covering this place, and no one survives in this icy heaven and earth. At the same time, the ice and snow here carried extremely strong energy, isolating all the breath outside, completely becoming an isolated territory in general. No one knew that in this cold and windy heaven and earth, continuing deeper, there was actually another world. The palace formed by the ice sculptures was permeated with the art formations that wrapped around the entire small world, making it a very serene and peaceful area, as if it were an out-of-this-world paradise. However, outside the palace, there were countless human-like ice sculptures that stretched all the way down to the bottom of the palace, and there were actually thousands of such ice sculptures standing below. And in the middle of the palace, there sat a man whose eyes emitted an obscure aura, and from him, an endless aura of death emerged at the same time. Your Highness. At that moment, a woman slowly walked in from outside the palace, respectfully arching her hand to the man on the throne. Looking at the woman, the Hall Master waved his hand, his face devoid of any emotional fluctuations. I know all about it, the Hall Master said in a deep voice. At those words, a trace of surprise surfaced on the woman's face, but it quickly collected itself. Hall Master, the outside world seems to have many other strong people hiding in the shadows. 3 demon envoys traveled to the Tao Heavenly Sect and were killed. And even the Soul Ancestor was killed near the Lingyun Sect. The woman said, with more than a few shades of gravity in her eyes. Since 1,000 years ago, they had hoped that the Palace Master would enter the continent, because from that time onwards, they had believed that there were no strong people above the transitional juncture stage on the continent, and that with the strength of their locked Luo Palace, they were strong enough to dominate the entire Songxian continent. However, ever since a demon envoy was killed in the immortal questioning sect some time ago and the locked Luo Palace's holy weapon was destroyed, they had felt a hint of something unusual. That was why they were more cautious in their dealings, which was why they sent 3 demonic envoys to the Tao Heavenly Sect to retrieve the Heavenly Tao remnant pages. Unexpectedly, the 3 demon envoys were similarly buried in the Tao Heavenly Sect. The most frightening thing was that the Soul Ancestor had died in an even stranger way. They could only sense that the place where the Soul Ancestor was before he died was near the Lingyun Sect, but the aura of death at the end of it was as if it had been cut off out of thin air, cutting them off from the Soul Ancestor's soul. At this time, the Hall Master slowly spoke. I have come to realize this matter, and perhaps it is also heaven's will that the Heavenly Tao remnant pages cannot be obtained for me. However, the immortals will condensed from the Heavenly Tao's remnant pages, apart from me, the locked Luo Palace, having a great use for it. Even if other people get it, it's not really useful. As for the Soul Ancestor, he may have encountered a certain existence whose strength transcends the transitional juncture stage. Speaking of this, a look of horror appeared on the woman's face. An existence that transcends the stage of transmigration? Wouldn't that be a true immortal who ascended to immortality? At that moment, the Hall Master stood up, his hands behind his back. I know your misgivings. While it is certainly impossible for ascended beings to appear in our world, in the last life, Some people who were stuck late at the transition stage, just one step away from ascension, were called half-immortals, the Hall Master said. Half-immortal. A look of shock surfaced on the woman's face. To be precise, there are fewer half-immortals than true immortals, but as far as I know, Lin Tsong-yun, the first patriarch of the Lingyun sect, may have reached this realm, the Hall Master said in a deep voice. Could it be that the soul ancestor was killed by Lin Tsong-yun? The woman asked. The Hall Master didn't answer or deny. As the first demon envoy, Soul Ancestor was second only to the Hall Master in strength, and was also the most powerful in the locked Luo Hall in terms of peak transitional revelation strength. To be able to kill a Soul Ancestor and so silently, there was only one possibility. Even if it wasn't Lin Tsong-yun, it would never be too far from the truth. Thinking of this, the woman hurriedly bowed her head and arched her hand. Hall Master, then shall we go capture Lin Tsong-yun's divine soul and nourish the demon god's body? The Hall Master raised his hand and vetoed. There is no harm. This seat's demon god body is not in a hurry. We have waited for 10,000 years, so why should we disorganize ourselves at a time like this? Besides, since all the remnants of the Heavenly Tao's pages have surfaced, the secrets in the Heavenly Tao will also surface, and we will make plans then. The woman sniffed and nodded. Yes, sir. Lingyun sect. A crack appeared in the void once again. Only this time it wasn't someone else who came out, but Jiang Ming who stepped out from it. The moment it came out, the ground below began to shake, and the shadow of a true dragon traveling in the clouds began to appear in the sky. Only when the immortal chi emanating from Jiang Ming's body dissipated without a trace did these visions slowly dissipate away. Jiang Ming's eyes were very lonely. Ever since the moment he first began to step into Emperor Immortality, the heavens and earth had been unable to withstand his power. As long as he released 10% of his strength, not to mention this land, the entire continent would fall apart in a day. This was also the reason why he never unleashed his full strength in battle. But today is different. As long as he could cut down the assholes of the locked Luo Palace, he would rather put up a fight. It was a good thing that the exchange was in the void realm. Otherwise the immortal might generated by the strike just now would have been enough to turn the entire northwest domain into a ruin. At this very moment, all the disciples of the Lingyun sect were still looking at Jiang Ming in fear. For Jiang Ming, they could only use the word terror to describe it. Including the disciples of Cloud Chasing Peak, they had never imagined that before this, they were actually practicing with such an extinction-level superpower. They even think they are dreaming. The Hall Elder was even more surprised and speechless. His head had gone blank. As for those 4 elders who had received the benefits of the locked Luo Palace, they were now even more disorganized. Even though they wanted to escape, at this moment, they realized that they were unable to operate the slightest bit of true chi, completely like a lamb to the slaughter. The clouds in the sky were still burning as if they were on fire and had not receded. Jiang Ming stood amidst the fiery clouds, and the overriding aura he brought with him caused everyone below to not dare to take a breath. At that moment, a line of people flew from the sky and came to Jiang Ming's side in a hurry. However, when they saw the sea of fiery red clouds above their heads from afar, they all had a few incredible looks in their hearts. Uncle Shifu, Lin Tianyi and the others came to Jiang Ming's side and respectfully arched their hands towards him. When the crowd saw this scene, the looks on their faces were even more wonderful. Who is Lin Tianyi, master of the Tao Heavenly Sect? That day when Lin Tianyi came to the Lingyun sect to request to come out together to aid the Wansheng sect, the entire Lingyun sect had an extremely deep knowledge of Lin Tianyi. Now that he had seen it, even a top continental powerhouse like Lin Tianyi had to treat Jiang Ming with respect. What did the forest master say just now? I think it's called Uncle Shifu? Is that person hardly any ancient level senior of the Tao Heavenly Sect? All the disciples of the Lingyun sect's faces changed drastically. The Tao Heavenly Sect was now a first-class power on the continent. Who would have thought that there was still a superpower of such rank living within the Tao Heavenly Sect? Everyone's heart trembled at the thought. They could no longer tell if they were scared or excited. End of chapter. Jiang Ming looked at Lin Tianyi and nodded. What are you doing here? Jiang Ming asked. We have come especially to help. Lin Tianyi said. The Lingyun sect has colluded with the demon sect to destroy my sect. As a member of the Tao Heavenly Sect, how can I sit back and watch? At those words, the disciples below looked at each other. Coming from Lin Tianyi's mouth, that weight was somewhat different, especially after seeing the conversation between Su Wuing and the Soul Ancestor. They couldn't even say anything if they wanted to retort. The 4 elders at the moment, after seeing Lin Tianyi's arrival, an extremely ugly scowl also surfaced on their faces as they mustered up enough energy to quietly plan to slip away. Do I have your permission to go? At that moment, a low cry came from Jiang Ming in space. As if they were being pulled by something, the 4 of them flew backwards in the direction of Jiang Ming, landing directly underneath him. The 4 came to Jiang Ming's feet and immediately turned white as they hurriedly begged for mercy. Immortal, forgive me, we were only blinded by interest. It was all because of the collusion between the sect leader and the locked Luo palace that we tended to go over there. There was never the slightest intention to brutalize the Dao Heavenly sect. The four of them bitterly begged for mercy. If I hadn't killed that soul ancestor today, do you think those words would be half as credible? Jiang Ming swept his gaze coldly toward the four. After saying that, when Jiang Ming raised his hand, 4 flying swords appeared in the air. Wait! At that moment, Lin Songyun stepped into the air from below. When he walked up to Jiang Ming, he instead saluted towards him with a posture of a junior friend. Jiang Ming, these 4 people are from my Lingyun sect, and the punishment they received, I will also punish them with the Lingyun sect's disciplinary rules, so please leave these 4 people to me. Lin Songyun said. Oh, then I would like to hear what senior would do with these 4? Jiang Ming said with his hands clasped. Abolish your cultivation and inform the world, Lin Songyun said indifferently. At those words, Jiang Ming had nothing to say. For any cultivator, abolishing their cultivation was more painful than taking their life. After it was made known to the world, then these cultivators would carry the curse for all eternity, which could be considered the harshest punishment. If Lin Songyun did handle it this way, then Jiang Ming had nothing to say. Just let Lin Songyun do as he pleased. However, after hearing Lin Songyun's words, a flash of disorientation appeared on the faces of all 4 elders. Abolish cultivation and inform the world. They will carry 1,000 curses, a life worse than death, not even as good as immortal. Old Patriarch, spare my life. Spare us for once, we won't dare to do it again. Old Patriarch, have mercy. The 4 were crying and begging for mercy in the air, but Lin Songyun didn't have a soft heart. He knew that the current Lingyun sect no longer had the same status as it did back then, and even the Yuaning stage cultivators were few and far between. However, as a former party powerhouse, he still had an untouchable bottom line in his bones. He was wrong once, he must never be wrong again, so he won't regret it. Seeing this, Jiang Ming nodded silently. Then leave it to senior. Lin Songyun arched his hand and said, thank you, little friend. After saying that, Lin Songyun turned towards the entire Lingyun sect. Jiang Mingyi leaned back with Lin Tianyi and the others, knowing that from today onwards, the Lingyun sect was afraid that it wouldn't even be considered a third-grade sect. But the spirit that has been passed down for 10,000 years must never be broken. Listen, disciples of the Lingyun sect, these 4 people have colluded with the demon sect and betrayed the sect. Not only have they abandoned their own moral righteousness, but they have also abandoned the sect's code, treachery and disregard for the rules and regulations. Even if my Lingyun sect were to decline any further, it would never be able to embark on such a path. One cannot be poor and throw away one's dignity. Even if you can step to the top of the continent one day, no one will recognize you. I am telling you this only in the hope that you will follow your heart in the future. The Lingyun sect can fall, but the Tao cannot be broken. Lin Songyun had his hand in the air, teaching his juniors after 10,000 years in a serious manner. Hearing these words, the disciples of the Lingyun sect all had an indescribable feeling. At one time, they fought for status and strength, and after their strength was promoted, they became complacent, ganging up and oppressing the weak. Can really face on this kind of danger? Heart only perceive their own strength of the weak and powerless. All the disciples were in deep thought. Looking at this scene below, Lin Tianyi and the others, who were located behind Jiang Ming, were also somewhat touched. Whenever they also always relied on their master uncles, thinking that they could solve everything under the sun. But when all of the masters and uncles ascended, the burden fell on them, and only then did they realize the responsibility. And the Tao, senior uncle, who is this? Lin Tianyi couldn't help but ask. Lin Songyun, Jiang Ming said calmly. Lin Songyun? Upon hearing this name, both Lin Tianyi and Xia Zimo revealed a few looks of surprise. The reason why the Lingyun sect was famous in the world was mainly because the first patriarch, Lin Songyun, was so strong that even the Daotian sect had to be slightly inferior at first. Moreover, Li Daotian and the Lin Songyun duo were also old acquaintances, and when they were young, they had often listened to their master uncle and the others recounting Lin Songyun's deeds. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to meet Lin Songyun himself today. When Lin Songyun finished speaking, Lin Songyun once again respectfully arched his hand at Jiang Ming. I'm sorry, little friend. I didn't know anything before this, so I questioned little friend and nearly let the demon sect villains go. Now that the Lingyun sect has lost its great power, the entire sect can't find anyone who can take on this great responsibility, so I think it's time for the Lingyun sect to come to an end. When Lin Songyun said this, a look of depression inevitably appeared on his face. How spirited was the sect that he had established with his own hands 10,000 years ago. Naiha 10,000 years down, but the clan has been depressed so far, even if it continues to languish, but also just feudal. At those words, Lin Tianyi and the others didn't know how to speak. Such is the rise and fall of clans. without a pillar. Even if it survives, it will only be fat meat in the eyes of others. Nowadays, in Lingyun sect, the upper-level experts colluded with the devil sect, and the bottom-level disciples didn't have any competent people, so there was no doubt that Lingyun sect had already reached the point where it existed in name only. Looking at Lin Songyun's depressed expression, Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. Master had told me that Senior Lin is a former friend of Master, so if Senior Lin is in trouble in the future, those of us who are juniors will help if we can. Since the clan that Senior has always cherished is going to be gone, it's only natural that those of me who are juniors have to help out as well, Jiang Ming said slowly. Hearing these words from Jiang Ming, Lin Tianyi and the others were a bit surprised. They were curious as to what means Jiang Ming would use to keep the Lingyun sect revitalized. At that moment, Jiang Ming closed his hands together and his breath floated up around him. Those who cultivate are supposed to go against the heavens, and if they recognize their heavenly destiny, wouldn't they have wasted their lives? Jiang Ming said blandly. After saying that, an imaginary white silhouette actually surfaced in front of Jiang Ming, and as the breath within Jiang Ming's body gradually coalesced and formed, it eventually even coalesced into a physical body made of immortal power. When everyone saw this, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Jiang Ming continued, this physical body can temporarily store Senior's divine thoughts, so as long as Senior doesn't consume them at will, he can act as he pleases. As for how long you can keep this flesh body, it all depends on how much of Senior's divine idea is left. This is as far as the latecomer can go. End of chapter. At those words, an incredulous expression appeared on Lin Songyun's face. According to what Jiang Ming had said, as long as he used his own divine thoughts as little as possible, then he would still be able to survive in the world for a long time. The grace of the Supreme Immortal. I will never forget it. Lin Songyun said with a trembling voice. Senior is polite. Merge with this physical body as soon as possible. Jiang Ming said. Lin Songyun nodded, and himself instantly transformed into a wisp of cloud smoke, drifting into the flesh that Jiang Ming had made. Watching this scene, a glimmer of hope surfaced in everyone in the Lingyun sect. If Lin Songyun could survive, then there was still hope for the Lingyun sect. Even under Lin Songyun's leadership, their Lingyun sect might be able to go even further. While Lin Songyun was fusing his flesh, Jiang Ming's gaze went to Lin Tianyi behind him. You should have come here for more than just coming to help me, Jiang Ming asked. What Senior Uncle said is very true. Lin Tianyi nodded, while looking at Xia Zimo behind him. Xia Zimo immediately understood and took out the Heavenly Tao remnant pages from his storage bag. Senior Uncle, we discussed with the sect master that the Heavenly Tao remnant page is not only watched closely by other sects, but also by the people of the devil sect who are spying on it. So in the end, it was thought that it would be most appropriate to let this item be kept by Senior Uncle, Xia Zimo said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded as well. Since the locked Luo Palace cared so much about the Heavenly Tao remnant pages, even going so far as to expose their identities in order to seize them, it was indeed a bit dangerous to let the current juniors keep them. When he received the remnants of the Heavenly Tao pages in Xia Zimo's hands, Jiang Ming instantly detected a hint of abnormality. Originally, the Heavenly Tao remnant page had to be injected with immortal chi by Jiang Ming before it reacted, but this time, just by receiving the Heavenly Tao remnant page, it had actually blossomed into a ray of golden light. Jiang Ming was a bit surprised, but when he reacted, he then noticed that the Heavenly Tao remnants that Xia Zimo had handed over to him had 8 copies of the remnants, and after he killed the soul ancestor, he also obtained a copy of the Heavenly Tao remnant page. It also meant that the 9 copies of the Heavenly Tao remnant pages had been gathered. Senior Uncle, what is this? Seeing all of the Heavenly Tao remnant pages blossom with a brilliant golden light, Lin Tianyi and the others asked. I happen to still have that last Heavenly Tao remnant page here, Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. After saying that, Jiang Ming waved one hand, and the last piece of the jigsaw also turned into a ray of golden light that was pasted on top of all the remnants of the pages, forming a complete map of the Heavenly Tao. Seeing this scene, a look of anticipation surfaced in everyone's eyes. The whole world was competing for the Heavenly Tao remnant pages. When they were in the Immortal Questioning sect, they had obtained more than half of the Heavenly Tao remnant pages. Secondly, on Xia Buxiu's beheading of the 3 demon envoys, he had obtained a few more copies of the Heavenly Tao remnant pages. In other words, if Jiang Ming and Xia Buxiu hadn't dealt with the remnants of the locked Luo Palace in time, the person who had put together the entire Heavenly Tao diagram would have been someone from the locked Luo Palace. I didn't expect that in the end. It was really us who put together the Heavenly Tao remnant pages, Lin Tianyi said incredulously. From the beginning, they were merely a second-grade sect, and then today, in just less than half a year, they felt as if it was longer than the time they had spent in the past. Including the disciples of the Lingyun sect below, they were not only looking at the scene of Lin Songyun fusing his physical body, but their gazes also fell on the heavenly Tao diagram that Jiang Ming and the others had put together. The bright golden light shone on the continent, even blotting out the color of the fiery red sea of clouds, turning it into a golden light. At this point, located above the sea of clouds, a golden silhouette actually appeared. The silhouette stood in the middle of the sea of clouds like a giant, as if the entire Zhongxian continent could see this gigantic figure. Especially here in the Lingyun sect, even from the bottom of the mountain looking at the sky, there was an indescribable sense of oppression. But the marvelous thing was that everyone had a soft affection for this giant-like figure instead. Only Jiang Ming knew that, because this giant exuded an affable immortal aura, which, although it was the lowest level of immortal attainment, was capable of influencing the hearts of ordinary people. Cultivators, I am an immortal of the upper realm, known as the true immortal of Fu Ling. This time, this immortal has descended the heavenly Tao diagram to inform all cultivators that the upper realm has suffered, and the lower realm is also about to experience a calamity. Our immortals have been attacked by higher dimensional creatures, and currently only a few immortals can be made to arrive in the lower realm through the gate of the heavenly Tao. To inform all of you that you should always be prepared to defend yourselves against external enemies. This immortal's cultivation is still shallow, and the only thing that can help you cultivators is this immortal's Fu Ling Immortal Palace. Within the Immortal Palace, you may obtain magic treasures and immortal pills based on your strength in order to enhance your strength and prepare for the enemy. In times of danger, I still hope that all cultivators will work together to defend against foreign enemies. As the words fell, the Fu Ling True Immortal's figure gradually faded. At the same time, at this moment, a huge island actually vaguely emerged above the sky. From the initial shadow, it gradually became clearer and clearer, then through space, and finally stood above everyone's head. Is that where the immortals live? Lin Tianyi sighed. To be precise, it should be a blessed land, Jiang Ming said as he clasped his hands. Blessed land? Lin Tianyi was a bit puzzled. Jiang Ming nodded. Normally, there will be an area between heaven and earth where the aura is abundant, an area where the aura is denser than the unusual places, and even the immortal herbs, materials, and even the springs will be several steps higher than the outside world's aura. Nowadays, the Sichuan continent's aura has long been depleted. In that blessed land, not to mention whether or not you can get treasures inside, just cultivating up there, I'm afraid that it's 10 times the speed of cultivating in the outside world, Jiang Ming explained. At those words, Lin Tianyi and the others were greatly shocked. They had missed the best time period for cultivation 10,000 years ago, and now that they had encountered such a blessed piece of land, wouldn't this be able to hopefully break through a strength class again? When they thought about this, a look of delight appeared on their faces. However, Jiang Ming didn't show a smiling face, but instead pondered on what true immortal Fu Ling had said. If we go by what he said, I'm afraid that the situation in the upper realm is very critical, and the invasion of high-dimensional creatures will only break through the upper realm soon. As for their lower realm, even though they had the gate of heaven's path as the last barrier, it was still very likely that they would let slip some higher dimensional creatures to come to the lower realm. You know, even the upper realm couldn't resist that kind of creature. What could they take as resistance in the lower realm? Jiang Ming looked toward the giant island suspended in the air, and a glint of gravity surfaced in his eyes. The upper world is in trouble. Then what is the situation of the master, brother and sister? What is their situation now? No matter what, I'll definitely guard the Tao Heavenly Sect from anyone who trespasses, Jiang Ming thought in his heart as he looked at the sky. At this very moment, the entire Zhongxian continent went crazy. A true immortal's mansion, an immortal's legacy, the magic treasures and immortal pills were all in that island in the sky. In just less than half a day, all of the clans that could be ranked, all of them harnessed their flying spells and hurriedly traveled in the direction of the northwest domain. Especially after looking at the piece of blessed land suspended in the air, a look of greed appeared in their eyes. After waiting for so many years, I can finally get rid of this damn realm. This thought surfaced in the minds of all the cultivators as they desperately flew towards the blessed land. End of chapter. In the meantime, in the far north, the Hall of Locked Lore, the Hall Master walked outside of the ice hall and looked up into the sky, a touch of ecstasy welling up in his eyes. Your Highness, what is the reason you summoned me here? At that moment, a woman came to the side of the Hall Master and respectfully inquired. The immortal mansion has been opened, and there are many blessings in it, so if there is a chance, I might be able to obtain the life source I need, the Hall Master said in a deep voice. A life source? The woman froze slightly. That's right, if I can obtain the life source spring, my demon god body will be able to liberate its strength once again, reaching heights that have not even been reached in the ancient times, the Hall Master said confidently. At that, the woman nodded heavily. For the sake of the Hall Master's demon god body, and for the sake of the future restoration of the Locked Luo Palace, even if they had to pay for this life, they would not hesitate to do so. By the way, This item will be handed over to you for safekeeping. The hall master manifested a black bone flute from his hand and handed it over to the woman. When the woman saw it, she was even more respectful. This flute can interfere with a person's mind, causing them to fall into their own most fearful memories. Even if it is no longer good, it can still be delayed for a while, and can only be taken out and used if one encounters someone with great strength. The hall master said, "I'll keep that in mind." The woman nodded respectfully. "Well, after you go down, ask 2 more demon envoys to accompany you to the immortal mansion, and make sure to bring back what we need," the hall master said in a deep voice. "As you wish." The woman arched her hand, then slowly retreated. Looking at the woman's figure after she left, a bizarre pattern actually surfaced in the demonic pupils of the hall master. He looked at the ice sculpture that had frozen thousands of people in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a shallow smile. "Jiang Ming, perhaps how could you have never imagined that not only did I survive, but I also reawakened the other 10 elders of the locked Luo Palace with the help of the souls of this hidden powerhouse? As long as I wait until I have fused the demon god's body, I will stomp the Daotian sect to smithereens to avenge the pain of the extermination back then." Thinking of this, the hall master's face changed beyond recognition. With a single clap of his hand, the ice sculptures below all exploded into countless blood-red snowflakes, filling the air with a cold, bloody odor. The other side, Blood Demon Sect Cave. A group of people clad in black robes hid in the cave, running their magic spells and conjuring up an illusory picture on top of the large formation sitting around them. On the screen, a huge island could be seen suspended in the sky, and countless cultivators were desperately flying in the direction of the island. True immortal Fu Ling's words spread throughout the entire Zhongxian continent, and everyone knew that an immortal's residence had appeared over in the northwest domain. In today's cultivation world, everyone's cultivation level was almost locked at the harmonization stage, and in the past 3,000 years, there had never been a record of anyone breaking through to the Mahayana stage. Now that the immortal mansion was out in the world, countless opportunities were bound to exist on that island, and it was the perfect time for these cultivators to regain their lives. Looking at the illusory image, the corners of the Blood Demon Sect elders' mouths all sketched out a wry smile. "Grand Elder, why don't we take this opportunity to disrupt this group of cultivators from obtaining the opportunity before letting them kill each other?" An elder sneered. The other elders also praised the plan. Cultivators nowadays had long been unscrupulous in order to enhance their strength, which was why they had pulled in several plans for their own use. In the midst of facing such a huge immortal mansion inheritance, the opportunity would only be more attractive than usual, and as long as they made a little use of it, they would inevitably fight over the immortal's inheritance. Moreover, once those cultivators were allowed to obtain the inheritance, it was only feared that it would be a greater hindrance to their Blood Demon Sect as well. Now, they were just one step away from awakening the Blood Demon King, and they had to seize any chance they could. Discussing this, they all looked at the Grand Elder. At this time, the Grand Elder was also speculating on the pros and cons. Some time had passed since the Lord of Chaos had appeared in the world, but they still weren't sure if Xiaobuxiu was still in the world or not. They had been holding back for 4,000 years. And they must not make a mistake in the final stage of their plan, which would be devastating for them. But if they gave up this opportunity, they would only find it more difficult to act again in the future. Only after a long time did the Grand Elder straighten his back slightly. "You guys are right. I'm afraid that everyone's attention on the continent will now fall on that immortal mansion. Acting at this time is also the best time for my Blood Demon Sect, as long as we utilize it properly and we obtain more blood and flesh. Perhaps right after this operation, we will be able to awaken the Blood Demon King." The Grand Elder's voice was incomparably vicissitudes. The crowd heard this and immediately nodded their heads. Not to mention whether or not this plan would succeed or not. Just watching these righteous cultivators seize the inheritance made them feel very uncomfortable in their hearts. Once they were truly allowed to obtain the inheritance, they were afraid that the realm they were originally leading would soon be caught up with. And at that time, if they wanted to act again, it would only be more difficult than before. For this operation, I intend to send 5 elders forward to interfere with those righteous cultivators. Remember, never take the initiative to participate in their battles, and try to create as much trouble for them as possible, so that they can create conflicts from within, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice. At that moment, the 5 elders immediately stood up and volunteered. "Then send us," the 5 said in unison. The Grand Elder nodded and said indifferently, "This operation is difficult, and it is unknown if Xiaobuxiu's will is still in the world. So just try to avoid the people of the Dao Heavenly Sect." The 5 nodded. "We'll keep that in mind." Looking at the 5 people's confident expressions, the Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction. His dry palm then rested on a stone slab, at which point 5 dark bottles floated in front of him. The bottle looked very tattered, but the scent in it was extremely sickening. However, the 5 elders of the Blood Demon Sect looked at these black bottles with a few fiery gazes on their faces. These 5 drops of the Blood Demon King's essence blood will be brought by you in case of a special emergency. If you are truly defeated, then you will offer your own flesh and blood to the Blood Demon King as well, the Grand Elder slowly said. The 5 didn't hesitate in the slightest and decisively accepted the 5 bottles of essence blood. All for the king, the 5 shouted in unison. After saying that, the 5 of them waved their black robes and disappeared into the cave in the twinkling of an eye. Looking at the departing 5, the only remaining Grand Elder's face carried a few shades of gravity. This time, he was considered to have handed over all the cards of the Blood Demon sect, and success or failure was at stake. No matter what, he had to witness, with his own eyes, the day the Blood Demon sect rose to power. As long as they succeeded in awakening the Blood Demon King, then this Xian continent would be the day that their Blood Demon sect would dominate the world. I have waited for this day for far too long, the Grand Elder said with a hoarse voice. It was as if he was going to break at any moment, and so it is. More than 7,000 full years had passed since he had lived until now, coupled with the severe trauma that Xia Buxiu had inflicted on him back then. If he hadn't taken the blood of those cultivators every day, it would have been impossible for him to have survived this long period of time. Now he was convinced that the time was now ripe for him to witness the awakening of the Blood Demon King. It can also witness the fall of the Dao Tian sect. Thank you all for your voting support, as well as today's rewards and monthly votes, and I'll be updating you with 4 chapters today as well. A million thanks. End of chapter. After taking care of the matters of the Lingyun sect, Jiang Ming also followed Lin Tianyi and the others back to the Dao Heavenly sect, and this time, he came back mainly to discuss the cause of that blessed land of the true immortal Fuling. Before coming back, Lin Songyun had already declared that he didn't want to compete for the magic treasures and immortality pills, and would only bring some of them to the outskirts of the blessed land to cultivate and slowly cultivate some disciples to inherit the great cause of the clan in the future. At the same time, Lin Songyun also declared that once the Dao Heavenly clan had any needs, they would also fully support the Dao Heavenly clan, arguably the closest partnership there is. The other side, Dao Heavenly sect. In the main peak hall, Lin Tianyi was seated at the patriarch's seat, and in turn, Jiang Ming and the great elders were arranged. This time, the blessed land dropped by the true immortal Fuling. All the forces of the continent will come to get a piece of the pie, and since it's an emergency, there's bound to be a part of the forces that won't listen to the arrangements and take the treasure by force. So before we enter the blessed land, I'd like to hear everyone's opinions, Lin Tianyi said seriously. As the words fell, the elders below also considered them thoughtfully. The benefits in the blessed land were self-evident, and anyone would want to go and get a piece of the pie. And even though true immortal Fu Ling had said that he would let them work together to defend themselves against external threats, there would still be many people who would choose to fight for the inheritance. In the past, they would have fought over the relics of some fallen great powers, and in the face of the inheritance bestowed by the immortals, how could the forces on the continent sit back and abide by the word rules? Back to the sect leader. I thought that the various forces might go and fight for it, but they would never fight for it in the open. There are many opportunities in the blessed land, not only for our older generation, but also for the younger generation. That's why I thought we should split into 2 groups of people. One batch will be centered around us, trying to get some treasures in the immortal mansion to grow their strength, and the other batch will be led by 2 or 3 elders to cultivate in the periphery to consolidate their strength as well. At that moment, an elder said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi nodded in recognition. No matter what, the sect disciples, still the most crucial afterlife force for the sect to pass on. Growing the afterlife force is also a major goal that cannot be omitted. Sect leader. I think the Dao Heavenly sect can form an alliance with other sects that are on good terms to take care of each other, and then all the treasures that are captured can be shared equally, Xia Zimo said. Lin Tianyi nodded silently as well. Xia Zimo's method was more robust. In this way, the treasures they obtained might be less, but it was again safer than a force breaking into the middle of the blessed land. For a while, everyone was speaking their minds. Lin Tianyi also zeroed in on some of their thoughts. Then his gaze went to Jiang Ming, who didn't say a word. Senior uncle, I wonder what you think, Lin Tianyi asked. Jiang Ming smiled lightly and said, what you all said is quite good. How to arrange it is of course up to you as the sect leader, Lin Tianyi said with a bitter smile. Actually, I already have plans in my mind. It's just that this time when the blessed land is open, I suspect that the devil sect hiding in the shadows might also mix in with the major forces. The strength of the devil sect is not trivial. The late generation's strength is not good, so I really can't fight against it. Having said that, Lin Tianyi could only speak his mind truthfully. Ever since that day when the locked Luo Palace attacked the Dao Heavenly sect, he had profoundly realized how powerful the locked Luo Palace was. Even though he felt that his strength had increased to the middle stage of harmonization, and he had also improved in his sword path, he had to admit that he still lacked too much in the face of the devil sect's terrifying strength. Hearing this, Jiang Ming also understood Lin Tianyi's thoughts. After all, the continent's weakened aura wasn't their problem either. And those who utilized evil arts that harmed the heavens to enhance their strength really weren't something they could catch up with right now. I see. Jiang Ming nodded and said, then I will survey the situation on the outskirts of the blessed land as a disciple of the Tao Heavenly Sect, and at the same time, I will always keep an eye on the location of your movements, so that once anything out of the ordinary occurs, I will come over to relieve myself immediately. Upon hearing this, the other elders' faces also let out a sigh of relief. The current Tao Heavenly Sect still had a claim on the continent. It was just that they were still slightly overstretched when faced with those great powers hidden in the shadows. With Jiang Ming as their backing, then they had no worries. Then it's decided, Lin Tianyi said as he stood up. Elder Xia will lead the sect's disciples to cultivate in the outer perimeter. The other elders, all of them will follow me into the interior of the blessed land and cooperate with the other clans, ignoring everything the other forces say. As the words fell here, the elders stood up and arched their hands and cupped their fists at Lin Tianyi. Yes, sir, go down, take a day off today. The disciples who chose to go up, and those who didn't make it to the blessed land, will have their cultivation resources raised by 2 times this month. Lin Tianyi said. Yes. The elders nodded their heads. After dealing with internal affairs, the people one after another began to go back to plan for their trip to the blessed land. Looking at how smoothly the clan was running now, Jiang Ming didn't have much to worry about in his heart. The current juniors, in terms of managing the clan, were not inferior to them at all. Senior uncle, may I have a word? At this time, Lin Tianyi said. Jiang Ming looked at him, then nodded. The two of them then arrived at the empty island, which was considered the cleanest place in the Tao Heavenly Sect. Plus with the boundary laid down by Jiang Ming, the security was also the highest. Say, what's the matter? Jiang Ming asked. Senior uncle, when I was in the Lingyun sect, I heard true immortal Fu Ling say that the upper realm was in peril, so wouldn't Master Shi Fu and the others? Said Lin Tianyi with a frown. Hearing Lin Tianyi's misgivings, Jiang Ming couldn't help but smile. If immortals were really that easy to deal with, then they wouldn't be immortals anymore. Not to mention that they've ascended for so long. I'm afraid that their strength is not comparable to that of an ordinary immortal, so you can rest assured on that point, Jiang Ming said. Lin Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. There's also the fact that true immortal Fu Ling said that some of the true immortals have already returned to our world, and that there might be those creatures that destroyed the upper realms that will come to our world as well. With our strength, can we really cope with those existences? Lin Tianyi said with some concern. These are not things you should think about. Each strength segment then has things they need to worry about and things they need to do. All you need now is to manage the Tao Heavenly Sect and raise your own strength. As for those creatures in the upper realm, let's wait until you've broken through to the transitional stage before considering it, Jiang Ming said blandly. At those words, Lin Tianyi didn't know how to speak, but thinking about it this way, he was relieved. With his current strength, there was no need to worry so much, and the more he worried, the more it would instead limit the speed at which he could raise his strength. Those were really the only 2 things he needed to care about now, so why worry about anything else? Taking one step at a time and moving steadily forward is what he should be doing right now. I understand. I will definitely not fail master and uncle, Lin Tianyi said seriously. It's good that you can understand. Jiang Ming nodded and said. After saying that, Lin Tianyi turned around and left the empty island. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was finally able to take a break and rest, returning to his cabin. End of chapter. The next day, the Tao Heavenly Sect was bustling with activity, for no other reason than that all the disciples were eagerly awaiting their trip to the Blessed Land. Although they all possessed a flying sword of their own, the sect could not be left unoccupied, so only 100 people could be selected to go in and cultivate first. As for the disciples who were not able to go, they were also able to receive double cultivation resources, which was still a very good choice for them. After everything was ready, Jiang Ming also put on the Daotian sect's disciples' attire and blended in amongst the disciples. Although the disciples of each peak had dealings with each other, they were not all familiar with each other, so no one noticed when Jiang Ming blended in. This time when we go to the Immortal Island, our mission is to cultivate in the periphery. If we are able to find some immortal herbs, we can all distribute them on our own, or turn them into the clan in exchange for contribution points. It's all up to you guys to make your own choices, but all disciples must not take the initiative to provoke right and wrong. All listen to Elder Xia's arrangements, and never act privately. Do you hear me? Lin Tianyi was situated on top of the high platform, and his voice reached the ears of the disciples. Disciple understands. Hundreds of people chanted in unison. Lin Tianyi nodded, his gaze looking towards Xia Zimo. Then let's all go forward together. It's the first time for all of us to enter Immortal Island, so let's be careful in everything. Lin Tianyi gave one last reminder. After saying that, they all conjured up a flying sword and slowly flew upwards into the sky. At this time, all the disciples also took out their flying swords and all followed closely behind. The Immortal Island was not too far away from the Daotian sect, and even if the disciples' flying swords were slower, it was estimated that it would only take 3 hours. Starting at sunrise, you'll basically arrive afternoon. On the way, Jiang Ming looked at the great mountains and rivers along the way. Perhaps this is also the benefits of cultivation. One person, a sword, walking the 4 corners of the sky. The beauty of heaven and earth are included in the eyes. When he had just learned how to use the imperial sword, he was also like the other disciples. Traveling the world and appreciating the ghostly masterpieces on the continent was also one of the great pleasures in life. Hey, this brother looks a bit familiar. Which peak disciple is he? At that moment, a man came over to say hello. Jiang Ming froze. Now he really didn't know what the names of the peaks were called. After all, it had been thousands of years since he had come into contact with the peaks, and he had long forgotten all about them. Elder Xia's disciple. Jiang Ming made up a nonsense. Oh, then you're really lucky. Elder Xia is pretty, has a good temper, and is extremely friendly to the disciples under her hand. So many people want to go to Elder Xia, the man said with a smile. The others should be similar, right? Jiang Ming said with a smile. Brother, perhaps you've only been initiated for a few years? You don't know that our other peaks can be miserable. The elders make us cultivate feats and sword arts every day, and don't let us rest without reaching the standard. The man complained. That's kinda tragic. Jiang Ming pulled the corner of his mouth and said, that's not true? The man clasped his hands and sighed. It's a good thing that Elder Xia is the one who took us to the Immortal Island this time. Otherwise we don't know what we'd have to do again. Jiang Ming didn't reply. To keep forcing disciples to learn feats and sword arts is really a bit of pulling the plug. Even if it is placed in the year, cultivation before the master will take them to swim in the mountains, and so on the playfulness are released after the cultivation is really half the effort. Of course, in retrospect, it always felt like it was Li Daotian himself who wanted to go out and play before he brought them along. By the way, my name is Chen Ran, a disciple of Spring Sword Peak, Chen Ran said with a smile. Jiang Ming said briefly. Jiang Ming? Indeed, I haven't heard much about it, but since you are Elder Xia's disciple, do you know Song Bai? Chen Ran asked. Jiang Ming frowned. Why does this guy keep asking questions he doesn't know? Seeing Jiang Ming's blank expression, Chen Ran also revealed a look of suspicion. How can you not recognize Song Bai? She's the object of everyone's admiration in our Dao Heavenly sect, Chen Ran said with a mesmerized expression. Jiang Ming was sweating a bit. Seeing that Jiang Ming really didn't know about Song Bai, Chen Ran also began to talk to himself. I see that you really haven't been in for long. It's normal that you don't recognize Song Bai. After all, she can be said to be the proud daughter of heaven in our generation. At only 27 years old, she broke through to the Jindan stage, and I heard that recently she is preparing to sprint to the peak of the Jindan stage. Not only that, Song Bai is like a lotus flower in the water, and has received the true transmission from Elder Xia. In time, I'm afraid that even the sect leader's own disciples can't compare to Song Bai's talent. Speaking of which, Chen Ran couldn't help but marvel. Looking at Chen Ran's face, Jiang Ming had nothing to say. However, at the age of 27, he had reached the Jindan stage, and was even close to the peak of the Jindan stage. This kind of talent was truly considered a demon in today's cultivation world. Say, why are you telling me this? If you like it, go after it, Jiang Ming said as he clasped his hands. Chase? Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Chen Ran shook his head in amusement and said, little brother, it seems like you haven't understood what I just said. People are so gifted, and they are in a position that no one can touch. Song Bai will always be an unassailable goddess in our hearts. Then what are you talking so much about? Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. Ha. Brother Jiang, do you want to join our Song Bai's backup group? I guarantee you definitely won't regret joining. Chen Ran smiled wryly. No, I'm not joining this kind of weird organization. Jiang Ming immediately waved his hand and refused. Hey, don't intervene. Brother Jiang, afterward you'll understand what dude I'm saying, Chen Ran said in a loud voice. Jiang Ming shook his head. I have to say that cultivators nowadays play with quite a lot of names. And what kind of backup groups? It still seems too idle. However, it was also after chatting with Chen Ran that Jiang Ming then recalled some interesting events from the past. When he was young, Xiao Buxiu had pursued Frost Palace's Xianhan Ferry. At that time, even the Daotian sect didn't exist yet, and Xiao Buxiu could almost be described as a grassroots cultivator. So the Cold Frost Palace had always turned Xiao Buxiu away. In order to pursue Fairy Xianhan, Xiao Buxiu had worked hard for 1,000 years in pursuit of the ultimate sword skill. In the end, when he came out of the gate, Fairy Xianhan had already married. Therefore, Xiaobuxiu also made it a point to send a large amount of pills when immortal Xianhan gave birth to a son, all of which were high-level pills that would help those who had just stepped into cultivation. It was also this move by Xiaobuxiu that also caused immortal Xianhan and her Taoist partner to have a huge fight. In retrospect, they did quite a bit of damage in those days. Look, Immortal Island. Suddenly, just after the crowd had traveled for more than 2 hours in 100 boredom, the person at the front suddenly called out. That's when everyone put their eyes on it, only to see an island across the mountains and rivers suspended in the air, and even the island was flowing with streams of water, with the edge of the island, as if it were heavenly water falling down 10,000 feet of suspension. That's the Immortal Island. The surrounding disciples lamented. Only Jiang Ming was relieved. He only wished that he could control his physique a little bit. If it was really like what Xiaobuxiu said, he was only afraid that if he lived in that blessed land for a long time, the aura in the blessed land would soon be absorbed by him. It's better to try to be more restrained. Jiang Ming thought with some embarrassment. It's over. I want to pigeonhole a chapter. I want to play a game tomorrow. End of chapter. Upon seeing the Immortal Island, all of them also raised their spirits and flew in the direction of the Immortal Island. The closer one drew to the surroundings of the Immortal Island, the more one could see a number of cultivators gathered around. Many cultivators were slow to enter at the periphery, while some had long since stepped into it with excitement on their faces. At that moment, the Wanxiang sect master Chen Beixian stepped into the air unhurriedly. Farewell, Patriarch Lin, Chen Beixian said with a smiling arch. I didn't expect Patriarch Chen to actually come so early. Why don't you go in first but stand here outside? Lin Tianyi asked. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen is here waiting for Patriarch Lin. The siege of the demonic beasts in the Yuyue Plains was thanks to the Daotian sect's help. Chen Beixian lamented. A mere trifle is nothing to worry about, since Patriarch Chen has been waiting for a long time. Let's travel in company, Lin Tianyi said. I have the same intention. Please. Chen Beixian nodded his head and said. As the words fell, the two of them also walked ahead and stepped inside the Immortal Island. This Immortal Island was not as simple as it looked, and when one entered the island alone, there was a strange boundary wrapping it up. This boundary didn't have the use of repelling people. Instead it was like a formation that stored the aura in this island to prevent it from leaking out. As soon as he entered the confines of the island, an aura that was very different from the outside world spread out. Even though Jiang Ming had seen the era of abundant spiritual qi before, he was violently exposed to this kind of rich spiritual qi again, and his heart was somewhat emotional. No wonder the strength of cultivators nowadays hasn't grown for a long time. This aura concentration is simply not on the same level compared to before, Jiang Ming thought in his heart. For Jiang Ming, this shank wasn't much of a surprise. However, in the hearts of the other disciples, this rich aura was simply like washing their bodies and minds. Even their limbs and bones were perfectly liberated at this moment. Is this where immortals practice? There's already such a big contrast just from the moment you enter. So what kind of treasures will be inside? I feel like I'm going to break through today. The disciples all frantically absorbed the aura in the Immortal Island. For these cultivators who lived in the era of barren aura all year round, the aura in this blessed land was simply too much more comfortable than the outside world. As soon as they came in, many disciples were already starting to greedily absorb the surrounding aura, fearing that it would be snatched away by others. Seeing this scene, Lin Tianyi didn't say anything and instead looked at Xiazimo. Zmo. You're the most delicate in handling things. The disciples are in your hands, Lin Tianyi said. Don't worry, senior brother. Xiazimo nodded. Lin Tianyi nodded, then looked in the direction of Jiang Ming, and finally took the other elders, as well as Chen Beixian and the others, and flew together to the interior of the blessed land. Looking at the departing Lin Tianyi, Xiazimo also turned to look at all the disciples. All Dao Heavenly Sect disciples, come with me. First find an open space to establish a campsite. This blessed land is full of spiritual qi, which is just right to help all of them cultivate. It's not too late. Let's go now. After Xiazimo finished speaking, she turned around and flew towards the north of the island. Most of the forces came from the east, south, and west, and there were very few forces in the north. So choosing a location to settle in the north would also eliminate the trouble of competing with other forces for cultivation areas. The group quickly flew towards the north, and along the way, they could also see many disciples of the forces and casual cultivators, absorbing the spiritual qi with an excited face. And what's more, there were even lucky people who were able to pick up the very best immortal grasses in the periphery. The aura here is so refreshing to absorb. It feels like what I absorbed before was a pile of breakthrough. I've broken through. Holy, 6th grade immortal herb? I'm rich. I'm rich. Along the way, they heard a lot of excited revelry. Hearing these voices, the disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect were also envious and couldn't wait to immediately go down and start cultivating or search for some high-quality immortal herbs. Instead, Jiang Ming shook his head slightly after hearing these voices. As the saying goes, money doesn't come out of the woodwork. In the past, the 6th grade immortal grass might be red in the eyes of some people, let alone now. If one's own strength was not enough, I was afraid that even if one obtained the 6th grade immortal grass, one would not have the life to use it. Shouldn't I remind Xia? Jiang Ming thought in his heart. Upper Fairy. Suddenly, just as Jiang Ming was thinking about how to tell Xia Zimo, a voice sounded in Jiang Ming's mind. Jiang Ming froze for a moment and immediately reacted that it was Lin Songyun. Senior is here too? Jiang Ming responded with his divine thoughts. Senior Immortal is joking. Apart from being a bit older, where is the old man worthy of Senior Immortal's honorific title of Senior? Lin Songyun said smilingly. Senior and Master are old friends. The younger generation should be honored with a title. Instead, Senior can just call me Jiang Ming. The upper immortal really does not dare to be. Jiang Ming said. Alright, then the old immortal will be considered to have taken advantage of an old friend. Lin Songyun replied. Jiang Ming had nothing to say about name calling, thinking that he had often looked up to Lin Songyun when he was young, and now that the latter had a mouthful of Shang Xian, it did make him feel a little strange. It's better to call them by their first names. Has little friend ever sensed anything in the depths of this blessed land? At this moment, Lin Songyun asked. What is it? Jiang Ming frowned slightly, not knowing. Lin Songyun's voice paused for a moment before he made a sound. I arrived here this morning, and before that, several forces had already entered the depths of the blessed land. I only wanted to take care of the clan disciples, so I only left a wisp of my breath on those several forces. Who would have thought that just an hour ago, those people's scents, including the marks I left on them, were all erased? Lin Songyun said in a deep voice. At those words, Jiang Ming frowned. Could this blessed land be a trap? Jiang Ming had doubts. Not quite. At least from the time we came in until now. Whether it's the concentration of aura or other blessings, this place is far from being comparable to the outside world. If it's a trap targeting cultivators from the lower realms, there's no need to go through so much effort. Lin Songyun said. Jiang Ming nodded. Judging from true immortal Fu Ling's actions, he genuinely wanted to help the lower realms tide over their difficulties. But inside the blessed land, why would there be killing machines? If it's a real danger, there are only two possibilities. One was that there was already some sort of danger inside, and the second was that people from the outside world were deliberately plotting against other cultivators in there. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming had already made up his mind. Thank you, Senior, for telling me. I'll personally take care of this matter. Jiang Ming responded. Young friend, you're welcome. Whether it's your favor or for the sake of my old friend, I should give the people of the Dao Heavenly Sect a heads up on this matter. I'm old and don't want to compete with the juniors for treasures, but your Dao Heavenly Sect is full of good seedlings, Lin Songyun said in a kind tone. Jiang Ming briefly exchanged a few words of courtesy, then withdrew his mind. He looked to the interior of the blessed place and rubbed his wrist slightly. This trouble, it really hasn't stopped, Jiang Ming said with some impatience. Just kidding, how can there not be a fourth shift when it was promised? End of chapter. Under Xia Zimo's leadership, the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples arrived at an open space on the north side of the island. Compared to the other regions, there were indeed much fewer forces in the north. After landing, a majestic and rich spiritual chi washed over all the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples. Just after standing on their feet, there were already disciples who couldn't wait to start cultivating in place. Looking at the hurried appearance of these disciples, Xia Zimo didn't say anything. In the middle of this blessed land, even she hadn't seen such a rich aura. Just that as an elder, she had seen more and was able to be patient. After observing the circle and determining that this place was safer, Xia Zimo also put her heart down. All disciples can now cultivate on their own, with this place as the center, not to leave more than a 10-mile radius, and find a good resting place before sunset. Xia Zimo said. Yes. The Dao Heavenly Sect disciple arched his hand, then a flash of excitement appeared on his face. A mansion with such a rich spiritual chi was something they had never seen before in their lives. So they couldn't take advantage of this opportunity to have a good cultivation? All the disciples almost held this thought and began to sit up in place to run their dantian, and as the aura ran through their meridians for a week, their breath grew rapidly at the speed of the naked eye. My goodness, it's only been less than half a quarter of an hour. This cultivation speed is comparable to us cultivating for a whole day. I think it's more than that. In the past we might not have seen growth even if we practiced for a day. The brothers who didn't come are at a great loss, but they should have a chance afterward. Yes. With such a blessed land, we can expect to reach the realm of an elder in the future. The disciples were overjoyed at the thought. They had never felt such a free flow of cultivation before, and this made them increase the speed of their aura absorption, as if they were afraid that they would be gone tomorrow. The other side, Xia Zimo also began to sit on top of a boulder to tune in. with a condescending stance. One could both sense the surroundings and absorb a large amount of aura. After absorbing the aura, Xiazimo could also feel it. As long as she could keep absorbing in this state, she would definitely be expected to break through to the harmonization stage in the future. Such a blessed land is too few nowadays. Why not take some immortalization pills to assist, so that you can also speed up the rate of absorption, and you will be able to advance in your realm in a matter of days. At this moment, Jiang Ming operated his true qi and sent a message to Xiazimo through the air. After hearing Jiang Ming's voice, Xiazimo slowly opened her eyes, and a difficult color appeared on her face. The immortalization pill is a 9th grade immortal pill, so precious that after taking one in the first place, it is already considered a life not wasted. How can one keep taking it? Xiazimo also true qi transmitted a message back. Didn't I give you guys so many? Pills are meant to help cultivators improve their strength, and this is the right time for a great opportunity, so it would be a shame not to take them in pairs, Jiang Ming said. Xiazimo was too embarrassed to say anything. In the end, this thing called immortalization dan was still too precious. It looked like they had thousands of bottles of immortalization dan, but if they didn't treasure it properly, sooner or later they would spend it all. What's more, they also have to consider the future of the Dao Heavenly Sect. It's impossible to take all the precious immortal pills such as the immortalization pill by themselves. Those disciples will be the pillars of the Dao Heavenly Sect in the future, and they all have to take it into consideration. Looking at Xiazimo's hesitant appearance, Jiang Ming also shook his head. Nowadays, cultivators can be said to be poor and afraid, but this is not to blame them. Instead, they must also praise this spirit of giving up the ego for the sake of everyone. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming slowly said, I have to make a trip to the interior now. I will leave a detachment on this side of the periphery, so if there is an urgent matter to send a message in my detachment, I will be able to hear it. Xiazimo was a bit surprised and asked, did something happen inside? Jiang Ming said blandly, it's not clear yet. Just now Lin Songyun reminded me that there might be someone haunting inside. Just in case, it's still most appropriate for me to go there personally. In this periphery, with my doppelganger, as well as the assistance of Senior Lin Songyun, I don't think anything will happen. At those words, Xiazimo nodded as well. From the moment she came in, she sensed that all the forces in the blessed land were grasping at straws to cultivate, and there were hardly any troublemakers, so it was considered relatively safe. I see, Xiazimo nodded. Much was unknown in the interior than what was known on the outside, and to make sure the trip went well, she just needed to do what she had to do. Jiang Ming nodded. At this time, a wisp of white smoke emerged from the top of Jiang Ming's head, which seemed to float with the wind to Xiazimo's body, and finally coalesced into a humanoid entity. Take it. The situation is different now. You must also seize the time to strengthen yourselves before you can do so. Don't be stingy with this bit of elixir, Jiang Ming said. After saying that, the 3 jade bottles were stuffed into Xiazimo's hands, and then Jiang Ming stepped backward, his figure disappearing without a trace in an instant. Looking at the jade bottle in her hand, a light smile appeared on Xiazimo's face. At the same time, it also made her determined that she must not fail her grandfather and senior uncle's high expectations. From the periphery to the interior of the blessed land, Jiang Ming arrived in a breath. In this interior there is a huge palace sitting here, like from above to look down. This palace are with a kind of material that does not belong to this world to build and become, and wrapped around the palace with layers of white breath shrouded in it. Most importantly, the palace was merely a front. Jiang Ming could feel that the palace contained a much denser spiritual qi below. If the spiritual qi in the periphery was like a river, then underneath this palace, it was like a vast ocean. Even 10,000 years ago, Jiang Ming had rarely seen such a dense aura. What a great deal. Even Jiang Ming was a bit awestruck. The aura was originally made by heaven and earth. To be able to protect the aura so well, and even gift it to the descendants of the lower realms, was truly shocking. It is? At that moment, Jiang Ming noticed the space below, which seemed to have 2 laws shrouding it, isolating the palace and the space below it. Especially in the deepest part of the palace below, one of the largest rooms was covered with dozens of law powers binding it up. Each law was like forming a chain, and dozens of chains blocked off that room at the bottom, making it incredibly strange. Sure enough, there are some names. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, when he tried to force his senses to seep in. Boom! Just then, a sudden pop came from below the palace, immediately followed by a few sword chi slashing out from underneath the palace. This sword chi was of course familiar to Jiang Ming. Lin Tiany's sword chi. Jiang Ming's eyes twitched as he manifested a green ghost mask in his hands and brought it over his face, and in the next second, his figure flew towards the bottom of the palace. End of chapter. Jiang Ming's figure flashed out. However, when he had just reached the side of the palace, Jiang Ming immediately noticed 5 other bizarre auras below. The corner of Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The fluctuations coming from Lin Tianyi and the others seemed to be just a dispute between two forces, but the 5 auras he felt now carried a strong scent of blood. Someone from the devil sect? Jiang Ming's mind moved, solely not bothering about Lin Tianyi's side. He took out a cloak from his storage pouch and shrouded himself in it, then disappeared without a trace in space. The law of hiding. Immediately afterward, Jiang Ming disappeared without a trace in space, quickly arriving at the location where the 5 were hiding with the help of the hiding method. At this very moment, the 5 black-robed men were hiding in the shadows, watching Lin Tianyi clash with the other forces, and had sinister smiles on their faces. Sure enough, quite a few powerful sect powerhouses have come. Second Elder Gu Yuan said, "The Grand Elder is truly a brilliant plan. If this progress continues, the king will surely wake up soon." Another person said, "That's for sure. These cultivators are all considered the elite of the continent, and the spiritual chi in this heaven and earth is quite abundant. The blood and flesh we obtain will also be superior." Gu Yuan grinned. What the second elder said is true. So when are we going to strike now? The elder beside him asked. There's no rush, Gu Yuan blandly said, although our main task is to collect the blood and flesh. But I found out yesterday that there seems to be something else extraordinary in the depths of this palace. I can sense that it must be the key to the entire immortal mansion, and we have to get our hands on it at the first opportunity. The other elders also nodded. They had been squatting here for an entire day, and in their subconscious, they all seemed to feel a magical call that drove them over to the finish line. Anyway, in their eyes, those cultivators were as inadequate as mole crickets, so they might as well go along and take advantage of the fact that no one was there to take away what was underneath, lest they let those righteous cultivators have their way. Let's go. Don't worry about them here. Let's go down there first, Gu Yuan said in a deep voice. The other 4 nodded, but just as the 5 of them were about to move, Gu Yuan suddenly jerked his head back and looked directly behind him. Who is it? For a moment, the small space seemed unusually quiet. Even the 4 blood demon sect elders were somewhat surprised at this moment. Second elder, have you discovered anything? At this time, an elder asked. Kuwabara frowned, and after sweeping his gaze around the room, he finally sighed. Maybe I've been too cautious over the years. Coming to this immortal mansion always feels like there's someone behind me, Gu Yuan said. The second elder might have been too tired these past 2 days. The place where we hid, not to mention people, there wasn't even an ant. The elder laughed. Well, maybe I'm just too tired. Kuwabara nodded. After saying that, the 5 of them withdrew their gazes and finally left the place. It was then that Jiang Ming lifted his cloak from a corner, revealing his figure out. I haven't used this thing for over 10,000 years. I almost don't know how to use it. Jiang Ming put away the cloak and said indifferently. However, he was also clear that these 5 people were all elders of the blood demon sect. 2 of them were at the transition stage, while 3 of them were at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Such a lineup, even if it was placed in the Zhongxian continent, it was still a figure capable of stirring up some storm clouds. And from them, Jiang Ming did hear something interesting. They seemed to be trying to awaken a king. This king, Jiang Ming could roughly guess that in all likelihood, it was the Holy Lord that Xia Buxiu had mentioned. Secondly, they also seemed to have found something unusual down there, and now they happened to be exploring that room down there. Strange, how did they find out? Jiang Ming pondered. One must know that that room had dozens of laws blocking it off. Even Jiang Ming using his immortal power would have a hard time exploring it, so how were they able to sense it after only being here for a short while? Thinking of this, Jiang Ming couldn't help but curl a light smile at the corner of his mouth. Blood demon sect. Ah, blood demon sect. Why do you guys have to barge into my place every day? I really don't know whether to say you guys are lucky or unlucky. Jiang Ming laughed. Let me see what kind of tricks you guys are playing. After saying that, Jiang Ming stood at the position he was in before the ancient plains, looking down at the opponents Lin Tianyi and the others were sparring with, shaking his head slightly. For Lin Tianyi, coming to the immortal mansion this time was considered a kind of honing. Until it was a matter of life and death, he still didn't make a move. Only a bird that knows how to forage for food on its own can soar the vast skies. Little Lindsay, just take your time to play with them. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. In the next second, Jiang Ming's figure flashed out. The entire palace is divided into 3 levels below. The first level was the area where Lin Tianyi and the others were. The space was huge and could accommodate quite a few people. As for the second level, it's interesting. Just going from the first to the second level shuttled a spatial law, and in the second level, everything around was gray, as if one's eyes could no longer catch the colors and light. At the same time, the concentration of aura on this level was extremely thick, and just by standing here, Jiang Ming felt like he was bathing in an ocean of aura all over his body. However, Jiang Ming quickly sensed a hint of something wrong. It actually cuts off perception? Soon, Jiang Ming could feel that in this layer of space, all senses were isolated. However, Jiang Ming didn't care. The means of the upper realm. Naturally there were spells he hadn't seen before, and he didn't want to unleash his immortal power lest he ruin this good blessed land. Strange. Obviously the spiritual qi is so rich. Why is this place so barren? Jiang Ming frowned. He looked around. In the space of the second level, it was like a piece of Gobi, surrounded by low hills. The ground was full of ice-cracked gaps, and even the long river on the side was dry like a canal at this time. That's never normal. It should be said that this second layer of space, the original appearance should not be like this. Coupled with this place is so rich in spiritual energy, the original appearance of this place should be like a paradise that is right. Jiang Ming looked around and slowly wandered around this floor. Soon, Jiang Ming reacted. It's life. There was not a single ounce of life in this space, as if the laws of death had been laid down, but he could definitely feel that there were only two laws in this space. One is the law of space and the other is the law of time. That is to say, the person who created this space should have wanted this space to maintain a beautiful side of the environment forever. Who had thought that there would be some changes here that would cause this space to fall into a death cycle forever? I really don't know what's disturbing the order of this space. If we let it wither, it would be a bit of a waste of the efforts of the person who created this small world, Jiang Ming thought. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming flipped his hand and a gourd appeared in his hand. As Jiang Ming removed the plug on the gourd's mouth, a surge of vitality was actually centered on the gourd, glowing out in a different color. End of chapter. Seeing this, Jiang Ming wasn't surprised. The gourd was filled with the life source of Venerable Lord Xiangyang's nourishing soul, and this object could bring all dead things back to life, belonging to a very alternative existence in the laws of life. In such a lifeless and dead place, just a single drop of the life source could revitalize the entire small world. With the moment the life source seeps into the land, starting from underneath Jiang Ming's feet, the cracks in the earth began to revert back. The fragile land, at this moment, became solidified. The earth began to revive. The vegetation once again sprouted its sharp corners from the ground, and even the world in his eyes took on a new color. That's right. Jiang Ming relaxed and took a deep breath. It had to be said that with such a rich aura, coupled with this relaxing beauty, I'm afraid that this was the world that the person who created this small world originally wanted to display. Feeling the clear breeze and aura around him, Jiang Ming also relaxed and strolled on the grassland. He was not in a hurry now. It was not easy to have a place where he could put aside all distractions, so why rush to deal with other trivial matters? The other side. The 5 elders of the Blood Demon sect also hurriedly traveled through this small world, and in the absence of anyone else, they had a smooth and unassisted journey. They were overwhelmed by the environment of this world, but they had only one goal now, and that was to find the place that called to them, the next level ahead. However, they had only just traveled not far, when the entire small world was suddenly refreshed, and the originally depressing space was reborn at this moment. What's the situation? At that moment, the other elders froze in place. They clearly hadn't done anything, so how did this heaven and earth suddenly change its appearance? And now this side of heaven and earth was not in the least bit as depressing as it had been before, but on the contrary, it had the kind of mood that made people relax their nerves and want to start taking slow walks. It is estimated that someone has triggered the prohibition of this space. It seems that we are not the only ones who have come to this layer of space, Gu Yuan said in a deep voice. Someone is actually faster than us? The other elders were a bit surprised. It was clear that they had been searching for the entrance to the second level, and no one should have come in before they found it. And they had made a point of noticing that no one was following them before they came in. Is it still haunted? Don't think about those useful or useless. First find the entrance to the next level. I can feel that the most expensive treasure is down there, Gu Yuan said. Yes. The other elders also tightened their nerves. If those righteous cultivators were allowed to obtain the immortal Dharma treasure, then even if they awakened the Blood Demon King, they would probably suffer no small amount of hindrance. As long as they took the treasures below first, then there would be no one in this Tsang-Shin continent who would be their opponent. The thought made them robust. However, the deeper they went, they realized that the amount of true chi they could exert was also getting less and less, and in the end, they could actually only rely on their feet to run in this heaven and earth. It seems like it should be very close. There is a true chi restriction in this place. The entrance should be not far away. Look carefully. Gu Yuan felt the restriction of true chi in his body and immediately reminded. The other elders also nodded and began to split up. A few minutes later, the 5 ran in a large circle, and eventually they did assemble at the location they had just exchanged. In unspoken silence, as if they had discussed it before, but all 5 knew that they hadn't sent a message to tell each other to rendezvous. In other words, all 5 of them had not found the right place, but were bound in place by some kind of power in this space. It seems that there is another power that is hindering us. not wanting us to easily find the entrance to the next level. Gu Yuan said in a deep voice. In this small world, it was not possible to release their senses and try to find the exact target, so this in turn caused them some headaches. At this moment, Jiang Ming was still walking unhurriedly, but in this vast expanse of heaven and earth, excluding the endless grassland mounds, there were only scattered willow trees. The water in the stream that gurgled by the side was also clean right through to the bottom. Jiang Ming was the only one here when he came, and he was still the only one now. Kind of interesting. Jiang Ming smiled. He had originally thought that the entrance into the small world was an area, but now it didn't seem to be the case. It was also after taking a walk here for a while that Jiang Ming noticed that no matter how he walked, the scenery around him was all the same. In other words, he never got out of his spot. During this period, he hadn't seen anyone from the Blood Demon sect either, which proved that after entering this small world on the second level, everyone would be transported to a certain designated area and then fall into a kind of dead cycle. As to why, that's because of the law of time. The law of time returns one back to the very beginning, week after week. Even with all the different things people have done, the only thing they end up going back to is always the beginning. As for what Jiang Ming found interesting, it lay in the fact that he had been affected by the laws of time, but this earth that had regained its vitality under his feet had not returned to the way it had been in the beginning due to the existence of the laws of time. Space moves with time, but the earth beneath our feet is unaffected, Jiang Ming muttered. Now, the answer is crying out. He wasn't in a hurry to go down first, though, it was hard to find a place where he could take a break, and he wanted to rest here for a while longer. In a world where there is no one else but you, the 5 elders of the Blood Demon sect desperately searched for an exit, but they finally realized that all they had done was in vain. Even every time they searched, they ended up back where they were at the beginning. By the end of the day, they were beginning to wonder if this could be where they were when they first came in. Strange, why do I feel more and more tired? Obviously the true chi in my body is still abundant. Ha! An elder gasped and said. I'm afraid that this space has a kind of limitation, and all that is consumed is physical stamina, not true chi, Gu Yuan said. Doesn't that mean we're no different from a mortal now? The elder's face changed. You could say that, Kuwabara said in a deep voice. At those words, the hearts of the other elders sank. I didn't realize that there was such an odd prohibition in this world, clearly being able to feel the true chi and use it, but in the end, what was consumed was one's own physical strength. That's totally kind of misleading them in there. What a bump in the road. An elder sighed. Too much physical energy had been expended, and they all began to become disheveled. The others didn't speak. It wasn't a solution to keep going on like this. All of them were almost relying on the Blood Demon sect's secret techniques to extend their lifespans, and they were afraid that they were all still no better than ordinary people in terms of physical strength alone. It could be said that the prohibition that existed in this small world completely restrained their actions. Why do all those righteous people like to create such strange tests? Wouldn't it be good to just set the exit at your feet? A person began to complain. With that, he slammed his fist down hard on the ground. Just then, the earth where he was, suddenly began to shake. The elder who was sitting on the ground stood up violently, his face a few shades of white in fear. It's not possible that the immortal heard what I said, is it? The man's face was pale, fearing that he was in big trouble. However, just as a look of gravity appeared on everyone's faces, a pitch-black hollow actually appeared in an empty space in front of them. Everyone didn't know what the hell that meant and looked at Gu Yuan. That might be the exit to the next level, Kuwabara said. I went off to play games during the day today, so I'm late for all 3 of these shifts, but I'm still caught up. End of chapter. This is the exit to the next level? So what's the point of them going to all this trouble and searching for so long? Never mind that much. Strike first. A glint of sternness flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. The elders also nodded. They had wasted too much time on this second level, and there was an unusual situation in this small world just now, so they must not let others get there first. Even if they happened to open a passageway into the next level, they could no longer wonder how the hell it was opened. So, the 5 of them also nodded to each other and stood in front of the deep black hole, then leapt down. At this very moment, Jiang Ming strolled beside the stream, and although he knew he had been staying put, his body and mind were feeling a relaxation they had never felt before. At this moment, the small world began to vibrate slightly, and Jiang Ming's languid stance was slightly collected at this moment. I didn't expect to find out quite quickly. I had wanted to play a little longer. Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. He had originally thought that it would take a little more time for the gang from the Blood Demon sect to find the entrance to the 3rd level, but he hadn't expected to find it so quickly. Looks like I've underestimated them a bit. Jiang Ming slowly stood up. Since they had already gone down, there was no need for him to continue to linger here. At this moment, Jiang Ming merged his 2 fingers together, and the power of laws that originally existed in space coalesced at this moment, gathering into a spatial teleportation spell formation in front of Jiang Ming. Looking at the teleportation spell formation in front of him, Jiang Ming didn't hesitate and immediately prepared to walk in. Wait a minute. You can't go down there. Suddenly, a childish voice came from space. Jiang Ming was a bit surprised, because there were 2 law restrictions in this space, plus the fact that this place was also a hindrance to perception. Jiang Ming didn't notice if there was anyone around, but he hadn't felt anyone enter his neighborhood here for a long time as he wandered around slowly. So where did this person who called out to him come from? At this point, a ray of golden light flashed in front of Jiang Ming, and a little girl-like figure soon appeared to stop in front of Jiang Ming. You are? Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. I don't have a name, but you can't go wrong listening to me, the little girl said nervously. There's a very strange guy down there. He killed the person who created this heaven and earth, and that Lord tried his best to seal that strange guy, including himself, together in that space at the bottom, so you mustn't go down there. At those words, Jiang Ming frowned. The person who created this small world was, in all probability, a Fu Ling true immortal. True immortal Fu Ling was at least an immortal. What kind of person would be able to kill him? Could it be that high-dimensional creature? Jiang Ming thought in his heart. If that's true, that means that when these true immortals returned to this realm through the gate of heavenly Tao, some of the higher dimensional creatures also followed them to the lower realms? Thinking about this, Jiang Ming's face also became more and more intense. Originally, he just wanted to follow the blood demon sect's people and mess up their plans in the meantime, but he never thought that he would encounter such a thing. What happens if someone goes down there? Jiang Ming asked. I don't know. Should I die? The little girl said with a timid face. Why are you so scared? Jiang Ming asked, holding his hands. Because I almost got killed by that weird guy, and if it wasn't for your life source, I'm afraid I'd be dead before too long, so I believe you're the good guy. Good people shouldn't go down there to die, the little girl said firmly. Seeing the little girl's serious appearance, Jiang Ming couldn't help but smile. It was also after hearing these words that Jiang Ming was almost certain that this little girl should be one of the spirits of nature that had been birthed in this small world, and by the looks of her, she should have only been conceived not long ago, and she was almost sucked out of her life force by what was down there. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming rubbed the little girl's little head. Then you know what? If you don't go and fix that trouble down there, sooner or later you'll be killed by him too, Jiang Ming said. Ha? What then? The little girl's face turned pale. Of course it's to go and finish him off, Jiang Ming said. But, he seems to be very strong. Hey, the little girl looked hesitant. Maybe I'm stronger? Jiang Ming laughed. The little girl stood there thinking with a serious face, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of Jiang Ming's words. Jiang Ming smiled and shook his head, while she stood still and thought. Jiang Ming walked into the spatial teleportation array without slowing down. After a long time, the little girl then said, then I'll go down with you. However, after saying it, she realized that Jiang Ming, who was standing in front of her, had disappeared. Ha! Several distortions occurred in space. The 5 people from the blood demon sect only felt themselves to be a bit dizzy, and after they stood firmly, the scene before their eyes was another world that emerged. They are now on top of a platform. This platform was surrounded by darkness and nothing could be seen except for the endless lapis lazuli floor that connected it. It's like it's a death row, a very wide-spaced cell. If it wasn't for the 5 of them coming together, just feeling the depressing atmosphere in this space could have made their hearts incomparably hard. Is this the 3rd level of space? While the blood demon sect elder marveled, his face also wore a few confused expressions. They had also been to all sorts of caves and spiritual ruins, and had never seen anything like this. Even in this space, the concentration of spiritual chi was very thin. Compared to the 2nd layer, it was simply a world of difference. Second elder, would that immortal inheritance really be in a place like this? An elder asked. It shouldn't be fake, Gu Yuan said in a deep voice. The more bizarre a place is, the more amazing blessings exist. This place is so wide, it can't just be for show. The crowd heard and agreed. It's just that the situation around them is so specific that it makes them feel uncomfortable. Don't waste any more time. We're only here to take the immortal's inheritance one step ahead of the others. So let's move as quickly as possible, Gu Yuan said. Yes, the other 4 nodded. However, they hadn't walked in this space for long before they immediately noticed a figure in the distance. That silhouette was kneeling on a futon, and all 4 limbs of his body were chained by strange chains, as if preventing escape, so that he could not move half a step. Seeing this figure, a flash of shock appeared on the faces of all the blood demon sect elders. Could this be the remains of an immortal? At the sight of this body covered in chains, a flash of excitement appeared on the faces of all 5 elders. Their luck was just too good. It was only a matter of time before they found the remains of an immortal. If the remains of an immortal were used as the blood demon king's body, I'm afraid that his strength would skyrocket by another level. In this way, their plan to dominate the Tsangxian continent would be accomplished in a matter of days. It was even harder for them to calm themselves when they thought about it. However, the same is true for that remains. You are finally here. Suddenly, just as everyone was getting excited, the remains actually raised its head. The eyes that had long since corroded away with rotting maggots spewed out countless scalp-inducing worms at this moment, devouring them towards the 5 people as much as they could. End of chapter. What the hell? The blood demon sect's elder's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly ran his true chi to use as a defense. But these bugs were as if they were able to corrode away their true chi, easily tearing apart the defensive spells laid down by the 5. And the endless bugs wrapped the 5 in a horrifying number altogether. Until the last moment, they could only cry out their helpless voices, and finally had all their internal organs gnawed away by those brown bugs. It's been such a long time since I've had such a delicious snack. It seems like a bit of an overindulgence by accident, the man said with a scowl on his face. When he finished, he twisted his head and turned his neck in a twisted gesture. Breath-wise, he's dead all right, but that was just his physical body dying. Inside him, it had long been filled with countless bugs that acted as his internal organs, brain, and so on. In a sense, it lives forever as long as the physical body remains intact. So in their eyes, those so-called immortals are their best carriers. Man has had a limit to his lifespan since the beginning of time, and they alone, are the masters of all the great worlds. This guy Fu Ling is really difficult to deal with. He would rather die than let me out. It's just a shame that the guys you were trying to help became the best tool to get me out instead. It gave a wry smile. Next, the countless bugs that had originally gushed out from the ground had all drilled into the 5 people of the blood demon sect at this moment. Immediately after that, those 5 people unexpectedly stood up once more, with the exact same creepy smile as the man on their faces. The strength is still really weak, but it should only be a matter of time before these shackles are lifted. Just as well, the last thing I need is time, the man said to himself. After saying that, it began to manipulate the 5 corpses of the blood demon sect and began to sit around its body, running the power of the laws to weaken the shackles on it. At this point, a breaking sound suddenly came from the space, sparing the man who was locked up. At this time, his eyes also revealed a few excited colors. Here comes another giveaway. Only after Jiang Ming had gained his footing in midair did he look down at the 6 people below. At the same time, the man was staring at Jiang Ming closely. Strange, you're the creature that killed the Fu Ling true immortal? Jiang Ming said with a frown. Oh, it seems that there are still people in this side of the world who know about our Koru clan. The man sneered. The Koru clan? That's your clan name? Jiang Ming frowned. Not that he had ever heard of the clan name, but just from the looks of it, this guy is pretty disgusting. At that moment, the man said with a smile on his face, it seems that you don't understand the prestige of our Koru clan, so I'll tell you about it properly. Perhaps it was because the man had been down here too long and was desperate for someone to talk to, or he was very confident, so confident that he thought Jiang Ming would never be able to kill him. We come from a dimension very far away from your time and space, a world where we have dominated thousands of starfields and where all humans are subservient to our Koru clan. But we are not satisfied with this. In other dimensions, other realms, and even more star realms, there are many beings that need to be conquered by our Koru clan. About 8,000 years ago, we attacked the immortal realm, the highest realm in the great thousand worlds, and I have to say that the strongest people there were very suitable for our Koru clan, and after obtaining their flesh, we would be able to live forever, and we wouldn't even need to worry about replacing the shells of other human beings. But those cultivators are indeed somewhat difficult to deal with, but it's only a matter of time before the immortal world falls. We, the Koru clan, now have more than a dozen lord gods in our midst. Are we not comparable to you humble cultivators? Speaking of this, an extremely bizarre smile surfaced on the man's face. Even those 5 blood demon sect elders revealed the same expression at this moment. Looking at the man below, a look of disgust surfaced on Jiang Ming's face. Seriously, other than the locked Luo palace, no one has ever made me feel so disgusted, Jiang Ming said. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the man below laughed maniacally and said, that's because you don't know how powerful our Koru clan really is. Becoming our carapace is an honor for you mole crickets. Why don't you behave? The man hadn't finished his sentence. In a split second, Jiang Ming's figure transformed into a cloud of white smoke, instantly arriving in front of the man, followed by a deadly punch on the man's face. The latter's face was all deformed by this punch, and his entire body instantly flew out horizontally towards the back. What a strong power. I'll take this body of yours. Ha 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 ha. Even as it took the punch, he was laughing almost crazily as he flew backwards. Jiang Ming frowned and immediately noticed the 5 people attacking behind him. In an instant, Jiang Ming dodged a strike from the 5. and a wave of immortal power surged out on his body, sending the 5 flying. Boom! A powerful mighty energy crushed over the 5 people. With just one move, he forced the 5 to retreat. However, these 5 people acted as if they didn't know the pain, raising their hands of true chi as if they were wild beasts pouncing down on Jiang Ming. At the same time, there were densely packed bugs surging underneath the lapis lazuli floor, and the moment they arrived at Jiang Ming's feet, all of them violently shattered the lapis lazuli floor, attacking towards Jiang Ming as if they were locusts in transit. Jiang Ming's gaze condensed slightly as he formed a spell seal in midair with one hand. Next, wind spell. Rip. At this instant, a gale emerged from this void space, and the gale was filled with countless powerful wind blades, instantly decapitating the incoming insect swarm below into a pile of debris. So it's still a true immortal? Today is really my lucky day. The man laughed maniacally. Jiang Ming ignored the man. Facing the incoming 5, Jiang Ming pointed out a beam of golden light with one hand. Pust! 2 of the 5 dodged the move, while the other 3 were directly hit, their flesh and blood separating, and even the worms in their bodies began to flee towards the outside in droves. It's still disgusting, Jiang Ming said with disgust. At that moment, an unearthly aura suddenly came from below, only to see the man's figure turn into dust and smoke, arriving at Jiang Ming's side in the next second, and then it violently raised its head, its pitch-black maw resembling an abyss, as if it wanted to swallow Jiang Ming alive. Jiang Ming's body moved and retreated backward. However, a huge bloody mouth emerged from the man's mouth once again, as if it was a monster biting towards Jiang Ming once again. Click! A biting sound came from the huge bloody mouth. Just by listening to the sound of the body biting, Jiang Ming felt that this thing was capable of gnawing away a huge mountain. It seems that you're not that strong, Jiang Ming said blandly. Oh, then I'll let you see my Koru clan. Its true strength, the man said. Remember, my name is Skyrun, and that will be your name in the future, he said, a wry smile on his face. End of chapter. Tian Rong stepped forward, the chains on his body stretching in the air with a series of sounds. With a hideous expression on his face, he struck Jiang Ming in the head. In the face of this strike from Tian Rong, Jiang Ming didn't dodge or avoid it, but instead slapped back with a backhanded palm. Boo! The two exchanged blows for just an instant. After an explosive sound, the chains on Tian Rong's body were also shattered several times one after another. At that moment, Tian Rong wore an even more bizarre smile on his face, and at such a close distance from Jiang Ming, he once again opened his mouth. This time, countless bugs erupted from his mouth, devouring towards Jiang Ming's body. Seeing this, Jiang Ming instantly dodged backward, but these bugs simply wouldn't relent. Not only that, Tian Rong's arms opened up, 2 black masses of terrifying aura coalesced on his hands, and a terrifying immortal might erupted towards Jiang Ming's location where he had dodged back. Boom! Terrifying immortal might instantly covered Jiang Ming's entire body. In the end, this physical body of Tian Rong was at least the shell of a fooling true immortal, and the strength it possessed was that of a true immortal. This strike directly knocked Jiang Ming back dozens of feet away before he could stabilize himself. Jiang Ming stood in place, and the clothes on his body were burned off in several places by this black immortal might. He looked at the shattered clothes on his body, and then at Tian Rong, who was bound in chains. He didn't expect that this guy could actually release immortal might. Judging from the battle just now, I'm afraid that the Koru clan that Tian Rong referred to should be a kind of creature that can parasitize in a person's body. They use the human body as a tool, and are able to utilize the body's original strength and gradually grow themselves. But, this creature also has a rather obvious flaw. That's the strength of the host that locks them up to their upper limit. Even if they were able to strengthen their hosts after parasitizing them, as long as their strength was once disparate, they would only die. Whoa! At that moment, Tian Rong once again pulled the shackles behind him and attacked towards Jiang Ming. Human cultivator, it's futile for you to resist any longer. My stamina is infinite, while you humans will eventually have your limits. That's the difference between you and me. Tian Rong bellowed as his speed increased to the extreme. At the same time, Jiang Ming wasn't slow to take a step, and his figure instantly scurried out 100 meters away. In just an instant, Jiang Ming's figure arrived behind Tian Rong. Tian Rong's face changed slightly. Only Jiang Ming's right hand was clasped in the air. Sword come! Jiang Ming shouted, and terrifying sword intent surged up and down his body. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, several golden sword chi actually blossomed in space, emerging from the void and forming a shocking golden lightsword formation behind Jiang Ming. Go! Only Jiang Ming was heard to blandly spit out a word. Behind them, in the sword formation, countless flying swords flew across, all chopping towards Tian Rong. Tian Rong reacted quite quickly, immediately raising his arms while also using the shackles behind him to take on the countless flying sword attacks. Put! Countless sword blades slashed through Skyrong's body, and even the shackles on its body had broken an unknown number of times. At this time, Jiang Ming did not stop there, but suddenly dodged to Tianrong's back, and then kicked in the air. A deadly explosive kick on top of Tianrong's head. Boo! Violent explosions violently exploded in space, and the latter's body was instantly smashed dead on the verdant stone floor below by this appalling explosive kick, and it rolled on the ground for a dozen times before stopping. At that moment, Tianrong stood up once again. The smirk on its face hadn't diminished in the slightest. You'll end up the same way even if you fight as many times as you want. This physical body is not mine. As long as my main body is still alive, then it is impossible for me to die. You, on the other hand, will eventually tire out. Tianrong smiled icily. At those words, Jiang Ming's face was expressionless as his figure flickered once again. This time, Jiang Ming threw another thunderous punch that smashed dead center into Tianrong's jaw, and the entire person flew straight up into the sky with a crisp sound from the shackles. At this point, Jiang Ming no longer wanted to say anything more. The only thing on his mind right now was to get a good fight first. With this in mind, Jiang Ming's figure once again followed suit, striking out in midair one after another, and Tianrong was like Jiang Ming's leather ball, kicking it over and smashing it in the air. Boo! Boo! Countless muffled sounds vibrated through space. However, the more Jiang Ming struck, Tianrong laughed instead of being angry, letting out a wild laugh as he was struck. Ha 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 ha, you're really more perfect than this fooling fellow. Fight to your heart's content, and when the time comes for you to become my body, I'll use your flesh to dominate this astral realm, Tianrong said without the slightest bit of panic. Jiang Ming didn't reply, and only after striking continuously for a full quarter of an hour did Jiang Ming stop. Boo! In the final blow, Tianrong was directly smashed into the floor by Jiang Ming, who fell sharply from the air, echoing a violent muffled sound in this space. But just then, Tianrong stood up once again. His body had long been broken by Jiang Ming, and even several of his bones had been broken by him. Kagami Rong twisted his body in a stance that felt incredibly painful just by looking at it, and once again returned to his original form. I've said it before, haven't I? You can't beat me, and the more powerful you act, the more excited I feel, Tianrong said with incomparable excitement. The last one who said he was immortal is now 3 meters tall in his grave. You don't really think you're strong, do you? Jiang Ming said blandly. Then why don't you come and try? Tianrong said as the corners of his mouth cracked, revealing a bizarre arc. After saying that, Jiang Ming didn't immediately strike. Seeing this, Tianrong laughed even more triumphantly. It seems you also know that I won't be killed. In that case, why don't you obediently cooperate with me? I will use your body to conquer an entire starfield. Enough to make your name last for ages, Tianrong said as he hooked a wry smile. However, Jiang Ming had a few moments of disbelief on his face. I've long since had no thoughts of these false names. It's just that this place is too small for some things to be exerted, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Too small? Hearing this, Tianrong disdained it. This space was the space the true immortal Fu Ling had imprisoned him in, and it was even decorated with dozens of law powers. If it wasn't for the power of these laws, he would have been able to display even more strength. Jiang Ming couldn't do anything to him just because of his current stance, and he still thought the space was too small? You have to have a better excuse for bluffing. Good man, why did you come down here by yourself? I told you it was dangerous. Suddenly, a childish voice flew in from the distance. When the girl arrived beside Jiang Ming, the moment she saw Tianrong, she immediately hid behind Jiang Ming and shivered. Good man, that's him, that weird guy, he's scary. The girl hid behind Jiang Ming and whispered. End of chapter. What brings you here? Jiang Ming asked back. I came to help you all. I'm afraid you can't beat this bad guy. The little girl stepped behind Jiang Ming and said timidly. Jiang Ming shook his head in amusement. Saying that he was here to help him with a scared look wasn't even halfway convincing when he said it. Nature spirits? I can't believe you brought me in one of these compliments. I'm really liking you more and more. Tianrong licked the corners of his mouth, the corners of his mouth scraping up in an eerie arc. At those words, Jiang Ming looked at Tianrong with a cold gaze. Hide far away. You can come over when I slaughter it. Jiang Ming said blandly. Ha ha ha, you still want to kill me? Let me put it plainly to you. In this barren world of yours, no one can kill me at all. Tianrong laughed up to the sky. At the same time, Tianrong spread out his hands, and a cloud of pitch-black immortal energy once again converged in space, compressing into a ball. The might that was enough to crush all living beings completely exploded at this moment. How awful. A look of panic surfaced on the little girl's face, and with a rush in her heart, she directly turned into a beam of light and drilled into Jiang Ming's body. Jiang Ming wasn't ready to make a move yet, when he felt his body's breath surging up a few levels. What situation? Jiang Ming was slightly stunned. I told you I'd help you. Hurry up and beat that bad guy. At that moment, the little girl's voice echoed in Jiang Ming's mind. And at this time, Tianrong suddenly rushed towards Jiang Ming, and the void trembled with him at the same time. In an instant, the immortal power that filled Tianrong's hands ruthlessly erupted a column of monstrous might towards Jiang Ming's chest in a devastating attack. Jiang Ming frowned and raised his left hand, just in time to be hit by this monstrous might of heaven's fusion. Boom! A loud noise boomed through space, but this time Jiang Ming didn't fall back from the blow. Originally, he wanted to move a little bit of the real thing, but he didn't expect that after the spirit of nature entered his body, it inexplicably grew his own breath as well. When this strike landed, Jiang Ming only felt his palms itch a little, and his figure fell back 3 steps. Wait for the might to fall. The expression on Tianrong's face as he let out a maniacal laugh froze slightly at this moment. Jiang Ming actually hasn't fallen yet? In his calculations, Jiang Ming had unleashed so many powerful attacks in a row. How could he still be fine at all now? At that moment, only Jiang Ming clenched his hand in the air. A beam of golden light glowed at his right hand, and in the next second a golden light arcane sword emerged out of thin air. It's useless. It's useless. Even if you kill me many more times the ending will be the same. Tianrong sneered. At those words, Jiang Ming's aura around his body didn't fluctuate in the slightest. A faint golden light glowed in the space, while a hint of white smoke burned in Jiang Ming's eyes. Listen, my generation of cultivators is practicing something against the heavens. Even if it's the way of heaven, it can be subverted. A foreigner from outside the region. How dare you talk nonsense in my human race's territory? Jiang Ming's sword blade slashed through space. Suddenly, a crack was cut through the space, and through the crack, it actually chopped open several of the laws that bound Tianrong's body. Human race? It's nothing but a shell of my clan. It's your honor to be seen by my clan, Tianrong said with a disdainful face. Jiang Ming did not say anything. He held the Xian sword, and golden light surfaced in his palm, which then covered the blade. The space actually began to suppress the aura around Jiang Ming and began to tremble violently. This time, Jiang Ming was a bit angry. Not my kind. I will kill it. Jiang Ming bellowed in a deep voice. In an instant, a power that transcended the world exploded from Jiang Ming's body, instantly sweeping through the entire enclosed space at that moment. This is... Seeing the aura emanating from Jiang Ming's body, Tianrong's face tightened its smile at this moment, instead turning into a look of shock. The moment Jiang Ming released this aura, he immediately noticed it. Jiang Ming was only afraid that he was more than just a true immortal, and his strength was only afraid that he had far exceeded true immortals. What realm would this guy be in then? Ancient immortal? Immortal king? Immortal emperor? At that moment, Jiang Ming swung the Xian sword in his hand, and the entire space began to crumble apart into countless void cracks. Ooh wow! That was so scary. The spirit of nature inside Jiang Ming also covered its eyes and curled up into a ball in fear. But Jiang Ming didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Buzz! A sword sound rose. A sword intent that decimated everything in the world. On top of the sword blade, shattering dozens of law prohibitions in the space, and the powerful sword chi, tearing through the entire space in an instant, chopped straight towards Tianrong. This was a sword that Jiang Ming had unleashed 10% of his strength. Polar divine sword chop. Rumble. The entire island began to shake at this moment. The terrifying muffled sound was like the roar of some kind of monster hidden in the depths of the island, causing the entire island to vibrate crazily. What happened? Like something happened in there? It can't be that the people who went inside have angered the immortals. What a blessing! All the cultivators were a bit reluctant. However, the amplitude of the vibrations in the island not only didn't slow down, but instead became more and more terrifying. Some cautious cultivators hurriedly fled the blessed land at this moment. Meanwhile, the Tao Heavenly Sect sighed. Xia Zimo's gaze locked into the depths of the blessed land, and for a while, she was also a little uncertain. Uncle Xia, what should we do now? At this time, several Tao Heavenly Sect disciples came to inquire. All of you will first ride your swords to leave this place and wait in the outside world for the sect leader to come out before making a decision. Xia Zimo turned around and said. After saying that, the Tao Heavenly Sect disciples immediately summoned their flying swords, and the 100 of them immediately left the blessed land and flew towards the outside world. During the process, there were also countless strengths that escaped from it. It's just that they don't understand why they come in fine and say something is wrong. At this moment, Lin Songyun also brought the disciples of the Lingyun sect out from inside. He looked into the middle of the island, and a look of gravity appeared in his eyes, asking himself, even if he exerted 10% of his power, it would be difficult for him to make such a big commotion in this immortal mansion. In other words, 9 times out of 10, this commotion was triggered by Jiang Ming. It's hard to believe that there really is something extraordinary down there? Lin Songyun was startled in his heart. According to the continuation of such a terrifying power, It was only feared that the entire immortal mansion would collapse. For all the cultivators in the world, this would be a huge loss. The third floor of the underground palace. Countless laws in space collapsed layer by layer at this moment. And even the space they were in was torn through countless fissures at this moment, and began to connect with the second layer. At the same time, Jiang Ming's sword blade flashed in space with countless sword marks. Tianrong's shell was directly chopped into countless pieces by Jiang Ming. But intuition told Jiang Ming, "I'm afraid it's not over yet. Ha 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 ha. The human race is indeed foolish to the extreme. I have said that I am not going to die. And you even personally chopped off these laws that sealed me. I mustn't thank you properly for this." After saying that, the heavenly meltdown that had been chopped into countless pieces, at this moment, unexpectedly merged into its original form once again intact. End of chapter. In midair where Jiang Ming was, after Tianrong finished speaking, he instantly waved the broken shackle, releasing a mighty power that shook heaven and earth. Boo! As the blow fell, the space that was already broken was once again impacted by this one, completely reaching the brink of collapse. "Oh, my home." At that moment, a tender voice came from within Jiang Ming's mind. After hearing these words, Jiang Ming's chopped-out sword slightly withdrew a few points of force. "Oh, why are you suddenly holding back? Keep fighting. Ha! Let's see if you can beat me to death or not." Tianrong laughed maniacally. "Then I'll fulfill you." Jiang Ming's figure moved. At this moment, Jiang Ming didn't strike his sword, but rather, his figure scurried back and forth in the broken void. A look of incomprehension also appeared on Tianrong's face. It didn't know exactly what Jiang Ming was going to do, but Jiang Ming's speed was too fast for even it to capture. Although Tianrong didn't want to admit it, Jiang Ming's strength was indeed far superior to it. It was just a little curious as to why there was such a powerful existence in such a lowly starfield. Just as Tianrong was unable to capture Jiang Ming's form, a huge force suddenly locked it in a fixed space. Tianrong frowned. This fixed space simply locked it in a small space temporarily, like a small cell so to speak, but it was by no means an advanced technique. "What do you want?" Skyrong wondered. It's not in a hurry either. In its eyes, it was impossible for Jiang Ming to kill it even if it took more effort, because it is just invincible. No one in this world can possibly kill it. At that moment, Jiang Ming appeared behind it and said, "Take you to the sky." At those words, Tianrong frowned. In the next second, Jiang Ming grabbed Tianrong and the two flew towards the top of their heads at a rapid speed. The originally shattered space. The power of the law had long been left. Through these shattered spaces, Jiang Ming from the underground palace, dragging Tianrong directly to the sky in a single flight. It cut a straight beam through the air. The cultivators at the periphery were all concerned about the situation inside the blessed land. Suddenly a cracking sound came out from the blessed land, only to see two figures rushing towards the clouds with lightning speed. In just an instant, the two figures plunged headlong into the clouds, without even the slightest appearance of wanting to slow down, only that the target they were flying towards was beyond the continent. Holy, what is that? The commotion just now, could it be from those two fighting? It's a hidden power from one of the sects, right? The cultivators who were on the outside were discussing it. Since the two of them left the blessed land, the island that had been vibrating had slowed down a lot at this time, but low voices could still be heard. Jiang Ming had stirred up the laws of the entire blessed land, and even after leaving the place, the might left behind would not dissipate for a while. And this was still the laws left behind by the immortals, as well as with protective prohibitions. If it was in the outside world, I was afraid that the entire Zhongxian continent would fall apart. However, those who knew the reasoning behind it, it was only Lin Songyun present who knew it by heart. Only those who were infinitely close to that level could understand how much of a commotion Jiang Ming was making down there. It seems like we've really encountered some tricky existence, Lin Songyun thought in his heart. Beyond the continent, Jiang Ming dragged Tianrong and rushed out of the continent into the vast starfield. In this starfield, they were as small as a grain of sand. Only Jiang Ming's speed of dragging the Skyrong remained unabated, pulling it even farther towards the Lone Star. During this period, Jiang Ming crashed the heavenly fusion into the boulders floating in the starfield as if it were trash. And every time it passed by a piece, Jiang Ming smashed it fiercely into the middle of the boulder until it blew through the entire boulder before continuing to tug on it and smash it into the next target. It's not working. None of this is working. Any more you do will just make me more aroused. Tianrong's voice entered Jiang Ming's mind. Jiang Ming ignored it. Continuously blowing through the dust in countless starfields, Jiang Ming tugged Tianrong to the top of a huge star. This star was 100 times smaller than the Zhongxian continent, but even as one stood on it, it was still a boundless sky of dust. At this moment, Tianrong was thrown dead to the ground by Jiang Ming, landing on the ground and shaking up dust and sand 100 meters high. Not only that, as Jiang Ming threw it out, the original golden light Xian sword surfaced in his hand. accompanied by a vast sword chi, and blasted the heavenly meltdown on the surface of the ground. Boom! As the sword chopped down, the entire surface of the earth instantly erupted with a terrifying wave of air, and even the entire star trembled with it. The dust settled, and the ground was split in two for Skyrun, but a smile still permeated Tianrong's face as the two decapitated bodies, once again, fused together. Extreme Divine Sword Slash. At that moment, Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and drank out a mantra. In a split second, hundreds of invisible sword chi appeared in front of Jiang Ming. These invisible sword chi had just a hint of danger, but just this hint contained monstrous sword might. Clank! From the moment the sword chi touched Tianrong, all the sword chi uniformly tore apart Tianrong's body, and even this vast sword might directly sliced a rift through the star. That's not all. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. The Xin sword in his hand sliced through the void with a flat, uninteresting sword chi. Next, located behind Jiang Ming, an illusory deity comparable to the size of this star was actually manifested. Sword God exterminates the world. The sword trick was released. The sword god behind him raised a sword blade that shook heaven and earth, and that sword alone was enough to slice through an entire star. At this moment, it pierced straight through the heavenly meltdown, even piercing it through the entire star. When this blow landed, even Tianrong's body had disappeared. After several consecutive moves fell, the star in front of him was also pierced through a hole by the sword god's sword, and the entire star became fragmented. Good man, is that guy dead? At that moment, the spirit of nature inquired within Jiang Ming. I don't know, Jiang Ming replied calmly. Facing undead creatures is the hardest thing to deal with, and in order to kill them, you have to find the right strand of power designated to kill them. No one is invincible, they just haven't found a way to target them. After these few battles, Jiang Ming was really not sure if he had killed him or not. According to the experience of beheading the Lord of Chaos, it could be destroyed with a powerful destructive sword skill. But this heavenly meltdown seemed to be different from the Lord of Chaos. The power of destruction alone didn't seem to have the power to kill it. That's why he unleashed an unusual power this time. Divine power. It's also that move Sword God destroying the world. But now the quiet scene once again made him feel a hint of something unusual. Sure enough, this guy is really difficult to deal with to the extreme. Jiang Ming frowned. At that moment, from underneath the sword god's decapitated blade, a silhouette slowly drilled out, only to see that all the flesh and blood on Tianrong's body had been blasted by the sword god's sword to the point that only his skeleton was left, but there was still a mouth hanging onto the flesh and skin as he laughed maniacally there. You've really taken me a bit by surprise, if not for the fact that I was once a sub-divine level powerhouse as well. I'm afraid that I would have been killed by this sword of yours, Tianrong said with a cold smile. End of chapter. Subdivision level? This was the first time Jiang Ming had heard of a new realm, but he didn't bother to think about it. This guy originally didn't belong to the existence of their world, and the realm that he understood was naturally different from theirs as well. Who cares what realm he's in? Fight it. If you can't kill it once, kill it twice. If you can't kill it the second time, then do it a few more times. Jiang Ming's figure moved, and the sword light around his body erupted with countless sword chi, slicing through the air with countless cracking noises as he chopped at Tianrong in a deadly manner. Tianrong was not the least bit afraid of Jiang Ming's attack. Without flesh and blood, it was even more relaxed now, and even if all that was left was a white bone, it would not die in body. That's the difference between people and them. You should probably save your energy and think about how you can kill me. However, that's a really hard question, and even I would be hard-pressed to give you an answer. Tianrong sneered and laughed while being beaten. Jiang Ming's face didn't move at all in the face of such an arrogant fellow. As long as one was a living creature, there was no such thing as absolute invincibility. Just like Jiang Ming himself, after cultivating the body of an emperor immortal, his divine sense would not fade away and his physical body would not be destroyed. Even he himself didn't think it was truly immortal. He just hadn't found a way to strike himself down. Not to mention this foreigner, the Koru clan? Jiang Ming's gaze went to Tianrong. At that moment, Tianrong was forced by Jiang Ming's countless sword chi to storm back one after another, pulling a distance of 100 feet across the ground. Jiang Ming stopped in his tracks. At this moment, Jiang Ming held the blade of his sword in his right hand and leaned behind him. His left hand pinched out a hand seal and stood up with 2 fingers, a ray of white light erupting from the tips of his fingers. Boom! One time, a shocking aura erupted from within Jiang Ming's body. At that moment, a beam of white light shot out at Jiang Ming's fingertips, penetrating the entire star. Good man, how do I feel that there is another power rising in your body? Ah, the spirit of nature asked in Jiang Ming's mind. Stay well, don't come out, Jiang Ming said back. After saying that, Jiang Ming's body vibrated with an overpowering and extreme aura at that moment, an aura that was enough to overthrow the entire heaven and earth. The sword is like my heart. My heart is like the sword, Jiang Ming shouted in a deep voice. As the words fell, the white light on his fingertips exploded out at that moment. Countless flying swords returned to Jiang Ming's surroundings at this moment, and all of them were transformed into sword intent and injected into Jiang Ming's body. The sword, a blade of arms, is also a weapon of murder. Once the sword is out, there will be no end to death. At this moment, Jiang Ming was one with the sword intent. The sword is him, and he is the sword. Do you know why I usually don't move my weapon? Jiang Ming said. The Jiang Ming at this moment had a very different aura from the one he carried before. If the Jiang Ming before, the aura he carried was nothing but mysterious. It was as calm as an ancient well. The current Jiang Ming, the aura around him was horrifying to the extreme. The space within his circumference alone was trembling at this moment, especially the stars under Jiang Ming's feet, which emitted a terrifying low roar at this one. Just by standing in midair, the star was already vaguely unable to withstand the aura emanating from Jiang Ming's surroundings. Tianrong stood at the far end, and a look of gravity appeared on his face as well. It was the first time it had felt a twinge of gravity. I told you, you can't kill me, Tianrong said. And Jiang Ming slowly spoke. Then let's see if you can take this sword of mine. Phew. One moment. Jiang Ming's figure cut through space, stirring up countless sonic booms in the air. Tianrong's face was extremely ugly. It had been fighting for so long. How could Jiang Ming's breath continue to rise upwards? Is this guy really human? Why is it like he has no limits? Facing Jiang Ming's powerful strike, Tianrong raised his arms to parry it. The moment Jiang Ming slammed his fist on Tianrong, in a split second, a huge rift in the void was immediately torn open between the two, and the appalling might of the stars underneath their feet reached the edge of bearing the moment they hit the heavenly fusion. Boom! In the next second, even the stars underneath his feet were shattered by the might of Jiang Ming's punch. Sky fusion was instantly blown to smithereens at this moment. However, Jiang Ming could still vaguely sense Tianrong's aura, so he immediately condensed a sword seal. Sword formation. Up. Jiang Ming raised his hand, and sword energy surfaced in the space, spreading out channels of astonishing sword chi in the surroundings. As if these sword chi were able to track the aura of Tianrong, they moved towards the particles of flesh that had not yet fused, obliterating the remaining particles of the other party in a way that severed their aura. Even its breath had been erased, so Jiang Ming didn't believe that it wasn't dead. Click here. At this point, the heavenly meltdown shell was not only fusing, but also fleeing at the same time. In the face of Jiang Ming's decimating moves, he was actually a bit intimidated. It underestimated the cultivators of the lower realms, determining that the cultivators of this realm were nothing more than mole crickets. He didn't expect that just after meeting the cultivators here, he would run into such a tough opponent. It seems that the cultivators in this starfield are not to be messed with, Tianrong thought in his heart. With this in mind, Tianrong hurriedly preserved the most crucial few breaths and bypassed the sword formation laid down by Jiang Ming. However, its actions were in Jiang Ming's eyes. Want to run away now? It's too late, Jiang Ming shouted in a muffled voice. Immediately after that, he pointed out a finger, and a pure and extreme sword intent erupted from his fingertip, blasting towards Tianrong's shell that had just fused a small piece of his body, once again shattering it to smithereens. It's a total crush of strength. Even a true immortal's physical body wouldn't have the slightest chance of turning over in Jiang Ming's hands. Even if Tianrong fused this fragmented flesh as many times as he could, the end would be the same. I told you, I'm not going to die, and will never die. How is it possible for a humble human race to slay my Koru race? These are useless. All of them. Sky Fusion's voice continued to echo through the space. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. To be honest, this was the first time he had encountered such a difficult opponent. Even though it had been destroyed to such an extent, it actually managed to transmit sound through space. It had to be said that they were truly tenacious as a race. Ever since I broke through to Emperor Immortal, I haven't used my true strength. And now, you're the first being to make me release 20% of my strength, Jiang Ming said. At this moment, Jiang Ming's body was covered in white light above his circumference, and his entire person seemed like an unrivaled emperor. This situation, even Rao Tianrong felt a twinge of palpitations. Surprisingly, it's an Emperor Immortal. Tianrong's voice was incomparably shocked. At this moment, Jiang Ming's body was tightened with an appalling extreme intent. This place was long unknown how far away from the Zhongxian continent. Even if they released 20% of their strength, it would not destroy the masters and their efforts over the years. So this hit, he was bound to bring Tianrong back to the west. The heavenly Dao sword. Seal the devil. Buzz. A beam of white light instantly flashed through space, and all the dust in the surrounding star field that was right next to it was all annihilated at that moment. However, all existences that entered the shroud of Jiang Ming's sword intent were unable to withstand this shocking power, and even this starfield trembled violently. This is the most extreme sword. End of chapter. Boom dash. This sword might that was enough to destroy an entire star swept a might that pierced through the entire star river in the middle of this star field. Enough to pull this star field apart in a blinding white aura. This beam of white on. Spare all the cultivators who were in the Tsongshin continent. Could vaguely see a crack tearing open in the depths of the sky from within the sky above their heads. Breathtaking. At the same time, even where this star river was, Jiang Ming's sword blade pulled back. Living in this space twisted out a spatial spiral abyss. As if it could absorb all the dust in the starfield as a giant mouth, devouring all the surrounding energy. The Dao Sword and Heavenly Sword were originally the Dao Heavenly Sect's basic sword intent, but as long as one comprehends the mysteries, one can comprehend a wisp of the Heavenly Dao. This sword was imbued with the power of the Heavenly Dao. This is the will of our cultivators, passed down from generation to generation. Jiang Ming shouted explosively, the sword might in his hand released to the utmost at this moment. Buzz. Qiankuan Starfield. Several true immortals traveled through the starfield. They escaped from the gate of Heavenly Dao, and before they could get much respite, they learned that the alien race of the Koru clan had begun to infiltrate this dimension. It was just that the life force of the Koru was too tenacious, and only if they acted together could they solve one. So they didn't dare to scatter, much less be sloppy. Wait. At that moment, a true immortal suddenly stopped. What happened? The other cultivators also stopped. Just now, I sensed the aura of an Emperor Immortal powerhouse in this dimension. That true immortal frowned and said, Imperial Immortal? Upon hearing this word, a look of shock surfaced on the faces of several other cultivators. How powerful is the Emperor Immortal? After stepping into the upper realm, the most basic realm was almost a true immortal, and the division of strength, too, was divided into 5 major realms. True Immortal, Swire True Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, as well as the Imperial Immortals. Even among the upper realms, there were less than a handful of Emperor Immortals. One must know that as long as one is an Emperor Immortal, one is free to open up a world and dot the eyes of creation. The so-called laws do not restrict the Emperor Immortals, but rather the Emperor Immortals restrict the laws. But how is that possible? This was only among the tens of thousands of small worlds on one side of the lower realm. How could an Emperor Immortal powerhouse appear in a low latitude? Elder Hua, look at the demon removal stone. Suddenly, a cultivator said hurriedly. At that moment, they noticed that the king-level alien that they had been pursuing before, at that moment, had begun to turn gray in terms of its life force. That king-level alien, actually dying. Even if all of their true immortals here were to make a move together, they wouldn't dare to say that they would kill that foreign race off. Could it really be that the Emperor Immortal has struck? The heart of the true immortal known as Elder Hua trembled. Combined with the wisp of aura he had perceived just now, a feeling of a 1-2 punch surged through his heart. Songshin Starfield. Jiang Ming's sword directly cut out a twisted space glowing with a strange colorful light in the starfield. This space has a different energy percentage than that in the starfield, absorbing the dust from the starfield in a kind of concave spiral. Impossible. How can a mere human kill me? Sky Fusion could no longer remain calm and let out a shrill scream that spread throughout the starfield. Jiang Ming didn't reply, but instead stabbed out a sword again. Rumble. The power of the heavenly Dao contained in the sword's aura exploded in countless deafening sounds in the layers of the starfield the moment it drowned out the last wisp of Heavenly Rong's breath. The last wisp of Sky Fusion's breath was completely destroyed at this moment. Buzzing rumble. At this moment, even the boundaries that Jiang Ming had laid down in space had disintegrated at this moment, and the might that had been condensed was no longer hindered in any way from influencing the spread of this appalling aura, instantly blowing the successive several stars into powder. The entire starfield collapsed one after another, as if this starfield would be destroyed. Terrifying spatial vibrations spread and stretched out in all directions, but they quickly tightened up and returned above Jiang Ming's circumference. And Jiang Ming also grabbed his left hand and held it in the void, taking all the might in the starfield into his own hands. This time, it's dead again, Jiang Ming said. At that moment, the aura around Jiang Ming instantly decayed down, and the energy that had triggered the entire starfield disappeared without a trace at that moment. Jiang Ming, himself, had returned to being as flat as he was at the beginning. This thing is pretty strong. It's making my hands a little numb from the beating. Jiang Ming squeezed his hand and said seriously, is the fight over? At this moment, the spirit of nature drilled out a very miniature little head from Jiang Ming's brow, probing out to look around. Jiang Ming sighed and pinched out a finger to press the little guy back. It's over. We should go back too, Jiang Ming said. Yeah, the bad guys have been beaten away, and I can go home without worrying. The spirit of nature was obviously happy as well. Jiang Ming shook his head in amusement. However, looking back now, the Tsongshin continent had long since lost track of which star it was in, and without realizing it he didn't even know where he had hit. Looks like there's still a way back to find. Jiang Ming sighed helplessly. There is no way to fight around the Tsangshuan continent, not to mention the Daitian sect. Even the entire Tsangshuan continent is afraid that it will have to explode in place, and he doesn't want to stay for more than 10,000 years of his old home to be blown into a hornet's nest. After all, he was quite nostalgic as a person. Trouble is trouble. When he thought of this, Jiang Ming's body disappeared into the midst of the roiling starfield with a thought. Sangshan continent. Countless people looked at the sky in horror. Before that, they saw the boundless darkness detonate a golden red glow, using a center of a circle as the midpoint, spreading out a circle of extremely lurid radiance that even dyed this part of their sky a golden red color. There was even a hint of might that arrived above the continent, whipping up a plunge of wild winds. What is that? What terrifying might? Could it be that one of the stars was detonated? The many cultivators felt a palpitation, but their intuition told them that things were not that simple. I'm afraid. From the beginning of the great earthquake in the Blessed Land, to the two figures rushing beyond the sky, and finally they even saw several terrifying spatial vibrations coming from beyond the sky, especially with the aura that was emitted just now. Even though they knew that they were separated by an unknown distance, their hearts were still scared. If it was done by human power, then to what level was this person powerful? Is that the legendary immortal? Looking at the energy that swung back from the sky, Lin Songyun could roughly guess a few points in his heart. It was just that he didn't dare to think in that direction at all. That disciple who was once still just a humble disciple had now grown to such a terrifying strength? Li Dao Tian, you really taught an extraordinary existence. Lin Songyun looked at the sky and lamented. End of chapter. Blood Demon Sect Cave. With the collapse of 5 blood jades, there were originally 7 blood jades, and now only the last one left for him alone was still shining with red light. Looking at these blood jades, the Blood Demon Sect's Grand Elders, originally emaciated and thinning cheeks, became as gray as a dead man. The only remaining 7 of them had endured the humiliation of living in this sunless cave for 4,000 years. He hated it, and he wanted revenge, but the sense of suffocation that Xia Buxiu had brought to them back then was too strong. So strong that they had lost the heart to fight back and could only stay here for a long time, waiting for the best time. Now, it was hard to wait for the best time, but he was the only one who witnessed this scene. Deceitful, deceitful. The Blood Demon Sect's Grand Elder raised the sky and roared, his voice echoing throughout the cave. As the roar fell, the corners of the Grand Elder's mouth curled into a bitter smile. I didn't realize that at the end of this, I was the only one left to witness the king's awakening. But don't worry guys, I will definitely avenge you. Those cultivators who claim to be righteous. I will definitely let them know the price of offending us in the name of the Blood Demon Sect. The Grand Elder frantically opened his arms. At this moment, on both of his arms, countless blood-red meridians actually surfaced. Flashing red on his arms, the Grand Elder collected his thoughts. He dripped the essence blood stored in the blood jade into the sacrificial array at his feet. In a split second, a pungent smell of blood filled the entire cave in an instant. It was as if 1,000,000 animals had been killed, and the putrid odor of rotting carcasses piled on top of each other filled the place entirely. However, the Grand Elder opened his arms with a face of enjoyment, greedily inhaling the odor. My king, awaken! All the thousands of living beings on this continent will be in your palm. Let your subjects, tripod feet at the top of this world. The Grand Elder shook a bell in his hand. The sound of a bell echoed a clear ringing in the cave, and the more he listened to it, the more he felt eerie around him. In this moment, the ceramic blood altar placed in the cave lifted its cover at this moment, and countless blood flew in the direction of the big formation as if it were a dragon sucking water. At this moment, in the sacrificial array under the feet of the Grand Elder, the originally pitch-black runic characters turned blood-red in color at this moment. As the blood continued to pour, those runes surrounded the sacrificial array for a week, eventually forming a monstrous might of bloodlight at first glance. Rumble! The entire cave began to tremble. Originally, this cave was hidden in the sea. With the fall of the sacrificial array, the entire sea boiled up at this moment. My king, you have finally awakened. Feeling this powerful aura, a flash of excitement appeared on the Grand Elder's face. The pain they had suffered. Today they could finally seek repayment from those people. Those self-proclaimed righteous sects must be made to suffer 100 times what they had suffered. At this point, beneath the sacrificial array, a person with a dark red body slowly emerged. The man was covered in an aura of decay. A pair of demonic horns emerged from his forehead, and his face was not at all pale like all human beings. Within his pupils, a streak of bloodlight surged out, and the moment he opened his eyes, the entire cave was pierced through countless holes by the aura he brought with him. Boom! 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 Several explosions in succession instantly detonated the cave, and the seawater outside began to pour in continuously. Seeing this, the Grand Elder's heart trembled. Although he sensed that the Blood Demon King's strength was extraordinary, the circumstances they were in forced him to take heart. My king, The position we are in now is the bottom of the sea. You will ruin our shelter like this, the Grand Elder said hurriedly. Why are we at the bottom of the sea? The Blood Demon King said faintly. Because we, the Blood Demon sect, were driven out by the cultivators from the outside world. The Grand Elder lowered his head and said, driven out? The Blood Demon King swept a disdainful glance at the Grand Elder. Afterwards, the Blood Demon King grabbed with one hand out of thin air. All the seawater returned to the sea from the cave as if against the current, and the cracks that had been blown open inside the cave were all mended at this moment. Seeing this, the Grand Elder's face became even more shocked. To be able to manipulate everything and reverse the laws, this kind of means was indeed the Blood Demon King he had hoped to see. Since you have awakened me, then this king will not treat you poorly. Speak, what do you want? This king can fulfill one of your wishes. The Blood Demon King raised his head condescendingly with an indifferent expression on his face. At those words, the Grand Elder hurriedly knelt on the ground. I also ask my king to eradicate those self-proclaimed righteous sects out there. They drove us out of the continent and killed countless disciples of my clan. This is an unshakable grudge, so I hope that my king will take revenge for us. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth. His hatred for the sects on the continent, especially the Tao Heavenly sect, had long been accumulated for thousands of years. How could he suppress the emotions in his heart when he could finally get his revenge today? Looking at the Grand Elder's stance, the Blood Demon King clasped his hands in front of his chest and looked down at the other party with a cold gaze. I promise you that from now on, no one in this world will ever touch you again. At the same time, this king will also take care of those self-proclaimed righteous sects for you, so that they will recognize that it's time to change the master of this world. The Blood Demon King stretched out his right hand, and a ball of furious true chi immediately erupted from his palm. Pinch and burst at this moment. Outside the blessed land, some of the scattered cultivators took advantage of the large number of cultivators leaving the blessed land and risked their lives to run to the interior of the blessed land to get a lot of benefits. At the same time, for these loose cultivators more clear, what is called to see the good, flee as if to leave this dangerous place. It was a pity that they hadn't run far before three silhouettes pushed straight at the several loose cultivators from behind like thunder. Those few loose cultivators sensed the danger around them and hurriedly tried to respond. However, before they could react, the several loose cultivators behind them were instantly torn into pieces, leaving only the last loose cultivator trembling as he looked at the flying trio. Who are ye? If you want any treasures, I'll give you all I got. Please let go. Before that loose cultivator could finish his words, the dagger of the woman in the lead slashed through, and the latter's head moved directly. Looking at the dead loose cultivator, the three of them didn't have the slightest fluctuation in their gazes. Instead, they landed their eyes on the severed loose cultivator's storage bag. Are you sure he's the one who found the life source? The woman asked, glancing at the two men behind her. Okay, the two men behind him said with certainty. Then go back to the palace master immediately to deliver the message. Don't linger here, the woman said in a deep voice. After saying that, she grabbed the loose cultivator's storage bag, and the three of them flew away from this place. Before that, they sensed a very terrifying might overflowing from within the blessed land, indicating that there was a very terrifying existence there. Since they had already obtained what the hall master had explained, they naturally wouldn't continue to stay here. Saving their little lives was important. Thank you for all the votes and support from all the book lovers, especially those who voted for the monthly votes and rewards. Thanks for the support all the time. End of chapter. Blessed Periphery. All the clans gathered around the outside hesitating to leave. However, some of the might inside the blessed land came out from time to time, making them not dare to go in. A full hour and a half had passed since the great tremor in the depths of the blessed land, and the sky was beginning to darken, but everyone coincidentally did not leave. The reason is simple. Everyone had tasted the sweetness inside the blessed land and was not willing to give up this piece of treasure so easily, but the mighty energy coming out from inside made them not dare to go in, and they were in a dilemma. Senior Sect Master, do you think it could be the might that Junior Uncle released inside? Xia Zimo asked in a voice transmission. 9 times out of 10, Lin Tianyi was also relatively certain. He had seen Jiang Ming's strength. What he had seen that day, being in the starfield, that sword that cut through the infinity, was still fresh in his mind. If it was Jiang Ming who had made the move, everything could be explained. It was just that he didn't expect that this piece of blessed land would hide such a great crisis. Even if Jiang Ming had fought with it to the middle of the starfield, it was simply something he didn't even dare to think about. I really didn't expect that the continent now has actually become so treacherous. Xia Zimo was a little worried. In 3,000 years, there had never been such a terrifying commotion. Lin Tianyi didn't reply. Ever since the day he obtained the Heavenly Tao Remnant page, he had vaguely sensed that many forces on the continent had been surging in the shadows, only that his strength was not good at that time, and he didn't have the free time to care. Although the strength has grown now, the many opponents that he has seen are far beyond what he has known over the years. He couldn't help but clench his fists. If everything had to be solved by his senior uncle, what would he be able to do as the head of the Daotian sect? Strength. He had to raise his strength as soon as possible and try to share some of the chores for his senior uncle before he could do so. Suddenly, just as the peripheral forces were all privately discussing what was going on in the blessed land, a white light surfaced above the sky and crashed into the blessed land like a meteor. However, the beam of light did not cause any damage to the blessed ground. Instead, the moment it crashed into the blessed ground, it did not make half a sound. What the hell? Is it hard to believe that it's the person who flew out before? I remember flying out was 2 figures now come back only 1. Is not that? It couldn't be a true immortal in this immortal mansion that killed the brigands who offended the territory. Could it? So are we still going in? That said, everyone is a little undecided. They had all personally experienced how terrifying the commotion was just now. So if they went in and angered that true immortal again, wouldn't they die without even a crumb left? Thinking about this, even if everyone didn't give up this piece of treasure, they couldn't possibly joke with their own little lives. For a while, no one talked about whether they were still in or not. Deep in the blessed land, in the underground palace, Jiang Ming once again returned here to the Earth Palace. The main reason was also because the spirit of nature was clamoring to go home. Jiang Ming had no choice but to bring the little guy to this almost ruptured space. At this time, the second level of the Earth Palace, the law between the third level had broken, and many places on the second level had collapsed, including the loss of a lot of spiritual chi, which wasn't as dense as when he first came in. Looking at the shattered space, the spirit of nature drilled out of Jiang Ming's body and stood on the land looking around aggressively. My home is gone. Woo! The nature spirit looked around, and when he turned his head the aggrieved expression on his face grew more and more pitiful. Looking at the expression on the little guy's face, Jiang Ming always felt as if he had done something wrong. After thinking about it, Jiang Ming finally said, the original owner of this place is no longer here. Even if you continue to stay here, there's no way to see the outside world. How about you come back with me and I'll not only give you a new home, but I'll also show you the outside world? Jiang Ming sat on the grass and looked at the shattered space around him, then looked at the spirit of nature on the side. The spirit of nature lowered its head and seemed to be thinking about something. But I can't let go of this place. The nature spirit beamed. That's simple. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. After saying that, Jiang Ming raised his right hand and exerted several law powers, forcibly regularizing the broken space to form the original identical small world. Whoa! After seeing the repaired space, a trace of color also surfaced in the watery eyes of the spirit of nature. Although the space has been repaired, there will be more and more people coming here in the future. Whether you want to stay here or come with me, you can choose, Jiang Ming said indifferently. As the words fell, Jiang Ming looked toward the spirit of nature, and the latter didn't know what to do. The current spirit of nature had only just formed its human form, plus it had never come into contact with the outside world, so its spirituality was only that of a child. Coupled with the fact that the spirit of nature possessed a powerful energy that didn't belong to their side of the world, but came from the upper realm, which was why Jiang Ming didn't want her to stay here. Once captured by those demonic sects, it would be an existence that would reverse the pattern. Looking at the spirit of nature's reluctant expression, Jiang Ming ultimately didn't say what he was thinking. Every living being in the world had the right to make his own choices, and even if she wanted to stay here, Jiang Ming wouldn't stop it. After all, the power is in her. Thus, Jiang Ming slowly stood up, a small smile on his face, and rubbed the spirit of nature's little head. Well, I'm not forcing you to make a choice, and in the future if you want to come and play with me anytime you want, but you're not allowed to just run into me. After saying that, Jiang Ming flicked the nature spirit's head. The spirit of nature covered his head and watched as Jiang Ming operated the laws of space, preparing to leave this place. However, just as Jiang Ming was about to leave, he suddenly felt something hanging on his shoulder. I want to go with you to see the outside world. You'll give me a new home, the spirit of nature said as it picked itself up on Jiang Ming's shoulder. Seeing this, Jiang Ming smiled lightly. Of course, I never lie, Jiang Ming said. Right, what's your name, good man? Nature spirit asked. Jiang Ming, from now on, you can just call me Jiang Ming directly, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Good lord, Jiang Ming can't lie. Lord Fu Ling said that good people can't lie. The spirit of nature clapped his hands and laughed. Jiang Ming smiled and shook his head. With this little one's mind, he really didn't feel comfortable leaving her here. She might be abducted and sold one day. Since true immortal Fu Ling would place her on the second floor of the Earth Palace, he must have hoped that he would be able to watch her grow up properly. Right, why don't I give you a name? Jiang Ming said. Name? Yes, yes, yes. The spirit of nature's two eyes flashed with anticipation. The one who gave you life is the true immortal Fu Ling. So how about we call you Little Lingran? Little Lingran. Good to hear. After saying that, Jiang Ming turned around with Little Lingran and left this space. Unbeknownst to him, while Jiang Ming was repairing the space, he also closed the entrance to the third floor. Since true immortal Fu Ling chose to use his own physical body to imprison Heavenly Meltdown, the third layer was the place where true immortal Fu Ling sat. Even though Fu Ling true immortal shell was destroyed, his spirit, however, was buried underneath forever and must not be disturbed by anyone. End of chapter. After leaving the blessed land, Jiang Ming had Little Spirit Ran hide inside himself first, lest he be discovered by others. Little Spirit Ran was also obedient, and his body quickly became very small, immediately burrowing into Jiang Ming's brow. Jiang Ming then transformed into a wisp of white smoke and drifted slowly into the doppelganger he had left behind in the periphery. When he came to his senses, he had already arrived at the periphery of the blessed land, at the very end of the Tao Heavenly Sect's disciples, and there was no one else beside him except Chen Ran, the chatterbox. After Jiang Ming moved his neck slightly, Chen Ran on the side simply looked at him with an astonished expression as if he had discovered a new continent. Brother Jiang, you finally woke up from your nap, Chen Ran said in surprise. Ha! Jiang Ming froze. At that moment, Chen Ran gave a thumbs up and acknowledged Jiang Ming. To be able to fall asleep while sitting in that situation, and even to be able to sleep standing up even after escaping, I'm afraid no one in the entire Tao Heavenly Sect can match this feat of yours. Chen Ran patted Jiang Ming's shoulder and laughed. It's okay. Jiang Ming pulled the corner of his mouth. It was only now that he remembered that he hadn't used his doppelganger for too long, forgetting that he still had to inject a strand of true qi after using it in order to allow it to move around like a normal person. When he thought about it, Jiang Ming felt a little ashamed. Maybe I'm getting older and I'm surprised I can forget such a basic question. Hey, you didn't know when you were asleep, but an hour ago there was a lot of activity in there, and it was said that two immortals were fighting. One of them is the true immortal of Fu Ling in this immortal mansion. Do you think that true immortal Fu Ling will use his immortal mansion as a front and actually try to trick us into going in and then absorb our cultivation? Chen Ran said with a thoughtful expression as he clasped his hands. Hearing these words, the little spirit Ran in Jiang Ming's body was almost so angry that it rushed out to give this guy 2 ears. But Jiang Ming slightly suppressed little spirit Ran's emotions, which didn't allow little spirit Ran to suddenly come out. You're thinking too much, Jiang Ming said. I'm not just guessing. Recently I've been reading an immortal cultivation novel written by Immortal. You don't say. This kind of plot is written inside. As a cultivator we have to be on guard, Chen Ran said seriously. At those words, Jiang Ming had a black face. Do I have to say that the guy is cautious enough? Or is he simple enough to believe even that kind of fabrication? One thing is true though. That is, the heavenly meltdown that possessed the body of the Fu Ling true immortal was indeed a foreign race that actually wanted to control the entire cultivation world. There was no denying that. It never hurts to be cautious. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming transmitted his voice to Lin Tianyi and said, Go back first, the crisis inside has been lifted. After hearing Jiang Ming's voice, Lin Tianyi and Xia Zimo both turned their heads at the same time and looked in the direction where Jiang Ming was. Originally, when Jiang Ming had been in a state of stagnation, they had been a bit uncertain in their hearts, and were even a bit worried about whether Jiang Ming would be able to defeat the true immortal. Now that Jiang Ming was back, the hearts they had been hanging in the air could be put down. All Tao Heavenly Sect disciples, follow me back to the sect first, Lin Tianyi said in a loud voice. Yes, all the Tao Heavenly Sect disciples respectfully clasped their fists. At the same time, some doubts arose in their minds as to why, after waiting for so long, they finally chose to go back. Originally, they thought that they would be able to go inside to practice for 10 days and half a month, so that their strength would be able to soar and break through a big realm. Now it seems that their dreams will only turn into a bubble. Alas, it's a pity. It seems that we can only come back next time, and we don't know how long the next time will be. Chen Ran shook his head helplessly. There's a chance, Jiang Ming said with a smile. Alas, I'm worried for you. Look at your strength. You're only at the qi practicing stage. Next time there might not even be a seat for you. Chen Ran patted Jiang Ming's shoulder and said. At those words, Jiang Ming smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. Shouldn't he thank this brother for his concern? It was already late at night when he returned to the Tao Heavenly Sect. After Jiang Ming returned to the empty island, he let Xiao Lingran come out. Miraculously, after little spirit Ran came out of Jiang Ming's body, the concentration of aura on the entire empty island also increased by a lot, and even the fruit trees and vegetables planted there and so on, all of them glowed with new buds at this moment. Right, little spirit Ran is the spirit of nature, and originally comes with the purest spiritual power in heaven and earth, so wherever you go is considered a blessed place. Jiang Ming then remembered. After all, for this thing called the spirit of nature, Jiang Ming had only heard Master Li Daotian talk about it, and had never seen it himself, let alone a spirit of nature in human form. The things in the upper world were really much more magical than those in the lower world. Wow, that's a lot of little fruits. As soon as Little Spirit Ran arrived on the empty island, his eyes quickly captured the fruit tree that Jiang Ming had planted in the ground, and he flew as fast as he could to pick at the fruit tree. It's not cooked yet. We'll eat it when it's cooked, Jiang Ming said. After saying that, Jiang Ming yanked Little Ling Ran down from the tree. Little Ling Ran beamed and stood under the fruit tree, as if praying, staring at the still somewhat green fruits on the tree and mouthing the words, "Fruit, fruit, fruit, hurry up and ripen. Let Little Spirit Ran taste it." Little Spirit Ran said. Miraculously, after Little Spirit Ran said these words, the fruits on the tree really did grow bigger. Still, even Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. It seems he did live all those years for nothing. However, it is normal to think that after that incident 10,000 years ago, he has been closed, and never contacted the outside world again. In the end, his worldly age only stayed in the initial 2,000 years. At this time, Lin Tianyi and Xia Zimo also arrived on the empty island. When they saw Little Ling Ran, a look of surprise also surfaced in their eyes. Little Ling Ran's appearance was something they had never seen before. After all, for such a small little girl, if they were in the Tao Heavenly Sect, they should all be somewhat impressed. Did Jiang Ming bring it back? Uncle Shifu. At that moment, the two men clasped their hands respectfully towards Jiang Ming and said. Upon hearing the two of them, Little Ling Ran quickly ran behind Jiang Ming, staring at Lin Tianyi and Xia Zimo with a wary expression. Senior uncle, who is this? Xia Zimo asked. I also called you all back to explain that she is a being created by the true immortal Fu Ling, called Xiao Lingran. Don't underestimate her. The energy in her body is no match even for you guys, and wherever she goes, it will be a blessing, Jiang Ming explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi and Xia Zimo then noticed that the concentration of spiritual qi in the empty island was simply like in the immortal mansion of the true immortal Fu Ling. No, it's a bit more intense to be precise. Looking at the two's surprised gazes, Little Lingran also proudly thrust her waist. Speaking of which, that true immortal Fu Ling, what's going on now? At this time, Lin Tianyi asked. He didn't directly ask Jiang Ming if he had defeated true immortal Fu Ling, mainly because he was also a little afraid of Little Spirit Ran. Fu Ling true immortal he has been infested with a foreign race that has taken over his shell. The movement you guys felt before was caused by me striking out a little too hard, Jiang Ming said calmly. At those words, both of them looked at each other. A little hard? That was an ultimate explosion that could be seen even on the entire starfield. How did it come to Jiang Ming's mouth? But instead it was like a very common thing? End of chapter. However, they were surprised that the Fu Ling true immortal who had fought with Jiang Ming had actually had his body appropriated by someone else. Wouldn't that mean it was a takeover? This kind of thing, seizing the body, was heard of thousands of years ago, but ever since the third head of the Tao Heavenly Sect, Xia Buxiu, began sweeping through the demon sect 4,000 years ago, this kind of evil art had almost never been heard of again. I didn't realize that as powerful as a true immortal, all of them would be taken over by others one day? Chills couldn't help but stand up behind the two of them when they thought about it. Things in this cultivation world were far more terrifying than they had imagined. That said, since the evil creature within true immortal Fu Ling's body was killed, then the immortal mansion's blessed land should be safe by now. So why is senior uncle still summoning us back first? Lin Tianyi asked. This time, when we fought with the foreign races from outside the domain, I also understand why true immortal Fu Ling would offer his immortal mansion to the cultivators of the lower realms for cultivation. The foreign races are the nemesis of every cultivator, and this time, the foreign races are not only powerful, but also extremely tenacious in their vitality. If we meet one day in the future, it might be a big trouble, Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. At those words, both Lin Tianyi and Xia Zimo's heart sank. Even Jiang Ming had said that the alien race was incomparably strong, so it could be seen just how difficult that extraterrestrial alien race was to deal with. It's a good thing that I found out their weaknesses after exchanging blows. So the reason I called you guys back was also because I wanted you to learn this move, Jiang Ming said indifferently. As the words fell, the faces of the two became a bit odd. The move that killed that extraterrestrial alien? Although they did want to learn, they felt a twinge of fear when they thought of the fluctuations that Jiang Ming had detonated in the starfield. It was a terrifying power that was separated from them by an unknown number of stars, and they could still see it detonating in the sky. Looking at the expressions of the two, Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Don't worry, this move will reasonably be twice as easy to learn once you've carefully studied the Tao Sword and Heavenly Sword, Jiang Ming said. Tao Sword? Heavenly Sword? Isn't that the most basic sword technique of the sect, handed down by the master ancestor? Lin Tianyi was a bit surprised. The Tao Sword and the Heavenly Sword, These were considered the most signature moves of the Tao Heavenly Sect. It could be said that throughout the entire Zhongxian continent, as long as one had understood the Tao Heavenly Sect, they all knew that the Tao Sword was the main defense and the Heavenly Sword was the main offense. Every person who entered the Tao Heavenly Sect, excluding the basic courses, the first and foremost thing was to cultivate the Tao Sword and the Heavenly Sword. This kind of basic sword art, even the inner disciples had almost all mastered it. I didn't expect that defeating the extraterrestrial alien race would be the first priority to comprehend these two basic sword arts. At that moment, Jiang Ming slowly spoke. The Tao Sword and the Heavenly Sword are not as simple as you think. 2 moves, each divided into 5 styles, one attacking and one defending, with different moods reaching the extreme. One can peer into the Heavenly Tao and achieve a sort of extreme intent, Jiang Ming said seriously. At those words, the two had a somewhat plausible appearance. Attack and defense were originally completely opposite realms of intent, and combining them into one, with the realm reaching the extreme, was something they hadn't thought about. After all, from the perspective of a basic sword art, it wasn't difficult to see the strengths and weaknesses between the Tao Sword and the Heavenly Sword, but if one wanted to refine it again, it would inevitably be time-consuming and not very useful. But now after hearing Jiang Ming's words, they had to pay attention as well. I will remember the teachings of my senior uncle, Lin Tianyi said with an arch. Jiang Ming nodded and reminded again. There's no need to spend too much effort on this matter. With your talents, I believe that you'll soon be able to realize the power of the Heavenly Tao. Moreover, the disciples of the peaks can also practice, as long as they have acquired the Tao Sword and the Heavenly Sword. As to whether or not they can realize the power of the Heavenly Tao, it all depends on their personal fortune. The two nodded. The power of the Heavenly Tao. When they heard this word, a look of gravity appeared in their eyes. To be able to peer into the Heavenly Tao, this power can never be ignored. Just how to comprehend? This is a question worth examining. Thus, after the two of them bid farewell to Jiang Ming, they were also thinking about the scene 1,000 years ago when they were still cultivating the Tao Sword and Heavenly Sword along the way, seemingly recalling some of the experiences they had realized before. Watching the duo leave, Jiang Ming was sort of relieved. He hadn't taught anyone how to cultivate for an entire 10,000 years, and he actually wasn't too sure about how to master the power of the Heavenly Tao. However, he could be certain that the intent contained in the Tao Sword and the Heavenly Sword was by no means this point. After all, back then, Li Daotian was the first person to master the power of the Heavenly Tao, and it was also after Li Daotian mastered the power of the Heavenly Tao that he established the Tao Heavenly Sect, and immediately spread the fame of the Tao Heavenly Sect throughout the entire Zhongxian continent. It was also then that the Tao Heavenly Sect began to emerge. The process might have been a bit bumpy, but in the end, Li Daotian's powerful Heavenly Tao power still conquered many people on the continent. It was also one day after the establishment of the Tao Heavenly Sect that Li Daotian had gathered the 7 of them together and said, "The Tao Sword and the Heavenly Sword are the sword techniques I've researched in my life that I'm most proud of. Don't underestimate these 2 moves. In the future, if any of you are able to comprehend the meaning of them, you'll be able to gain unexpected power." These were the original words of Li Daotian. After that, the 7 of them did reach heights that many had never reached, and all 7 of them mastered the power of the Heavenly Tao. Therefore, Jiang Ming was certain that the doorway of these seemingly basic 2-sword strokes was by no means simple. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming shook his head in self-deprecation. Looking back now, at that time, I was so focused on breaking through my strength that I forgot how to comprehend the power of the Heavenly Tao. Otherwise I should have been able to speak a little bit more about the insights. Alas, Jiang Ming said to himself. Jiang Ming, here you go with this. Suddenly, just as Jiang Ming was pondering how he had comprehended the power of the Heavenly Tao in the past, little Ling Ran suddenly tugged on Jiang Ming's cuff and shoved a tattered piece of leather paper into his hand. Jiang Ming sat down, looked at the leather paper in his hand, and smiled. Why did you send me this? Jiang Ming asked. Because little Ling Ran doesn't have anything good left. This is something that Lord Fu Ling asked me to keep. Now that Lord Fu Ling is gone and Jiang Ming has given me a new home, this is considered a thank you gift. Little Ling Ran said with a smile. At those words, Jiang Ming smiled and rubbed little Ling Ran's little head. Then he looked closely at the leather paper in his hand. The parchment was not complete to be precise, with 1/3 of the stumps quite visible, but one could make out some names from it. The Great Diffusion. Jiang Ming read the contents of the leather paper in a rather raw manner. After reading half of it, Jiang Ming's gaze gradually became somewhat surprised, because there wasn't just one type of immortal technique on it. There were several different kinds of immortal techniques. It was like the Great Diffusion technique, an immortal law that was able to peer into the heavens and see the truth of everything in the world. The only flaw was that it needed to borrow things to evolve, which was the only limitation of this immortal method, but it was already very heaven-defying. At the same time, not only the Great Diffusion technique, but there were also several types of immortal laws from the upper realm on this. Ever since he began his death seclusion 10,000 years ago, he had never practiced any kind of technique or sword art other than raising his cultivation, and now almost everything he learned was a self-created sword technique. It's as good as a polar sword chop. It was also precisely after creating the extreme divine sword slash that he no longer had any interest in other techniques. Now that there was an immortal law from the upper realm, wouldn't it allow him to refine some of his own strength even more? End of chapter. Although this leather paper was 1/3 less, there were not a lot of immortal techniques in it, and they were all very novel moves for Jiang Ming. For a while, it did raise a few points of interest in Jiang Ming. This gift is too expensive, and I can't accept your gift for nothing. Jiang Ming smiled and said, "Tell me, what do you want, or what do you want to do? I can fulfill you." Hearing these words from Jiang Ming, little Ling Ran's 2 eyes felt like they were flashing out stars. Little Ling Ran wants to play over there. Little Ling Ran pointed down. As little Ling Ran looked in the direction he was pointing, Jiang Ming had an unspoken sense of amusement. This was because the place that little Spirit Ran was pointing to was none other than the main peak of the Dao Heavenly Clan. That is, the most central place of the Dao Heavenly Clan. Many of the disciples of the subordinate peaks would also often go over to the main peak to deal with affairs, or to take on tasks and so on. I didn't realize that little Ling Ran would actually want to go there. However, it is not strange to think about it. After all, the little Ling Ran has been staying in the underground palace in the Blessed Land since the beginning of his life, and I am afraid that he has not seen anyone else except for the true immortal Fu Ling, not to mention the fact that Fu Ling true immortal had stayed there in solitude after his fall. It's no wonder that when you see something new in the outside world, you want to go there and see it for yourself. I'm afraid that it would take less than a quarter of an hour for him to finish wandering around the 1 acre of land on the empty island. Looking at the sky, Jiang Ming also said, "Since you want to go, wait until tomorrow during the day." During the day? Little Ling Ran was a bit confused. "It's when it's dawn." Jiang Ming pointed in the direction of sunset. "Wow, so beautiful." Little Spirit Ran looked at Hope with a twinkle in her eyes. At those words, Jiang Ming also looked in the direction of the sunset. Yeah, he'd lived here for so long. Why had he never thought the sight of a sunset, too, was a wonderful image? In order to pursue extreme strength, he had given up too much. When he sank down now and sat down to look at the picture of the sunset, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a lot of things he hadn't felt carefully enough. After all, I haven't been able to cultivate to the extreme. Jiang Ming looked at the setting sun and said with a soothing frown. He used to be so pessimistic that he left out too much of the good that existed in the world. It was also after meeting Xia Buxiu that Jiang Ming realized that there were some things that did not necessarily have to die before they could be relieved. Since you can't get rid of this mind, take action to make up for it. If you were still alive, maybe you'd want me to do the same. Jiang Ming muttered. Jiang Ming, what are you talking about? Little Ling Ran heard and cocked her head to ask. I remembered a few old friends. Jiang Ming said. What's a deceased person? Ha? A deceased person is a former friend. The next day, because of Little Spirit Ran's arrival, Jiang Ming reproposed a wooden house next to his own and took out some of the objects he should have from his storage bag. With his own house, Little Ling Ran can be very excited, because he didn't have a house of his own even in his small world in the underground palace. Now that he not only had a home, but also a room of his own, he was so excited that he didn't sleep for the whole night. Of course, for a nature spirit like Little Spirit Ran, there was no need to sleep in the first place. By the next day, when the sky was just dawning, Little Ling Ran flew through the wooden house and flew through the wall to Jiang Ming's bedside, tugging on Jiang Ming's hand and trying to pull him up. Jiang Ming, get up. We're going to play outside today. Little Ling Ran said as she grabbed Jiang Ming's hand. Got it. Jiang Ming sighed. In fact, he hadn't slept this night either, and had spent the entire night studying the immortal laws in the leather paper. However, to his surprise, when these immortal laws entered his mind, it was as if he had learned them before, and he was able to quickly integrate them. Originally, Jiang Ming was all set to spend 10 days and half a month to learn 1 or 2 moves, but he didn't expect to learn all the immortal techniques on the leather paper in one night. Looking at Little Ling Ran who was bouncing happily around the room, Jiang Ming always felt like there was something extra on his body. It was simply heavier than meeting a powerful opponent. Why does it feel like I've picked up a daughter back? Jiang Ming muttered in his heart. Soon, Jiang Ming packed up his things and brought Little Ling Ran to Runalaw, directly teleporting the two of them to the top of the main peak. After all, Jiang Ming's identity was not publicized in the Dao Heavenly sect. Of course, Jiang Ming had no intention of making it public. He didn't want a bunch of people looking for him, having been idle for a whole 10,000 years. He didn't want any sect disciples to run over to see him as an old fart every day, or people from other sects to run over to the first one under him, and the next one as a junior or whatever. Just thinking about these things made Jiang Ming feel troubled. Wow, Just after arriving at the main peak, little Lingran immediately let out a sound of surprise. She looked around her, especially at the buildings around her, all of which were novelties she had never seen before. Although she was a bit scared of life, Jiang Ming was beside her, so she didn't seem so scared, especially after seeing such a new world again. Little Lingran excitedly ran quickly down the corridor outside the main hall, waving her hand at Jiang Ming behind her as she ran. Jiang Ming, hurry up! Little Lingran laughed and darted ahead. Jiang Ming shook his head and appeared to be walking unhurriedly behind him, but his speed was actually close behind. But no one noticed this detail about Jiang Ming. Looking at the changes around the main hall, Jiang Ming did see some buildings that he had seen before, as well as many things that even he hadn't seen before. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly saw an independent and empty field located on the left side, and located around the field stood 8 gray and basalt-colored pillars. The pillars were made of unusual materials and were all concave towards the center at the top, making it look as if the 8 pillars were split apart. When he saw the 8 pillars, Jiang Ming was a bit surprised, for this pillar is at once strange and familiar. In other words, 10,000 years ago these 8 pillars weren't here at all, and were definitely unfamiliar existences to Jiang Ming, but now that he was seeing them for the first time, they felt very familiar. Add to that the 8 pillars topping the place, and it's easy to notice the complete and not so subtle contrast with the surrounding buildings. However, the disciples coming and going around seemed to have long been accustomed to it and did not take these 8 pillars seriously. How strange! Jiang Ming clasped his hands and looked at the pillar. Doubts arose in his mind as Jiang Ming slowly walked to the pillar and gently touched his hand on top of the stone pillar. Just in time, he could also see if the great diffusion technique he practiced last night could gauge the name in this pillar. I wouldn't touch it if I were you. Just then, a silent voice came from behind Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming frowned and turned his head just in time to see a woman slowly walking towards him, raising the hilt of her sword to tip back his hand that was about to touch the pillar. End of chapter. Looking at the woman behind him, Jiang Ming was a little unsure. What's wrong with this place? Jiang Ming asked. You don't know? The woman frowned as she looked at Jiang Ming, her eyes tinged with a few odd colors. Should I know? Jiang Ming asked. The woman shook her head, and after noticing Jiang Ming's strength, she also roughly understood why Jiang Ming wasn't clear about the cause. You should be a disciple who just joined this sect not long ago. This is not a fun place. This place is where those disciples who have committed transgressions are held. It's just that in recent decades, there have been no major transgressors up and down the clan, and that's why this place has been left unused. The woman explained it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming looked at the 8 pillars located in the most remote area of the main peak with surprise, and a trace of puzzlement couldn't help but arise on his face. Since this was a place to hold disciples, why would they fix a place with such a peculiar shape? Just from Jiang Ming's point of view, this so-called area to hold disciples couldn't even be described as being permeable on all sides. It's totally 8-sided. Jiang Ming, what are you doing here? At this time, little Lingran ran over, looked at Jiang Ming, then at the woman, and finally turned her gaze in the direction of the 8 pillars. Seeing Xiao Lingran, the woman's eyes were more than a little surprised. She was considered to know quite a few people in the Dao Heavenly Sect, and she could almost always remember disciples who were still young, but this little girl in front of her, she had never seen before. Without waiting for the woman to open her mouth to ask, little Lingran pulled on Jiang Ming's coat and pointed in the direction of the 8 pillars. Jiang Ming, there's a big sister in there who looks so lonely. Can we take her out to play with us? Little Lingran opened her big watery eyes and looked at Jiang Ming. Big sister? Hearing these words, Jiang Ming didn't have a surprised expression, but on the contrary, the woman's face changed. Little sister, there's nothing in there. Why would you say there's a big sister in there? The woman asked. Little Lingran looked at the woman with a bit of a fearful look on her face and hid behind Jiang Ming. There is indeed a big sister with white hair in there. Little Spirit Ran won't lie. Little Spirit Ran said. At that, the woman frowned and looked in the direction of the 8 pillars. She had never heard of anyone being imprisoned in this prison since she entered the sect as a child, but little Lingran's words seemed serious and certain. Could it be that there was still some kind of existence imprisoned inside that ordinary people couldn't see? Thinking of this, the woman did not continue to linger here, but turned to leave, wanting to report this matter to her master first. As the woman left, little Lingran then looked up at Jiang Ming, and Jiang Ming was also a bit surprised because he didn't see anyone inside either. But he could also be sure that Xiao Lingran wouldn't lie to him. Are you sure there's a big white-haired sister inside? Jiang Ming asked. Aha! Little Lingran nodded and said, yeah, that big sister looks so tired, and there's no one to play with her. Speaking of which, little Lingran looked inside as if he could actually meet the eyes of the people inside. Watching little Lingran's actions, Jiang Ming was also becoming more and more curious about this so-called prison cell. In fact, He could also feel that the area trapped by these 8 pillars had a special sense of familiarity, and now that he had heard something from little Lingran, he wanted to walk in and find out for himself. Anyway, this territory was the Tao Heavenly Sect. He was at least a disciple of the Tao Heavenly Sect for a generation, so there was always no problem to go in and sneak around. Right, Jiang Ming? Just then, a surprised voice came from not far away. Only after the man came over did Jiang Ming realize who the person calling him was. Chen Ran, the guy who overstayed his welcome. It's really you. Ha, this is... Chen Ran quickly noticed the presence of little Lingran. Jiang Ming was a bit speechless. However, seeing Chen then, little Lingran looked very upset. After all, when he was in the blessed land, Chen Ran had suspected the true immortal Fu Ling would be plotting against the outside cultivators, and because of this, little Lingran had held a grudge against this guy. Just how much more she held a grudge. She just hid behind Jiang Ming, showing a puffed-up expression, poking her head out and staring straight at Chen Ran. Sensing little Lingran's resentment, Chen Ran didn't have the heart to continue pursuing the matter and looked at Jiang Ming with an awkward smile. This is your sister, right? Good lord. How did you know that Song Bai likes little girls? That's a wonderful trick you've got there. No, I have to take notes. I'll try it next time, Chen Ran said happily. I don't have that kind of idea. I'm just bringing her here to have fun and see the world, Jiang Ming explained. Come on. Chen Ran looked as if he had already seen through it and said, weren't you chatting with Song Bai just now? You can have a chance encounter in a place like this, and you still say you didn't do it on purpose? Speaking of this, Chen Ran raised his eyebrows, revealing an expression that everyone understood. Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. Is that woman Song Bai? Now that I think about it, in the secular world, that posture can indeed be described as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, but it was only a metaphor, and was still a certain distance away from being a heavenly fairy. Everyone is a man, know-it-all, but I think it's useless for you to have any more means. After all, you and her can be described as one heaven and one earth. They are not even on the same level of existence. In the future, you also have to be mentally prepared for this. Chen Ran sighed and patted Jiang Ming's shoulder as if to comfort him. Indeed, this time, Jiang Ming was more agreeable. However, looking at little Lingran's grumbling eyes, Chen Ran still smiled and withdrew his hand, taking a few steps back. He didn't quite understand why this little girl seemed to have a problem with him. Had he offended her at some point? It shouldn't. He had clearly never seen this little girl before. Originally, he also wanted to find a time for Jiang Ming to borrow this sister, and at that time, he might even be able to chat with Song Bai a few more times, which would already be very satisfying for him. That said, it's quite peculiar for you to pick a location. Why did you choose this place? Chen Ran's problem of talking too much was back. Jiang Ming had a black line on his face. He always had the feeling that this Chen Ran was going to talk a whole lot more once he started chatting, but this time, Chen Ran backtracked and got to the point. You know this place too? Jiang Ming asked. That's of course. Who in the entire Tao Heavenly Sect doesn't know about the dragon-locking prison? Chen Ran plugged his waist and said, but on second thought, he added, except for people like you who just joined the sect not long ago. Locked dragon prison? Hearing this word, Jiang Ming found it refreshing. Then do you know who has been imprisoned here before? Jiang Ming asked. Upon hearing this caused Chen Ran, who was originally a topic thief, to ponder a little. Obviously, we all know that this place is to imprison some people who have committed wrongdoings, but we have to be a little hard to remember about the people who are imprisoned in it. I only know that those who were imprisoned in the past were eventually released. After they were released, those people immediately became honest and never committed any transgressions again. You know, most of those who were imprisoned were self-proclaimed genius disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect, who can be considered young and prickly, but after going in for a trip, they immediately became honest when they came out. It's weird. I've heard. There's an old demoness living in there, specializing in teaching those disciples who don't follow the rules, Chen Ran said with a serious expression. End of chapter. Isn't there anything to rumor? Jiang Ming clasped his hands and inquired. Chen Ran took a deep breath and then looked around before saying, you don't say. The reason why our generation of disciples are so scared is also mainly because of an incident that happened 100 years ago. It's also because after that incident happened 100 years ago, everyone is very afraid of the dragon-locking prison. 100 years ago, there was a heavenly prodigy within the Tao Heavenly clan who broke through to the Yuaning stage at an age of less than 50. In this world, breaking through to the Yuaning stage at less than 50 years old, this kind of talent could be said to be a very strong existence. But it is because he is too much of a genius, too much of a demon. So since he reached the infancy stage, he decided that there is no enemy among his peers. And he began to become very arrogant. When the same door to cut also never leave hands. External is like to gang up. Never distinguish between light and heavy hand. Thus, sect leader Lin Tianyi ordered him to be imprisoned in the dragon locking prison. Yet that disciple had only been in for less than a year before he was released from the dragon locking prison. After coming out, that disciple was like seeing something extremely horrible. The whole person's temperament changed drastically, and his cultivation didn't advance an inch after that. It wasn't until 10 years ago that that disciple fell. Before he fell, that disciple still made a lot of contributions to the sect, and there were many people who said that he was haunted by some evil spirit after he went to the dragon locking prison, and that's why his cultivation didn't advance an inch and he fell. As a result, many people held scorn for the dragon locking prison. This was already the closest disciple with a dead name to them, so they were very attached to this matter. Even though no one had been imprisoned for hundreds of years, everyone was terrified of the dragon locking prison. That's just the way it is. Chen Ran finished telling the story, and a flash of fear appeared on his face, because everyone carried an ominous feeling towards the dragon locking prison, and he was now saying these rumors in front of the dragon locking prison. Chen Ran also felt a slight chill in his juniors. Gu, you said that after I told you so much. The old hag in there won't come out to settle the score with me, right? Chen Ran winced. It's not like you've done anything wrong. It's fine if you don't get locked up, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Also Chen Ran laughed. It's all just rumors. After all, although there were many disciples who knew the inside story of that disciple's fall 10 years ago, the sect leader and the elders had said that there were no evil spirits in the dragon locking prison, so they had only taken the rumors of the dragon locking prison as a piece of advice. People did die, but whether or not it had anything to do with the dragon locking prison, none of them knew. Of course, they don't want to know. Who would have nothing better to do than to go to a place like that? Then do you know how to get in? Jiang Ming asked. This is simple. Chen Ran smiled, but when he reacted, a look of shock appeared on his face. At this moment, he looked at Jiang Ming as if he was looking at a monster, looking him up and down. What's wrong? Jiang Ming asked. Are you having a seizure? Why did you run inside there for nothing? Chen Ran said with a surprised face. You're the one who's sick. Bad egg. Little Ling Ran huffed. I am not this meaning. That place is very weird. Do not keep a life to go in and have a life to come back. Originally that is for the disciple who made a mistake to prepare the prison. Others cannot wait to get away from it. How do you still want to go in? Chen Ran said anxiously. I don't believe it. Then why can the big sister inside get in? Little Ling Ran said as she pointed at the dragon locking prison. At those words, Chen Ran's face immediately became frightened. Big sister? Chen Ran was astonished, looking at Little Ling Ran as if he had seen a ghost. It would be fine if it was just childish talk, but Little Ling Ran just had a serious look on her face. Would such a small child lie? Could it be that there's something else in there that can't be seen? When he thought of this, Chen Ran's face instantly changed. The rumors of evil spirits, are they true? You haven't told me how to get in yet. Jiang Ming asked again. Ego, my old brother Jiang. You'd better not go in. Right, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Chen Ran hurriedly arched his hand. Within a few moments, it grayed out. Seeing Chen Ran's escaping appearance, the resentment in Little Ling Ran's eyes dissipated a lot, but this also made Jiang Ming even more curious as to what exactly was inside that would make so many people afraid. Little Ling Ran, are you sure you want to go in and see that big sister? Jiang Ming asked. Aha! Little Ling Ran nodded heavily. Then let's go in and find her. Jiang Ming smiled. Yeah. After saying that, Jiang Ming brought Little Ling Ran with him and walked towards the dragon locking prison without slowing down. Because there were 8 pillars surrounding the periphery of the dragon locking prison, and although none of them were blocked, all 8 directions could be said to be entrances, so Jiang Ming felt that each of the 8 entrances should have a different effect. Only no one was willing to answer his question, so he had no choice but to take Little Ling Ran inside himself. However, right after Jiang Ming entered the dragon locking prison with Little Ling Ran, the two of them suddenly disappeared into that empty entrance, as if they had vaporized. Chen Ran, who was watching this side from a short distance away, saw Jiang Ming and Little Ling Ran go in with his own eyes, and his face changed even more. Elder brother Jiang, I have advised you. This is your own way of seeking death. If you die in the future, you can't blame me, Chen Ran said to himself in panic. But just then, since Jiang Ming had entered the dragon locking prison, the 8 pillars surrounding the dragon locking prison suddenly surged with a beam of red light. 8 beams of luster shot out from the top of the pillars and converged into a point at the top. A strong and extremely powerful energy instantly enveloped the dragon locking prison and burst out a heavenly pillar of light that plunged into the clouds. Seeing this scene, Chen Ran was even more frightened and speechless, hastily falling backward. This is a big mess. At this point, the disciples on the entire main peak all noticed the movement coming from the side of the dragon locking prison. Only a beam of red light was seen, illuminating the entire main hall, punctuating the clear sky with a splash of red. coloring the entire sky a few shades of red. What's that? It seems to be a movement from the side of the dragon-locked prison. It's not, is it? I also didn't hear the sect leader say who made such a big mistake and had to be locked up in dragon-locked prison? Quick look, it's really the dragon-locking prison. Really? Countless disciples took some free time from their busy schedules to look in the direction of the dragon-locking prison. When they saw a beam of red ons coming from the side of the dragon-locking prison, each of their faces carried a point of shock. It's really a dragon-locked prison. Just which one of those life-threatening guys actually ran inside the dragon-locking prison? Only Chan ran, as well as Song Bai, who had run back, knew some inner clarity when they saw this beam of light at this moment. But, even Song Bai couldn't believe that Jiang Ming would actually run to a place like that, when he had already warned him. He really doesn't want to die? End of chapter. At this time, up and down the Dao Heavenly Sect, most of the elders, including the sect leader, were in closed-door drudgery practicing sword arts. Ever since they heard Jiang Ming's words yesterday, they had spent the day thinking about the deeper levels of sword intent contained in the Dao sword and the heavenly sword. Lin Tianyi was fine. After all, he had already comprehended the sword intent, and had some skin in the game to be able to perceive the power of the heavenly Dao contained in the Dao sword and heavenly sword clearly, but it just wasn't that simple for the other elders. As for the matter of the dragon-locking prison, they didn't even notice it at all, except for the elders who were necessary to manage things within the clan. After receiving the feedback from the disciples, they realized that someone had broken into the dragon-locking prison. Is this really true? The elder of the Dao Heavenly clan turned around and looked at Song Bai, who had come to report, and asked, 1,000 times true. I wonder if the elder can bring those two out. Song Bai arched his hand and asked, I can't make the decision on this matter. The dragon-locking prison has always been managed by the sect leader himself. Without the sect leader's token, even if the other elders go in, they may not be able to come out unharmed, the Dao Heavenly Sect elder said. At those words, a hint of surprise flashed in Song Bai's eyes. Even the elder couldn't help it. That guy was really arrogant to the extreme. Clearly she had warned him. The elder walked back and forth a few steps, sighed and said, since the person has already gone in, there's no way to hurry now. I'll notify Elder Xia and ask the sect leader what he means. As for whether those two are bad or good, let's see what they make of it. Song Bai nodded. I understand. The elder frowned, then shook his head and flew longitudinally towards the place where Xia Zimo was in seclusion. Even the elders felt a bit strange. Why was it that this kind of problem occurred when the sect leader and the elders were in seclusion? After all, this place, the dragon-locking prison, hadn't been open for a whole 100 years. At this very moment, inside the locked dragon prison, Jiang Ming and Xiao Lingran didn't feel any discomfort after walking into the dragon-locking prison. But what made Jiang Ming a little surprised was that after walking into the dragon-locking prison, they were soon brought to a pitch-black labyrinth. This labyrinth has many iron cell-like rooms, and each path is curved and twisted, which feels very strange. What a strong teleportation array. The breath is hidden so well, Jiang Ming lamented. At first, when he saw the dragon-locked prison, he merely thought it was some sort of strange building. Now, it seemed that this dragon-locking prison wasn't some kind of building, but a kind of teleportation grand formation. Through the teleportation grand formation, it would then lead them to another formation. In other words, they had passed through two formations back and forth, and even Jiang Ming couldn't tell if he was still in the Dao Heavenly Sect. The formation wouldn't be her, would it? Jiang Ming frowned. The Dao Heavenly Sect had been passed down for 10,000 years and had always focused on the sword arts, famous in the world. They are also both sword skills that amaze the four directions. However, only a small portion of them knew that apart from sword arts, there was a senior from the Dao Heavenly Sect, but she had spent her entire life specializing in the Dao of formation, which was also the Dao that she had pursued in her life. That was Jiang Ming's second senior sister, Dong Qiu. Dong Qiu had always belonged to the kind of person who was aloof in Jiang Ming's images, and since worshipping Li Daotian, he had rarely practiced with them, unless Li Daotian called them together. I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to see Dong Qian die a few times, but the impression, Dong Qian die in the formation on the attainments. At that time are the continent's top existence, a hand of Qian Koan sword array, but also the power of the group. Even those who are at the peak of the transition stage of the experts, in this kind of sword array under they also had to be willing to bow to the wind. And amongst this formation that they were in now, there was a vague style of formation left behind by Dong Qianyao. After all, with a large formation like this one, and within the Dao Heavenly Sect, no matter how you think about it, you will think towards his godless second elder sister. But here's the problem again. If this is really a formation left behind by Dong Qiu, it shouldn't be possible that it's just a mere prison cell, right? With the nature of that second senior sister of his, She didn't have the leisure time to make a prison cell that specialized in detaining disciples, and she also used 2 large formations to connect them, which also seemed to prevent those who entered the formations from finding their way back. Sure enough, Jiang Ming turned his head to take a look, and the formation that went back had long since disappeared without a trace. In other words, unless someone specifically opened the formation mechanism from the dragon-locking prison side, then there were only 2 ways for them to get out of here. The first is to find an exit. Most formations have an entrance and an exit, and formations are concerned about leaving a door of life, unless it is a real killing formation. But since this was a formation left in the Dao Heavenly Sect, it couldn't be a pure killing formation, which meant that there was bound to be an exit. As for the second way out, that is to force your way through this big formation. It was just that Jiang Ming didn't think there was a need for that. After all, 9 times out of 10, this was something left behind by Dong Qiandai, and it just so happened that he also wanted to see why Dong Qiandai would leave a formation like this here. No wonder there's something familiar about this formation when I first saw it. It looks like its second senior sister's handiwork all right, Jiang Ming thought in his heart. Judging from the conversation with Song Baiyi and Shen Ran, the disciples who were imprisoned in the dragon-locking prison would all be released later on, which meant that this large formation should be empty. And before little Lingran came in, she saw a person inside the formation. What does that mean? It was likely that Dong Qianyao had stored a piece of his own will in this formation, the same as Xia Buxiu. It's just that this will shouldn't be meant to suppress anything but something else. Just then, located in the labyrinth wall, suddenly came deafening roar, as if from the soles of the feet began to spread toward the surrounding. There are countless organs in this moment was started in general. Looks like I'm being treated as an uninvited guest. Jiang Ming smiled to himself. Subsequently, in the middle of the tunnel in front of Jiang Ming, several goat-headed monsters came out of nowhere, looking extremely bizarre. Upon seeing this kind of monster, the corner of Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Mimicry? Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. An existence like a devil, a special creature hidden in the ground. Except for some sightings in the ancient times, the devils had pretty much disappeared since their time. Upon seeing this mimic demonic creature that existed in the ancient times once again, Jiang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. In order to block others from finding the exit, is it necessary to bring out things from the ancient times against the sect disciples? Jiang Ming sighed. Cluck cluck cluck. At that moment, several sheep's heads made peculiar noises from their mouths, and with red light flashing in their eyes, they suddenly swung towards Jiang Ming's side with their broken axes. Little Lingran had never seen this kind of ugly-looking monster before, and panicked as she hid behind Jiang Ming, shivering with fear. Jiang Ming turned his head to look at little Lingran's frightened appearance and couldn't help but shake his head. This little guy is afraid he doesn't even know how much power he has, right? These mimic demons were only a finger away if she wanted them to be. Better do it yourself. Jiang Ming looked helplessly at the charging goat-headed man, a light blue sheen radiating from his pupils. In the next second, located beyond Jiang Ming's circumference, an appalling might exploded, directly shaking all the mimic demons out from in front of him. End of chapter. The aura emanating from Jiang Ming's body directly shook all the demons away, and the moment they landed on the ground, they all turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared without a trace. Jiang Ming didn't think that there was anything peculiar about these demons, but he was surprised that when he was releasing his true qi, the middle of this formation was actually suppressing his strength in an invisible way. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just used his true qi and felt that something was suppressing him, he would not have noticed it. It had to be said that Dong Qianyao's attainments in formations had reached the point of pure perfection. I'm afraid that even if a powerful person with the strength of a half-immortal came in, they could only be obedient. Jiang Ming, what are those things? Little Lingran asked in awe. For a little one like her who had never been to the outside world before, this kind of ferocious and violent-looking demonic creature was enough to scare her to death. Jiang Ming didn't know how he should explain it. Even to Jiang Ming, this kind of demonic creature was considered a relatively new existence. Just think of it as a bad guy, Jiang Ming explained. No wonder, it looks so fierce. Little Lingran nodded in a hurry. At that moment, the demonic creature that he had defeated just now, at some point, once again drilled out from underneath the walls and the floor, and appeared in front of Jiang Ming out of thin air as if it had no physical presence. Looking at the demons that came in the second round, their strength had risen by another class compared to before. It's not over. Jiang Ming shook his head. Still, he was eager to see what exactly the significance of this second senior sister of his leaving this formation behind was. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming raised his hand and a wall of true qi gathered in his palm, and with the moment Jiang Ming's hand grasped into a fist, the wall of true qi blasted and smashed into the demonic creature in front of him. One moment, all the demons were all crushed into the wall, letting out a long wailing sound, before they once again turned into a cloud of black smoke. As a result, Jiang Ming would encounter more or less demonic creatures with every path he took with little Lingran. It was just that the more they circled around in the labyrinth, the more powerful the demons they faced became. And up to now, the demons they encountered were at least at the Mahayana stage. Even Jiang Ming suspected that if he continued to go down, maybe even a transitional demon would appear. No wonder the people who were let out have shadows on this place. Their strength is forcibly suppressed below the transitional succession stage, and the strength of the demons they face is getting stronger and stronger. So if an ordinary person comes in and can't find a way to break the formation, they're just afraid that they'll be trapped and die in it are extremely likely. Jiang Ming thought, but I heard Chen Ran say that those who were imprisoned and ended up being released alive. Even if it was that genius disciple from 100 years ago, who had been locked up for a whole half a year, even if he was as outstanding as he was with his strength at the Yuaning stage, it would be impossible for him to go out alive without finding a way to crack this place before he did. Could it be that in the end, the will of the second elder sister left here saved them back? Should be right. The fact that little Spirit Ran could see Dong Chendai's figure also meant that Dong Chendai's will actually stayed here, and he shouldn't be indifferent to the deaths and lives of the sect's disciples. Right. Xiao Lingran knows where she is. Jiang Ming slammed his head. Facing the demons in front of him, Jiang Ming manifested several flying swords with his open hand, killing all of them in a matter of moments, and then looked at little Lingran behind him. Little Lingran, can you still see where that big sister is now? Jiang Ming asked. Yes, you can. It's right over there, little Spirit Ran said, pointing in a direction. Then can you go over and find her and tell her that Jiang Ming has come to find her? Jiang Ming said. Then won't Jiang Ming go over? Little Lingran asked with some concern. I'll be there. It's just going to take some time. Jiang Ming smiled lightly and said, don't worry, that person is a deceased friend of mine, and I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. Little Lingran thought for a moment, and finally this nodded and said, then Jiang Ming should hurry up and come over. Oh. Jiang Ming nodded. As the words fell, little Spirit Ran's body immediately became as big as the size of a palm and drilled right through a wall. Seeing little Ling Ran's unimpeded appearance, Jiang Ming was also somewhat emotional. For this kind of nature spirit, many law prohibitions were ineffective against them, and it appeared that in the midst of this heavily restricted formation, they were unimpeded instead. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, not only had to continue to solve the demons in front of him, he also had to look for the exit of the labyrinth. If it wasn't for the fear of breaking senior sister's formation, I really wanted to cut a path with my sword. Jiang Ming sighed and muttered. As the words fell, a few more demons appeared around the corner in front of them. Seeing this, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and manifested a Xian sword out of his hand. Starting now, let's have a quick battle, Jiang Ming said indifferently. After saying that, Jiang Ming's sword hadn't moved before his body had broken through the air. The figure flashed through a stream of light at the tunnel, and all the demonic creatures were all cut off at the waist. Which way should I go? Jiang Ming slowly walked towards the next tunnel. Locked dragon prison. Dark room. A woman with a full head of silver hair draped over her head sat on a futon with her eyes closed, and her face seemed to always have that lazy expression on it. On the black crystal stone table in front of her was a chessboard dotted with white and black pieces. As the whites continued to move, the blacks became fewer in number, but the blacks, surrounded by the center, were motionless. Dong Qiandai has been sitting here, did not open his eyes. His face did not have the slightest demeanor. If not for the breath around the body still exudes a powerful strength. I am afraid that some people will think that she has long been sitting here. At this point, on one of the walls in the dark room, a little guy poked his head out of it and looked into the dark room to take a closer look. When he finally saw Dong Qianyao sitting on the futon, the little guy then flew to the woman's body. Deceased. Ha? Is the deceased asleep? Why are you like Jiang Ming? You like to sleep so much. Time to wake up. Little Ling Ren flew around Dong Qiandai. And finally his body turned into its original size, tugging on Dong Qiandai's arm and shaking it. At that moment, Dong Chio opened those tired eyes. Just by looking at it, it felt as if Dong Chio hadn't slept for several days, and after being woken up by Little Spirit Ran, a pair of spiritless eyes slowly turned in Little Spirit Ran's direction. How did you get in here? Dong Chio let out a question. Obviously, she had set up a Dao organ outside, and the formation was layered on top of each other, and over the years, even though there were people who entered her formation, the result was that they were all almost killed by her anthropomorphic demons. No one had reached this dark room of hers in thousands of years. Moreover, even if someone had entered her dark room, she would have been able to detect it before that. But Xiao Lingren's appearance here was completely out of nowhere. Guru, you finally woke up. I thought you still had to sleep. Little Lingran said with a smile. Deceased? Why are you calling me a deceased person? Dong Chio muttered. Because Jiang Ming said that you're an old friend. Then it must be Little Lingran's old friend as well. Little Lingran said with certainty. End of chapter. Jiang Ming? Upon hearing this name, Dong Qianyao's spiritless eyes also gained a bit more vigor at this moment. Did you just say, Jiang Ming? Dong Qiao was still in a bit of disbelief. Perhaps she was just a piece of will that had survived here, but at least she had survived for several thousand years. She might not know much about the outside world, but she still had a concept of time. If Jiang Ming was still alive, then I'm afraid it's been more than 10,000 years, right? How is it possible for someone who doesn't ascend to live such a long life? But if it wasn't the Jiang Ming she remembered, how could she say it was a deceased person? At this moment, little Ling Ran nodded and said, right, Jiang Ming is little Ling Ran's good friend. Jiang Ming's deceased. That's little Ling Ran's deceased. Am I right? Hearing these words, Dong Qiao was somewhat confused by this little guy. However, she could make one thing clear, and that was that Jiang Ming was still alive. Thinking of this, Dong Qiao straightened her back slightly, her pair of white palms resting flat on the chessboard in front of her. In a split second, the frames on the entire board all materially towered up, forming a miniature maze layout on the black crystal stone table. And from Dong Qianyao's perspective, he could almost see the entire maze in full view. Little Lingren's face was also slightly surprised as she looked at the layout, but she didn't say anything. It's still really little master. Dong Qiao smacked his lips. Ha? Jiang Ming is a senior brother? Little Lingran murmured. At those words, a light smile surfaced on Dong Qiao's spiritless cheeks. Yeah, this little senior brother of mine. Ah, he's stubborn as hell. Everyone can't stop him when he starts a fire, Dong Qianyao said in a soft voice. But Jiang Ming is a good person. Xiao Lingran denied. Dong Qiao nodded. Of course she was clear about Jiang Ming's nature. Well, at least they were from the same sect and had experienced many battles. It was only during that fight with the locked Luo Palace that Jiang Ming never made an appearance within the sect again. In Dong Qiao's eyes, Jiang Ming was just a stubborn brat who wasn't willing to let others share the burden for him. You seem to care a lot about Jiang Ming. Do you want my sister to tell you some of his previous stories? Dong Qiao said with a light smile. Yeah. Little Lingran immediately nodded her head. But soon she said with a puzzled expression. But Jiang Ming hasn't even come over yet. Can't we bring Jiang Ming over as well? Don't worry. We'll chat here for a while and Jiang Ming will find this place. Dong Qiao said. Good. The deceased start telling the story. Little Lingran said with a smile as he sat holding his legs. You can't use the word deceased indiscriminately. Since you're Jiang Ming's good friend, you can call me Sister Dong. Aha! Sister Dong, start telling the story. Dong Qiandai laughed, gently caressing little Lingran's hair, and began to tell some interesting stories about the Dao Heavenly Sect in the past, as well as about Jiang next year when he was young. Achoo! Jiang Ming winced and touched his nose, always feeling a little unsettled in his heart. According to Xiaoling Rantspeed, he should have found Dong Qiandai by now, but this labyrinth array in front of him still had no intention of letting go of the passageway. And even the passageway in the labyrinth, it would keep changing. The most annoying thing was that if he took a wrong path, it would trigger other formations. Originally, Jiang Ming had thought that only about 3 formations existed here, but now after walking for less than half an hour, he had already triggered a whole 7 formation organs. If it wasn't for Jiang Ming's own strong strength, I'm afraid that all of them would have to suffer a great loss here. If you still don't close the formation, I'm going to force my way in. Jiang Ming shouted at the top. The voice echoed within the labyrinth. It was followed by a dead silence. This sound did not yield any results. Instead, those demonic creatures were attracted by the sound. And this time the demonic creatures, their flesh strength had all reached the level of the transitional stage. Ugh! Jiang Ming sighed. What could he do? We'll just have to break in. At this moment, Jiang Ming didn't care about the so-called Great Formation that suppressed his cultivation, and liberated a strand of immortal power to completely break through all of the formation prohibitions that were restricted around him. The breath emanating from his body not only shattered those mimetic demons, but this immortal power also annihilated the labyrinth under his feet, layer by layer, turning it into countless ashes. At this time, Jiang Ming noticed, this labyrinth even had the ability to repair itself, which should also be the key to the core of this place's formation. Should it be so disgusting? Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, a peculiar golden mark surfaced in his pupils, as if he could see through everything in the world, penetrating the entire grand formation, the great diffusion. At Jiang Ming's eyes, he soon found where the core of the formation was. Afterward, Jiang Ming gripped the sword blade in his hand and slashed out a sword towards the formation eye. Buzz! A sword chi made a succession of tearing like air-breaking sounds within this space, slicing through countless voids, and he chopped towards the array eye. Boo! At this moment, the energy released at the eye of the formation swept up an extremely strong might in this space, and the entire labyrinth was all annihilated in this instant, turning into dust on the ground. As the labyrinth dissipated, the space immediately became incomparably empty, and a passageway leading to a dark room opened up. Still really treating me as a disciple of the test, huh? Jiang Ming put away his sword blade with a puzzled expression. It was clear that Dong Chio could have closed the eye of the formation, and in that case there was no need to destroy this large formation. Now it was good that the eye of the formation had been destroyed by him, and even if the formation was repaired, I was afraid that it would take a lot of effort. I wonder what she thinks. Jiang Ming didn't think too much about it, since the passageway to the bottom of the maze was already open. He walked down through the opening of the passageway without slowing down. However, he realized it wasn't over. This passage did lead to a room below, but after arriving below, there was a very long tunnel. Even for a little cutie, also knew that there were quite a few organs buried around this tunnel. That's really bad taste. Jiang Ming shook his head. However, he didn't intend to linger. His figure instantly transformed into a wisp of white smoke, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived directly at the end of the tunnel and finally pushed open the stone door. However, the first sight after pushing open the stone door was the image of Dong Chio and Xiao Lingran talking to each other. You guys are? Jiang Ming was a bit surprised, because little Lingran was very afraid of life. As long as he saw a stranger, he immediately hid behind him. I didn't expect that it hadn't been a long time, and these two were so talkative. Jiang Ming, you finally come. Just now, Sister Dong told a lot of stories about your past. It's so interesting. Little Lingran trotted over and said with a playful smile. At those words, Jiang Ming's face looked a bit odd. What's so good about our previous stories? They're all about the past. Jiang Ming said indifferently. That's because you don't understand how precious these memories are. At that moment, Dong Chio sat on the futon and said with a light smile, to me, the old days were very good. Thank you for your support and appreciation. Just close to the new year. In order to maintain a stable update can only be the first 2 more. After the new year, I will definitely give you a few more. End of chapter. Yeah. But why is it only Jiang Ming and Sister Dong now? Where did everyone else go? Little Lingran asked curiously. Hearing this question, Dong Chio just smiled flatly without answering. Looking at little Lingran's curious gaze, Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. They just went to a place that's farther away, and they might be back after a while. Jiang Ming said, is that so? What a place to go, Ray Ran asked. Maybe it was once in the same place as true immortal Fu Ling, Jiang Ming replied. At those words, little Lingran's face also gained a few more brilliant colors. As long as Fu Ling true immortal was mentioned, Xiao Lingran understood everything much better, and at the same time, her attitude towards Dong Qiandai grew closer and closer. Looking at this scene, Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. How do you meet new people and forget about him? Your old buddy? By the way, putting that aside, why did you leave a formation like this? Right now, the disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect are saying that this is a very scary prison you have here. Jiang Ming walked over and said as he sat across the table. Jail? Gotta hand it to them for thinking of that. I just added a few more formation prohibitions for the clan's descendants to provide a place for trials when I had some inspiration over the years. These juniors don't know how to be thankful and instead say that this precious land of mine is some kind of prison? Other sects that want such a great formation don't have this blessing yet, Dong Chio said nonchalantly. At those words, a black line surfaced on Jiang Ming's face. What do you care if these dozen or so heavy array restrictions are called a few? These formation restrictions alone were enough to rival a true law prohibition. Unless a true immortal came personally, I'm afraid that only a handful of people in this world would be able to walk out of here. Letting the juniors come to the trial, isn't that coming in to get beaten up? Senior sister, how long has this Dao will of yours been here? Jiang Ming asked. Can't remember. Around 4,000 years, Dong Chio returned. 4,000 years. During these 4,000 years, once Dong Qianyao thought of something that was missing from any formation, or something that could be refined, she would add a few more strokes. Perhaps 4,000 years ago, this array is indeed considered a place where the disciples of the sect can try out. But after the array of many additions and improvements, I'm afraid that even if today's head of the clan in person, it will be difficult to go out from this big array. 4,000 years have been brought here? Then Sister Dong will go out with us. It's fun outside. Little Lingran said exaggeratedly with her hands spread wide. John obviously had some hesitation. After all, Dong Chio was a will. The same as Xia Buxiu. If it just resides within the confines of its own designated area, it exists for a long time. Once they left this area, even if they were as strong as they were afraid that they would only be able to exist for half a month. No problem. At that moment, Dong Chio replied very decisively. Hearing this reply, even Jiang Ming felt a little surprised. Yeah, Sister Dong, I'll take you out for a stroll later. I'm familiar with it. Little Lingran laughed as she patted her chest. Good. I'll let little Lingran lead the way then, Dong Chio said with a light smile. Looking at this scene, Jiang Ming didn't know what to say. Today, he was originally the one who brought little Lingran out to play, but now it was instead little Lingran who brought Dong Qiandai to stroll around his own clan. Why does it feel like something's wrong? When he went out, Jiang Ming walked at the very back, and for the demeanor of the two people in front of him talking to each other, Jiang Ming was even a little skeptical that this was not the will of his second senior sister. After all, Dong Chio had always been the type of person in his impression who would never take an extra step if she could try not to go out. Now not only did she have to leave the large formation she was watching over, but she even had to leave this space. You really want to go out? Jiang Ming asked with a true Qi sound transmission. Or what? Staying here for thousands of years. I'm also a bit tired of it, Dong Chio said with a lazy posture. Then what did you say to little Spirit Ran before this will of yours disappeared? Jiang Ming asked. That should be something you should be concerned about, Dong Chio said in a mysterious tone. At those words, Jiang Ming's face was very ugly. What do you mean he should care? According to this current appearance, once Dong Chio's will disappears, little Lingran will end up crying and screaming only for him to comfort but on the contrary, he couldn't do anything about Dong Chio, who made her his senior sister. He hadn't been able to do much for them before, and now was the time for him to fill that void. Alas, it looks like there's going to be a lot of work afterward. Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. Dao Heavenly Sect. On the main peak, countless disciples caught wind of the situation and looked at the red aura blooming on the dragon locking prison, and everyone had some fear in their hearts. Such a terrifying aura, coupled with the rumors they had since they entered the sect, couldn't help but make them suspect that there was actually some other very terrifying existence imprisoned in this dragon locking prison. Why else would it give off such a horrifying vision? At this time, several elders flew out from their places of seclusion and arrived on top of the main peak. When they saw the visions that emerged from the dragon locking prison, each of them carried a hint of surprise in their eyes. I didn't expect that someone had really triggered this dragon locking prison. Xia Zimo's face changed. 100 years ago, she had also traveled to the dragon locking prison along with sect leader Lin Tianyi. The oppressive atmosphere there, coupled with the unpredictable labyrinth, held a touch of trepidation for her to this day. But now, the luster released on this dragon locking prison was actually even more exaggerated than 100 years ago. Could it be that someone has mistakenly entered the dragon locking prison? Xia Zimo thought in his heart, but she was also afraid to make a decision. In order to enter the dragon locking prison, one must have a token from the sect leader along with them in order to be safe and sound. Once they entered by mistake, even a god transformation stage cultivator would have a hard time walking out of it. At that moment, a breaking sound came from the air. Only Lin Tianyi stepped into the air and stood firmly in front of the dragon locking prison. Does anyone know who entered the dragon locking prison? Lin Tianyi asked immediately. No one in the room spoke up. They had only heard that someone had mistakenly broken into the dragon locking prison, and that was why they had rushed to come to support them. And Chen Ran, who was located on the periphery, was also in a bit of a dilemma in his heart. He didn't know whether he should say it or not. Once he said it, he might have to be punished. Master, I've seen the people who went in. At this time, Song Bai stepped forward and said, Oh, who is it? Lin Tianyi asked. I don't know their names, but I know it's two. The male is less than 20 years old in appearance, and his strength is not high. The girl looks like she's only 5 or 6 years old, and I've never seen the two of them on a regular basis, so they should be new disciples entering the sect. Song Bai told what she knew, one by one. However, after hearing Song Bai's words, Lin Tianyi and Xia Zimo and the others felt something familiar. A young man who looks less than 20 years old, plus a girl. That's not. Just as Lin Tianyi was wondering if it was Jiang Ming, the dragon locking prison in front of him actually erupted with a powerful burst of might at that moment, living to force everyone present back several steps. Everyone's hearts were overwhelmed with shock. In all the years they had been within this sect, it had rarely appeared that the dragon locking prison had the kind of commotion it had today. Look, it looks like someone's coming out. There was an exclamation of surprise from nowhere. Soon, everyone present noticed that a silhouette slowly emerged from that empty entrance. End of chapter. Everyone was shocked. In all these years, I've only heard of people being imprisoned. I've never heard of anyone coming out of the dragon locking prison. How is it possible? Someone actually managed to walk out of the dragon lock prison? It's not like those rumors are false, is it? Fake? Back then, I witnessed a senior brother being imprisoned, and when he was finally released the man went crazy. Then how did someone manage to walk out of it this time? Every disciple in the entire sect was incredibly surprised. The dragon locking prison was considered to be one of the most scrupulous places in their hearts, and now someone had mistakenly entered it and ended up walking out of it. This was definitely the first column in the entire Dao Heavenly sect in 1,000 years. Including Song Bai was surprised. The strength Jiang Ming had displayed wasn't strong, and the girl didn't look like she was highly powerful. But now someone did come out of there. It's hard to believe it's really them? Everyone's gazes were focused on the entrance of the dragon-locking prison, when a petite body bounced out of the dragon-locking prison, and there was even a giddy expression on its face. What's the situation? A little girl? This is... Lin Tianyi's heart sank. Isn't this the little girl Jiang Ming brought back yesterday? Could it still be true that Jiang Ming and Xiao Lingran had run away to the dragon-locking prison? When little Lingran was the first to run out, he was going to laugh at the two behind him. But when she saw a group of people surrounding the outside of the dragon-locked prison, she was scared to death and hurriedly ran back again, hiding between Jiang Ming and Dong Qianyao. It was then that the disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect noticed. There were surprisingly 3 people who came out of the dragon-locking prison. Second uncle. The moment they saw Dong Qianyao, not only Lin Tianyi and Xia Zimo, even the other elders' faces carried a few shocks. In an instant, all the elder-level figures dropped to one knee. Even Lin Tianyi, who was the sect leader, respectfully bowed low and saluted Jiang Ming and Dong Qianyao. The moment, all the Tao Heavenly Sect disciples were stunned. Uncle? This silver-haired woman. It couldn't be that she was a certain heaven-defying powerhouse from the Tao Heavenly clan at one time. Regarding the glorious history of the Tao Heavenly Sect, all Tao Heavenly Sect disciples almost always remembered it by heart. Because of this, they were almost all following the journey of their predecessors, striving to reach the glorious moments the Tao Heavenly Sect once had. Now, there was actually a living senior that had appeared before them. It was something they couldn't even think about. One time, all of the Tao Heavenly Sect disciples all knelt down on one knee, arching their hands and bowing their heads as they saluted respectfully towards Dong Chendai. I didn't expect that after such a long time has passed, there are still people who recognize me. It's really rare. Dong Qianyao looked around with a lazy face. At that moment, Xiao Lingran poked his head out from behind Dong Qiao. There was also curiosity in his eyes as he looked at the disciples who knelt down neatly. Sister Dong, they seem to be very afraid of you, little Lingran said. That's not called fear. That's called respect. Jiang Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. As it stood now, the disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect had all only identified Dong Qiandai and hadn't recognized him for what he was. That's kind of a good thing. After all, he still wanted to live in the Tao Heavenly Sect for a while longer, and if he exposed his identity, a bunch of troubles would inevitably come his way, and that wouldn't be fun. At that moment, Dong Qianyao slowly walked up a few steps and spoke indifferently. This formation, I intended to use it for the clan's training disciples to set up. It's a pity that so few disciples have entered it over these thousands of years, and no one has been able to obtain the legacy I left behind in the formation. It's a good thing that I found a good seedling today, so I gave her all the inheritance. To her, Dong Qiao said blandly. At those words, everyone looked curiously at Dong Qiao. Even Lin Tianyi and the others were a bit surprised. They knew that Jiang Ming and Dong Qianyao were both from the same era, and in terms of strength, they vaguely believed that Jiang Ming was higher. In other words, the only person Dong Qianyao recognized as the heir apparent could be Xiao Lingran. Sure enough, after Dong Qianyao finished speaking, he pulled little Lingran and took a step forward. For a moment, all the disciples' hearts trembled. This little girl, she had actually obtained the inheritance of the oldest generation of powerhouses of the Tao Heavenly clan. In other words, this little girl, in the future, would most likely arrive at a level that they would never be able to reach in their lifetime. I will follow the orders of senior uncle, Lin Tianyi said respectfully. The other elders then spoke up. Only some of the disciples had a few hints of jealousy in their eyes, obviously very dissatisfied with little Lingran obtaining the inheritance. They had been practicing within the sect for so many years, and this child that appeared out of nowhere was instead able to obtain the inheritance of a great power within the sect, so their hearts were naturally unbalanced. Only they didn't show it completely. After all, the sect leader was on his heels. Jiang Ming could also roughly sense a few hidden gazes at the actions of these disciples, but Jiang Ming didn't say. After saying this, Dong Qianyao pulled little Lingran towards the direction of the main hall. Jiang Ming also followed behind. After all, in the eyes of others, Jiang Ming was also someone who had come out of the dragon-locking prison, so it made sense to go over together. Looking at the departing figures of Jiang Ming and the others, Lin Tianyi and the others were also a bit puzzled. Before, Xia Buxiu's sudden return had already made them feel very surprised. Now, even that second senior uncle, who had rarely even shown up before, actually appeared in front of them. And what did Dong Qiao say? This dragon-locking prison was used to train the disciples of the sect, while they used it as a prison for erring disciples. Thinking so, they even felt a few shades of shame. Road, Jiang Ming asked with his true qi transmission. Why did you just say that the inheritance was given to little Lingran? Dong Qianyao replied back. I want to see how the Tao Heavenly clan after 4 000 years as compared to before, and how the hearts of those cultivators are, and since I chose to leave there, I had originally planned to give my lifelong learning to little Lingran. That's right, isn't it? Hearing these words, Jiang Ming didn't know what to reply. In fact, Jiang Ming's hope in bringing little Lingran back to the sect was to be able to keep little Lingran as low profile as possible. After all, little Spirit Rant's existence was very special, and once it was utilized by someone with the intention to do so, it would alarm the entire Songxian continent. Coupled with the fact that little Lingran's current nature of mind was very pure, even if she was framed, she would be completely unable to notice it. Dong Qianyao's move would certainly allow little Lingran to have a good name in the Dao Heavenly Sect, but at the same time, it would also attract a lot of attention, which was slightly different from what Jiang Ming had thought at first. Don't worry, trust your senior sister me, and I like this little girl so much, I won't let them threaten her. I really don't know where you found her. It can't be your daughter, can it? Dong Qiao looked at Jiang Ming with a strange expression. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. Just kidding. Dong Qiao smiled lightly. Jiang Ming sighed. Dong Qiao's character has been like this since before, always doing things that normal people wouldn't do and making strange jokes. Coupled with her unrefined posture, it was completely impossible to tell if she was just talking off the top of her head or if she was serious. But then again, it had to be said that there were not many people in the entire world who could surpass her in terms of sword arts and formations, especially when it came to formations. Even Jiang Ming himself was ashamed of himself. I really don't know if it's good or bad that she's out. Jiang Ming clasped his hands and looked at Dong Qiao, who was walking in front, and couldn't help but think in his heart. End of chapter. Middle Way State. Ask the Immortals Sect ruins. Ever since the Lord of Chaos appeared, the entire questioning Immortal Sect had fallen into a wasteland. At the same time, it was a better place to fight because of a big battle. This day lies above this wasteland. Several cultivators were riding in the air, and a different aura emerged from each of them. Those who were able to stand here were all prominent figures in the Middle Dao Prefecture, and each of them was the head-level existence of a sect. Instead, at the center surrounded by all of them stood a man clad in a black feathered coat. The man's eyes blossomed with red light, a pair of pitch-black devil horns grew on his head, and his messy hair was spread out behind him, but he had a lion-like majesty. He is the king of the Blood Demon Sect. Devil. In recent days you've been killing strong people from various clans on the continent. This action is also a righteous person. Everyone should be executed. I lured you here today to gather the forces of all the great clans to completely erase you from the continent. At this moment, the Wanxiang sect's patriarch, Chen Beixian, snapped. Fellow Taoists, this devil has done so much evil, so today we will do justice to heaven, and we must not let him continue to plague the people. For a moment, all the clan powerhouses shouted in unison at this moment. They had come here for one purpose, and that was to design the complete eradication of this devil and return peace to the world. At this point, the Blood Demon King located in the center. His dark red pupils looked around the weak, his face showing no trace of movement. Looking at the way all the powerful people jumped at the chance, he in turn had an indifferent attitude. Only mole crickets will hold on to their own. Even if more mole crickets come, they're nothing more than a mantis. The Blood Demon King let out a low voice. The voice was incomparably cold and clear, filled with disdain over indifference. Arrogant. Go together. This man is highly powerful. We must not leave him a single gap. Chen Beixian drank in a deep voice. The surrounding powerhouses also nodded their heads. Those clans that had been defeated by the Blood Demon King were at the lowest level of transformation spirit stage cultivation. But I heard rumors that even a god transformation stage cultivator would not be able to walk through a single round in this person's hands. They had to be on their guard. One time, all of the strongest people took out their own skills at this moment. At the same time, even the dust of the earth underneath his feet sensed the strong fluctuation of true chi that surfaced in midair at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, dozens of true chi fluctuations erupted with earth-shattering might at this moment, exploding towards the Blood Demon King alone. Located in the center of the Blood Demon King, a majestic mighty energy completely exploded out from above his circumference. This devil even dodged and didn't hide? Chen Beixian's face wore a horrified expression. Don't worry, with so many of us striking out together, even a transitional succession stage powerhouse may not dare to take it on the hard way. This devil is just too arrogant. Yes, I see that he's gotten cocky beyond measure after winning a few times, and this time he should be able to teach him a lesson as well. Anyway, it's good to win. The other powerhouses were slightly relieved. In their eyes, even the most powerful person would not be able to take this move from them hard. This was the best trick they had ever pulled out of their box. If they still didn't have a way to kill this person, it would be a bit unreasonable. Rumble. At this time, a powerful aura actually echoed out from the center of this place. Even the air around them vibrated vaguely. The faces of all the once again powerful people changed. their hearts alert as they withdrew a few steps back, their gazes fixed dead center on the direction of the thick smoke that filled the air. Those who were able to be here were among the strongest on the continent. They weren't fools, being located at the Blood Demon King's position and still emitting such a terrifying aura at this time. Could it be that that demon could really take the strongest strike from all of them hard? That's not possible. Boom! An appalling might exploded from the Blood Demon King's position. Woohoo! All of the strongest people violently retreated out at this moment. And there were even some unguarded spirit transformation stage cultivators who had even broken a few of their sternums after being impacted by this might. At this point, Chen Beixian retreated backward repeatedly in midair. When he stabilized his form, his face couldn't help but change wildly. No good. Chen Beixian hurriedly pinched out spell seals in midair. However, in front of him, the man clad in a black feathered coat, with an indifferent expression, slapped out a palm. Boo! A palm hit Chen Beixian, and the latter instantly flew out horizontally in the air, during which blood spilled out in the upside-down position for no money. Immediately afterward, countless muffled sounds echoed through space. Not only the air, but also the entire earth shook violently. Every time the Blood Demon King slapped out a palm, a gale could blow up in the surrounding area. The power of this gale was equally appalling, as if it could easily cut through any creature that was here. What kind of existence is this devil? Chen Beixian fell to the ground, straining to look at the Blood Demon King. One by one, they fell. The siege teams that were formed at this time all fell to the ground in a moribund state. Their lives were as fragile as ants, and they were at the mercy of the Blood Demon King. It was also at this moment that they felt the gap between themselves and the Blood Demon King, which was almost worlds apart. Such an existence. Is there really someone in this world who can kill him? Humph. What a bunch of losers. This seed has already given you guys a chance, but unfortunately, your performance has disappointed me too much. The Blood Demon King clasped his hands and stood in the air gazing down at the crowd below. This gesture felt offensive in everyone's eyes, but they had to admit that he was too strong. Facing the Blood Demon King, they only felt like they were facing an insurmountable mountain and could only let it trample them. Is this the only level of cultivators in this world today? Who the hell else can fight me? Who can fight me in pain? The Blood Demon King stared at his hands, his voice echoing in this space. With just this questioning issued, all of the injured sect masters had felt a wave of dizziness, but they don't dare to speak. This devil in front of them was too powerful. They had to go back alive before making plans. It's just that this wish of theirs doesn't come true. At this moment, the Blood Demon King's gaze was locked onto them. Just this gaze alone prevented them from releasing even half of their true chi. This seat gives you a way out. As long as you tell me who is the strongest in this world, I will let you go. The Blood Demon King said arrogantly. Devil, do you really think that no one in this world can clean you up? A peak transformation god powerhouse said through clenched teeth. However, as soon as the man's words fell, the Blood Demon King snorted coldly, not even looking at him, and slapped a black flame out of thin air. In the next second, that peak transformation god powerhouse's life breath instantly annihilated. End of chapter. Seeing that sect leader die instantly, all the sect leaders felt incomparable palpitations. A peak transformation god powerhouse, in the hands of this devil, didn't even manage to let out a single wail before turning into dust. If this devil made a serious move, would they really have a chance of survival? God is going to kill me. The hearts of the crowd were incomparably worried, even for veteran harmonization stage powerhouses as strong as Chen Beixian. At this moment, they could only feel the sense of oppression that the Blood Demon King was bringing. I am not joking with you. There is only one chance. If you don't speak, then prepare to die, the Blood Demon King said with a contemptuous gaze. After saying that, the Blood Demon King slowly raised his right hand, a black flame, punctuated by suffocating temperatures in the palm of his hand. I know. At this moment, a spirit transformation stage cultivator endured the injuries on his body and hurriedly knelt on the ground to speak. Oh, tell me. The Blood Demon King clasped his hands and looked at this person. Recently, the Lingyun sect has appeared a mighty powerhouse. It should be a certain reclusive powerhouse. There's also the Tao Heavenly sect, which has repeatedly made a splash on the continent this year, and its strength is far beyond ours, so it's considered a top-tier powerhouse on the continent. The cultivator said shakily. Lingyun sect, Dao Tian sect? The Blood Demon King murmured the names of the two clans. He had heard of the name of the Tao Heavenly sect, but he didn't expect that these cultivators had also identified the Tao Heavenly sect's powerhouses. It seemed that there might actually be an existence within this Tao Heavenly sect that could play with him for a bit. As for the Lingyun sect, where are these two clans? The Blood Demon King asked. It's all to the northwest. The man replied. Humph, you guys better not lie to me. If no one can make me enjoy myself, I can take your lives anytime, the Blood Demon King said condescendingly. Everyone was silent. According to the Blood Demon King's strength, He had the capital to say such things. Even if all of them had their strength combined, they would not be his opponent, let alone now that their strength was also greatly reduced. After saying that, the Blood Demon King swept his gaze indifferently at the crowd. Crackle! In the next moment, his figure cut through the air with a black lightning bolt. In an instant, it disappeared in front of the crowd. After a long time, the crowd was able to stand up with great difficulty. Is that devil really gone? A man asked worriedly. Shen Yen, are you really not afraid of death? An existence of this strength has long been beyond our ability to deal with, the other cultivators said with ugly expressions. In this situation now, just by using them, the strongest people in the open, they had long been unable to shake such an existence. Unless, I'm afraid, all of those hidden powerhouses would be able to deal with that devil. Let's just hope that, this time, the calamity, too, comes through unscathed. The other cultivators sighed. Only Chen Beixian had some hidden worries in his heart. The Blood Demon King was so powerful. Even if he believed in the Daotian sect's heritage, could they really defeat the Blood Demon King in a hurry? After all, even those of them who had prepared an ambush long ago had been defeated so completely. The Blood Demon King. It's not as simple as they thought. Now, one can only seek their own blessings. Chen Beixian sighed and thought in his heart. Daotian sect, empty island. Ever since Dong Qiandai said that Xiao Lingran had received her inheritance, many people wanted to come over for a block of elegance, but all the disciples were turned away. The reason was simple. On the empty island, other than the sect leader and the elders of the older generation, everyone else was restricted from going in. So much so that those disciples who wanted to target Little Spirit Ran for a bit ended up only being unable to do so. At this very moment, the two of them, Jiang Ming and Dong Qiu, were sitting in the open space next to the vegetable garden. A chessboard was set up here, and the two men sat on separate futons, now and then raising their steps and dropping their pieces. On the other hand, Little Lingran, who was on the side, struggled to carry the bucket and watered the vegetable garden one spoonful at a time. Little Spirit Ran was originally a spirit of nature and carried a powerful spiritual aura of its own. By the water she poured out, the plants in the vegetable garden began to grow, almost as fast as the eye could see. It was just that Jiang Ming didn't have the free time to care. Senior brother, you're going to lose this round again. At that moment, Dong Qiu's languid tone said calmly, as the words fell out of his mouth. After Dong Qiu made this move, the entire chess game was indeed in Dong Qiu's hands. Seeing this, Jiang Ming could only sigh helplessly. It's no fun if it's always me losing, Jiang Ming said as he leaned his body back and propped his hands on the ground. Being strong alone won't do. There are many things in the world, and there's no way to solve them all with just strength alone, Dong Qiu said with a light smile. But I used to be unable to protect the people around me because I wasn't strong enough, Jiang Ming said casually. You still can't get over that incident? Dong Qiu asked. Jiang Ming glanced at Dong Qiu with his gaze, then sat up straight and smiled. Don't worry, I've gotten over it after all these years, but this chess thing you are really difficult for me. This world not to mention who can win you, even if you can play with you as a tie. I'm afraid there is no birth, right? Jiang Ming said helplessly. No one can stand at the top forever. There is only the pursuit of more refined skills, Dong Qiu said indifferently. At those words, Jiang Ming sighed. These words are before their masterly Daotian often hang in the mouth words. Before he listened to the ear callus are out. I didn't expect that after so many years, this second elder sister of his would start nagging again. Is this what everyone who is older likes to rant about? But he rarely seems to say that to anyone. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming simply turned his gaze to Little Ling Ran on the side, looking at Little Ling Ran diligently holding a water scoop as thick as her arm and carefully watering the vegetable garden. Jiang Ming in turn felt somewhat at ease. Senior, are you listening? Suddenly, Dong Qiu asked. There. Jiang Ming nodded. Then let's play another game. Playing more chess is conducive to sharpening the mind. Dong Qianyao packed up his chess pieces and said lazily. What? Also under. The corner of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. He would rather fight that Tianrong guy from last time again than be taught a lesson by Dong Qiu on the chessboard. It might be okay to have losses and wins, but it's a really hard feeling to keep losing. There has to be an excuse to shrug it off. Senior sister, I think it. Jiang Ming spoke with a bitter smile. However, before the words were finished, a figure suddenly arrived on the empty island. Sensing that someone had come over, Jiang Ming was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The man who came to him now was a savior. Two master uncles. Sorry for disturbing your pleasure. It was then that the duo noticed that the person coming over was Xia Zimo. Usually, most of the time it was Lin Tianyi who came to them. Why was it Xia Zimo who came this time? What's the rush? Jiang Ming asked. Senior uncle, news has come from the Lingyun sect side, saying that a man with a pair of black horns on his head is challenging Senior Lin. Right now they are in a stalemate in the battle. Senior sect leader asked me to come and inform him that he has already brought his men forward to support them first, Summers said. Hearing these words, Jiang Ming and Dong Qianyao were both a bit strange. A pair of black horns on your head? It's hard not to. Demons? End of chapter. The devils, somewhat similar to the mimetic demons created in Dong Qiu's formation, they all belong to one race. This race survived a long time ago, in the same era as humans in the ancient times. The powerful demon race could be said to be several times more powerful than the cultivation talent of humans. Plus they were born with powerful magical power, and were innately the best of heaven and earth. If not for the fact that the demon race was not united, I'm afraid that the demon race at that time would have easily been able to clear out all of the human race, as far as they know. Ever since a great battle between man and devil tens of thousands of years ago, which ended with the victory of the human race on the side of the cultivators, the figure of the devil race has gradually faded away on the continent. Some of the residual demonic creatures left behind were the existence of the remnants of the bloodline in the demon race, belonging to the lower class of demonic creatures. Just from what their master, Li Dao Tian, said, truly powerful demons are no different from humans, except that they have an extra pair of demonic horns on their heads. Among them, the devil race with black devil horns represented the strongest people with the purest devil bloodline. From Xia Zimo's dictation, the one who fought with Lin Songyu had extremely similar characteristics to the demon race they had heard of before. At that moment, Jiang Ming turned his gaze to Dong Qianyao, because Dong Qiu was in the dragon locking prison. He often studied mimicry demons, so he might know something about it. However, Dong Qiu also just shook her head silently. A humanoid demon race. I'm afraid Master has never seen it before, let alone me. If you want to ask anything, there's no use asking me, Dong Qiu said lazily. As the words fell here, Jiang Ming also just nodded. Indeed, the demon race as a race had disappeared from the Tsongshan continent a long time ago, and it could be said that it had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Even Jiang Ming had only seen some inferior demons whose bloodlines weren't pure. Until today, I didn't realize that there were still demons out there. How long have Lin Tianyi and the others been over? Jiang Ming asked. Master Sect Leader has already set off for half a quarter of an hour, Xia Zimo said. That's not too late. Jiang Ming nodded. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming looked towards Dong Qiu and little Lingran who had already trotted over. Where is Jiang Ming going? I want to go out too. Little Lingran said with her hands up. I'm going out to do an errand, so you can play with Sister Dong here. I'll be back in a little while, Jiang Ming said with a smile. So, muttered little Lingran. Seeing this, Jiang Ming also rubbed little Lingran's little head. The strength of the devil race, in the mouth of the master, is a very powerful existence. And if the other party is really a pair of black horns of the devil race, tens of thousands of years ago, I am afraid that it is also the top of the strongest. Although he wasn't sure if the other party was strong or not, Jiang Ming still chose not to take the risk with her. What's he getting stronger for? Isn't it all about protecting the existence you hold dear? If not, then what was the point of his cultivation so far? You stay here too. I'll just go alone, Jiang Ming said to Xia Zimo. But, Xia Zimo wanted to say something else. I'm much more familiar with the Lingyun sect than you are. And Xia Buxiu told you to cultivate well, so don't forget his old man's instructions. Jiang Ming patted the latter's shoulder. Having said that, Xia Zimo also stopped talking. Afterward, Jiang Ming walked over to the empty island, and with a single movement of his body, he transformed into a wisp of white smoke in the same spot and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the departing figure, Dong Qianyao, who was sitting on the futon, shook his head slightly. He still can't get over that. Dong Qiu sighed. Songshan continent, the extreme north, buried amidst the snow and wind, is a paradisiacal region. Located within the ice hall, the three demon envoys respectfully knelt on the ground, reporting the recent situation for the hall master one by one. Your Highness, today there is a very powerful being on the continent who is searching all over the world for continental powerhouses. Those so-called decent people were all wiped out in less than a round when they faced this person. Now that this person has swept through half of the sects, I wonder what the palace master's plans are for this. The female demon envoy in the lead asked respectfully. The hall master sitting above pondered for a moment, then swept his gaze to the three people below. There's no rush. Since this person is acting in such a high-profile manner, he must have his backbone. What's more, making it tricky for the decent people is just the best time for us to do it now. My demon god body is about to be refined, and having this one to cover our ears for us in recent days will also make it easier for us to act in the locked Luo Palace without having to provoke the other party, the hall master said in a deep voice. When the crowd heard this, a flash of color appeared in their eyes. The hall master's demon god body is going to be refined? Then, wouldn't they be able to see the light of day again in the locked Luo Palace? Does your highness have any plans next? The female demon envoy asked. I need a large number of souls right now. Take advantage of the fact that the righteous path is busy right now, and capture all those useless pawns by turning them into souls for me, the Hall Master said indifferently. We obey. The three demon envoys nodded respectfully. Being able to allow the Hall Master to refine into the body of a demon god, they had to complete this mission as soon as possible, preferably the same as last time. The more perfect the better. No difficulty, in order to get out of this pale, icy place, could stop them. Looking at the departing demon envoy, in the temple master's hand was a dark green gemstone. Looking at the gemstone, the corners of the Hall Master's mouth curled into a big, wry smile. I didn't expect that I would be given such a pure life gem. With this, my demon god body will have unlimited life. So what if you become an immortal? In this lower world, I will become a true god and take over the life of this world. I am God. At this moment, the Hall Master stood up and spread his hands out, enjoying the baptism of the life force. This feeling made him determined that if time could be turned back, he would definitely be able to crush Jiang Ming, who had stood over the locked Luo Palace that day, in one fell swoop. Now, without Jiang Ming, then let the Dao Tian sect bury him. Dao Heavenly Sect, your good days are finally coming to an end. A cold aura flashed in the eyes of the Hall Master. Outside the Lingyun sect, Lin Songyun and the Blood Demon King stared at each other in the air. The surrounding mountains had long been destroyed one after another. If it wasn't for Lin Songyun deliberately pulling the Blood Demon King to an unoccupied area, I'm afraid that just the might generated during their battle would be enough to destroy the entire Lingyun sect. It was also after the exchange of hands that Lin Songyun then felt that the man in front of him, clad in black feathers, was much stronger than he had imagined. Even the Blood Demon King seemed to have strength left. In the meantime, the faces of the disciples within the Lingyun sect were also very worried. Lin Songyun was their old ancestor, and they had witnessed his strength firsthand. Originally, they thought that with Lin Songyun personally leading the Lingyun sect, they would be able to squeeze into a first-rate sect before too long. However, who would have thought that such a strong person who had never been seen before would actually appear today? And even Lin Songyun couldn't take half an advantage on him. When did the strongest people on the continent become so numerous? End of chapter. At this very moment, Lin Songyun and the Blood Demon King faced off with the upper air. The silhouettes of the two men appeared unusually small in the air, but the aura they contained around them shook the side of heaven and earth. Lin Songyun looked towards the Blood Demon King with a grave gaze. With his current strength, he was able to remain even with the Blood Demon King very barely. After all, there was no way for him to utilize his full strength, and once he releases all of his own divine thoughts, in the end he will only end up with his divine form destroyed. At that time, not only him, but even the entire Lingyun sect, I'm afraid that they would all be buried here. As he was now, he could only try to stall for time and wait for Jiang Ming to come to his aid. With this devil in front of him, I'm afraid that Jiang Ming is the only one in this world who can fight against him. The moment, the Blood Demon King looked at Lin Songyun with a cold gaze, and then his figure was gradually raised high, still looking at the other party with an incomparably arrogant stance. It seems there are still some strong people in this world, but you always strike with your hands tied. How can you have fun fighting like this? Come, let go of your means and fight with me. The Blood Demon King shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the sky above. When the disciples of the Lingyun sect heard this, they all felt a little breathless inside. They are difficult to understand. What kind of existence is this man in the sky? Just a single shout had already made them feel like a huge mountain was pressing down on them. And Lin Songyun took a deep breath and looked at the Blood Demon King. You're from the devil race, right? I didn't expect that after tens of thousands of years, a demonic bloodline like yours would still appear in the world. Lin Songyun said in a deep voice. I count you as somewhat knowledgeable, to be able to recognize this seed as a demon race. You are also considered in existence with some seniority on this continent, the Blood Demon King said indifferently. Lin Songyun was silent for a moment. I had thought that the demon race had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, and that only those inferior demons survived underground. I didn't realize there were still demons in this world, Lin Songyun muttered. Upon hearing this, the Blood Demon King did not reply, and his gaze instead gained a few more points of disdain. There's no need to play it out. Besides playing those devious tricks, you cultivators are only good at calling others over to back you up. This seed is not an idiot. This seed has seen too many of your clumsy tricks tens of thousands of years ago. Moreover, this seed's patience is running out. Since you refuse to make a move, then I won't blame this seed for not giving you a chance. The Blood Demon King let out a cold cry. After saying that, the corners of the Blood Demon King's mouth hooked up into a cold arc, and the black flames on his hands exploded to the extreme at this moment. Boom! One moment, a black thunderbolt the size of a mountain flashed out of the sky, and even the entire sky changed color, turning into a black night that never had any daylight. Seeing this, Lin Songyun also knew that there was no way to continue delaying, and hurriedly raised his hand and pointed out of thin air. In a split second, above Lin Songyun's fingertips, a white barrier manifested, like a shield, hardening against this terrifying thunder. Boom! The power of the black thunder was incomparably appalling as it landed on Lin Songyun and struck the white shield, the air suddenly ripping apart with a cracking sound. Elder Ancestor. Seeing this scene, the Lingyun sect's disciples' faces changed drastically. They didn't expect that the situation where they were still battling back and forth just a moment ago, under the face of this black thunder, they would actually lose the wind in a single move. Even that legendary thunderbolt, in the face of this thunderbolt of power from the Blood Demon King, I'm afraid that it would only be more powerful than ever. The moment. There was silence in space for less than 2 seconds. From within that black thunder, a figure actually tore through the rift in the void, and the entire person rushed towards the Blood Demon King as if he were a ghost. That's more like it. The Blood Demon King nodded, then slapped a palm into the air. The terrifying black flames were actually in front of the Blood Demon King, slapping out a huge dark purple palm capable of holding an entire mountain peak. Lin Songyun also formed a spell seal in front of his body. In the next moment, located in front of him, 6 giant Dharma seals were swiftly released, leading to 6 arcane and mysterious true chi. Invoking this space, rumble, whether it was the earth or the air, an extremely lurid might filled the air. Just by looking at it from the naked eye, one could see the true chi in the Dharma seal, flowing through the space in silken threads. The strong light released by the 6 Tao magic seals shone above the land that was shrouded in darkness. 6 paths meteor killing style. Lin Songyun shouted in a deep voice. The 6 Dharma seals located in front of him explosively erupted a pillar of white light comparable to that of a rushing sky, causing everyone present to be unable to open their eyes. Just for a moment, such a terrifying might directly swallowed the Blood Demon King located in the sky above alive. The intense light even poked a hole in the black sky, and even the black thunder in the sky could only gradually recede at this moment. Is this the strength of an old ancestor? After the glare had dissipated a bit, it was only then that some disciples felt incomparably shocked. It turned out that when they fought before, it was all just a small fight. It's a real duel when you move now. Win. The disciples of the Lingyun sect opened their eyes at this moment, when looking at Lin Songyun standing in the sky while that Blood Demon King had already disappeared. Everyone's hearts were both shocked and delighted. Really winning. Worthy of being an old ancestor, to have such heavenly means. With old ancestor here, why would our Lingyun sect be afraid of foreign enemies? Throughout the Lingyun sect, all the disciples were incomparably excited. The strength displayed by Lin Songyun was completely beyond everyone's imagination. They believed that as long as they were led by Lin Songyun, in the future, their Lingyun sect would definitely stand at the top of the continent, sweeping away the prejudices of others. They would be able to hold their heads up and act as human beings. However, at this moment, Lin Songyun wasn't too happy, but even more so, his frown deepened. Is it over? He ideally wanted it to end, but was it really that simple? This was a demon race, or a demon race with the purest bloodline. This kind of existence, even tens of thousands of years ago, was an extremely difficult opponent in the cultivation world, and one would have to be several transition stage powers to subdue it. It was behind such calmness that made him feel very uneasy. This move just now did make me more satisfied. It seems that today's cultivators are not all wastes. Suddenly, in this space, the condescending voice of that Blood Demon King from earlier echoed. All of the disciples below who were reveling in the party instantly froze their faces upon hearing this voice. Even, surprisingly not dead? The disciples' faces changed again and again. That strike that could almost pierce through heaven and earth just now. And the other party actually didn't do anything at all? From that voice, it sounded as if the Blood Demon King had dodged that move without using much strength. At this point, the mountains and rivers were swarming with thousands of crows. They wailed their deathly cries and collectively began to converge in the upper air, forming a black mass of shadow. Raven, for death. It also represents decay. When the crowd looked at the black shadow, the group of crows thumped into a pile of ash shavings, and once again, the figure of the Blood Demon King emerged. End of chapter. What? The disciples of the Lingyun sect all stared wide-eyed. This devil is surprisingly still alive. What the hell kind of monster is this? The voices of the disciples within the clan all carried a hint of trembling. Looking at the crows flying all over the sky, they all turned into nothing at this moment. At the same time, the aura emanating from the Blood Demon King was even more terrifying than before. Could it be? At this moment, Lin Songyun felt a sense of suffocation from his heart. Rumor has it that the most powerful of the demon race possesses eternal life, as well as an immortal physical body. Judging by the way his blow fell just now, this demon race in front of him was most likely the legendary Supreme Demon Lord. The moment, the Blood Demon King clasped his hands in front of his chest, above his circumference. There was a faint dark red aura that permeated his body, revealing an extremely appalling power. The Blood Demon King looked at Lin Songyun with a cold gaze and spoke slowly. Even tens of thousands of years ago, with your cultivation level, you were considered the best of the crowd of cultivators. With your strength, you are qualified to be this seat's opponent, the Blood Demon King said with incomparable condescension. Lin Songyun didn't say anything. With the strength of the Blood Demon King, he had the backbone to say such things, even though he thought that he had been invincible under the heavens back then. Facing the strength of the Blood Demon King, even now that he had stepped into the realm of a half-immortal, he still felt incomparably overwhelmed. But he had to stall. Right now, looking above the entire continent, the only person who could fight the Blood Demon King with him was him. Besides Jiang Ming, if even he gave up, how many people in the world would suffer before Jiang Ming arrived? It's not for anyone else, it's for himself. For the sake of his Lingyun sect, which was founded 10,000 years ago. I'm old and senile, and I should have been proud to be able to receive praise from someone as powerful as your holiness. But, as the head of a clan, the old man has his own mission to fulfill, Lin Songyun said with incomparable gravity. At this moment, countless spherical energies surged out from the mountains and rivers beneath Lin Songyun at this moment. These were the purest heaven and earth spiritual energy. What's inside a person's body is true chi. What is between heaven and earth is spiritual power. Originally, with one's strength, one could only use one's own power. Reaching the Mahayana stage was also only by means of the potential between heaven and earth. However, now that Lin Songyun had reached the half-immortal realm, he would be able to control the power in heaven and earth. In this heaven and earth under his control was his most favorable weapon. Humph, that's kind of funny. The Blood Demon King's face did not change at all. Even if the strength Lin Songyun displayed this time was even stronger than before, he was not in the least bit anxious. The more powerful it was, the more soothing it would be for him. The devils are like that. Only fighting can make them feel the meaning of their existence. Only blood can make them fight more and more. I'm not talented, so I hope that your honor will teach me this move, Lin Songyun said proudly at this moment. This seat has been planning this for a long time, the Blood Demon King blandly said. As the words fell, both figures instantly disappeared in the air. The moment the two disappeared, the entire space shook with terrifying cracks one after another at that moment. It was as if all things in heaven and earth were unable to withstand the commotion created by the two at this moment. Crackle! A crimson thunderbolt fell. The air was filled with a manic and volatile might, as if the heavens were venting his rags and descending thunder penalties to punish the duo. Boom! Just for a moment. The moment the two figures violently collided together, the space hex shattered at that moment. In the sky above their heads, it was as if a spatial crack had been torn through, and everything underneath them was sucked into the crack. Crackle! Immediately afterward, countless streaks of crimson lightning were declared down from above the sky. No one knew anymore if it was the heavens roaring or if it was a spell the two were performing. The shocking might had long since swept the entire Lingyun sect away. Even when those thunderbolts fell, the peaks located around the two were all bombarded with mountains crumbling and flying rocks splashing horizontally at this moment. And the process, there has been no interruption. Run! One time, all the disciples up and down the Lingyun sect all fled in panic and fire. But after all, their bottom line was too low, and their flying spells were few and far between. So many disciples could only go down the mountain on foot. However, the sky-covering rift in the void seemed to be crazily sucking up everything in the world as if it wanted to kill people. The two people located under the crack were fighting even more. Even some Lingyun sect disciples had long since lost sight of their safety and directly leapt down from the cliffs, fortunately perhaps still able to secure a sliver of life. Watching the lightning not far away continuously bombard the earth, countless mountain peaks were turned into flat ground at this moment. In mid-air, it even splashed a lot of debris and mud. Even when these disciples stood on the mountain, they couldn't tell exactly where was the earth and where was the sky, because even the ground beneath their feet was actually panning over into the sky above. It's over. We're all going to die here. Is this really the strongest man in the world? What the hell are we practicing? Countless disciples were already numb. In the face of such a suffocating environment, their minds had long since gone blank, and they didn't even know what they were talking about. Those who still had any resistance left were fleeing, and those who were already so frightened that their legs were weak could only wail and fall to their knees crying out in pain. It wasn't just the Lingyun sect. The might of Lin Songyun and the Blood Demon King had long since swept through the area outside the boundaries of the Lingyun sect. Even within Wuxiao City, at this time, heaven and earth changed color, and the sky and the earth were filled with low roars like savage beasts, not to mention the neighboring towns and villages, which were in complete disarray. This nearly half of the northwest domain was like hell on earth. At this very moment, Jiang Ming had just departed from the Dao Heavenly Sect and looked up into the sky above his head. Darkness enveloped the entire northwest domain. and even this trend had no intention of abating. And the mighty pressure enveloped by this blackness contained an unspeakable aura. It looks like Lin Song-yun has already fought with the other party. Jiang Ming thought in his heart. To be able to fight at this level. I'm only afraid that Lin Song-yun had already begun to liberate his divine thoughts. The Lin Song-yun after liberating his divine idea couldn't last long at all. He had to arrive as soon as possible. Otherwise Lin Song-yun's divine idea, I'm afraid, would completely disappear. With this in mind, Jiang Ming didn't plan to go over there slowly. At this moment, Jiang Ming's body suddenly disappeared with a movement of his mind. Over the Lingyun sect, an incomparably pure aura emanated from Lin Song-yun's body. Not only the true qi contained in his body, but also with the help of the spiritual power in heaven and earth. He strengthened his own strength and maximized it. And at this moment, Lin Song-yun's dry cheeks carried a few moments of determination. As a human, he had to guard the pride of the human race. Tens of thousands of years ago, the human race was able to repel the demon race and become the master of the Zhongxian continent. Tens of thousands of years later, they persevered. Even if I give up this old life, I must stop you. Lin Song-yun roared at this moment. At this moment, a ball of energy that nearly illuminated the heavens and earth erupted in front of him. The moment this energy appeared, the earth beneath his feet crumbled open into an abyss. At this point no one could feel Lin Song-yun's power anymore. This strike had already surpassed all cultivators' moves, and had already stepped towards the true immortal supreme strike. However, just the next second, such a shocking strike only survived for less than half a second. And the might of Zhou Tian had all but disappeared into thin air in this instant. The Blood Demon King frowned. The move that Lin Song-yun had displayed just now had made him feel a little bit interested. But in this instant, even the might generated by the two of them sparring together had actually disappeared at the same time? What's going on here? Without waiting for him to think about it, at this moment, in front of Lin Song-yun, there was already a young-looking man standing in the air. Senior has worked hard. This battle, let the late generation take over. More than chess, sparring with others is probably my specialty, Jiang Ming said. End of chapter. Little friends, Lin Song-yun's aged face had long been flooded with many cracks. Even the fleshly body that Jiang Ming had personally condensed could barely withstand being tossed around in such a devastating battle. Upon seeing Jiang Ming arrive, the stone that had been hanging in Lin Song-yun's heart finally fell. The moment, the Blood Demon King looked at Jiang Ming without any panic. And who are you? The Blood Demon King asked. A generation disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect. Jiang Ming replied. Dao Heavenly Sect? I've heard that name before, the Blood Demon King said indifferently. Oh, I didn't realize we were quite famous? Jiang Ming said with amusement. The Blood Demon King snorted coldly and didn't answer Jiang Ming's words. You don't have to stall for time. That person in the party should be the existence of the top strength among your cultivators. Since you dare to stand here, I'm sure your strength is also the strongest in this world. As a strong man, it is with strength that we speak. The strongest is the law of this world. The Blood Demon King raised his head and said with incomparable condescension. At those words, Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. This demon race in front of him was a bit different from what he had imagined. The demon race in his impression were all murderous, never talking about reason and strength being honored or anything like that. How did it feel that this demon race in front of him, on the contrary, had a kind of pride that belonged to the strong? But, stronger is better? I agree with that. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. The words fell. Jiang Ming grabbed the first shot. Located in the periphery whistled up a sharp sword sound. From the bottom of the mountain, emerged countless hallucinations of the sword blade, as if a volcano eruption generally shocked the world. Rarely looking over from the periphery, one could feel an appalling aura of solemnity and death coming out. Seeing this, the Blood Demon King raised his hand to the air. Located in front of him, a pitch-black demonic mass emerged. Dang! The moment the countless sword blades stabbed at him, it was as if the river water had met a 1,000-year-old boulder, being shaken away from both sides and scattering towards the periphery. But, it's just a quick hello. Jiang Ming's figure suddenly appeared on the side of the Blood Demon King at an unknown time, and the Xian sword in his hand pointed a giant sword of golden light into the air. Rumble! A shocking explosion caused the entire space to tremble. This sword strike was so swift that even the Blood Demon King couldn't react, and he ate a big one from Jiang Ming's sword hard. See this scene. Lin Song-yun was slightly surprised in his heart, even though he knew that Jiang Ming's strength was very powerful. When he witnessed Jiang Ming fighting so personally again, he felt that he had lived in vain for so many years, especially after he had also personally fought against the Blood Demon King. He understood how terrifying the tactics involved were. The moment, Lin Tianyi and the others also hurriedly arrived. Just as soon as they arrived they felt Jiang Ming's terrifying sword aura. Just the sword might emanating from it caused them to retreat. Senior uncle came so soon? Lin Tianyi was slightly surprised, And just as soon as he arrived, he used such a terrifying move. Could it be that the strength of the existence with whom he fought was another existence of the ferrying stage? As Jiang Ming's sword blade fell, the Blood Demon King's figure stormed back 100 feet in the air, pulling apart a cloud arc visible to the naked eye. People who were farther away from the Lingyun sect watched this scene, and their faces turned incomparably purple and green. They don't even know what to say anymore. Especially that huge sword just now that could almost shake an entire mountain. What was that again? However, Jiang Ming didn't stop his own attacks. As the Blood Demon King stormed back, his figure followed closely. At the same time, his two fingers stood in front of his body, and a faint luster emerged on his fingertips, forming an arcane pattern. Swish swish swish. One time, every piece of fallen leaves under Jiang Ming's body had risen up to the sky at this moment, as if they had spirituality, and all of them converged towards Jiang Ming's circumference. Soon, behind Jiang Ming, a pale-colored dragon formed from countless leaves actually converged. My god, what kind of tactic is this? This pale-colored dragon was incomparably huge, so huge that as long as they looked up they could see it. The legendary swimming dragon. Everyone was filled with horror. They couldn't even see who was actually dueling with the Blood Demon King, only knowing that there was another human powerhouse. Once again, engaging him. The Blood Demon King stabilized his body during his backward flight while turning his gaze towards Jiang Ming. Facing this Jiang Ming who came with his feet on a giant dragon, the Blood Demon King smiled instead of rushing, and while stabilizing his stance, his hands violently erupted in extreme berserk breath towards both sides. I didn't expect there to be a human like you in the world. It seems that this seat won't be lonely. Ha ha ha. The Blood Demon King laughed out loud. Jiang Ming did not say anything. From the moment he faced the Blood Demon King's long-prepared stance, he raised the blade in his hand and narrowed the corners of his eyes. Some long sword whistling technique. A drink. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds changed color, and among the clouds overhead, a gust of dragon's roar sounded. Roar! The dragon whistled. The pale-colored dragon located under Jiang Ming's feet roared towards the Blood Demon King as if it had found resonance at this moment. In the meantime, in the instant after this pale-colored dragon rushed out, immediately behind Jiang Ming, 9 emerald green dragon bodies actually emerged once again, surrounding Jiang Ming's periphery and soaring above the 9 heavens. The whole place is dead silent. As they watched the image, everyone in the arena dared not take a breath. Even Lin Song-yun, as well as the group from the Dao Heavenly Sect, saw these 10 gigantic dragons. The moment they induced a vision in the 9 heavens above, not a single person in the arena finished speaking except for the vibrations in the sky. Shocker! Such strength had long since transcended the boundaries of mortals. This is purely the strength of an immortal. Even the Blood Demon Sect's Grand Elder, who was hiding in the shadows, was so frightened that he directly held his head in his hands when he saw this formation. He had been determined to avenge this from the time he had been driven underground by Xia Buxiu to live on 4,000 years ago. Who would have thought that after 4,000 years, a true immortal with this kind of strength would exist on this continent? What's the point of them mortals playing? Is this what the Tsong long sword whistling technique truly looks like? Lin Tianyi was incomparably shocked in his heart. Prior to this, he could only unleash a sword skill Tsong long out with all his might. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, had released 10 whole channels. The moment, even if it was the Blood Demon King's original body, it could not be underestimated in the face of these 10 horrifying sword might. The Blood Demon King's face became incomparably cold, and above his arms, a dark red demonic aura surged out, followed by a pair of iron claws emerging above his arms. This iron claw, like a raven's sharp claw, carried an aura of decay and death. In the next second, the Blood Demon King slashed 6 dark red slashes in space against the 10 pale dragons. Dead center. Boom! It was only the moment when the blade light and the sword skill Sun Long collided. Countless sword might and demonic energy, just like the sky collapsing and the earth cracking, poured out in this upper air. Pure might, as if it could shatter the world. Not far away, Lin Song-yun and the others had extremely grave faces. Rao was already shocked enough by seeing the sword-skilled Sun Long unleashed by Jiang Ming, but he didn't expect that this devil would actually be able to take this move hard. If he had struck this move from the position he fought in just now, I'm afraid that the entire Lingyun sect would have to be annihilated. Is this the duel of the truly powerful? End of chapter. The might emanating from this collision of strikes instantly caused the entire sky to be dyed red. The entire landscape of the land was like entering the end of the world. Thud. At that moment, a muffled sound came from the sky. A lurid airwave instantly spread across the sky at the speed of the naked eye, as if space was split into 2 different worlds by this layer of airwave. Ha 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 ha. Immediately afterward, a loud, bright laugh came from the sky. Jiang Ming looked from where he was, only to see the Blood Demon King laughing up at the sky. Although the Blood Demon King did cancel out 40% of the power of his Tsanglong sword whistling technique just now, the remaining 60% alone was enough to decimate all existences in the world. However, on the Blood Demon King's body, it seemed to have only traumatized it in a few places, without much damage. What a pain in the ass. Suddenly, the Blood Demon King laughed out loud and said, "It's been a long time since this seat has encountered an opponent like you, so let's battle it out today." Jiang Ming's face carried a hint of eccentricity. He had never seen such a belligerent fellow. However, looking at the Blood Demon King's appearance, it in turn reminded Jiang Ming of his former self. My old, young and foolish self. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth hooked into a war-thirsty smile. It's really been a long time since anyone dared to declare war with me like this. Jiang Ming's body was lit up with a fighting spirit that he had never seen before. He hadn't known how long it had been since he'd had a battle spirit like today's. Your name is Jiang Ming, right? This seat recognizes you as my opponent. Today you and I will have to distinguish a winner. The Blood Demon King shouted loudly. Fine, but I'm curious. The demon race actually has people like you. It's a bit surprising to me, Jiang Ming said. Humph. The people of my demon race are originally honored by their strength. What they pursue is all about supreme and extreme power. Instead, it's you so-called cultivators who always like to play some cunning tricks. But meeting you today also gave me a hint of surprise, the Blood Demon King said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded with a light smile. In the past, the style of cultivators was to do whatever it took to win. Even if it's a scam to pull off some underhanded tricks, it's still a common occurrence. Hence there is also a saying that a soldier is not a soldier. Those who play tactics have dirty hearts. But Jiang Ming was different. He determined that as long as he had extreme strength, all plots and tricks would be like brittle paper that would break at the first poke. From this starting point, Jiang Ming and the Blood Demon King were quite similar. Say, I've already introduced myself. What's your name? Jiang Ming asked. Me? The Blood Demon King frowned and was silent for a moment. This seat has already forgotten its name. Besides, the name is just a code name. Everyone from birth has no name. How to address this seat does not care. As you are this seat's current opponent, it is up to you to decide how you want to be addressed. The Blood Demon King said blandly. Letting your own opponent name you? You guys are really funny. Jiang Ming laughed lightly. Humph. In our demon race, we only honor the strong. Others, in my eyes, are nothing more than ants, and have no qualifications to call this seat by name, the Blood Demon King said condescendingly. Hearing these words, Jiang Ming was able to feel out the nature of the guy in front of him, purely a fighting maniac. However, Jiang Ming didn't hate this kind of person. On the contrary, he knew deep down that people with this kind of nature were at least better to talk to than those who played dirty tricks. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming also said, well then, after the fight later, I'll give you a nice name. As you wish. This seat only needs to split the difference between a winner and a loser, the Blood Demon King said indifferently. Fine, but since you want to have a good fight, this place is obviously a bit too narrow, Jiang Ming said. Narrow? The Blood Demon King frowned. After saying that, Jiang Ming closed his hands together and a powerful force instantly wrapped around the two of them. In the next second, the two figures just disappeared into the air. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi, as well as the other people watching the battle, all wore expressions of incomparable surprise in their eyes. Where are the people? The crowd was very puzzled. Just now, there was a big fuss. How come suddenly the two of them disappeared into thin air? At this time, Lin Songyun said in a deep voice. I'm afraid that little friend Jiang Ming has brought that demon lord to other worlds. Other worlds? Lin Tianyi frowned. Yeah, if a strong person like this really moves in this Zhangxian continent, I'm afraid that the entire continent would be hard-pressed to withstand such might. If they really wanted to have a serious fight, they would inevitably choose to go to other worlds. Lin Songyun looked in the direction Jiang Ming had disappeared and said slowly. At those words, the people around them sucked in a breath of cool air. It's just for a fight, and it's even gotten to this point. Such a strong person is too heaven-defying, isn't it? But, again, these are not things they should be thinking about. Now that Jiang Ming and his duo had left this place, what they needed to deal with was the fluctuations caused just now. It was quite difficult to perfect the battle, knowing that the battle had rippled through countless peaks as well as the surrounding buildings alone. At this moment, the world around Jiang Ming and the Blood Demon King was in a general heavenly rotation. In just less than a breath of time, all the surrounding scenery became incomparably unfamiliar. They were in a position as if they were above the clouds, but the land had long been invisible beneath their feet. Instead, there were many floating rocks and small islands around them. Here, even without applying too much true chi, one could generally fly on this. Create your own world. A slight look of surprise appeared in the Blood Demon King's eyes. Being able to manage to create a side of heaven and earth on his own, he could do the same. But in this world, he seemed to be able to feel other forces, which he wasn't quite sure about. Don't worry, this world will suppress the strength of you and me, lest we make too much of a commotion, Jiang Ming said. I believe you, the Blood Demon King said, clasping his hands. Trust me that much? Jiang Ming asked. Strong people don't need to explain to each other. Strike, the Blood Demon King was incomparably confident. Jiang Ming smiled, while his toes stepped on a floating overhanging stone, and a Xian sword manifested in his hand, the same sword that Xia Buxiu had once gifted to him. Next, the hanging stone crumbles at this moment. The Xian sword in Jiang Ming's hand suddenly loosened, and that Xian sword was as if it was as swift as Jiang Ming, subsequently releasing countless flying swords in this space. A look of gravity also surfaced in the Blood Demon King's eyes. On the back of his hand, an iron claw blade was revealed, and in the next moment, he violently slashed dark red blade light at Jiang Ming. Swish! The moment the blade light collided with the sword chi, a dazzling ball of fire erupted in front of both. At that moment, Jiang Ming's figure rushed out from the firelight, casually grabbing the Xian sword beside him and chopping down at the blade light that followed right in front of him. Thumbs up, only to see a sword on cutting through the blade light. The berserk force released by the Blood Demon King was, at this moment, being in a destructive trend, arriving directly in front of his body. Dang! The sound of blades clashing spread throughout the space. The sword blade and the iron claw collided together, and the might that spread out shattered countless overhanging rocks in an instant. A golden wave of air was stirred up, spreading out over the sky for a long time. End of chapter. For a time, the might generated by the two of them sensationalized the entire heaven and earth. At that moment, Jiang Ming used the momentum to pull out. The corners of the Blood Demon King's mouth rose slightly, and the dark red demonic chi on his hands surged out with several python-like terrifying forces at this moment, devouring them in Jiang Ming's direction. Jiang Ming's figure moved, and these lurid fluctuations crashed directly onto the hanging island behind him. The entire hanging island instantly exploded. Boom! As the cry fell, Jiang Ming's sword blade chopped out 3 swords in the air. These 3 swords would feel very ordinary even if someone from the outside world saw them. However, the Blood Demon King rose into the air with a grave expression, and the 3 sword chi landed directly behind him, followed by a rumble in space. Only then did the Blood Demon King turn his head and glanced at the hanging boulder behind him, which had been split into 4 by the sword chi, and the battle intent on his face grew more and more intense. Again, the Blood Demon King raised his head and shouted. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Ming's mouth, but he didn't say anything. Next moment, the aura on the Blood Demon King became more and more terrifying. In an instant, a pair of pitch-black wings snapped open behind him, as if he were a crow soaring into the sky. Immediately afterward, a powerful demonic aura rose up from within him. Behind him, a remnant shadow that looked like a savage beast actually surfaced, looming, and the remnants of this savage ferocious beast was even soaring behind it like a crow. The Demon Lord's true form. As soon as the monstrous demonic aura appeared, Jiang Ming felt an unprecedented oppressive force. That's right, even Jiang Ming himself felt a hint of oppression. This kind of oppression was not a suppression in strength, but an invisible oppression created from the bloodline. Jiang Ming's eyes slowly closed. In the face of that monstrous demonic aura, a very different immortal aura was likewise released around him to counteract it. Since the Blood Demon King had already shown his true strength, he needed to at least use the corresponding strength to be considered respectful of his opponent. It's a way of recognizing the strong. It's more of an attitude of honoring the strong. This was, the Blood Demon King looked at Jiang Ming with a calm gaze and said in a deep voice, Jiang Ming, if you can take this move, this seat will consider it a win for you. These words resounded through the heavens. The Blood Demon King clasped his hands in front of his chest. His upright body, standing in the air, also had quite a bit of a kingly demeanor. At the same time, the form of the dark red demonic beast behind him became more and more conspicuous. Not only was it permeated with an appalling demonic aura, but every time it waved its wings, it caused this heaven and earth to tremble. This is the true body of the Demon Lord, an existence that had never been seen even in Jiang Ming's time. The other side. Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Take it and call it a win? You've underestimated me too much. As the voice fell, Jiang Ming threw out the sword blade in his hand. For a moment, the sword in his hand split in the air, illuminating a cloud of white smoke. This wisp of white smoke then actually presented an incomparably tall humanoid existence. This giant was 100 meters tall and stood high in the air, looking exceptionally conspicuous. In his eyes, only a wisp of immortal chi existed, blooming with white light. On his body, he was armed with a silver white soft armor and a long sword at his waist, standing here as if he was an invincible god of war. My lord, meet the immortal emperor. At that moment, that giant bent his head down to look at Jiang Ming and said with an arch. As the words fell, the giant's gaze quickly noticed the Blood Demon King behind him. as well as the huge ferocious beast behind the Blood Demon King. "What's your name?" Jiang Ming asked. "My name is Nameless. I was once the sword master of the heavenly realm," the giant said. Jiang Ming nodded, then pointed at the Blood Demon King and said, "Him, can you defeat?" The heavenly realm swordmaster didn't even return his head and said confidently, "Within 10 moves, the last general will definitely win for Immortal Father." The words fell. As the heavenly realm swordmaster turned around, he took out the long sword from his waist, facing the Blood Demon King and the Demon Lord's true body behind him. His face was incomparably cold as he swung his sword violently down towards the front. This sword cut out. Countless sword lights flashed back and forth in space, and sword intent and sword momentum poured out earth-shattering sword chi in the hands of the heavenly realm swordmaster as if they were point-blank exploding stars. This sword seemed to be able to chop up a star. This was the former heavenly sword master, a supreme power in the heavenly realm. Poof! When the Blood Demon King saw this appalling attack from the heavenly realm swordmaster, his face was not the least bit flustered, but he raised his hand and waved it. In the next second, the Demon Lord's true body behind him waved his wings, burning with dark red demonic chi, and spewed out a mighty energy that pierced through the heavens and earth at the heavenly realm swordmaster. This wave of light contained the power of suffocating death and decay. Even the sword chi chopped down by the heavenly realm swordmaster had a few portions of it gradually swallowed up by this terrifying power of decay. Boom! The moment the two very different forces collided together at the same time, the entire space faced the brink of collapse. All the power was in a devastating attack. The strongest strike without the slightest slack. Boom! 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 For a while, some of the hanging rocks, overhanging islands, and so on that were still around. At this moment, they all turned into nothingness. The powerful wave of chi with the might to annihilate everything, turning all things into the most primitive starting point. The might generated by the true bodies of the Heavenly Sword Lord and the Demon Lord nearly exploded this space created by Jiang Ming on point, inducing a violent glare to engulf the entire world. And Jiang Ming? Under the glare, he drew himself up. At the same time, the Blood Demon King also possessed himself and moved out. Even though the intense light induced by the Heavenly Realm Sword Lord and the Demon Lord's true body prevented both of them from opening their eyes, their divine thoughts had, long ago, captured each other's traces. At this moment, they surged forward in the most primal of duels. Jiang Ming held a sword blade. The Blood Demon King raised his 2 iron claw blades, and the two of them were in this moment. The blades clashed together in a deadly clash the moment the strong light enveloped the entire world. Rumble dash. In an instant, before the strong light dissipated, the shocking sound of thunder that had triggered the heavens and the earth boomed out. No one could see the final blow that Jiang Ming exchanged with the Blood Demon King, and could only hear the loud sound that almost raised the heart to his throat, echoing through space and sending out one mighty blow after another. Pust! A sound of piercing flesh came through the air not so obviously. The whole sky fell silent. Without their fight, the entire space became unusually dead silent. At this very moment, Jiang Ming held the sword blade in his hand and slashed through the Blood Demon King's chest. The Blood Demon King's iron claw blade, however, was less than half an inch away from Jiang Ming's cheek. If Lin Tianyi and the others had seen this scene, I'm afraid they would have been shocked to the point of complete stupefaction. After all, the might generated by the two of them had long since destroyed this place. This was still them facing off above the 9 heavens, and it was even in the middle of Jiang Ming's self-created world. If it was in the Zhongxian continent, I'm afraid that the entire Zhongxian continent would have already been riddled with holes. But it was such a powerful force. But in the end, it was actually just Jiang Ming piercing the Blood Demon King with a sword? This ending, I'm afraid no one in the world could have expected it. End of chapter. Dead silence. There was an unmistakable depression in the air. The moment Jiang Ming's sword blade pierced into the Blood Demon King's chest, not only the Blood Demon King's Demon Lord's true body, but also the Heavenly Sword Master that Jiang Ming had summoned, all of them turned into a wisp of smoke at that moment. Everything that existed around them dissipated without a trace, leaving only the two of them. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the Blood Demon King, who had been stabbed in the chest by the sword blade, let out a loud laugh at this moment. If one didn't know, they would have thought that the Blood Demon King had won. At that moment, Jiang Ming drew his sword blade out, a strange expression on his face. You've lost and you're still smiling so happily? You're sick, Jiang Ming asked. You don't understand. This seat has been lonely for 100,000 years, and today I finally found a rival. How can I not be happy? The Blood Demon King said freely. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched madly. He originally thought that he had lived for more than 10,000 years and was already witnessing the rise and fall of a world. I didn't expect this guy in front of me to be even more outrageous. Having lived for a full 100,000 years, how the hell did he get through it? Jiang Ming, this seat recognizes your strength, and you have won today as well. However, this seat hopes that after 1,000 years, you and I will spar once more, and at that time, this seat will also have to split a victory with you, the Blood Demon King said seriously. I don't really care about this, but are you so sure that you can live until 1,000 years from now? Jiang Ming said meaningfully. The Blood Demon King's gaze turned to Jiang Ming and pondered for a moment. Then he smiled. Are you saying you want to kill me? Indeed. You were indeed able to kill me, but the current me has long since transformed into an immortal. Even if you kill me, I will return to the land of immortality and wait for the day when the people of other worlds will summon me there. The Blood Demon King said in a calm tone. As long as there are people in the world who desire power, I will be able to reappear in the world, and then I will be able to find your presence as well. Speaking of which, the Blood Demon King didn't care what Jiang Ming did. After this battle, he had been satisfied. For 100,000 years, he had longed to have an opponent worthy of making him fight to the death, and now he had gotten it. So even if he dies, he doesn't care. His life was eternal anyway, and he just wanted to have a good fight with other opponents while he survived the world. That's what he lives for. After hearing the Blood Demon King's words, Jiang Ming thought about it and ultimately didn't intend to kill. Alright, at least you're a bit brighter than those guys I've met before. I also promise you that after 1,000 years, I'll accept your challenge as well. Jiang Ming eventually agreed to this pact as well. Oh, the Blood Demon King raised an eyebrow and said, do you know that right now, my strength is not 1/12 of my peak, and if I reach my full strength, I'm afraid that you are not a match for the seat. Jiang Ming smiled. Then how would you know how much strength I displayed just now? As the words fell, the space around Jiang Ming suddenly became pitch black. It was as if the heavens were overwhelming down, causing all existences in this space to hunker down. Even the Blood Demon King's face became extremely grave at this moment. Ha ha ha, worthy of being this seat's opponent. I can't wait to see the scene where you and I spar in 1,000 years. The Blood Demon King raised the sky and laughed wildly. Jiang Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. He had never seen a guy so belligerent, even beyond what he once was. However, Jiang Ming didn't hate this kind of nature guy. On the contrary, Jiang Ming could instead find a surge of energy in the Blood Demon King, a feeling he had never felt before since the beginning of his seclusion. Perhaps even Jiang Ming himself didn't know that what he had been longing for was actually a worthy opponent to challenge. If I don't kill you, you have to agree to some conditions before I do. At this moment, Jiang Ming said with his hands clasped. You say, since you are this seat's opponent, this seat will definitely agree to what you say. The Blood Demon King spoke crisply. After returning to the Tsongshuan continent, you're not allowed to look for trouble from the human race, especially the Daotian sect. Jiang Ming said indifferently. This seat promises you. The Blood Demon King agreed with alacrity. Seeing this, Jiang Ming wasn't the least bit skeptical. Being a powerhouse of this strength, there was no need to tell any lies. At least it's better than the treacherous villains who play dirty. Right. Then again, I think you said that after the sparring session was over, you could just pick a name for you? Jiang Ming said with a smile. The Blood Demon King said in a deep voice. In fact, after the exchange just now, this seat vaguely remembers that there was indeed a name in the past, which seemed to be called Turbidly. Turbidly? Jiang Ming smacked his lips. This kind of name sounded strange, but once he remembered that Turbidly had lived for 100,000 years, he wasn't too surprised. After all, in those days, it was probably nice to have a name. Songxian continent. The Lingyun sect's surroundings had long been no different from ruins at this point. Lin Songyun called on the disciples of the Lingyun sect to start slowly repairing it, but just they also seemed a bit stretched. After all, this place had been destroyed to the point where there was no semblance of a sect, and even the mountains and buildings of the Lingyun sect had all been reduced to rubble. It takes quite some time and a lot of materials to try to build it back up. It seems that we can only live elsewhere for the time being, Lin Songyun said with a frown. If Senior Lin doesn't mind, the Dao Heavenly Clan can be used as a place for the disciples of the Lingyun sect to stay. It won't be too late to come back after the Lingyun sect has been rebuilt. At that moment, Lin Tianyi and the others arrived in front of Lin Songyun from the air and bowed respectfully. At those words, Lin Songyun's frowning brows also slightly relaxed. Li Daotian has inherited a good batch of seedlings. Lingyun sect, can be considered to owe you Daotian sect a big favor. Lin Songyun also pulled down his face and arched his hand at Lin Tianyi. Senior Lin is joking. You and your old ancestor used to be old friends, and the Lingyun sect and my sect are both famous sects of the righteous path, so we should have supported each other, Lin Tianyi hurriedly said. It's really the later generations, Lin Songyun said smilingly. The words fall here, located in the sky above their heads. The wind and clouds changed at this moment. Only a few thunderbolts were induced to flash in the air, followed by two figures appearing in the upper air at the same time. What? Seeing these two figures, everyone's hearts raised 12 points of vigilance. They didn't expect that these two would have both disappeared and now suddenly appear. Even the movement that appeared gave them the creeps. Do you want them to live? I didn't expect this demon lord to be so terrifying that even little friend Jiang Ming would have trouble dealing with it. Lin Songyun was a bit surprised. He clenched his hands. As long as Jiang Ming and turbulently fought again, he would not hesitate to rush over and engage them together. In the face of foreigners, they must be united in order to do so. Not only Lin Songyun, including many cultivators below had the same idea. Our cultivators have never been greedy and afraid of death. End of chapter. At that moment, Jiang Ming flew down from above. When he arrived at Lin Songyun and the others, looking at the wary expressions on their faces, he flew over in a slightly more moderate tone. Senior uncle, what's the situation? Lin Tianyi asked. Originally, he had thought that Jiang Ming would have another big battle with turbulently in the air. I didn't expect that now instead of the big battle they had imagined, the atmosphere had calmed down quite a bit. After all, after experiencing a great battle just now, everyone's hearts carried a trace of uneasiness. Now that it had suddenly eased off, there was instead a sense of discomfort. It wasn't just Lin Tianyi, including others in the room who felt surprised. Now that Jiang Ming hadn't made a move, even the turbulently in the sky hadn't moved a bit, so it felt subtle. This matter is a long story. Simply put, then this guy was beaten up by me, and in the future, he probably won't offend other forces on the continent, Jiang Ming said slowly. At those words, an odd expression surfaced on the faces of the crowd. Being subdued would not be an offense to the other powers on the continent? That's a little too dramatic, isn't it? Little friend, can that guy really be trusted? Lin Songyun's true chi voice transmission asked. The demon race has traditionally been involved with the human race. If we really let him go, I'm afraid that once there is no one to hold him back in the future, there will be changes. Jiang Ming said blandly. Don't worry, even if he really wants to do something, I can still defeat him. Lin Songyun said uneasily. But what about once you leave here? With your strength, this continent will definitely not be able to keep you. And at that time, I'm afraid that no one above this continent will be able to suppress the demon lord again. Hearing these words, Jiang Ming was silent for a moment. What Lin Songyun said was not unreasonable. However, after actually fighting with Turbid Li, Jiang Ming saw the person he once was in Turbid Li, and at the same time, he also had some plans for his future path. Not to mention that he had also promised Turbulently a battle contract in 1,000 years. As strong men like them, they always say one thing and do another. How can they go back on their words? If he really strikes out at the human race, I will personally kill him, Jiang Ming said. But, Lin Songyun frowned and tried to say something else. I've already decided. Senior needn't worry much, Jiang Ming replied. Lin Songyun frowned deeply. There was no doubt about Jiang Ming's strength, but Turbulent Li's strength was equally powerful to the extreme. If Turbid Li was allowed to survive on the continent, it would still be a time bomb for them, with no one being their opponent, plus the day when Jiang Ming had no way to strike. Who could they get to protect them? When he thought of this, Lin Songyun's heart was troubled. He even wondered if Jiang Ming had colluded with Turbid Li in some way, which was why he hadn't killed Turbid Li. A strong person with this kind of strength would be devastating to the entire continent if they had any ambitions. But on second thought, he dismissed the idea. If Jiang Ming really wanted to do something, there was no need to beat around the bush. With his strength, he was strong enough to look down on all existences in the world. Let's hope there really isn't any trouble, Lin Songyun said worriedly. Things come to an end. Lin Tianyi and the others sent some of their weaker disciples out to practice, while also helping forces such as the Lingyun sect in Wushao City rebuild their cities. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Lingyun sect were not idle. Even though the Daitian sect had taken them in, it was impossible to eat idle food. Aside from being able to help the Dao Heavenly sect with some matters as much as they could, the rest of their time would almost always be reserved for preparing to rebuild the Lingyun sect. And even Lin Songyun would occasionally transport materials himself. The task of rebuilding the clan was naturally given to the disciples under them. As the existence of the older generation, they would drink tea and talk about things about the continent, as well as trivia about cultivation, in addition to occasionally talking about some things with each other. Compared to Jiang Ming's guidance to Lin Tianyi and the others, Lin Songyun was much more professional. After all, Lin Songyun was also the first headmaster of the opening sect, and had a much longer history than the Dao Heavenly sect, and knew more than Jiang Ming. The cultivation guidance for Lin Tianyi and the others was also more refined. Days like this, more than half a full month had passed. Jiang Ming was bored out of his mind as he stayed on top of the empty island. These days Lin Tianyi and the others hardly ever looked for him, and went to ask Lin Songyun about anything, which instead allowed him to fall into a state of leisure. In his spare time, he also made an old man's chair with his own hands, lying on it and chewing grass roots. Quite a feeling of leisure. Strange, every time I'm idle, I want to do something. The ones who want to do something serious always want to be lazy. What kind of principle is this? Jiang Ming smacked his lips. Ever since he'd gotten out of the cave, the trouble had been almost non-stop. What with the Heavenly Tao Remnant pages, the Lord of Chaos, the Blood Demon sect, and the Hall of Locking Luo, a whole lot of things big and small. Now it's hard to rest for half a month. But instead, I feel a little idle again. How in the world did I come over these 5,000 years? Jiang Ming pondered. Jiang Ming. Suddenly, just as Jiang Ming was lying down and thinking about other issues, a childish voice came from not far away. Hearing this voice, Jiang Ming narrowed the corner of his eyes a slit to look at little Lingran. At this moment, little Lingran had a sad expression on her face, and the way she trotted over, she looked like she was on the verge of crying. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Jiang Ming asked. Jiang Ming, Sister Dong. She's disappeared. Oh. Xiao Lingran grabbed Jiang Ming's arm, the corners of her eyes glistening with tears. Gone? Jiang Ming frowned, but counting the time, Dong Chio's will had also come out for more than half a whole month. Counting this time, I'm afraid Dong Chio's will has already dissipated. Jiang Ming felt a headache just thinking about it. The dissipation of Dong Chio's will was completely expected, and it seemed that Dong Chio had never given little Lingran a word about the fact that he would disappear, and now he really had to be asked to wipe his ass. Jiang Ming sighed. The last thing he knows how to do is coax a child. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something and stood up from his chair. Little Lingran, did you go to Sister Dawn's room to see if anything was left behind? Jiang Ming asked. Rayran searched and found nothing. Does Sister Dawn dislike little Lingran because she thinks she's too troublesome? Little Lingran asked accusingly. Jiang Ming amusedly used his thumb to scrape away the teardrops from the corner of little Lingran's eyes. Of course Sister Dawn likes you the most. Maybe there's some reason she had to have some kind of emergency? Jiang Ming said. Don't worry, she won't just leave you behind. Let's go find out if she left anything behind again. After saying that, Jiang Ming took little Lingran's small hand. After hearing Jiang Ming's words, little Lingran also wiped her tears and nodded. Then let's go look for it again. Little Spirit Ran said. That's right. Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. Since Dong Chio was too late to say goodbye, why don't he make up a story? At the very least, it would be nice to make this parting a little less sad. After thinking of everything, Jiang Ming brought little Lingran to a room. But as soon as he entered, Jiang Ming accidentally discovered a hidden strand of true chi fluctuation hidden in the space. This is? Jiang Ming unexpectedly extended his hand. At that moment, a golden paper fell into Jiang Ming's hands. For a moment, located in front of Jiang Ming, Dong Chio's figure emerged. End of chapter. Sister Dong. The moment she saw Dong Qianyao's silhouette, little Lingran immediately trotted over with a smile. At that moment, Jiang Ming pulled little Lingran back, then looked at Dong Qianyao's silhouette. I thought you really left without a word, Jiang Ming said. Dong Chio's vain shadow smiled shallowly. That lethargic to the core expression also looked a bit more spirited at this moment. Then you're thinking too badly of me. Little Lingran is so adorable. If I could stay away, I wouldn't be able to leave. But there's no such thing as an unbroken feast under the sky. I'll always have to leave this place and return to the world I'm supposed to go to, Dong Qianyao said. Does Sister Dong have to go? Can you not leave? Little Lingran wanted to go forward and pull Dong Qianyao's hand. Instead, she realized that it was nothing more than a shadow. The small hand that touched over quickly passed through the layer of emptiness. At this time, Dong Qiandai smiled and said, Little Lingran, just because Sister Dong left this time, it doesn't mean that she won't come back in the future. You must listen to Jiang Ming here, and when I return some time later, I hope to see a happier little Lingran. Little Lingran lowered his head. Parting is for a better reunion. As long as you remember Sister Dong will never forget you. Are you willing to promise your sister that you will stay by Jiang Ming's side and wait for her return? Dong Chio leaned down and asked with a smile. Little Lingran nodded heavily. Little Lingran will definitely wait well for Sister Dong to return. Dong Chio smiled and said with her pinky extended, pull the hook. Little Lingran also extended her little hand. Pull the hook. Aside. Jiang Ming looked at this scene and suddenly felt that his presence was somewhat superfluous instead. Moreover, at this last moment, Dong Chio had also gathered all her power in that hand, so she was able to pull the hook with little Lingran. To the casual observer, perhaps it was a childish gesture, but for little Lingran, it was a promise. After pulling the hook, Dong Chio's figure began to become a few degrees of transparency, until finally, it turned into a piece of nothingness and disappeared into the room. At that moment, little Lingran turned her head, with a pitying expression on her face. Jiang Ming, when will Sister Dong come back? Little Lingran asked. Maybe it'll have to wait for a while. Jiang Ming comforted. Be stronger during her absence. If Sister Dong knows you're crying, She might not come back for a long time. Hearing these words, little Ling Ran quickly stopped her tears with a few determined glances in her eyes. Little Ling Ran will definitely abide by Sister Dong's words and wait well for Sister Dong to return. Little Ling Ran said. That's right. Jiang Ming rubbed little Ling Ran's little head. Afterwards, little Ling Ran flew out and continued to water the fruit trees and vegetables. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming was sort of relieved. At least after Dong Qiandai himself explained the matter, Xiao Ling Ran was able to let go of his heart and devote himself to the rest of his life. But did senior sister really give the inheritance to little Spirit Ran? It never feels like it. Jiang Ming squinted his eyes and looked at little Ling Ran, who was struggling to water the fields, and was a little puzzled. The far north. In the ice hall, under the throne, there were 3 demon envoys kneeling. In front of them, all of them had several ancient bottles with strange shapes. The ancient bottle occasionally shook with tiny movements, as if it contained some living thing that wanted to try its best to break free from the bottle. Your Highness, these are some of the forces we worked with before, and now their souls are all in this bottle waiting for your Highness to nourish the divine body, the female demon envoy said respectfully. The moment. The hall master slowly stepped down from his throne and looked at the 3 ancient bottles placed in front of him. He then stretched out his right hand into the void and 3 ancient bottles flew into the hands of the hall master. Good job. The hall master nodded in satisfaction. With that, he opened the cork of the ancient bottle. In an instant, countless souls desperately fled outward as if they were fleeing, and the entire ice hall was immediately filled with countless transparent souls, as if they were headless flies, scurrying everywhere. At that moment, the hall master raised his right hand. Located on his right hand, an appalling suction force coalesced. These souls simply couldn't escape this horrifying suction force, and the entire ice hall emitted ghostly cries like howls. Even those demonic messengers felt a hint of horror within their hearts when they heard these cries. Woohoo! Countless souls were grasped in the hands of the hall master at this moment. Those seemingly terrifying souls, the moment they were grasped into the palm of the hand, even the appearance of the souls became crushed, turning into a wisp of insignificant soul power. After doing so, the temple advocate opened his mouth wide. That huge mouth was like the mouth of an abyss, enough to swallow a 2-meter-tall strongman. Countless souls were actually all swallowed into the mouth at this moment, and the space echoed with the mournful sounds produced in the souls. The 3 demon envoys watched the scene with their eyes wide open. Although they were clear that the hall master would absorb these soul forces and eventually grow his own strength in order to inherit the body of the demon god, but when they actually saw the hall master devour these souls with their own eyes, they also felt a few chills. After finishing, the appearance of the temple master then slowly changed back to its original form. He looked contentedly at the 3 demonic messengers, and his hands retracted into his robes. I will keep all of your merits in my heart this time. In the future, after I revitalize the Locked Luo Palace, you will all be the #1 contributors to the Locked Luo Palace, the palace master said in a loud voice. Hall master's strength is heavenly. The unification of the world is just around the corner. All 3 demon envoys respectfully fell to their knees and congratulated. Ha 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 ha. The hall master let out a wild laugh. This time, he had absorbed so many souls, and with the life gem he had obtained, refining into a demon god's body was just around the corner. As the demonic messenger said, his strength had long been heavenly, and this district of the Tsongshan continent was still not a handful. As long as he inherited the body of the demon god, he would ruthlessly trample the Tao heavenly sect under his feet. Men, women, and children alike, in order to vent the vengeance of the extermination of that year. Hall master, I have one more thing to report. Suddenly, the female demon envoy located at the very front slowly opened her mouth. Speak. The hall master gave permission. During this mission, when we were on our path to the northwest domain, we saw 2 incomparably powerful existences exchanging blows. They exchanged shocking blows that even the entire earth trembled. Although the hall master now has heavenly strength, but I think that the strong people on this continent, I am afraid that there are still many hidden in the dark. The female demon envoy said with a trembling voice. Bang! As soon as the words fell, the female demon envoy's body was immediately shaken by an invisible aura and flew out of the ice palace. Even the 2 demon ambassadors on the side didn't have time to pay attention, and a flash of fear surfaced in their eyes. Your Highness, calm down. The 2 demon envoys buried their heads in the ground in a dead faint. Seeing this, the hall master said disdainfully. What strong people? After I refine my demon god body, even if there are more strong people in this world, they will all just be tonic for me to nourish. They are ultimately just stepping stones for me. And it's their god. End of chapter. Northwest Territories. Nameless Peak. This peak was located on a peak with the highest elevation to the west of the Tao Heavenly Sect, and because it was in a deserted mountain range that few people traveled to, it was also called the Nameless Peak. At this moment, Turbidly stood at the top of the mountain peak. A pair of dark red eyes were like eagle eyes staring in the direction of the Tao Heavenly sect. His hands were behind his back, not moving like a mountain. Not long after, a black-robed old man hurriedly arrived on Nameless Peak. When he saw Turbidly, the old man hastily bent down and respectfully clasped his fists. King, after the battle ended that day, why did you stop there? The Blood Demon sect's Grand Elder inquired. As the words fell, Turbulently didn't turn around and didn't even reply with a single word. King? The Blood Demon sect's Grand Elder called out tentatively again. This seat hears you. In the battle that day, this seat lost to that fellow called Jiang Ming. I made a pact with him not to interfere in the affairs of the continent from now on, and waited for 1,000 years to fight him once more. Turbidly's face was filled with wariness as he said, after 1,000 years, this seat will never lose again. At those words, the Grand Elder's face changed. Why would Turbidly agree to a deal with a righteous person? Is there really a need for such a thing as a pact to exist? Even those guys who claim to be righteous often go back on their word. What kind of bull pact are they still honoring? But he certainly couldn't say that. After thinking about it, the Grand Elder then said, King, those righteous people are treacherous and cunning. Why should we reason with them? What's more, good and evil are not two sides of the same coin. Even if you fulfill your promise, those righteous people may not be able to tolerate us. The Grand Elder had just finished speaking when Turbidly suddenly arrived in front of the Grand Elder, and with a single stroke of his right hand, he directly pinched the Grand Elder's neck and lifted it up in place. The Grand Elder didn't have the slightest room to react, only feeling an appalling sense of suffocation that filled his mind. The king still begs for mercy, the Grand Elder Coco pleaded, and even his voice became incomparably weak as he spoke. At that moment, Turbulently threw his hand away. The latter was casually tossed aside like garbage, desperately gasping for air. It's not your turn to dictate what this seat is going to do. If you dare to say those words just now again, don't blame this seat for not remembering old feelings, Turbidly said in a deep voice. At those words, the Grand Elder hurriedly fell to his knees. I understand. I will never mention this matter again in the future. The Grand Elder kowtowed one after another. Turbidly snorted coldly. In the next second, a pair of black wings suddenly unfolded behind him, and in the twinkling of an eye, he disappeared above the Nameless Peak. After a while, the Grand Elder dared to raise his head and look around. He stood up after confirming that Turbulently had left. Only this time, a touch of resentment filled his eyes. They, the Blood Demon sect, had spent thousands of years summoning the Blood Demon King to come forth, originally wanting to lead the Blood Demon sect on a path of prosperity that had never been seen before. It turned out that this Blood Demon King was actually a person who was greedy and afraid of death, but having lost once, he actually dared not fight the righteous path again. What else is there for such a king to serve? It's a pity that my 5 elders lost their lives for nothing for this death-hungry person. The Grand Elder looked resentfully at the location where Turbidly had just been. He couldn't count on Turbidly. Nowadays, the Sichuan continent seemed to be calm and peaceful, but the great powers hidden in the dark were far beyond his imagination. If he wanted revenge, then he would have to find a new power. Not only did he want to avenge the 5 dead elders of the Blood Demon sect, but he also wanted to eradicate the waste he had personally summoned together. Recently it seems that there have been deaths and injuries to cultivators everywhere. This matter should not be that simple. The corner of the Grand Elder's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind had already made up its mind. Taoist Heavenly Sect. Today's Tao Heavenly Sect was even more lively than before. Ever since the close communication between the Lingyun sect, there was an endless stream of disciples coming and going up and down the entire Tao Heavenly Sect. Even Lin Tianyi had specially opened up a seldom-used lone peak to house the disciples of the Lingyun sect. In order to thank the Tao Heavenly Sect for all their great kindness, Lin Songyun also taught Lin Tianyi and the others what he had learned in his life. As a way of repaying this great kindness, it is also less than a month. Lin Songyun's strength was vaguely close to touching the threshold of the late stage of harmonization, and Xia Zimo's breakthrough speed was even more rapid, actually reaching the early stage of harmonization. In this way, the overall strength of the Tao Heavenly clan had a significant increase. This day, Lin Tianyi also personally came to the empty island and found Jiang Ming, asking him to do something. The moment. On the empty island, Jiang Ming frowned, his gaze fixed on Lin Tianyi. What do you mean? You want me to teach the disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect? Jiang Ming was surprised. Throughout, he never revealed his identity. Now that Lin Tianyi was asking him to teach the disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect, wasn't this equivalent to actively exposing his identity? Besides, he hadn't taught a disciple for 10,000 years and had long since lost track of what to teach, so wouldn't it be a mistake to let him do it? Lin Tianyi said with a bitter smile. Senior uncle, nowadays, not only are there many disciples from the Tao Heavenly Sect, but there are also many disciples from the Lingyun sect as well. and the elders within our sect are somewhat unable to arrange for them to come over. But don't worry, senior uncle, the disciples I want you to teach are not many, just like 20 or so. All of them are the elite disciples of the younger generation within our clan. In fact, when it came to this, Lin Tianyi really didn't have a choice. The entire Dao Heavenly sect was too busy right now, especially after the Dao Heavenly sect had been sharp a few times. Many sects had found them to congratulate them, and there were also many talented disciples who wanted to join the sect. Plus, they also took over the Lingyun sect, and had to spare some elders to oversee the behavior and management of the Lingyun sect's disciples. They've been understaffed for a long time now. The reason why he wanted Jiang Ming to personally lead a team of elite disciples wasn't just to spread some pressure, but also Lin Tianyi wanted these elite disciples to be able to get a better strength boost. After all, after seeing Jiang Ming's strength with his own eyes several times, Lin Tianyi had finally made this decision. However, for Jiang Ming, it was a bit of a headache. You're making it a bit difficult for me, Jiang Ming sighed. With senior uncle's strength and experience, he will definitely be able to handle it. Besides, this way, senior uncle will also be able to familiarize himself with the current Dao Heavenly sect a bit more, which is also considered a good thing, Lin Tianyi said. At those words, Jiang Ming pondered for a moment. That's true. It does feel like something is missing when you're up here all the time. Alright, but I want little Lingran to be involved as well, Jiang Ming said. That's of course. Little Lingran is the person that second senior uncle has his eye on, and is also the person besides senior uncle Jiang. There is no objection to this matter from the late generation, Lin Tianyi said happily. Jiang Ming being able to step in and instruct his disciples would be a perfect thing for the entire Dao Heavenly sect. Of course, Lin Tianyi also had some things to say that he didn't say all of them either. It was as if the reason why he wanted Jiang Ming to instruct his disciples was something Dong Qinyi had specifically ordered him to do before he left, for reasons he wasn't quite sure of. But since Jiang Ming had already agreed, his mission was accomplished. End of chapter. After discussing everything, Lin Tianyi also took Jiang Ming to go to the place of instruction first to familiarize himself with the place. Perhaps it was because Jiang Ming was going to be teaching the elite of the clan, so Lin Tianyi had specially set aside a very spare lot outside the back of the main peak to offer to Jiang Ming. In addition to a dojo and the main hall, there was also a practice pavilion and a book library, plus 2 other courtyards. It was not easy to squeeze such a piece of land out of the already few open spaces on the main peak. This used to be the place where I followed my master's cultivation when I was young, and ever since I became the sect master, this place has been left unused. When I came here, the late generation also thought about it. This place is not a bad place to use for instructing the disciples of the sect, Lin Tianyi said. It's really good. I see that the other places are quite noisy and not really suitable for meditation, Jiang Ming said. Yes, Lin Tianyi nodded. The situation in the cultivation world now is indeed much worse than before. Even if it was like their Dao Heavenly sect, which only accepted disciples with high talent, the number of disciples within the sect had grown over time. Compared to before, it was considered several times more numerous. In retrospect, at that time, not only the personal disciples, even the inner disciples had their own independent cultivation courtyard. Now the vast majority of them no longer have this condition. To be able to divide this piece of land was also to allow more than 20 people to cultivate here at the same time. The cultivation conditions now are really not as good as they were back then. After briefly taking Jiang Ming around the green bamboo courtyard, the two ended up returning to the entrance as well. Looking at the verdant green bamboos around him, it sort of evoked the times Lin Tianyi used to have. But just as he recalled the past, Lin Tianyi suddenly thought of something. That's right, senior uncle. I was in a hurry when I came here just now. And there's one thing I forgot to mention, Lin Tianyi said. What is it? Jiang Ming asked. Recently, there have been some rumors in the outside world that there have been many inexplicable deaths of family forces, and the deaths are almost all surprisingly consistent. So we suspect that it's because someone has been making waves in the shadows lately, Lin Tianyi said. Oh, how exactly does it look dead? Jiang Ming asked. I've heard that they all have gray faces and their mouths and openings are all very wide, as if they've been stuffed with something, Lin Tianyi said. At those words, Jiang Ming fell into deep thought. This is an odd way to die, but it's easy to determine that it was never a normal death. And that's a lot of family power. So there's some unusual flavor here. Do you know which family forces have been victimized? Jiang Ming asked. Currently, we only know about a few forces in the northwest domain, among which the Lin family of Wuxiao City has suffered the most deaths and injuries, including some ordinary people who didn't cultivate were also implicated, Lin Tianyi said. So mischievous? Jiang Ming frowned. Even the demon sect rarely laid hands on ordinary people. I didn't realize that this time it was so vicious that even ordinary people were being killed. At this time, Lin Tianyi said. However, senior uncle doesn't need to worry. This matter will be handled by Senior Lin personally. After all, Wushao City is considered the jurisdiction area of the Lingyun sect, and we have sent people to start investigating and dealing with it. Jiang Ming nodded. It had to be said that Lin Tianyi was indeed thorough and thunderous, one step ahead of everyone in everything. That's kind of a very nice plus. After explaining things, Lin Tianyi also went back to the main hall to rest. Jiang Ming, meanwhile, returned to the empty island and lay down on a chair, looking at the sky slightly out of his mind. The thing Lin Tianyi had said earlier did make him a little concerned as well. After all, this matter affected the deaths of many family forces, and the deaths were exactly the same, indicating that the other side was both likely to be the same force to do it. Nowadays, there were two demon sect forces in the open, Blood Demon Sect, as well as the Hall of Locks. Can't it be that it's the work of the locked Luo Palace again? Jiang Ming thought in his heart. The Blood Demon Sect was practically devoid of living people after what happened to the Lord of Chaos, the Xian Underworld Sect, and the Fu Ling True Immortal's Earthly Palace, relying only on the Blood Demon Sect's little residual power. It was impossible to make such a big commotion, and to be able to go and do all of this quietly. Some time ago, it was highly likely that he had done it when he and Turbulently had crossed paths. All signs seemed to point to that power. The Hall of Locks, locked Luo Palace. I didn't look for you guys. Instead you're getting more and more arrogant, aren't you? Jiang Ming murmured. Jiang Ming. Suddenly, just as Jiang Ming was thinking about what to do next, Little Ling Ran directly pounced on him. Jiang Ming grabbed Little Ling Ran up with one hand and said indifferently, "What's so happy? It almost crushed my chair." "Hey!" Little Ling Ran playfully spat out her tongue, then pointed over to the fruit tree and said, "The fruit seems to be ripe. Can I eat it?" After saying that, Little Ling Ran looked at Jiang Ming with an expectant expression. Jiang Ming unexpectedly looked in the direction of the field, and at this glance, it was true. Not only the fruit trees bear fruit, but also the vegetables planted on the ground are all ripe. You know that a month ago, these were just sprouting a little green shoots, and now they're actually ripening and bearing fruit? Is this what makes nature spirits unique? At this time, Jiang Ming came to the field without slowing down, and behind him, Little Spirit Ran followed closely behind. Da. He had watered before, but obviously didn't do as good a job as Little Ling Ran, and even watered himself and almost watered these fruit trees to death. It was also then that Jiang Ming realized that watering too much water and applying too much fertilizer would damage the roots of some plants. It was something he had never thought about before. On the contrary, now, the fruit was bigger than the palm of his hand. What kind of fruit is this? Jiang Ming looked up at the fruit on the fruit tree and touched his chin. He had lived for more than 12,000 years and had never seen a fruit like Zhang. It's orange-yellow with a bit of bright red all over, but the shape of the fruit is a bit peculiar, growing like a six-pointed star. Jiang Ming, can I have one? At this time, Little Ling Ran carefully tugged at the corner of his coat and asked with an expectant gaze. Yes, of course I can. Didn't I promise you before that I would give you the fruit as soon as it was ripe? Jiang Ming smiled. After saying that, Jiang Ming stretched out his hand towards the fruit tree and a strangely shaped fruit appeared in Jiang Ming's hand. Jiang Ming then handed the fruit to Little Ling Ran. Come on, eat, Jiang Ming said with a smile. He. Little Ling Ran grinned and grabbed the fruit, immediately running to her regular resting place, hugging the fruit and eating it. Jiang Ming laughed and shook his head while picking a fruit down himself. He did have some curiosity as to what the fruit actually did. It's so strange looking, and it's still a gift from the system, so it can't just be an ordinary fruit, right? Jiang Ming muttered. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming also took a bite for himself. Next, ding! The host's strength has increased, reaching the peak of the Emperor Immortal at 2,743 weights and extending his lifespan by 1,000 years, rewarding the Immortalization Dan X 100 and the Eruption Dan X 100. End of chapter. That was the last time I heard the system. A series of familiar voices echoed in Jiang Ming's mind, and the rewards, one after another, landed in his storage bag again. How come there's a bunch more of these things? Jiang Ming frowned. Originally, he had thought that after giving Lin Tianyi a bunch of them, his storage bag would finally be empty for other items. I didn't realize that just by eating one fruit, his strength had increased again, but he didn't care. With his current lifespan, it wasn't very realistic at all to be able to die easily, and elevating would be as easy as elevating him. I really didn't expect that the aura contained in this fruit is even more favorable than a 9th grade elixir, and you don't even need to absorb this aura to eat it. You can directly integrate it into yourself. Jiang Ming looked at the fruit in his hand in awe. If he had this fruit before, wouldn't he have casually broken through to Emperor Immortal? Then why was he in seclusion for so long in the first place? Might as well come out and be a farmer and boost your strength by planting and eating fruits and vegetables every day. Totally didn't realize there was such a shortcut to take, Jiang Ming said thoughtfully. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming ate all the fruit in a few bites. Not that I'm afraid of wasting it, but this fruit tastes good. It's very crunchy to eat. The juice is also very tasty. And with a little sweetness. It's the kind of fruit that Jiang Ming has eaten that can be ranked in the list. Originally, Jiang Ming wanted to pick one and eat it, but when he thought that this thing was more precious than a 9th grade elixir, he thought better of it. With his current strength, he had long since stopped needing to ascend. These fruits, as far as possible, are better left for future generations. Ugh, would have liked to eat a few more by myself. Jiang Ming scratched his head. At this time, the little Lingran ran from not far away. The mouth is still stained with orange pulp. Jiang Ming, I want another one, little Lingran said. Looking at Xiao Lingran's flower cat-like face, Jiang Ming was a little amused. This little guy, he's totally eating this stuff like a snack. Of course you can, but you have to promise me one condition. Jiang Ming squatted down and wiped little Lingran's face, then said, What? Little Lingran cocked his head. Starting tomorrow, you'll be studying and practicing like those disciples below, and if you finish well, you'll be able to have fruit every day. How's that? Jiang Ming said. Good. Little Lingran would love to meet more friends too. Little Lingran said happily. But don't forget to water the fruit trees every day. Jiang Ming laughed. Ah, well. Upon hearing this, little Spirit Rant's interest directly went down by half. Obviously the fruit was right in front of her, and she had to hold back her saliva and wait for tomorrow. Looking at little Ling Rant's forced appetite, Jiang Ming found it somewhat amusing. However, since he had seen the uniqueness of this fruit, he also planned to take out all the seeds in his storage bag. And anyway, with little Ling Ran around, he didn't need to worry much about the planting aspect. If little Ling Ran knew what Jiang Ming was thinking right now, I'm afraid she would immediately reject Jiang Ming's conditions. It's just a shame that she's already agreed to it. The next day, the entire Dao Heavenly sect was abuzz. It was because the elite disciples of each peak were all called to the main peak. In the past few days, the disciples of all peaks had heard that the elders of the clan had a lot of business to attend to, and that not only did they have to settle things outside the Dao Heavenly clan, but they also had to deal with matters within the Dao Heavenly clan as well. Coupled with the fact that the disciples of the Lingyun sect were also in the sect, in order to avoid depressing the cultivation process of the top strength disciples of the peaks, several of the most outstanding disciples of the peaks were brought to the main peak, and were uniformly handed over to the teacher personally arranged by the sect leader to guide them. It was also this point that made it very curious within the Dao Heavenly sect. The elders of each peak almost always had their own affairs, and who would this arranged teacher be? Without a doubt, this became a complete mystery in everyone's mind. Which elder do you think will bring this group of disciples after all? There's no need to ask. Those with weak strength simply can't think of suppressing these geniuses. Besides the sect leader and those few elders of the older generation, who else has the strength to steadily suppress them? Could it be Elder Xia? Come on, isn't Elder Xia busy enough? I'm just going with the flow. All the disciples were speculating on who exactly would be leading these geniuses. One must know that each of these 20 strengths were gifted, and the strong ones had already reached the Yuaning stage. Other than those few elders' personal disciples, throughout the entire Dao Heavenly sect, there was no one who could contend with them. And because of that, there was also speculation that the sect leader himself was leading the group. But on second thought, the sect leader not only had to deal with things within the sect, but also had to make good relations with other sects in the outside world, and recently had to worry about things in the Lingyun sect, much less personally instruct those disciples. In this way, everyone can't decide what to do. No matter how much they discussed, they finally realized that all the elders of the older generation, including the sect leader, were all wrapped up in their affairs and were unlikely to come forward to lead the team. For a while, the main peak was crowded with people. Many people were trying to come and meet who would be the one who would take over these 20 geniuses. At this very moment, several whistling sounds came from above the peaks, only to see several figures soar out from the peaks, cutting an extremely conspicuous arc in the air before finally landing on top of the main peak, one after the other. Soon, 20 disciples had arrived at the very center of the main peak dojo, and with the disciples surrounding them in the back, they stood out. It's Fang Zijian from Burning Heart Peak, Senior Sister Song Bai from Psangjian Peak, *******. How come this bastard Chen Ran is included? The disciples on the periphery opened their mouths. Everyone else's reputation was fine, and when it came down to Chen Ran, many people's tones carried a few tones of disbelief. Even Chen Ran himself was rendered speechless. Although he usually talks a lot, but at least he is a real late-stage Jindan. How does it feel that these people have some kind of misunderstanding about his strength? However, within these 20 people, Chen Ran's strength was indeed considered to be in a lower category, so he didn't say anything. But, for them, they were also curious as to who the teacher they would see today would be. The sect master didn't tell them either, and only said that he had asked them to come over today, and that it would be revealed at that time. But now, it's almost time, why hasn't anyone come out yet? However, there was some movement in the periphery at that point. Coming through. Only Jiang Ming brought little Ling Ran with him and pushed his way out of the crowd. It was a relief when he managed to squeeze to the front. It's here after all. I thought it was the other side, Jiang Ming complained. He then stood out from the crowd and led little Ling Ran towards the direction of the 20 people. Seeing this, everyone looked at Jiang Ming with a surprised expression. But upon closer inspection, weren't these the 2 people who came out of the dragon-locking prison a month ago? Could it be that these 2 were also the chosen disciples? That's not right. The sect master said that only 20 people were chosen. That kind brother. It's not good to walk in here. Hurry up and come out. It's over. The hour has come and gone. Say, who the hell are these 2? Do either of you recognize them? When asked, none of the disciples spoke. All shook their heads. That's when they reacted. These 2 had shown up once in the dragon-locking prison, but no one had seen them at any other time. Wait. Suddenly, someone snapped to attention. These 2 have never appeared in the sect, and that little girl is being looked at by the great powers of this sect. It won't be the teachers that the sect master is talking about. That's them, right? Someone ventured a guess. End of chapter. How is this possible? The first thing that happened was that someone dismissed the conjecture. Although Jiang Ming and little Ling Ran had been seen by almost no one, they looked so young in age, and even the strength Jiang Ming had displayed didn't have much of a powerful aura. Instead of Jiang Ming being the teacher, it would be better to say that the great power who had accepted little Ling Ran as a legacy disciple that day had personally come to guide him. It was also this that couldn't help but make them think of the silver-haired woman from January. That woman could be said to have caused a stir within the sect, and even the sect leader and elders treated her with respect. In other words, that silver-haired woman was in all likelihood a former great power of the Dao Heavenly clan. If it was the silver-haired woman, it was a real possibility. Just about everyone was filled with anticipation and was almost certain of it. After all, right now, up and down the Dao Heavenly sect, all the elders were busy, and it seemed that the silver-haired woman was the only one who had never shown her face. It wouldn't be surprising if it was that senior. After all, it's a patriarchal presence. I almost forgot there was that great power. When all the disciples saw the Jiang Ming duo, they couldn't help but think of Dong Qianyao as well. That day, there were still many disciples who had seen it with their own eyes, and their impression of Dong Qianyao was extremely deep. Thinking of this, all the disciples also crossed their fingers, including the 20 talented disciples in the dojo. They all thought the same way. If it was that great power, they were indeed convinced. Brother Jiang Ming. At that moment, Chen Ran saw Jiang Ming and hurriedly waved. When Jiang Ming saw Chen Ran, an odd color appeared on his face. What's this guy doing here? Even little Ling Ran had a look of displeasure appear on her face when she saw Chen Ran, hiding behind Jiang Ming and staring at Chen Ran with a grudge. Ha ha, Jiang Ming, I haven't seen you for a while. How have you been recently? The teacher who lifted us up this time, is it the senior who came out of the dragon-locking prison that day? Reveal it to me. Chen Ran came up with a series of words. Hearing these words, all 19 people on the side also pricked up their ears and listened. Jiang Ming didn't really care. He just didn't expect these guys to actually think that it was Dong Qianyao to lead them. But it wasn't their fault. After all, other than Jiang Ming, I'm afraid no one knew how lazy Dong Qiao's character was. You know, Dong Xiandai was too lazy to even be the sect leader in the first place, and was only interested in tinkering with his own sword formation. Compared to Dong Qiao, Jiang Ming is much more likely to come and teach. With this in mind, Jiang Ming also said truthfully, then I might have to disappoint you. It's actually me who will be your teacher. So Chen Ran's expression changed 3 times in a row, and with the last his eyes were even more glazed over. Not only Chen Ran, the eyes of the other disciples also had a few more shades of contempt in them. To make such jokes at such a time, one simply didn't take the clan's rules and regulations to heart. And what's more, they directly walked up to Jiang Ming. Hey, kid, there's a place for jokes. Look at this place. Is this a place where you should be joking? Suddenly, a tall man stepped forward. He carried a huge heavy sword behind him, and with his wide and tall frame, he easily stood out from the crowd. Compared to Jiang Ming's body plate, the man in front of him was enough to match 3 Jiang Mings. You are? Jiang Ming asked. Hey. Upon seeing this, Chen Ran hurriedly stepped forward to accompany the smile. Don't be angry, senior brother Guin. This brother Jiang is my friend. Just kidding, don't take it too seriously. What joke? Does that kind of thing sound funny? Who here isn't one of the top geniuses in the Dao Heavenly clan? Who sounds funny to that guy? Guin pointed at Jiang Ming and said loudly. This. Chen Ran pulled his mouth. It's hard for him to talk in this situation now. After all, we are all existences that stand at the top of the strength of the Tao Heavenly Sect, and there are some words that are picked out that just can't bear to be chattered about by the bystanders, not to mention ranting about them. Surname Chen, you get out of my way. Don't give me any bull ***** here. Anyway, the sect leader hasn't arrived yet. I'd like to see what kind of nerve this kid has to make this kind of joke. Gu Ying finished speaking and directly prepared to draw his sword. Chen Ran smiled bitterly and walked up, ready to say something. At least Gu Ying was at the peak of Jindan. Once he moved, I'm afraid it would be difficult to stop for a while. What's it all doing here? Suddenly, an extremely majestic voice came from the entire dojo. When the Tao Heavenly Sect disciples heard this voice, the outer disciples immediately saluted in unison. Even the 20 disciples standing on the dojo had their minds moved and immediately bowed their hands. Jiang Ming was the only one who stood still, pulling Jiang Ming to continue walking towards the dojo. Hey, Jiang Ming, hurry back, Chen Ran shouted in a low voice. But Jiang Ming didn't stop. Anyway, he would have to identify himself afterward, and if he let Lin Tianyi introduce him now, there might be a lot less trouble later on. He hates trouble a whole lot. For a while, everyone watched in amazement as Jiang Ming slowly walked upwards, including Gu Ying and the others, as well as the Tao Heavenly Sect disciples in the periphery, all of whom had a look of surprise on their faces at this moment. Why is this guy so bold? Aren't you afraid of the master's wrath? Obviously. Just now, the sect leader's voice already had a hint of sulking in it. Wasn't it angering the sect leader to be so rude? This brainless brat, Gu Ying snorted coldly. He could already imagine the sect master punishing Jiang Ming later. Everyone didn't dare to speak, but everyone could almost guess what would happen to Jiang Ming. At that moment, a sudden air-breaking sound rang out from above. Only 3 beams of light were seen cutting through the sky, forming a pillar of light that fell above the main hall, as if they were immortals descending from the heavens. See you, Master. For a while, above the main peak, the simple voices of the Tao Heavenly Sect's disciples echoed for a long time. Hearing this simple voice, little Lingran, who was following Jiang Ming, was also a bit curious. Little Lin is so popular? Xiao Lingran asked in a low voice as she followed Jiang Ming. Hearing little Lingran's words, Jiang Ming also felt a bit amused. I don't know who taught her that Lin Tianyi should be called Xiao Lin. Obviously she's just as old as she is, and she's quite old when it comes to name calling. Little Lin is considered the boss here. Of course they have to respect little Lin. Jiang Ming said. Then can little Spirit Ran be the boss in the future? Little Spirit Ran asked. Well, trying hard, it should be okay, Jiang Ming said. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Tianyi slowly walked down with 2 elders. Upon seeing Jiang Ming and little Lingran, they also nodded as a sign of respect. I've asked all of you to come here today because I want to introduce you to the new teacher who will be instructing you, Lin Tianyi said calmly with his hands behind his back. At those words, a flash of color flashed up in the eyes of the disciples. They came here mainly because they wanted to see, in the end, which mighty person instructed these 20 outstanding senior brothers and sisters, and when the sect master himself said it, it would also be able to relieve their doubts. Among them, Gu Ying and the others also surfaced a look of anticipation. At the same time, he also wanted to properly punish Jiang Ming. At that moment, Lin Tianyi slowly said, and the person I've chosen is Jiang Ming. End of chapter. Jiang Ming? Hearing the name, the people below were confused. It's not like it's a female name either, is it? Wasn't it the silver-haired woman? The disciples on the periphery were all puzzled, while the 20 disciples who were on the dojo all had an odd look appear on their faces. Jiang Ming? Why did that name always feel so familiar to them? Wait, that kid Chen Ran called before, wasn't his name Jiang Ming again? It seems so. No way, it's really that guy? The 20 disciples' faces changed. When they thought of this, their gazes almost all looked toward Chen Ran, and Chen Ran stood in place with a dumbfounded look on his face, somewhat unresponsive. Even he wondered if he had heard wrong. Was it really the Jiang Ming he knew? At this moment, Jiang Ming unhurriedly led little Ling Ran to the top of the dojo and came to a step in front of Lin Tianyi. Standing here and looking down, one could take in almost all the disciple figures. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Ming, take care of me in the future, Jiang Ming said with a harmless smile. What? It's really him. Hearing those words, Gu Yin's face changed and changed. How could this guy really be their teacher? Does he have the qualifications? What the hell was the sect leader thinking? All the disciples couldn't figure it out. What was so different about this Jiang Ming? Why was he chosen by the sect master? Not to mention that hardly any of them knew Jiang Ming. Sect master, I'm not convinced. Suddenly, Gu Yin gritted his teeth and resolutely walked out of the dojo. He was already acute. Plus he was originally one of the top disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect, with a pride that belonged to him. Why should he honor a guy who seemed so young as his teacher? Moreover, The strength displayed on this Jiang Ming was so weak that they could barely feel it. How can he be their teacher? The moment Lin Tianyi frowned and was about to speak, Jiang Ming waved his hand, signaling that he would solve it himself. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi wasn't going to open his mouth. The best way to face these talented disciples was to intercede on their own. Otherwise they would still be disobedient in the future. You say you're not convinced, then tell me specifically how you're not convinced? Jiang Ming asked, holding his hands. Of course it's strength. Gu Yin's eyes said with a displeased meaning, everything in my generation of cultivators has already spoken in terms of strength. You are not outstanding in terms of strength in the first place. You are young and inexperienced in the second place. And you don't have any connections in the third place. The whole Dao Heavenly Sect doesn't know you. You want me to suddenly recognize you as a teacher? Ask everyone if they agree. After saying that, he turned to look at the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples at the back. All the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples also nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed this reasoning. Senior brother Gu has a point. That's right. Well, at least it has to be ranked in strength, right? It's a bit of a stretch not to show strength at all, the disciples on the outside said. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi frowned slightly, but it was right. Jiang Ming had specifically asked him to hide his identity before in order to investigate the other demon sect forces on the continent. So much so that the disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect didn't even know that such a great power existed. The disciples were rightly skeptical. Of course, since Jiang Ming had chosen to handle it himself, he must have his own methods. Jiang Ming, why do they seem to be upset with you? Little Lingran asked without understanding. Jiang Ming didn't really know how to explain it for a while. However, after thinking about it, Jiang Ming said, they want to see my strength, so in order to avoid any accidental injuries, you should stay at Shaolin's place first. Little Lingran nodded obediently, then said, then you have to be gentle with your hands. Oh, don't ruin this place again. At those words, the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. This little guy is still so concerned about what happened there in the underground palace. Not to mention that this is the Dao Heavenly Sect. He can't possibly smash his old home to smithereens anymore, right? At that moment, Jiang Ming slowly walked down the steps. During that time, Jiang Ming looked downwards and asked, since you want to see my strength so badly, then I'll give you guys a chance as well. Don't you guys think that I'm too weak? So you think that I can't be your teacher? Now, you guys can come over and challenge me, and I won't bully you, only using the foundation stage cultivation. The words fell. Jiang Ming came onto the dojo, and at this moment, the aura on his body inexplicably raised to the foundation establishment stage. Everyone in the room froze. They had never heard of such a strange way of ascending. To be able to ascend to the foundation establishment stage in such a short period of time, could it be that they had practiced some secret art? But, even a mere foundation stage wanted to be their opponent? It's too much to underestimate them. Jiang Ming, don't be too arrogant. Even if the sect leader thinks highly of you, but if you really aren't my opponent, then you'd better leave before it's too late, lest you lose face. Gu Yin roared loudly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming looked at Gu Yin in surprise, then said, you probably didn't get my point. I'm not asking you to come fight me alone. I mean, all of you, together. At those words, the faces of everyone present changed again and again. Originally, challenging Gu Yin was enough to shock them, but now Jiang Ming was actually directly challenging 20 talented disciples. Is that confidence or arrogance? If it's hubris, it's pretty much hubris. Gu Yin's face became extremely ugly after hearing Jiang Ming's words. Jiang Ming's words felt like he was looking down on his strength. At least he was a peak Jin Dan. To actually be looked down upon by such a brat. Even this guy wanted to challenge all of them with only the foundation stage. How can this breath be tolerated? This brother, your words are too much of a disregard for us, aren't they? If 20 of us go together, even a peak Yuaning may not be able to win with 100% certainty. Do you really have this confidence? At that moment, a man in a gray practice suit stepped forward. When this person stood out, the disciples at the back were all startled. Fang Zijin can't stand it anymore either? Fang Zijin is a real early stage Yuaning strength. It's considered to be in existence at the top of the strength among the 20 people. You guys don't know. Fang Zijin seems to be comprehending sword intent lately, and has vaguely surpassed some of the veteran disciples in terms of sword Dao. Really? The outer disciples had started gossiping about Fang Zijin. Not only was Fang Zijin's strength superb, but his comprehension in the Dao of the sword was no less than anyone else in the clan, and was even able to match those veteran disciples who had practiced for hundreds of years. I'm afraid that the only people who can talk to them are those who are pro-disciples to compare some. If it was Fang Zijin who made the move, this Jiang Ming, I'm afraid it's going to be bad luck. It was just that since Jiang Ming had put his words out, the disciples on the dojo weren't going to be indifferent. The words have been said to this point. If you don't make a move, you will look cowardly instead. Only Chen Ran sighed and had no choice but to follow. But he shook his head and laughed bitterly. Brother Jiang, it looks like you've gotten into big trouble this time. End of chapter. In the face of Jiang Ming's challenge, the 20 people were not afraid in the slightest. With Gu Yin at the head, the others followed closely behind. At this point, they flashed their weapons. Jiang Ming, I don't know where you got the nerve to challenge all of us, but today I'll show you what a stupid decision you made. Gu Yin heckled loudly. Your request is really hard to deal with. It's clearly just that you want to see my strength. How come it's a stupid decision I made again? Jiang Ming spread his hands. Cut that out. Everyone, this man is arrogant to the extreme. Since he's asking us to strike together, let's show no mercy, Gu Yin said loudly. The others also almost acquiesced to Gu Yin's words, since he dared to let out such big words on such an occasion, coupled with the fact that there was a sect leader to see to it. Even if Jiang Ming ended up being beaten by them until he knelt down and begged for forgiveness, it would just be a case of reaping what he sowed. Even the Tao Heavenly Sect disciples in the periphery were shouting cheers at this time. It could be seen just how low Jiang Ming's influence in the Tao Heavenly Sect had fallen. I'll forget it. At that moment, Chen Ran smiled and stood out, announcing that he had abstained early. The others looked at Chen Ran, a touch of contempt surfacing on their faces. What? Just because you're acquainted with him, you don't dare to go up to him? Gu Yin frowned. That's sort of a reason. Chen Ran compensated with a smile. Besides, you're all out together. One more or one less shouldn't affect the big picture. And besides, I don't want to take a shot at my friends. Don't you think so? Upon hearing this, Gu Yin snorted coldly. His gaze flung a glance at Chen Ran before turning around. It doesn't matter. The ending won't change anyway. Do what you want, Gu Yin said. Okay then I wish you guys a good victory, Chen Ran said with a smile. After saying that, Chen Ran immediately ran to the back and watched the battle. In fact, Chen Ran had long since noticed that something wasn't quite right. Since the sect leader had chosen Jiang Ming, there was bound to be a reason for it, and it was impossible to casually send someone over to guide them. It was obvious that those who were here were the outstanding leaders of the Tao Heavenly Sect. All of them had their own pride, so how could they easily recognize someone they had never known as their teacher? And Jiang Ming had come out of the dragon-locking prison unharmed for the first time in hundreds of years. It was enough to prove that there were too many unexpected places on Jiang Ming. One accident might just be a fluke, then a series of accidents. It's very likely that people have real money. It seems that I've really befriended an extraordinary fellow. The corner of Chen Ran's mouth curled into a smile, especially now that he was looking at the sect leader's nonchalant attitude. It made him even more certain of his suspicions. Now, all he had to do was watch what came next. The moment the 19 people came to Jiang Ming's body, their gazes all carrying a bit of hostility, holding onto Jiang Ming's figure with a death grip, as if they were afraid that Jiang Ming would suddenly escape. Jiang Ming, make your move. Don't say we didn't give you a chance. Gu Yin raised his heavy sword and said loudly. Good. Jiang Ming nodded. After saying that, Jiang Ming's body moved. At this moment, the brows of the 19 people present suddenly knitted together. Where are the people? Immediately afterward, Jiang Ming's figure appeared amongst the crowd like a ghost. Lifting his leg and kicking it, a disciple directly flew out backwards, smashing dead on the floor below, his eyelids flopping violently, almost fainting directly. No good. There's a trick. Fang Zijian's gaze narrowed slightly, immediately retreating. The others weren't cuties either. Reacted immediately. Previously, they had almost exclusively viewed Jiang Ming as someone with foundation stage strength, but now they had changed their concepts. At this speed, even a Yuaning stage expert would find it hard to do so. His grandma, acting us out. Right, Gu Yin burst out. However, at this moment, an aura that didn't belong to him appeared behind him at an unknown time, causing his cold hairs to stand up. There is a pull of wrath in the way of the sword, but it's a pity that you seem to have only grasped wrath without understanding the essence of it. Jiang Ming's voice traveled in Gu Yin's ears. What? Gu Yin's face changed. In the next second, a thick stream of true qi slammed directly behind him. The powerful thrust directly shook Gu Yin out. Fortunately, Gu Yin's foundation was better, and when he was shocked out, he utilized the power of his heavy sword to rotate in the air for 3.5 weeks, and finally landed firmly on the ground, only spitting out air in a somewhat wretched manner. Oh, looks like the base is not bad. Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. Buzz. Right at this juncture, a crisp sword chirping sound resounded through the space. Only Fang Zijian could be seen gripping the blade of his sword tightly, himself caressing the sword out as if it were a fresh breeze, tracing a seemingly insignificant swordsmanship in the air. But just the sword intent was enough to smack people in the face. What a sword intent! Fang Zijian has really cultivated sword intent. That's a realm of meaning that many elders have yet to comprehend. The disciples on the periphery marveled. Why was the Tao Heavenly Sect famous in the world? The reason is simple. Because they're a sword sect. Once upon a time, the world's #1 sword clan had terrorized the entire Sichuan continent. To this day it may have fallen a little out of favor, but ever since the sect master Lin Tianyi comprehended the sword intent, he has once again lifted up the Tao Heavenly Sect and stepped up to the door of a first-rate sect. And the lightning has struck. It was enough to prove how powerful sword intent really was. Feng Zijian cultivating sword intent, just a wisp of it, was enough to praise his talent. It was also Feng Zijian's sword that made everyone think that Jiang Ming had come to an end. Early Yuaning stage. Plus this wisp of sword intent. What does Jiang Ming fight with? Dang. But just then, a crisp clash of blades rang out, only to see Jiang Ming also take out a sword, which coincidentally stood in front of his body just in time to block Feng Zijian's sword intent. In the space, a not-so-small wave of air immediately stirred up, spreading across the dojo. Seeing this, the corners of Feng Zijian's eyes narrowed slightly as he hastily retracted his sword and prepared to retreat. But who would have thought that Jiang Ming's speed was even faster than his, arriving in front of Feng Zijian in the blink of an eye. So fast. This is what the disciples perceived in their hearts. But before Jiang Ming could strike, two swords attacked simultaneously from Feng Zijian's left and right sides. That's right, it's not a one-man battle. Song Bai, as well as another disciple, pushed straight at Jiang Ming with their sword blades in hand. At this time, Jiang Ming also slightly withdrew his hand and casually resisted. And these moves were actually drip-fed and all defended against. And even the disciples from the outside world always felt that the sword moves Jiang Ming made were very familiar. That's the 5 styles of the Dao sword, right? It's still true. I'll go. All 5 styles of the Dao sword are able to defend against Senior Sister Sun's and Senior Sister Qin's moves? The disciples were astonished. The Dao sword 5 styles was the most basic sword stance of the Dao Heavenly Sect. Even those disciples who had practiced for 10 or 20 years would rarely use such a basic sword stance anymore. I didn't expect to use the 5 styles of the Dao sword from Jiang Ming's hands, but also the moves of the 2 senior sisters, all of which had been neutralized. This Jiang Ming is really something, isn't he? End of chapter. Just by using the Dao sword 5 styles, he was able to resist the 2 senior sisters' moves so easily. Moreover, Jiang Ming had just directly defeated Guyin, Feng Zijian, and the others with ease. With this kind of strength on display, even if everyone couldn't believe it anymore, they had to believe the facts in front of them. How is this possible? The disciples were filled with shock. Guyin and the others were all the best on the peaks, and the weakest in terms of strength were all in the late Jindan stage. But Jiang Ming still looked as if he was at ease right now. Not a moment too soon. Not only Song Bai or the others. After each move was defended by Jiang Ming, it was a counterattack from a tricky angle. The counterattacking rapier is very vindicated. Vindicated to what extent? Even the peripheral disciples could do such a simple move. Even these moves did not have half a bit of real chi running. That is to say, purely relying on their own skills and strength, forcing the other party to not even be able to use their real chi to bring out their true strength, and locking in the other party's weaknesses with every move. Looking at Jiang Ming's plain and simple moves, all the disciples were silent at this moment. Originally, they were still cheering for those senior brothers and sisters, but now where was the atmosphere of cheering? They were completely shocked by Jiang Ming's bizarre moves. They always felt something was wrong, but could never quite put their finger on it. It's just a weird feeling. Senior Uncle's sword skill has truly reached a realm where no one can peer into it. Lin Tianyi sighed. He was also considered to have practiced his sword intent to the realm of ascent. But now, when he looked at Jiang Ming's sword technique, he still had a feeling of seeming to understand it. Jiang Ming's sword technique had completely reached the realm where a move was better than no move, and no sword was better than a sword. The sword was in his hands, and every sword move was the most extremely intentional sword move. The 2 elders behind him also nodded silently. Watching Jiang Ming's moves was also greatly beneficial to them. Even though he couldn't detect Jiang Ming's aura, the attainment in sword arts was visible to the naked eye. Whether or not they could comprehend one or two of them naturally depended on their talent as well. Just not a moment too soon. The 19 people on the dojo, all of them were like deflated fighting cocks. Although there was still a strong will to fight in their eyes, everyone was panting as they looked at Jiang Ming, completely unable to use half of their strength. What the hell did this guy use? The crowd was very strange in their minds. Obviously, they were able to unleash much more than that, but when facing Jiang Ming's offense and defense, every move they were about to unleash, Jiang Ming's next sword would just stab them in their soft underbelly. Instead, over time, they were still a bit overwhelmed. Moreover, what tricks had Jiang Ming been using? The 5 styles of the Dao sword, and the 5 styles of the Heavenly Sword. These were the most basic sword arts of the Dao Heavenly Sect, and only those new disciples who had just entered the sect would use them. and existences of their strength would have long since turned their noses up at such low-level sword arts. And now, they were defeated in the basic sword technique that they had always disdained. It's not fair. We're obviously capable of utilizing far more strength than this. You must have used some unseemly means, Guin said through clenched teeth. Even if I used some means, so what? Jiang Ming spread his hands in a bad way. Losing is losing. Winning is winning. Winning where do you need what is bright and fair? Unless you have absolute crushing strength, otherwise when fighting with others, do you think that everyone else is? Really just bright and square with you hard-ah. You. Hearing these words from Jiang Ming, Guin was even more furious. What crooked reasoning? How can my generation of righteous cultivators be compared to those lowly people? If you have the guts, you can take my full-strength sword hard. I'll ask you if you dare. Guin pointed at Jiang Ming and shouted explosively. When these words were released, the hearts of all the people in the periphery trembled. This time, Guin was truly angered. Judging from the situation just now, Jiang Ming clearly had two skills, but Guin and these people were indeed holding back very hard, completely unable to utilize their full strength. If Jiang Ming really wants to take it hard, it's still really hard to tell if you're going to win or lose. Meanwhile, Chen Ran, who was standing on the periphery, was relaxed. It's not like he's going up there to get beat up anyway, so what does he care? What's more, judging from the fight just now, Jiang Ming had obviously left a backhand. It was just a pity that Guin was completely in a rage right now and hadn't thought of that at all. However, the authorities were confused, and it was only right that Guin couldn't think of this. The moment, everyone looked at Jiang Ming, wanting to see if Jiang Ming would accept this declaration of war from Guin or not. If they didn't accept it, it also showed that Jiang Ming was afraid, and Guin and the others were afraid that they wouldn't agree to Jiang Ming being their teacher. At that moment, Jiang Ming however smiled, while raising his hand and hooking it towards Guin. Want to try? Come on then. As the words fell, the Tao Heavenly Sect disciples sucked in a breath of cool air. How dare you say yes? Although Gu Yin's strength was not as good as Feng Zijian's, if Gu Yin's full-strength sword was really chopped down towards a person, that power could only be avoided even by Yuaning stage cultivators. It was because the sword art that Gu Yin cultivated was the most domineering sword art. In terms of skill, it might not be as good as Feng Zijian, but in terms of power, it was even more dominating than Feng Zijian's full-strength sword. After hearing Jiang Ming's promise, a smile of triumph also surfaced on Gu Yin's face. As long as Jiang Ming really dared to take this sword from him, he still didn't believe that this guy could still say such words in such a cloudy manner. Jiang Ming had that look on his face. He had long wanted to give him a hard beating. Good. Don't you dare hide. Gu Yin snapped his teeth. At this moment, he held his hands above the huge sword in front of him. By a touch of yellowish true qi surging out from his circumference, it began to be injected into the blade of the sword, and the entire giant sword began to resonate, emitting a sword chime in the dojo. This sword sound is different from Feng Zijian's. The ancient Yin's huge sword contained a low sword sound that was like the muffled thunder that resounded before a storm, like the low roar of a volcano before it erupted. Under Gu Yin's urging, the dojo actually began to tremble. At the same time, countless thin spiritual qi, at this moment, continuously surged towards the ancient Yin giant sword. This guy, even Chen Ran was a little frightened when he saw this scene. The others in the arena, also sensing a hint of something wrong, immediately dispersed to the fringe of the dojo. This sword of Gu Yin's was even more terrifying than its usual power during a serious fight. Senior brother Gu wouldn't be trying to kill Jiang Ming, would he? It's really possible. After all, with that nature, senior brother Gu hates it when people talk in front of him. Why do I get the feeling that it's all a bit unsafe here? The Tao Heavenly Sect disciples all felt a twinge of unease. The might that Gu Yin had gathered with this sword was so great that the entire main peak trembled with it. Seeing this, even Lin Tianyi frowned slightly and gently raised his hand in a gesture. At this moment, the two elders behind them also understood and immediately formed a spell seal in their hands. In an instant, a transparent shroud of light enveloped the entire dojo, and the mighty energy within was immediately isolated. Actually, even the elders have been startled. It looks like Gu Yin is really furious. The hearts of the disciples sank. This strike, I'm afraid, is beyond the realm of regular cuts. End of chapter. Seeing this scene, Gu Yin was ecstatic in his heart. In the midst of his anger, he really did get some breakthroughs, and he could even feel another unprecedented power in his body that was continuously surging out of his limbs and bones. Drink! One time, Gu Yin roared as a monstrous power was released from within him. Just by looking at this terrifying trend, a look of horror appeared in the eyes of all the disciples. Sword intent again. My goodness. I didn't realize that senior brother Gu had also condensed sword intent. This is really finished. Senior brother Gu has condensed his sword intent. Isn't the power of this sword even more terrifying? No wonder the elder laid down a boundary in advance. I'm afraid we'll really be affected by this sword coming down. Seeing this, the disciples felt a pang of fear in their hearts. Feng Zijian had comprehended sword intent and was already a rare sword Dao genius in the Dao Heavenly Sect. Who would have thought that Guyin would have comprehended sword intent just like that in this battle? This is too much. Not only those disciples on the periphery, including those inside the dojo, were all incredibly shocked by this wisp of sword intent released by Guyin. Since when was sword intent so easy to comprehend? Oh, that's quite a bit of talent. A little goes a long way. Jiang Ming looked at Guyin in this sword momentum and said indifferently. However, from Jiang Ming's perspective, Guyin's sword intent was similar to Feng Zijian's. Both of them only had a mere hint of skin, and could not be considered true sword intent. But at this age, coupled with the fact that the inheritance of the sword Dao was already in decline, it was already considered rare. At this point, as Guyin's voice fell, the surrounding aura swelled more than twice as much, so much so that even Guyin himself was somewhat unable to control it. Powerful sword might converged on the giant sword at this moment. Just then, the huge sword in Guyin's hand suddenly trembled violently. Clang! This sword blasted down. Vast sword might exploded above the dojo. Its power was such that even Guyin himself was shaken out by the force, and Jiang Ming, who was hit by this sword might, was actually standing in place at this moment, not dodging or flashing in the face of this horrifying sword, and was instantly submerged in the body by this horrifying might. Boom! An enormous might instantly filled the entire dojo. The power alone that echoed through the dojo caused the disciples on the periphery to unconsciously take 2 steps back. If it wasn't for the boundary laid down by the elders in advance, I'm afraid that the power from this sword alone would be enough to split the entire dojo apart. My God! At this moment, all of the disciples' eyes widened and their mouths could almost be stuffed with a steamed bun. The power of Guyin's sword fall was so shocking that for a full 5 breaths of time, the terrifying might was still undissipated on the dojo. So much so that the people on the periphery couldn't see exactly what was happening inside. It's not like Jiang Ming just died, is it? Someone asked. This, no one answered. Guyin's sword was too terrifying. Originally, Guyin was a genius in the main line of overbearing sword arts, and with the addition of a strand of sword intent in it at that moment, the power was twice as powerful and upwards as what one would normally see. With such a powerful force, not to mention Jiang Ming, if an unusual elder went in, he would only be injured. Unless, it was a god transformation stage powerhouse that could possibly get out of this sword. It seems that in the future, the rankings of the Dao Heavenly Clan's heavenly rankings will be greatly reshuffled again. Yeah, Senior Brother Gu has comprehended the sword intent this time. Just the little bit of land in the martial dojo isn't enough for him to eat a pot with this sword. Worthy of being the first person of the bastard sword. This power makes my scalp numb just looking at it. The disciples shook their heads. It was hard to say whether or not Jiang Ming would survive. After all, the power of this sword was obvious to them all. It's horrible. However, Chen Ran's face remained calm, even unimpressed as he leaned against the periphery, chewing on a fruit in his mouth. You seem confident in that, Jiang Ming? At this time, Song Bai held her sword in her hand and said with a tone as frosty as ice. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran immediately put a smile on his face and came over like a dog. Senior sister Song is interested in that Jiang Ming? He. To be honest, this brother Jiang and I can be considered old friends. Last time, Chen Ran opened his mouth with a bunch of nonsense. Stop. Get to the point. Song Bai closed her eyes and interrupted. Actually it's not me who has a lot of confidence in Jiang Ming. It should be the sect leader who has a lot of confidence in Jiang Ming. Chen Ran spread his hands and said. At those words, Song Bai frowned and looked at Lin Tianyi on the high platform. Indeed, when they were fighting before, they didn't pay attention to it, but now they reacted to it by sinking their hearts into it, and from the beginning to the end, the sect leader didn't interfere with their sparring. It was reasonable to say that since the sect leader would choose Jiang Ming to be their teacher, he was bound to still know Jiang Ming's strength very well. In the face of their group attack, until Guyin chopped out that sword just now, the master doesn't seem to have been too worried about it. Could it be that from the very beginning, the sect leader was very sure that Jiang Ming could win? Just watch. From the beginning when they exchanged blows, if you look closely, you can see that Jiang Ming hasn't been giving his best, although Gu Yin's sword might be a bit of a variable. But personally, I don't think it should affect the ending. Chen Ran said. You think Jiang Ming will win? Song Bai frowned. Goddess. It's not a matter of will or won't, Chen Ran said with a bitter smile. He is sure to win. Gu Yin slumped to the ground. I don't know how long it took before he slowly climbed up, while blood continued to spill from the corners of his mouth. The trauma inflicted on his body by that sword just now was equally not small. With his current strength, swinging that sword just now was already beyond the limit, but the first time he comprehended the sword intent, he didn't have a good grasp of it. so much so that in the end, the true chi in his dantian was drained, and that last sword was still coming out of his hand, causing a backlash. The trauma this has caused him can be considerable. However, when he remembered Jiang Ming's anxious look in the face of his sword, he couldn't help but wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a sneer. I'm sure that guy is already scared less. Guin slowly stood up and thought in his heart, but just as he stood up and looked in Jiang Ming's direction, he froze. At this very moment, the entire dojo, including the outside of the dojo, became silent. No one made a sound at this moment. Everyone had shock and disbelief in their eyes, all of them looking in the direction of Jiang Ming in unison. The moment Jiang Ming grasped Gu Yin's sword blade in his hand, and at the sharp edge, it was right against Jiang Ming's palm, but there wasn't half a bit of blood flowing out. It was as if when that sword was chopping at Jiang Ming just raised his hand and directly grabbed the huge sword in the palm of his hand, hard using his physical body to block down the incomparably powerful huge sword. What kind of fleshly body was this to be able to receive this sword with his bare hands? Everyone was speechless. Seeing this scene, their heads had long since gone blank. They'd thought of a million possibilities, but never imagined this would happen. At this time, Jiang Ming casually threw the huge sword on the ground, wiped his hands and said, "Have you dispelled your doubts about my strength now?" End of chapter. How is that possible? Guing knelt on the ground with all his thoughts, looking at Jiang Ming's body, which was not damaged in any way. His pupils trembled as if he was in an earthquake. He took that sword? Not even a little thing? He could no longer describe Jiang Ming. This was a situation he had never seen before, so much so that Jiang Ming's actions as he walked towards him, the sense of oppression that came with it, even more than the sect's elders, or even the sect leader, had suffocated him. A touch of shock surfaced in the eyes of the other disciples on the dojo as they looked at Jiang Ming's all-or-nothing figure. That sword Guin had just used. It could be said that unless one was a strong person at the god transformation stage of cultivation, it was impossible to receive it so easily. But Jiang Ming just did it, even though they had expected it in their hearts. After actually watching Jiang Ming take this sword so easily, they all had an unspeakable feeling in their hearts. Alright, that's enough of the farce. Suddenly, Jiang Ming put the giant sword aside and swept his gaze over the surrounding disciples. The reason why I agreed to spar with you guys is also very simple. It's because it's impossible for you guys to be convinced without showing something. Secondly, I also want to see at which level of strength and base you guys are at. Solace, you guys have a pretty good base, but ultimately, you're still a bit flawed and haven't touched the door. So now I can still give you two choices. 1. Listen to the clan's arrangements and let me guide your cultivation for the time being. 2. Leave this place and return to your original places and continue to be your geniuses. Having said that, Jiang Ming had made his words very clear. Since he had chosen to step forward to instruct the disciples of the clan, then some words would definitely have to be picked out. It's a karmic thing to be able to be instructed by him. People who cultivate are concerned with the word karma. If they remained unconvinced, then they did not have the destiny, and there was no need to force it. As the old saying goes, there are opportunities all around everyone. It's just a matter of whether you can grasp them. Hearing what Jiang Ming said, they looked a bit hesitant. The strength that Jiang Ming had displayed was completely beyond their expectations. Even that sword that Guin had just taken with ease was enough to prove that his means and cards were by no means something they could imagine. It was just that Jiang Ming looked too young, and it would always feel weird if they really wanted him to be their teacher. Allow me to go back and think about it. I also think it's better to be more thoughtful. Sorry. For a while, several disciples retired. In fact, when they met Jiang Ming in the beginning, they had no intention of letting him be their teacher. Now that Jiang Ming had given them a step down, it was considered a good separation. What's more, what's wrong with Jiang Ming even if he has strength? If he's so young, can he really be able to instruct all of them here? Just being strong isn't enough to point people in the right direction. One way or another. Nearly half of the candidates were left in the dojo, watching almost half of them leave. Some of the remaining ones wavered a bit. At this time, Song Bai slowly walked over. I recognize you as my teacher, but if there is no progress in a year, I will leave immediately. Song Bai's tone was devoid of any semblance of emotion. Jiang Ming didn't answer, just nodded casually. Seeing this, the others' faces were a bit surprised. To think that Song Bai had agreed to be Jiang Ming's student? This was a bit unexpected to them. Song Bai could be said to be the youngest disciple amongst the 20, and the one with the highest talent. At only 27 years old, she was already infinitely close to the peak of Jindan. This kind of talent was beyond the reach of even the older disciples within the sect. Song Bai, on the other hand, had recognized Jiang Ming, which made them all a little unexpected. After Song Bai became Jiang Ming's first student, Chen Ran, who had been at the edge of the dojo, immediately ran over with his butt in his hands. Brother Jiang, I am also willing to be your student, Chen Ran said with his hand raised. You? Jiang Ming frowned. Honestly, I don't want to take you. Why? My talent isn't bad. I'm at least in the late Jindan stage, and I trust your strength so much, Chen Ran said repeatedly. It's because you didn't fight me, so I can't well judge what kind of talent you really have, Jiang Ming said. And that is? You talk too much. At those words, Chen Ran froze, and then an apologetic smile appeared on his face. It's fine. I'll pay attention in the future. Just accept me, Chen Ran begged bitterly. Looking at Chen Ran's successive requests, Jiang Ming couldn't say anything. After all, this was considered to be the elite of disciples that Lin Tianyi had picked out. No matter what, the bottom line wouldn't be too bad. It's just that Chen Ran, this kid's mind is too obvious. It's clear that he's coming at Songbai, and there's no point in hiding it at all. Fine, but if you want to be my student, you'll still have to spar with me alone after today, Jiang Ming said. This. Chen Ran shuddered. Fighting Jiang Ming, this was completely embarrassing for him. Even the 19 people together couldn't do anything to help Jiang Ming, and if he went alone, it was a complete one-sided beating. Can we not fight? Chen Ran asked with a bitter smile. You don't have a choice, Jiang Ming directly vetoed. Seeing this, Chen Ran could only win the fight with a gray face. After the two agreed, the other people's hearts that were originally wavering had also made up their minds at this time. And even Fang Zijian had agreed to become one of Jiang Ming's students, which caused even more shock to the entire Dao Heavenly Sect's disciples. After a while, there were also 8 people who chose to be Jiang Ming's students. I also promised to be your student. Suddenly, a heavy voice spread across the dojo, only to see Guing pick up the huge sword that was placed aside and slowly walk up to Jiang Ming, saying loudly. Seeing that it was Guing who had agreed to be Jiang Ming's student, it was even more of a surprise to all the disciples outside the dojo. Guyan's impression on everyone in the Dao Heavenly Sect was that of a short-tempered nature that would never give in to defeat. Once he was defeated, he would find ways to become stronger and then challenge the other party again until he won. But now, Guyan had actually promised Jiang Ming to become his disciple, which made them all feel incredible. This is still senior brother Gu? The disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect were incomparably surprised. Or rather, there were so many accidents that happened today that it was like dreaming. Oh, are you sure? Jiang Ming looked at Guyan with interest. A loss is a loss. And you're right, it's the winners who have the right to speak. I'm convinced of my loss, and naturally I've agreed to be your student. Guyan's tone was slightly irritated tone, but Jiang Ming didn't care either. After all, the sword Dao that Guyan cultivated was originally an overbearing sword intent, as well as an extremely rigid sword art. If he didn't have this temperament, Jiang Ming instead hadn't wanted to accept him as a student. After Guyan agreed, Jiang Ming ended up choosing just these 9 people, although there are still 2 or 3 people who are wavering in the field, but this can only be said to have a destiny. Jiang Ming does not have to force it. With these 9 people, Jiang Ming even felt that it was already enough. And there's this Chen Ran guy around. I'm afraid one person is noisier than the other 8. I'm afraid he's going to have to add some conditions in the future to limit this guy before he can do so. End of chapter. Looking at what was happening on the dojo, Lin Tianyi frowned slightly. Originally, he wanted all 20 disciples to be placed under Jiang Ming's guidance. If they were to be inculcated by Jiang Ming's side, his achievements for these disciples in the future would be unlimited. It was a pity that in the end, there were only 9 people who were willing to be Jiang Ming's students, a number that completely failed to meet Lin Tianyi's expectations. As long as Jiang Ming had a tougher attitude, it was unlikely that 20 people would disobey the clan's orders, but it was only because Jiang Ming had allowed them to choose freely that half of them were left with no choice. Forget it, since senior uncle is doing this, he naturally has his reasons. Lin Tianyi sighed. In the future, the gap between the 20 of them might also widen more and more, and when it came time to backtrack, I'm afraid there would be no medicine for regret. After Jiang Ming had given the 9 some miscellaneous matters, Jiang Ming turned to look at Lin Tianyi and nodded. That's when things came to an end. Since this is all everyone's choice, I don't need to say anything more. In the future, if you 9 have any problems with your cultivation, you can all ask Jiang Ming. If there's nothing else, you guys can follow Jiang Ming to his new residence and familiarize yourselves with the environment. Lin Tianyi's voice spread across the dojo. The 9 nodded back. Since they had chosen Jiang Ming, they had given it a lot of thought. For an existence of their strength, they would be very attached to every decision they made. So when they chose Jiang Ming, not only did they recognize his strength, but they also respected the sect leader's decision. And most crucially, they also left themselves a way out. Once Jiang Ming wasn't as well instructed as they thought he was, they could get out at any time. What's more, Jiang Ming had acquiesced, which could be considered a bold attempt without any serious consequences. Totally worth the gamble. During this time, The 9 people also followed Jiang Ming and slowly left from one of the dojo paths. To their surprise, Little Spirit Ran had also followed them forward to their new residence. And they had learned from Jiang Ming that Little Spirit Ran would also be joining them and becoming one of them. Along the way they gazed oddly at Jiang Ming. There's so much hidden in this man. It was clear that Little Spirit Ran had been accepted as an inheritance disciple by that silver-haired woman a month ago, so it was logical that she wouldn't become someone else's apprentice. After all, that was the oldest generation of Daotian sect's great powers. How could it be no match for Jiang Ming, this seemingly mediocre fellow? This guy, he's hiding quite a lot on his body. Song Bai followed behind. Her gaze locked on Jiang Ming. When they arrived at the back of the main peak, surrounded by emerald green bamboos, there were a few fallen bamboo leaves on the stone steps, and when Jiang Ming took a step, these scattered bamboo leaves were like the attendants welcoming the road on both sides, scattering towards both sides. Those who walked up behind were met with very clean stone steps. I heard from the elders that this used to be the place where the sect leader practiced when he was young, and no one has lived here for thousands of years long ago. I didn't expect that the sect leader would be the one to give this place up for us to practice. Fang Zijian walked ahead and said in a deep voice. At those words, the other disciples were also slightly surprised. How could they not have expected that their new residence in the future would be the place where the sect leader practiced when he was young? What an honor this was! They noticed a separate courtyard ahead, and in front of the door stood a wooden plaque with 3 powerful words engraved on it. Green Bamboo Yard. Judging from the color and decay of the wooden plaque, I am afraid that it is also thousands of years old. However, the words on this wooden sign were so clearly visible, even with a few bits of sword intent left on it. What a powerful character. Could it be left by the sect leader in the past? The disciples discussed. At that moment, Jiang Ming walked out from inside the green bamboo courtyard and interrupted them as he looked at their serious expressions. Don't guess. This was left here by my senior brother. If you have the leisure to look at that, you might as well prepare for today's cultivation. Jiang Ming said indifferently. What? So fast? The 9 people's faces changed. It wasn't that they were surprised whose senior brother Jiang Ming was, but they were surprised that they had to cultivate so soon. Shouldn't today be the day to first familiarize yourself with your surroundings and set up where you live? As a result, you have to practice on your first day here. Should we be so tight? Or else? Jiang Ming looked at them and said, Don't worry, you guys just came here. I can't possibly arrange any very harsh cultivation for you. It's perfectly fine to familiarize yourself with your surroundings while copying books. Hearing these words, the expression on the faces of the 9 people became even more clouded. What does it mean to copy a book? They had never heard such a thing as copying books to make people stronger. Wait, what do you mean by making us copy the book? Guin asked as he came over from behind. Literally, I'll give you a book, and each of you will copy it for me 10 times. That's the first task you need to accomplish here with me. Jiang Ming said calmly. The 9 were confused. And really let them copy the book. Which of the 9 of them was not the best of the peaks? From the most basic cultivation all the way up to now. They had never heard of there being this kind of cultivation, which completely left them at a loss for words. Looking at their faces full of strange expressions, Jiang Ming also walked towards the inside of the green bamboo courtyard. It's not too late for you guys to leave if you want to. I won't tell the sect leader. You can still go back to your original place and be your talented disciples, Jiang Ming said as he walked. Upon hearing this, the 9 didn't hesitate and decisively entered the green bamboo courtyard. They'd had a good idea before they came here, and now that Jiang Ming was playing this hand, they were even more eager to show them what kind of trick this guy was playing. For them anyway, any more than that, and the result can't be that bad. Not just 10 times? Copy. The 9 people clenched their teeth and made up their minds. Soon, under Jiang Ming's leadership, they came together inside the main hall. The main hall was empty and also had 20 pairs of tables and chairs. Apparently, Lin Tianyi had decided from the start that there would be 20 people coming, but he hadn't expected that half of them wouldn't be used. Jiang Ming also casually waved his hand, leaving only 10 pairs of tables and chairs to form 2 columns of positions, making the entire main hall much more spacious. The 9 entered inside the main hall and surveyed the scenery for a week before taking their seats in turn. Well, since you've all decided, I'll give each of you a copy of the clan's code of conduct. Just copy it and hand it over to me for inspection. As the words fell here, Jiang Ming tapped his storage bag. With that, 9 books immediately flew out of the storage bag and landed in front of the 9 people. It was then that they noticed that the book was as thick as a palm. The bottom line is that they casually flipped through the contents of this book. Isn't this the oldest version of the Dao Heavenly Sect's rules? The old clan rules were much thicker than the current ones. They could be said to be stinky and long. Where on earth did Jiang Ming get the old clan rules from? And he wanted them to copy it 10 times. You'll have to break your hands. End of chapter. This really needs to be copied 10 times, The corners of Chen Ran's mouth twitched madly. Or else, Jiang Ming replied. Chen Ran's face became a bit ugly. Obviously, Jiang Ming's words were clearly not a joke. But if they really had to copy it 10 times, how much time would it take? Why isn't there her copy? Doesn't she copy? Fang Zijian asked as he looked at Xiao Lingran who was following Jiang Ming. She's so young. You guys can bear to let her copy such a thick book 10 times? Jiang Ming asked rhetorically. The crowd was surprisingly speechless. But thinking back, Jiang Ming still knows that this book is thick, then still let them copy it 10 times. Crazy. It doesn't matter if you guys are copying books or familiarizing yourselves with the surroundings. Just bring it to me when you're done anyway. Right. Chen Ran come out for a moment first. Jiang Ming said casually. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran's eyes rolled around before a wry smile appeared on his face. Watching Chen Ran follow him out, a deflated expression surfaced on the faces of the others. Gu Yin, in particular, had an expression of exasperation. What on earth is this Jiang Ming thinking? Who would cultivate copying books for the first time? If this can be considered cultivation, wouldn't just about anyone be able to step into the cultivation world? Gu Yin said angrily. A few others didn't say anything, but they had similar thoughts in mind. After all, this tactic of Jiang Ming's was really a bit puzzling to them. However, the first one to copy the book was Song Bai, which made them even more confused. Senior sister Song, why did you really copy on? Gu Yin asked. Song Bai turned back and said in a nonchalant tone, since this is the first cultivation, it's impossible for him to assign the next task without completing it. Since we chose that guy, let's see what he really wants to do. And when the time is up and he can't come up with anything, we'll just leave. When the others heard this, the dissatisfaction in their hearts dissipated a lot. Indeed, they have chosen to try anything more outrageous. If they choose, first, when there really isn't much use out of it, they just go away. Aren't all the people here with that in mind? This was supposed to be just an attempt. Thinking of this, the 8 people also took a deep breath. Copying on copying, anyway, compared to some harsh cultivation, copying this kind of thing is not challenging at all. It is just spending some time outside the main hall. Jiang Ming turned to look at Chen Ran, who also had a playful look on his face as he nodded his head and walked over. Brother Jiang, I knew you still remembered our friendship. By calling me out this time, is it possible to exempt me from those 10 transcriptions? Chen Ran asked with a smile. Jiang Ming frowned, then nodded with a smile. You're really a little witty. You can even guess this? Jiang Ming said with a smile. Ha ha ha. That's of course. Who are we related to? Chen Ran laughed and took out a bottle of elixir from his storage bag and said, a little token of appreciation. Smile. Smile. Jiang Ming took a look and the smile on his face didn't change at all. After receiving this bottle of elixir, he was also able to judge that it was a very inferior second-grade elixir. You are? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Of course it's something good for you, brother. Chen Ran said with certainty. Jiang Ming smiled and directly threw the elixir to Chen Ran. Chen Ran hurriedly caught it, then looked at Jiang Ming in surprise. Hadn't he given enough? Thinking of this, Chen Ran continued to pull out his storage bag. Alright, didn't you say you wanted to spar before you came? Hurry up and get ready. I don't have the free time to spend with you, Jiang Ming said. Ha, it's not about copying books to minimize the burden. Ha, Chen Ran smacked his lips. Of course you can if you want to, Jiang Ming said indifferently. At those words, Chen Ran's heart was delighted. I knew for sure that you wouldn't be that heartless. Brother Jiang. Chen Ran was ecstatic. Then copy it 100 times, Jiang Ming said blandly. Good. Then one. What? 100 times? The corners of Chen Ran's mouth twitched madly. What? Still not enough? 1,000 times then, Jiang Ming replied. No, don't. 10 times is fine. 10 times is fine, Chen Ran said bitterly. Only then did he realize that Jiang Ming was completely a master who didn't eat this set of words. Once the haggling continues, it's only likely that he'll take a worse and worse beating, and that's not going to be a good day. 10 times? It's too late. All of them must be copied for me at least 100 times, Jiang Ming said indifferently. This, line it. Chen Ran could only nod helplessly. He just felt how unlucky he was. Obviously, he had already befriended Jiang Ming when he went to the Immortal Island. So how come there wasn't any shortcut in his favor now instead? Especially little Ling ran behind Jiang Ming, who had been hiding behind Jiang Ming and staring at him slyly since that meeting, as if he had offended her. It seemed that agreeing to be Jiang Ming's student didn't make life as good as he thought it would be. Are you ready? If you're not ready, I'm going to make the first move. At that moment, Jiang Ming's voice suddenly came. Ha? What? Chen Ran froze. Don't think about anything else when you're fighting someone. No one will wait for you to think that much. Jiang Ming's voice echoed in Chen Ran's ears. In the next second, Jiang Ming slapped out his palm. Boo! A loud bang violently spread outside the main hall. Even the entire green bamboo courtyard shook fiercely at this moment. The 8 people who were copying books in the main hall were also slightly startled, and when they reacted they remembered. Before he came, Jiang Ming had said that Chen Ran would have to join in only if he had fought. Judging from the commotion just now, I'm only afraid that Chen Ran took a bad beating. Humph, that smooth talker. He's finally suffered today, Guin said disdainfully. It seems like that style of that guy Chen Rance doesn't seem to work somewhat on this teacher of ours. Fang Zijian also smiled faintly and shook his head. The others laughed, too, with an attitude of watching the show. Only Song Bai didn't care about this. As the youngest and most talented disciple in the clan in the past 1,000 years, she was even more curious about how exactly Jiang Ming managed to reach his current strength at such a young age. In order to pursue greater strength, she had to understand where Jiang Ming's reasons for obtaining this power lay. People live to keep climbing, to keep getting stronger. For her, there is always only one goal. That's ascension. Jiang Ming, what exactly is your secret? Song Bai thought in her heart, while the pen in her hand flew to transcribe. Not a moment too soon. Chen Ran walked in from outside the main hall with a swollen nose. A number of people turned their heads and glanced at them as they walked in, but after glancing at it, they snapped their heads back and stared as if they had misread something. Only then did they notice that the Chen Ran at this moment. His face was bruised and purple, completely different from when they were sparring with Jiang Ming. Good lord, you and Jiang Ming aren't friends, you're enemies, right? Guin said with the corners of his mouth twitching. He had provoked Jiang Ming at that time, but he wasn't beaten like this? How come Chen Ran knew Jiang Ming and was beaten up so badly instead? End of chapter. Outside the main hall, Jiang Ming sat thoughtfully on a stool, frowning with some unspoken feelings. It was reasonable to say that those who were able to be selected to come to the green bamboo courtyard, each and every one of those 20 people was one of the top geniuses of the Dao Heavenly clan. However, when he had just exchanged blows with Chen Ran, he was able to clearly feel that there was something strange about the other party. It wasn't some strange physique, the amazing talent of being alive. Instead, it was the strength that Chen Ran said he had displayed that was too weak, almost like an empty shelf. What's an empty shelf? Simply put, that's strength in vain, without any base. When fighting with others, one could feel which lineage he had roughly inherited for the moves he had learned and the fluctuations emanating from his true chi. But Chen Ran was completely sandbagged, completely like a vicious-looking meatbag. How did this guy cultivate to this level? Jiang Ming was a bit curious instead. Such a talent, such a base. To be able to cultivate to the Jindan stage is simply a miracle. Jiang Ming, you finally beat up that nasty guy. Suddenly, little Lingran, who had been behind him, waved her small fists and puffed up. At those words, Jiang Ming rubbed little Lingran's head in amusement. This little guy, he hasn't forgotten about that. If he still pisses you off in the future, let me know and I'll beat him up once, Jiang Ming said. Good. Little Lingran clapped his hands. After saying that, Jiang Ming looked at the direction of the main hall, estimating that it would probably be a while before they copied the sect rules, so he simply took little Lingran back to the empty island. It was just as well to let little Lingran go back and take care of the newly planted fruit tree and reward her with another fruit. After all, she was asked to take care of such a large field, and it really didn't make sense not to give something. Inside the main hall, Chen Ran stifled his anger and returned to his position, fumbling a few bottles of elixir out of his storage bag, incidentally slowing down the area where the swelling was. It seems like Brother Chen has suffered a lot, but we all come through this. Just relax, and you can still regulate your state during the copying period anyway. At this time, Fang Zijian came to comfort him. Anyway, now their practice is just one item of copying books, which is considered easy and comfortable. But as soon as Chen Ran heard the word copybook, his face became even more lifeless. You guys do have it easy, but I have to copy it 100 times, Chen Ran said with tears in his eyes. Ha! Fang Zijian was slightly stunned. He even suspected he'd heard wrong, but after squinting his eyes and thinking about it, he couldn't have heard it wrong. How long would it take to copy it 100 times? Did I hear you right? Copy 100 times. My dear mother, I can't believe you didn't offend Jiang Ming here. Gu Yin, who was at the side, said with his mouth wide open. I don't know, Chen Ran said with a frustrated face. He also didn't understand why he took the hardest beatings and copied the most books. Obviously he knew Jiang Ming first. When the others heard this, their hearts seemed to feel much better. Compared to Chen Ran's 100 times, their 10 times suddenly felt so much easier. For a while, the resentment that had just begun dissipated. However, Song Bai, who had been writing furiously, could not help but frown and look aside after hearing Chen Ran's words, not knowing what she was thinking about. Then she brought her attention back and continued to copy the book quickly. Empty island. Jiang Ming leisurely sat on the old man's chair and rocked, his eyes closed and relaxed. Since returning to the Tao Heavenly Sect and having little Ling Ren helping him take care of the fruit fields, the current him was no different from a salted fish. When he thought of this, Jiang Ming opened his eyes. Jiang Ming, Jiang Ming, how can you be so lazy? Obviously you said you would revitalize yourself. Why are you still as lazy as before? Jiang Ming alerted himself. He then lay down again. He thought to himself, forget it, there's nothing to do today anyway. I won't be lazy again tomorrow. For sure. Jiang Ming, Jiang Ming. Suddenly, just as Jiang Ming was planning to take one last day of rest, little Ling Ran's voice came over. Ha! Jiang Ming raised his head to look at little Ling Ran. At this time, little Ling Ran hurriedly ran to Jiang Ming and pointed to the side. Jiang Ming, just now a bullhorn monster ran over there. He looks fierce. I'm afraid he's going to steal the fruit. Bullhorn monster? Jiang Ming raised his eyelids. Why did he always feel a bit familiar? When Jiang Ming stood up, he immediately saw Turbulently standing in the fruit field, and the latter was also looking at the fruit on the fruit tree, seemingly thinking about something. Hey, this fruit is expensive. Don't think about stealing it, Jiang Ming shouted. Only after the sound was released did Turbulent Li's gaze slowly look towards Jiang Ming's side. Looking at Turbulent Li's majestic gaze, little Ling Ran unconsciously hid behind Jiang Ming. Afterwards, Jiang Ming also took the initiative to come to Turbali's body, holding his hands and sizing up Turbali. What? The deadline hasn't even arrived yet. So why are you running to me? Jiang Ming asked. Turbali straightened up with his hands behind his back. The originally tall and strong body had a bit more of a kingly aura. This seat came to you mainly to tell you that recently this seat sensed a wisp of demonic energy surging in the extreme north. And this wisp of demonic aura makes me feel a hint of familiarity. No surprise, that guy's strength is second only to this seat, Turbali said nonchalantly. At those words, Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. Since it's a demonic chi, it should be a companion of the same bloodline as you. What do you mean by telling me? Jiang Ming asked. Humph. The devil race has always been honored by strength. The strongest of the devil race are likewise opponents to this seat, and there is no such thing as a companion. As for telling you, it's to make you more mindful. That guy's tactics this seat doesn't care to fight with. Besides, his target must be your human race. You'll have to fight with him after all, Turbulently said in a smooth tone. You guys are really strange. Jiang Ming clasped his hands and looked at Turbulently. Are you trying to kill that guy by my hand? Instead of answering, Turbally turned his gaze to the fruit tree. Seeing this, Jiang Ming smiled and patted Turbulently's shoulder. Just kidding, but you came to tell me specifically, so I'll thank you for the human race, Jiang Ming said with a smile. This seed doesn't need anyone's thanks. Instead, the fruit on this tree of yours is a bit different, Turbidly said in a deep voice. You don't really want to hit me with this fruit, do you? I can give you some later if it ripens more. Not now. We don't even have enough to eat. Jiang Ming immediately dismissed Turbidly's thoughts. This seat just casually said, today came originally to tell you the matter of the extreme north. As for how to go about it, as you decide, Turbidly said. As the words fell, a pair of black wings unfolded behind Turbidly and he rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared within the Daotian sect's boundaries. This guy won't be angry, right? Jiang Ming scratched his head and muttered. However, he didn't expect that Turbulently would actually make a personal trip over for something like this. In the far north, another demon race was born. Thinking about this, Jiang Ming always felt something strange. Why do you feel that once he appeared in the world, all the powerful people on this continent began to show their heads? That's weird. End of chapter. The next day, Green Bamboo Yard. After a full day of copying and practicing, all 9 of them had various different feelings in their hearts. The more I copied the book to the back, the more I felt a sense of tedium and lack of clear direction. Usually, if they are practicing, they will choose a suitable direction for their practice and also have a clear goal. In this way, they are able to have benchmarks that identify what standards can be achieved in a day, a week, a month, or even a year's time. But copying the book is not that goal at all. The only goal, I'm afraid, was just the 10th time that Jiang Ming had set up. But halfway through, they didn't cut the mustard and realize what copying actually meant. Throughout the day, several people even copied books without sleep, and by the time the next day rolled around, there were already 3 or 4 people who had completed the tasks Jiang Ming had explained to them. When I finished, I felt like I had been tricked by a con artist, and I hadn't made any growth in my body. What's the point of this copying, anyway? I've already finished copying it, and it's not productive at all. At first I thought it was because there was something in the book that was worth delving into, but now that I look at it, I was overthinking it. This Jiang Ming isn't playing with us, is he? The 9 sat around the main hall, each talking about what they had learned, but the more they communicated, the more they felt that there was something odd going on. But in the end, they didn't think too much about it. Anyway, Jiang Ming couldn't take anything out. They would never stay here for long. Ha! At this moment, Qin Cylon's gaze looked towards Song Bai, who was sitting on the side, and there was something strange in her eyes, because Song Bai was actually still copying books. Since yesterday, until late at night, and then during the day today, Song Bai had been copying books without stopping. Obviously they've all finished copying. Why is Song Bai still copying? With such undivided attention, she should logically have finished copying long ago, so how could she still be struggling to write? But she was also too embarrassed to disturb Song Bai. Just as they were bickering and wondering about the task Jiang Ming had set down, two people slowly entered the main hall entrance. Only little Ling Ran bounced around and sat at the last empty table, while Jiang Ming also walked to the very front and swept his gaze over the crowd. It was also when Jiang Ming's gaze fell that the pen in Song Bai's hand was put to rest. Ooh, it seems that everyone is quite fast. Such a thick book. There are actually several people who have finished copying? Jiang Ming said unexpectedly. A black line appeared on the faces of the crowd as they sniffed. You know such a thick book, don't you? If they hadn't wanted to know what Jiang Ming was playing at and was the one personally chosen by the sect leader, they would have run away long ago. Mr. Jiang, this is the 10 times I transcribed the clan rules. Please take a look. Fong Zijian was still relatively polite and upright, handing over the large pile of white paper he had transcribed. Jiang Ming casually results and nodded with a smile. Mr. Jiang, this is also what I transcribed 10 times. At one time, 3 people turned in their transcriptions of the patriarchal rules. The others watched, each with different feelings in their eyes. They had more or less copied it several times, and 2 of them had also copied it for the 9th time. Today, however, they were more interested in knowing what their next task would be after they had copied it 10 times. When Jiang Ming piled these white papers taller than him in front of him, he casually waved his hand. Phew! Suddenly, a gust of wind actually blew out of nowhere in the main hall, and these white papers of the transcribed patriarchal rules, as if they had spirituality, floated above their heads and arranged themselves into one. Seeing this kind of tactic, the disciples below also frowned slightly. Not bad, it's really done dripping with water. Jiang Ming nodded approvingly. I wonder what Mr. Fong wants us to do next. Fong Zijian didn't care about the praise. He was more interested in knowing what they were going to do afterward. Next, Jiang Ming clasped his hands and said with a thoughtful expression, since 10 times is so easy to accomplish, let's accumulate and copy it 100 times. The words fell. Those disciples who were originally still thinking about what means Jiang Ming had used to achieve that scene just now. At this moment almost all of them had unbelievable gazes in their eyes, locking onto Jiang Ming. What the hell? Copy it 100 times? You're kidding me. Rao Fong Zijian almost couldn't hold back his temper, but in the end, he held it back. Mr. Jiang, I'm curious as to what the significance of what you're doing is. In transcribing these clan rules, I did not perceive that there was actually anything in them that was worth looking into, and there seemed to be no significance in them, other than adding a few more impressions of some of those clan rules that had once been delineated by the clan. Fong Zijian inquired. This was a question that the other disciples wanted to ask as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming said blandly, just because you didn't find it, doesn't mean it's meaningless. Since I will let you guys transcribe it, I will definitely have his reasoning, and as for the result, I will explain it when the time comes. Saying it now, on the contrary, would make it unnecessary to transcribe it. When these words came out, the disciples were speechless for a moment. However, after hearing this news, Chan Ran, who had originally been lifeless, seemed to have rediscovered his vitality. Originally he thought he was the only one who had to copy it 100 times, but it turned out that now everyone else had to copy it 100 times. For a moment, he suddenly felt that life didn't seem so dark anymore. Any more questions? Jiang Ming asked. The disciples below were silent. Their minds were still on that sentence 100 times now, and they even wanted to rush up and beat Jiang Ming severely, but they knew that Jiang Ming's strength was by no means as simple as it appeared to be, and they had already witnessed it with their own eyes that day at the dojo. If you pick a fight now, don't you get beat up? But Guyin was a straight shooter, and when he saw that no one else was speaking, he simply stood up. Jiang Ming, although I recognize your strength, it doesn't mean that you can keep playing us around with such tactics. Yesterday it was 10 times, today it's 100 times, and who knows if down the road it's 1,000 times 10,000. What can we do with a year's worth of cultivation then? How does that improve our strength? We're here so that we can improve our strength more quickly, not to be a copying tool for you. Guyin directly spat out all the words in his stomach. It was also these words that caused the others to look at Guyin, and they couldn't help but want to give a thumbs up. What a man! However, Jiang Ming didn't get angry in the face of Guyin's words. Instead, he nodded calmly. What you said is indeed not unreasonable. It's better this way. If you guys feel really bored when copying books, You can come to the other courtyard to find me to practice alone, and there should be some improvement to your strength and cognition, Jiang Ming said. When the crowd heard this, a flash of color appeared in their eyes. Can't it be that this guy has really gotten the hang of it? There are other means for them to enhance their strength? But Chen Ran looked at Jiang Ming with an odd expression. I don't know why. He always felt that Jiang Ming's words were a little bit untrustworthy. End of chapter. After Jiang Ming had finished speaking these words, 4 or 5 of the 9 people were already eager to give it a try. Copying a book is really boring and uninteresting, let alone having to copy it 100 times. How long will this take to copy? Copying it 10 times already made them feel impatient. Wouldn't copying it 100 times drive them crazy? The reason for coming here was to be able to cultivate faster than in the original place. Who would be bored to run around copying these clan rules every day? When Jiang Ming finished explaining things and left the main hall for the other courtyard, inside the main hall, headed by Guyin, 5 people hurriedly traveled. Only Fang Zijian, Song Bai, Chen Ran and the others remained in the main hall, which also included Xiao Lingran sitting at the table, playing with the books on the table with a curious expression. At this moment, Chen Ran looked at little Lingran. His eyes rolled around, then a kind smile surfaced to come over. Hey, little sister, you and Jiang Ming are so close. Can you reveal why Jiang Ming wants us to copy the book? Chen Ran said with a smile. Upon hearing Chen Ran's voice, little Ling Ran's happy appearance instantly converged. Instead, she looked at Chen Ran with a wary expression. I don't know, little Spirit Ran said, skimming his head directly. Hey, don't be so hasty to refuse. Brother can give you some favors. Chen Ran smiled. With that, Chen Ran took out several jade bottles from his storage bag, which contained several pills. Hearing that there were benefits, little Lingran looked back. When she saw that it was these low-grade elixirs, little Lingran made a dry heaving face and rolled her eyes. You really are a bad guy. I'm going to find Jiang Ming and teach you a good lesson. Saying that, little Lingran directly ran out. Seeing this, Chen Ran's face went white with fear. Why did the tactics that he had tried 100 times before not work on Jiang Ming? And how come they didn't work on such a child? Hey, little sister, we can talk about anything. If you want something, I can find it for you. Don't move to find Jiang Ming. He should be very busy. Afterward, Chen Ran also followed out. At this point, there were only 3 people left in the main hall. Fang Zijian looked at Song Bai, who was unsurprised and was still copying the clan rules with a furious pen. He was curious. It was reasonable to say that he himself didn't have such a gapless copy of Song Bai's book, so why didn't Song Bai just now hand in the transcribed patriarchal rules? With this in mind, Fang Zijian asked forward. Senior sister Song, I'm curious, how many times have you copied it now? Fang Zijian asked. It's about 70 copies, Song Bai replied calmly. 70? A flash of surprise surfaced on Song Bai's face as she asked. Senior sister Song already knew that Jiang Ming would set the task of copying the book 100 times? Song Bai didn't make any move. When another copy had been made, this was answered. Since he'll have Chen Ran copy it 100 times, it's highly likely that will be no exception. Song Bai said, aren't you afraid that you won't let us copy this 100 times today? Fang Zijian asked. Then he doesn't deserve to be my teacher. Song Bai replied. Fang Zijian didn't even know how to answer for a moment. The reason why Song Bai was able to become the youngest and most talented disciple of the Dao Heavenly clan was not just empty talk. That intuition and judgment alone is admirable. However, even Fang Zijian hadn't noticed it, so how did Song Bai notice it? Can't it be that this Jiang Ming let them transcribe this 100 times? Really another mystery? He doesn't know. Jiang Ming's means and his style of behavior had never been encountered in his past life, and the only way now seemed to be to take one step at a time. Thus, Fang Zijian had no choice but to make an effort to start copying the book as well. As for why they don't go to the other house, the reason is simple. Jiang Ming was obviously using book copying as his main means of cultivation at the moment, and going to the other courtyard to find him for cultivation. Apart from sparring with him, what other means of guidance could there be? It takes a beating to realize how easy it is to copy a book. Fruity. A quarter of an hour later, the 5 of them returned to the main hall in disgrace, and at the end of the walk was Chen Ran, who walked in even more disheveled, who had thought that he didn't want to go to the other house and ended up receiving a severe beating from Jiang Ming. Is there any justice in this? Inside the alibi, Jiang Ming sat in a pavilion in the center of the pond, made a pot of tea, and sipped it to himself. These disciples nowadays, they really can't distinguish between primary and secondary relationships, Jiang Ming said indifferently after taking a sip of tea. After beating up the 6, instead, his arms felt a little sore. After all, trying to control the force to keep them from getting hurt was still very much a test of the measure of his strikes. But today he did notice an interesting person. Song Bai. From the moment he had entered the main hall, he had noticed that Song Baiyi's number of transcriptions was feared to have long exceeded 50. Even Jiang Ming was a bit surprised that she was able to transcribe so many copies in advance without being told in advance. Could it be that making Chen Ran copy 100 times yesterday made her notice? Jiang Ming murmured. The reason why he let these disciples copy the book was actually very simple. In cultivation, the most important thing for everyone is the state of mind. Talent affected the progress of cultivation in a cultivator's life, while the state of mind was the cultivator's main foundation. This was also the reason why the older generation of cultivators needed to stabilize their minds when they reached the back of their cultivation. However, Jiang Ming felt that the mind did not necessarily need to be unified to reach the realm of a mind like water. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 faces. Everyone's character and heart were different. Just like in the case of Guin, the state of mind he needed was by no means a mind like water, but instead, he needed to keep his anger under control. Anger is both an emotion and a force. When taken to the extreme, this power can reach the ability to destroy the world, but poorly controlled, the power can be even weaker than usual after an outburst. Copying books is supposed to be boring, and the more boring it is, the easier it is to reveal that emotion in the inner heart, so that they can better grasp their heart, so that they can then stabilize their heart, and then they can get twice the result with half the effort. Those who were able to come here were all geniuses of the Tao Heavenly Sect, and their talent naturally went without saying. The most crucial thing was still how to stabilize the mind more. The sword Tao of the extreme of wrath. Ah, this little guy is really lucky. When he thought of that nature of Guin, Jiang Ming couldn't help but shake his head in amusement, and then took out a yellowish gongfu from his storage bag. When he thought about it, he fought a sword cultivator who specialized in the extreme of wrath and almost suffered a loss at the hands of that person. In the end, that person was also very quick to accept the bet, and even gifted him the most domineering sword art tips. After tens of thousands of years, I didn't think it would be useful. Sort of a good successor for you, Jiang Ming muttered. Just as Jiang Ming was sipping his tea, outside the other courtyard came a man, stepping in diameter and stopping outside the gazebo. Disciple Song Baiyi, meet Mr. Jiang. End of chapter. Song Baiyi stood respectfully outside the gazebo without the slightest fluctuation in her eyes. Jiang Ming slowly turned his head and was a bit surprised when he looked at Song Baiyi. Have you finished copying? Jiang Ming asked. Song Baiyi nodded and casually tapped her hand on the storage bag at her waist. One moment. The white paper accumulated in the storage bag surged out as if it didn't need any money, and even piled up in front of Song Baiyi as if it were a pile of small mountains. Even Jiang Ming himself was a bit surprised. A copy of the clan rules looks just a little bit thicker, but when accumulated, it can actually be so much. Jiang Ming swept a glance, and without passing it, he nodded in satisfaction. You're the first person to complete my second mission target. Do you have any feelings about that? Jiang Ming asked with a smile. With that said, Jiang Ming walked out of the gazebo and unhurriedly came in front of Song Baiyi. There's no feeling whatsoever, Song Baiyi said blandly. So it is. Jiang Ming smiled. Jiang Ming also had a rough understanding of Song Baiyi as a person in his heart, having comprehensive insight, as well as judgment, coupled with a mind that is immovable as one. This can be considered a very typical realm where the mind is like water. This realm is very conventional in the cultivation world, yet it is also the most difficult realm to reach. And many cultivators are stuck outside of this state of mind. It could be said that after reaching the realm of a mind like water, no matter which discipline it was, one could learn it very proficiently, whether it was sword arts, feats, formations, or other arts. This type of state of mind could get twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, many clans cultivate the realm of mind like water without understanding other realms of mind, which is quasi-correct. Unexpectedly, this Song Baiyi in front of her was so young that she had already comprehended the threshold of a mind like water. Sure is a diamond in the rough. And the other side. Song Baiyi was a bit puzzled by Jiang Ming's answer. She frowned and looked at Jiang Ming. Her eyes also seemed to be considering the meaning of Jiang Ming's words. So is there any more planning behind it? Or is it just another copybook? Song Baiyi asked. Do you think I'm that boring? Jiang Ming asked rhetorically. Song Baiyi didn't answer. Judging from what Jiang Ming had arranged on the previous two occasions, this really wasn't necessarily the case. After all, just the existence of Jiang Ming alone seemed incomparably otherworldly in Song Baiyi's eyes, as if it was an existence outside the laws of this world. So whatever Jiang Ming did, she didn't find it strange. Don't worry, the first two items are just a test. Since you've completed them, then I won't be stingy and will teach you with all my might. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. So what should we do now? Song Baiyi asked. Don't be in a hurry. I'll take you to a place first, Jiang Ming said indifferently. After saying that, Jiang Ming raised his hand and the two of them disappeared into the green bamboo courtyard in an instant. Next, Song Baiyi only felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and when she opened her eyes, she realized that she was already in a desert. This is... Song Bai was slightly shocked in her heart. This kind of brilliant spatial teleportation. Even if she had lived within the sect for 20 years, she had never seen this kind of teleportation means. This also couldn't help but make her a little more curious about Jiang Ming as a person. When I was young, I had created a technique of my own, and its name was the Qi Explosion Technique. Jiang Ming continued. This technique sounds mediocre, but it's the most suitable technique for you right now. At those words, a flash of surprise surfaced on Song Bai's face. In theory, this was not something unexpected, but when it actually came out of Jiang Ming's mouth, it felt very unexpected. But on second thought, Song Bai also felt very strange. Obviously Jiang Ming didn't look very old. Why did he say that he created his own Kung Fu when he was young? So how old was he now? This Qi Explosion Technique doesn't sound like it's a sword art, Song Bai asked. It's not a sword technique per se, but a secret technique similar to a Qigong type of technique. Jiang Ming replied. Qigong? Song Bai didn't quite understand. Almost all that the Tao Heavenly sect had inherited was the sword technique, and they had never heard of the Qigong sect. Seeing that Song Bai didn't understand, Jiang Ming also explained. Every technique in the cultivation world has his doorway, and the one thing that has never changed is the word true Qi. The association between Qigong and true Qi is the most relevant, and it can be said that it is also the most primitive kind of sect. Many sects believe that Qigong is the direct channeling of one's own true Qi, and that the feats performed can only achieve almost one-to-one damage. Jiang Ming said, and I don't share that view, since what Qigong exerts is the purest true Qi. How can it not induce the aura in the surrounding heaven and earth and compress it in one's palm, while unleashing a more powerful force? Speaking here, Jiang Ming slowly raised his hand. At this moment, above his fingertips, a ball of light that was visible to the naked eye began to crazily coalesce, and even the surrounding aura, at this moment, surged crazily, coalescing into an appalling aura. It is? Song Bai's heart trembled. Just the true Qi condensed from Jiang Ming's fingertips had already caused her to feel a palpitation. If it was unleashed, how terrifyingly powerful this would be. Watch this. This is the power of the Qi explosion skill, Jiang Ming said. The words fell. Boo! With a loud sound that tore through space, a dazzling pillar of light erupted with a bang in this desert in a split second. With Jiang Ming's fingertip as the center, a geometrical speed of extremely powerful light waves surged, hardening the entire desert in front of him and blasting through an appalling crater. Even this crater continued to lengthen as the light wave pierced out, and with the naked eye alone, the end was already completely invisible. See this scene. Song Bai only felt a wave of fear, and she could no longer even speak. How did this happen? Even a god transformation stage cultivator wouldn't be able to unleash such earth-shattering power, right? At that moment, as the energy on Jiang Ming's fingertips gradually dissipated, the wave of light gradually digested into nothingness, finally leaving only an endless huge pit in front of him. See it clearly? This is the power of the Qi explosion skill, and it's quite simple to release, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Simple? Song Bai had always been unperturbed, but after hearing Jiang Ming's words, there was a slight movement on her face. Such a terrifying technique, which even a god transformation stage cultivator would have trouble resisting, was like the most ordinary move when it came to Jiang Ming. This move should be very difficult to cultivate. Right, and I only have a Jindan stage cultivation. I'm afraid, said Song Bai with a frown. What's wrong with Jindan stage cultivation? This move, the Qi explosion technique, I already knew how to use it when I was at the foundation establishment stage. Jiang Ming spread his hands and said, What? Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Song Bai was once again too surprised to speak. Such a terrifying stance. Learned at the foundation stage already? Moreover, Jiang Ming said that this is still his previous self-created Gong method. What a monster this guy is. Song Bai originally just wanted to know where exactly Jiang Ming's strength was strong, but after recognizing Jiang Ming's strength once again, she felt the distance between herself and him. Out of reach. End of chapter. In fact, this move, the Qi explosion technique, was a technique that the system had given Jiang Ming when he had just been promoted to the foundation establishment stage. The principle is simple. It is to use one's own true Qi to induce the surrounding spiritual Qi, compress the spiritual Qi in the true Qi, and converge in a point. When the true Qi cannot withstand the energy of the spiritual Qi, then finally release it in one blow. True Qi is like a balloon, and the gas inside the balloon is equivalent to aura. There was nothing special when there was no aura, and as long as the aura filled the entire balloon, after puncturing a point of this balloon at random, it would be able to spew out an extremely powerful might. In fact, this move was something that Jiang Ming had told his master and senior brother about in the first place. When they found out, they were also very happy, and even felt that Jiang Ming was exceptionally gifted and intelligent. As a result, Li Daotian also often bragged to others about Jiang Ming's achievements, but after that, some clans noticed a bad thing about the Qi explosion technique. That's too low a bar. As long as one was able to achieve true Qi externalization, they would be able to unleash the Qi explosion technique. In this way, any foundation establishment stage cultivator who learned this move would be able to compete with a transformation spirit stage cultivator, which completely disrupted the rules of the cultivation world. That's why, under the persuasion of various clans, Li Daotian then allowed him to seal the Qi explosion technique, a technique forever in his heart. As for why Jiang Ming wanted to impart the Qi explosion skill to Song Bai, it was mainly because it was simple. When the Qi explosion technique was successfully cultivated, all that was needed was for the heart to quiet down and feel the aura of the heavens and earth, and then fuse it into the true Qi to be able to execute it. And Song Bai's state of mind was a perfect match for this move, so it shouldn't take long to learn it without any surprises. Compared to other moves, Jiang Ming felt that this one suited her best. Anyway, all those old guys had already ascended and gone into the ground back then. In the current Songxian continent, he was the existence of the older generation. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming touched the tip of his nose to withdraw his mind. Well, with your talent, I'm sure that in less than half a month, you'll be able to learn this Qi explosion technique, Jiang Ming said. Song Bai didn't say anything. Right now, she was still immersed in that hit from Jiang Ming just now. Only after a long time did Song Bai take a deep breath and slow down. Can I ask you something? Song Bai asked. Ask, Jiang Ming nodded. What you used that day was my Daotian sect's basic sword technique, which means that you should also be from the Daotian sect. So which is stronger or weaker? Your sword technique compared to the Qigong just now? Song Bai asked. This question, in turn, put Jiang Ming in a difficult position. It was indeed good for the Dao Heavenly sect to be called the #1 sword sect in the world, and he had also learned a lot of sword arts in the Dao Heavenly sect. But, in reality, Jiang Ming wasn't just a swordsman. He had learned some of many moves. After all, many of the feats that the system had given him in the first place were actually a bit more advanced than the sword arts he had learned. After thinking about it, Jiang Ming then replied, there's no such thing as strong or weak feats. It's just enough to know when and what moves to use. Of course, as a disciple of the Dao Heavenly sect, I pride myself on having comprehended more in the path of the sword Dao, but I know just a little bit about other techniques, Jiang Ming said blandly. At those words, Song Bai nodded. Originally, she thought that if she wanted to become stronger, she would have to give up something. Since she had chosen the way of the sword, she would have to give up all other things besides the sword. Otherwise her cultivation progress would be greatly reduced. But now, after meeting Jiang Ming, she realized that she seemed to have comprehended it wrong. Perhaps there was a long road ahead of her that she needed to travel. Looking at Song Bai's sad face, Jiang Ming could roughly tell something about Song Bai's mind. Actually, you don't need to think so much. The Qi explosion technique is a Qigong with it, but the conditions for releasing it mainly lie in the true Qi. Jiang Ming said, true Qi can be used as a carrier whether it's a person or a sword. You can completely use your sword to condense Qi clusters, and it doesn't conflict with sword arts. And, also like this? Song Bai's mouth opened slightly. Hearing these words from Jiang Ming, Song Bai came to a realization. On second thought, if that was the case, she could have exchanged a few blows in the sparring match and suddenly come this close when she was pulling away. This is definitely an unexpected and strange move. Even more, if this move could be incorporated into a sword technique, it would indeed be the most perfect technique for her. Mr. Jiang, please also teach me the Qi explosion technique, Song Bai said with a respectful arch. Well, then I will inform you of the essentials of the Qi explosion technique in its entirety, Jiang Ming said blandly, but you have to remember that after you learn this trick, you must never pass this technique on. Otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. Speaking of this, a cold aura flashed out of Jiang Ming's gaze, but Song Bai didn't mean to be afraid and instead nodded solemnly. I, Song Bai, swear to the heavens that I will never utter half a word of the Qi explosion skill to the outside world, or else my body will perish, Song Bai said seriously. Seeing this, Jiang Ming nodded. He then raised two fingers and pressed them to Song Bai's brow. A faint ray of white light slowly injected into his brow along with his true Qi. Song Bai only felt a very warm aura that imprinted a segment of information and images in her mind. Soon, the heart method of the Qi explosion technique was transmitted into Song Bai's mind as much as possible. This is the Qi explosion technique? Song Bai was slightly surprised. When one truly understood the heart of the Qi explosion technique, it wasn't that one felt that the technique was so complicated or difficult, but rather surprisingly simple. But it was such a simple principle. Not to mention her, even the entire Dao Heavenly sect had actually never mentioned it. It's just so unexpected. Alright, you've already mastered the Qi explosion technique mental technique. Next you just need to familiarize yourself with the technique and master it. Even the peak of the harmonized god will find it hard to help you, Jiang Ming said indifferently. I can also unleash power like you just did? Song Bai asked incredulously. Theoretically, you just need to completely master it afterward, Jiang Ming pondered. Hiss. Song Bai sucked in a breath of cool air. She was only in the late Jindan stage, and to be able to fight with an early Yuaning stage was already an exceptionally gifted existence. Having mastered the Qi explosion skill, she could even directly compete with a strong person with peak harmonization spirit strength. This was completely beyond her knowledge of the cultivation world. Since you already know how to cultivate the Qi explosion skill, let's go back to the Daotian sect first, Jiang Ming yawned. Song Bai nodded. At this moment, she suddenly held absolute respect for Jiang Ming as a person. To be able to have such a marvelous technique and such terrifying strength, the Jiang Ming in front of her, who appeared to be less than 20 years old, completely subdued her proud heart and willingly became a student under Jiang Ming's door. Right. Suddenly, Jiang Ming turned his head and said, when you go back, it's best not to tell them about today's events. Just let them take their time copying the book. Upon hearing this, Song Bai was a bit puzzled. Why? If they know about it, they should work harder, right? Jiang Ming laughed. This is just a test in itself. Copying the clan rules will let them know how to abide by the rules as well as polish their hearts. This is a great thing that they couldn't even taste before. Hearing this, Song Bai understood. There are no rules. They were all first-rate geniuses of the Dao Heavenly sect and naturally had their own pride in their hearts. Even if they agreed to Jiang Ming and became his students, they wouldn't really be convinced. Furthermore, they had come all the way to this point, and had more or less forgotten the mentality they had at the very beginning of their cultivation. So perhaps it was precisely to polish them up a bit, so that they could follow the rules, follow the arrangements step by step, and become stronger and stronger. End of chapter. Transient. Song Bai once again felt a darkness in front of her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, she was once again back in the green bamboo courtyard's separate courtyard. The transcribed clan rules were still piled up here, and a gazebo stood on the pond in front of him, and the fish below were dotting the still, mirror-like pool with a rippling circle. Just now that was actually a dream or real. Song Bai secretly thought in her heart. What had just happened was like a dream. However, when she carefully scanned her sea of consciousness, she found that the heart of the Qi explosion technique was still very clear in her mind. In other words, what just happened was not an illusion, but real. At this moment, Jiang Ming slowly walked to the pavilion, sat steadily on the stone bench, and took a sip of the tea that still had a residual temperature. Go back. In the future, the direction of cultivation, also in accordance with the Qi explosion technique's heart method in the cultivation, step by step. Do not be impatient. Jiang Ming still mentioned something. Disciple understands. Song Bai hurriedly nodded her head. Jiang Ming shook his head. I'm just guiding you guys for the time being. There's no need for honorifics. Go back, Jiang Ming said indifferently. At those words, Song Bai was a bit surprised. With their cultivation talent, they were practically the only ones who picked their masters in the Dao Heavenly sect. But Jiang Ming didn't seem to treat them as if he had come to guide them and was just lifting and leading them in passing. Regardless, Song Bai couldn't say anything, and could only nod respectfully and head towards the main hall. After Song Bai left, Jiang Ming continued to drink his tea. It seems that things here have come to an end, Jiang Ming muttered. Jiang Ming's gaze then swept to the north. Yesterday, turbidly told him that there was some kind of demon race about to appear in the far north, but now he was free. Should he go and have a look? Take a look to make sure. Jiang Ming finally made his decision. After all, the other party was a demon race, or an existence that Turbally had told him to treat with care. If he let it go, there were indeed some hidden dangers. With this in mind, Jiang Ming put down his teacup, and with a single movement of his body, he himself blossomed into a cloud of white mist and disappeared into the gazebo. Inside the main hall, all the disciples were busy copying the clan rules. Each time they copied it, they would feel a vague ball of anger running through their hearts. 100 times. If they really wanted to finish copying, they people would have to be driven crazy. And the most irritating thing was that little Lingran sitting in the front didn't need to copy the book at all, just kept sitting there obediently reading with ease. On the contrary, this contrast is immediately reflected in them. Asterisk 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 it. I'm not copying. Suddenly, Guin directly shouted angrily and quit his job. His words drew everyone's attention, and many people had the same idea. But it was indeed much simpler to copy a book than to be educated by Jiang Ming, so even if they had a temper, they could only hold it in and slowly copy the book. Guin, you'd better restrain yourself. Haven't you been beaten up enough by Jiang Ming? Fong Zijian said with a faint smile. That's easy for you to say. This is 100 times. I haven't written so many words since I was a child. Isn't this going to drive me crazy? Guin said as he waved his big hand. Driving crazy is also better than being beaten to death. Fong Zijian smiled faintly. You guy, all day long this dead man's smile. I really don't believe that Jiang Ming beat me to death, Gu Yin said irritably. Fong Zijian did not reply, still with a subdued smile, copying the clan rules in his hand. Not a moment later, Song Bai walked in from outside. When Song Bai came in, many people's eyes noticed her, especially Fong Zijian and Qin Kailan. The two of them were considered to be one of the few people who knew that Song Bai had completed the task of copying the book 100 times. And at this time, they saw Song Bai coming back from Jiang Ming's place. So maybe they already knew what Jiang Ming had planned after copying the book. Only after Song Bai sat down did Qin Kailan stick out a head and come over. Senior sister, do you know what the next task is yet? Qin Kailan asked. Ha? Song Bai didn't seem to have turned around yet. Qin Kailan was a bit surprised. They came from the same school and were both disciples of the subordinate peak under Xia Zimo's jurisdiction. So Qin Kailan was clear about Song Bai's nature. Whenever she did anything, Song Bai handled it with a serious and grave attitude. But why did she come back after going out this time? But instead, her look was all a bit off. What's wrong with you? You're not going to challenge Jiang Ming as well, are you? Qin Kailan asked. No, Jiang Ming did tell me how to cultivate next, but he said he couldn't tell you guys. Song Bai replied. Why? Qin Kailan was puzzled. I'm sorry, I really can't say. Song Bai shook her head. Without waiting for Qin Kailan to continue pursuing her question, Song Bai packed up the things on the table and took large steps towards the outside of the main hall. Seeing this, the corners of Feng Zijian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the expression on his face gradually became serious, not knowing what he was thinking about. The next moment, the speed at which he copied the book was actually a few points faster than before. It's not just Feng Zijian, even Chen Ran, who had taken the worst beating, started copying books at a rapid pace after perking up his ears and listening to Song Bai's words. Seeing this scene, Guin skimmed his lips. A bunch of weirdos, knowing that Jiang Ming's place is a pit, they still jumped in. Really? Guin rolled his eyes. He then began to pick up the pen at his feet as well and continued to copy the book. The far north. There was hardly anyone left in the white, icy landscape. Because of the wind and snow here, once someone stays here, he or she will be quickly turned into a snowman and sealed in this white world. At that moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared in midair standing in the air. When Jiang Ming arrived here, he put his hands behind his back and calmly surveyed his body. The far north. It's been a long time since I've been here, Jiang Ming muttered. The last time he came, he was still looking for 10,000-year-old Shen ice and followed Xiaobushu here to take a stroll. The far north now was even colder than 10,000 years ago, and even demonic beasts couldn't stay here to survive. Because of this, Jiang Ming also felt something strange. There were hardly any signs of people or demonic beasts here, so why would the demon race's people be born from here? And the most crucial thing was that Jiang Ming hadn't sensed any fluctuation of power in this place at all after arriving here. It can't be that guy who's lying to me, right? Jiang Ming thought in his heart. But a guy of Turbali's character would lie? Thinking about this, Jiang Ming always felt that there was something he had overlooked. Look around a bit. Thus, Jiang Ming took a step forward, and his body immediately manifested into 3 separate bodies that flew out in different directions. The more there was no aura fluctuation place, the more Jiang Ming felt something was wrong. It was as if it wasn't because the aura was thin in this place, but there was something that was blocking the aura from being released. That is to say, in this land of the extreme north, there might be an array that isolated the outside world, restricting the fluctuation of the surrounding aura. The more this happened, the more certain Jiang Ming became in his heart. I didn't expect that even a barren place like the far northland would harbor the existence of such a great formation. These guys, they're really hiding deep enough. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and said, End of chapter. The far north may seem like just a not-so-big area. However, Jiang Ming's 3 doppelgangers had been patrolling the area in midair for 10 minutes, but they hadn't detected any abnormality in the area. It could be said that this area was completely an area of absolute dead silence, and any breath of life no longer existed. Even the places where Jiang Ming's 3 doppelgangers were located, including Jiang Ming's own body, were all in lots that didn't have the slightest bit of aura. Sure enough, there's a problem. A flash of color flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes, and a few more points of certainty were added to his heart. The sky is the limit, and everything has a spirit. Sparingly, the once extreme north possessed quite a bit of aura. Although a long time has passed and there is no more life in this place, it is by no means possible to even be deprived of vitality. Jiang Ming looked deep into this place with a grave gaze. The formation would probably be easier to deal with if second senior sister was there, Jiang Ming thought in his heart. However, he was soon relieved. Formations do have many ingenious features, but as long as the strength of the breaker is sufficient, even the strongest formation is just a shell. Suddenly, a golden light emerged from Jiang Ming's eyes, and his pupils glowed into golden pupils at this moment, shrouding the entire far north. In the next second, a trace of a very regular pattern of true qi slowly surfaced in front of Jiang Ming's eyes. Sure enough, there's a name for it. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth rose slightly. Afterward, Jiang Ming raised his hand and pointed. A beam of white light instantly pierced a crack through the array pattern in front of him, followed by a movement of Jiang Ming's body, and in the moment when the array was not yet fully gathered, he dove headfirst into the array. At that moment, a castle carved out of giant ice appeared in front of his eyes. Jiang Ming had at least lived for tens of thousands of years, and the material used in this castle could be seen at a glance that it was made from 10,000 years of Xian ice. To be able to pile up such a huge castle was enough to show how many 10,000 years of Xian ice the person who built this castle had spent. What a great deal! Even Jiang Ming himself couldn't help but feel a slight shock at the castle. The people of the Frost Palace took 10,000 years of basalt ice, all of which was only used as a finishing touch on the palace. This castle was good, directly using 10,000 years of basalt ice to build a palace. It was really a great deal of emotion. However, Jiang Ming's attention quickly fell on the outer perimeter of the castle. This place can be said to be a piece of paradise. The wind and snow outside seems to be isolated from the general, not half into this world, so that the temperature of this world is much warmer than outside, but also suitable for people to live. However, this originally snow-white ground, but erected countless human-shaped ice sculptures, and under these ice sculptures, black and red blood completely soaked through the ground, condensing a block of blood ice, which looked extremely horrifying. Not only that, some of these ice sculptures had broken off some of their limbs, and the flesh and blood of some of the people had all fallen out. But this frosty land has long been these blood, flesh, viscera, all solidified, as if to tell future generations, here once happened the tragic situation. It seems that those who live in this heaven and earth can't escape the covetousness of the outer world. Jiang Ming slowly closed his eyes. In response, he could only offer a moment of silence. Phew! Just as Jiang Ming closed his eyes and silently mourned these frozen-up corpses, three figures arrived in front of Jiang Ming as if they were lightning. Obviously, Jiang Ming's commotion when he entered this heaven and earth had alarmed the people who stayed here. Sure enough, there's someone. The corners of Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward the visitor. At the same time, the three of them looked at Jiang Ming in unison and chanted loudly. Who is this person? This place is not a place for mole crickets like you to step on. If you know what's good for you, get as far away as you can. A male demon envoy said loudly. Jiang Ming didn't say anything, but instead locked his gaze on the three. At that moment, the three of them also noticed a hint of something wrong. Especially after saying this, they quickly noticed the face of Jiang Ming. In the next second, a look of horror appeared on the faces of the three of them all of a sudden. How is that possible? Jiang Ming, how can you still be alive? The male demon envoy's pupils were as white as bronze bells, and his voice carried a few hints of panic. Even after 10,000 whole years, they couldn't possibly forget. That day, the 10 elders of their locked Luo palace, plus the extremely full strength of the palace master, were unable to receive the sword intent that killed everything under the sun. And wasn't that person exactly like this youth in front of him? The mere sight of this face was enough to evoke that horrible memory they had hidden in the deepest recesses of their hearts. You guys know me? Jiang Ming was a bit surprised, but soon Jiang Ming reacted. The only people who could have such a reaction could be the people of the locked Luo palace. At those words, the three demon envoys' faces changed drastically, especially after hearing Jiang Ming admit that he was Jiang Ming. The fear in his eyes, along with his pupils, constantly trembled. This kind of fear was as if it was innate, like a natural bloodline suppression. No, don't be bluffed. Jiang Ming is only a cultivator. Even if he didn't ascend, he would have fallen long ago. This person in front of him is by no means. Before that finished demon envoy could finish his sentence, he only saw a sword light flash past his torso. Next, pust. In an instant, that demon envoy's body chopped into two, cutting horizontally from his waist, and the entire person transformed into two bloody bodies that flew to both sides. Even up to the moment of his death, that demon envoy didn't understand exactly how he had been decapitated. Seeing this, the other two demon envoys' faces changed again and again. If this wasn't Jiang Ming, who else could it be? Under the sky, who else but Jiang Ming could do this? To be honest, back then, I really didn't expect that I could actually let so many of you survive. A trace of coldness flashed across Jiang Ming's face. That year, the righteous paths united to form an alliance and paid a huge price in order to encircle the Hall of Locked Lobes. It was also that year that Jiang Ming failed to protect his own personal disciples, and all of his disciples died in the battle. At the height of his despair, he broke through a bottleneck he hadn't broken in a long time. Thus, in the final battle of the crusade against the locked Luo palace, He defied everyone's opposition and traveled to the locked Luo Palace alone, decapitating all of the strongest members of the locked Luo Palace just for revenge. But he never thought about it. Those guys who had been killed by their own hands had actually survived and even appeared in front of them 10,000 years later. It seems that the heavens are looking at you all and want me to come and take you all in. A cold aura flashed across Jiang Ming's gaze. The words fell. Sword out. The two demon envoys opened their mouths in shock, and in their pupils, there was only a beam of sword light, reflecting the ever-enlarging sword chi in their eyes, until it exploded around them. Swish, 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 countless sword chi exploded in the air. The sword marks detonated by the sword light split almost every piece of flesh and blood of the two of them into powder. The swords resounded in space with a succession of buzzing sounds. As the sword light fell, not only were the two men's physical bodies, but even every single cell was chopped to pieces by that sword intent, and all their vitality was wiped out at this moment. It was as if the three people who had just appeared in front of him had never appeared in the world. End of chapter. Right at the moment when the physical body turned into nothingness, three purple shadows, as if fleeing, flew out. Jiang Ming quickly captured this detail, and immediately afterward, his right hand opened up, and a terrifying suction force instantly locked onto those three figures. In the next second, three purple shadows, as if they were loaches, were grasped in Jiang Ming's hands. No wonder you fellows survived. So it's the souls that are retained and take over other people's flesh. This kind of thing that goes against the heavenly Tao has allowed you to live for 10,000 more years. Jiang Ming's voice was incomparably cold. He had only heard of such damaging things before. The method of taking away the body had always been viewed as a forbidden technique that everyone on the continent had jointly resisted. But these guys blatantly used such a forbidden technique and killed so many people. Looking at the three purple silhouettes in his hands, as if begging for mercy, he trembled continuously. Jiang Ming looked at the three silhouettes with an icy expression. Next, wow! A blazing flame bloomed violently in his hand. The three souls were incinerated to the point where nothing was left at this moment. Flesh destroyed, soul annihilated. These three people are the ones who will never be allowed to live forever, and they will be erased from this world forever. Extremely evil people. This result should also be worthy of you. Jiang Ming let go of his hand. However, just as Jiang Ming had finished off the three demon envoys, a bunch of dark-bodied monsters actually emerged from the ice hall. Those monsters spat out long tongues, with only one huge eye above their foreheads, and their bodies appeared to be human, but the movements they crawled out with were like that of wild beasts. What is this? Jiang Ming frowned. In theory, the locked Luo Palace was a demonic sect that captured souls to enhance their strength. And these people in front of me are as if they have been transformed into monsters, although the souls of these monsters were more or less mutilated. This style, again, was a bit different from the impression of the Hall of Locked Lobes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this point, these monsters that rushed out from the castle suddenly exploded with terrifying speed in front of Jiang Ming, and a few flashes of black light flashed in mid-air, catching people off guard. Jiang Ming dodged sideways, but those monsters were more sensitive than even normal people, and during the period when they rushed out into the past, extremely corrosive black slurry was sprayed from their mouths one after another. Facing these attacks, it was easy for Jiang Ming to dodge. However, these black slurries merely stuck to the corners of Jiang Ming's clothes, and a trace of white smoke rose up, and the corners of his clothes were immediately corroded off in large chunks. What a strong corrosiveness! Jiang Ming frowned slightly. With this kind of corrosiveness, only even a ferrying stage powerhouse would have to be afraid of it. How, exactly, was this creature created? Could it be that this was the existence that Turbulently was talking about? Phew! Suddenly, when those monsters saw Jiang Ming dodging away, they opened those bloody mouths and let out a strange cry. They then rushed towards Jiang Ming to surround him, and at this moment, Jiang Ming was surrounded no matter where he dodged from. Seeing this, Jiang Ming sighted his sword. Located on top of the sword blade, an incomparably dazzling light blossomed. These rays of light instantly surrounded Jiang Ming, forming a white light that was simply impenetrable, and finally wrapped the surrounding monsters along with it. Boom! A popping sound accompanied by an aurora that scattered like the destruction of a star, lighting up the entire landscape within the confines of the castle. Those monsters at this moment issued heart-rending screams. All the figures have collapsed and overflowed, turned into a black gas floating away. As he watched these black chi instantly dissipate, Jiang Ming couldn't help but frown. When he had decapitated these monsters, their souls, in fact, all dissipated at that moment, bizarre to the extreme. At that moment, Jiang Ming locked his gaze in the middle of the castle. Apparently, everything that goes on here can't be done without this castle. Whether it was the monster that appeared just now or the three demonic envoys of the locked Luo Palace, it was only feared that they had a great deal to do with this place. Come to the ground. Jiang Ming looked around at one of the ice sculptures molded around him. And these people who were frozen by the Xian ice had long since lost their soul breath. As if they were an empty shell, they were at the mercy of others. Jiang Ming withdrew his gaze and took large strides towards the castle. In the middle of this castle, the only thing that caught the eye was the empty castle, with 8 Xian ice pillars standing around it. And towards the deepest part, there was a huge throne. And on top of that throne, inlaid with spiritual qi abundant extreme spiritual stones, and Xian ice bloomed with different colors of luster. Dazzling. But Jiang Ming didn't come to see just how exquisite the workmanship was here. Instead, he looked around. Compared to the commotion when he first entered this space, it was much quieter now. But, when things go wrong, they go wrong. Furthermore, the monsters that appeared inexplicably appeared in a very unusual manner. If it was really as quiet as it appeared, then there wouldn't be so many monsters appearing inexplicably. Moreover, judging from the behavior of those 3 demon ambassadors of the Hall of Locking Luo, I'm only afraid that they weren't too aware of the existence of these monsters either. If they had known, they would have inevitably let these monsters act as scapegoats first, and it was unlikely that they would have appeared after their deaths. It's like, these monsters were deliberately coming out to test his strength again after their deaths in general. Thinking this, Jiang Ming shook his head. Forget it, don't think about it, just destroy this place, Jiang Ming muttered. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Ming closed his hands. Located in front of him, a Xian sword was suspended in the air, its body spinning rapidly in the air. The energy contained in the sword surged with a brilliant golden light in this palace. This beam of light glowed and mingled throughout the palace that was like crystal. Fade away. Jiang Ming didn't make a sound, and a voice without the slightest bit of emotion actually echoed in the space, reverberating throughout the palace. Next, behind Jiang Ming, a silhouette actually emerged from the void. As the Xian sword in front of Jiang Ming spun rapidly, the shadow behind him became clearer and clearer. Only the shadow behind Jiang Ming gradually showed a clear image of a giant more and more. Immediately afterward, the giant figure behind Jiang Ming gradually opened a pair of golden eyes. Cha! Only a cold, low hum was heard. Subsequently, the energy contained in the entire space was compressing at a geometric rate, and the entire palace gradually turned into a pile of ice shards from the top at this moment, and the flying flowers turned into countless starry dust in the air, gradually drifting away. At this point, the entire castle, including the great formation that encompassed this side of heaven and earth, also dissipated. The wind and snow from the outside world once again filled into this paradise. The quiet castle, in this moment, once again clamored. The ice sculpture that was outside the castle was also buried by the wind and snow at this moment. Let this sky full of snow be your homecoming. Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes, looked at the sky full of snow in front of him, and calmly said, End of chapter. As the golden shadow behind Jiang Ming gradually closed its eyes, the powerful might in that Dao Xian sword began to spread out at this moment. The moment the squeezed spatial energy was released, the wind and snow in the entire heaven and earth disappeared without a trace once again at that moment. However, what followed was an even greater blizzard swept into this heaven and earth. At that moment, the golden shadow behind Jiang Ming gradually turned into nothingness. At the same time, even this piece of heaven and earth seemed as if it had never changed. The huge castle, at this moment, turned into flying snow in heaven and earth, falling into Jiang Ming's hands and dyeing the world white. This time, there shouldn't be any more remnants. Jiang Ming sighed in relief. That is, he had already found the remnants of the locked Luo Palace and the anomaly that turbulently had described. Although Jiang Ming always felt that this matter might not be as simple as he imagined, but if he swept this place away, he thought that even if there were still lingering existences, they wouldn't be able to make any big waves. It's been too long since I showed my head. I didn't expect the level of formations in the outside world to be much higher than before. Jiang Ming muttered. No wonder Dong Qiu told him that strength wasn't the answer to everything. Encountering difficult formations can be quite a headache at times. With this in mind, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and his figure gradually soared up. However, just as he was about to leave, Jiang Ming finally turned back and raised his hand. Rumble. At that moment, a series of muffled sounds emanated from the sky, only to see that the sky which was originally covered by wind and snow. At this moment, a huge shadow actually surfaced, presenting the appearance of a huge stone in the sky that covered the sky. As the boulder became clearer and clearer, the huge shadow that could be seen in the sky grew bigger and bigger, until the boulder was as if it was above their heads, and finally broke through the sky, smashing down hard on the extreme north with an extremely strong sense of suffocation. Boom! A loud bang exploded like the end of the world. The whole earth crumbled and shook with it. The star that smashed from beyond the continent, hardened in this land of the extreme north, exploded into a huge island. On top of the island, it was covered with flames and black stones, burning with fire, but the wind and snow in the sky remained unchanged. The time brought by the high temperature was but a moment. Not long after touching the extreme north, the surrounding temperature began to drop rapidly. The entire extreme north emerged extinguished black smoke, as if the scene after the end of the eruption of the volcano. Now, that should be about right. Looking at the far north, which had expanded almost a full circle in front of him, his heart was much more solid. Just destroy the castle, he still feel uneasy. So directly pick a star, strong pressure on this. I think even if there are still people lucky to survive, but also hard to escape death. Looking at the rocks splashing around in front of him to form multiple islands and lofty peaks, Jiang Ming was also satisfied and left this place. In the meantime, the other end of the void that bridged the Tsongshuan continent, the infinite dark space opened up in this moment with those scalp-inducing purple eyes. That eye was incomparably huge, and even the stars were just a grain of sand in comparison. This eye looked around as if it was searching for something. Afterward, only an overlapping voice could be heard, echoing in space. I didn't realize that even my retainers were killed. It seems that after not stepping into that world for a long time, there are some fun guys who have grown up. The voice was very odd, as if two people were talking, yet overlapping and saying the exact same words. If there were any survivors from the locked Luo Palace, they would definitely be able to hear that one of the voices was none other than their palace master. At this time, in the giant purple eye, it seemed as if a black silhouette had surfaced at this moment, located above the black pupil of the giant eye. Immediately afterward, a creepy voice once again echoed in the space. Don't worry, in the future, you and I will be one. And when my strength recovers to 50%, no matter who it is, they won't be my opponent, because I am the strongest demon god, said. The giant purple eye closed again, and the entire space once again went into pitch black. It was as if this eye was the only dominant one in this space. This eye, the god who created this world. After returning to the Tao Heavenly Sect, Jiang Ming fell back into a swing. Although it was his responsibility to teach the students of the Green Bamboo Academy, after a few times of his instruction, they would hardly come to him for nothing. Because of this, Jiang Ming had been idle again in the past few days, and it was Song Bai who came to him to ask some questions about the Qi explosion technique, as well as some trivial matters in cultivation. After solving the problem, Jiang Ming also drank tea and fished, returning to his old age. And so, 5 whole days passed. On this day, the Green Bamboo Courtyard was even more lively than before. It was because another person had finished copying the clan rules, and there were a total of 3 people who had finished copying the clan rules, namely Fang Zijian, Qin Kailan, and Gu Yin. After the first 2 copied, the others were not surprised. However, when they heard that Gu Yin had finished copying it 100 times, every one of them had a look of horror in their eyes. That's right, panic. Really? Gu Yin, you really finished copying it 100 times? Chen Ran asked with his mouth wide open and an incredulous expression. Of course it's true. Would I lie? Gu Yin said disdainfully. But you also said before that this is a pit. And you also said that you definitely won't copy it, ah? Chen Ran's face twitched as he said. That's just gaslighting. There won't really be anyone taking it seriously. Gu Yin skimmed his lips and said. At those words, everyone was silent. In their minds, Gu Yin had always been stubborn. And in the face of this boring task of copying books, not to mention completing it so early, they felt it was rare that they were able to complete this task. The key thing they didn't expect was that Gu Yin had actually completed it, even that fast. Looking at the odd eyes of the people around him, Gu Yin's face looked a little impatient. Are you two going or not? I'll go first if you guys don't go. Gu Yin frowned. Together? It's just as well to go and see what's so different about that Mr. Zhang, Fang Zijian said with a smile. Then let's go. Gu Yin packed up his things and turned around. Seeing this, Fang Zijian smiled and shook his head. Then followed. When the 3 left, the others then felt that they were a bit slow. Even Gu Yin had already completed the task, and they hadn't even been able to complete it yet. So there was something wrong with the progress, coupled with the fact that Song Bai had been practicing outside the Green Bamboo Courtyard every day recently. It caused them to be a bit unable to sit still as well, and they had to complete their current tasks as soon as possible and then prepare for the next practice before they could do so. At that thought, everyone began to get serious. More than complaining at the beginning, they are now willingly beginning to fulfill this task. Perhaps even they themselves didn't know that from this moment onwards, their attitude towards Jiang Ming was no longer as suspicious as before. End of chapter. Inside the alibi, Jiang Ming sat inside the gazebo, holding a bamboo pole with a fishing line hanging from it, and just stayed here quietly fishing for fish. When the 3 people from the rear arrived at the time of the special courtyard, Jiang Ming remained motionless, sitting in place as if he were a wooden stake, not moving at all. As Fang Zijian took a look, his eyes narrowed slightly and he did not go forward to disturb him. On the contrary, Gu Yin wasn't that particular, and walked directly towards the gazebo. Hey, don't be in a hurry. Mr. Jiang is fishing. Let's wait here first, Fong Zijian said indifferently. Fishing is fishing. What's the point of that? We've completed all our tasks. We definitely have to prepare for his next training. I don't want to be surpassed by that girl surnamed Song. Guin didn't care and walked directly towards the gazebo. Fong Zijian still wanted to call out to him, but in the end, he could only helplessly shake his head. At that moment, Guin walked straight to Jiang Ming, and without saying a word, directly slapped Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, we've already copied your explanation 100 times. Now it's time to hand over the real thing, Guin said with a big grin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Ming was like a deflated ball of leather, rapidly wilting at the speed of the naked eye. In just less than 2 seconds, Jiang Ming directly transformed into a pair of skin, quickly deflating in the eyes of the crowd. Even the bamboo pole fell within the pond, disturbing the fish to flee in all directions. I go. This? Guin, who was standing behind him, was not lightly frightened. Seeing Jiang Ming directly transformed into a skin, he was so frightened that he hastily took several steps back, and the expression on his face was even more astonished. He had only tapped Jiang Ming's shoulder. How come the latter was directly gone? What brings you guys over here? All copied out? Suddenly, just as the three were terrified, Jiang Ming's voice inexplicably came out from behind them. The three of them hurriedly glanced back, only to see Jiang Ming slowly walking towards them with a rippling look in his eyes. Jiang Ming? Then this is... Guin still didn't react. Obviously, the Jiang Ming sitting here just now had the same aura on him. But why? Looking at Jiang Ming at this moment, as well as the set of skin under his feet, Guyan's brain was a bit turned around. That was just a diversion that I used exclusively for fishing. That being said, how did you destroy my diversion? Jiang Ming said indifferently. Guyan had a black face. Who knew your doppelganger was so fragile? I just deflated it with a casual slap. At this moment, Fong Zijian respectfully saluted towards Jiang Ming. Mr. Jiang, the three of us have come here to deliver the mission you gave us, Fong Zijian said. After saying that, Fong Zijian's fingertips touched the storage bag, and a pile of white paper clattered around. Not only Fong Zijian, but Qin Kailan on the side also took the copy clan rules out of the storage bag together. Just the patriarchal rules that these two people have copied. Almost all of them have blocked the intersection of this other courtyard. Even they themselves are a little surprised that they actually copied so much. Please, sir. At this time, Fong Zijian remained steady. Looking at the text stacked in front of him, Jiang Ming nodded silently. Well, that's not bad. It's all pretty well done. You guys are a lot slower than I thought you would be. Though, Jiang Ming put away the texts and looked at the two of them and said. Qin Kailan was about to say something when Fong Zijian had already spoken. We are foolish and not as insightful as senior sister Song, so we have been slow for some time, Fong Zijian said. You're good at talking, Jiang Ming said with a faint smile. After saying that, Jiang Ming directly took out a technique from his storage bag and casually handed it to Fong Zijian. Seeing this gongfu, a faint trace of delight surfaced in Fong Zijian's eyes. However, when he received this gongfu, he continued to favor his attitude. I wonder, Mr. Jiang, what is this gong method? Fong Zijian asked. This technique was created by a senior of this clan, and its core is the integration of offense and defense. So for now, I have determined that it is the most suitable technique for you, Jiang Ming said. Fong Zijian nodded. He has always sought stability. Two radical techniques, he is generally not too happy to learn, unless it is a very powerful technique, and only then will be used as a base card. What Jiang Ming said about this technique being able to have offense and defense in one was indeed quite in line with what he needed in his mind. Sword Rain Diamond Blossom. Fong Zijian looked at the name of the feat and narrowed the corners of his eyes. This technique, why does it look like a woman learned it? At that moment, Jiang Ming looked at Fong Zijian and said, although this technique is most suitable for you to cultivate, do you know, what is your weakness? Fong Zijian shook his head. Jiang Mingji said, being steady is certainly the most comprehensive choice, but by being too steady, you will habitually differentiate between your opponents. At that point, you'll think about the two outcomes, that you can win and that you can't, and if you can't win, you'll give up, which isn't the mindset a cultivator should have. With that, Jiang Ming said with his hands behind his back, the so-called cultivator is originally a person who walks against the heavens and performs things that go against the heavens. There is no such thing as absolute stability. What is needed is to consider how to win. How to win with weakness. Dare to fight. Dare to fight. That's the weakness you need to fill right now. Speaking of this, Fong Zijian's gaze was a bit grave, and he seemed to be in deep thought as well. At this time, Gu Yin, who had been at the gazebo, also came over and hurriedly took out the copied patriarchal rules in their entirety. What about me? What about me? Jiang Ming, no. Mr. Jiang, I've also finished. Are you going to instruct me as well? Guyin said with a simple smile. Jiang Ming skimmed over the clan rules that Guyin had copied, and a few more odd colors appeared in his eyes. Because of the clan rules that Guyin had copied, the words couldn't even be seen to see what the hell was going on. It was exactly like a bunch of earthworms crawling around on it. Seeing this, Guyin's old face reddened and he smiled in embarrassment. It's been too long since I've written. It's a bit ugly, but I actually finished copying it, Guyin said. Just as well. Let's say you're done doing it. Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. After saying that, Jiang Ming casually took out a gongfu and threw it to Guyin. After Guyin received it, it was as if there was light in his eyes as he quickly browsed through the wonders of the gongfu. Don't be in such a hurry. The technique I gave you is the sword technique of the extreme of wrath, pursuing the most domineering sword path in the world. Jiang Ming said seriously, although the sword art you practiced can be counted as one of the veins, the control on the momentum and power is much less. At those words, Guyin didn't quite understand and looked at Jiang Ming. What then? Guyin asked. At that moment, Jiang Ming pointed at the tallest mountain in the distance and said, do you think that mountain is tall? Hi, Guyin replied. Can you cut it off? Jiang Ming asked. Can't be. The corner of Guyin's mouth twitched. That's the problem, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Hearing this, Guyin understood even less. Immediately afterward, Jiang Ming continued. The so-called qi is honestly a rush that is too sharp to resist. Since you have cultivated towards the most domineering sword art, then in your eyes, those existences that stand in your way are nothing more than a bunch of miscellaneous fish, a pile of garbage. If you yourself treat your opponent as a high mountain, you will never be able to override your opponent in terms of aura. Hearing this, Guyin was as if he had been enlightened, and his eyes lit up. I got it, Guyin said excitedly. Looking at Guyin's expression of understanding, Jiang Ming also nodded in relief. This guy, he's not so dumb. At that moment, Guyin pointed at Jiang Ming and said with a big smile, you're a piece of trash, Jiang Ming. End of chapter. Hearing Guyin's words, even Feng Zijian's eyes widened. At that moment, Jiang Ming grabbed a sword out of thin air in his hand and pointed at Guyin. Come on, let's cut a deal. Guyin's tiger shook. Wasn't it you who told me to do this? Jiang Ming said with a cold smile. I didn't say it's just a matter of verbally yelling loudly. The word momentum. After today you go back and slowly figure it out. Right now I just want to fight you properly. At those words, Guyin's face turned ironic. Why didn't you say something like this earlier? No, Mr. Jiang. I was wrong. Boo. As soon as the words fell, a muffled sound erupted throughout the entire green bamboo courtyard, and even the bamboo leaves outside the green bamboo courtyard scattered all over the place at this moment. When Feng Zijian took Guyin back, only Qin Kailan was left in the other courtyard as well. Mr. Jiang. At this time, Qin Kailan inquired in a low voice. Immediately afterward, Jiang Ming then turned around, his gaze sizing up Qin Kailan's body, a slight hint of concentration on his brow. What's your name? Jiang Ming asked. Qin Kailan replied. Jiang Ming nodded slightly, then shook his head. Seeing Jiang Ming with such an attitude, Qin Kailan's hands nervously squeezed into a ball. Mr. Jiang, may I ask what's wrong? Qin Kailan inquired cautiously. It's not much of a problem. Jiang Ming lifted his head and said, overall, your talent is not just worse than the others. You even have an immortal spirit body, so you should be considered the most outstanding one among all of them. It's just your character that limits your growth. Qin Kailan froze, then asked, what does it mean? I don't quite understand. Jiang Ming sighed and said, you have a gentle temperament and are cautious in your dealings, but at the same time, you don't like to fight. For a cultivator, this kind of character is undoubtedly a big no-no. At those words, Qin Kailan clenched her hands together nervously. What Jiang Ming said was indeed true. She wasn't considered old in the Dao Heavenly Sect, nor was she that young. It was just that she would never lay a heavy hand on anyone. So much so that she had always relied on the middle of the pack a little bit upwards in the ranking of the sect. It was just that her character was such that no matter how deliberately she practiced, she would end up being merciful. Therefore, Xia Zimo had once told her the same thing, only she couldn't change it, and it had been the only thing she could do since the beginning. Now that she had heard Jiang Ming say such words, there was some disappointment in her heart. Perhaps she was not meant to be a successful monk. Okay, thank you Mr. Jiang. After Qin Kailan finished speaking, he nodded respectfully and then prepared to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Ming helplessly smiled and shook his head. Why are you leaving? At least you're considered my student now. The path of a cultivator isn't suitable for you. You can totally take another path. As the words fell, Qin Kailan, who hadn't taken a few steps out yet, paused then and looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. Qin Kailan incredulously pointed at herself and asked, "Can I cultivate anything else?" Jiang Ming said indifferently, "It's not that I'm talking about practicing anything else, but did you know that the body of an immortal spirit has a powerful perception of heaven and earth spiritual treasures? To put it bluntly, it's equivalent to a human body detector. As long as there's a place with heaven and earth spiritual treasures, it will involuntarily attract you there, although you don't like to fight. But with such an extraordinary talent, as well as this immortal spirit body, why do you need to just observe a single wooden bridge? The path that lies before you is far more than just this one star." Hearing these words from Jiang Ming, Qin Sailan's eyes flashed with a strange color. Can she really do it? With a talent like hers, there are more options? But not a moment later, a look of sadness appeared on Qin Sailan's face again. "But I've already cultivated for hundreds of years. Would it be too late to cultivate other disciplines now?" Qin Kailan couldn't decide. If it was placed thousands of years ago, it might seem late, but for today's world, that's not the case. Jiang Ming replied. "Then, which path does Mr. I mean that I should choose?" Qin Kailan asked. "Dancer," Jiang Ming replied. "Dancer?" Hearing this answer, Qin Sailan's expression was slightly touched. Dancers, in layman's terms, are precisely alchemists. This profession had always been a very scarce existence on the Tsangshuan continent, and even if it was only a first-grade alchemist, it had a pivotal position in the secular world of the Tsangshuan continent, not to mention that second-grade Dan masters and third-grade Dan masters, even among some sects, had the reputation of being guest elders. In today's Tsangshuan continent, with the scarcity of spiritual qi and spiritual grass, a third-grade Dan master had almost reached his limit, not to mention a fourth-grade Dan master, which was even more prestigious in the entire continent. It could be said that the title of Dan master was already capable of causing everyone to be in awe of it. But Dan masters aren't that easy to make. Dan master not only need to accumulate experience, as well as recognize a variety of medicinal herbs, Dan formula and so on. A series of complex processes, usually do not have a few hundred years of experience, simply cannot as a successful Dan master. But she had never come into contact with the lineage of Dan masters, so how could she go back to being a Dan master again? Can I really do it? Qin Kailan herself had some self-doubt. After all, she couldn't even be a good cultivator. So how could she be a good Dan master? In her eyes, it would only take a long time to become a qualified Dan master. At this point, Jiang Ming asked back, "Do you think it will work?" Qin Kailan was a little hesitant. Jiang Ming said indifferently, "If you believe in what I'm saying, then I'll guide you on how to become a Dan master. Of course, you can also continue to choose your original cultivation method, and I will also provide you with a suitable technique." Speaking of which, Jiang Ming handed the choice over to Qin Kailan. For a while, Qin Kailan also looked hesitant. On one side was a path that had been practiced for 100 years, and on the other, a whole new path of alchemy. If she had continued to walk the original path, then she would still have been able to make a solid living, but would still have been at a middle-of-the-road level. But if she chose alchemy, she might have a different life. After a long time, Qin Kailan then grasped her hand and raised her head to say seriously, "I've thought it over. I'm going to choose to become a Dan master," Qin Kailan said with certainty. Upon hearing this, the corner of Jiang Ming's mouth hooked into a shallow smile. He then nodded and said to Qin Kailan, "Although Dan master is a completely new path for you, you will still be able to improve your cultivation in refining pills. As long as the higher the quality of the pills you refine, the speed at which you can cultivate will not be lower than anyone else." After saying that, Jiang Ming took out an alchemy manual from his storage bag. For Dan masters, many methods are now refined, but the experience of some predecessors is pretty much lost. And this alchemy manual in his hand was exactly the experience that Dan emperor had personally authored 10,000 years ago for his disciples to learn from. For Qin Kailan, it was greatly beneficial. Carefully receiving this alchemy manual, Qin Sailan's eyes were colorful. When truly cognizant of the contents of the manual, Qin Kailan suddenly felt that the alchemy she once knew was so shallow. Qin Kailan asked with some surprise, "That Mr. Jiang, my disciple takes the liberty of asking, what kind of a person are you?" In her eyes, Jiang Ming seemed to know everything and be proficient in everything, whether it was the way of the sword, the way of the martial art, and even now even the way of the Dan. He knew it like the back of his hand. Does such a person really exist in the world? And it looks so young. Jiang Ming pondered a little. What kind of person? Well, it's sort of someone who knows a little bit about all fields. End of chapter. With the Fangzi Jian trio clear about the direction of their cultivation, the next few days, one after the other, they also completed all of their book copying tasks one after another. For them, Jiang Ming had almost also planned their cultivation for individuals, while also giving them good gongfu. In fact, He also had higher gong methods, but after practicing for tens of thousands of years, Jiang Ming knew that powerful gong methods also depended on whether or not they were suitable for the cultivator. If it fits, it's half the battle. If they don't fit, then even if they cultivate for 1,000 years, it will be difficult for them to become great. For these disciples in front of him, Jiang Ming was also considered to be teaching them everything. Only Chen Ran was a person that Jiang Ming could never see through. On this day, Chen Ran once again came to the other courtyard with a playful expression on his face and pushed open the front door where Jiang Ming was resting. He, big brother Jiang. That said, they all have their own gongfu. Why don't I have one? Chen Ran smiled and walked to Jiang Ming's side, destroying Jiang Ming's shoulder and asking with a pleasing look. Ever since those disciples had obtained the gongfu, their cultivation speed had even increased by leaps and bounds, especially Song Bai, who had just broken through to the late Jindan stage, had now actually cultivated to the peak of Jindan. It was only one step away from the Yuanying stage. Even the technique that Song Bai cultivated was extremely powerful, and even Gu Yin, who specialized in the overbearing sword technique, couldn't compare to Song Bai at all. It could be said that right now, Song Bai wasn't the strongest on the surface, but when it came to hand-to-hand combat, it was a top-notch existence, and all that she had gotten was all thanks to Jiang Ming. So no matter what, Chen Ran wanted to get a gongfu from Jiang Ming to practice and cultivate. It's not possible to lay out a big piece of meat here in plain sight and end up not even having any soup, is it? That would be a big loss. Big brother Jiang, everyone else has it, but I don't. That's a bit, said Chen Ran with a smile. Just a little what? Jiang Ming asked, raising his eyelids. No, it's nothing. Chen Ran hurriedly shook his hand. Seeing this, Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly and slowly stood up from his chair. Actually, it's not that I don't want to give you the technique, but I really don't understand how exactly you cultivated to the Jindan stage. Jiang Ming frowned. Ha! Chen Ran was at a loss. At this moment, Jiang Ming turned his head to look at Chen Ran and asked, tell me honestly first, how exactly did you cultivate to the Jindan stage? When Chen Ran heard this, he stammered. Just, boosted up like that, right? Jiang Ming said. If you don't tell the truth then there's nothing I can do. Chen Ran immediately panicked. Don't. I'll say okay. Speaking of this, Chen Ran's face looked a bit disheveled. This then recalled some old memories from the past. In fact, I used to be within the sect. My talent was just mediocre, in the middle to lower reaches of that category. But once by chance, happened to bet with a few disciples, won a bottle of elixir. I served after the strength. That month my strength began to soar. At first I thought it was because my talent had improved. But after a month, my cultivation speed returned to what it was at the very beginning, and finally it stagnated in the middle of Jindan until now. Chen Ran quietly shook that out. If Jiang Ming hadn't asked, he was afraid that he wouldn't have said anything about it in his life. After all, just that 1 month strength soared. It is obvious that the elixir obtained from that bet has a secret. It's just a pity that after that he still wanted to go to those disciples to exchange some pills, but in the end, they didn't have that kind of effect, and in the end, it was just a waste of time. The reason why I shook this out was that I just couldn't hide it anymore. Judging from Jiang Ming's attitude, if he didn't speak up, he would only have been unable to give him the feats. After hearing Chen Ran's words, Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. Being able to make a person with mediocre talent cultivate it several times or even 10 times the speed of cultivation in a short period of time, this kind of elixir was not common even in their time. You guy, you're pretty lucky. Jiang Ming sighed at Chen Ran's chance. He. It's all just happenstance. Chen Ran smiled and scratched his head. You still seem to be proud? Jiang Ming said with a smirk. No. Chen Ran lowered his head, looking at Chen Ran who didn't play smart anymore. Jiang Ming also sighed helplessly. With your talent, it's a kind of fate to have this kind of chance. Being able to come to me is also a kind of fate. So naturally, I will also pour my efforts into teaching you and letting you grow. Jiang Ming said in a serious manner. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran also had some feelings in his heart. Originally, he thought that Jiang Ming would still punk him, but he didn't expect that even he couldn't help but stand in awe when it came to such words. Big brother Jiang, then what should I do now? Chen Ran asked in a moved voice. At this moment, under Chen Ran's gaze, Jiang Ming took out a shackle from his storage bag, as well as a fist-thick iron chain. Seeing these things, Chen Ran looked at Jiang Ming with a dumbfounded expression on his face as if he was carrying a question mark. This is? Chen Ran asked. Your cultivation. Jiang Ming replied. How is this cultivation? Chen Ran still didn't understand, and at that moment, Jiang Ming waved his one hand, and these shackles and chains were directly bundled onto Chen Ran's legs, living like imprisoned criminals. Seeing this scene, Chen Ran couldn't understand it even more. Is this nifty practice? Your cultivation is actually quite simple. Just take these chains and run 10 laps back and forth around the main peak from the green bamboo courtyard, Jiang Ming said indifferently. 10 laps? Chen Ran's mouth could almost be stuffed with an entire steamed bun. Just running with weights would be a breeze for 10 laps. At least he was a Jindan stage cultivator. And these cultivations were simply handy. But when the shackles were put on his hands and feet just now, he could clearly feel that the shackles were absorbing his true chi. And now he was afraid that he would not be able to fully utilize his strength even at the foundation establishment stage. And he could only force himself to run with his physical body. 10 laps with this body. In these shackles? It's not killing him. At this moment, Chen Ran's face changed slightly. Then he looked at Jiang Ming and said, "That, big brother Jiang, I don't think I seem to need this kind of cultivation. Is there any other cultivation method?" Jiang Ming said blandly, "There is." Chen Ran was delighted. "What is it?" Jiang Ming drew his sword and revealed a faint smile. "Cut with me, Chen Ran." Hearing this, Chen Ran could only tearfully bring the shackles, dragging the clattering sound in the green bamboo courtyard. He would rather drag these shackles to go run 10 laps around the main peak than to spar with Jiang Ming. Looking at Chen Ran's departing figure, Jiang Ming sighed. "This fellow, I really don't know if this luck is good or bad for him, but if he is able to practice this stance, it should be good for self-protection in the future." Jiang Ming murmured in a low voice. After all, this body technique did not require talent. One only needed to be able to suffer to cultivate it. However, Chen Ran's nature was too slippery, and he was not sure if he would be able to persevere in his cultivation. But that wouldn't be something that Jiang Ming should be concerned about. Chen Ran was destined to obtain this gongfu, and it was up to him to be able to be destined to cultivate it successfully. End of chapter. For the next few days, the disciples in the green bamboo courtyard were all desperately cultivating, especially after copying the clan rules 100 times and obtaining a brand new technique. The cultivation speed was several times faster than before. It was even more urgent, and he didn't want to waste every minute and second. At the same time, even little Spirit Ran, Jiang Ming had explained some tasks. It's like supervising the disciples' cultivation, especially Chen Ran. It was also during this month that the disciples' cultivation speed was extremely rapid. In just 1 month's time, it was already comparable to the length of time they had spent cultivating for several years before. This day, with a delighted smile on her face, Song Bai arrived inside the green bamboo courtyard. "Master." At this moment, Song Bai happily came to Jiang Ming and bowed respectfully. Seeing the expression on the visitor's face, Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. After all, Song Bai had always had a heart like still water, and had always been calm in her dealings, and it was hard to show such a happy expression today. Because of this, the original looks of the country, when you smile, it is more like a blooming snow lotus, more flavorful. It was a pity that Jiang Ming didn't care about this, but instead looked towards Song Bai and nodded slightly. "Looks like you've already learned?" Jiang Ming asked. "Master really does know everything. I've already comprehended the chi explosion technique to a small extent, and I'd like to ask teacher for guidance and instruction." Song Bai arched her hand and said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded as well. He then raised his hand and waved it, and the entire scene instantly transformed into a desert. Exactly the same as the place where Jiang Ming had performed the chi explosion technique earlier. Even the deep pit elongated in front of him had not yet been covered away by the wind and sand. Seeing the desert in front of her, Song Bai took a deep breath and her usual calmness emerged on her face. "Just try it here," Jiang Ming said casually. Song Bai nodded, followed by her drawing the sword in her hand. Immediately afterward, Song Bai slightly opened her mouth, inhaling and exhaling to form a cycle. Her eyes slowly closed as she raised the blade of the sword in her hand and stabbed out towards the front. Bang! With a single stroke of the sword, a sword chi was located above the blade of the sword and shot out. As the sword energy flew out, in the air was actually detonated a terrifying air force. And this air force to the naked eye visible speed rapidly expanding. Just one strike, directly in front of the desert, once again chopped out 1,000 miles of extension of the pit. Even Song Bai herself was a bit dumbfounded when she saw this kind of power. Within the sect, she had never dared to exert her full strength. It was only when he arrived at this kind of open place that he unleashed all of his power. But he didn't expect that he would actually be able to unleash a sword with such a strong power as well. At this moment, Jiang Ming turned his head to look at Song Bai. Not bad. Indeed, stepping into the realm of minor accomplishment. Song Bai put away her sword blade and a smile appeared on her face. It's all because of Master's good guidance. Jiang Ming shook his head. The most crucial part of cultivation lies in oneself. If you don't work hard, even the best master won't be of any use. For you to be able to reach this level in just over a month's time naturally cannot be separated from your efforts. At those words, Song Bai looked a little embarrassed instead. Jiang Ming then casually threw out a jade vial, which the latter caught slightly hastily. When she received the jade bottle, Song Bai's face was also a bit puzzled. Now you have reached the bottleneck for breakthrough. With your current strength, if you want to go further, you must first break through to the Yuanying stage. The pills in this jade bottle will help you break through your bottleneck. Go back and cultivate well. Don't dishonor the name of the Tao Heavenly Sect, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Hearing these words, Song Bai opened the jade bottle and sniffed it with the tip of her nose. For a while, the fragrance of the clear and tranquil Dan filled the air above the tip of his nose. Compared to those strong and complex Dan scents, this one was unique. Thank you, master. Song Bai saluted excitedly. With this elixir, I think I'll be able to win a good ranking in the sect competition in a few days. Jiang Ming nodded. However, it wasn't long before Jiang Ming inquired again. You said that there was a big competition a few days ago? When was it? Hearing Jiang Ming's question, Song Bai's face was also a bit surprised. By all rights, Jiang Ming should also be a member of the Tao Heavenly Sect and know everything, but he actually didn't know about the sect's grand competition in a few days? A clan competition is between several clans, where disciples of the younger generation spar with each other in martial arts. This form of grand competition has been maintained for tens of thousands of years. At the same time, it's also a situation whereby this kind of competition is used to determine the future development prospects of each sect for comparison. I've heard that for the last 100 years, our Tao Heavenly Sect has always been at a midstream level in the sect competition, and 10 years ago, it even fell to a middle to lower level. So this time, in the sect competition, our Tao Heavenly Sect has to win a better ranking, so as to not dishonor the name of the Tao Heavenly Sect, Song Bai said firmly. Although she was young and had started late, at least she had stayed in this Tao Heavenly Sect for more than 20 years and had witnessed the depressed situation of the Tao Heavenly Sect in the last few grand competitions. As a part of the Tao Heavenly Sect, and now a first-rate sect, it would be a bit of a disgrace if they still fell to a middle to lower level. After hearing what Song Bai said, Jiang Ming pondered with interest. In the past, there had been clan competitions. At that time, Li Daotian had just established the Tao Heavenly Sect, so he let 7 of their disciples go out to battle, causing many clans to laugh at them. However, after the 7 of them collectively captured dazzling results, it was an even deeper slap in the face of those great sects. It was also that time that the reputation of the Tao Heavenly Sect spread out, and at the same time, they also had the name of the 7 sons of Tao Heaven, claiming that as long as one of the 7 still survived in the world, then the Tao Heavenly Sect would always stand at the top of the Zhongshan continent. It was just that I didn't expect that after so many years had passed, the Tao Heavenly Sect had already declined to such a state. With this in mind, Jiang Ming asked, don't I remember that there are quite a few disciples with notable strength within the sect? Why are they still only in the middle and lower reaches? Song Bai replied, because there is a condition to participate in the sect competition. One must be a disciple who has cultivated for less than 100 years or less. Hearing these words, Jiang Ming immediately came to a realization. And young and strong, with the Tao Heavenly Sect's previous heritage, it was hard as hell to cultivate a disciple with that kind of strength. After all, even in the era where third-grade elixirs had to live by tightening their belts, it was simply impossible to cultivate a genius without some means. I just didn't expect that in this short period of 20 years, there would be a Jindan stage cultivator as young as Song Bai, so I thought that even if he hadn't stepped in, this clan competition wouldn't have ended up with much of a bad ranking. But, since he knew the situation of the sect competition, how could he focus on a decent ranking? To take the roster spot, then you have to take first place. In the past, the Tao Heavenly Sect had flourished in the hands of their generation of disciples, so it would be him who would then lead his descendants to once again recreate the glory of the past. End of chapter. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming said, since you have this determination, why do you need to just aim for a ranking? If we're going to take it, let's take a first place. As the words fell, even Song Bai was slightly surprised. After all, historically, the Tao Heavenly Sect disciples had difficulty in capturing a very good ranking. Not to mention first, even if they entered the top 10, it was already considered a good result. Took first place outright. Even she hadn't thought about it. At this time, Jiang Ming shook his head and said, it seems like your cultivation is still not up to scratch. Where cultivators are concerned, their aura can't be weaker than anyone else's. Once you chicken out, then you don't even have a 30% chance of winning. People of my generation should be strong when they encounter strength. Regardless of whether it's a high mountain or an abyss that's in front of them, there's ultimately a way to step over it, isn't there? Upon hearing this, Song Bai nodded with heavy eyes. With her talent, coupled with the chi explosion skill that Jiang Ming had taught her, she already possessed extremely powerful means, so how could she not have the confidence to win first place? I'm afraid that would be a real problem if it didn't win first place, wouldn't it? It was just that the once great sect competition had engraved the impression so firmly in her memory that it made her self-deny herself. It was only after hearing these words from Jiang Ming that he recognized himself. She, who has no fear of anyone. Master, I understand. For the sect competition, disciple will never dishonor master's name. Song Bai nodded respectfully. Not my reputation, but revitalizing the Tao Heavenly Sect. Speaking of this, Jiang Ming's hand rested on Song Bai's shoulder and said, the future of the Tao Heavenly clan needs your generation to carry it forward. Song Bai's expression was slightly shaken as she hurriedly knelt on the ground. Disciple obeys. Seeing this, Jiang Ming nodded. Then with a wave of his palm, the two of them returned to the green bamboo courtyard in the twinkling of an eye. It was then that Jiang Ming asked, that said, for this clan competition, besides you, is anyone else strong enough? Song Bai rose and replied, aside from me, most of the young disciples within the clan will be attending. Among them, senior brother Guin will also be attending this conference. Guin? Hearing this name, Jiang Ming frowned slightly. Among the disciples in their green bamboo courtyard, of the 9, other than Song Bai, the others were on the older side. Originally Jiang Ming thought that Guin, that dork, had also surpassed that age a long time ago, but he didn't think that this guy was so young. Song Bai said, well, senior brother Guin is 98 this year, just in time to take part in the last sect competition, and we also almost see senior brother Guin as an ace. Jiang Ming muttered, being young is good. Ha! Song Bai didn't hear it. Jiang Ming waved his hand. It's fine. Go on. Let me get a clear picture of the overall strength of the Tao Heavenly Sect for this conference. Song Bai nodded her head. This sect competition actually the Tao Heavenly Sect is still very hopeful of winning first place. Excluding me, not only is there senior brother Guin, but there are also several senior brothers and sisters who are all at the Jindan stage of strength. And the foundation establishment stage is even more numerous. According to my understanding, although the strength of the other sects is not bad, and the highest strength has early Yuaning strength, I am confident that I can win against them. I believe that senior brother Guin also has this certainty. Song Bai said with certainty, not to mention how well Guin had cultivated in the Tao of the Sword. Just the strength he had displayed on the main peak dojo that day was already able to make Yuaning stage cultivators fearful. Now that he had also received Jiang Ming's guidance, his strength was bound to rise even higher. As for her, with a slight minor achievement in the chi explosion technique as well, as long as she didn't make any serious mistakes, she could also have a fighting chance against Yuaning stage cultivators. After listening to Song Bai's account, Jiang Ming nodded thoughtfully. Since both Song Bai and Guin were able to participate in this grand competition, he didn't need to worry about anything. He was still very cognizant of the strength of these two, especially Song Bai, with the chi explosion technique having entered the realm of minor accomplishment. Not to mention the early Yuaning stage, even the early harmonized God stage would be able to have a fighting chance. As for Guin, as long as you don't make any silly mistakes, you should be able to pick up a top 3 finish as well. Having confidence is a good thing. And when encountering a strong opponent, never just think of retreating. Only by fighting a truly strong opponent can you further yourself. Of course, when encountering an opponent with a huge difference in strength, naturally, you should also avoid their sharp edges. These are the things that you need to comprehend in actual combat. Just telling you won't help. Jiang Ming said indifferently. Disciple understands. Song Bai nodded respectfully. Go down, grab the pills and absorb them in these few days. Perhaps you can still break through to the Yuaning stage before the grand competition. That way, it'll be 9 out of 10. Jiang Ming said. Yes, Song Bai replied. After saying that, Song Bai left the other courtyard. On the way back, she also looked at the jade bottle in her hand with some curiosity. Listening to Jiang Ming's meaning, this bottle of elixir helped her break through the Yuaning stage. But she also knew that she couldn't chew on greed. She had just broken through the peak of the Jindan stage some time ago. If she continued to break through the Yuaning stage, would she be a bit too impatient? After hesitating for a moment, Song Bai finally made up her mind. Since Jiang Ming had let her absorb it, there wouldn't be any problems. In that case, there's no more delay. So I'll go into closed-door cultivation now. Song Bai thought in her heart as she grasped the jade bottle in her hand. Tao Heavenly Sect, Main Peak. Jiang Ming left the green bamboo courtyard and unhurriedly made his way to the main peak hall, the Tianqing Hall. At this time, within the Heavenly Clearance Hall, various elders were also coming and going, appearing to be in a great hurry, so that when Jiang Ming walked past on the steps, those elders didn't seem to notice his presence in general. Looking at how busy these elders were, Jiang Ming was also a bit curious. Originally, Jiang Ming had come here to find Lin Tianyi to ask about the sect competition, but now that he looked at it, it seemed that the entire Daotian sect was much busier than ever. Jiang Ming slowly came to the front of the main hall, and it happened to be Xia Zimo who came face to face. Uncle Shifu? At the first sight of Jiang Ming, Xia Zimo was also a bit surprised. Is there anything going on in the Dao Heavenly Sect lately? Jiang Ming asked with a nod. It's not a big deal. It's mainly because many chores have piled up together. So everyone is very busy. Even Master Sect Leader doesn't have any time to rest. And now they are all still in the other sects discussing about the sect competition. Xia Zimo replied. Another clan competition? Jiang Ming frowned. Yes. Senior uncle also knows about the sect competition? Xia Zimo asked. No, a little. I came here to ask for some details. I didn't expect him to go out as well, Jiang Ming said. Xia Zimo smiled slightly apologetically. Right now, the Dao Heavenly Clan was also in an eventful time, especially in recent times. The Dao Heavenly Clan had made many appearances on the continent and had also performed extremely dazzlingly, coupled with the fact that Lin Tianyi's strength had reached the harmonization stage and his sword intent had also reached the point of pure perfection. It coincided with the fact that the clan competition was about to be carried out, and things were naturally piling up more and more. Thinking of this, Xia Zimo's eyes moved slightly as she looked at Jiang Ming and asked, Senior uncle came. Is it about the sect competition? Jiang Ming nodded. I heard that the duo of Song Baiyi and Guin are also going to participate in this grand competition, so I came to ask for some information. Upon hearing this, Xia Zimo seemed to think of something and said with a smile, Right, now that Song Baiyi and Guin are both considered to be senior uncle's students, why don't you, senior uncle, personally lead the Dao Heavenly Sect's disciples to participate in this tournament? Hearing these words, Jiang Ming was a bit confused. End of chapter. Seeing Jiang Ming's puzzled expression, Xia Zimo explained. According to the regulations of the sect competition, each session of the competition will take turns to hold the conference by each sect's territory, and the leader will not only have to be the sect leader himself, but will also need a couple of lead elders to lead the disciples, as well as to escort the disciples for their own safety. Now that the clan is already too busy to spare their hands, if senior uncle can help with this favor, it would really be a solution to the most pressing and urgent need at the moment. Xia Zimo's tone was very sincere. To know, the clan competition was 10 days and half a month once they fought, and now their clan was able to take time out to rest, and rest was already very good. Not to mention that they also had to take out 2 or 3 elders to escort the disciples. This is totally going to delay some more things within the clan. If Jiang Ming was able to serve as the leading elder for this sect competition, with Jiang Ming's strength, I thought it would be enough for just one person to go. In this way, they didn't need to worry about any personnel issues for their sect competition. Looking at Xia Zimo's sincere expression, Jiang Ming sighed helplessly. Alright, but I don't know anything about the sect competition, and it always feels a bit wrong to let me bring my disciples there. Jiang Ming frowned. It's fine. Senior sect leader will also be heading there. Besides, with senior uncle's strength, I believe any difficulties can be solved, Xia Zimo said with a smile. With those words, Jiang Ming couldn't refuse anything. It just so happened that he had been a bit bored within the sect lately, so going out for a break would be fine. Along the way, he could also meet the forces of those clans that had suppressed the Dao Heavenly Clan in the last 1,000 years. After seeing Jiang Ming's promise, Xia Zimo happily brought Jiang Ming to the Heavenly Clearance Hall, explaining some of the relevant test samples for the clan competition, as well as the list of people who would be participating in the clan competition this time, and the clans that they would be traveling to this time. By now, Jiang Ming understood everything. This time, the clan that was organizing the sect competition had taken its turn to host the conference in the southern domain's Tsangyin Palace. Jiang Ming didn't have much of an impression of this clan, thinking that it must just be a new force that had popped up in the last few thousand years. But knowing the destination, Jiang Ming was also aware of it, not to mention the fact that there was Lin Tianyi as a guide, and his task, in fact, was just to protect the sect disciples. After all, these were the elite of the younger generation of the Dao Heavenly Clan, and if anything went wrong, it would be a not-so-small blow to the Dao Heavenly Clan. So while Jiang Ming was learning about the sect competition, he also took a closer look at the list of participants in this conference. It wasn't much, only 50 people attended. After understanding clearly, Jiang Ming also packed up his list and left the Heavenly Clearance Hall. In the meantime, the various forces of the Tsangshuan continent, the news of the sect competition had long spread, and many sects clearly understood the importance of this competition. The clan competition was not only a fight between disciples of the younger generation, but also a display of the underlying strength of each clan, as well as the trend of future development. Once they were able to win the top spot, they would receive the attention of many sects. Even a second-ranked sect would be promoted to a first-ranked sect in this great competition perhaps. It could be said that this was a good time for every lower-ranked clan to turn around. It's also the perfect opportunity to show your own disciple shine after 10 years of cultivation. As a result, all the forces secretly hid their backhanders for use in this conference. Dao Tian Sect, the back of the mountain. At the edge of an empty cliff, Song Bai gazed at the high mountain in front of her in a state of infatuation. She pondered what Jiang Ming had said. Cultivation, by nature, is to act against the heavens, and what one does, is against the heavens. Cultivators, on the other hand, are strong when they encounter strength, and when they encounter high mountains and dangerous obstacles, they must have a way to break through them. So at this moment, the high mountain that Song Bai was looking at, with a long gully gaping in the middle, blocked in front of her, was also an insurmountable mountain. This was the same as what Jiang Ming had said, but, what did she have to fear? Even the most powerful enemies have weaknesses. Even the hardest mountain to push against has a time to crumble. At that moment, she thought of Jiang Ming, that guy that no one had ever looked at favorably in the beginning. On that day, on the dojo, facing their 20 elite disciples, how calm and unruffled he was, as if there was no difficult problem in the world that could be difficult for him, or anyone who could defeat him. It was precisely for this reason that after actually meeting Jiang Ming, she felt more and more that Jiang Ming's strength was far more than what she had imagined. If you want to take it, take the top spot. Song Bai thought of Jiang Ming's words in her mind. If practicing wasn't about being number one, then what was the point of her practicing? People, by nature, are constantly climbing, pursuing where the ultimate peak is, and from the beginning of cultivation, isn't it for this goal to fight for? Thinking of this, Song Bai's eyes suddenly snapped back into focus. In the next moment, she drew her blade from the scabbard at her side. Afterward, she came to the edge of the cliff and looked out at this peak in front of her with her long sword in hand before closing her eyes. At the same time, the scene where Jiang Ming unleashed the chi explosion skill was constantly replayed in her mind. Whether he was facing people, things, or objects, the moment Jiang Ming struck, everything seemed so confident. Other things aside, I'm afraid I'm already biased in my heart alone. She's not calm enough. It wasn't enough to do what Jiang Ming did and unleash powerful spells at the drop of a hat. Gas explosion technique. It was meant to be utilized by the power of heaven and earth. This technique did not require a realm. Rather, it required emptying the self and moving with the mind to achieve a combination of the self and the energy within the space to gather the most powerful strike. Thinking this, Song Bai suddenly opened her eyes at this moment. So, this sword should come out like this. As the words fell, her eyes slowly looked towards the peak. In the next second, the sword blade moved. Buzz! A sword sound suddenly resounded throughout the valley. The entire valley echoed with the crisp and heart-stopping sound of the sword, causing countless birds and beasts to be frightened and quickly flee from the location at the center of the sword's sound. Subsequently, boom! The powerful sword chi pierced a gap in space, and as the gap continued to expand, it actually shook out a terrifying true chi might, cracking the land in front of her into countless columns of horizontal. And even the peak in the distance was actually pierced through by this terrifying might at this moment, alive and breaking a clearly visible gap in the mountain. At this moment, the entire Tao Heavenly Sect resounded with a slight sensation. In particular, the disciples cultivating around the green bamboo courtyard all carried a few shocks in their eyes when they sensed the fluctuation. The aura of this sword intent seems to be even stronger than what Feng Zijian and Guyin have displayed. Those who stayed here were extremely talented beings. The might unleashed by Song Bai's sword, even they felt a hint of palpitations. At the same time, it was also the sword that stirred up their motivation to cultivate. You can't be pulled further and further away from the others. The moment, Jiang Ming, who was located in the green bamboo courtyard in fishing, couldn't help but frown when he sensed this kind of fluctuation. What's the situation? Shouldn't this nymphette be raising her cultivation? How did she break the bottleneck of sword intent by herself? Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. End of chapter. The sword follows the heart. The heart follows me. At the edge of the cliff, Song Bai held the blade of her sword, her body radiating a domineering aura to the extreme. This extremely was not only Song Bai's own aura, but also contained the aura that existed above the sword's blade, as well as the aura that coexisted between heaven and earth. Song Bai retracted the sword blade, and with a single grab at the scabbard on the ground through the air, she put the sword blade into the scabbard. If she continued to release her sword chi, not to mention just piercing that peak through a gap, she could even cut through the entire peak if she wanted to. In the past, she would never have dared to think about it, but now she understood. Everything that stands in one's way is just a stepping stone. As long as these obstacles are cut away, then what lies in front of you is an unobstructed path. If you can't even withstand this frustration, how can you talk about practicing? And what's the point of chasing the pinnacle of strength? Comprehending this, the aura around Song Bai's body rapidly declined, and the aura within her own body also collected at this moment. It seems that I have underestimated your talent somewhat. To touch the bottleneck of sword intent at such a young age, even I have never seen more than a handful of them. Suddenly, located behind Song Bai, Jiang Ming's voice blandly spoke out. Hearing Jiang Ming's voice, Song Bai turned her head to look at the latter before nodding respectfully. Master is too kind. If it wasn't for Master's good guidance, disciple wouldn't have been able to break through so easily. Song Bai said, being too humble is also a form of pride. Jiang Ming shook his head and said, he didn't instruct anything on sword intent. After all, the sword intent of this thing is to follow the fate. Fast as a few days' time can be comprehended. Slow if a lifetime I am afraid that cannot touch the skin. So he didn't instruct them on anything that had anything to do with the sword path. And he didn't expect Song Bai to not only improve in her state of mind, but incidentally, her comprehension of the sword path followed suit. Even in his time, such a genius was rare. However, the more Jiang Ming remembered the figure that used to stand behind him. Master? At that moment, a voice pulled Jiang Ming back to reality. At this moment, Song Bai looked at Jiang Ming with a curious expression, because in her impression, Jiang Ming had never been out of his mind like this, which instead made her a little strange. Just thought about something from before. Jiang Ming said indifferently, since you've comprehended a hint of sword intent, naturally you can also use it as your own base card or backhand, and have a few more means of surprise when fighting others. Song Bai nodded. Disciple understands. I will definitely fight for the top spot in this clan competition. Jiang Ming smiled with satisfaction. That's good. It just so happens that I'll be traveling with you to the Canyin Palace on that day as well. I'm sure you'll shine in this conference this time and impress everyone. Song Bai nodded heavily. At the same time, she was very excited. It wasn't just for her own sake, but also for the entire Dao Heavenly Sect. And fighting with the geniuses of the major powers would make her more aware of where she was lacking, so that she would be more able to go further. Disciple has decided to remain in seclusion for a few more days. And at this juncture, it's even more important not to miss any opportunities for advancement. Song Bai saluted and said. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the green bamboo courtyard. Jiang Ming looked at Song Bai for a second. The corner of his mouth hooked into a shallow smile. It's good to be young. 1 week later, the Dao Heavenly Sect was a few more lively than before. Today, it was the time for the young disciples of the sect to travel to the southern region and participate in the sect competition. Many disciples also wanted to see who the candidates were who participated this time. Among them, the ones who deliberated the most were Song Bai and Guyin. Putting Guyin aside for the moment, he was originally one of the young generation who had the most powerful strength and was the most popular, and was also the most powerful disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect in plain sight for this sect competition. Song Bai, on the other hand, was the youngest and most talented disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect, coupled with Song Bai's overly good looks, a serious face coupled with powerful sword skills. She was almost unknown in the Dao Heavenly Sect. Although his strength was slightly inferior to Guyin, he was still the object of admiration for many Dao Heavenly Sect disciples. I heard that some clans have Yuaning stage disciples stepping forward for this clan competition. Yuaning stage? Is that really something that could have been cultivated 100 years ago? That may or may not be the case. Those sects may have put in some hard work for this conference. So what? The strength that senior brother Guyin displayed that day. Even Yuaning stage cultivators might not be able to withstand it, right? Well, this time, the great competition will at least be able to recapture some of its face. The disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect Kai talked, but they were in no hurry. Even if senior brother Guyin wasn't able to participate in the next sect competition, Song Bai was only in her 20s and would still be able to participate in several more sect competitions. One day, all of them in the Dao Heavenly Sect would be able to reclaim their former glory. Whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, they would sit firmly in the position of a first-rate clan. And at this point, inside the green bamboo courtyard, various disciples began to converge outside the main hall. After a period of cultivation, the 9 people who had just arrived, with the exception of Qin Kailan, all of them had significantly improved. Especially Guyin, after comprehending the wrathful extreme sword Dao, his heart was incomparably swollen, and he couldn't wait to find a few people to have a fight with and try out his newly learned few stances earlier. Not only Guyin, other people also had many gains. Even Fong Zijian's cultivation had already broken through to the middle stage of Yuaning. It was just difficult for other people to notice. Right at this moment, Chen Ran patted Guyin's shoulder and laughed. Senior brother Gu, after not seeing you for a few days, it seems like you've gotten a lot stronger. Upon hearing this, Guyin looked at Chen Ran with a face full of displeasure. In the clan, all peer cultivators called each other master and brother by their strength. On weekdays, Chen Ran had a mouthful of senior brother, slick as hell, and now that he had only been cultivating for a while, he was afraid that his skin wasn't itchy. Surname Chen, you seem to be quite rampant. I'm just in time to try my moves on you. After saying that, Guyin raised his hand and slapped his palm directly at Chen Ran. However, the latter dodged casually. easily dodging the palm. The surrounding disciples were a bit surprised, but they also dispersed, lest they be accidentally injured by the repercussions. Gu Yin, control your strength, don't ruin this place, Feng Zijian said with a frown. I know. Gu Yin skimmed his lips. After saying that, Gu Yin directly grabbed towards Chen Ran's body, and the power of his arm swing alone was whistling layers of strong wind in the air. However, just at the moment when everyone thought Chen Ran had been caught, only to see that Chen Ran, whom Gu Yin had originally captured, had disappeared as a shadow. When they saw it the next second, Chen Ran was already sitting on the wall, shrugging his hands and smiling. Now, I won't hide it from everyone. Chen Ran pointed at himself and said, I'm the genius that comes along once in 10,000 years. It's just that I used to keep a lower profile. Now I'm showing my cards. The words fell. Everyone in the venue had a black face. End of chapter. Although Chen Ran's stance just now had indeed taken them by surprise, and no one had seen anything, as soon as they heard Chen Ran's shameless words, all the surprises seemed incredibly unusual. At that moment, Chen Ran wanted to say something else, only to see a figure appear beside him at an unknown time, grabbing Chen Ran with one hand as if he was picking up a chicken, and dropping him directly onto the ground. Genius? I'd say stupid is more like it. Only Jiang Ming's voice was heard in the dojo, and Chen Ran's face instantly turned deathly gray. If he could still pull some strings with Jiang Ming before, but now he wouldn't dare at all. Jiang Ming's existence was simply more unpalatable than even his former master, and if he didn't pay attention a little bit he might get a severe beating. Chen Ran turned his head to look at Jiang Ming and smiled sarcastically. I was just joking. Just joking. Then hurry up and stand still. I don't have any free time to play around with you today, Jiang Ming said. At those words, Chen Ran immediately slapped his butt and hurriedly stood up. At the same time, the other disciples also showed serious expressions. They knew that today was the moment to travel to the southern region to participate in the sect competition. In the past, all of the disciples here had participated in the sect competition, but now that they were also beyond their age, only 2 out of the 9 were qualified to participate in this conference. Even if there were only 2 of them, they would have to be taken seriously to do so. At this time, little Lingran also hurried out from the main hall with his little feet. It was only when they saw Xiao Lingran that they reacted. Yeah, they were 10. Moreover, little Lingran looked so small. Could it be that little Lingran was also going to participate in this conference? Alright, since everyone is here, I'll be brief. Today is the assembly where the younger generation of disciples from this clan will travel to the southern region and participate in the clan competition. Although there are only 2 of you here who will participate this time, I can bring you all along to see the strength of the most elite disciples in this world. A few of you here are a bit older, but the world is vast, and there are always people you should learn from. So I believe that you will all be able to gain experience in this conference. Jiang Ming spoke calmly. Some of the disciples have been hearing these words for decades, others for hundreds of years, and they should have gotten tired of them long ago. But coming from Jiang Ming's mouth, they didn't dare to drop a single word. Disciple obey. The crowd clasped their fists and saluted. Even little Lingran, who was standing to the side, saw everyone in this state and crookedly followed suit. There wasn't much that needed to be explained, and after making it clear, Jiang Ming also flew towards the main peak with 10 people. The moment. On the main peak, Lin Tianyi had long since explained things clearly, and the 48 disciples from the clan who were participating in this conference were ready to go at any time. Upon realizing that the person leading the group was Jiang Ming, Lin Tianyi's heart, which was still a bit worried, was much lighter at this moment. With Jiang Ming's strength, the safety and security of this conference would certainly be safe and sound. It didn't take long for Jiang Ming to bring 10 people to the top of the main peak, and after nodding towards Lin Tianyi waved one hand. The entire sword blade above the main peak seemed to resonate at this moment. This clan assembly, be sure to remember your own honor and disgrace. Losing isn't scary. What's scary is not being able to recognize where you lost. All of you are the youngest geniuses of this clan. Don't forget the teachings of this clan, Lin Tianyi said with his hands in the air. For a while, all the disciples below chanted, the heavenly Tao is indestructible. The sword Tao is eternal. The heavenly Tao is indestructible. The sword Tao is eternal. Lang Lang's high voice resounded throughout the peaks inside and outside the Tao Heavenly Sect. Just hearing this voice, all the disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect stirred up an unprecedented energy within them, as if they had the strength of countless predecessors, injecting themselves. Even Jiang Ming's heart evoked a trace of a former memory when he heard this oral training. There might not be much to touch on such a verbal admonition for Jiang Ming, but for the disciples of the sect, it was an uplifting oath, a firm belief in their own cultivation. After saying everything, Lin Tianyi drew a circular arc with one arm, and dozens of flying swords slowly appeared located in front of him, landing in front of the disciples in the center of the dojo. All disciples participating in this grand competition prepare to start traveling immediately, Lin Tianyi said in a loud voice. Yes, the disciple below clasped his fists. Immediately after that, all the disciples stepped onto their flying swords. Not only them, including the disciples behind Jiang Ming, they also summoned their flying swords to move forward together at this moment. Seeing this, the other disciples were also a bit surprised. In the past, only the elders and the disciples participating in this conference had traveled forward, but I didn't expect that there would actually be other disciples traveling together this time. Lin Tianyi didn't stop Jiang Ming's behavior. After all, Jiang Ming was the only one who led the team on this trip. In the eyes of the disciples, Jiang Ming might be a notorious elder of the Dao Heavenly sect, and it was reasonable to bring some powerful disciples along with him. After all, the strength of Feng Zijian and the others was still there for all to see. Strange, I remember that before. Senior brother Feng and the others seemed to be a bit skeptical of Jiang Ming, and now they seem to be treating that person called Jiang Ming with what seems to be quite a bit of respect. No way. Geniuses have their own arrogance. It should be that you feel wrong. That Jiang Ming is so young. What kind of knowledge can he have? I guess there will be a real chapter after this conference. Some of the Dao Heavenly Sect's disciples said that Jiang Ming was deeply hidden, while others said that he was faking it. All in all, there were still many different opinions on Jiang Ming's evaluation. It was a pity that they also didn't have that qualification to travel to the southern region and witness the winners of this conference. One could only fantasize and hope that this conference would be able to capture a good ranking, so as not to dishonor the name of a first-rate clan. Leaving the Dao Heavenly Sect, he headed in the direction of the southern domain. Dozens of people had flying swords on their feet, and their speed was much faster than ordinary cultivators. Other people could only use flying spells, and there was a limit to their speed. Flying swords were used singly, and they were much faster. By the time he entered the southern domain, it had only taken 4 hours. Fortunately, the Sanyin Palace was in the southern domain leaning to the north, and it wasn't much of a distance from the northwestern domain, and it wasn't long after entering the southern domain that the group arrived within the jurisdiction of the Sanyin Palace. At that moment, under Lin Tianyi's leadership, the crowd also slowly fell down from their flying swords. Now that we are in the territory of Sanyin Palace, you all have to listen to Jiang Elder's orders, and you must not act arbitrarily, or else the rules of the clan will be served, Lin Tianyi said in a deep voice. The disciples nodded their heads. After all, they were outsiders, and when they didn't know the other side's rules, the best thing they could do was to follow the law and not make any rash moves instantly. Before long, there was two disciples dressed in grayish-white practice clothes, respectfully saluting Lin Tianyi. Welcome sect leader Lin to my Sanyin Palace, please follow me. The two disciples bent down slightly and made an appearance of asking for instructions. In the next second, what was originally just a plain and uninteresting mountain path actually manifested a stone staircase to heaven at this moment, leading to the top of the mountain within a palace. End of chapter. Not only that, as the two Sanyin Palace disciples guarding the entrance made way for the walkway, the crowd walked into the first step of the stone staircase. What was reflected in front of everyone's eyes were the many hanging immortal islands, as well as the various palaces that landed on top of each island. Not only that, the disciples of each immortal peak that landed on the ground above the various immortal peaks had the sound of their Lang Lang's martial arts practice, and even in the outer peaks that they walked up from under the mountain gates, the sound of many disciples competing with each other came from them. The whole atmosphere of the conference immediately enveloped up. I didn't expect such a sect to have such a stroke. Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. Hearing this, Lin Tianyi smacked his lips in preparation to make an explanation, but due to his status, he ended up keeping his mouth shut. Instead, it was Song Bai, who was following Jiang Ming, who replied, rumor has it that the person who founded the Sanyin Palace was a Mahayana stage cultivator who, on the first day of founding the sect, declared war on multiple powerhouses and shook the world. And because of this, after challenging many forces, the founding ancestor of the Sanyin Palace thought that he had been too ostentatious and angered many forces, so he laid down a great formation as well as many formations to prevent his descendants from being implicated, not only at the beginning of the initiation, or arriving on top of the outer peak. If someone makes a move, they will trigger the great formation here and fall into a heavy illusion. Song Bai replied. At those words, Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. The strength of someone who could make such a stroke was not trivial, not to mention the fact that from the moment they entered the sect, and then the various immortal islands suspended above their heads, they were actually all great formations laid down by the bridging outer peaks. This kind of tactic, even if Dong Qianya wanted to lay it down, it would only take a lot of effort. It seems that the reason why these clans are strong isn't completely without reason, Jiang Ming muttered. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Song Bai just smiled in agreement. The disciples behind them nodded as well, but some of the other sect disciples looked a bit puzzled. After all, Jiang Ming didn't look like anything special from the surface, and it was really a bit strange to say these words. With that, the group walked to the outer peak. At this moment, the two Tsangyin Palace disciples walking in front of them arched their hands towards Lin Tianyi, revealing polite smiles. Patriarch Lin, my family's palace master told me that he hoped that you would be able to meet with me after you came to our palace. I wonder if Patriarch Lin would be so kind as to honor us with his presence. The Tsangyin Palace disciple inquired. Mr. Lin will accompany the request of Palace Masterin, Lin Tianyi said indifferently. Then the two of us will wait for you ahead. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the front. Immediately afterward, Lin Tianyi turned around and said, you guys are now following Elder Jiang. You mustn't walk around freely, and you mustn't cause any trouble. The purpose of this trip is just for the conference. Don't worry about anything else. Is that clear? The disciples nodded. Understood. Only after seeing this did Lin Tianyi turn around with peace of mind, finally looking at Jiang Ming and nodding vaguely. As Lin Tianyi left, the disciples were relieved. Having been in the Tao Heavenly sect all year round, he had very little contact with other sects in the outside world. Now that he had come to the Tsangyin Palace for the first time, he was very curious about the new and strange environment. Jiang Ming also somewhat empathized with the attitude of these disciples. After all, most of these little guys were only a few dozen years old, and in terms of the cultivation world, where a shut-in is several decades, this kind of age could really only be considered a baby doll. But Jiang Ming was no exception. Even he himself had very little contact with the other forces on the continent nowadays, and just from his understanding of this Tsangyin Palace, Jiang Ming also felt that the Tao Heavenly sect also had a lot of places that needed to be improved. In the end, the Tao Heavenly sect was still a bit too conformist. Well, should we expand a few more cultivation grounds? Jiang Ming thought darkly as he looked at the immortal island in the sky. Get out of my way. Just then, three men dressed in ink-colored robes came striding towards the main path. The three of them were very fast, and when they encountered someone who was in their way, they brashly pushed them away. And behind them, they also followed dozens of disciples, and they walked around the outer peaks of the Tsangyin Palace in a vast manner, with an extremely haughty attitude. Soon, those three people's attitude attracted the Tsangyin Palace's disciples to stop them. Your Excellency, the visitor is a guest, but he must also abide by. Facing the disciples of Tsangyin Palace, all three of them had no intention of answering, and directly punched each other in the face. Boo! A fist fell, and the Tsangyin Palace disciple who had stopped in front of him instantly flew backwards. Seeing this scene, the other Tsangyin Palace disciples also revealed a flash of anger and were about to strike. At that moment, the corners of the mouths of the three people walking in front of them sketched out a cold smile. Ha! These are the disciples of Tsangyin Palace? If you ask me, you, Tsangyin Palace, are really just a bunch of flies. Except for gabbing some great truths, you're no ass when it comes to moving your hands. The ink-colored robed man walking in front clasped his hands and looked at the righteously indignant Tsangyin Palace disciples, revealing an extremely sarcastic smile. Bold fanatic, don't be wild. A Tsangyin Palace disciple looked angrily at the man in the lead and directly prepared to strike. However, without saying a word, the man at the head of the group suddenly disappeared in place, and in an instant, only a muffled sound could be heard, and that Tsangyin Palace disciple violently fell backward and slammed onto the ground in a deadly manner, his face pale. Sure is a bunch of losers. The corner of the mouth of the man in the lead hooked up into a sneer. Looking at the two disciples who fell in front of him, they were all disdainful. Looking at such a rampant trio, the surrounding people dared to be angry and dared not say anything until an old man in ink-white robes appeared behind them. And only then did the trio slightly collect a point of arrogance. Tighten up your temperament a little. In a few days there will be a time for you to have fun. For now try to preserve your means. Don't let the others see the cracks. The old man said in a deep voice. Hey, it's just a few flies. Just a few random hits and that's it. What can those losers tell? It's just casual fun. The man at the head of the group said with a smile. Without saying a word, the old man led the crowd through the main path, and the people around him avoided and made a path. But for what this pedestrian did, everyone looked at each other angrily with an attitude of displeasure. However, in response to these angry glances, the three men were not the least bit moved, but instead made them laugh even more arrogantly, posing a disdainful stance at them, causing them to become even more irritated. Looking at what the pedestrian had done, Jiang Ming wasn't touched in any way. It was just that he was a little surprised. It was obvious that the old man was the elder leading the group, which meant that the man who had just struck out was most likely a disciple participating in this sect competition, and he clearly sensed that that fellow possessed the strength of a mid-Yuaning. Even the other party's bone age was just 38 years old. For such a talent to be able to cultivate up to this point in the present-day Songxin continent where the spiritual qi was failing, it could be said that it was a demon amongst demons. I didn't realize that there are more geniuses nowadays than I thought. Jiang Ming clasped his hands and muttered, "End of chapter. It's rampant." At that moment, Chen Ran said with a slightly grumbling tone of displeasure. Not only Chen Ran, including the others, were somewhat dissatisfied with the man's behavior just now. After all, this was the territory of the Zhangyin Palace. Even if the talent strength was no longer superior, it shouldn't be so in someone else's territory, beating up the disciples of the Zhangyin Palace. And instead of being half repentant, the man's behavior just now was proud of it. Even the elder they were leading didn't care and just told him to tighten up instead of warning him. Those few points alone have turned them off. At the same time, having witnessed the behavior just now, the gazes of the other disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect fell on Jiang Ming, and a look of contempt surfaced on their faces. Elder Jiang. Just now it was clearly the fault of those three, beating up a disciple of the Zhangyin Palace in the territory of the Zhangyin Palace. Why don't you step in and stop that person's behavior, as we're both righteous sects? Or is Elder Jiang also afraid of the other party's background? The Dao Heavenly Sect disciple asked with some dissatisfaction. That kind of talk is actually rather revealing. Ever since they had entered the Dao Heavenly Sect, they had been deeply taught by the rules of the sect, and they would take action against those who did evil in the outside world. However, facing that ink-colored robed man, as an elder of the Dao Heavenly Clan, he didn't care, which was really a bit disappointing to them. At this moment, Jiang Ming said indifferently, "It seems like your kid didn't take your family's sect leader's words to heart at all. You can't cause trouble, and you've forgotten it so quickly?" At those words, that disciple remained unconcerned. But the sect leader has also said that the world is only fair when you see injustice and pull out your sword to help. Could it be that we just let that pedestrian go for nothing? The disciple asked with a frown. This statement was almost exactly what the other disciples wanted to say as well. At the same time, they also wanted to see how Jiang Ming would reply. Justice is in the eye of the beholder? Jiang Ming said with a funny smile. Of course justice is right. You know that the other side is wrong. I also know that the other side is wrong. Everyone knows that the other side is wrong. But the truth is, everyone knows who is wrong. Yet no one has made a move. Why do you think that is? The disciple froze and said with a slight hesitation. I don't know. Jiang Ming said blandly. Wrong. Anyone can recognize it. The key is how to fix it. How to fix it. Now is the time of the clan competition. Those three people in the party are obviously also candidates to participate in this assembly. If you have the strength, despite letting go of your strength, teach them a hard lesson on top of the assembly, and punish them for their mistakes. Instead of now, knowing that it is an unwise move, you still want to go and present the courage of the pikers. As the words fell, all the disciples frowned. This can't be used as an excuse for you not to make a move. Besides, with our strength, we may not be a match for those three. That disciple frowned. Not a rival? After hearing that disciple's words, Jiang Ming's originally calm and peaceful attitude gradually became serious at this moment. Now that you've already said these words before you've even met the other party, then what are you going to do if you really meet the other party? Wouldn't you just surrender in place? That disciple's face reddened as he said, Of course I will fight him to the death. Jiang Ming shook his head. Hard to say. At those words, that Dao Heavenly Sect disciple was slightly agitated. This hadn't even started yet, and he himself had been taught a lesson by Jiang Ming, and even decided that he wouldn't fight to the death with the other side. Was there an elder who led the team like this? However, Jiang Ming's words were taken to heart for Song Bai and the others, because they knew that if they internalized that they were inferior to the other party, then 9 times out of 10, they had already lost. There was nothing wrong with what Jiang Ming said, just looking at that disciple who was slightly agitated. As fellow senior brothers, Fang Zijian and the others wanted to go up and persuade him. Yo, if it isn't Guin. Suddenly, just after the crowd of disciples had just calmed down from what had just happened, a piercing voice came out, especially Guin. The expression on his face gradually became menacing when he heard the voice. Hong Kong. Guyan's face showed a hideous color, and he even revealed a deadly enemy-like attitude towards the visitor, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. At that moment, Hong Gang walked over with a smile on his face, sizing up Guin, as well as the many Dao Heavenly Sect disciples behind him. I really didn't expect that you still dare to come to participate in the sect competition. It seems that the Dao Heavenly Sect really has no one. Even goods like you are actually a top strength disciple. It seems that this time, your Dao Heavenly Sect will still be stepped on by us. The corner of Hong Gang's mouth hooked up into a sneer, his tone full of mockery. Hong Kong, do you still think I'm the same person I was 10 years ago? Don't lose to me yourself in time. You'll become a joke yourself instead. Guin stepped forward without the slightest intention to back down. Ha, I lose? Hong Kong just smiled and said, I don't know who used to be beaten by me without any power to fight back, but still had to stubbornly stand on the stage, obviously admitting defeat earlier, and not needing to make a fool of himself. At those words, Guin squeezed his hands into a ball of death. The veins on his arms, including the top of his fists, were all rippling with earthworm-like lines. Asterisk 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 Q. Guin took a large step forward, his aura around him skyrocketing several times at this moment. The aura of a peak Jindan, at this moment surged forth with incomparably overbearing power. Hong Kong just frowned. He didn't expect that the guy he had hung up on 10 years ago had actually broken through to peak Jindan strength today. But he was in no hurry. Guin's strength had reached the peak of Jindan, so how could he not have reached this realm? Even if Guin had improved over the years, he was still 70% sure that he would be able to hang his opponent with his knowledge of Guin. Moreover, he was deliberately provoking Guin. If he could get Guin to fight and understand his cards, he would be able to easily handle it at the conference afterwards. For a while, the entire outer peak had one wave after another, and many people were waiting to see what was going on, especially since Guin had already released his true chi. The people around him retreated 3 feet, leaving enough space. There's plenty of time to play in a few days, so why rush it? What do you all say? At this moment, Jiang Ming patted Guin's shoulder and revealed a harmless smile. In the next second, the true chi on Guin's body actually disappeared without a trace in an instant at that moment. Immediately afterward, the anger in Guin's body seemed to dissipate as if it had dissipated at this point, and when he looked back at Jiang Ming, he also had a few more moments of disbelief on his face. Seeing that Guin was not prepared to make a move, the expression on Hong Kong's face gradually became unpleasant. Yo, Guin, when did you actually have to listen to the orders of a brat? Hong Kong looked Jiang Ming up and down, showing as much contempt as he could. And your Daotian sect is also too brandless. Right, just such a kid can actually participate in the sect competition? End of chapter. Hong Kong revealed a sneering smile as his gaze fell on Jiang Ming without any irony. When the disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect heard these words, a look of anger appeared on their faces. Even if Jiang Ming looked weak, no matter what, Jiang Ming was still their elder. This Hong Kong just provoked the peer disciples even if it's not enough, but even provoked the elders into it. How could they tolerate this? At this moment, Jiang Ming stopped Guin behind him and revealed a faint smile as he looked at Hong Gang. This brother is right. I'm really not qualified to participate in this conference, but since we all know that everyone will be attending this conference, why should we be in a hurry? Jiang Ming said as he spread his hands. Upon hearing this, Hong Kong held his hand and sneered. It seems that your Dao Heavenly Sect is really a bunch of cowards. It's just that you are afraid of losing face by losing to me now. What's the rush? It's nothing more than a front. The moment these words came out, the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples all had a sense of suppressed anger. Even Guin, who had just been calmed down, once again surged with a ball of unparalleled fury at this moment. However, Guin had just taken a step, but he felt an inexplicable force above his body that bound him in place. He looked fiercely at Jiang Ming. He knew that he was afraid that only Jiang Ming would be able to use this tactic. But if we keep listening to Hong Kong curse, the Dao Heavenly Clan's face will still be lost. Not only Guin, including Song Bai, Fang Zijian, and the others, all frowned. Reality is like this. Whoever has the bigger fist, takes more advantage of this word of courtesy. If you don't show enough strength, then others will mercilessly mock you and spit on you. Looking at the righteous indignation of each and every one of the Dao Heavenly Sect's disciples, the smugness on Hong Gang's face grew stronger. What? But don't look at me like that. Am I wrong? Hong Kong laughed. Then, according to your excellency, what should we do? Jiang Ming asked. Hong Kong just gave a crooked smile. It's simple. Either kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times then get lost. Either that, or beat the old man into submission. Hong Kong looked at Jiang Ming with a smirk. With the techniques he had learned, he had no fear of the Daotian Sect's gang, not to mention that Guin's strength was the strongest one among all of them. If he wasn't even afraid of Guin, would he still be afraid of the others? However, in the face of Hong Gang's words, Jiang Ming nodded instead. Since it is your excellency's request, then I can't say anything. It's just that it's inconvenient for them to make a move. So if they insist on fighting, they'll just have a fight with me, Jiang Ming said flatly. But Jiang Ming's words, in the ears of Guin and the others, caused them all to tremble. Fighting Jiang Ming? It was a feeling they never wanted to remember in their lives. But in the eyes of the onlookers, it was like a joke. You? Hong Kong directly. Jiang Ming crossed his arms and laughed. Just with you can also fight with me? Don't think I'll slap you to death later, and then your Dao Heavenly Sect will come looking for trouble from me instead, right? Jiang Ming shrugged. Then you better be able to beat me to death. At those words, Hong Kong stared cross-eyed. He hadn't really thought that Jiang Ming would dare to put out such words. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me, Hong Gang said before he could finish his sentence. Boo! Only to see Jiang Ming fling a slap over without warning. An appalling force exploded in the venue. From the venue, a silhouette stormed backward in succession. This scene caused everyone around them to have their jaws dropped. Just a slap that sent Hong Kong flying? That's the peak of the Jindan stage. Aside from Song Bai and the others, the other Dao Heavenly Sect disciples were all startled. That slap just now was too fast. Even they, the bystanders, didn't react much. Could this be Jiang Ming's strength? The moment Hong Kong covered his face and stood up in pain, an extremely ugly expression on his face. You bastard. Actually staging a sneak attack, Hong Kong said with a scowl on his face. It seems like the tournament doesn't specify that you can't sneak attack, right? And everyone saw it in my eyes when I struck out. Jiang Ming spread his hands and said. At those words, Hong Kong's expression became even more hideous. You brat. I must teach you a good lesson. Hong Kong exploded. After saying that, Hong Kong's figure instantly shot out explosively. On its palm, there were actually flashes of lightning. Jiang Ming, who was on the opposite side of the room, still looked calm, and at the moment when Hong Gang's figure instantly arrived in front of him, he merely spread out his hand and pushed an invisible true chi barrier towards the front. Boom! As an explosive sound exploded out, Hong Kong's palm slapped dead on top of an invisible barrier, and the latter instantly flew out. On the contrary, Jiang Ming was not even the slightest bit damaged. He just stood in place and looked at Hong Kong who had fallen to the ground, sighed and shook his head. Once was a fluke, twice that strength. Hong Kong had suffered losses at the hands of Jiang Ming twice in a row, which definitely couldn't be described as a fluke to Jiang Ming. What kind of magic treasure is this? Hong Kong stood up, his face still incredulous. This is not a magic treasure, but a means. If you want to learn it, come to the Dao Heavenly Sect and I will not fail to teach you. Speaking here, Jiang Ming paused and said, it's just that judging from the exchange of hands just now, your qualifications are lacking, and the strength in your body is almost all piled up by inferior pills, so your achievements will be limited in the future, and I'm afraid that the Dao Heavenly Sect may not accept you yet. When these words came out, the disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect felt a great sense of relief in their hearts. Previously, it was Hong Gang who had spoken ill of him, but now that Jiang Ming had scolded him back, they all felt a sense of relief in themselves. But what Jiang Ming said was the truth. Even Hong Gang had a look of shock appear on his face. How did you? Ever since he had broken through to the Jindan stage 10 years ago, his cultivation speed had begun to become very slow. Now that the clan competition was approaching, for the sake of the clan and his own glory, he had reached a consensus with the elders to forcefully break through to the peak of Jindan, just to capture a good ranking again in this clan competition. In this way, he would also be able to receive the attention of more forces, as well as the tilting of resources within the sect. Everything was so well prepared, but when faced with this guy who seemed more normal than even a mortal, he exchanged blows twice and lost to the other side both times. How is this possible? What kind of bull Daotian sect? I don't give a damn about it. I just don't believe that with goods like you. What else can you do besides sneak attacks and defense? Hong Kong roared angrily. Seeing this, Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. The young people nowadays are too impatient, and their minds are already unstable after only 2 sentences. Such people, even if they didn't take those inferior pills, their achievements in the future would be extremely limited. At this time, Hong Kong's speed was actually twice as fast as before, like a lightning bolt twisting out of a twisting arc, and his right hand turned into a palm, and in the center of his palm, a thunderbolt once again flashed up, violently slapping towards the front. I'd like to see just how hard that turtle shell of yours is. Hong Kong stormed out. Seeing this, a look of shock surfaced in the eyes of the surrounding disciples. Unleashing one's most powerful feats at a time like this. Was this still just a cut and thrust? It's totally a life and death struggle. On the contrary, Jiang Ming, in the face of this thunderous strike, his expression was calm and unparalleled as he folded off the green leaves on the side. In the next second, Jiang Ming looked up at Hong Gang, who says, I must defend? End of chapter. What? Hong Kong's face changed drastically, but he quickly reacted. Now that the ship has sailed, Jiang Ming's words will most likely disrupt his state of mind, and whether he succeeds or fails will all depend on this move. He couldn't care less anymore. Hong Kong violently increased his speed and slapped his palm out. The most furious slap. Even Hong Gang was feeling a bit hot-headed right now, originally wanting to force out Guin and the others' bottom cards, but he didn't expect to trick him out of his own bottom cards now instead. Strange shame. Therefore, no matter what, he had to save the last of his face, and this Jiang Ming in front of him, he had to defeat him ruthlessly. At this moment, the lightning in his palm was like a river wave gushing out from the center of his hand. Zip! The powerful thunder flashed with substantial white light in Hong Kong's hands, and at this moment it actually coalesced into a dragon like thunder forcing its way towards Jiang Ming. Die for me! Hong Kong just burst out. However, in the face of such an exaggerated palm, Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he held a flying leaf between his two fingers and snapped his fingers in space. It's just the most common popping of fly leaf, but it was this flying leaf, as if it was the most powerful spiritual weapon under the sky, that directly shuttled the thunderbolt that Hong Kong had released as if it was an auger dragon. Through it, only to see that white practiced thunderlight continuously bursting from the tip, instantly splitting into two. Shasta! A fierce roar erupted from the thunder, which collapsed one after another until the beam of thunderlight split into Hong Kong's palm, instantly backfiring. Put! Hong Kong's pupils shrunk, only to feel a mass of true chi reversing in his body, and a mouthful of blood instantly gushed out, and he himself was like a piece of trash as he kept flying backwards and forwards, finally smashing hard on the ground, his face as pale as paper. One moment, the whole place is dead silent. Senior brother Hong. For a while, the senior brothers behind Hong Kong swarmed up and hurriedly helped up Hong Kong, who had collapsed on the ground and was nearly fainting. In the next second, all of them stared angrily at Jiang Ming, gnashing their teeth and pointing at him. You wait, if you hurt our senior brother Hong Gang, our elders will definitely make you look good later. The man pointed at Jiang Ming and angrily rebuked. Oh, could it be that it wasn't your senior brother Hong Gang who started the trouble in the first place? If I remember correctly, it was your man who kept being aggressive, and I even reminded him of it, Jiang Ming said as he clasped his hands. At those words, those people held their faces red and were somewhat speechless. You, it was clearly you who hid your clumsiness and lured my senior brother into making a move, the man said with a red face. Oh, is it possible that people are not allowed to hide their clumsiness in this world? What kind of reason is that for you? Jiang Ming said with amusement. There's one more thing I have to declare. Even if your sect's elders want to come looking for trouble, I'll still accompany them, because I'm the Tao Heavenly Sect's leading elder for this trip. My surname is Jiang, and my single character is Ming. And remember, after saying that, Jiang Ming turned to look at the Daotian sect's crowd of disciples. When the disciples saw this action of Jiang Ming, there were a few more shades of excitement within their hearts. To easily hang and beat Hong Gang, who had reached peak Jindan strength, Jiang Ming's strength, I'm afraid, was many times more powerful than they had imagined. Even Gu Yin and the others were a bit surprised. Judging from Jiang Ming's performance just now, I'm only afraid that Jiang Ming hadn't even used his real strength yet when he was sparring with them. Just a green leaf can achieve this effect. If you let Jiang Ming really fight with a sword, what would that be like? They can't believe it. In the meantime, the surrounding people looked at Jiang Ming with unbelievable faces. On one hand it was the strength, on the other hand it was the words that Jiang Ming had spoken out. How old does Jiang Ming look? Surprisingly, he was the leading elder of the Tao Heavenly Sect. If it was before, they might not have believed it, but after seeing Jiang Ming's methods just now, none of them dared to question this. To be able to defeat a peak Jindan stage expert so easily, one should at least be a peak Yuaning stage cultivator, and one could even say that it was a transformation of God stage cultivator that could be this easy. Such a young cultivator of the goddess of transformation stage, after only 10 years, has the Tao Heavenly Sect already reached such a terrifying level? I heard that the Tao Heavenly Sect was promoted to a first-rate sect some time ago, and it's still in the forefront position amongst the first-rate, so it seems that what was said is not false. Who is this Jiang Ming? How come I've never heard of him before? It's fortunate that this person isn't a disciple participating in this conference. Otherwise this time, the first place would definitely be taken by the Tao Heavenly Sect. But with this person in the Tao Heavenly Clan, we should also show more favor with the Tao Heavenly Clan in the future. Many sects were showing their attitudes towards the Tao Heavenly Sect. The strength Jiang Ming had displayed, even though he had only defeated Hong Kong, but being so young coupled with his endless means was enough to draw the attention of all the major powers. Moreover, as long as they weren't cuties, could all see that Jiang Ming's strength was definitely more than just this amount of strength in front of him, and making friends with the Tao Heavenly Sect was definitely a surefire business. And after Jiang Ming and the others left the place, Hong Gang and the others all looked at Jiang Ming with a fierce light in their eyes. Since Jiang Ming himself had said that he was the lead elder, they would look for their own elder. Hong Kong was the hope of their spirit binding sect. They had to avenge Hong Kong's death. Jiang Ming, we'll take this revenge. Don't you regret it? The spirit binding sect disciple said viciously. With this in mind, they immediately headed to the elder's residence. They didn't want to wait a moment longer. Once the conference started, they would no longer be able to make a move, and then there would be no other way to get revenge if they wanted to. The moment Jiang Ming took his own disciple for a leisurely stroll. At this time, there weren't any disciples complaining. Instead, they revealed curious gazes towards Jiang Ming. After wandering around for a while, Jiang Ming brought them to the resting quarters. The residence of the foreign clans is actually very good to find. Each clan lives on top of the outer peak, and each place is labeled with the resting area of each big clan, and the territory is just that big, so it is quite convenient to come and go. As soon as he stepped inside the courtyard where he was resting, Jiang Ming turned to look at the disciples. I won't arrange the resting places one by one, so stay here after you've stayed to adjust your state and get ready for tomorrow's assembly, Jiang Ming said calmly. Upon hearing this, the disciples also understood. However, some Dao Heavenly Sect disciples looked a bit hesitant. That, Elder Jiang, just now you made a move against that Hong Kong. Will it attract the other elder to make a move as well? Someone asked uneasily. Jiang Ming smiled faintly and said, What? Now you know about the subsequent trouble? Hearing these words, the disciples didn't know what to say. At this moment, Jiang Ming waved his hand and spoke casually. Don't worry about it. Since I'm the leading elder of your trip, I will naturally protect your safety and security. You can just let go of your preparations for tomorrow's assembly, and leave everything else to me, Jiang Ming said. That disciple wanted to say something else, but after thinking about it, he finally nodded silently as well. They might not be clear about Jiang Ming's strength, but since Jiang Ming had said so, they didn't need to question it. And Jiang Ming had a good point. They had only one goal for this trip, and that was the sect competition. End of chapter. With this in mind, the disciples hurriedly entered the house and adjusted their breath. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, stood within the courtyard and took a deep breath before turning around and heading out, because Jiang Ming knew that the gang from the spirit binding sect would never stop there. Whether it was to fight or make peace, he should also make a trip there himself. If you can reason. If you can't make peace, it's nothing more than a fight. Alas, that's why I don't want to accept disciples. There's a whole lot of trouble. Jiang Ming scratched his head. After walking out of the gate, he clasped one hand in the air, and the gate behind him naturally closed tightly, and an immortal force was placed above the gate, closing off the area in layers so that the ensuing battle wouldn't affect the people resting inside. What? Hong Kong just got beaten up by someone else in a public place? Just who is it? Resting area of the spirit binding sect. A white-bearded elder slammed up, his eyes glaring as if they were bronze bells, his tone extremely angry. Hong Kong was their spirit binding sect's hope for this conference. It could be said that if their spirit binding sect wanted to win a good place in this conference, it all depended on Hong Kong's play. However, this hasn't even begun and Hong Kong has already been defeated in public. Not only was this quite a blow to Hong Kong, but even the spirit binding sect's blow was especially great. It's someone from the Dao Tian sect. At that moment, a disciple of the spirit binding sect hurriedly said, Taoist Heavenly Sect. Hearing this name, the spirit binding sect elder's face was a bit ugly. The Dao Heavenly Sect had been extremely active in the Tsongshan continent recently, especially in the last year. It had reached a first-rate sect, and the strength of the sect's headmasters and elders had been refined, especially Lin Tianyi's strength, which had not only reached the harmonization stage, but had also cultivated a pure sword intent. Having such a headmaster was enough to allow the Dao Heavenly clan to prosper for more than 1,000 years. The spirit binding sect elder frowned, but Lin Tianyi made the move? The lower disciple shook his head. No. He claimed himself to be called Jiang Ming, and he was extremely arrogant, saying that he wouldn't be afraid even if you personally attacked him, and he also told us to go ahead and trouble him with our war paint. Humph. Arrogant. The spirit binding sect elder said disdainfully. Since it wasn't Lin Tianyi, he let go of 10,000 hearts. It was just that he was also a bit strange. He knew all those powerful elders of the Dao Heavenly Sect, but he had never heard of a person named Jiang Ming. Even as he thought of this, a look of disdain surfaced on the face of the spirit binding sect's elder. It was probably just a young and exuberant elder who boasted that the Dao Heavenly Sect had become a first-rate sect, and there were not a few of these people on the continent. Humph. I'd like to see what that guy is capable of. How dare he oppress my spirit binding sect's disciples in his capacity as an elder? The spirit binding sect's elder said in a vicious voice. After saying that, a powerful aura instantly erupted around him. Transformation stage. Seeing that the elder did not hide his strength in the slightest, a look of delight surfaced in their eyes as well. No matter how strong Jiang Ming was, he was only a youth, so how could his means and heritage be compared to those of the older generation of cultivators? What's more, their elder was a spirit transformation stage cultivator. What did Jiang Ming fight with? Thinking of this, the hearts of the people were also secretly delighted. This time, the face of the spirit binding sect had to be earned back. Elder Mo. It's not good. It's not good. Suddenly, a spirit binding sect disciple ran in from outside in a panic. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo's face was a little less than pleasant. What's wrong? Aren't I sitting here properly? Elder Mo frowned. No. It's a person from the Tao Heavenly Sect who came outside and claimed to be Jiang Ming. The disciple said hurriedly. What? Jiang Ming? Hearing this name, not only the disciples kneeling below, including Elder Mo himself, also revealed a look of surprise. They hadn't even gone after Jiang Ming yet, and that guy had the audacity to come to their territory. So cocky. Humph. That guy came just in time. It also saves me from having to run to find him personally. Lead the way. Elder Mo waved his single sleeve, his face filled with unhappiness. Yes, the disciple who came nodded tremblingly. Obviously, Elder Mo was angered, and it's real anger. First, Jiang Ming defeated Honggang in public, causing the Bound Spirit sect to lose face, and now the other party had taken the initiative to come to their gate. Wasn't this a blatant provocation to them? If he didn't come out to retrieve his honor, he would only become the joke of the whole world. One time, the disciples of the entire spirit binding sect rushed to the door and surrounded Jiang Ming in a semi-surrounding situation, and each of them locked onto Jiang Ming with a face of anger. On the contrary, Jiang Ming stood in front of the gate with a calm face and negative hand, without the slightest fluctuation. It was also Jiang Ming's arrival in front of the spirit binding sect's gate that attracted quite a few other forces to come and watch. Who is this one? You wouldn't have not heard about it, right? This is an elder of the Tao Heavenly Sect, Outer Peak. That Hong just provoked the Tao Heavenly Sect disciples and even took the initiative to step on this person's head before he was beaten unconscious. Really? So young to be a Tao Tian sect elder? Harm. You didn't see that scene. People just picked a green leaf with their hands and hung Hong Kong up and beat him without any effort. Hiss. As more and more people gathered around, they were also a little uncertain about Jiang Ming's purpose for coming to this place. If Jiang Ming was here to find trouble with the spirit binding sect, this was going to be a good show. But now that the sect competition hadn't even begun, actively challenging other forces would actually be somewhat unfavorable to the conference afterwards. But they didn't care. It wasn't like their clan had caused any trouble anyway. Not a moment later, the gate of the spirit binding sect opened, only to see Elder Mo personally walk out from within the gate, stroking his flowery white beard, a pair of eyes with a refined light scanning the surroundings before finally landing his gaze on Jiang Ming in the center of the crowd. Upon the first sight of Jiang Ming, a flash of surprise surfaced in Elder Mo's eyes. Young. Too young. Such a young guy. Can't it be that Jiang Ming is the one who defeated Honggang? But if not, why was he standing in the middle of the crowd? You're Jiang Ming? Elder Mo asked with a frown as he stood on the steps. Precisely. Mr. Jiang came here without any malicious intent, but rather I want to take this opportunity to make peace with the elders of your sect, so as not to hurt the peace between the two sections. Jiang Ming said calmly. Harmony? Humph. Elder Mo sneered. When you struck out to beat up my clan's disciples, how did you ever think about the word harmony? Jiang Ming said indifferently. It's not that I wanted to make a move, but your sect's disciples were overbearing and took the initiative to ask for a move. I really haven't seen this kind of request before and there were quite a few people around at the time, so I believe that a lot of people are aware of this matter. At these words, the people around them more or less nodded. After all, it was in a public place, and something that had just happened not long ago, and not to mention what I saw on the spot. Even if I heard about it, I heard a lot of news. Seeing this, Elder Mo's face was a bit ugly. Then, according to you, the disciples of my clan are letting you bully them for nothing? Elder Mo said aggressively. That's why I'm here, hoping to eliminate the conflict. Jiang Ming said. Humph. There is no such cheap thing under the sky. Elder Mo flung away his long sleeves and said. It's also very simple for me to forgive. Either you personally apologize for my clan's disciples in front of everyone present, or let you and I have a fight. If you win against me, this matter will be written off. End of chapter. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. It seemed like there were two conditions, but since Jiang Ming was an elder of the Tao Heavenly Sect, if he were to apologize to a disciple, then the reputation of the Tao Heavenly Sect would also be devalued at this moment. In any other clan, it would be impossible to say that an elder apologized to a disciple. If it really did, what would be the face of this clan? So there is only one choice at the moment. That's the fight. However, another problem arises. Jiang Ming was so young, and many of the people present had seen his methods with their own eyes. But dealing with that long-established Elder Mo, I'm afraid it would only be a very difficult task. At this moment, everyone's attention turned to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, didn't have the slightest fluctuation on his face, and still spoke in that same calm manner. I seem to have no reason to apologize, Jiang Ming said. At those words, Elder Mo sneered. It seems that you chose the second one, Elder Mo said in a cold voice. Then, there's no need for us to say any more polite words. As soon as the words fell, Elder Mo slammed out with a large hand. Seeing this, Jiang Ming shook his head slightly. I didn't want to do it. Jiang Ming sighed. At that moment, Elder Mo's single hand arrived in front of Jiang Ming, only to see the latter flick sideways, and the might brought by this palm directly slapped the air, hitting the top of the floor and instantly exploding. The entire ground was blasted open with a crack. Elder Mo frowned. Just now, even though it was only a tentative move, he didn't expect Jiang Ming to actually react so quickly. Moreover, the other party's face was not half in a hurry, and even had an attitude of ease, so maybe the other party still had a backhand. Looks like I really underestimated you. Elder Mo snorted coldly. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. Immediately after that, Elder Mo misplaced his clothes, and a golden light actually appeared faintly above that large hand. Toward Jiang Ming's chest was a horizontal slash. Rip! In an instant, Elder Mo was seen releasing several powerful mighty energy forming countless wind blades in his hands, which flashed out from within his palms, and these wind blades were all stabbing towards Jiang Ming's vitals. Seeing this scene, the onlookers sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but take a few steps back. This is the charm of the spirit binding sect, someone exclaimed in shock. The reason why the spirit binding sect was powerful was because of where their talismans were located. Talismans were a relatively versatile tool that could catalyze powerful spells by releasing only a small amount of true chi, so they were also very valuable. However, the spirit binding sect was originally a sect that made talismans, and it didn't hurt as much as other cultivators to use them, but when they saw Elder Mo unleash such a powerful talisman, it was hard for them to avoid being shocked, even if they were aware of the spirit binding sect's steps. After all, it had only just been exchanged, and such a powerful technique was directly unleashed. At this moment, countless wind blades stabbed at Jiang Ming in a nearly deathless manner, and at that moment, Jiang Ming's eyes had more than a hint of fluctuation in them, and with his backhand, he slapped out an invisible barrier, and these wind blades were actually directly blocked outside, slapping out gusts of booms outside the barrier. But that's not all. As the countless wind blades fell, Elder Mo's figure appeared in front of Jiang Ming like a ghost, and in an instant, more wind blades were released from above Elder Mo's circumference, cutting from all sides of Jiang Ming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless wind blades sliced from different directions. On the contrary, Jiang Ming didn't have half a fluctuation in his eyes and immediately raised his hand. One moment, countless wind blades stopped around Jiang Ming at this moment, as if they had met their true masters, and all of them stopped in the air. How? Elder Mo's pupils shrunk. He had never seen anything like this before when he used the talismanic treasure. Afterward, Jiang Ming raised his hand and a powerful gale surged around him, whistling up in the field. Holy, what's going on? Where's the wind? It seems to be coming from that Jiang Ming. At that moment, the people around them noticed a fierce wind surging around Jiang Ming, the tips of his hair being blown by the wind, and the calm expression on his face showing through. As Jiang Ming slowly moved his hand, a finger pointed at Elder Mo. Go! Jiang Ming spat out a word flatly from his mouth. The wind blades that had originally surrounded Jiang Ming were all turned towards Elder Mo at this moment, cutting through the air with white trails. Seeing this scene, not far away, Elder Mo's face immediately changed greatly. He never thought that the talisman he had released would actually attack him in turn. He had lived for more than 1,000 years and had never seen anything like this. If Jiang Ming had only surprised him a little before, now he was shocked, and could even use the word terrified to describe it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless wind blades were like daggers madly stabbing at Elder Mo. The latter didn't expect things to flip like this at all and could only resist in a sorry state. But just as he felt the wind blade stop slightly, he felt a sense of oppression that silently made him gasp for air. This, Elder Mo's pupils shrunk. In the next moment, Jiang Ming arrived in front of Elder Mo at an unknown time and slapped with the same palm. This palm contained a powerful wind that slapped at Elder Mo without warning. Isn't this the technique that old Monster Mo just used? How come he knows it too? The surrounding people exclaimed in shock. Not only them, even the people from the spirit binding sect stared wide-eyed. This wind-chopping incantation was a top secret of the spirit binding sect, and apart from the elders, only those personal disciples, or extremely talented inner disciples could acquire it. How did Jiang Ming learn to do that? Even the wind-slashing mantra released by this palm was actually a bit more powerful than the one Elder Mo had just unleashed. At this moment, Elder Mo's pupils shrunk slightly, and his feet violently stomped against the ground as his figure quickly forced his way back. Bang! An explosive sound spread. Elder Mo quickly dodged Jiang Ming's palm, but he never expected that the power of this wind-slashing curse unleashed by Jiang Ming was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Even though he retreated backward violently for some distance, this powerful wind of horrifying strength actually tore apart the floor under his feet, emitting an ear-piercing ringing sound, and violently attacked towards himself. Boom! The entire ground outside of the bound spirit sect's gate instantly crumbled. and the powerful force accompanied by a strong wind instantly forced everyone around them back several steps. Elder Mo smashed down on the ground, and the ground located around him all cracked into countless fissures, including himself, who also vomited a mouthful of black blood, his face pale as he looked at Jiang Ming. This time, there was not just panic in his eyes, but more awe. "How did you know my clan's arts?" Elder Mo said as he fell to the ground and got up in a sorry state. "The principle is too simple. I'll know it if you use it once." "Is it hard?" Jiang Ming frowned. After saying that, Jiang Ming casually shook his hand into the air. In an instant, the wind force of the entire outer peak gathered at this moment, quickly forming a gale force visible to the naked eye towards Jiang Ming's hand. Seeing this scene, the field was in an uproar. The wind-slashing incantation was actually able to form such a powerful might. I'm afraid that even if the sect leader of the spirit-binding sect came here, he might not be able to reach the same level as Jiang Ming, right? This elder of the Tao Heavenly Sect, just what kind of person was he? End of chapter. Today, the name Jiang Ming was deeply memorized in their hearts. At the same time, they also deeply realized that the Tao Heavenly Sect must not be messed with. Besides Lin Tianyi, the old monster, there was also this young junior, sparing the spirit-binding sect's old monster Mo, whose strength was as high as the transformation god stage was so easily defeated. The strength of the Tao Heavenly Sect was only far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In the meantime, Elder Mo looked at Jiang Ming with terror in his eyes. The terrifying might in his hands had long since destroyed the last shred of his fighting spirit. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat. This matter is the fault of my spirit-binding sect." Elder Mo trembled as he fell to his knees. At this moment, he had absolutely no confidence to continue fighting anymore. Such terrifying strength, such terrifying talent. Even their spirit-binding sect's mastery had been learned just by looking at it. What kind of demon was this? Hearing their own elders beg for mercy like this, the disciples of the spirit-binding sect did not dare to open their mouths, but their hearts were almost desperate. The hell knows that this Jiang Ming is so capable of fighting. This can't be described by the word human at all, right? As for Jiang Ming, after hearing Elder Mo's words, the gale in his hand was slightly withdrawn and he walked up with a kind expression. Seeing this, all the disciples were on alert. Even Elder Mo could only stomp his feet, desperately trying to retreat backward. At that moment, Jiang Ming tapped his storage bag, and a jade bottle appeared in Jiang Ming's hand. "It wasn't my intention to fight you. Since everyone has gathered here for the conference, I'm sure they're all in the same path. This bottle of elixir is not considered expensive, but it can cure your injuries as well as the injuries of your clan's disciples. If you really want to fight, it's better to let the juniors fight it out on the stage, and those of us who are here, we only need to witness that scene, and that's all that's needed," Jiang Ming said in a calm tone. At those words, everyone in the room fell silent. The initial intention of the sect competition was naturally a convention organized to pacify the world's talents. However, over time, such an assembly has also fueled the arrogance of many forces. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will never make it. So much so that there are very few up-and-coming geniuses. Even if there were some up-and-coming geniuses, some big powers would rely on their authority to buy off other talented disciples, or use some means to get rid of them. And with these words, Jiang Ming seemed to be slapping those great powers in the face. They don't speak, and they are afraid to speak. How many people in this continent can offend that kind of power? It would be better to play dumb and pretend not to know anything. And the face of Elder Mo, who had fallen to the ground, looked a bit ugly. After receiving Jiang Ming's elixir, he seemed to be thinking about something in his mind as well. Seeing the other party's hand under the elixir, Jiang Ming also got up and prepared to leave. "The exchange of hands just now has made you all laugh, but Mr. Jiang still says that, let the juniors just play with their own matters, and if anyone wants to use any means, they should first pass through the hands of Mr. Jiang." "Mr. Jiang, any time." Jiang Ming smiled and arched his hand politely. However, these words were not the slightest bit polite. It could even be said to be a blatant warning to those forces that wanted to get their hands dirty. What confidence? No, it shouldn't even be called confidence anymore, but a kind of arrogance. Even if the Tao Heavenly Sect was already a first-grade sect, it was only a first-grade sect that had just been promoted. So how could it compare to those first-grade sects that had been sitting on their feet for thousands of years? Looking at Jiang Ming's departing figure, the hearts of the crowd were still undulating. What I saw today was so informative. Including Elder Mo. There were a few moments of awe towards Jiang Ming as a person. This guy, he does have the nerve to say such things, Elder Mo muttered. Only when one had truly fought with Jiang Ming did one know exactly how terrifying the other party's strength was. With this in mind, Elder Mo had no choice but to admit his fate and open the jade bottle, taking out an elixir. This, however, the very moment he poured out the elixir, his pupils were nearly in an earthquake at that moment. Rejuvenation elixir. 6th grade elixir. When the crowd saw Elder Mo's expression, some of them also noticed the elixir in his hand. Some of the older cultivators recognized the Yuan return pill at a glance. Even 3,000 years ago, that was an extremely rare healing elixir in the world. As long as there was still a breath hanging, it could directly bring half-dead people to life. The pill that Jiang Ming had just casually thrown out was actually a 6th grade Yuan recovery pill? What kind of financial resources is this to get to this point? It can't be giving the wrong elixir, can it? Are you stupid? 6th grade pills are so precious, how could they be given to the wrong person? Then how many treasures does this Jiang Ming have on him? An odd look surfaced on the faces of the people around them. Being so young and having so many extreme pills, it was no wonder that he had this kind of backbone. Dao Tian zoned. Looking at the direction Jiang Ming had left, a silence fell over the field for a moment. By the way, since the Dao Heavenly Sect is a sword sect, but did that Jiang Ming make half a sword move just now? Suddenly, a word emerges from the crowd. Hearing these words, everyone fell silent once again. In other words, just now, when Jiang Ming dealt with Elder Mo, he didn't even perform a sword art, he just casually used a few other moves to defeat Elder Mo? How is this possible? At least old monster Mo was at the god transformation stage cultivation, so how could he be defeated so easily unless he was a conjugation stage cultivator? As for the Dao Heavenly Sect's harmonization stage cultivator, it was none other than Lin Tianyi. Where the hell did this Jiang Ming come from? With these doubts, everyone dispersed. Jiang Ming's strength had already made them not dare to have any covetous thoughts. It was also this battle that many forces on the outer peaks had made it clear in their hearts that the Dao Heavenly Sect was a force that could only be befriended and never befriended. With an existence like Jiang Ming, in the future, as long as he didn't die, he would surely become the next generation of Dao Heavenly Sect masters, and would only go on to be even more long-term and glorious than the current Dao Heavenly Sect. In the meantime, what happened on the outer peaks also reached the ears of some of the other forces. Shadow Sky Pavilion. Inside an elegant building, a man was holding two women in his hands, while both women were attached to the man's body up and down, and the man also had a smooth demeanor, with a touch of evil appearing on his face. Young pavilion master. Suddenly, a figure barged in directly through the door. Upon seeing that the young pavilion master and the two women were making love, the expression on his face changed a few more points. At this point, the two women, as if they had seen something unspeakable, gathered their clothes and headed behind the curtain. Only after the woman left did the young pavilion master put on his clothes and look at the visitor angrily with an expression of indignation. Boo! Before the words could be spoken, the young pavilion master directly kicked the visitor dead in the face, and the entire person instantly flew backwards, directly smashing a door curtain. You said that it's not good for you to come at any time, but to disturb me at this time of the day fooled me. Don't you know the rule of informing before entering? The young pavilion master said with a scowl on his face. The guard hurriedly fell to his knees and kowtowed. Young pavilion master. I really have urgent matters that I need to report to young pavilion master. The young pavilion master asked in exasperation. What is it? The guard said. Just now, an elder of the Dao Heavenly Sect casually presented a bottle of 6th grade pills. Upon hearing this news, the young pavilion master's previous attitude instantly shifted, even with an expression of disbelief. 6th grade elixir? End of chapter. Sure it's a 6th grade elixir? The young pavilion master asked with a greedy expression as he grabbed the guard. The guard nodded heavily. I saw it with my own eyes and can vouch for it with my life. The guard said affirmatively. Upon hearing this, the young pavilion master's face gradually sketched a smile, which became more and more complacent, as if that 6th grade elixir was already his own in the bag. Whose 6th grade pill is that? What kind of elixir is it? The young pavilion master asked. Reporting back to young pavilion master, that pill was casually gifted out by an elder of the Dao Heavenly Sect, and is now in the hands of Elder Mo of the Spirit Binding Sect. Initial estimation, it should be a 6th grade Yuan recovery pill, the guard said carefully. 6th grade recovery pill. Upon hearing this news, the young pavilion master's face displayed an undisguised look of elation. It's actually a Yuan recovery pill. If it's a 6th grade elixir used for cultivation, my breakthrough to the god transformation stage would be just around the corner. The young pavilion master was slightly regretful. 6th grade healing elixirs were certainly valuable, but cultivation elixirs were also even more precious to cultivators. But it doesn't matter. Something is better than nothing. Better than nothing. Later, the young pavilion master raised his hand and frowned. You just said that the Yuan recovery pill was gifted to the other party by one of the Dao Heavenly Sect's elders? The guard nodded. Right. The young courtier narrowed his eyes and paced back and forth thoughtfully. If he could even give away 6th grade pills with his hands, then this Dao Heavenly Sect's elder would only have more good things on him. Then, a grim smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. I really didn't expect that the Tao Heavenly Sect could actually have such depth. Even one of the elders has this kind of extremely high-quality elixir. The young pavilion master licked his tongue and said. At those words, the guard seemed to think of something, then shook his head in horror. Young pavilion master, that Tao Heavenly Sect is now a first-rate sect. That Lin Tianyi has not only advanced to the harmonization stage, he has even comprehended the sword intent. Even a mid-harmonization stage powerhouse would be difficult to defeat, the guard said. The young pavilion master gave him a disdainful glance and said blandly, I'm naturally clear about this. I won't move in the Tao Heavenly Sect, and I won't mess with Lin Tianyi, so all I need to do is to look for trouble with that Jiangming fellow. Won't that be enough? Speaking of this, the corner of the young pavilion master's mouth hooked into a cold smile. With the strength of their Shadow Heavens pavilion, how difficult would it be to wipe out an elder of the Tao Heavenly Sect with their hands? When the time came, Lin Tianyi would never cross paths with them as long as he kept the big picture in mind. After all, how could it be possible to go toe-to-toe with a first-class power like them with just one dead elder? In that case, those high-quality pills in Jiang Ming's hands were still not at his fingertips. Tao Heavenly Sect residence. Jiang Ming sat on the roof, his left hand resting on his cheek, looking at the disciples who were blocking the doorway in a dilemma. A smirk could not help but appear at the corner of his mouth. What's going on? Why won't the door open? There's not really going to be a fight out there, is there? And plan to go out and get it together. Those who guarded the door, that is, Chen Ran and these people took the lead in wanting to go out and play, but they were unable to open this door even after exhausting their means. And so it was. Looking at these little guys, Jiang Ming shook his head in amusement. Have a good day's rest. Starting tomorrow, you might not have much time to rest. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. The next day, the outer peak above Canyin Palace was bustling with activity. Whether it was the disciples of the Canyin Palace or the disciples of other sects, the emotions in the outer peaks were incomparably agitated. No other reason. It is because today is an important day once every 10 years. All the major forces have come here to participate or visit. This day is also known as the day of Sangxian martial arts fight. And today, it was the first day of the conference, and also the most lively day. The heads of all the major first-rate sects were all gathered on top of a peak, located in the best viewing position, overlooking a total of 18 rings below. Xianyin Peak, the palace master of Canyin Palace, and you sat in the center of the 24 seats. Her position was shrouded in a hidden purple curtain, with vaguely able to see her peerless face. At this moment, Enyu's gaze looked towards Lin Tianyi who was on the side and smiled faintly. Sect Master Lin, this position to watch the fight below, is it okay with you? Enyu said. Palace Master Lin is joking. Of the 24 seats here, all of them are excellent for viewing the battle. Mr. Lin is also very grateful to Palace Master Lin for being able to invite me to join him in the seats, Lin Tianyi said with a smile. At those words, Enyu smiled petulantly. Sect Master Lin can really love to joke. You are also counted as one of the great powers on the continent. If Sect Master Lin is not qualified, then no one in the whole world can sit here, Enyu said. Lin Tianyi smiled faintly and just nodded symbolically. After the Tao Heavenly Sect was promoted to a first-rate sect, it was considered common for many sects to make a few polite remarks, so he didn't really care. For him, he was more worried about the conference. It was rumored that the overall strength in this conference was actually higher than the previous one. Among the younger generation, the powerful ones were surprisingly all experts who had reached mid-Yuaning strength, which was a very unfavorable situation for the Tao Heavenly Sect. After all, the Tao Heavenly Sect's current strongest disciple was only at the peak of Guyin's Jindan stage, so in comparison, it was still a far cry, not to mention those experts who had just been promoted to the Yuaning stage. This conference was a difficult one. With this in mind, Lin Tianyi looked downwards with a grave gaze. He didn't want to take any rankings this time, and being able to improve a little bit from last time was considered good. In the meantime, inside the outer peak, the major forces brought their own disciples to the center of the outer peak. And bridging the center of the outer peak, another brilliant golden light spilled down from above the sky, forming a step that ascended to the sky in general. All the disciples were in an uproar when they saw this scene. This kind of handiwork really makes people feel a few points of surprise. And in this golden ladder above the clouds are actually pushed open a sea of clouds, revealing a huge suspended island slowly downward. Wow! Sangyin Palace is so big. I'm afraid such a huge immortal island like this would require quite a few floating cloud stones, right? Is this a problem with the floating cloud stone? When we came here, whoever noticed that there was such a large immortal island hidden above the sky? Yeah, many of the forces below lamented. The forces that walked in front of them also began to slowly ascend the golden steps towards the immortal island. After arriving at the immortal island, the circle around it was all used for resting areas, while in the middle of the immortal island, it was a deep bottomless lake. The crowd looked at the lake in the middle in confusion, all of them not understanding what this meant. Just then, the 24 golden seats suddenly rose up from below, hovering above the immortal island, overriding the 8 sides of the island. With an extremely impressive aura, all the disciples, including the elders, looked respectfully at the 24 golden seats. The ones up there were all the patriarchs of first-rate sects, and this face had to be given. At this time, Sanyin Palace Inu slowly crossed her legs and said as she dragged her hand through the purple curtain, "All of you that have come to my Sanyin Palace to participate in the conference, I hope that you can also abide by the rules of this palace. I don't want you all to have what happened yesterday happen again, or else you will end up like this person." Cold Phantom's voice fell, only to see a figure wrapped in water bubbles emerge above the lake. Seeing this, many of the forces present were greatly shocked. End of chapter. Isn't that the man who clambered on the outer peak yesterday? At that time, no one dared to mess with him, the reason being that he was powerful and had the background of the clan as a backing, with an extremely domineering attitude. I didn't expect that today. I would actually be taken down by Palace Master and in one fell swoop. Seeing the man in the blisters, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, while at the same time respecting that Sanyin Palace more and more. At that moment, and you look downwards with a cold gaze. I hope this is the first time and the last time. When you come to this palace's territory, don't play those unseemly tricks. And you said indifferently. At those words, the crowd below fell silent. And you these words, and yesterday Jiang Ming said that the words are somewhat similar. Just that this is said in the open also said. How they do it behind their backs. Is their business? This sort of thing has remained common in past conferences. With you having explained yesterday's events, he opened this martial arts competition with a relaxed tone. Since everyone is ready, the Zhongxian martial arts fight held this time will now begin. And you said blandly. After saying that, the entire immortal island below began to tremble. The people standing on the island were all showing strange colors, and then located in the middle of the lake, actually surging out of the boiling water stains, but all of them did not feel half of the heat. At this point, 18 pillars of light instantly ran through heaven and earth. In this lake, 18 empty martial arts platforms emerged. Wow! The martial arts competition organized by this Sanyin Palace feels even more luxurious than all the previous ones, Chen Ran said with his mouth wide open as he followed behind Jiang Ming. This landscape had never been seen before in the Dao Heavenly Sect. The only time, I'm afraid, was when sect leader Lin Tianyi comprehended the sword intent, the sword light that ran through heaven and earth, but now placed in front of their eyes. It was a real treasure, as well as the formation imprints made, which could be worth too much money. In this comparison, their Dao Heavenly Sect felt like a poor man from the countryside. Looking at these fancy formations in front of him, Jiang Ming didn't say anything with a negative hand. These formations and means are all flashy and not useful, but this also gave Jiang Ming some inspiration. After all, if it is external, there should still be more imposing things on the main field to press the field, so that it can also make the self-clan more cardboard is. Thinking about this, Jiang Ming also just had some ideas. As for how to implement, wait for the idle work afterward. Just then, while everyone was still shocked by Sanyin Palace's handiwork, a golden rain was falling in the sky. But the rain was not water, but a token. In the hands of the disciples of each power, a golden token suddenly appeared in this moment. Martial Arts Arena number 6? This is it? One of the disciples asked a question in confusion. As the words fell, the golden token seemed to have a spiritual nature, leading the person holding the token to instantly arrive at the martial arts arena. Immediately afterward, a martial arts competition was immediately unveiled. Seeing this, Jiang Ming nodded silently instead. With thunderous tactics and an air of pulling out all the stops, this master of the Zhongyin Palace is a good material. Jiang Ming murmured, strange, why doesn't the token in my hand show anything? My token says Martial Arts Arena number 9. I'm number 13. At that moment, the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples behind Jiang Ming also began to curiously study the token. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the disciples behind him, Jiang Ming also explained simply, these tokens have a connection with the 18 martial arts stadiums up there. Once a martial arts stadium ends after no one is there, the words will be displayed on the token, so you can just participate directly at that time. Jiang Ming said indifferently, so that's how it is. The disciples' eyes lit up. It really does cut down on a lot of time to have such a handy feature. Looking at the excited looks of these disciples, Jiang Ming casually reminded them as well. Don't forget what you came here to do. Don't let down the cultivation and expectations of the sect. Do your best to take the match. Win or lose. And be worthy of your Dao instantly. Jiang Ming said indifferently. At those words, the expressions of the disciples immediately turned serious. That's right, they're not here to have fun. The most important thing is still the martial arts tournament. As Jiang Ming had said, no matter what the outcome was, They had to do their best and just be the most perfect they could be. The Tao Heavenly sect had been in the middle of the pack for many consecutive sessions, and the previous 2 sessions had even landed in the bottom of the pack. This time, they had to take a better place to do so. After saying that, a few disciples whose tokens showed the words, after saying their farewells, leapt up to the martial arts arena with the determination to win, one game after another. There were many forces participating this time, each with dozens of people, and there were countless dueling matches coming and going, whether it was strong or weak. Jiang Ming saw it all one by one. It was as if he was a stone statue, standing still, if not for his eyes still open. I'm afraid I would have thought that he had fallen asleep while standing. Master. At this time, Song Bai came to Jiang Ming's side and asked softly, "What is it?" Jiang Ming quickly replied, "Nothing. Disciple thought something had happened to you." Song Bai said, "What could happen to me?" Jiang Ming turned his head and said, "On the contrary, it's you. Most of these people are not as strong as you, but the fighting styles each have their own way of fighting, which is something worth learning." At those words, Song Bai nodded. No wonder Jiang Ming was so mesmerized watching match after match just now. It turned out that he was absorbing the pros and cons from it, which was indeed what a strong man should do. With this in mind, Song Bai had more and more respect for Jiang Ming. Song Bai was about to open her mouth when the token in her hand flashed with a golden light at that moment. "Looks like you have an opponent," Jiang Ming said indifferently. Song Bai picked up the token in her hand and took a deep breath, while also nodding seriously. "Go on. Fight quickly. There's no need to spend much energy. Just show your proper strength. No need to hide," Jiang Ming said. The disciple obeys. Song Bai respectfully arched his hand. Then his body took off in an athletic manner. Grabbing the scabbard in his hand, he landed very dryly on the martial arts arena. At this time, a man located on the number 1 martial arts arena also slowly flew in from the other side. When the other party saw Song Bai's beauty like this, there was a bit more greed in his eyes. "Little sister, I see that you are so young, and brother, I won't bully you, so let's let you take the initiative first," the man said in what he thought was a generous tone. Song Bai didn't speak, but instead took out her sword blade and bowed her hand. "Dao Tian sect, Song Bai." As the words fell, Song Bai's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Thumbs up, only a sword light emerged from space, and the ground located in front of the man directly cracked. Immediately afterward, Song Bai's figure actually flashed out in space at this moment, and the might of the sword blade in her hand surged. Boo! The man on the opposite side hadn't even reacted yet, and that terrifying sword intent instantly swept above the number 1 martial arts arena. Even this sword might pushed straight to the other martial arts arena outside the arena, frightening the people on the other martial arts arena to hastily dodge back. With just one sword, everyone hadn't even regained their senses. At that moment, Song Bai had already put the sword blade in his hand into the scabbard and turned around to arch his hand. Understood. End of chapter. What happened? A sword light flashed between the field, and everyone froze on the spot, not even knowing who the person who unleashed this sword chi was. Who released this sword chi? My God! Is there such a strong existence in the first round among this class of disciples? This seems to be the sword chi released from the number 1 martial arts arena. At that moment, someone noticed the number 1 martial arts arena. It was also with this one sentence that everyone's gazes shifted over collectively, but when they shifted over, they only saw Song Bai put away her sword blade. On the contrary, the man on the field had a horrified expression on his face, frozen in place, not yet having regained his senses. Thumbs up. In the next second, in the eyes of everyone on the field, the clothes on the man on the number 1 martial arts arena suddenly burst open. All over his body, there was actually only a large red piece of cloth hanging in front of him. Seeing this scene, the people looking at the number 1 martial arts arena didn't know whether to be shocked or laugh. However, when the man on the number 1 martial arts arena came back to his senses, he covered his lower half of his body with a blanched face and hurriedly left the place in a grayish manner. Seeing this, Song Bai then came down from martial arts arena number 1. At the same time, the golden token in Song Bai's hand also glowed with an even more brilliant golden light at this moment. When the various forces that were outside the lake saw Song Bai's stance, all of them surfaced with a look of awe. Such a powerful strength was enough to make them take it seriously. It was just that they were also a bit strange as to why Song Bai displayed this kind of strength in the first match, so that it wouldn't be targeted by the other opponents. It made them wonder a bit. But they have always been very keen on powerful and beautiful cultivators. Which sect is this female cultivator from? I don't even seem to have seen it in the last session. Is it hard to believe that they just attended this session of the convention? How is it possible? That sword just now, even if it was placed in the present day, it would still be able to rank in the top 10, right? The people are all talking about it. And at this time, Song Bai had already returned to the resting place of the Dao Heavenly clan. holding her sword sheath and resting with her eyes closed. Seeing this scene, the crowd then noticed. It's the camp of the Dao Tian sect. This female cultivator is from the Dao Heavenly sect? Someone said in surprise, but when they looked back, they reacted. Hasn't the Dao Heavenly sect always been a sword sect? The clan with the most sword cultivators in the entire Zhongshuan continent. Yet they had never seen Song Bai before, which made them very puzzled. Before, in the outer peak, the Dao Heavenly sect had a very young elder. Now another disciple with such a strong strength has appeared. What exactly has happened to the Dao Heavenly sect in the past few years? The other forces were inevitably shocked in their hearts. They thought that Lin Tianyi breaking through the harmonization stage and comprehending sword intent was already a very heaven-defying existence. However, he did not expect that the Dao Heavenly sect had actually produced so many more geniuses, masters, elders and then disciples. When did practicing become so easy? Boo! Suddenly, just as everyone's attention was on Jiang Ming and Song Bai, an explosive sound once again came from the martial arts arena. As the explosion spread, the disciples standing outside the lake felt a shock and took 2 steps backward as if by reflex. Humph! Spirit binding sex people. If I see one, I'll beat up one. Only to see Guyin raise his greatsword. His feet rose up into the air, and he landed steadily from above the sky at the Dao Heavenly Sect's rest camp. That's when the crowd noticed. The place where Guyin and the others had fought just now was actually smashed out into a terrifying cracked pit. In the midst of that cracked pit, a man climbed out of it with a gray head, obviously having suffered a lot in the battle just now. Isn't that Ji Yun from the Spirit Binding sect? He's a mid-Jindan strength. Those who knew Ji Yun shouted out at once. Even if Ji Yun wasn't the strongest disciple of the Spirit Binding sect, but with this kind of strength, he was still a tightly upstream existence in the entire Zhongshan martial arts competition. But such a person was eliminated in the first round. Looks like Guyin came prepared this time. Peak Jindan stage strength. Guyin might be able to wipe the slate clean this time. And that female sword cultivator from the Dao Heavenly sect. I'm afraid this time the Dao Heavenly sect is running for fame. Running for a roster spot. As the words fell, everyone's hearts trembled. The Dao Heavenly sect had always scored in the middle and lower reaches before, so the pressure wasn't particularly great on them. This time, it wasn't just those old forces from before, but also these new forces, as well as the extremely competitive Dao Heavenly sect. In this way, it was going to be more difficult than before for them to compete for a high ranking. With Song Bai and Guyin's strong debut, the other forces didn't seem so dazzling in this first round. The main reason for this was also because the Dao Heavenly sect's performance was too outstanding, making the others seem mediocre even if they wanted to perform. The moment. Outside of the Immortal Island, on the 24th seat, Song Bai and Guyin's performance was also in full view. Regarding the Dao Heavenly sect's performance this time, many of the sect leaders present were all shocked. Not to mention how the Dao Heavenly sect ranked in the last term. Even if you counted the ranking of the Dao Heavenly sect in the last 10 terms, it was only out of the middle of the pack. If it wasn't for Lin Tianyi's strength breakthrough and comprehension of sword intent, otherwise the Dao Heavenly sect had only been considered a second-rate sect. But, even if one breaks through to the first-grade sect, it wouldn't be so bad that the disciples under the sect would also raise their strength together, right? The strength that the Dao Heavenly sect had recently displayed had really impressed them. Sect Master Lin. It seems that the disciples of your sect this time are a bit surprising, and you said with a light smile, to be recognized by Palace Masterin. They've been given no small honor, Lin Tianyi said. At the same time, Lin Tianyi himself was very surprised. Song Bai and Guyin were considered to be disciples he held in high regard, so he was very clear on just how strong they were. If they were playing with all their might to make that happen, it would indeed be doable, but they didn't have to at all. And judging from the fight just now, I'm afraid they still have their means left. Is it hard to believe that? Master Uncle has taught them some winning tactic? Lin Tianyi thought in his heart. But being able to achieve such a result, Lin Tianyi's heart breathed a sigh of relief. At least the first round played out remarkably well, and this time, it might be possible to aim for a better result than in the past. The other side. After the other forces watched the Dao Heavenly sect's disciples win one after another, a look of ruthlessness surfaced in the eyes of many forces. In the past few sessions, they had placed with an absolute advantage. But this time, for some reason, this Dao Heavenly sect had suddenly appeared. Moreover, after the 2 Dao Heavenly sect disciples in front of them won strongly, the disciples of the other forces inexplicably had a scornful look when they saw the Dao Heavenly sect people. They're scared. The geniuses that appeared in the Dao Heavenly sect were so unexpected that when they met someone from the Dao Heavenly sect, they would be wary of whether or not the other party was the same as the female sword cultivator from before. The result was that the number of Dao Heavenly sect winners now, surprisingly, was firmly in the number 1 position. The moment. The Shadow Sky Pavilion's young pavilion master squinted in the direction of the Dao Heavenly Sect as a touch of grimness flashed in his eyes. So what if the first round was outstanding? The next bout is the main event. End of chapter. Outside the lake, the Daotian sect campground, Guin excitedly came in front of Jiang Ming, waving his fists excitedly, as if he had never felt this much pain before. It's too painful. Teaching that spirit-binding sect son of a lesson is simply too much of a relief. Guin raised the corners of his mouth and laughed maniacally. Seeing this, a smile surfaced on the faces of the other disciples. This time in the clan competition, the advantage they gained was much stronger than before, especially after Song Bai and Guin won. It drove them to have more confidence, to the point that they were able to win against opponents that were slightly stronger. Of course, this could not be separated from Jiang Ming's exhortation at the very beginning. At this time, Jiang Ming said with his hands folded, "This is only the first round. Why are you so happy? With your strength, the next few rounds are the main event." At those words, Guyan's eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. "Sir is right. In the later rounds, I will do my best to come back with a few more wins." Guyan confidently patted his chest. Jiang Ming nodded. Ancientine strength naturally need not be said. The strongest strength on the surface, and hidden signs of breaking through the Yuaning stage. Once he broke through the Yuaning stage, with his current Fury's extreme sword Dao, he would have no problem sweeping through all the disciples attending this conference, except for Song Bai. Of course. Jiang Ming then turned to the other disciples and said in a serious tone, "Disciples who didn't win shouldn't be discouraged. You're still young and have a long road ahead. It's not as if a single match can negate your life of cultivation in the future. Moreover, participating in this conference is meant to take advantage of your strengths and make up for your weaknesses. Failure isn't scary. Not knowing why you failed, that's what's really scary. As for the disciple who wins, he also needs to work harder. Never assume that your opponent is stronger than you and then decide that you have failed. If you agree that your opponent is stronger than you, then you will definitely lose. But if you put up a fight, you might be able to win. As long as there is still a tenth of hope, the light of victory will be open for you." Hearing these words from Jiang Ming, the bitterness or pride in the hearts of the disciples was slightly pressed down at this moment. Indeed, for the losers, it's hard to be able to make the trip, so how can they go back without accomplishing anything? With so many talented disciples here, it was only more so that they should need to study hard. For the victor, it is more about humility, and the never say die spirit of fighting until the end. Disciple understands. For a moment, the disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect arched their hands and said. Jiang Ming nodded, then also pointed to a disciple and called him out. When you were fighting, almost all of your power was focused on the right side, and you didn't have good control over the power on the left side. If someone sees this, it might be a problem. When you go back, you still need to cultivate more. And you, the third and seventh sword techniques performed by Fang could actually have less flashy movements and find the right moment to hit the vitals. The chances of winning would be much higher. As for you, Jiang Ming made comments on the disciples who had participated in the competition one by one. After listening to Jiang Ming's comments, the disciples were deeply touched. Bringing Jiang Ming's words into the situation of the battle just a short while ago, it did seem like there could be quite a bit of improvement. After all, actual combat was different from training. And if Jiang Ming hadn't pointedly commented on their problems, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for them to notice these seemingly insignificant places. When the review reached Song Bai and Guin, Jiang Ming didn't say anything, but instead patted their shoulders with an expression of recognition. I won't comment on anything for the two of you for now, since today's competition has come to an end. You guys have a good rest and relaxation. After that your opponents will only get stronger and stronger. Jiang Ming said blandly, but be sure to remember one thing. The two listened intently. Fight quickly, don't leave your opponent any chances, Jiang Ming said. At that, the two nodded. At the same time they don't quite get it. Other forces retained their strength when they could when facing weaker opponents. How come on Jiang Ming's side, they instead fought as hard as they could? It's totally the other way around, isn't it? Seeing that the other disciples had gone slightly farther away, Song Bai then asked in a low voice, Master, may I ask, why do you want me to fight quickly? By retaining my strength, won't I have more cards when the duel comes afterward? Song Bai asked. Undercard? Jiang Ming frowned. Could it be that you just used the Qi explosion technique? Song Bai shook her head. That's not it. Jiang Ming spread his hands and said, with your strength, no one of those disciples attending the conference would be able to take that sword from you. Moreover, the main reason why I asked you to fight quickly is also to reassure the other Dao Heavenly Sect disciples. Speaking of this, Jiang Ming sighed in relief and clasped his hands as he looked at the disciples to the side. Didn't you realize? After you won that fight just now, their aura is also different from before, Jiang Ming said. At those words, Song Bai then realized. The current her had this strength. Even if she displayed some means for others to see, there was no harm. As long as the chi explosion skill was not unleashed, her most powerful undercard, no one would know about it. And with the power of the chi explosion technique, I'm afraid that only those opponents with the strength of the Yuaning stage would force her to perform it. Once they played with a huge advantage, the disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect would also be able to boost their morale with a single blow, which would be very good for the entire Tao Heavenly Sect. I see, Song Bai nodded. Go back and rest when you understand. There's still a fight tomorrow. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Aha! Song Bai smiled and nodded. After saying that, Song Bai also walked back. Looking at these young disciples, Jiang Ming could not help but feel sorry for himself in his heart. When was there ever a time when one was not just like these disciples? It's just a pity that he doesn't have that energy anymore. Hey, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Suddenly, just as Jiang Ming was about to pack up and get ready to go back, Chen Ran inexplicably ran up to him and patted his shoulder. Jiang Ming turned his head to look and frowned. Why are you here? Chen Ran said with a playful smile. He. Of course I'm here to see how these senior siblings fought. Besides, didn't you bring us here just to watch this event? Jiang Ming frowned. This was a reasonable statement. Just looking at Chen Ran's look, Jiang Ming always felt that nothing good was going on. Big brother Jiang, I see that Song Bai has a pretty good attitude toward you. I think you can absolutely take the opportunity, said Chen Ran with a smile. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Ming picked up the back of Chen Ran's erect neck. I see that your skin is itching again today, so let's spar again today? Jiang Ming said with a smile. Don't. I was wrong. I immediately went back to reflect, Chen Ran said with his mouth twitching. Only after saying that did Jiang Ming let go of his hand. On the way back, Chen Ran even looked back at Jiang Ming a few times from time to time, and he really wondered, is there really someone who doesn't like money and pills and doesn't get close to women? This Jiang Ming's preferences are too elusive, right? End of chapter. After all the disciples left one after another, Jiang Ming also walked towards the outer peak. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Ming. Elder Jiang. At those words, Jiang Ming turned his head to look back, only to see a young-looking man running over, a kind smile on his face as he extended his hand. Jiang Ming frowned at the latter. We know each other? The man smiled and said, Brother Jiang may not recognize me, but I've heard of Brother Jiang's name for a long time. Jiang Ming said with amusement. Oh, how's that for a long time? Hearing these words, the man's face looked a bit ugly. Ha. Brother Jiang really loves to joke. I am the Shadow Sky Pavilion's young pavilion master. Yu Jie, the man introduced. Yu Jie? Jiang Ming frowned slightly. Seeing this, a look of pride surfaced on Yu Jie's face. Shadow Sky Pavilion is one of the top-strength first-grade sects in Songshan continent, and is located in the eastern part of the continent, and has dealings with many royals, and the ears, eyes, and guards of his men have long been spread all over the Songshan continent. The depth of their clan was such that even other first-rate clans would be hard-pressed to match it. Looking at Jiang Ming's appearance, he must be well aware of the Shadow Sky Pavilion's underpinnings. Jiang Ming, calmly shook his head and said, never heard of it. Brother Jiang really? Yu Jie smiled and prepared to make a polite remark, but when he heard the three words spat out by Jiang Ming, there was a look of gravity in his eyes, and in his heart, a ball of anger instantly raced upwards. The entire Songshan continent's cultivators, none of them did not know the great name of the Shadow Heavens Pavilion. This Jiang Ming, even if he was an elder of the Tao Heavenly Sect, would not be so arrogant as to ignore their Shadow Heavens Pavilion in his eyes, right? Irritated as he was, Yu Jie still forced down the anger in his heart and still had that kind smile on his face. Brother Jiang really loves to joke. Yu Jie gritted his teeth and laughed. Just directly state the reason for your visit. Jiang Ming clasped his hands and said, what do you want from me? Only after these words came out did the smile on Yu Jie's face gradually tighten a bit. I heard that Brother Jiang gifted Elder Mo of the Spirit Binding Sect a 6th grade elixir earlier? That's worth a lot of money. How could Brother Jiang just give it away? Yu Jie said with a regretful expression. How valuable is a 6th grade elixir? Besides, that thing was originally a healing elixir. Jiang Ming frowned. At those words, the corners of Yu Jie's mouth drew out madly. How valuable is the 6th grade elixir? The words were said as if they were saying how strong a transitional succession stage powerhouse was. This was completely common knowledge on the continent. Even if they didn't know about their Shadow Sky Pavilion, it wasn't so bad that they didn't know about the importance of 6th grade pills. Even Yu Jie once wondered whether Jiang Ming was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Brother Jiang, according to you, you still have many high-quality pills on you? Yu Jie asked tentatively. There are still some. Jiang Ming nodded. Upon hearing this, Yu Jie's face could hardly conceal a look of delight. At the same time, he grew more and more contemptuous of Jiang Ming in his heart. After asking Jiang Ming's bottom line with just a few words, his plan after that would be even more fluid, and this person called Jiang Ming would become his fattest sheep. Thinking about this, Yu Jie gave a thumbs up. Brother Jiang is really rich and generous. It's a kind of fate to be able to meet each other today, and if it's destiny for us to meet again in the future, I'll be sure to treat Brother Jiang to a good banquet then, Yu Jie said with a big smile and patted Jiang Ming on the shoulder. No need to do it later. Just now, Jiang Ming said with a faint smile. Ha! Hearing these words, Yu Jie looked at Jiang Ming with an odd expression. This guy is completely out of his element. What do you mean by this, Brother Jiang? Yu Jie asked. What do you mean? I thought you should know it very well. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. With that said, Jiang Ming grabbed an extremely small black bug from behind him. When placed in the palm of your hand, you can barely see a small black dot, a bug even smaller than an ant. Seeing this small black insect, Yu Jie's face instantly turned iron blue. This shadow-sniffing insect was a unique product of their Shadow Sky Pavilion, and only their own people knew of the existence of this little insect. Moreover, the shadow-sniffing insect was able to attach itself to a person's body without causing any side effects, and even a god transformation stage powerhouse would not be able to detect it. How did he find out? What's this? Yu Jie asked, feigning confusion. Isn't this what you put on me? Jiang Ming asked with a wry smile. Yu Jie's eyes looked at Jiang Ming grimly. Obviously, there was no need for Yu Jie to continue hiding it. It was just that he didn't understand from the beginning. Obviously he had hidden himself so well in front of him, and Jiang Ming obviously didn't find any heresy. But why is it that at the end of this, the most unlikely existence is discovered? At that moment, Jiang Ming casually threw out the shadow-sniffing insect and blandly said, since there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, Jiang Ming left this place unhurriedly. Looking at Jiang Ming's departing figure, the scowl on Yu Jie's face grew more and more intense. Jiang Ming, can't you see that you're still playing these tricks on me? Then don't blame me for playing you to death when the time comes, Yu Jie said in a cold voice as a touch of viciousness surfaced on his face. The next day, the Zhongxian martial arts competition began with the second match. Compared to the first round, the second round was instantly halved, but the numbers were still unprecedented. Following Jiang Ming's instructions, both Song Bai and Guyin instantly defeated their opponents in the opening round, conquering the entire arena with absolute suppression. The strength of the two could almost be described with the word invincible. In this session's competition, the two of them were the ones who shone the brightest. Because of this, the attention that the Dao Heavenly Sect had gained also grew more and more. I'll go. Song Bai of the Dao Heavenly Sect won again. It was so fast, I couldn't even see how she actually stabbed that sword. Why do I feel that even a Yuaning stage powerhouse might not be able to beat Song Bai? Everyone was scornful of Song Bai's strength. Moreover, just a moment ago, Song Bai had crushed even a peak Jindan stage powerhouse with a single sword strike in the second round of challenges. That sword was a real stunner. Thus, everyone thought that even if Song Bai hadn't broken through the Yuaning stage, she might still have the strength to fight against a Yuaning stage powerhouse. And coupled with the fact that Gu Yin's battle record was also extremely magnificent, the sense of oppression brought about by each battle was almost entirely drawn out, with each sword landing causing the entire lake to splash up a lurid curtain of water. This, then, is the sword cultivator. In the meantime, the other forces outside the lake watched as the duel led by the Dao Heavenly Sect fought more and more courageously, and the scorn in their hearts grew thicker and thicker. Originally, they thought that the first round of bouts were irrelevant, and that the battles afterward were the main event. But now that they looked at it, the strength of the Song Bai and Guing duo had completely exceeded their original expectations. This time, I'm afraid that the rankings of this Zhongxian martial arts competition would indeed have to be rescreened. End of chapter. As the second round came to an end, the Dao Heavenly Sect once again achieved the best results with a crushing advantage. This time, all the forces that had arrived here were impressed with the Dao Heavenly Sect. It was just that they didn't understand why the Dao Heavenly Sect's results had been so poor in the past. How could the Dao Heavenly Sect's strength suddenly become so strong? And this kind of promotion speed was simply unheard of. With these thoughts in mind, they also began to go back to prepare for tomorrow's third round of the martial arts competition. After all, the first two rounds were just screening some outstanding disciples and eliminating those who were weak. And it was only at the beginning of the third round that the real battle was between the geniuses of the major powers. Outer Peak, Daotian Sect Campground. Jiang Ming sat and leaned in the courtyard, located on top of a pond rockery, holding a book in his hand and looking at it in 100 different ways. Jiang Ming. Suddenly, a childish voice spread out in the courtyard. Hearing this voice, Jiang Ming closed the book and his figure transformed into a wisp of white smoke on the wigwam. Arriving in front of little Ling ran in the blink of an eye. Have you investigated everything that you were asked to do? Jiang Ming asked. Investigated. Little Lingran said with her waist inserted. I heard that the Shadow Sky Pavilion is one of the most powerful forces in this world, and the distribution of forces is also spread throughout the entire continent. Both the cultivation world and the secular world have their ears and eyes. They are considered to be very strong people. Hearing this, Jiang Ming smiled and rubbed Little Lingran's head. Can't see it, you've improved quite a bit these days. Little Spirit Ran hemmed and hawed. That's for sure. Little Spirit Ran is great. Jiang Ming nodded his head and said, Aha, I'll reward you with 3 fruits when I get back. Really duh. Hearing that there were fruits to eat, Little Lingran's eyes blossomed with a splash of color. But don't lie, Jiang Ming said with amusement. When have I ever lied to you? After saying that, Little Lingran immediately bounced around excitedly and ran off to play elsewhere. Seeing this, the expression on Jiang Ming's face also became slightly more serious. Shadow Sky Court. Jiang Ming muttered the name of this clan under his breath. That person called Yu Jie was harmless on the surface, but in reality, the greed that was displayed in his body was as obvious as it could be in Jiang Ming's eyes. He's not afraid to be scorned. It so happened that he wished for someone to break up this quiet life of his. Otherwise his own life, as it was now, would seem too boring. Speaking of which, didn't someone from the upper realm arrive in this current dimension? I really don't know if Master and the others will follow them back. Jiang Ming lamented in his heart. The far north. After Jiang Ming had destroyed the entire Grand Formation, the wind and snow of the far northern lands covered the entire far northern lands. Even the boulders that Jiang Ming had summoned were buried by the wind and snow at this moment. No one knows what happened to this place. Only the land buried under the basalt ice knows what once happened here. Rumble. Suddenly, just this untouched land trembled without warning at this very moment. As the earth continued to shake, the ground violently tore open countless fissures, and in the midst of these fissures, several streaks of red light emerged, coloring the snow-white sky with a crimson bond. Boo! A popping sound exploded in this heaven and earth. The center of the earth tore open a cave that looked like an abyss, and from the bottomless cave, a black shadow that looked like a ghost rushed out from the bottom, and whistled out in this icy sky and snow. Boom! The moment this black shadow appeared, a beam of thunder light blasted down on the black shadow. Not only that, as a thunderbolt fell, followed by several lightning bolts, as if they were dragons generally falling towards that black shadow, the entire far north land seemed like the end of the world. The white light of the wind and snow, the purple light of the thunder and lightning, and the ruddy light that springs from the earth. 3 different kinds of rays of light, manifesting 3 different shades of appearance in this heaven and earth, spread out in the sky. As the lightning fell, the black shadow remained steadily standing motionless in the air. After an unknown amount of time, the dark figure's head suddenly tilted back, its entire body emitting a crackling string of crunching sounds, and with a light murmur, well, it's been 30,000 years, exactly 30,000 years, Songxian continent, human cultivators, this 30,000 years of pain, this king will make you all pay back. In an instant, the dark shadow opened his eyes and a beam of red light burst out from his eyes, and after his words fell, on top of his head, a pair of crimson horns actually grew. If Jiang Ming were here, he would have realized that this pair of horns bore a resemblance to the pair of black horns on top of Turbid Li's head. At that moment, an evil smile sketched up on the black shadow's face, as if he had heard some news that pleased him. Dao Tian sect? Good. This king will fulfill your wish. And it's also just the right time to let the current human cultivators see what this king is capable of nowadays. Today I am their god. After saying that, the man left a shadow in the air, which suddenly turned into nothingness as the wind and snow blew by. Northwest domain. Nameless peak. Turbid Li was located on top of the peak, and the color of gravity in his eyes became more and more intense. Red Yao, you really did show up after all, Turbid Li said in a deep voice. There would be a special strand of sensing between the demon race and the demon race, and this strand of sensing was especially powerful between the strongest demon race members. As a supreme demon lord, Turbulent Li's demon bloodline was even the most powerful of all the demon races, so he had detected the aura on Red Yao's body a long time ago. With this in mind, Turbid Li looked in the direction of the Dao Heavenly Sect with his hands in the air, those dark eyes not fluctuating half a bit. In the next second, Turbid Li's silhouette disappeared into the nameless peak in an instant. The moment, having regained his life, Qi Yao traveled to the Dao Heavenly Sect as fast as he could. For the body that he had regained, as well as the powerful strength that he had nowhere else to exert in this body, Qi Yao had long wanted to indulge in a good time. Now that he finally had the chance, he needed to let the whole world know that he, Qi Yao, was still alive. He wanted those human cultivators who had sealed him in the first place to taste a life worse than death, finally being able to kill someone. That taste, I haven't tasted it in 30,000 years. It's really exciting. Red Yao's eyes tightened as a look of madness appeared on his face. Even on the way to the Tao Heavenly Sect, when he saw some cities and sects established by the human race, merely passing by, Red Yao casually waved his hand, and the entire earth was instantly covered away, generating a heaven-destroying might. Listening to the wailing of countless people, Red Yao let loose a wild laugh. He loved that hiss of despair so much. It was simply the most beautiful music in the world. He loved the feeling of being reborn so much. Yes, it was awesome. Red Yao raised the corners of his mouth in near madness, and his entire face seemed to be twisted. However, just before he was about to arrive at the Tao Heavenly Clan, the smile on his face instantly froze. At the same time, the color of madness in his eyes gradually became dull. At that moment, he looked up and ahead. In front of him, a strong body was riding in the air, and behind it, there was a pair of pitch-black feathered wings. What made Qi Yao care the most was that the arrogant look on this man's face, as well as his unrivaled stance, were all overlapping with the most familiar figure from back then. Turbidly, Red Yao stared. End of chapter. Turbidly? Qi Yao's gaze was out of focus as he looked at Turbidly. Being of the same demon race, they had experienced the same era, and at the same time, Turbidly was also the most outstanding existence of their generation. The demon race only recognizes the strong, and never submits to others either. Therefore, within the demon clan, Red Yao also often regarded Turbidly as his rival. But I just didn't expect that after 30,000 years had passed, I would actually be able to meet Turbidly himself one day. At that moment, Turbidly held his hands, and that cold face slowly opened his eyes that looked proudly at the world. Haven't seen you for many years, Qi Yao. Your temperament is even more impatient than before, Turbidly said in a deep voice. Impatient? Ha. Nowadays, the human race has long been at the end of its strength, even if I am the enemy of this world. So what? Red Yao opened his arms as if he could take the world into his chest. Afterwards, he looked straight at Turbulently and said, don't you hate it? Those despicable human cultivators used all their insidious means to seal our demon race in the void that never sees the light of day. I haven't seen this scene now for 30,000 years, and I even feel that my own flesh and blood have become incredibly delicious. Saying that, Qi Yao scratched his face almost frantically, only to see his face tear open with trails of blood at this moment. But on his face, he had an even crazier smile, looking so morose and terrifying. Seeing this, Turbidly's face did not fluctuate in any way, and he looked towards Qi Yao without the slightest ripple in his eyes. This honored one does not wish to intervene in what you want to do, but as a member of the same clan, this honored one advises you not to mess with the Daotian sect's people in this continent, Turbidly said blandly. Daotian sect? Upon hearing this name, a look of gravity surfaced on Qi Yao's face. The only reason he had seen the light of day again was because he had promised that human brat that he would overthrow the Tao Heavenly Sect. Moreover, after he had fused with this human brat, he had a clear concept of this continent, and with his current strength, who in the world would dare to stop him? Turbidly, when did you take the side of the human race? With your strength, isn't it easy to dominate this continent? Qi Yao asked. Humph. This honored one is not interested in these mundane matters. It's just a reminder. Or rather, if you can last 3 moves in my hands, you might as well not listen to my advice, Turbidly said with incomparable arrogance. Qi Yao didn't say anything, and the ferocious color in his eyes grew more and more intense at this moment. At this moment, blade-like spikes quickly grew on Red Yao's 10 fingers, and his 2 arms, as if they were monsters, diffused countless spikes on his arms. At the same time, a majestic aura surged around Turbidly, and located in the sky above his head, a grayish-black cloud actually emerged and tumbled. The two just faced each other in the air. After a long time, a cold smile surfaced on Qi Yao's face. Alright, I'll give you this face today. When I've recovered my strength to the extreme, I'll look for you to have a fight first, Red Yao said in a cold voice. As you wish, Turi returned. Poof. Red Yao snorted coldly, his gaze flung coldly at Turbidly, and he turned to leave. As he left, Qi Yao's heart also slightly recovered from the excitement of regaining a new life. Even Turbulently is afraid of the human forces. It is hard to believe that today's human cultivators are still stronger than before, but in this body's memories, it was clear that the present-day cultivators were all very weak and could be destroyed with a snap of a finger. Is it hard to believe that there is a discrepancy in the information he has been given? Regardless of all that, right now my strength has not yet fully recovered, and since Turbidly has also awakened, then my king's first opponent will be you. Right. A maniacal smile appeared on Red Yao's face. It's just as well that I can also see just how much you've grown in these 30,000 years. The other side. Turbidly clasped his hands, his gaze coldly looking in the direction of Qi Yao's departure, then flew back in a nonchalant manner. He didn't care about Red Yao's death or life. As he said before, His entire life was dedicated to the pursuit of ultimate power, and a formidable opponent. Now that he had found this opponent, the only thing he needed was to grow his own power and prepare for the future battles. I'm here to mention it, but I'm just looking at it as a hint of affection from my own race. In an instant, Turbid Lee's figure disappeared into the void. Song-in Palace. After the end of the first 2 rounds, all the forces were impressed with the Tao Heavenly Sect, and every force was discussing how to deal with the Tao Heavenly Sect's disciples on this night. The word sword cultivator had undoubtedly become a word that everyone was scared to death of. It was a lot of work to study how to deal with the people of the Tao Heavenly Sect. The next day, as the first 2 rounds came to an end and the third round began, the number of people, from thousands at the very beginning, was less than 200 so far. From this round onwards, the fights were no longer regular ring matches, but multiplayer survival challenges with different locations and environments. The way the third round of the competition was conducted was actually a rule that had been in place since a long time ago. Teams of 4 are put into different environments, causing them to engage in a big fight. Of course, judging from the previous Song Xian martial arts tournaments, the third round would often see situations where 3 people would negotiate to work together against another person, and such things abounded. Therefore, many disciples would not reveal their true strength in the first 2 rounds, also to hide their clumsiness so that they would not be surrounded by the other 3 in the third round. But this one is different. The powerful strength of the duo of Song Bai and Guin had long since caused the other forces to reach an unanimous attitude. Once you meet, you are bound to cooperate. However, Song Bai and Guin weren't worried. Jiang Ming had also told them last night that no matter what situation they were located in, they could just let go and fight. If you can't even get over the hurdles in front of you, how can you climb the highest mountain in the future? They have been ready for a long time, even if it's a pair of 3. So what? How can you forge true intentions without a fight? Gentlemen, at this moment, Yu was located at the head of the 24 seats of Immortal Island. She crossed her slender legs and dragged her fragrant cheeks and said, I think everyone is already clear about the rules of the third round. And this palace will not talk nonsense. This time, this palace casts 10 Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace. Out of 40 people, only 10 people can win. Whether it's a curse or a blessing, it all depends on everyone's fortune. Saying that, Yu raised one hand. From her hand heart diffused a pinkish-purple breath. In this immortal island around, actually returned to come 10 different floating island. And each floating island has a different environment. If you want to rely on geographical conditions to win, it is completely dependent on luck. 10 Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palaces. What a great deal. The Song-in Palace actually has this kind of heritage, worthy of being a first-grade sect. When the many forces saw these 10 Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palaces, a touch of emotion surged in everyone's hearts. Just such a Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace alone was already regarded as a treasure to a second-grade sect, but the Song-in Palace had offered 10 of them in one go. It's really extraordinary. End of chapter. Looking at these 10 Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palaces, all of the major powers lit up. Subsequently, Yu retracted his hand, leaning on the chair hand and said, in that case, everyone will be free to choose the serial number. Exactly how the result, all depends on the luck of all of you. With that said, located above the lake, there were countless golden tokens suspended. From the outside, there was no difference between these golden tokens, and even if you looked close, there was no inscription on this. Whatever, just take it. The disciples who entered the third round more or less still had a few skills, and looking at everyone still watching, Guin took the lead in grabbing a token. At that moment, Guin grasped the token in his hand and carefully speculated on it, only to realize that it was a gold token that couldn't be any more ordinary. What is this situation? Guin asked as he frowned and looked up. You could try putting it in the water and see, and Feather said delicately. Upon hearing this, Guin would doubtfully grab the token and place it into the lake. In the next second, a text emerged from this golden token as far as it could go. 16. As the words emerged from this token, the crowd all lit up. 16, which means it's the 16th game. The first round to enter the Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace. Our 1 to 10 disciples. 16 is a later thing. They do not need to care too much. But, for the others, what they needed to care more about were the other 3 who drew 16 games. Gu Yin's strength should not be underestimated. I hope I don't draw 16 matches before I do. This thought surfaced in the hearts of many disciples. Even if they were able to work together as a trio, they still had little certainty in their hearts when facing an opponent as strong as Guin. Not to mention the fact that there can only be one winner in a field, and people who change their minds in the middle of the game are all over the place. So you might just say you're working together and then immediately stab you in the back. That's how brutal the third round can be. It's hard to judge everything unless the strength is crushing. With Guin being the first to take the golden token, The other disciples one after another began to step on the lake and grab the token that belonged to them. Luckily, I'm in the 9th game. Hey, I'm the 14th game. My god, why am I 16 games in? Those who didn't draw 16 games were all sort of relieved in their hearts. When the person who drew the 16th game shouted out, everyone around them threw over a sympathetic glance. Although Guin was a great deterrent in the 16 fields, there were also many powerful opponents, such as Yuaning stage cultivators, who were also the ones they had to pay attention to. At the same time, there was an existence that everyone was afraid of. Song Bai, that female sword cultivator that even Yuaning stage cultivators had to be afraid of. After many people had finished drawing, Song Bai then held her sword sheath, her feet stepping on the water of the lake unhurriedly, her toes pointing on the lake, merely causing a slight wave of water ripples. Seeing Song Bai's stance, the people around her drew in a deep breath. More than those Yuaning stage cultivators, they wanted to know which number this female sword cultivator, who killed everyone with a single sword, had drawn. Of course, they all hoped to avoid it with themselves, preferably drawing the same field as those Yuaning stage cultivators. That way, they'll want to have an easier time getting to the 4th round as well. At this time, Song Bai stood on the lake without slowing down and grabbed a golden token and put it into the water. Immediately afterward, a word emerged from this token. 9. Session 9. Seeing this character, the vast majority of the people present breathed a sigh of relief. And only those who had drawn number 9 just now and were still slightly celebrating were close to despair at this moment. Even if they met Guin, they didn't want to meet Song Bai. This is even the peak of the Jindan stage of the existence of a sword to kill a second. What is the difference between going up and sending? Jesus Christ. Why is it the 9th game? My stinking hands. I thought I had drawn the best draw. Who would have thought it would be the most desperate? The 3 disciples who drew the 9th field all revealed a look of bitterness. Among the 3 of them, the strongest was only in the late Jindan stage, not even comparable to the peak Jindan stage powerhouse that Song Bai had killed with a single second of her sword earlier. With the strength of the 3 of them, it was only a little difficult to surround Song Bai together. Originally, they still wanted to break through the 3rd round by chance, so that they could also add some face to their own clan, but now it seemed that there was no such chance. With all the tokens on the lake taken away, the entire lake had been restored to its initial appearance. Since everyone has drawn their field tokens, the 3rd match of today's martial arts competition. Let's begin, and you said simply. After saying that, the immortal island located in the center established 10 golden heavenly staircases towards the 10 cloud illusion heavenly palaces. Seeing this, the disciples from the first 10 games came out and assembled towards the corresponding cloud illusion heavenly palace entrance, and all 4 of them respectfully arched their hands to each other as if they were friendly. After the salute was honored, the 4 of them stepped on top of the golden heavenly ladder, and 10 beams of light instantly enveloped around them, actually transforming into a ray of golden light out of thin air, flying towards the cloud illusion heavenly palace. Seeing this, the other disciples were all a little apprehensive in their hearts, compared to those disciples who had already participated in the competition. They, the waiting disciples, were even more nervous, especially when they draw a field with a particularly powerful presence. They seem even more nervous. I'm still in the 16th field. How long will it be before I get a head start? Guin complained. What's the hurry? What's the point of having 2 random swords to take them away when the time comes anyway? Jiang Ming said casually. Sir, what you said is not too confident in me, right? I honestly don't have much confidence in this 3rd round. Guyan's old face flushed. If you're afraid, I'd advise you to hurry back to your hometown to farm. That might be more suitable for you, Jiang Ming said with a smile. Guyan's face line darkened. According to Jiang Ming's nature, if he really lost, he might actually kick him out of the Dao Heavenly Sect and roll back to farming. It was so hard to make progress in his breakthrough. He didn't want to be whisked away just like that. How humiliating. Ha. Sir, please don't worry. Even if I put my life on the line, I'll definitely be able to take this match, Guin said as he patted his chest. Just 1 peak Jindan stage and 2 middle Jindan stages, making it seem like life and death. Jiang Ming shook his head inside as he patted the ladder and said, just don't say I taught you in the future. This time, Guin was completely speechless. Is it necessary to be so strict? We're all at the Jindan stage, so why is it his pot if he loses in a 1-on-3 fight? The point is that he hasn't been able to refute it. There was no choice. No matter what the outcome would be at that time, he had to take this one and get it over with quickly. Even if he used some means, he had to win. End of chapter. The moment. In the 9th session, inside the Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace, when Song Bai opened her eyes, what unfolded before her eyes was a bamboo forest as well as an uneven mountainous terrain. Located in the middle of a bamboo forest, there is also an unassuming hut. Outside the cabin, there was also a wooden table and 3 small stone benches. which looked very cozy. Here, is this the Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace? Song Bai took a deep breath. Originally, she felt that this Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace wasn't very big, but after actually entering it, she realized that there was something else inside. Thinking of this, Song Bai's eyes closed tightly. In this instant, the surrounding aura covered the entire Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace at this moment. However, just a moment later, she felt that the true chi in her body was completely unable to cover this Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace, as if there was a strange force blocking the exploration of this heaven and earth. At that moment, Song Bai opened her eyes. At the same time, in her eyes, there was a bit more seriousness. It seems that it's not possible to linger any longer, Song Bai said indifferently. After saying that, Song Bai put her 2 fingers together and recited a mantra under her breath, and a flying sword suddenly sped out from its scabbard, and the entire person flew rapidly towards the center of the Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace. She didn't want to stay in this Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace for much longer, much less for the other 3 to gather and deal with her together, which would only take more time. From the previous 2 bouts down, Song Bai knew one thing: a quick fight and a quick decision. Never let the Dao Heavenly Clan be disgraced. The other side. The 3 disciples similarly entered the middle of the Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace. After entering this environment for the first time, the first thing they did was to fly towards the center of this place, which was almost a mandatory lesson for every 3rd round, especially if they encountered a powerful opponent. If they wanted to cooperate, they had to find the same place and then discuss their countermeasures. And the most conspicuous place in this place was an ancient palace located on the top of the highest mountain in this place. All 3 were understanding. Song Bai's powerful strength was by no means something they could resist, and the only way to have a glimmer of hope was to cooperate. The 3 of them had the same idea, and it took them less than 5 minutes in total when they hurried across the entire area and came to a moment of crooked trees outside the ancient palace at the top of the mountain. Looks like I was still here first. A female disciple patted her chest, secretly rejoicing in her heart. Indeed, you are the first to come here. Suddenly, beside this crooked neck tree, a cold female voice came through the space. Hearing this voice, that female disciple only felt her heart almost raise to her throat. Of the 4 disciples in the 9th session, there were 2 male disciples and 2 female disciples, the only females excluding her. It's Song Becky. At this moment, that female disciple looked up in the direction of the crooked neck tree, only to see Song Bai with her feet on a flying sword, her sharp eyes carrying a valiant demeanor that was overbearing. Seeing this, her face turned ironic. Why was Song Bai the first one to come here? In that case, how else could she unite with the other disciples and defeat Song Bai altogether? At that moment, Song Bai pulled out the blade from its scabbard. Holding the scabbard in one hand, he raised the blade with the other. There's no point in talking more. Draw your sword. Song Bai put away her flying sword and slowly landed on the ground. I don't have a sword, ah? The female disciple looked a little flustered. When she said that, she already looked a little disorganized. Song Bai didn't pity either, and immediately swung her sword out. Buzz! Only a sword sound rang out from space, and her figure suddenly disappeared in place. Thumbs up! With that, a sword light exploded in the air with an intense white light, as if even the entire space would be chopped up by it. Only in the next second did Song Bai's figure slowly appear in front of the female disciple. However, this time Song Bai's sword blade was already less than 7 inches away from her opponent. Boo! As an explosion exploded in the venue, the female disciple's figure was directly shaken back and out, and in turn, Song Bai held the blade of her sword and frowned as she looked in the direction that the female disciple had dodged. She knew that the female disciple had not dodged her sword. Instead, someone stepped in to block the sword. The moment when the sword chi dispersed a little, only 2 disciples were seen assisting the female disciple just now, dodging the sword just now. This sword of senior sister Song's is truly extraordinary. If it were stronger, I'm afraid that the 2 of us would have trouble resisting this sword. At that moment, a disciple said with a bitter smile. At those words, Song Bai's expression remained as normal. I can't call myself a senior sister, but I must take this battle. Speaking here, the stern color in Song Bai's eyes became heavier. I'm offended. Outside the ancient palace, Song Bai suddenly rose up in the air, and the sword blade in her hand suddenly boomed out a deafening sword sound. In a split second, the entire top of the mountain shook crazily above, as if this mountain peak was about to break apart. And what caused all of this was surprisingly just Song Bai performing a sword move. Sword! Sword intent? Someone shouted in shock. Sword intent! In this Xian continent, the realm of intent was one of the most difficult ways to cultivate, and by cultivating the realm of intent, one could be called a powerhouse at the level of a patriarch. This kind of patriarchal level powerhouse, even Yuaning stage cultivators would have to use more means, not to mention the sword intent. Sword! The stances are already varied, many ingenuity in them, and the cultivation intention is also more difficult to cultivate than other intentions. In the entire Song Xian continent, all they had heard of was that Lin Tianyi before this had comprehended pure sword intent. How could it be that now, even Song Baiyi had comprehended sword intent? This sword intent thing, was it so easy to comprehend? The most crucial thing is that Song Baiyi is so young. Her future achievements are limitless. Rumble. The moment. The cloud illusion heavenly palace located in the ninth field began to inexplicably tremble. And even the disciples located in the outside world noticed the situation on the ninth field. From the opening to now, only a few minutes have passed. How suddenly appeared this big movement? The ninth venue seems to be Song Baiyi's room, right? Could it be that Song Baiyi caused the commotion? 9 times out of 10, but there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Is there? Wait, you guys, look what that is. That's when someone noticed. On the ninth field, a white light actually surfaced, piercing straight through the clouds from the center of the cloud illusion heavenly palace. The scent is, all the forces located on Immortal Island had their hearts sink. Context? That's sword intent. My old swan. That can't be sword intent. Nima. A sword cultivator with such a powerful strength who also cultivates the realm of intent. This clan competition is still a ball. Have you guys thought about it? This Song Baiyi still seems to be participating in the clan competition for the first time. Everyone was silent at these words. Song Baiyi was very young. So young that some first-rate clans were envious. But, envy aside, there were not a few talented disciples within their sect. But this was a peak Jindan stage sword cultivator who was only in his 20s, or a sword cultivator who had cultivated sword intent. This gold content was enough to crush all cultivators in the same generation. End of chapter. If anything, before, they were admired, revered, and envied. When this sword intent appeared, all they were left with was fear and scorn. Even the leading figures located in the 24th seat felt disbelief in their hearts when they saw this aura. Such a young sword cultivator is rare in ancient times. Patriarch Lin. You've taken in a good disciple who was rare in the ages. Congratulations, Patriarch Lin. It seems like you're bound to take a very good ranking in this conference. Congratulations too. For a while, even these leading figures began to converge. It couldn't be helped that a sword cultivator in his 20s had also cultivated the realm of intent. With this kind of achievement, future accomplishments were limitless. Plus, the current sect leader of the Dao Heavenly Sect, Lin Tianyi, was not only at the harmonization stage of strength, but was also a great sword cultivator. With a sect leader of such strength sitting at the helm and a disciple of such talent under his door, even if they had hidden murderous intentions in their hearts, at this moment they could only put their minds at ease and make good relations with Lin Tianyi first. On the contrary, Lin Tianyi returned the greetings respectfully one by one. You all are too kind. It's not because of me alone that this girl has achieved this, Lin Tianyi said with a bitter smile. Patriarch Lin is too modest. In the whole world you are the one with the purest sword path. If it wasn't for you personally instructing, who else in this world could instruct such a genius? A man said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi just smiled and didn't reply. In fact, he himself didn't know what to say. His senior uncle's strength was profoundly unknowable. On the word sword Dao, even he hadn't touched a single hair of Jiang Ming's sword Dao, so how could he teach others? This really isn't him being modest, it's just that he also didn't expect that little ninny to be so young. And having been in Jiang Ming's hands for only a month or so, to have achieved this much, Uncle Shifu is truly an immortal. However, as one who had comprehended true sword intent, he could also sense a hint of oddness when faced with the sword intent Song Baiyi was releasing at this moment. It could be said that this was indeed sword intent, but not exactly. The real sword will ask the world with absolute momentum straight into the clouds, as if everything in the world cannot be blocked, the most indestructible, and the sharpest existence. However, Song Baiyi's sword intent, which appeared to be majestic, in reality, that aura of chopping everything under the sun was not there. In other words, this sword intent only had its appearance, not its meaning. It could only be called pseudo-sword intent. Even so, Song Baiyi's talent was pretty amazing. The other side. Jiang Ming stood beside the lake, his hands clasped in front of his chest, his eyes gazing at the sword intent without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. However, all of the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples behind him had a lot more shock and surprise in their eyes when they saw this strand of sword intent. Is that senior sister Song's sword intent? That's too strong. The sword intent released on the hill behind the main peak that day seemed extremely similar to this one. I originally thought it was the sword intent released by the sect leader's sword practice, but I didn't expect it to be senior sister Song. It seems that our Dao Heavenly Sect, this time, is bound to get a top 10 ranking. All the disciples were in a very surging mood. When the people of their own clan were powerful, it was a glow on their faces for them. Even Guin was dumbfounded. watching Song Bai's great display of sword power. The competitive heart in his heart was also completely galvanized at this moment. How come old me is 16 games? Can you let me switch with the others? Guin said with itchy hands. After saying that, his gaze fell on the other disciples behind him. The other disciples' face lines darkened. This guy wouldn't be trying to steal their tokens and sneak ahead to fight, would he? Ugh. Just as everyone was getting excited, Jiang Ming coldly sighed. Afterwards, Jiang Ming murmured in a low voice, "It's just a vain appearance, but it's really a moldable talent, so with some determination, I guess I'll be able to comprehend the true sword intent." The disciples behind him heard these words and didn't fully understand them. Obviously Song Bai has behaved so well, isn't that enough? In their opinion, Jiang Ming was a bit too harsh. In the ninth session, inside the Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace, in midair, the aura contained in Song Bai's sword caused the entire mountain peak to shake. When the three disciples saw this, a pale color appeared on their faces. What's the point? Just this terrifying sword chi alone. They didn't even know how to crack it. And if this sword really chopped down, would they still have a chance of surviving? Song Bai's sword was a completely insurmountable mountain. Even if the three of them worked together and helped hand in hand, it was impossible to cross this high mountain. I concede. Suddenly, the female disciple at the beginning said timidly. She really didn't dare to continue fighting Song Bai. From the first sword, she had already lost. If it wasn't for the other two making a move, it would have been impossible for her to follow. Not to mention this terrifying sword intent in front of them now. Even if the three of them used all their means, it was unlikely that they would be able to take it. And even if you take it, what then? When Song Bai used such a terrifying tactic, they were bound to be overwhelmed, and they could still only be passive in the next attack. It's better to be on point than to end up in a bad situation. Anyway, even if they advanced, they would only be playing one more round, and with Song Bai's strength, it might not even be a problem to fight until the final round. As the female disciple conceded defeat, a look of difficulty surfaced in the eyes of the other two disciples. Unable to do anything else, they could only sigh and shake their heads. We admit defeat. From start to finish, less than 8 minutes, the three men conceded as much as they could. In the face of such a terrifying attack from Song Bai, they really didn't have the courage to face it, and they would even lose their lives if they weren't careful, and that would not be worth it. Besides, to be able to see such a powerful sword, even if they lost, it would be worth it for them. When they all crushed their golden tokens, it also meant that this battle was the end of this conference for them. It was at this time that the aura around Song Bai's body gathered. After slowly landing the sword blade in its scabbard, Song Bai made a slight bow. Understood. Seeing Song Bai's gesture, the three of them also looked at each other and bowed. To be able to see a sword art like Senior Sister Song's, I am satisfied with this trip. Yeah, with strength like Senior Sister Song's, taking the top spot must not even be a problem. Losing under Senior Sister Song, we are convinced. All three agreed. It wasn't that they were talking nonsense, but Song Bai's strength in this body really shocked them too much. Even the sense of oppression brought about by those Yuaning stage cultivators wasn't as great as the pressure brought about by Song Bai's sword just now. Because of this, they don't know whether to be happy or to complain. When they met an existence like Song Bai, how could they possibly win? After saying that, 4 golden pillars of light suddenly shot out from the sky, all of which shone around them, and within a moment they teleported away. At the same time, the voice of An Yu, who was located in the 24th seat, traveled through space. The 9th round is over. Song Bai won and entered the 4th round. Now start the next round. Enter in order. An Yu said. End of chapter. That was fast. That's less than 10 minutes to end a game. This Dao Heavenly Sect Sword Cultivator is truly extraordinary. Looks like this continent is about to change. All the forces lamented. Regarding this, everyone had witnessed it, and their attitude towards the Dao Heavenly Sect became more and more respectful. In the last Sanchuan martial competition, the Dao Heavenly Sect was only a mere second-rate sect, and the strength of its disciples was only middle ranking, which was not considered to be outstanding. But this time, not only was it Guin, whom they had known before this, but there was actually such a young female sword cultivator. In time, Song Bai's achievements would only be more powerful than those leaders they sat at the 24th seat. This is not an empty statement by any means. The moment Song Bai was the first to fly out of the Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace and stood firmly on the Immortal Island, holding her sword sheath in her left hand. There was a slight look of delight in her eyes, but it didn't show on her face. Subsequently, the 3 disciples who had gone in together also came down from above. Compared to Song Bai, their faces looked a bit ugly, but they weren't bitter or anything. After all, they didn't feel ashamed of losing at the hands of Song Bai. At this time, Song Bai came to Jiang Ming's location. When the disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect saw this, They immediately came to welcome and drink happily. Song Baiyi's performance was just too bright. It even took only a few minutes to take the first victory, and in the last 10 sessions, they had never heard of a bout that had resolved the battle so quickly. Song Baiyi thanked them one by one before coming in front of Jiang Ming. Master. Song Baiyi arched her hand, then her gaze cautiously surveyed Jiang Ming. As the words fell, Jiang Ming turned around and smiled faintly. Not bad, both in terms of the manner as well as the result. What you have shown is impeccable, Jiang Ming said. At those words, Song Baiyi lowered her head slightly. The corners of her mouth hooked into a shallow smile, but did not show it. This was the first time in over a month that Jiang Ming had complimented her, and she was secretly happy in her heart. However, there is still room for improvement in that sword intent you used just now. To be precise, that wasn't considered a true sword intent. At this moment, Jiang Ming added, not true sword intent? Master, what does that mean? Song Baiyi asked. That is to say, that sword intent just now only had its form, missing the most crucial and unique kind of intent in sword intent. Jiang Ming said. What's that? Song Baiyi didn't understand. Determination. Jiang Ming replied. Determination? Hearing the word determination, Song Baiyi was even more confused. When he comprehended this sword intent, it was in the back of the main peak that he realized it, knowing the meaning of a sword out to cut down all obstacles. But it had never occurred to me that the core of executing sword intent would be a determination. But what does this determination really mean? Looking at Song Baiyi's expression of incomprehension, Jiang Ming explained, what is determination? You'll have to ask your own heart. Why do you make the sword? Why do you hold it? If you haven't realized this layer, none of this is true sword intent. Real sword intent. Hearing this, Song Baiyi frowned at Jiang Ming. At this moment, she seemed to have some feelings in her heart, but she didn't fully understand Jiang Ming's words. I'm afraid that with these words, she would still have to go back and slowly comprehend them before she could understand the true meaning of sword intent. Suddenly, just as she was still thinking, Jiang Ming patted her shoulder and said, there's absolutely no need for you to think about this right now. The fact that you've comprehended this level is already a bit out of my expectation. Right now you just need to deal with the opponent in front of you. As for the other things, just put them to do afterward. Progressing gradually, no need to be in such a hurry. Upon hearing this, Song Baiyi smiled and nodded. I understand. Just understand. Jiang Ming was sort of relieved. I have to say that Song Baiyi is indeed a good seedling. As long as the instructions are correct, the future achievements are no less than the generations of senior brothers and sisters. It was a pity that it had also been too long since he had instructed a disciple, so he could only point to the end. And as for how far she could go, it could only depend on his destiny. I'm not really a good master after all, Jiang Ming thought in his heart. At this point, another cloud illusion heavenly palace was opened. 4 beams of golden light landed on top of the immortal island, and immediately afterward, 4 silhouettes appeared. At the head of the group was a Yuanying stage cultivator. Behind him were all disciples with Jindan stage strength, and the highest strength was actually at the late Jindan stage. And all 3 disciples were dying and prostrate on the ground, with ashen colors appearing on their faces. Obviously, in the cloud illusion heavenly palace, they had all suffered considerable injuries. The Yuanying stage cultivator at the head of the group walked out proudly, a smug expression on his face as he scanned all the disciples around him. It was as if everyone's eyes were surprised, with jealousy, that he had resolved the battle so quickly. Ha! Surely I'm the first to solve it, right? What a bore. The man looked around contemptuously, a smile spreading across his face. Everyone else was looking at him with odd expressions. To this man, they were all familiar. Smoke Cloud sect disciple, Wu Changwei. Wu Changwei was considered one of the candidates to win the title this term. With his Yuanying stage cultivation, coupled with the many pills and talismans and treasures given by the Smoky Cloud sect, he could be considered as one of the most powerful few in this Zhangxian martial arts competition. However, lately, the Dao Heavenly Sect's popularity was simply too much, and it had already vaguely overshadowed the sharpness he had displayed. So he also disregarded the clan strategy and used the swiftest means to settle the 3 in this third round. He didn't believe that the Daotian sect's people would be faster than him. With this in mind, Wu Changwei looked in the direction of the Dao Heavenly Sect triumphantly. However, when his gaze landed on Jiang Ming and the others, his pupils immediately tightened into a ball. Located behind Jiang Ming, wasn't that Song Baiyi? How? Possible? Wu Changwei's pupils shrunk. Song Baiyi actually came out earlier than him? How did she do it? This man is sick, isn't he? Shoo, keep your voice down. This brother is a Yuanying stage cultivator. What's wrong with Yuanying stage cultivation? I think the Daotian sect's female sword cultivator can be easily defeated even against him. Better not say it before you're heard. At this time, the surrounding disciples were whispering about Wu Changwei's actions just now. These subtle sounds entered Wu Changwei's ears as if they were gurgling water, and at the same time, the color of anger on his face grew more and more intense. What do you mean he's not as good as the female sword cultivator of the Daotian sect? Even if Song Bai was strong enough to kill him with one blow, he was also at the Yuaning stage of cultivation, a mere peak Jindan stage. What was there to fight him with? Thinking of this, Wu Changwei directly returned to the Smoke Cloud sect's territory, rushed to a disciple with big strides, picked up the other party's clothes and directly grabbed him. That Smoke Cloud sect disciple's face changed drastically. Originally, he wanted to cheer for his own senior brother, but he didn't expect the other party to grab him directly. Tell me, why on earth did that Dao Heavenly Sect sword cultivator come out so quickly? Wu Changwei asked loudly. That sword cultivator. She cultivated sword intent, the Smoke Cloud sect disciple said timidly. At those words, Wu Changwei froze. Swordsmanship? End of chapter. Sword intent. She had actually comprehended sword intent. Wu Changwei trembled as if he had heard some extraordinary news. Sword intent. That was something that could only be cultivated by a patriarch-level figure, and one would have to specialize in it for a lifetime to be able to comprehend this intent. In the entire continent, I'm afraid that not even 1 in 10,000 people had comprehended the realm of intent. And recently I heard that the only one who had comprehended the sword intent was Lin Tianyi. And how old is Song Bai? This comprehends the sword intent. Is this still human? Thinking of this, Wu Changwei's gaze turned in the direction of the Dao Heavenly Sect, and the color of gravity in his eyes became more and more intense. Originally, he didn't put the Daotian sect's people in his eyes. After all, with his strength, the first 2 rounds could be as effective as this with a little bit of realism. Only, since Song Bai had already released her sword intent, it was different. Even he had to be careful about how he dealt with it. It seems that we'll have to use some means to deal with her afterward. A trace of gloom flashed in Wu Changwei's eyes as he thought in his heart. As Wu Changwei finished, the first batch of disciples who went in, one after another, followed out. Those who were able to stand out from the 3rd round were almost always of peak Jindan stage strength, followed by disciples of late Jindan stage. Surprisingly, in the previous sessions, there would be quite a few mid-Jindan disciples selected among them, but in this batch, only one disciple with mid-Jindan strength entered the 4th round, and it was also a Daotian sect disciple, which made the faces of the elders of the other second-ranked sects quite a bit embarrassed. There were already very few rankings, but it turned out that the gold content of this term was even higher than before. Even these second-ranked clans of theirs almost couldn't beat the 3rd round, which caused them a great headache. However, this is the case in the present world. The strongest are honored. Whether it was the sect, or the disciples below, this truth had remained unchanged throughout the ages. The other side. Ha ha ha, it's finally able to be my turn. Sir, later on, I will definitely live up to the expectations and immediately take care of those people and take the 4th round. Guiying patted his chest and said with extreme confidence. You don't have to come back if you can't get it back. Jiang Ming said with a smirk. Give me a little confidence. Well, Guiying sweated. Get out. Jiang Chen gave him a look. Guiying shrugged and carried his greatsword in the direction of the Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace. When Guiying appeared in front of the crowd, everyone held their breath. Even those who had already participated and advanced, at this time, looked towards Guiying with a grave expression, and were quite fearful in their hearts. After realizing that Song Bai had comprehended sword intent, they were also a little more fearful of Guiying. After all, these two were extremely active within the Dao Heavenly Sect and were the two with the most outstanding strength among the disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect who were participating in the conference this time. Song Bai and the others had already figured out the bottom card, but this Guiying they hadn't figured out yet. They had to carefully observe the time Guiying would spend in the Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace later on, and whether or not there would be any powerful sensations occurring. Seeing the countless gazes converging on him, Guiying naturally knew exactly what they wanted to know, but he was also fearless. Anyway, the fight is still to fight. No matter what masters he has, all of them will just beat down. Hey, it's finally time for me to show off my skills. The corner of Guiying's mouth lifted into a smug smile. At that moment, a beam of golden light enveloped him. Guiying closed his eyes and felt a warmth baking his body. By the time he opened his eyes again, he was in a deserted Gobi. Here, there was only a pair of gravel and an endless edge, aside from the sky above their heads, and the rocky sand beneath their feet. All there was, were the uneven mounds, where it seemed that no plant had any way of surviving, and no object could cover their tracks. It could be said that it was not the slightest bit different from a ring battle, except that the venue was much larger than the ring. Looking at the scene in front of him, a smooth smile appeared on Guiying's face. Isn't this a battlefield that was born for me? Guiying was overjoyed. This kind of place where there was no obstruction. His heavy sword could then be swung unhindered and invincible. At the same time, he knew, In addition, the killing could never just appear in front of one's body. It must be hidden somewhere, ready to sneak attack at any time. Like vipers hiding inside the sand, they will blend themselves with nature and wait for the moment when a person is the most relaxed to give a fatal blow, so he wouldn't leave any chance for those three. Since that Ni Song Bai has used her sword intent, I'll also play with this intent that I just recently comprehended. Guing took out the huge sword behind him. With that said, Guing gathered the giant sword over his head. At this moment, the gravel located around Gu Yin's body was actually blowing a gale that swept up all the sand and rocks around him, converging into a terrifying tornado. This tornado wasn't that big, but as Gu Yin's breath was completely released, this tornado violently rolled up a powerful suction force, as if it was sucking away all the existences on this Gobi. In the meantime, 3 other disciples located in the same cloud illusion heavenly palace. They were even thinking about how to meet up with the others from such a gob and discuss how to deal with Gu Yinshi, only to see a wild wind tornado, actually in the middle of the Gobi, sucking and pulling all the objects on it. What is this? Could it be that there is an extra added difficulty in this cloud illusion heavenly palace? The tornado was too obvious a target, and the trio quickly noticed the tornado's presence. They just don't know what the point of it really is. After the gravel on the Gobi was all absorbed into the dragon scroll, the volume of this dragon scroll was actually larger than a circle. In only 3 short minutes, this terrifying dragon scroll had actually occupied 1/10 of the volume of the entire cloud illusion heavenly palace. The trio's heart sank, immediately sensing that something was wrong, but it's too late to notice it now. The powerful suction force had long since made it impossible for them to break free from this powerful suction. The huge dragon scroll made a deafening rumbling sound like thunder in the entire cloud illusion heavenly palace. That's what? A disciple exclaimed in shock, only to see that in the middle of that huge dragon scroll, there was actually a human figure standing in the middle of the dragon scroll. With just a mere figure, they could clearly and visibly make out the presence of the other party. This dragon scroll, it was actually cast by one person? Is it hard to be Guin? Thinking of this, they had long been unable to resist the powerful suction force, and the 3 of them were caught in the middle of the dragon scroll at almost the same time. The moment, Guin clasped his hands to his chest. He stood in the center of the dragon scroll, with his giant sword at his feet. At this moment, the giant sword was rotating at a rapid speed and was releasing powerful true chi, one after another, fueling this massive dragon scroll. Just then, Gu Yin's eyes snapped open. He looked at the 3 people who flew backwards, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in a smile. You guys are really inkless enough, and you still need me to personally invite you over, Gu Yin said with a smile. Now, we can have a painful fight. End of chapter. At those words, all 3 of them were wide-eyed in their hearts. Is this still a sparring match between disciples? Such a technique, even if it was placed in the hands of the elders within their sect, it would be the existence of a base card, which would unleash such a level of technique in such a light. Before they could reply, Guin clenched his hand in the air. The huge sword located underneath his body seemed to possess spirituality and flew to his hand, turning towards the 3 to split a brutal sword chi. Thumbs up! Gu Yin's sword chopped down fiercely, and the space was shaken open with might, and even in the direction where the sword chi chopped, this huge dragon scroll was also affected, and a gap was chopped open hard. Not only that, the mighty energy left behind on Gu Yin's huge sword exuded an even more frightening energy in the follow-up aspect. In the meantime, outside the cloud illusion heavenly palace, everyone paid attention to the fluctuations emanating from within the 10 cloud illusion heavenly palaces, and as each minute passed, their nerves relaxed. It seems that there aren't as many demons in the world as we thought. Yes, if there are still existences like Song Bai, does this want people to live? We're the ones who think too much. The major powers breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't something like another sword intent appearing straight into the sky, they could all still accept it. Rumble. Suddenly, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a violent tremor suddenly came from beneath their feet. This movement instantly caught everyone's attention. This was an immortal island set up by the Tsangyin Palace. How could this happen for no reason? What happened? I don't know. It seems like it came from the cloud illusion heavenly palace's side. No way. An ugly color surfaced on everyone's face. To be able to cause the movement of the cloud illusion heavenly palace, this strength was only not even close to Song Bai. It was just that the situation on the cloud illusion heavenly palace was also hard for them to see clearly. However, just when they were at a loss, they only saw a cloud illusion heavenly palace, but a huge tornado emerged more and more large, and finally even above the cloud illusion heavenly palace, sucked up a gale. This tornado was such that even those located on Immortal Island could vaguely feel a suction force. What's that? Someone had noticed the abnormality occurring at the cloud illusion heavenly palace. At that moment, they then noticed that the commotion brought about by everything here was actually coming from over there. The field at this location. Seeing that it was this spot, those people felt a sense of unease in their hearts. Isn't that the field that Guin attended? Could it be that this movement was exerted by Guin? How is this possible? Hong Kong Kong's face turned blue. He had always determined that Guin was by no means his opponent. And even after knowing Jiang Ming's strength and identity that day, he had determined that with his own strength, it would be as easy as a slap in the face for him to defeat that group of unimpressive disciples from the Dao Heavenly Sect. But then he knew that Song Bai of the Dao Heavenly Sect had comprehended the sword intent, and he was by no means an opponent. However, now in the Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace where Guin was, this kind of vision had unexpectedly appeared. This terrifying aura, even if it wasn't sword intent, it wasn't much weaker than sword intent. How could that punk who lost to him be stronger than him now? Thinking of this, Hong Kong Kong's palms clenched into a ball, his eyes carrying an incomparable angry fire. The other side, on the 24th seat, everyone had a look of gravity in their eyes. The other disciples might not be able to see what was happening in the Cloud Illusion Heavenly Palace, but they were able to see it clearly. Previously, the appearance of a Song Bai had shocked them greatly, and now, another Guin had appeared. In the last Sunchuan martial arts competition, Gu Yin's performance was only moderate, but now they realized that Gu Yin's strength was actually no better than Song Bai's performance. Could it be that this Lin Tianyi really did have some means of making people stronger quickly? How else could it be possible that in just 10 years' time, a person at a middle-of-the-road level could be cultivated into an existence of top strength? Moreover, one Song Bai was already enough of a headache for them, and now there was another Guin. In that case, some of them might not even be able to maintain their previous rankings. What about this? Thinking of this, their gazes inadvertently sized up Lin Tianyi. Some other thoughts had already arisen in their hearts towards this suddenly rising power. In the Gobi, the terrifying salon rolls sucked all four of them in, and the three didn't even have the ability to resist at all. Being able to resist the terrifying suction force of the salon roll was already the maximum they could do, so how could they talk about taking Gu Yin's next sword move? Drive me! At this point, only to see Guin stifle a grunt as the giant sword slashed through space, crumbling away with might within this space. This sword didn't seem to have the slightest flashy moves, only the simplest offense. Only an individual could resist it head-on. However, the aura that Guin brought with him didn't give them that courage to resist. Until this sword falls. Boom! Gu Yin's sword slashed above this Gobi, and the terrifying power even crumbled a gaping hole in the earth. As this sword fell, the entire salon roll scattered at this moment, and the dust and sand in the sky seemed to have been chopped into nothingness by this sword. The three disciples were also shaken out by the terrifying might of the sword, landing hard on the ground wailing a few times. Don't. Us admit defeat. Don't fight. The three wailed bitterly. Although they all knew that Guin did not intend to take their lives with this sword, the terrifying sword might alone was enough to convince them. Seeing this, Guin laughed out loud as he carried his giant sword and wiped his nose. Hey! I was suffocated in that green bamboo courtyard, and today I'm finally able to exhale this breath. It's so damn refreshing, Guin said with a big smile. When the three of them heard this, a bitter smile appeared on their faces. You're happy, but we're suffering. Say it. The three of them crushed the tokens in their hands, and 4 beams of golden light enveloped them, and in a short while they left this place, and all this in no more than 10 minutes. Seeing Guin and the others appear, the people around them sucked in a breath of cool air. This is the sword cultivator of the Daotian sect? The last one had already shocked them greatly, and now this Guin was also acting so terrifyingly. What kind of drugs are they on? Even Wu Changwei's face showed an odd look. He had thought that this clan competition, he had already secured the victory, but he did not expect to kill out such 2 guys halfway. Song Bai he hadn't seen how the other party resolved it, but the strength that this Guin had shown just now, even he had to be afraid of it. What has happened to this Daotian sect in these 2 years? How did it suddenly get so fierce? Not only Wu Changwei, but many forces had a few more scruples in their hearts. The strength of these 2 people was obvious to everyone, and even they were not sure if this was the final card of these 2 people or not. If not, it was hard for even them to say whether they would win or lose. But they also felt that this was Song Bai and Gu Yin's bottom card. If there was an even more powerful undercurrent than this, would it still be a disciple? I'm afraid I would have become an elder of a clan long ago.